Bayi's emotions were extremely complex at this moment. In front of him lay both good news and bad news. The good news was that, despite having traveled 200 years into the era of catastrophic upheaval, a world where civilization was shattered, resources were scarce, people were simple, and radiation and mutated monsters abounded, he possessed a powerful cheat ability, time freeze. The bad news, however, was, his time freeze ability only lasted 1 minute per day. Yes, just 1 minute, which was far from enough. Even taking off his pants would be a race against time. The only consolation was that this 1 minute could accumulate. If he didn't use it today, it would become 2 minutes the next day. Bang! The roar of a gunshot interrupted Bayi's thoughts, followed by a burst of savage revelry. He looked up to see the central square of grey dust town teeming with people. It was nighttime, and the bright incandescent lights illuminated countless moving figures. Accompanied by the wild cheers, the scene resembled a dance of demons. Another one dead? That's already the third one. TSK. These savages never seem to tire of this, do they? Bayi stretched lazily, taking the opportunity to move his numb legs. The iron chains on his feet clinked crisply. Yes, he was a slave to these crude and barbaric people. Grey Dust Town was a human settlement of about 800 people, one of many similar towns scattered across this wasteland. At the moment, in the very center of the central square, there was a table. Sitting beside the table was a young man in a floral shirt, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Opposite him sat a corpse with a gaping hole in its head. The corpse held a peculiar revolver, the entire gun made of white bone, covered in winding blood-red patterns that resembled writhing veins. These strange veins not only covered the gun but extended into the corpse's right hand, deeply embedded within. The grotesque sight was akin to a person having 5-4 need. Sizzle. Accompanied by a chilling sucking sound, the corpse was drained into a mummified husk by the revolver. The group of people behind the man in the floral shirt cheered excitedly. We won again. We won again. As expected of Magic Hanliu, winning 3 rounds in a row. Just a few more wins, and we'll meet the containment conditions for the forbidden item, Breath of the Bones. Ha ha ha. Breath of the Bones will belong to us in the West District. In contrast to the excitement of this group, the crowd from the East District watching behind the mummified corpse was grim and deathly silent. Who's going up next? East District leader Tanjia coldly scanned his subordinates. Everyone caught in his gaze guiltily averted their eyes, not daring to meet his stare. Seeing his subordinates remain silent, Tanjia grew even angrier, but alongside his anger was a sense of helplessness. His core team consisted of only about 20 people, and now 3 of them were dead. If this continued, his position as the leader of the Eastern District would be reduced to nothing, and how would he then rule over the lowly inhabitants of the Eastern District? Useless. All of you are useless. The people of the Eastern District kept their heads down, fearing to draw attention to themselves, silently cursing in their hearts, if you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? You're just as afraid of death as we are. The silence of the Eastern District only made the people of the Western District more arrogant, their vulgar insults echoing incessantly. At the back of the crowd, a boy with shackled feet and tattered clothes curled his lips into a faint smile. This was Bayi. He understood that his opportunity had come, an opportunity to escape the fate of slavery and seize control of a forbidden artifact. Bayi's current identity was that of a slave in the Eastern District. Just yesterday, when he had first crossed over, he had been a lowly inhabitant of the Eastern District. However, after using a time-stopping ability once, a small mishap occurred, and today he had become a slave. His gaze fixed on the breath of bones placed on the table, and information about the forbidden artifact flashed through his mind. 100 years ago, a great cataclysm swept across the globe, leading to the collapse of civilization. Animals, plants, and even some inanimate objects underwent varying degrees of mutation. Forbidden items were born from this, and among them was the breath of bones, a mutation originating from an ordinary revolver, possessing eerie abilities. To use a forbidden item, one must meet its containment conditions, as forbidden items are no longer inanimate objects but living entities. They have their own consciousness, and only by fulfilling their conditions can one gain the right to use them, commonly referred to as recognition of ownership. The containment condition for the breath of bones is simple: gambling with one's life. In this shattered wasteland of broken civilization, a thrilling gambling game has become popular: Fate's Roulette. Fate's Roulette is a game specifically designed for wagering lives. A revolver can hold 6 bullets, and the gameplay involves loading a single bullet, then spinning the cylinder. Where the bullet lands is entirely up to luck. The 2 gamblers take turns pointing the gun at themselves and pulling the trigger, leaving their fate to chance to see who gets hit by the bullet. After several rounds, the one who survives is the winner. Before becoming a forbidden object, Breath of Bones was once a tool for playing the roulette of fate. Perhaps it was due to the sheer number of people it had shot, or for some other reason, this ordinary handgun eventually turned into a forbidden object. The containment conditions of forbidden objects are often closely tied to their past experiences. Thus, its containment condition is to win the roulette of fate, not just one round, but to keep winning until it acknowledges you. you. Only those who are lucky and brave enough can earn the favor of Breath of Bones. Bayi glanced at the clock hanging on the stone wall of the square. 23:49. Just a little longer. It wasn't time yet. His ability wouldn't recover until after midnight. Tanjia, if no one in your East District dares to step up and gamble, then Breath of the Bones will belong to our West District. The West District leader, Wang Shi, sneered, the metallic prosthetic eye in his left socket flickering with an eerie red glow. Tanjia's face darkened. The forbidden item was discovered by me. Your West District can forget about laying a finger on it. Oh ho. Wang Shi let out a strange laugh. How many days have you had the forbidden item in your possession? The people in your East District are truly useless. None of them can get the forbidden item to recognize a master. Now, Grey Dust Town is being targeted by the aberrant monsters outside. Without the forbidden item, how will you deal with them? If your people can't get Breath of the Bones to recognize a master, are you still going to stop my people? Are you really willing to sacrifice the entire Grey Dust Town for your own selfish interests? His words caused the expressions of many residents in the small town to vary. They didn't care who from the East or West districts would obtain the forbidden item. They only cared about whether they could survive. Looking at the restless crowd, Tanjia's face grew increasingly grim. He knew that if he forcibly seized the forbidden item, it would inevitably provoke public outrage. These people, in order to survive, wouldn't hesitate to tear apart him, the leader of the East District. However, the thought of handing over the forbidden item to someone else felt like a knife twisting in his heart. It was even more unbearable than death. The East and West districts had been at odds for years. On the surface, there was harmony, but in reality, there were frequent clashes. Tanjia understood that if the West District gained control of the forbidden item, once they repelled the aberrant monsters, their next target would undoubtedly be him. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I, Tanjia, would never destroy Grey Dust Town for personal gain. The forbidden item should naturally belong to the capable. But he changed his tone, coldly staring at Wang Shi. The East District has not lost yet. Wang Shi sneered disdainfully. It seems you're determined to see all your people die before you're satisfied. Then keep gambling. I want to see who in the East District dares to step forward. Tanjia turned around, his solemn gaze sweeping over the people of the East District. The underlings shrank back in fear. However, his gaze did not linger on them but instead passed over them, looking toward the East District residents who were watching. Residents of the East District, I, Tanjia, promise here and now, if any of you can make the Breath of Bones recognize you as its master, from this day forward, you will be my brother. You will be the deputy leader of the East District. The people in the East District looked at each other, with no one responding, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward for a moment. How many brothers had been tricked by Tanjia? Who would dare to be his brother? Tanjia's expression was furious. His thoughts were simple. Even if his underlings couldn't obtain the forbidden item, at the very least, it should fall into the hands of the East District's commoners. Anything was better than letting it end up in the hands of the West District. He hadn't expected that after showing such sincerity, this group of commoners would still remain silent. Just as his anger was about to boil over, a crisp sound of chains clashing suddenly rang out. Move aside. Did you really think the East District has no one? A young man's arrogant voice came from within the crowd. The residents of the Eastern District all showed expressions of surprise, not expecting that someone would actually be foolish enough to come out and court death. It was well known that this time the Wheel of Fate was different from usual. Normally, one only needed to win a single round, but now it required earning the recognition of the forbidden object. Li Yu, the magician of the Western District, had won 3 consecutive rounds and fired 5 shots without being recognized, which showed just how difficult it was. Who is so fearless? Everyone turned to look, only to see a raggedly dressed boy with chains on his feet slowly walking forward. The boy's face was covered in mud, making it hard to discern his features, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, standing out starkly from those around him. The eyes of the others were either numb and dull or cruel and greedy, but the light in the boy's eyes had never dimmed. It was a flame born of the intertwining of civilization and wildness. Shirano, someone exclaimed. Wasn't he crazy before? Nonsense, if he weren't crazy, how could he possibly step forward at a time like this? I heard that when Shirano went hunting in the wasteland, he seemed to have come into contact with something. After returning, he went completely mad, always muttering things like, I am the god of a new era. From today on, I shall stand above the heavens. Not just that, I also heard him reciting poetry, something like, at the end of the wasteland, who stands as the peak? A glimpse of Bayi, and the path turns void. Snow and wind press on me for 2 or 3 years, yet I tread through the snow to reach the summit. Bayi listened to the murmured discussions around him, his face instantly darkening as unbearable memories surged to the forefront. When he had just crossed over, he discovered he had awakened the ability to stop time. Without much thought, he directly fast-forwarded to the I don't eat beef phase. Thinking of himself as a god of the new era, he looked down on everyone as if they were mere flies. It was then that he happened to encounter Tanjia and his group collecting protection fees. He was furious on the spot, thinking, what kind of trash is this? A mere mere leader of the Eastern District, an ant-like existence, daring to collect protection fees in front of a god. He immediately launched into a tirade. Facing the dark barrels of Tan Jia and his group's guns, he was ready to showcase his divine powers. But then, an awkward moment occurred. Time stopped for only 2 seconds before resuming, as he had already wasted over 50 seconds during his earlier experiments. At that moment, he realized he could only stop time for 1 minute each day. After that, he fell to his current state, going from a commoner to a slave. In the era of the Great Catastrophe, many people's minds were polluted. Tan Jia and his group merely thought he was crazy and didn't want to waste labor, so they demoted him to a slave. The past was unbearable to recall, but fortunately, Bayi's face was covered in grime, and no one could discern his emotions. Tan Jia, the leader of the Eastern District, was overjoyed when he heard someone volunteer. However, when he looked closely, his expression turned peculiar. Bayi, isn't this kid crazy? Just this morning, he was in front of me claiming to be a god, rambling about creating a new era. Tan Jia hesitated, words stuck in his throat. My illness is cured. Earlier, I accidentally ate poisonous mushrooms in the wild and experienced some hallucinations, Bayi said with an unchanged expression. He always enjoyed telling small lies. Tan Jia saw Bayi speaking clearly and no longer claiming to be a god, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He knew that there were indeed some poisonous mushrooms in the wild that could cause hallucinations, and some people even deliberately sought out such mushrooms to eat. Bai, I previously thought your mind had been corrupted, which is why I demoted you to a slave. Rest assured, as long as you can contain the breath of bones, I will not only restore your status as a resident but also swear brotherhood with you. From now on, the East District will be under the control of the two of us. Tan Jia's tone was extremely warm. After all, making promises costs nothing. Bayi sneered disdainfully. In his previous life, he had been fed enough promises. His boss painted them every day. He had long grown tired of them and naturally wouldn't believe Tan Jia's spiel. Unlock it. He shook the iron chain on his foot. Hearing Bayi's blunt command, a glint of coldness flashed in Tan Jia's eyes, but he smiled and said, "Oh, my memory. I almost forgot. Someone, unlock it for little Bai." A subordinate ran over with a key and unlocked the foot chain for Bayi. Bayi stretched his somewhat stiff legs, then kicked the dried corpse on the chair with one swift motion. Bang! The dried corpse flew a meter away and shattered into pieces. Bayi's arrogant entrance drew frequent glances from the crowd. In truth, he wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength simply wouldn't allow it. With the ability to stop time, how could he possibly stay low-key? Although it only lasted for a minute, it wasn't enough to become a god of the new era, but surely it was enough to be an arrogant person, right? The magician opposite, Liu, slightly narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the flamboyant young man who had made such an ostentatious entrance. He couldn't help but feel a sense of caution. He had some impression of this boy from the Eastern District. It was said that Bayi was a lone wolf on the wasteland, rarely interacting with others and making a living through hunting. In this era, anyone daring to hunt alone in the wasteland was not to be underestimated. However, he later heard that Bayi had gone mad unexpectedly due to accidentally eating poisonous mushrooms. But would a wasteland hunter really make such a mistake? Was it out of extreme hunger, or was it in pursuit of some thrill? Liu pondered in his heart as Bayi had already taken a seat across from him. If he weren't worried that Tan Jia might surrender directly, he would have waited a bit longer to come up. After all, it was now 23:55. After the earlier mishap, Bayi had thoroughly studied his ability to freeze time and even understood the source of this power. It was time desynchronization. Time desynchronization sounded complex, and in fact, explaining it was also complex. The mysteries of time could only be fully comprehended from the dimension of time itself, much like how lower dimensional beings struggle to understand higher dimensions. He couldn't accurately describe the principles of the ability in words and could only rely on metaphors to barely make sense of it in his own mind. Simply put, the world he had previously lived in, the civilized world of 200 years ago, and the current post-catastrophe world did not have the same flow of time. There was a 1-minute discrepancy between the two worlds. Whether before or after the catastrophe, humanity had defined a day as 24 hours. However, if calculated based on 24 hours, a day in the civilized world was indeed 24 hours, while a day in the post-catastrophe world was actually 1 minute shorter, lasting only 23 hours and 59 minutes. As for the cause of this discrepancy, he had no idea, but it was likely due to the great catastrophe a century ago. As a being accustomed to a 24-hour cycle, entering a world with a 23-hour and 59-minute day meant he gained an extra minute of free time each day. This was precisely why Bayi could freeze time for 1 minute every day. "Let's begin," Liu said. "Do you go first, or should I?" Bayi asked deliberately to buy some time. Liu frowned slightly. "Naturally, we decide the order with rock paper scissors. Even if you've never played the Wheel of Fate, didn't you just see how it works?" Bang! Bayi slammed the table abruptly, the deafening sound startling people from both the eastern and western districts. Some even instinctively reached for their their guns.
Who are you calling blind? I asked. Who are you calling blind? Say it again if you dare. Liu was stunned. When did I ever say you were blind? You still dare to say that?
Bayi instantly flew into a rage, grabbing the collar of Liu's floral shirt as if ready to beat him up. Click, click. The King Cobra gang from the West District all pulled out their guns, aiming at Bayi. Meanwhile, Tanjia and the others behind Bayi also realized the situation was dire and quickly drew their guns, facing off against the others.
The tension was palpable, as if a shootout could erupt at any second. Let go. I didn't mean it that way. Liu panicked, terrified that the two sides would actually start fighting and drag him into the mess. Oh, you didn't mean it that way?
You should have said so earlier. Almost misunderstood you.
Bayi let go with a cheerful smile, sneaking a glance at the clock. 23:56. Damn, only a minute had passed. Bayi's actions made Liu's eyelid twitch uncontrollably. He looked at the black handprint left on his floral shirt, on the verge of tears. Who said he was back to normal? Isn't he still acting crazy? What kind of poisonous mushroom did this guy eat for the effects to last this long? Xiao Bai.
A cautious voice from behind Bayi came from Tanjia.
Are you sure you've completely returned to normal? Or maybe?
Bayi was just fretting over how to stall for time when Tanjia walked right into the line of fire. Raising an eyebrow, he snapped angrily, or maybe you do it. Or maybe you do it. I hate it the most when people chirp behind my back.
If you don't trust me, then you do it yourself. Tanjia's face instantly froze.
As the leader of the Eastern District, being publicly berated like this made him feel utterly humiliated, and he almost wanted to shoot Bayi on the spot. But he held back.
With the aberrant
creatures eyeing Greatest Town from outside, if no one could contain the breath of bones, the entire town would be doomed. He suppressed his anger, repeatedly reminding himself not to stoop to the level of a madman.
Get on with it already. Everyone's getting impatient.
Hurry up and contain the forbidden item, said Wang Shi, the leader of the Western District, coldly.
Phew. Liu took a deep breath, slowly calming his emotions, his gaze locked on Bayi. Was he truly mad or just pretending? Forget it. None of that mattered anymore, because next, I will dominate this gamble.
A flash of confidence appeared in his eyes, the kind that came from over a decade of mastering sleight of hand. Known as magic hands, he naturally had unique skills. Not only could he identify the suit of a playing card by touch, but he could even rotate the cylinder of a revolver to the exact position he desired. This meant that if he wanted the revolver to fire on a specific shot, it would fire on that shot. Rock, paper, scissors was merely his basic skill. As long as he won the first move, he could load the bullet, rotate the cylinder, and take control of the game. Next, I will choose scissors, Liu said firmly, his gaze sharp. He deliberately revealed his strategy, engaging Bayi in a psychological battle. Bayi remained indifferent, his thoughts entirely focused on the time, silently noting that there were only 3 minutes left.
Damn it, why did 3 minutes feel so long? He had to play a little trick.
Suddenly, Bayi let out a cold laugh. Did you know there's a surefire way to win at the Roulette of Fate? As soon as he said this, not only did Liu pause slightly, but the surrounding spectators were also stunned.
Not responding to my psychological game?
Liu narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled dryly. This kind of life or death game relies entirely on luck.
How could there possibly be a surefire way to win?
Bayi's face showed a look of disdain, as if mocking the other party for being inexperienced. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
The young man spoke so firmly that even Liu, a seasoned swindler, couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful. What kind of surefire method?
The corners of Bayi's mouth lifted slightly. The surefire method is to let the opponent fire the first shot.
Everyone was utterly confused upon hearing this. Could this really guarantee victory? How was that possible? What happens next? What kind of joke is this? What happens next? Liu's face was full of skepticism, suspecting Bayi was telling a bad joke. And then?
Bayi spread his hands, and then take the gun and give the opponent 5 shots.
Liu?
The most terrifying thing is when the air suddenly goes silent. In a square with hundreds of people, the atmosphere froze instantly because of Bayi's words. As it turns out, cold jokes really can make the scene awkward.
But someone couldn't help but laugh, while others started cursing. You freaking, what kind of nonsense sure-win method is this?
Why don't you just say to shoot your opponent 6 times directly?
Ha, Liu let out a cold laugh. Your joke isn't funny at all. Let's just play rock, paper, scissors instead.
Looking at the outstretched hand of the other person, Bayi remained silent.
There were only 2 minutes left. Time ticked away second by second,
and Liu's raised hand was already feeling sore.
Whispering began to spread around them. What is Bayi doing? Why hasn't he started yet? Could it be that he's having another episode? What episode? It's obvious he's scared.
He must have gotten carried away earlier, thinking he could become the master of the forbidden object.
Without even thinking, he went up there.
But now that it's the real deal, this guy's chickened out.
Tanjia's expression grew darker, and he gripped the gun in his hand tightly.
The only reason he tolerated Bayi was because Bayi dared to step up and try to subdue the forbidden object.
But now that Bayi was hesitating to act, how could he continue to tolerate him? If you're scared, just get down already and hand. Stop embarrassing yourself, Liu said coldly, withdrawing his now aching hand. The voices of doubt around them grew louder and louder, but the 2 minutes still hadn't passed. Bayi, who was faintly becoming the target of everyone's criticism, suddenly laughed. I'm not scared, I just think this is too boring. Bored? Liu frowned. A game of life and death, and you find it boring? The chamber of the breath of bones can hold 6 bullets, but there's only 1 loaded now, meaning there's just a 1 in 6 chance of dying. Isn't that boring? If we're going to play, why not raise the stakes? How do you want to play? Naturally, by adding more bullets. The young man's words caused an uproar. A 1 in 6 chance of death was already enough to strike fear into people's hearts, yet who would have thought Bayi would dare to suggest adding more bullets? Liu's heart sank slightly. Though he was a seasoned cheat, his usual practice revolved around a single bullet roulette. If he rashly added another bullet, his guaranteed win rate of 100% would drop to 98%, which was undeniably risky. Seeing Liu hesitate, Bayi continued, do you know why you couldn't contain Breath of the Skeleton, even after winning 3 rounds in a row? Why? Because you don't have the guts. *****ing. Liu instantly flew into a rage. Load the bullets right now. He picked up Breath of the Skeleton and loaded 2 golden bullets in succession, glaring at Bayi. That's more like it. Only those with both courage and luck are qualified to contain Breath of the Skeleton. However, Bayi's tone shifted, his eyes gleaming as he said, it's still not enough. What? Still not enough? Gasps of surprise erupted from the crowd. 2 bullets aren't enough? Does Bayi want to play with 3? Hiss. 3 bullets, a 50% chance of death. Liu was also shocked by Bayi's words. With 3 bullets, his odds of survival were less than 80%. Wasn't this practically a death sentence? He glanced at the time out of the corner of his eye, just 1 minute left. His heart steadied instantly, but his face remained cold as he said, if you're scared, then get off the stage and stop embarrassing yourself. Hearing those familiar words, Liu was instantly enraged. As a seasoned gambler, how could he possibly fear a young upstart? Fine, I'll play along with you. The 3rd bullet was pushed into the chamber by him. Unexpectedly, Bayi shook his head. Not enough. Liu was stunned. Not enough? 4 bullets? Going this far? He found it hard to meet Bayi's aggressive gaze, which made his hand holding the gun tremble slightly. The uproar around him only added to his agitation. He wanted to back out, but a hard object suddenly pressed against his back. Behind him came the cold voice of Wangxi, the leader of the Western District. You know the consequences if you fail to obtain the forbidden item. With Bayi in front and Wangxi behind, Liu was completely cornered. Humans are fascinating creatures. When there is no way out, a courage called burning one's bridges naturally arises. Liu gritted his teeth, his emotions quickly stabilizing. With steady hands, he loaded the 4th bullet into the chamber. He took a deep breath, locked his gaze on the arrogant boy opposite him, and said in a deep voice, come, let's play rock paper scissors. Liu saw his do-or-die expression, and Bayi couldn't help but burst into laughter. This smile made Liu's heart tighten, and an ominous feeling surged within him. Could it be? The devilish whisper came as expected. Not enough. What the hell? 5 bullets. What kind of poisonous mushroom has such a strong after effect? That Bayi kid is really going all out. Even the leaders of the East and West districts were stunned at this moment. They had witnessed countless rounds of the Roulette of Fate, and even participated in them in their younger days, but they had never seen anyone crazy enough to play with 5 bullets. 5 bullets, this was practically suicide. I see it now, you're not here to gamble. With the Roulette of Fate, you're here to commit suicide. Liu believed he had seen through Bayi's intentions, convinced in his heart that the other party had already gone mad. The odds of survival with 5 bullets were less than 60%, which crossed his bottom line. If you don't dare to gamble, then hand over the forbidden item. Bayi's words made Tan Jie's eyes light up, and he immediately chimed in, that's right. If you don't dare to gamble, hand over the forbidden item. As soon as the East District leader spoke, his underlings behind him began shouting as well. Liu's face showed hesitation, while Wangxi behind him said coldly, don't fall for it. This kid is just trying to scare you into voluntarily giving up the forbidden item and continuing to gamble with him. If you're not confident, let him fire first. He's not a cheat. With 5 bullets in the Roulette of Fate, I don't believe he can survive. The hard object pressing against his back became even more forceful. The cold metal gun barrel, through his floral shirt, sent a chill that made all the hairs on his body stand on end. Fine, I'll gamble with you. But, forget it, let's settle it with rock paper scissors. Liu initially wanted to follow Wangxi's suggestion and let Bayi fire first, but ultimately gave up on the idea. He wasn't used to leaving his fate in someone else's hands. If Bayi's luck was truly extraordinary and he survived the first shot, wouldn't that mean certain death for him? He still preferred to rely on his meticulously trained magician's right hand to control his own destiny. Liu loaded the 5th bullet. At this moment, there were 30 seconds left until midnight. In these final 30 seconds, Bayi once again said something astonishing. Not enough. Wow! The scene instantly erupted in an uproar, and everyone even doubted their own ears. 5 bullets still not enough? A revolver can hold a maximum of 6. 6 bullets, firing it fully loaded. Isn't that suicide? Liu widened his eyes in disbelief. Do you even hear what you're saying? This isn't gambling at all.
His words were not yet finished when he noticed the young man across from him had already stood up and walked to his side. The young man extended a hand covered in mud, gently taking the breath of bones from his hand, and then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, picked up the last bullet.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Bayi silently counted down in his heart, his eyes, a blend of reason and wildness, slowly sweeping across the room.
I'm not someone who usually has good
luck. I don't think I can keep winning round after round until the forbidden object acknowledges me.
Instead of that, why not settle it all in one round?
After speaking, he loaded the final bullet. Click! The cylinder snapped back into place, and the bullet was chambered. Under everyone's gaze, Bayi slowly raised the 6-bullet loaded breath of the skull, aiming it at his
own temple.
The dark red veins on the gun's body began to writhe, like winding little snakes burrowing fiercely into the flesh of his hand. Everyone present thought he was insane. This wasn't gambling at all, it was suicide.
Are you kidding me? My luck's not great, so let's settle it in one round. Does that even sound human?
Looking at the diverse crowd before him, Bayi suddenly broke into a smile, revealing his stark white teeth.
6 bullets. I bet it misfires.
Everyone was utterly shocked. This was the first time they'd heard such an unconventional statement.
Who told you the wheel of fate was played like this?
Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Bayi pulled the trigger hard. The women and children in the crowd covered their ears in fear, while others instinctively ducked away, terrified that blood might splatter onto them.
3, 2, 1. Countdown ends. The midnight bell tolls. Dawn.
In the endless darkness, within a dimension unseen by others, a massive and magnificent golden clock
face emerges beneath Bayi's feet, swiftly covering the earth. He stands alone atop the enormous clock face, like a traveler abandoned by time.
At the same time, the surrounding crowd, trees, buildings, and even the sky seemed to vanish, as if a deity had swept away all existence with a grand gesture, leaving only golden clock faces of varying sizes.
These are the manifestations
of time for all things. The hands on the golden clock faces of these people and objects all point to 12 o'clock, except the massive golden clock face beneath Bayi's feet displays 12:01. It is his own time, 1 minute ahead of this world. Feeling the return of his power, Bayi wasted no time in activating his ability.
Time, stop, buzz.
A strange temporal fluctuation echoed, and the world seemed to have been pressed on pause.
The once noisy square instantly fell silent, and everyone froze in place like statues.
The shock in Liu's eyes was also frozen in that moment.
The smoke exhaled from his nostrils ceased to spread, quietly hovering in midair. In this absolutely still world, the only one who could move was Bayi.
The young man who had just performed a miracle moved with lightning speed the moment time stopped. He swiftly opened the cartridge of the breath of bones and began extracting bullets.
Quick, quick, quick. No time to waste. Time is life.
Ever since he realized he only had 1 minute each day, he had cherished every second, because he had done the math.
1 minute a day meant 365 minutes a year. That's 6 hours and 5 minutes.
Calculating based on 6 hours a year, 10 years would only amount to 60 hours. In this era of great catastrophe, living to 50 at the age
of 16 would already be a miracle.
Assuming that miracle happened and he lived to 56, that would only be 40 years, which would accumulate to 240 hours. And 240 hours equaled 10 days. When Bayi calculated that his entire lifetime would amount to just 10 days, he truly understood the meaning of the phrase time is life. Perhaps it was the grime on his hands or his long, untrimmed nails, but despite several attempts, he couldn't extract the bullet.
Damn hands, hurry up!
At this moment, cold sweat slid down his forehead. In an era riddled with danger, he had never panicked. Even when faced with life and death situations, he had
remained calm.
But now, just the thought of a few seconds slipping away tightened his chest. What was slipping away wasn't just time, it was his life. Fortunately, on his 4th attempt, he finally managed to extract the bullet.
Phew!
Bayi let out a long breath, quickly placing the bullet
into his pocket.
He only extracted one bullet, the one about to be fired, so that the shot would be blank. After completing all this, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and began to pose. He repositioned the pistol against his temple, swiftly adjusted his mindset, and let the same smile reappear on his face, ensuring the curve of his grin was identical to before. Only then did he release the time pause.
Released.
Buzz. The eerie temporal fluctuation dissipated, and time in the entire world resumed its flow. No one knew that time had once been frozen. Everyone's attention remained fixed on Bayi. In their eyes, Bayi calmly and confidently pulled the trigger, exuding an inner strength that drew everyone's gaze. The revolver, a blend of metallic texture and the feel of flesh, had its trigger slowly compressed, driving the hammer backward and compressing the hammer spring. At the moment the trigger was fully pulled, the hammer, under the spring's force, shot forward and struck the firing pin on the gun's body with a resounding snap. A crisp sound echoed, no smoke, no flash, and no bullet. Nothing happened, except for the boy's unwavering smile.
Silence, a deathly stillness.
Everyone Everyone froze in place, their faces filled with disbelief, as if time had stopped once more. The scene of Bayi smiling and firing the gun seemed etched into their minds. It actually misfired, someone finally exclaimed in shock after a long pause. Impossible. Liu abruptly stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief, the veins in his eyes becoming visible from his heightened emotions. More and more exclamations erupted. What the hell? The 6-shot roulette of fate. Anyone, even the king of heaven, would have to take this shot, yet Bayi is completely unharmed. Can forbidden items misfire? Is there quality that unreliable? What do you know? It's not a misfire. Forbidden items have their own will. It must have acknowledged Bayi, which is why it didn't fire. Look quickly. The gun is glowing. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the forbidden item, breath of the skeleton, suddenly emitted a blinding blood-red light. The light spread continuously until it enveloped Bayi entirely, making him appear like a deity descending to the mortal realm. At this moment, Bayi felt a peculiar sensation welling up within him. He gazed at the breath of the skeleton in his hand as if looking at his own right hand, a strange sense of connection coursing through him. Containment successful? Bayi was not surprised. If the 6-shot roulette of fate couldn't be successfully contained, then breath of the skeleton would seem rather unworthy of its reputation. As the blood-red light faded, the mutated blood vessels on breath of the skeleton slowly wriggled, first withdrawing from Bayi's right hand and then retreating into the gun's body, disappearing completely. The bone-crafted gun body gradually lost its color, transforming into a matte black metallic finish. In the end, breath of the skeleton looked no different from an ordinary revolver. It seems. Bayi lightly spun the revolver in his hand, a hint of wildness flashing between his brows as he slightly raised them. This forbidden item has pretty good taste. He twirled the gun deftly and casually slipped it into his pocket. The boy's arrogant words echoed in the ears of the crowd, yet no one dared to refute him. In fact, deep down, they all felt it was only natural. Perhaps only someone like him was truly worthy of possessing a forbidden item. Only at this moment did everyone recover from their shock, but their gazes toward Bayi were still filled with awe, as if the recent events had draped him in a veil called miracle. Ha ha ha. Tanjia, the leader of the Eastern District, suddenly burst into laughter, his face full of joy. The forbidden item belongs to our Eastern District now. King Snake, do you have anything to say? Faced with Tanjia's arrogance, King Snake's expression turned as dark as water, remaining silent. His cold gaze swept over Tanjia and Bayi, while his subordinates gripped their guns tightly, seemingly waiting for his command. Tanjia's smile gradually faded, and he signaled to his men, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Suddenly, King Snake chuckled lightly and said, Brother Bayi is indeed a young talent, yet he has become a slave to the Eastern District. I wonder if you might be interested in joining our Western District. Tanjia's expression changed drastically, and he quickly stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Bayi's shoulder. The matter of being a slave was just a misunderstanding. Now Xiaobai is my brother, the deputy leader of the Eastern District. How could he possibly join the Western District, right, Xiaobai? His eyes revealed a mix of expectation and threat. Bayi smiled faintly, brushed off Tanjia's hand, and said calmly, before containing the forbidden item, you called me Xiaobai, and I didn't mind your choice of words. But now that the forbidden item has been contained, tell me, what should you call me? In front of everyone, Tanjia's expression shifted unpredictably. He suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled, saying, Brother Bayi, I'm not good with words, but I always keep my promises. From today onward, you are my sworn brother, and the two of us will jointly rule the Eastern District. Bayi raised an eyebrow and smiled. Old Tan, how many times have I told you? In public, you must use official titles. Tanjia froze, thinking to himself, when did you ever say that? And you haven't addressed me by my title either. But at this moment, he dared not argue, fearing that Bayi might join the Western District. He could only force a smile and say, yes, 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 Deputy Leader Bai. Brothers, why aren't you calling him that? The dozens of subordinates from the Eastern District hesitantly and sparsely shouted, Deputy Leader Bai. Bayi nodded in satisfaction and waved grandly, saying, all right, boys, let's head home. The subordinates from the Eastern District exchanged glances, some hesitating, their eyes frequently darting toward Tanjia, whose expression was anything but pleasant. Tanjia forced a smile. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear Vice Commander Bai's orders? A large group of people then marched back to the Eastern District. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Western District, including Wang Shi, stood in place with dark expressions. Commander, Li Yu stammered. Shut up, useless. Wang Shi shot him a cold glance. Let's go. Soon, they too departed. As the two factions of Ash Dust Town withdrew, the onlookers gradually dispersed. In the Eastern District, inside the Tire Tavern, Tanjia and the others enthusiastically surrounded by Yi. The group raised their glasses in high spirits, celebrating with crude jokes and drinking low-quality liquor. The Tire Tavern wasn't originally called that. The wooden signboard, painted red, bore the name Old Times. The owner, Old Wang, was over 40, with graying hair. It was said he had read some books in his youth and had a touch of artistic sentimentality, hence the name Old Times. No one knew what he was reminiscing about, nor did anyone care. Due to limited funds and the inability to afford quality renovation materials, they scavenged a large number of discarded tires from the junkyard to serve as seats. Most people in Ash Dust Town were illiterate and couldn't recognize the three characters for Old Times, so they simply referred to it as the Tire Tavern. Now that Vice Commander Bayi holds a forbidden object, we no longer have to worry about those mutated monsters outside.
Exactly. Those aberrant beasts have surrounded Ash Dust Town for nearly a month.
If we don't deal with them soon, they'll starve us all to death. These mutated beasts are really cunning.
I feel like their intelligence is almost on par with humans.
They know that a direct assault on Grey
Soil Town would result in heavy losses, so they deliberately stay outside, cutting off trade routes and preventing us from going out to get food.
By the way, Deputy Commander Bayi, this is the first time we've seen someone contain a forbidden item. Could you demonstrate its power for us and broaden our horizons? Someone said ingratiatingly.
Just as Bayi was about to respond, while enjoying his feast, Tanjia suddenly snapped angrily, "What are you talking about? This is no circus act, what's there to demonstrate?
Besides, Breath of Bones drains the user's vitality when fired.
How can it be used casually?" Then, his expression instantly shifted,
and he smiled at Bayi, saying, "Deputy Commander Bayi, don't mind the younger guys. A person's vitality is so precious, it's better to save your strength to deal with the mutated beasts." Bayi patted Tanjia's shoulder with his grease-stained hand.
"Old Tan, you always know what to say.
Someone, bring me another plate of meat." A trace of pain flashed in Tanjia's eyes. In the Ash Dust Town, eating meat was a luxury.
Most people could only afford one meal a day, and meat was a rarity. It wasn't uncommon for people to go hungry for 3 days out of 9.
Now, with the mutated beasts besieging the town, their food supplies were nearly depleted. Only someone in his position as the commander could afford to eat meat every day. Deputy Commander Bayi, the mutated beasts haven't been dealt with yet, and our food supply is really insufficient. How about you save some for later and have a cockroach protein bar to tide you over?
Tanjia pulled out a black, rectangular protein bar. On the bar, a few cockroach antennae could faintly be seen.
This was the staple food of the Wasteland's residents, cockroach protein bars.
It even had simple packaging with a crude advertising slogan printed on it. "Cockroach protein bar, the taste is truly superb. Meets all your daily nutritional needs. Cockroach protein workshop."
Bayi glanced at the cockroach protein bar and immediately flew into a rage. This thing had appeared countless times in the memories of his predecessor.
Though it looked disgusting, it was considered a staple food.
But the taste, it was like someone with sweaty feet wearing short nylon socks, then putting on snow boots, running 5 kilometers in the snow, stuffing the socks into the boots until spring, and then pulling them out to rub them on your tongue. Before I became the deputy commander, I ate cockroach protein
bars every day. Now that I'm the deputy commander, I still have to eat this? Then what's the point of being the deputy commander? Take it away. Even dogs wouldn't eat this.
With a wave of his hand, he directly swatted the cockroach protein bar off the table, sending it flying into the crowd, where it caused
a scramble. Tanjia's expression darkened slightly, and he forced a stiff smile as he said, "But haven't you been eating it all along?" Bayi seemed not to hear him. Putting an arm around Tanjia's shoulder, he said earnestly, "Old Tan, do you know what the first thing a person does after becoming successful is?" "What is it?" "Of course, it's forgetting their roots. If you don't forget your roots after succeeding, then what's the point of succeeding at all?" Tanjia, "Old Tan, don't worry.
With me here, mere mutated beasts can be wiped out with a snap of the fingers.
By then, there will be as much meat as you want. So now, don't skimp and save, hurry up and bring it out so I can replenish myself. Otherwise, when the time comes to deal with the mutated beasts, how can I use Breath of the Bones if my vitality is insufficient?" Right, Deputy Commander Bayi is absolutely right. "Someone, bring the meat quickly."
Tanjia forced a smile on his face, but inwardly he was seething, secretly deciding to kill Bayi after he dealt
with the mutated beasts.
Of course, if Bayi ended up exhausting too much vitality while killing the mutated beasts and died on his own, that would be even better. It would save him from bearing the blame. After a round of ravenous feasting, the satisfied Bayi went to sleep in the house arranged by Tanjia. He certainly wouldn't return to his previous doghouse, forgetting one's roots. After all, after he left, the Tire Tavern fell completely silent. Tanjia's face was grim, and a flicker of murderous intent occasionally flashed in his eyes. His underlings could sense their boss's anger, and
no one dared to speak.
At this moment, one of his trusted aides quietly stepped forward and whispered, "Boss, I think that Kid Bayi is relying on his forbidden item and showing you some disrespect."
Bang! Tanjia slammed the table hard and shouted, "Some disrespect? That's clearly not putting me,
wild boar Tanjia, in his eyes at all." As his anger erupted, the hairs on his body stood on end, turning black and stiff like the bristles on a wild boar. A fierce and savage aura unique to a beast spread out. From his nostrils, faint streams of white vapor could be seen puffing out. Seeing this, everyone immediately prostrated prostrated themselves on the ground.
Boss, calm down.
You're a genetically modified individual who's injected with gene serums, while that kid is just an ordinary
person relying on external tools.
Once he finishes shooting the mutated beasts, his vitality will surely be depleted and he won't be able to fire anymore.
By then, won't he be at our mercy? Tanjia's expression slightly softened.
Although his subordinates' words resonated with him, as the leader, he could not easily acquiesce and had to maintain
his authority.
I originally intended to form a brotherly bond with Bayi and govern the Eastern District together.
Unexpectedly, after obtaining the forbidden item, this kid became so arrogant and conceited. His eccentric personality and insatiable greed would undoubtedly bring disaster to the people of the Eastern District if we were to govern it together.
For the future of my brothers and the people of the entire Eastern District, I, Tanjia, would rather bear the infamy and break my promise.
Big Brother, your righteousness is unparalleled. We pledge to follow Big Brother to the death.
In a dilapidated red brick house, Bayi, freshly bathed, stood naked in front of the mirror, stroking his chin and scrutinizing himself repeatedly. Not bad, just the right amount of handsome. In the mirror, the boy's slightly messy black hair hung loosely over his brows and eyes, seemingly intentionally concealing those sharp yet defiant wolf-like black pupils. A still unhealed scratch stretched across the bridge of his prominent nose, its edges crusted with dried blood. The wound, rather than marring his appearance, added a touch of wildness. His figure was tall and lean, his skin carrying a pale hue indicative of slight malnutrition. This was the first time Bayi had seriously examined his own appearance, mainly because water resources were scarce.
He was usually unkempt
and dusty, much like most of the people in the small gray town, with only a few exceptions for those in special occupations. Now, under Tanjia's protection, he could finally enjoy a proper bath.
If I'm not mistaken, Old Tan is probably discussing how to kill me right now, isn't he? TSK.
Old Tan really is a piece of work.
Bayi
paid no heed to Old Tan's threats. It had taken him 10 seconds to contain the forbidden object earlier, leaving him with 50 seconds to spare. Killing Old Tan would be a breeze for him, even if the latter was a genetically modified individual. No matter how his genes were altered, he was still a carbon-based life form. No matter how much coarse hair covered his body, his throat, groin, and eyes remained fatal weak points. Bayi lay on the bed, toying with Breath of the Bones, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips.
Perfect containment, what an unexpected surprise.
Ordinary people only knew that forbidden objects could be contained, but they were unaware that there were two modes of containment:
ordinary containment and perfect containment.
As a wasteland hunter surviving by hunting in the wastelands, Bayi had encountered
many of his kind.
While these individuals might not have been particularly strong, they were extremely experienced and knowledgeable. It was from them that he learned about forbidden objects.
Simply put, ordinary containment involved the user meeting
the conditions set by the forbidden object, after which the object would work for the user.
It was akin to an employer hiring an employee, paying them a salary to perform tasks. The employee's body belonged to the employer, but their loyalty was not guaranteed.
Perfect containment, on the other hand, was akin to recruiting a death soldier, completely subjugating them, body and soul, to your will. Bayi's 6 bullets had directly achieved perfect containment of the forbidden object, Breath of the Bones. The ability of Breath of the Skeleton is very simple. It extracts the user's vitality and attaches it to bullets, enhancing their power. Ordinary firearms struggle to break through the defensive skin of mutated beasts, and even if they do, they rarely cause significant damage. Breath of the Skeleton, however, can easily penetrate defenses and even kill enemies. Due to the extraction of vitality, using Breath of the Skeleton
inflicts severe harm on the body, and excessive use may even lead to death from drained vitality.
But for Bayi, who has perfectly contained it, the situation is entirely different. Although his vitality is also extracted, when Breath of the Skeleton kills an enemy, it returns the stolen vitality from the enemy back to Bayi. As a result, not only does he avoid a vitality deficit, but he also grows stronger the more he fights. After playing with it for a while, Bayi lay down on the soft bed and fell into a deep sleep. In contrast to his comfort, the magician Liu, who had previously gambled with him, was now in a completely different predicament.
Main character illustration. Still watching? My friend, you are the true protagonist.
In the Western District, inside a shabby 2-story villa, a pale-faced Liu knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear. Wang Shi, the leader of the Western District, sat on a worn-out leather chair, his expression cold and sinister.
Liu, you fled here from another small town, and I took you in, gave you food to eat. But how did you repay me? You swore to me before that if you failed to contain the forbidden item, you would bring your head to see me. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise.
Liu's body trembled even more violently as he pleaded, "Leader, this isn't my fault. If it weren't for Bayi showing up halfway, I definitely could have contained it."
"Shut up, you useless fool,"
Wang Shi interrupted coldly. "I despise people who make excuses for their failures the most. A person should always look for the cause within themselves. themselves. You're both human, so why could Bayi succeed while you couldn't? Are you not human? Are you even human at all? Leader, please give me another chance. I still have value. I've been honing my right hand for over 10 years, mastering sleight of hand to perfection. I can help you win money at the casino. Fuck you. Everyone in Grey Dust Town is dirt poor. Where the hell would I open a casino? Since you don't care about your dignity, I'll help you keep it. Wang Shi shot a look at his underling, who immediately got the message. He quickly chambered a round in his pistol and aimed it at Li Yu's head. Li Yu trembled in terror, begging for his life, snot and tears streaming down his face. Commander, Commander, I don't want to die. Please, have mercy. My mother's still waiting for me at home. She only has me. His pitiful pleas made the underling hesitate, a trace of sympathy flashing across his face. But under Wang Shi's cold, ruthless gaze, he still slowly squeezed the trigger. No one expected what happened next. Li Yu, who had been begging, suddenly exploded into action. His right hand became a blur, instantly snatching the gun from the underling, and then lunged toward Wang Shi. All Wang Shi felt was a flash before his eyes, and then the cold muzzle of a gun was pressed against his head. Li Yu's entire demeanor had changed. He now looked fierce, pressing the gun to Wang Shi's temple. Back off, or I'll kill him. The sudden turn of events left everyone frozen, too afraid to make a move. No one could have expected Li Yu to have such courage and speed. Clap, clap, applause echoed in the room. Wang Shi sneered as he clapped, praising, "No wonder they call you the magician. Your sleight of hand is truly something else. Even I didn't see it clearly. Cut the crap. Tell your men to move aside." Wang Shi's expression remained unchanged. He casually lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke rings as he said, "Do you know? In my entire life, the thing I hate most is someone pointing a gun at my head. Damn it. Still acting tough with a gun to your head? I'm pointing it right at you. What can you do about it?" Li Yu shouted angrily, the muzzle of his gun pressed firmly against Wang Shi's head. However, in the next moment, as the gun barrel touched Wang Shi's skull, a crisp metallic clang rang out. Li Yu froze, his face instantly turning pale. Alloy. Crack, bang. The sound of bones breaking and a gunshot rang out simultaneously. Ah, my hand. Li Yu let out a piercing scream as his right hand, along with the gun, was completely crushed by Wang Shi's mechanical arm. Only then did he see clearly that Wang Shi not only had a metallic prosthetic eye but also a mechanical arm gleaming with a cold metallic sheen hidden beneath the sleeve of his right arm. Oomph, you do have some skills. Wang Shi released his mechanical arm, signaling his men to lunge at Li Yu. He touched the top of his head, which was slightly scorched. The synthetic skin there had been pierced, revealing not white bone, but a glint of cold metal. With a sneer, he said, "I told you, I hate it most when someone points a gun at my head. I was treated that way once, so ever since then, I spent a fortune to have an alloy plate embedded in my skull." Li Yu wasn't listening anymore. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, not from pain, but because his magician's hand was ruined. The right hand he'd trained so hard for, the hand he'd always been so proud of, was now shattered beyond repair. Ah, my hand, my magician's hand. A gray haze of despair seemed to cloud his eyes. He looked like a man whose soul had left his body, utterly dejected. He offered no resistance as the henchman restrained him. "Just kill me." "Oh?" Wang Shi's lips curled into a cold smile. "Weren't you begging for your life just now, and now you want to die?" Li Yu let out a bitter laugh. "I've relied on this hand to make a living my whole life. Now, my proud magician's hand is ruined, and I've become a useless person. What's the point of living anymore?" Two streams of tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. He looked toward the empty space beside him and choked out, "Mother, your unfilial son cannot let you see the day I make something of myself. My hand is ruined." After saying this, it was as if all the strength left his body, and he collapsed to the ground. "Ha ha ha." Wang Shi suddenly burst into laughter, his expression cruel and violent. "You want to die? I won't let you die. I want you to carry the name of a cripple for the rest of your life, suffering forever." The thrill of destroying something cherished by others brought immense satisfaction to King Snake. He waved his hand, signaling his men to drag the crippled Li Yu away. Bang! Li Yu was mercilessly thrown into the garbage dump like a dead dog. A pile of trash cascaded down, completely burying his body. Two of the henchmen covered their noses and mouths in disgust and hurriedly left. After they were gone, the trash began to shift, and Li Yu emerged from the heap, his eyes gleaming brightly, showing no trace of despair. "Ha ha ha, that idiot King Snake. I knew a twisted psycho like him would enjoy this kind of thing." Clutching his injured right hand, he laughed through gritted teeth, enduring the searing pain as he walked step by step into the distance. The cold moonlight cast a silver glow, illuminating his path. He instinctively looked up at the moon, lost in thought. It was the same moon, yet tonight it seemed particularly enchanting. Suddenly, he chuckled. "Ha, survived another day. Feels great." His face was filled with the ecstatic joy of surviving a disaster, but deep within his bright eyes, there lingered a shadow that refused to dissipate. Clearly, the crippling of his magic hand weighed far more heavily on his heart than he let on. "Deputy Commander Bai, there's no time to lose. Let's go eliminate the mutated beasts." Early in the morning, Tan Jia, the commander of the Eastern District, came to visit, followed by dozens of armed subordinates. Bayi yawned. "There's an old saying, sharpen
Summoning the axe won't delay the chopping of firewood. I haven't even handled a gun a few times before, so how can I act rashly?
Tanjia paused for a moment, thinking Bayi had a point. Although Breath of Bones was useful, it was ultimately a firearm.
Without accuracy, it might not even be as convenient as a machete. What do you mean? Naturally, practice shooting first. Alright, I'll practice shooting with you.
Tanjia had been struggling to survive in the wasteland for over a decade. Although he hadn't received any formal training, he had accumulated a lot of experience and had some
insights into shooting.
Thus, on the first day, Bayi practiced shooting under Tanjia's guidance for the entire day. Bayi thoroughly enjoyed himself today, indulging his craving for shooting, wasting quite a few of Tanjia's bullets, and eating a lot of meat. As for Tanjia, he was heartbroken. Whether it was bullets or meat, they were scarce resources in the Ash Town, and every bit had to be used sparingly.
But in order to deal with the mutated beasts, he had no choice but to painfully support Bayi. The second day.
Deputy Commander Bai, you're pretty familiar with the gun now. Mutated beasts are quite large, so hitting them at close range shouldn't be a problem.
How about we set out today? Tanjia asked. Bayi impatiently waved his hand. Old Tan, I'm not talking about you.
There's an old saying that goes, haste makes waste. Yesterday, I was
practicing shooting at stationary targets. Mutated beasts aren't inanimate objects, they move.
Today, I need to practice on moving targets.
Tanjia suppressed his anger and reluctantly nodded. The third day. Deputy Commander Bai, you've practiced on moving targets too. Isn't it time to take action today?
I'm not trying to rush you, but the food in the Eastern District
is almost gone, and we're running low on bullets. If this continues, we might not even last long enough to deal with the mutated beasts. How about today?
Old Tan, there's an old saying that goes, haste makes waste. As Bayi just started speaking, Tanjia was about to explode with anger. Where the hell did all these old sayings come from? He was about to lose it when Bayi suddenly changed his tone. But there's also an old saying, speed is of the essence, and a swift blade cuts through tangled knots.
So, no time to waste, let's set off quickly. Tanjia.
His chest heaved violently, and his eyes glared daggers at Bayi, so furious he almost wanted to crack open his head to see just how many old sayings were stuffed inside.
Old Tan, what are you standing there for?
Hurry up, move it, quick, quick, quick. Just thinking about the residents of Ash Dust Town suffering from hunger because of the threat of the mutated beasts feels like a knife cutting through my heart. Bayi, who had already walked several meters ahead, urged impatiently, as if Tanjia were the one constantly delaying.
Tanjia took a deep breath, silently following with his underlings, his heart
surging with murderous intent. He was almost at his limit. Once Bayi killed the mutated beasts, he swore to finish Bayi off immediately, otherwise, he would die of frustration sooner or later. After a long while, the group finally arrived at the walls of Ash Dust Town. Rather than calling it a city wall, it was more like a dirt wall cobbled together with mud, bricks, and barbed wire. Though crude, it was surprisingly effective. Brother Bayi, it's been 3 days, and you're looking even more impressive. Wang Shi greeted with a cheerful smile from atop the wall, completely ignoring Tanjia. Now, after freshening up, Bayi was in the prime of his youth, full of vigor. Despite his tattered appearance, his unique energy was undeniable. Bayi glanced at Wang Shi and said indifferently, call me Deputy Commander Bai. He appeared indifferent, showing no regard for King Snake, the leader of the Western District. This behavior, however, made Tanjia feel somewhat relieved. It turned out that Bayi was not specifically targeting him but treated everyone the same way. King Snake narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly assessing the situation. He had heard about Bayi's attitude toward Tanjia over the past few days, and their discord suited him perfectly. What he feared most was the two of them getting along like close brothers, which would significantly increase the pressure on the Western District. Logically speaking, if Bayi and Tanjia were at odds, he should at least treat King Snake, the leader of the Western District, with a better attitude. After all, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Yet, to his surprise, Bayi treated him the same way, which was thought-provoking. Could it be that this young man was blinded by the power of the forbidden artifact? Did he think that possessing the artifact made him invincible, so he disregarded the two leaders entirely? Or perhaps he was deliberately acting aloof, pretending to be arrogant to lower others' guard? In truth, Bayi was not hiding his strength. He was simply arrogant, with his eyes set only on the leader of the settlement. He hadn't even considered King Snake before, let alone now, 3 days later. Saying after 3 days apart, one must look at a person with new eyes couldn't be more fitting for Bayi, because as of today, 3 days later, his time reserve had reached 3 minutes and 50 seconds. What does 3 minutes and 50 seconds mean? It means Bayi could instantly kill King Snake, Tanjia, and their subordinates. This was also why he disdained forming alliances with King Snake and Tanjia. To ordinary people, the leaders of a settlement of 800 people might seem like untouchable figures with the power of life and death. But to him, everyone sitting here was nothing but trash. The reason he hadn't acted yet was not because Bayi was kind-hearted. Although he came from a civilized world, he was not a good person. The crimes King Snake and Tanjia had committed in the town over the years were enough to warrant their deaths 100 times over. Killing such people posed no psychological burden for him. The main reason was the mutated beasts. The mutated beasts were not just one but a group, and Bayi needed King Snake and Tanjie to assist him in dealing with them. Otherwise, if the mutated beasts breached the town, he too would be doomed. At this moment, Tanjie handed over a worn-out tactical binoculars. The mutated beasts are hiding nearby. These bastards never come within 100 meters of Grey Soil Town. They just circle outside, and as soon as anyone dares to go out, they launch an attack. Bayi took the binoculars, his gaze falling on a desolate expanse of land. The yellow-brown ground was cracked into countless ferocious scars, and the howling wind swept up clouds of dust. In such a geographical environment, no plants should have been able to survive, yet scattered across the ground were weeds, withered trees, and even patches of shrubs. These were mutated plants, though their level of mutation was not severe enough to turn them into living entities akin to forbidden objects. Through the binoculars, Bayi scanned the land and quickly caught sight of several pairs of crimson eyes in a shrub about half a person's height, 100 meters away. The howling wind pressed down the shrubs, revealing their full appearance. Hyenas. These mutated beasts were originally hyenas that had undergone aberration. Their once brown fur had fallen off in large patches, replaced by grayish-purple tumors, covering their bodies. The surface of the tumors was riddled with vein-like protrusions, and their claws and fangs were as sharp as blades. Why are there only so few of them? Bayi asked, lowering the binoculars. These mutated beasts are just scouts sent by the Hyena King to keep an eye on us and prevent us from escaping, Tanjie explained. These pups aren't lacking in intelligence. What's your battle plan? Leave the city. Wang Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the hyenas hidden in the bushes. Tanjie and I will each lead an elite team, and you'll come with us. When the time comes, we'll engage the hyenas in combat, and you use Breath of Bones to take them down. Why do we have to leave the city? Bayi asked, slightly surprised. Can't we lure them over here and shoot them from a higher vantage point? King Snake shook his head. We've tried that before. We once sent someone as bait to lure the hyenas within 100 meters, then opened fire. We did manage to kill a few hyenas, but after that, the hyenas got smarter. No matter how we tried to lure them, they wouldn't recklessly approach anymore. So, we have no choice but to go out of the city to confront them. Bait? Bayi's heart stirred slightly. He didn't need to think to know the fate of those used as bait. They had surely ended up as food for the hyenas. In the wasteland, the least valuable thing was human life. Then what are we waiting for? Men, follow your commander out of the city to face the enemy. Bayi waved his large hand and took the lead, heading toward the city gate. He could hardly wait to test the power of the forbidden object. King Snake and Tanjie exchanged a knowing glance, then silently called their subordinates to follow Bayi out of the city gate. Soon, a group of more than 30 people marched out of the city in a grand procession. The underlings gripped their guns tightly, their eyes darting around nervously, fearing that a hyena might suddenly leap out from some corner. They formed a protective circle around Bayi, King Snake, and Tanjie, advancing cautiously. Faced with this scene, the hyenas in the distance appeared indifferent until they were 100 meters away from the city wall. Suddenly, a few hyenas in the bushes began barking madly. Roar, roar, roar. More and more beastly roars echoed in the air. On the horizon at the edge of their vision, yellow sand swirled in the sky, and within that sandstorm, countless black dots gradually emerged. 1, 2, 3. Over 50 hyenas came charging from afar. Their size far exceeded that of ordinary hyenas, almost as massive as fully grown bulls. The ground resounded with the dense drumming of their galloping, causing a slight tremor that reverberated through the earth and into the hearts of Tanjie and the others. Fire! Tanjie shouted, his firearm firing first, as if signaling the start of the battle, instantly igniting the entire battlefield. Facing the oncoming hyenas, more than 30 people raised their guns in unison and fired wildly, weaving a web of bullets that blanketed the hyenas. No one held back on ammunition, and no one chose to retreat, because everyone understood that if they couldn't deal with these hyenas, they would eventually be trapped and die in this desolate town. It was precisely this life and death crisis that compelled the leaders of the eastern and western districts to unite without reservation. The barrage of bullets temporarily halted the hyenas' charge, but Bayi did not fire. The reason was the distance, too far, and his marksmanship was not particularly good. He couldn't afford to waste his vitality using forbidden items and could only wait for the hyenas to get closer. He observed silently, deeply feeling the power of these mutated beasts. These aberrant flesh and blood creatures were utterly unafraid of bullets from conventional firearms. The bullets could only break the hyena's skin, though blood splattered everywhere, making it look gruesome. The wounds were merely superficial and not fatal. Unless a large number of bullets could simultaneously target a single hyena, or by sheer luck hit its eye socket, it was extremely difficult to kill them. Tanjie and the others had only a few dozen guns, and their ammunition was limited, making it impossible to achieve heavy fire suppression. They could only rely on the devastating power of the Breath of Bones. After a round of volleys, everyone hurriedly reloaded, giving the hyenas a chance to close the distance rapidly. At that moment, a hyena suddenly leaped out from behind a withered tree and viciously bit down on the arm of a man from the eastern district. Ah! The man's shrill screams rang out, completely unaware of the hyena that had silently crept up on him. Panic and terror swept through the crowd in an instant, and the difference between those with professional training and those without became painfully obvious. In their panic, people fired their guns blindly, not only missing the hyena, but accidentally killing the person it had bitten. Bayi, shoot, now! Tanjia shouted urgently. Bayi calmly chambered around, his cold gaze and the barrel of his gun locking onto the hyena at the same time. Address me as Deputy Commander Bayi, he replied icily. Bang! As the roar of breath of bones echoed, his voice overlapped with the shot. The bullet, gleaming with a sinister crimson light, tore through the air like a bloody meteor, leaving a long trail as it slammed into the hyena. Boom! The hyena's head exploded instantly, like a watermelon dropped from the 10th floor, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. The power of the blood-red bullet didn't stop there, it continued on, shattering the massive dead tree behind the hyena in half. So this is the power of a forbidden object? Tanjia was utterly shocked. Even as a gene-modified human whose body far surpassed that of an ordinary person, he knew that if he took a shot like that, there was no way he could survive. A surge of murderous intent toward Bayi rose in his heart again, but when he saw Bayi's pale complexion and ragged breathing, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, such tremendous power came with severe side effects. With Bayi's build, there's no way he could handle more than a few shots. Bayi panted heavily. At the moment he fired the shot, he felt as if his body had been completely drained, like he had donated blood continuously for 3 days. If it weren't for the meat he had eaten in the past few days to replenish himself, he might have blacked out on the spot. However, the instant the hyena was shot dead, a warm current surged through his body from the breath of bones, spreading throughout him. In that moment, not only was the blood and energy he had lost restored, but it even seemed to slightly enhance him. The exhilarating sensation of his physical condition improving gave him a jolt of energy. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and aimed at the nearest hyena. Bang! The gunshot roared again, and the crimson bullet struck the hyena with pinpoint accuracy. This wasn't due to Bayi's exceptional marksmanship, but rather because the charging hyena had already been hit by several bullets. Its movements slowed significantly. The warm current surged through his body once more, and Bayi's eyes grew even brighter, the wildness and defiance in his gaze fully ignited. If he didn't need to maintain a certain demeanor, he would have laughed out loud. Bang! 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 He fired continuously, and the number of corpses around him kept increasing, not just the bodies of hyenas, but also those of his subordinates. More and more hyenas appeared, and even the two commanders, who usually held themselves above such battles, joined the fray. King Snake tore off his shirt, revealing a mechanical arm glinting with a cold metallic sheen. The hydraulic rods emitted a sharp screech, and the silver-white alloy framework instantly unfolded. The mechanical arm completed its energy charge in just 0.3 seconds. With a single punch, the force of his fist compressed the surrounding air into transparent ripples. Bang! A hyena's skull caved in instantly, and its body was sent flying several meters. Although the hyena was severely injured, it fearlessly got back up from the ground and charged again. Tanjia roared furiously, the hairs on his body rapidly thickening and hardening. The black bristles became his perfect suit of armor, allowing him to hold his own in close combat with the hyenas. With his newfound defensive strength, Tanjia even had the capacity to observe Bayi amidst the chaos. Seeing Bayi continuously firing, Tanjia was overjoyed. Could this kid have gone mad with killing, using breath of bones so recklessly? At this rate, he might be drained into a dried corpse in just a few days. Tanjia had initially thought that if Bayi deliberately slacked off, he would have to force him into action even at gunpoint. But to his surprise, Bayi was working so hard. Tanjia chuckled inwardly. At this pace, he wouldn't even need to deal with Bayi afterward. This kid would end up killing himself. However, after laughing for a while, his smile gradually faded because Bayi was still shooting. Did this kid not care about his life anymore? The number of hyenas was still overwhelming. The 50 that appeared earlier were just the vanguard, and the main force led by the hyena king had yet to show up. Looking at Bayi, whose face was pale and body swaying unsteadily, Tanjia couldn't help but feel alarmed. He had never intended to annihilate the hyenas in one go but planned to fight a war of attrition, gradually wearing down the pack. In his view, Bayi could die, but not now. There were still several days of battles ahead. Bayi. Oh no, Deputy Commander Bayi, today's results are remarkable. We can retreat now and fight again tomorrow. Tanji shouted. He had thought Bayi would comply, but to his surprise, the pale-faced young man roared angrily, retreat? The enemy isn't defeated yet. Let me see who dares take a step back. Kill them all. That overwhelming, wild killing intent left Tanjia momentarily stunned. How had he not noticed before that this kid had such a strong thirst for blood? This was clearly a case of being blinded by the frenzy of killing. Deputy
Deputy Commander Bayi, there are too many hyenas.
The main force behind them likely numbers over 100. Of the 30+ people we brought, only a little over 20 are left. We can't rush this, the brothers are barely holding on, and King Snake's mechanical arm is almost out of energy.
If we keep fighting, bullshit, 20 against 100, the advantage is ours.
Old Tan, if you dare to shake the troops' morale again, I'll shoot you first.
Bayi was in the heat of battle, his physical abilities continuously improving. How could he possibly retreat?
Faced with Bayi's furious glare, Tanjia was both shocked
and angry, feeling an absurd sense of disbelief. Who's the commander here, me or you?
You, a deputy commander without real authority, what's with this?
Suicidal behavior?
Despite his anger, Tanjia had no choice but to suppress it and patiently try to persuade him. Deputy Commander Bayi, please listen to me.
Not listening, Tanjia. This is utterly absurd. You're almost drained dry, and you still want to kill?
Watching Bayi struggle to even stand, Tanjia was burning with anger.
If you want to die, don't drag us down with you.
After killing the pack of hyenas, no one will stop you, but right now, you absolutely cannot die.
Just a few minutes ago, he
had desperately wanted Bayi to open fire, but now he desperately hoped Bayi would retreat. Just as he was about to forcibly take Bayi away, suddenly, Bayi seemed
completely drained, staggering, and collapsing to the ground.
Tanjia was startled, enduring the hyena's bites as he rushed to Bayi's side, terrified that he might die.
Deputy Commander Bayi, are you okay?
Bayi grabbed Tanjia's arm, his pale face full of determination.
His trembling lips uttered, help me up, I can still fight.
As he finished speaking, he roared furiously, pulling himself up by Tanjia's
arm, raising the breath of bones, and bang bang bang, firing away. Tanjia was completely stunned. Is this guy insane? The aftereffects of the poisonous mushroom haven't worn off yet? Deputy Commander Bayi, take it easy. You really can't keep fighting. If you do, you'll die.
Seeing Bayi's stubbornness, Tanjia decisively grabbed him, trying to pull him back.
Bayi struggled desperately, roaring, Old Tan, let go of me. I must kill all these bastards. Deputy Commander Bayi, we really can't fight anymore. Please retreat, I'm begging you.
Tanjia pleaded with a hint of desperation in his tone.
Retreat? Retreat to where?
Now that we're surrounded by a pack of dogs, I have no way out. The only option left is to burn our boats and fight to the death.
Men, charge for me.
Bayi, big brother,
what nonsense are you talking about? Grey Dust Town is right behind us, just a few hundred meters away, and we'll be home.
Tanjia was so anxious he was about to cry. Without waiting for Bayi's consent, he grabbed him and started running. Bayi was furious and gave Tanjia a few hard smacks, mainly because the latter's body was covered in bristles, with fewer on his face.
Behind me are the 800 residents of Grey Dust Town. As their commander, I can't lead them to their deaths without a fight. Do you expect me to stand by and watch them starve to death in the town?
Tanjia, who had been slapped several times, was burning with anger and was just about to explode when suddenly, rumble, the sound of thousands of galloping horses came from
the distant yellow sands.
Several ferocious black shadows rapidly approached under the cover of the sandstorm, and the leading shadow was terrifyingly tall, over 2 meters high.
Hyena King. Tanjia's face turned pale with fright.
Without a second thought, he hoisted Bayi onto his back and ran for his life. But Bayi was still shouting passionately,
Let me go. I must fight the Hyena King to the death.
Behind us, the smoke from 10,000 homes still
lingers, the cries of children still echo in our ears.
Today, the weapons in our hands are the last barrier protecting this earthly flame of life. Tanjia remains silent, only running desperately. They call me Deputy Commander Bayi.
This is not just a title, but a responsibility. Even if I die in battle today, my broken body will become bricks and stones of the city wall, forging a flesh and blood great wall to fend off the hyenas.
Tanjia was numbed by this impassioned roar, secretly thinking, this guy must have been poisoned by some toxic mushrooms and completely lost his mind. Every inch of land beneath our feet holds the seeds of the people. Every piece of armor on our shoulders carries the light of 10,000 homes. Only through battle.
Deputy Commander Bayi, stop shouting, we're home.
Tanjia set Bayi down on the ground. Bayi, who had been passionately shouting, froze for a
moment, then looked around blankly. Grey Dust Town? They're back?
He had gotten so carried away with his shouting that he hadn't even noticed they had
arrived home.
In fact, at first, he just wanted to find an excuse not to retreat and kill a few more hyenas, but the brutality, bloodshed, and wails of the battlefield had triggered a surge of adrenaline, flooding his mind with excitement, and before he knew it, he had gotten too into character. Close the door quickly, shouted Wang Shi, his body covered in blood. His subordinates and the townspeople, who had been waiting inside, hurriedly
shut the city gates. The heavy ironclad wooden doors, studded with dense, thick iron nails, became a formidable barrier against the hyenas. Don't close the door. Let us in. Boss, we're still outside. Please open the door for us.
A few injured underlings, unable to move quickly, were left outside the gates. Moments later, ferocious snarls and agonized screams rang out, accompanied by the chilling sounds of chewing. The horrifying noises left the survivors pale-faced stone-faced, their hearts gripped with terror. Some people showed expressions of reluctance, turning their heads away as their eyes reddened uncontrollably. The people locked outside the city were their brothers who had lived with them for many years. Yet now, separated by a single gate, it was a matter of life and death. Even though the hyena king was still far away and they had a chance to retreat to Grey Dust Town, Wang Shi and Tan Jie were completely unwilling to take any risks, directly shutting them out. Such actions left people feeling cold. Perhaps no one dared to say anything, but this matter would always loom over everyone's hearts like a dark cloud. "Open the city gate. I'm going to save them." The boy's passionate voice was like a golden sword, piercing through the dark clouds in everyone's hearts. The residents involved in the defense, as well as Wang Shi and the others, turned back in astonishment. Countless gazes focused on Bayi's resolute face, each with a different expression. Seeing no one respond, Bayi said nothing more, pulling out the breath of bones and heading straight for the city gate. This action startled Tan Jie, who hurriedly stepped forward to block his path. "Deputy Commander Bai, you absolutely cannot go out. The hyena king is right outside. Step aside, old Tan." Bayi said coldly, "The brothers outside, whether from the East District or the West District, are all citizens of Ash Dust Town. As long as I am the deputy commander, I will protect them at all costs." If someone else had said this, Tan Jie would have thought they were bluffing, but hearing it from Bayi, he couldn't help but believe it. If he hadn't pulled Bayi back just in time earlier, this kid would probably still be out there fighting desperately. "Deputy Commander Bai, it's not that I don't want you to save them, but they're already dead. Listen, even the screams have stopped," Tan Jie said, sweating anxiously. "Then I'll go collect their bodies," Bayi replied. "Tan Jie, can't you understand human language?" Wang Shi and the others surrounded him, trying their best to persuade Bayi not to go out. Bayi let out a long sigh. He understood that today it was destined to be impossible to kill the hyenas. His vitality had not increased, and he left in disappointment. The crowd watched his figure grow smaller and smaller in the distance. For some reason, they felt that his back looked particularly lonely. After a long silence, Tan Jie spat heavily on the ground and cursed angrily, "Madman. That kid is a complete and utter madman. You don't know, if I hadn't dragged him back, he would have already been drained dry and killed by the forbidden object out there." No one responded to his angry outburst. The crowd silently threw stones from the city wall to drive away the hyenas outside, but a different thought began to stir in their hearts. They believed Bayi was indeed a madman, because in this wasteland, only a madman would risk his life to protect people who had nothing to do with him. Bayi's furious roars outside the city just now had been heard by all of them and etched into their hearts. However, they also felt that this madman was 100, even 1,000 times better than the two current leaders. These people, born in the era of catastrophe and unfamiliar with civilization, did not know that 100 years ago, in the age of civilization, people would have called someone like him a hero. In a shadowed corner where no one was paying attention, a pair of eyes quietly disappeared along with Bayi's fading figure. Bayi returned to his temporary residence, took off his shirt, and walked to the mirror. The once thin and emaciated body had now been replaced by streamlined muscles. In the recent battle, he had shot down 12 hyenas, and the breath of bones had returned 12 streams of vitality. With the infusion of these 12 streams of vitality, his long malnourished body finally showed signs of new life. Feeling the power surging within him, the corners of Bayi's mouth lifted slightly. Although his physique still couldn't compare to the genetically modified Tan Jie, it had at least surpassed that of an average adult male. Just think, this was only from hunting 12 mutated hyenas. If he were to eliminate nearly 100 hyenas and the hyena king, how much stronger would his body become? What truly excited Bayi was not just the enhancement of his physique, but more importantly, the fact that he could save more time. The reasoning was simple. In 1 minute of frozen time, a frail person could run 300 meters, while a strong person could run 500 meters or even more. This meant that within the same amount of time, his work efficiency was greatly improved, indirectly saving time. Not enough. The strength is still not enough. I need more power. The flames of ambition flickered in the young man's eyes. He understood that freezing time could only be considered a trump card, a tool to help him gain more strength. Because time was limited, every bit used was a bit less remaining. Therefore, he had to use the limited time to exchange for more power. Only in this way could he ensure that when the time was exhausted one day, he would still have the ability to protect himself. In the perilous wasteland, only strength was the ultimate truth. Here, there were not only various mutated beasts but also powerful gene modifiers, mechanical augmenters, and even more mysterious transcendence. This was an era where the strong ruled everything. From the memories of his predecessor, he had witnessed too many bloody events. Killing? It was nothing new. A piece of blackened bread, a bottle of murky water, or even just a glance could become a motive for murder. "I'm hungry, and you happen to have food in your hands. Sorry, but you have to die. You say you live in peace and avoid conflict with anyone? Wait until the slaver squads come knocking. They will show you the true meaning of despair." Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door interrupted Bayi's thoughts. "Deputy Commander Bai, the hyena
hyena pack has retreated. The commander is holding a victory feast and requests your presence. The moment Bayi heard there was a feast, his eyes lit up. After a long battle, he was just hungry. He opened the door, and in an instant, his acting skills kicked in. His body went limp as he leaned against the subordinate who had knocked on the door. The subordinate was startled. "Deputy Commander Bai, you help me over there," Bayi said weakly. The young man glanced at Bai's frail expression and recalled the moment when he had risked everything earlier. A sense of admiration arose in his heart, and he quickly and respectfully helped Bayi. The celebration banquet was still held at the Tavern. The gray soil town was so impoverished that this was the only tavern available. Inside the tavern, dozens of people raised their glasses in revelry. For these wasteland dwellers, living for the moment and drinking while they could was the greatest luxury. They had no time to mourn those who had passed, as the next one could very well be themselves. It was better to fully enjoy the present moment. This time, the banquet not only included Tan Jie but also the West District leader, Wang Shi. The two leaders shared a table, raising their glasses in celebration, smiling brightly, and chatting happily. However, who could tell how much sincerity or deceit lay behind those smiles? Bayi really stole the spotlight this time. "I noticed the way people from both the East and West districts were looking at him has changed," Wang Shi said, taking a small sip of his drink, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. "Humph," Tan Jie snorted coldly, clearly catching the underlying meaning in the other's words. "After all, the ones who understand you best are often not your friends, but your enemies. Don't bother trying to sow discord. You know exactly what kind of person Bayi is. That kid's brain has been poisoned by toxic mushrooms. He's gone mad. A madman won't submit to anyone. In other words, he has no place in my East District, and the same goes for your West District." The King Cobra nodded in agreement. He had long discerned the answer from Bai's gaze. Neither he nor Tan Jie had ever been taken seriously by Bayi. At first, he thought it was just youthful arrogance, believing that possessing a forbidden item would allow him to dominate the world. Now he understood this wasn't youthful arrogance, but youthful madness. Truly insane. "What do you plan to do? Need any help?" the King Cobra asked with a smile. Tan Jie shot him a cold glance. "I don't need your help. This lunatic will end up playing himself to death. I think your offer to help is fake. You're just looking for a chance to get your hands on Breath of the Bones. There's no need to put it so harshly. After all, we're all from the same gray dust town. Infighting leads nowhere. Haven't you noticed? The world is becoming increasingly unstable. Dawn City has been frequently deploying troops, raiding people from various settlements. War is probably coming. If we don't unite and cooperate, we'll end up with no place to bury our dead. So, in my opinion, once Bayi is dead and the hyena pack is dealt with, we should take Breath of the Bones to Dawn City and sell it. We'll split the money evenly. You can buy an advanced version of the genetic serum, and I'll upgrade the mechanical devices on my body. Only with strength can we ensure our survival." A trace of gloom flashed in Tan Jie's eyes. As the leader of the Eastern District, he was like an ant in the eyes of the colossal Dawn City. If war were to break out, Gray Soil Town would be no different from cannon fodder. Wang Shi continued, "Have you ever considered that the sudden appearance of the hyena pack this time might be related to Dawn City?" "Oh, what do you mean by that?" "Deputy Leader Bai has arrived." A loud voice echoed through the Tavern. Dozens of eyes turned toward the entrance, where the frail Bayi slowly walked in, supported by a subordinate. The subordinate, his face flushed, whispered, "Deputy Leader Bai, I've already called out as you instructed. Don't forget to reward me with a piece of meat later." Feeling the attention of the crowd, Bayi contentedly patted the subordinate's shoulder. "Don't worry, I've already forgotten." "Ah, Deputy Commander Bai, you're finally here. How are you? In good health, I hope." Tan Jie greeted him with a beaming smile and personally helped Bayi to his seat. "Do I look like I'm in good health to you?" Bayi glared at Tan Jie unhappily. Tan Jie was unfazed. Ever since he accepted the fact that Bayi was a madman, his mindset had become surprisingly calm. Not only did he not mind being scolded by Bayi, but he wasn't even angry about the dozen or so slaps he'd received earlier. Sit down, sit down." Bayi sat directly between Tan Jie and Wang Shi, exuding the demeanor of a boss. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and bring the wine and meat." The wine and meat were quickly brought over, charred roasted meat, without any culinary finesse, relying solely on the most basic ingredients. But Bayi ate with great relish. There was no helping it. This body had rarely ever had a full meal. "Eat slowly, don't choke," Tan Jie said with a cheerful smile as he poured the wine. Watching Bayi eat meat now, he didn't feel the least bit distressed. On the contrary, he wished Bayi would eat more to replenish his vitality. This kid really risked his life when it came to fighting. While eating meat, Bayi mumbled indistinctly, "What were you two talking about just now? Were you secretly bad-mouthing me behind my back? How is that possible? You're the hero, we can't praise you enough." "We were just talking about the hyena pack." King Snake picked up the conversation. "This hyena pack appeared suddenly, and I suspect it has something to do with the recent movements in Dawn City." "Oh?" Bayi raised an eyebrow. "Tell me more." He had, of course, heard of
of Dawn City. To be precise, almost everyone in the entire Grey Soil Town knew of Dawn City. It was the Holy Land in the hearts of Grey Soil Town's residents. Legend has it that the people there all have enough to eat, access to education, and clean water to bathe in every day. The women are all stunningly beautiful, with delicate and fair skin, completely unlike the people of the wasteland, whose skin is rough from constant exposure to the elements. Here's the situation. Wang Shi organized his thoughts and slowly began. Recently, Dawn City has been frequently deploying its army and slave hunting squads, wantonly raiding the populations of major towns, seemingly preparing for war. Bayi nodded slightly. The wasteland was not home to just one large city like Dawn City. A century had passed since the Great Cataclysm, and humanity had gradually recovered during this time. Large cities had risen across the wasteland, and various factions vied for dominance, with warlords carving out their territories. What does this have to do with the hyena pack? From what I know, the hyena pack originally roamed near Black Mountain. Although they've mutated into aberrant beasts, their animal instincts remain, and their strong territorial awareness means they usually wouldn't leave Black Mountain easily. Now that they've suddenly appeared in Grey Dust Town, I suspect something must have happened in Black Mountain. When I was trading supplies in Dawn City earlier, I overheard people there mentioning that Dawn City's army had been frequently entering Black Mountain. So I think Dawn City wants to seize Black Mountain, a strategic location, to prepare for war, Wang Shi explained. Could it really be that war is imminent? Or maybe Dawn City is just trying to clear out the aberrant beasts in Black Mountain? Tan Jia let out a cold laugh. Deputy Commander Bai, you really overestimate Dawn City. You've never been there, so you don't understand the true nature of those people. Compared to wastelanders, who live on the edge of a knife, the people in the city are the real predators, devouring others without leaving a trace. Those bigwigs would never do anything unprofitable. If the major factions could unite to deal with the aberrant beasts, those damned monsters would have been wiped out long ago. But because of their endless infighting, none of them are willing to waste manpower clearing aberrant beasts outside their own territories. Some factions even deliberately leave the aberrant beasts as a buffer zone between themselves and other forces. Bayi smiled faintly, feeling that this was exactly his inherent impression of humans. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Wang Shi changed the subject. The affairs of those big shots have nothing to do with us. The most important thing right now is to deal with the pack of hyenas. Deputy Commander Bai, can you still fight tomorrow? I can. I must. Bayi was already eager. No. Tan Jia quickly stopped him. You've already overexerted yourself today. You should rest for another day. Actually, the food in Grey Dust Town can last a few more days, so there's no rush. He was genuinely afraid that something might happen to Bayi during the battle. If that happened, who would deal with the hyena king? Couldn't they see that Bayi now needed someone to help him walk? Old Tan. Bayi suddenly slammed the table, his voice loud enough to drown out the noise of the tavern. Everyone in the tavern stopped what they were doing and looked toward the three commanders, and the atmosphere instantly quieted down. Seeing this familiar scene, Tan Jia felt a headache coming on. Deputy Commander Bai, you. What do you mean, you? As the old saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Stop, you're always so talkative. I can't out-argue you, but don't forget, I'm the commander. You must rest tomorrow, Tan Jia said firmly. Bayi stared at Tan Jia intently and said word by word, Old Tan, you will regret this. With that, he picked up his food and drink and turned to leave. Hey, someone quickly help Vice Commander Bai. Night fell. Bayi lay comfortably on his bed, but his mind kept replaying the conversations he had with Tan Jia and Wang Shi earlier that day. War was imminent. A sense of crisis surged within him. War was not a dinner party, it was a life and death struggle. Although he could stop time, the question was whether he could react in time. The speed of a bullet was far faster than his thoughts. If a real battle broke out, with tens of thousands of soldiers firing their guns, he might not even have the chance to escape the battlefield within a minute. Then there were cannons, sniper rifles, tanks. In the chaos of battle, he couldn't rely on time stopping indefinitely. There simply wasn't enough time. The small town of Grey Dust was nominally under the jurisdiction of Dawn City. Once war began, would other factions spare Grey Dust Town? Who knew if one day, while he was asleep, a few shells might suddenly fall from the sky, leaving him no time to activate time stopping and killing him instantly? Who could he reason with then? Even if he remained constantly vigilant and assumed he was sharp enough to detect all attacks in advance and use time stopping to evade them, how many times could he dodge? Was he supposed to waste all his time on this? No, this wouldn't do. The wasteland was far too unsafe. He had to find a secure place to better accumulate time. Thinking of this, Bayi began to consider Dawn City. If he could enter Dawn City, it would at least be much safer than staying in the wasteland. Even if war broke out, and even if Dawn City were to fall, the citizens within the city would be the last to suffer. At that point, I could easily escape in advance, without having to live in constant fear on the wasteland, facing mutated beasts one day, battling guns and cannons the next, and enduring food shortages the day after. Sizzle. A
faint sound of friction suddenly echoed in the room. Bayi, whose train of thought was interrupted, narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, the window. His window had opened by itself. That's right, he wasn't mistaken. There was no one outside, no wind, yet strangely, the window seemed to have been gently pushed open by an invisible giant hand. Bayi's expression remained unchanged as he continued lying on the bed, calmly watching the window. Faced with such a supernatural phenomenon, he didn't even reach for the breath of bones by his pillow, knowing full well that it would be useless. He waited quietly, ready to activate his time-stopping ability the moment any danger arose. After about 30 seconds, a yellowed piece of letter paper floated in through the window despite the absence of wind, hovering steadily in front of Bayi before coming to a halt. On it was a line of blood-red text. Tonight at midnight, come alone to the northern woods of the town to meet me. Do not alert anyone, this concerns your life. Shit, what the hell are you doing? The floating letter and the blood-red handwriting, such an eerie scene, not only failed to scare Bayi but instead stirred the ferocity within him. With his 3 minutes and 50 seconds of time manipulation ability, he would dare slap even a god, let alone deal with this situation. Time freeze. Buzz. A massive golden clock face emerged beneath Bayi, as if it were a divine command, instantly halting the flow of time. He sprang up from the bed, gripping the breath of bones, as he charged toward the window. In his dark, shadowy eyes burned a defiant flame. Bringing a lousy piece of paper to scare me in the dead of night? Whether you're human or ghost, tonight I won't let you off the hook. Consider it bad luck for being born twisted and hiding so well. Outside the window, Bayi looked around and quickly locked onto a suspicious figure crouching in the corner of the wall. The person had their bandaged right hand raised high, with their index finger and thumb pinching the air, as if holding an invisible letter. Well, it's you, isn't it? He rushed over, and as the distance closed, he took a closer look under the moonlight. Oh, it turned out to be someone he knew, Magic Hand Liu. Bayi had heard of Liu before. Rumor had it that his right hand was broken by King Snake and left to fend for itself. Unexpectedly, he appeared here in the middle of the night. Transcendent? These 3 words flashed through Bayi's mind. Although he had never seen a transcendent before, he had heard some legends. Compared to genetic modifiers and mechanical modifiers, transcendent individuals were far more mysterious and rare. It was said that transcendents possessed various extraordinary abilities, and the strange power Liu was displaying at this moment was very similar to that of a transcendent. He speculated that Liu's ability must be related to his right hand, as the posture of crouching in the corner with his right hand raised was simply too peculiar. To verify his guess, Bayi began to feel along Liu's right hand. Sure enough, he discovered something unusual. Liu's right hand extended into an invisible, intangible giant hand, as hard as steel. This invisible hand was at least 3 meters long. At this thought, Bayi immediately understood. The window was opened by Liu using an invisible giant hand, and the letter was also delivered by this hand, which is why it was floating in the air. Fine, you dare to play tricks on me? Time resumes. Liu rubbed his sore right hand with his left, muttering to himself, that kid should have finished reading by now, right? Why is there no reaction at all? Logically, he should at least be scared enough to jump out of bed. Could he have fallen asleep? At that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind Liu. I'm not asleep, but I know you'll be resting forever very soon. Click. It was the sound of a bullet being loaded. The cold barrel of a gun pressed against Liu's head. Liu's body instantly froze, his face changing drastically. Bayi, don't move. If your right hand dares to come down even for a moment, I guarantee you won't see tomorrow's sun. Liu became increasingly stiff. His right hand, which he had just been about to lower, froze in place, and he silently cursed in his heart. Damn it, this guy has discovered my ability. He had planned to use his invisible right hand to restrain Bayi, feeling smug and confident that even if Bayi had forbidden items, he would be caught off guard by an unseen hand. Unexpectedly, his ability was seen through in an instant. You didn't fall asleep? Liu tried to stall for time while frantically thinking of a countermeasure. Ha! Bayi's cold laugh echoed from behind him. You've never gone to the bathroom in the middle of the night? These words were completely unbelievable to Liu, because before he opened the window, he had deliberately glanced over and noticed that Bayi was still on the bed. Therefore, Bayi could not have discovered him because of a trip to the bathroom. Instead, the moment the window opened, Bayi rushed out of the room without hesitation and silently appeared behind him while Liu was placing the letter. No wonder there had been no response. For so long while he held up the letter, Bayi had already come out. This was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Bayi's way of thinking was truly unconventional. A normal person, upon seeing an open window, would likely pause and ponder the source of the anomaly, right? How could someone be so reckless as to charge out the moment they noticed something unusual? In the dead of night, wasn't he afraid of running into a ghost? Liu, oh, no, I suppose I should call you Li Zua now. Bayi slowly pointed a gun at Liu's head. The cold muzzle repeatedly touched him, sending chills down Liu's spine. He hurriedly said, Bayi, actually call me Deputy Commander Bai. Bayi mercilessly kicked him, cutting him off. Liu froze for a moment, a
trace of anger flashing across his face, but he quickly corrected himself. Deputy Commander Bayi, I truly mean no harm. I just have an important matter to discuss. Oh, a dangerous curve appeared at the corner of Bayi's mouth. What a coincidence. You mean no harm, but I certainly do. Do you know what I hate the most? People wasting my time. Because of your unreasonable actions, you've wasted 10 precious seconds of my life. 10 seconds. Do you know how many 10 seconds there are in a lifetime? Liu didn't realize that Bayi's 10 seconds referred to the moment of time stopping. He thought it meant the time it took to walk out of the room. He paused for a moment and cautiously said, if a person lives to be 60 years old, they would have approximately 189,216,000 10-second intervals in their lifetime. You son of a bang! Bayi kicked Liu again, almost causing him to fall in an embarrassing heap. You think you're so good at math, huh? You think I can't calculate that myself? Do I need you to tell me? Bayi could indeed calculate it, but not as quickly as Liu. He would need to find a piece of paper and a pen. I'll give you 3 seconds to give me a reason not to kill you. Liu hurriedly said, I'm here to help you. Are you even worthy? I am a transcendent. Bang! Another kick. Bayi shouted angrily, what are you showing off for? What's so great about being a transcendent? No, what I mean is, don't you want to know how I became a transcendent? Then you promise. Alright, I promise not to kill you. Bayi interrupted. Liu's heart skipped a beat, and he hesitated before saying, you agreed so quickly. It doesn't give me any sense of security. Then let's do it again. Liu. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and slowly said, after the wheel of fate lost to you, King Snake, in a fit of rage, crippled my right hand and left me to fend for myself. The skill of the magic hand was something I had honed for over 10 years and relied on to make a living. When my right hand was destroyed, I was filled with thoughts of death. But then I remembered my mother back home, waiting for me to make something of myself and return in glory. A flame ignited in my heart, and I swore I would never let my mother down. I had to survive. At that moment, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my brain, as if something was stirring inside my head. When the pain subsided, I discovered that my right hand, which had suffered a comminuted fracture, was beginning to heal. Although it couldn't lift heavy objects, it could at least perform simple movements. Moreover, an invisible arm had grown out of my right hand. I see. Bayi nodded seriously. It seems the prerequisite for becoming a transcendent is first losing your right hand. Liu still need a mom. Liu. He was now absolutely certain that Bayi was a lunatic. Previously, he had been skeptical when people talked about Bayi's behavior on the battlefield, but now he believed it completely. What kind of nonsense was this? Deputy Commander Bayi, the key point isn't about moms or right hands, but rather the transformation of the mind. Simply put, it's about experiencing a major shock that leads to mental distortion and mutation, ultimately awakening as a transcendent being. Bayi nodded. Of course, he knew that moms and right hands had little to do with each other. He had just been making a small joke earlier. Unfortunately, these savages didn't understand humor. He had heard from other wasteland hunters that during the era of the Great Cataclysm, whether it was people or objects, even if they appeared normal, they had undergone some degree of distortion and mutation to varying extents. It's just that the degree of alienation in normal people is relatively mild, making it difficult to detect. But this is like a seed buried deep within everyone, ready to sprout once conditions are ripe. Liu, as an extraordinary individual, is a clear example. In other words, in a civilized era, even if the mind is stimulated, it would at most lead to mental illness. However, in the era of catastrophe, it might result in becoming an extraordinary being. Thinking about it carefully is chilling. Could it be that all extraordinary individuals have the potential for mental illness? His heart trembled as he realized that this global catastrophe was not entirely a disaster. Instead, it contained opportunities, serving as a catalyst for the evolution of all things. The alien beasts seemed more like products of erroneous evolution, while the extraordinary individuals were those walking the path of correct evolution. Wait, perhaps, it's not certain whose evolution is truly correct. Deputy Commander Bayi, I've said everything I needed to say. Could you please put the gun down first? I'm scared. You're asking me for something, yet you don't even use the word sir. Is this how you ask for help? Fists clenched, Liu gritted his teeth in anger. If it weren't for the gun pointed at him, he would have really wanted to punch Bayi's mouth to pieces. Could you please put the gun down first? Damn it. Then can you at least let me put my right hand down first? My hand hasn't healed yet. I can't keep holding it up like this. Bayi. Liu suddenly stood up in anger and said furiously, I told you, we are not enemies. I'm here to cooperate with you. Haven't you realized your situation yet? Wang Shi and Tan Jia won't tolerate you. They've already planned it out. Once you disperse the pack of hyenas, they'll join forces to kill you, and then sell your forbidden item and split the money. So cooperating with me is your only chance to survive. I'm a transcendent, and you have a forbidden item. If we join forces, we might not be any less of a match for the two of them. Besides, Wang Shi crippled my magic hand, and I must get revenge on him. You came to find me in the middle of the night just to talk about this? That's right, and I already have a
detailed plan. Next time you leave the city, I'll ambush outside in advance. Once they're exhausted from fighting, you and I will coordinate from inside and outside to launch a surprise attack on them. We can definitely take them down in one move. After it's done, Grey Dust Town will be yours to rule, and I won't interfere." Bayi looked slightly surprised. "Then what are you after? Revenge?" Li Yu shook his head. "Revenge is part of it, but I need money. Once it's done, Grey Dust Town will be yours, and the money will be mine. As soon as I get the money, I'll leave. To be honest, after becoming a transcendent, I have no interest in the position of Grey Dust Town's leader. I'm planning to take the money to Dawn City and find the best physician to heal my right hand. Although awakening as a transcendent has greatly enhanced my physical abilities, my right hand still hasn't regained its former dexterity and strength. My transcendent ability is closely tied to my right hand. If my right hand is healed, my combat power will far exceed what it is now. I want to bring back the glory of the magic hand. Once I've established myself in Dawn City, I'll bring my mother there to enjoy a life of wealth and luxury." Li Yu's words made Bayi have a slight change of opinion about him. He thought to himself, to be fair, although Li Yu's character wasn't great, at least he was filial. Moreover, thinking carefully, the two of them had no personal grudges and even shared a common enemy. With this in mind, Bayi put away the breath of bones. Hearing the movement, Li Yu was instantly delighted. "You agree to cooperate?" "No, I don't." Bayi shook his head. "Why? This benefits you in every way and harms you in none." Li Yu was somewhat incredulous, unable to understand why Bayi would reject such a good proposal. Sigh. Bayi let out a sigh, raised his head to gaze at the bright moon, and said with a deep expression, "I could certainly join forces with you to kill Wang Shi and the others, but have you thought about what will happen to the hyena pack? What about the people of Grey Dust Town?" Li Yu was taken aback, and his gaze toward Bayi became complicated. After a moment of silence, he said, "I can help you deal with the hyena pack." Bayi shook his head again. "How many people would die in the process? Although you are extraordinary, your strength is probably still no match for Wang Shi and the others, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me for cooperation. Even they find it difficult to deal with the hyena pack, let alone you. So, until the hyena pack is completely eradicated, I won't cooperate with you." Li Yu's face showed urgency. "But after the hyena pack is wiped out, they will immediately turn on you. And with the way you're fighting, you might not even survive until the moment they make their move against you." "Say no more." Bayi angrily flicked his sleeve, the patched fabric stirring up a layer of dust. "Am I, Bayi, the kind of person who clings to life and fears death? Which is more important, my life alone or the lives of the 800 people in Ash Dust Town?" That furious voice was like a heavy hammer, striking Li Yu's heart with force. In this damned era, someone like this actually exists. For some reason, standing shoulder to shoulder with Bayi, a sudden sense of self-loathing surged within him. "I understand." Li Yu's expression gradually calmed. He fixed his gaze on Bayi and said earnestly, "Go ahead and do what you must. I, Li Yu, may not be a good person, but I respect your character and am willing to follow your wishes. Once you've dealt with that pack of hyenas, we can face Wang Shi and his group together. However, I can't guarantee you'll still be alive by then. If you encounter danger, all I can say is that I'll help where I can, but I absolutely won't risk my life to save you. My mother is still waiting for me to return, and I can't let myself fall into peril." "No matter, my mind is made up." Bayi stood with his hands behind his back, the cold moonlight spilling over him as if coating him in a layer of silver. Li Yu's heart stirred. "The wheel of fate. I have no regrets about losing. Take care, not seeing you off." Rustling sounds arose as Li Yu disappeared into the forest without looking back, vanishing into the night. Under the bright moonlight, Bayi stroked his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. "Is it really okay for me to deceive a disabled person like this? Actually, it can't really be considered deception. A gentleman judges actions, not intentions." The reason he disagreed with Li Yu's plan wasn't for the sake of Grey Soil Town, but rather to take advantage of Wang Shi and Tan Jie's protection to kill more hyenas and enhance his own strength. Although he could follow Li Yu's plan to coordinate from within and eliminate Wang Shi and Tan Jie, what then? Who would protect him while he hunted hyenas? Could Li Yu, this half-baked fighter, really keep him safe? At that point, he'd likely have to waste time using time-stopping abilities just to kill all the hyenas. Instead, it was better to continue leveraging Wang Shi, Tan Jie, and their underlings. In the previous battle, they had placed him in the center, allowing him to shoot with ease. How considerate. However, Li Yu's appearance was an unexpected bonus. When the moment of truth arrived, facing Wang Shi and the others, alone, relying solely on the breath of bones, wouldn't be nearly enough. He'd definitely need to use time-stopping abilities. If Li Yu were there, perhaps he could save a bit of time. Thinking of this, Bayi couldn't help but smile. "I really am a master of time management." The next day, when Bayi woke up, it was already noon. It was supposed to be the day to go out and hunt hyenas, but Old Tan, worried about Bayi's health, insisted on postponing it by a day. With no entertainment activities in the Grey Soil Town, he could only continue sleeping. After lunch, feeling bored, he yawned
yawned as he walked along the streets of Gray Soil Town. The so-called streets were actually just dirt paths trampled out by people. On both sides were low, flat houses, and quite a few people chose to sleep by the roadside. It was summer, and people rested outside to escape the heat. Deputy Commander Bayi, a dusty-faced passerby, greeted Bayi with a look of reverence. Gray Soil Town wasn't big, and Bayi's deeds from yesterday had already spread, earning him some respect. He walked with fearless strides, enjoying the attention of the crowd. The defiance on the young man's face was like a splash of vivid color in a black and white photograph, standing in stark contrast to the numb expressions of those around him. Though bored, time slipped by quietly, leaving him in a rather pleasant mood. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Yesterday, you wasted 10 seconds. Suddenly, panicked voices came from afar. It's bad. A pack of hyenas is attacking the city. Mutated beasts are attacking the city. Bayi fixed his gaze and saw several raggedly dressed residents rushing in panic from the direction of the city gate. He immediately grabbed one of them, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and asked, "What's going on?" The man, still shaken and frequently looking back, his face pale, said, "Mutated beasts. The mutated beasts have gone mad. They're attacking the city." Bayi was even more delighted in his heart. An attack on the city? He had been worried about not being able to strike at the mutated beasts today, but unexpectedly, the enemy had come directly to attack the city. This made things much more convenient for him. He wouldn't even need to leave the city to lure them out, and could simply shoot from the vantage point of the city walls. However, amidst his excitement, he felt a slight sense of doubt. Why had the mutated beasts suddenly decided to attack the city? At this moment, Tan Jia, the leader of the Eastern District, also rushed out with his men upon hearing the commotion. "Everyone, follow me to the city gate," Tan Jia shouted to his subordinates. When his gaze landed on Bayi, he quickly said, "Deputy Commander Bayi, let's hurry over." Bayi pulled out the breath of bones, unable to suppress his excitement, and followed along. When they climbed up the city walls, they indeed saw from afar nearly 100 hyenas, led by the Hyena King, charging rapidly toward Grey Dust Town. What on earth is going on? Why have the hyenas suddenly gone berserk? Tan Jia asked uneasily. His greatest fear was that the hyenas would recklessly launch a full-scale assault on Grey Dust Town without any regard for consequences. The seemingly sturdy city gate was actually incapable of withstanding an attack from nearly 100 hyenas. If they disregarded casualties, it would only be a matter of time before the city fell. Previously, the hyenas hadn't launched a full-scale attack, mainly because they were wary of the number of people in Grey Dust Town, as humans outnumbered the hyenas by 8 to 1. Although the intelligence of mutated hyenas was not low, it still couldn't compare to that of humans. They assumed humans would fight desperately like wild animals when faced with life-and-death situations. In reality, many people would often choose to stay put and await their fate. I have no idea either. They just started showing up one after another all of a sudden, a panicked guard on the city wall replied. "Don't panic, their siege might not necessarily be a bad thing." Wang Shi's cold voice came from afar as he walked up the city wall surrounded by a group of people. "With the protection of the wall, we can shoot from above. As long as Deputy Commander Bai's body can hold up, even if the city gate is breached, they will pay a heavy price. I'm just afraid he won't be able to hold on." Tan Jia's eyes were filled with worry, as if afraid others might misunderstand the relationship between them. "Hoof." Bayi snorted coldly, his defiant gaze sweeping across. "If you can't speak properly, then shut up. If you die, I won't die with you." As another minute passed, he didn't even bother using the nickname Old Tan anymore. Tan Jia's face darkened, and he couldn't help but feel that Bai's disdain for him seemed to grow with time. However, he understood that now was not the time to confront Bayi. After all, without Bayi, who would deal with the Hyena King? Filled with anger, he could only vent his fury on his subordinates. "What are you all standing around for? These beasts have come knocking on our door, and you still need me to teach you what to do? Raise your guns. Once they get closer, shoot them hard." The group hurriedly found their positions, set up their guns, and waited for the hyenas to approach. Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he positioned himself in the center, raising the breath of bones to prepare for the hyena's arrival. Closer, closer. He could even see the true form of the Hyena King with his naked eye. Last time, the distance was too far, coupled with the yellow sand filling the air. He had only vaguely seen a black shadow over 2 meters tall. The Hyena King was covered in dark purple skin, so thin it was almost translucent, with dense crimson blood vessels twisting and writhing as it ran. On its head grew a fist-sized dark purple tumor, making it look grotesque and terrifying. Bayi did not recklessly fire. The effective range of an ordinary handgun was only 50 meters, and although the breath of bones had a longer range of 200 meters, his current shooting skills posed a challenge for him. Forget 50 meters, even at 20 meters away, he would have to turn into a human outline artist. So he must wait for his subordinates to fire first, wait until the hyenas are injured and their sprinting speed is reduced, before he steps in to finish them off. "Prepare." Tan Jia raised his left hand, about to give the order. "Wait a moment." Bayi suddenly spoke to stop him. Tanjia's anger surged further. He thought Bayi was trying to seize command from him and immediately glared at him. However, he realized Bayi wasn't looking at him but was frowning and staring at the hyena pack. Put your guns away. Bayi put away Breath of the Bones and said calmly to the group. Everyone was stunned, somewhat confused. Tanjia angrily questioned, Deputy Commander Bai, what exactly are you trying to? Our enemies are not the hyenas, there's no need to waste bullets. Bai's gaze passed over the hyena pack, staring intently at the area behind them where the yellow sand filled the sky. Not the hyena pack? Tanjia thought Bayi was acting irrationally again and was instantly furious, but before he could explode, a subordinate suddenly exclaimed, the hyenas are turning. What? Tanjia hurriedly looked over, only to see the aggressive pack of hyenas suddenly change direction, avoiding the grey dust town and fleeing into the distance. Why did the hyena pack run away? Could it be that they were scared off by us last time? Many of the city guards exclaimed in surprise, as they were not eager to fight the hyena pack. Compared to their simple thoughts, Wang Shi and Tanjia felt something was amiss. Deputy Commander Bai, what on earth is going on? Wang Shi asked gravely. He knew Bayi was a wasteland hunter. Although just an ordinary person, Bayi was highly experienced in wilderness survival. The hyenas are not attacking the city, they are fleeing, Bayi said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Escape? Could it be that an even more terrifying presence was approaching? The ferocious pack of hyenas had already put Grey Dust Town on high alert, and now this pack was fleeing like stray dogs. What kind of powerful creature could possibly be chasing them? Panic and unease instantly spread through everyone's hearts. They all turned their gazes toward their respective leaders, as if seeking a pillar of support they could rely on. However, the leaders they had placed their hopes in were also flustered. Tanjia and Wang Shi exchanged glances, the panic on their faces evident, unsure of how to respond. Tanjia forced a dry laugh and said, could it be the army from Dawn City nearby, scaring the hyenas away? An army? I'd rather it be a mutated beast, Wang Shi replied grimly. Stop talking, it's here. Bayi suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint buzzing sound came from the horizon, with an extremely high frequency, as if it could penetrate the eardrum and reach the soul, causing an inexplicable sense of dread. What is that sound? Someone asked in a panic. The buzzing grew stronger and stronger. It sounds a bit like electricity. No, that's not it. It's birds. Look quickly. Everyone looked up in astonishment. In the distance, the sky suddenly revealed a dense cluster of black dots, interspersed with white clouds. The sea of clouds seemed riddled with holes, seeping forward. The dots drew closer and closer, forming a dark mass. The sounds of birds chirping and wings flapping rose and fell, growing deafening. It's the gray sparrows. Mutated beasts, gray sparrows. So many of them, all of them. Run! Grey Dust Town can't hold out. The panicked cries from the crowd were like a signal flare. The pale-faced people snapped out of their daze, turned around, and fled. In terror, no longer heeding the commands of their leader. Bayi narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the rapidly approaching gray sparrows. They were also a type of mutated beast, originally common sparrows, accustomed to appearing in flocks. This incoming swarm of gray sparrows numbered in the thousands. While 1,000 sparrows might not sound like much, the reality was far from simple. The mutated bullfinches are entirely gray, their pale eyes lifeless, and their size comparable to that of eagles, with claws as sharp as steel. Imagine 1,000 eagles soaring over the small town, completely blotting out the sky, their shadows tearing the sunlight into countless fragments. This is troublesome. Baye's expression grew increasingly grim. In terms of individual combat strength, the gray sparrows were no match for the hyenas, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and their mobility was exceptional. While he could use time stop, the flying gray sparrows were not targets he could easily reach, even if he used time stop on the ground to go on a killing spree. The problem was that the gray sparrows were in the air, completely out of his reach. He had considered using a gun, but his marksmanship was poor. Trying to aim and shoot them one by one would likely take all 4 minutes and 10 seconds, and even then, he might not be able to kill all the gray sparrows. He could only retreat into the house for now, taking one step at a time. Bayi jumped off the city wall and sprinted at full speed. His enhanced physical fitness made him incredibly fast, and before long, he overtook those who had fled first. Ahead of him were Wang Shi and Tanjia. The moment these two saw the ash sparrows, they immediately ran away, fully aware that the walls of the ash dust town were utterly incapable of withstanding attacks from the sky. However, human speed could never match that of birds, especially these mutated ones. Ah! A piercing scream echoed among the crowd. A single gray sparrow dove down from the sky, its metallic, gleaming beak like a sharp arrow, ruthlessly piercing through a man's skull, then greedily sucking his blood and brain matter. More and more gray sparrows swooped down from above, like ferocious hunters on the prowl, swift and merciless. Bang! 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 Chaotic gunfire erupted, and someone fought back with all their might. I'll fight you to the death. Someone frantically dashed into a house. Get inside the house, quick! Pedestrians on the street wailed and scrambled to hide, each one running home like like mad. However, how could those shabby wooden houses withstand the attack of the gray sparrows? Even if brick houses could barely hold up, what about the windows? After all, the mutated beasts had not only transformed physically but also gained intelligence. Chaos. Utter chaos. The entire gray dust town was plunged into extreme disorder. Amid the unruly crowd, Bayi kept accelerating. Unlike Tanjia and Wangxi, who immediately sought refuge indoors, he headed straight for the Tire Tavern. That was Tanjia's stronghold, where they had stockpiled their water, food, and ammunition. The bullets were Bayi's target. Breath of the skeleton would drain the user's vitality, so Tanjia didn't give him too many bullets, believing he wouldn't be able to use them all. Whoosh! A sound like an arrow tearing through the air rapidly approached from above Bayi's head. The boy's eyes glimmered with a fierce light. He knew he had already been locked onto by the ash finch. After all, the number of residents on the streets was dwindling, either dead or hiding in their homes. He was the only one still running wildly, so being targeted was only a matter of time. He didn't choose to dodge, but instead, time stopped. A brilliant golden dial rose from beneath Bayi's feet, and the gears of time abruptly came to a halt at that moment. The surrounding sounds seemed to peel away from his ears, leaving only his rapid breathing in the world. Under the influence of inertia, Bayi surged forward another 2 meters before barely managing to stop. As everyone knows, it's difficult to change direction quickly while sprinting, so he didn't attempt to turn around and shoot forcefully. Instead, he decisively activated time stop. When he turned around, he was met directly with those pale, lifeless eyes. It was the ash finch's gaze. The ash finch, like a falcon, was suspended in midair 3 meters above the ground, as if it were a specimen. Its gray feathers enveloped its outstretched wings, and its sharp claws pointed straight at Bayi's head. Just a little more. If Bayi had activated time stop even a second or two later, his head would have been blown apart. A nameless fury surged in his heart. You want to blow my head off, huh? Then I'll blow yours off first. Click. Breath of the skeleton was loaded, the muzzle aimed directly at the gray sparrow's head. At such close range, even a stationary target wouldn't be missed by a grade schooler, let alone Bayi. Bang! A blood-red bullet flew out of the muzzle, yet the scene of a head exploding did not occur. Bayi froze, staring blankly at the blood-colored bullet suspended midair, just 2 centimeters from the muzzle. It remained there, completely motionless. What's going on? Bayi's heart trembled. Could it be? He suddenly thought of a possibility. He had frozen time for the entire world, and in this state of frozen time, only he and objects he touched could move. Since the bullet had left his contact, it too entered a frozen state. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Otherwise, wouldn't he be running around naked during time freezes, since clothes also count as external objects? With this realization, he quickly distanced himself from the gray sparrow and then resumed time. The moment time resumed, whoosh, the previously frozen blood-colored bullet instantly disappeared from Bayi's sight. What followed was the gray sparrow's head exploding with a loud bang, blood splattering everywhere. The headless corpse flapped its wings a few times before finally crashing to the ground. Good, the firearm still works, just a bit more troublesome, Bayi muttered as he felt the surge of energy within him, then took off, running again without looking back. By now, the street was completely deserted. To be precise, aside from Bayi, there were no living humans left. Thousands of gray sparrows were wreaking havoc in the dusty little town, killing over 100 people in just a few minutes. The remaining survivors had all hidden indoors. Some gray sparrows perched on corpses, slowly tearing and gnawing at the flesh, while others frantically smashed against windows, breaking into houses. Before long, the houses echoed with piercing, blood-curdling screams. Another group of gray sparrows, however, locked their sights on Bayi. As the only person running on the street, he stood out starkly. A dozen or so gray sparrows flapped their wings and swooped toward Bayi in unison. Bayi swiftly dodged and dashed into the alley formed by the buildings. The narrow terrain prevented the sparrows from attacking all at once, forcing them to come forward one by one to meet their demise. He stopped in his tracks, his defiant eyes gleaming with a violent light, coldly watching the first sparrow charging at him. Raising breath of bones, he waited silently. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. At that instant, bang! Blood and fire intertwined as the headless sparrow plummeted from the sky like a crashing plane. Its mangled body skidded violently across the ground due to inertia, kicking up clouds of dust, and finally came to a halt at Bayi's feet. This time, he didn't use time freeze but instead relied on the terrain, shooting within the confines of the narrow alley. Against the sparrows charging in a straight line, it was hard for him to miss. As the vitality from breath of bones surged into his body, he felt the thing called power growing wildly within him. The violent glint in Bayi's eyes intensified, and a cruel grin curled at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha! All of you, become my strength. Bang, bang, bang! The roar of the handgun echoed continuously in the dim alley, flashes of fire illuminating a face stained with blood. Again and again. Moments later, a pile of sparrow corpses had accumulated at Bayi's feet, the stench of blood soaking his shoes. Yet, more sparrows fearlessly charged forward. Halftime, he declared, like the referee of this battle. table. At his command, all the participants instantly froze in place. A sharp claw stopped half a meter from his face, close enough for him to count the feathers on the sparrow. In the dark alley piled with corpses, the blood-covered boy lowered his head indifferently, loading bullets into the revolver with his blood-stained hand, one by one. After loading 6 bullets, he flicked the revolver, snapping the cylinder back into place with a crisp mechanical click. The boy raised his head, a cruel grin spreading across his face. The slaughter continues. Bang bang bang. After emptying the magazine again, Bayi turned and ran, as he was out of bullets. This time, his running speed noticeably increased and his physical abilities improved once more. However, he still couldn't outrun the gray sparrows. After all, it was a racial advantage, he simply didn't have wings. Helpless, he had to repeatedly use time-stopping to shake off the gray sparrows, wasting quite a bit of time before finally reaching the Tire Tavern. But, upon arriving, Bayi found the door locked. He pushed it a few times and saw through the crack that the entrance was piled high with tables and chairs. Is anyone in there? He wondered to himself, then shouted loudly, "Open the door." However, there was no response from inside. He kicked the door a few more times. At last, a voice came through, "Leave here. Don't bring the gray sparrows over." Hearing this, Bayi immediately recognized the voice. It was the owner of the Tire Tavern, Old Wang. Old Wang was one of Tangia's people. Although he was older, he had read many books, knew how to brew wine, and had decent cooking skills, so he was in charge of logistics. The tavern's name, Old Times, was also his idea. Usually, he didn't like interacting with Tangia and the others, often burying himself in pre-catastrophe books and frequently lamenting that he wasn't born in a civilized era. "Old Wang, it's me, open the door. There's no danger outside for now, but I need bullets to deal with the gray sparrow." Bayi's heart tightened. He had temporarily shaken off the gray sparrow, and it wouldn't catch up for a while. "I know it's you, Bayi, but I can't open the door for you. What if the gray sparrow takes the opportunity to get in?" Old Wang's trembling voice came from inside. "Don't blame me for not saving you. I just want to survive. I have no obligation to save you." Hearing this, Bayi stopped kicking the door and stood quietly in front of it. At this moment, the gray sparrow circling in the sky had already noticed him. "I'll say it one last time, open the door," he said coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Inside, Old Wang seemed provoked and began shouting, "Do you really think you're some deputy commander? You're just a lucky brat who stumbled into this. You haven't even read a book. What gives you the right to order me around?" Old Wang's roar was like a venting of frustration, yet there was no response from outside the door, only the sound of gray sparrows flapping their wings and attacking, echoing in his ears. His face instantly turned pale as he shrank into the corner of the liquor cabinet, trembling, not daring to lift his head. Outside, 5 gray sparrows circling in midair stared at Bayi with their pale, lifeless eyes, locking onto him from 5 different directions as they swooped down. Seeing this, Bayi pulled a dagger from his pant leg, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. He paid no mind to the 5 gray sparrows overhead, even though they had blocked all his escape routes. Once these 5 creatures got close, and time froze, he could easily slaughter them. What truly annoyed him was Old Wang's refusal to open the door, preventing him from obtaining bullets and thus unable to use Breath of Bones to enhance his vitality, which meant he was wasting time with no gains. "Not opening the door, huh? Once I deal with these sparrows, I'll burn down your tavern and see if you dare keep it shut." His heart burned with rage. Chirp, chirp. The 5 gray sparrows let out piercing cries as they dove toward Bayi with a killing intent, their speed like 5 streaks of gray lightning. Bayi gripped the dagger tightly, the fierceness in his eyes growing stronger as he waited for the sparrows to get closer. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A sound of something breaking through the air exploded in midair, and Bayi was shocked to see the 5 gray sparrows seemingly struck by an invisible air hammer's impact. Bang bang bang. Blood and flesh splattered as countless gray feathers rained down. "That's Liu." Bayi suddenly looked toward the corner of the building on his right and saw Liu lowering his right hand, gasping for air. "Bayi, over here." Liu's voice sounded weak. Bayi quickly darted over to the corner where Liu was hiding. Liu was in bad shape, clutching his right hand tightly, his face twisted in pain, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. The forceful strike just now had aggravated his previous injury. "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine, it's not fatal." Liu forced a smile. "You're here for bullets, aren't you?" Bayi paused slightly, his gaze falling on the bulging snakeskin bag behind Liu, instantly understanding something. Liu struggled to untie the snakeskin bag, revealing the miscellaneous items inside. Firearms, bullets, cockroach protein bars, water. "Did you steal this from the Tire Tavern?" Bayi asked in surprise. "Had. Liu flashed a sly smile. "I have a grudge against King Snake, so naturally, I can only hide in your East District. When I saw the gray finch enter the city just now, I realized something big was about to happen. So I went to the Tire Tavern in advance and used my sleight of hand to steal the supplies inside. With these, it's enough for the 2 of us to escape from Grey Dust Town." Bayi's eyes flickered slightly. "You could clearly escape on your own, so why insist on taking me along?" Liu was somewhat surprised. "Why so many questions? Didn't I
say before that I respect you? You risked your life to protect Grey Soil Town and even agreed to cooperate with me. Isn't helping you only natural? Besides, you have a forbidden item, so if we escape together, we can look out for each other. Bayi chuckled softly. You haven't studied, have you? Liu became even more puzzled. That's right, I really haven't studied. Why are you asking this? Nothing, Old Wang has. Old Wang? He did read, and I heard he even stayed in Dawn City before. He's considered one of the few cultured people in Ash Town. But that old guy really isn't very decent. He won't even open the door. Ah, why am I chatting with you again? This place isn't safe to linger. Let's go quickly. Bayi didn't act immediately but instead loaded the bullets one by one. Go, click. The bullets were loaded. Bayi raised his head, a defiant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. No rush. Liu exclaimed in panic. You're not planning to stay and save the residents of Ash Town, are you? What do you want to do then? Liu looked at the gray sparrows gathering here, his expression growing increasingly anxious. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Bayi, only to see the young man in front of him reveal a sharp smile at the corner of his mouth. Of course, kill them all. You, are you joking? I never joke. Then why did you call me Li Zhuo last time and say that to become a transcendent, I'd have to cripple my right hand? Shut up, Li Zhuo. Under Bayi's lead, the two arrived at the alley near the Tire Tavern. You protect me, I'll be the one to shoot the gray sparrows. Liu hesitated, but before he could speak, a swarm of gray sparrows had already descended upon them. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession, and one gray sparrow after another fell into the alley. Their gray feathers scattered like dandelions, and for a moment, the narrow sky seemed to rain gray. Meanwhile, the gray sparrows attacking from behind were firmly blocked by Liu's invisible hand. Faced with an intangible assault, not even the mutated beasts could withstand it. Inside the Tire Tavern, Old Wang cowered behind the liquor cabinet, covering his ears, seemingly terrified by the bird cries and gunfire outside. He knew Bayi was fighting the gray sparrows and understood that Bayi likely wouldn't survive. No one could possibly defeat so many gray sparrows alone. It was only a matter of time before he fell. Old Wang covered his ears and muttered to himself, I did nothing wrong. I just want to survive. A wastelander who hasn't even read a book who would admire him besides those ignorant fools? If I had a forbidden artifact, I could kill hyenas too. I could be a hero too. He spoke, his speech gradually quickening, and a glimmer of self-assurance began to shine in his eyes. Using bullets to deal with the Ash Sparrows? Who does he think he is? Even their leader couldn't save Ash Dust Town, so what's he trying to prove? He must be lying to me, trying to get me to open the door and let him in. He's clearly scared out of his wits. What was that sound? Old Wang looked toward the tavern window like a startled bird, only to meet a pair of pale, lifeless eyes. In an instant, his heart nearly stopped from fright. Thud, thud, thud. The Ash Sparrow kept ramming into the window, each impact striking his chest like a hammer. Cracks began to spread across the fragile glass, and the clutter used to block the window started to fall, scattering all over the floor. Stop hitting it. Go eat Bayi, he's right outside. Fear paralyzed Old Wang, making him too terrified to get up and reinforce the window. All he could do was pray incessantly. However, if prayers truly worked, the world would have long been free of disasters and suffering. Crash! The fragile glass shattered with a loud bang, and an ash sparrow, as large as an eagle, burst into the room. Its deathly eyes locked firmly onto Old Wang. Ah! Old Wang let out a scream and fled in a panic, running blindly as the ash sparrow flapped its wings and chased after him. The clutter in the tavern saved Old Wang's life. The decorative tires hanging from the pillars and walls restricted the ash sparrow's flight space, limiting its movements. Ironically, these very tires were what Old Wang despised the most. It was because of these tires that his old times tavern was mockingly nicknamed the Tire Tavern by the Wastelanders. He had sworn more than once that once he had enough money, he would get rid of all the tires. Old Wang frantically ran around the tavern, only to discover in horror that all the exits had been blocked by himself. He hurried to the main door and desperately began pulling away the tables, chairs, and stools that were obstructing it. There are still gunshots outside. That means Bayi isn't dead yet. He has forbidden items. He can save me. Claws viciously tore through Old Wang's back, leaving 3 deep wounds that exposed the bone and brought excruciating pain. Ah! As he screamed in agony, he grabbed the tables and chairs piled at the door and hurled them at the gray sparrow. The sparrow, hit by the objects, only lost a few feathers and remained unharmed, but it was temporarily deterred from attacking. His hands were scratched by the splinters of the furniture, bleeding profusely, but fear had consumed him, leaving no room to care about such injuries. Finally, with the last obstacle cleared, the door opened. Old Wang scrambled and stumbled out the door, falling flat on his face, half of his body covered in dust. His terrified eyes darted around, trying to locate Bayi. But at that moment, the gunshots abruptly ceased. Old Wang's heart sank. Could Bayi be dead? Ah! Help! Somebody help me! Just as he was searching around, the gray sparrow followed closely behind, flying out from the house. Its claws, glinting with a metallic, cold light, viciously sank into his arm, tearing at his flesh. Old Wang struggled violently, the fear in
in his eyes almost becoming tangible. At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from the nearby alley. A flash of wild joy appeared in Old Wang's terrified gaze as he turned toward the sound, only to see a young man stepping out of the alley, leaving bloody footprints behind him and holding a revolver in his hand. The moment he saw the young man, Old Wang clung to him like a drowning man grasping at straws, screaming frantically, "Bye!" Before he could finish his sentence, the young man's leisurely voice interrupted him. "Well, isn't this Old Wang? Bayi, save me. Please save me." Old Wang desperately gripped the gray sparrow's claws, his eyes filled with hopeless pleading. Bayi slowly opened the revolver's cylinder, giving it a gentle flick. 6 golden bullet casings fell to the ground with a crisp sound. "Call me Deputy Commander Bai," he said, as he carefully loaded the remaining bullets one by one. "Deputy Commander Bai. Bai, please save me." Old Wang exerted himself so much that the blood vessels on his face began to rupture, making him look particularly ferocious. Bayi casually flicked his handgun, the magazine clicked into place, and then, under Old Wang's gaze filled with excitement and anticipation, he slowly raised the gun, aiming at the gray sparrow, twirled the gun in a flourish and tucked it into his waistband. The excitement on Old Wang's face froze instantly. Bayi tilted his head slightly, the gray sparrow's blood dripping along his resolute jawline, tracing a cold smile on his face. He shrugged, unapologetically saying, "Old Wang, don't blame me for not saving you. After all, I have no obligation to save you." The boy's smile grew more pronounced, revealing his stark white teeth. "No, you can't do this. Save me, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Ah!" Old Wang's screams gradually turned into agonized howls as the gray sparrow's sharp claws tore at him repeatedly. Then it lowered its beak, pecking at his innards like a chick. Pecking at grains. "Are you really not going to save him? He already knows he was wrong." Liu, looking utterly exhausted, emerged from the alley, clutching his right hand. Bayi shook his head slightly. "It's not that he knows he's wrong, but that he knows he's about to die." "Ah, actually, I always thought Old Wang was one of the few good people in Gray Soil Town. After all, he was educated, understood reason, and yearned for the civilized era." "What a pity," Liu sighed. "Being educated doesn't necessarily make someone a good person. There's an old saying, the righteous are often butchers, and the heartless are often scholars. Yearning for civilization doesn't mean one is civilized themselves." Liu was stunned. He didn't quite grasp the deeper meaning of this statement, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Bayi seemed to be subtly mocking him. "What do you mean by butchers? Clearly, you're the one who kills hyenas more often, aren't you? You'll understand later, Li Zua." Bayi pulled out Breath of the Skeleton and aimed at the gray sparrow that was gnawing on Old Wang's corpse. Bang! The gray sparrow died, collapsing into Old Wang's arms. "My name is Liu," Liu said angrily. "All right, Li Zua. You, forget it. What do we do next? The gunfire over there has stopped. It seems Wang Shi and his group are out of bullets too. How many rounds do you have left?" 3 rounds left. Bayi weighed the gun in his hand and looked up at the gray sparrows circling over the western district. Even though Wang Shi and his group had run out of bullets, there were still hundreds of gray sparrows. The remaining sparrows were furiously attacking the buildings, trying to devour the people inside. Meanwhile, the gray sparrows near the Tire Tavern had all been dealt with. Since there were fewer people here, fewer sparrows came to hunt, which was precisely why Bayi had to come here, to stay away from the crowd. "You only have 3 bullets left. How are you going to save them?" Liu asked. Bayi looked at him in surprise. "When did I ever say I was going to save them?" Liu was stunned, thinking, wasn't that the case? "You keep shouting about protecting Gray Soil Town, so why aren't you saving them now?" At this moment, Bayi had already decided to retreat. The earlier large-scale hunting of gray sparrows was solely to plunder their vitality to enhance his own strength. Now, with only 3 bullets left, there was naturally no need to continue plundering vitality. The most critical factor, however, was that only 1 minute and 19 seconds remained. He had spent too much time on the way to the Tire Tavern hunting gray sparrows. For him, 1 minute was his psychological warning line. If the time dropped below that, he wouldn't even be able to sleep peacefully. Although a lot of time had been consumed, the overall gains were still considerable. His physical fitness had improved once again, now comparable to Tan Jia, who had injected the genetic serum. Of course, if it came to a real fight, without using weapons, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Tan Jia, as Tan Jia not only possessed immense strength but also had a body covered in bristly hair. With his physical fitness reaching this level, the vitality provided by hunting gray sparrows could no longer help him advance further. He needed to hunt stronger mutated beasts. "Since you don't plan to save them, let's hurry up and escape," Liu suggested. He had long wanted to flee, as the prolonged battle had pushed both his mind and body to their limits. Bayi shook his head. "Running away is the most foolish choice. We can't possibly outrun the gray sparrows. Once we're in the open wilderness, we'll be nothing but live targets. The best option is to hide in a sturdy building and wait for the gray sparrows to leave." "All right, we'll go with your plan." Liu understood that Bayi was a wasteland hunter with rich experience, so he decisively trusted his judgment. The two of them decided against the Tire Tavern. Although it was sturdy, it had too many
windows, some of which were already broken. Instead, they set their sights on a brick house in the northwest corner, but they needed to cross the street to get there. Without much hesitation, they dashed toward the brick house. A few gray sparrows nearby noticed the two running figures and immediately flapped their wings, diving toward them. Liu struggled to raise his right hand, and an invisible giant hand blocked the sparrows' direct path of attack. The sparrows seemed to crash into an air wall, falling from the sky one after another, flapping their wings to regain balance. Taking advantage of this moment, Bayi raised his gun and fired. After 3 gunshots, 3 bodies were left on the ground. The two had begun to develop a tacit understanding in their coordination. With all the bullets spent, 2 sparrows remained. Bayi holstered his pistol and drew a dagger, intending to deal with them before entering the house. Otherwise, if they kept attacking the house from outside, it could cause significant damage. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Liu suddenly let out a scream, his right hand hanging limply while his remaining left hand clutched his head tightly. Bayi frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? Extraordinary abilities are driven by mental energy, and I've overexerted mine too much. You go inside first, leave these 2 to me. He reversed his grip on the dagger, staring intently at the 2 gray sparrows that had just risen from the ground. The sparrows shook their heads, then pushed off the ground with their feet, instantly transforming into 2 gray arrows speeding toward him. Bayi did not use time freeze. With his current physical abilities, dealing with these 2 isolated sparrows was not a problem. Just as he was about to make his move, the sound of rapid footsteps suddenly came from the rooftop not far away. Immediately after, a crisp sword hum, as clear as a dragon's cry, echoed. A woman clad in black armor with bright silver accents descended from the sky, abruptly entering Bayi's line of sight. Along with her came a sword light as sharp as lightning. Clang! The sword light flashed, and the 2 sparrows were severed midair, blood splattering everywhere. The sparrows' bodies fell to the ground simultaneously with the armored woman. Bayi's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, what a fast sword. He had barely caught a glimpse of the sword's afterimage before the sparrows were torn apart. Considering his enhanced physical abilities, he could vaguely track the trajectory of ordinary handgun bullets, yet he couldn't catch the woman's sword movement. This meant her sword was faster than a bullet. Who was she? A transcendent being or a genetically modified human? The armored woman slowly turned around, her silver-white mask devoid of facial features standing out starkly. Only the eye area had 2 hollow openings, revealing a pair of clear, mirror-like light brown eyes. She said nothing, merely gazing calmly at the blood-soaked Bayi. The scorching summer wind swept yellow sand across the gray earth, gently lifting the woman's jet-black hair. Bayi could even see a playful strand of black hair curling out from her slender waist. Her fingers, resting at her side, gripped the hilt of the cross-shaped sword tightly, the slender silver blade slightly raised. Bayi squinted his eyes. He didn't know the woman's intentions, but he was certain that if she harbored ill will, at this distance, he would need to focus all his energy to freeze time before she could strike. His gaze was entirely drawn to the sword. It was a pure silver cross-shaped sword, its blade as slender as silk, with a slightly arched spine beneath which silver patterns flowed like drifting clouds. Suddenly, the woman's sword moved. Her target was not Bayi but a sparrow. At some point, a sparrow hidden in the shadows had launched a sneak attack from behind her. The woman did not turn around. She merely raised the pure silver cross-shaped sword lightly, the blade sweeping over her right shoulder. Squelch! The sparrow speeding toward her seemed to deliberately impale itself on the sword's tip, instantly pierced through, hanging midair like a fruit skewered on a stick of candied hawthorn. The woman then rested the pure silver cross-shaped sword on her shoulder, her movements crisp and fluid, as natural as flowing water. Watching this scene, Bayi couldn't help but feel his eyelid twitch, thinking to himself, that was so cool. Aren't you afraid of dying? She casually flicked her wrist, and the corpse and blood of the gray sparrow slid off the gleaming blade. Her light brown eyes gave Bayi a deep glance before she turned and left. With a light tap of her toes, her slender and graceful figure leaped onto the rooftop like a flying swallow, heading toward the gray sparrows in the western district sky. It's her! Liu, standing at the doorway of the brick house, exclaimed as he caught sight of the woman's departing figure. You know her? Bayi turned to ask. Liu shook his head. No, I don't know her, but I've seen her before. I stayed in Gravel Town for a while, and during that time, the town was also attacked by mutated beasts. She suddenly appeared and drove those beasts away. Bayi frowned slightly. It seemed this person specialized in dealing with mutated beasts, with the apparent goal of protecting the people in the wasteland settlements. In the skies above the western district, the figure, clad in knightly armor, arrived like the wind. The woman leapt into the air, charging straight into the midst of hundreds of gray sparrows. The flock, which obscured the sky, surged toward her, their piercing cries deafening. In the next moment, the pure silver cross sword emitted a clear and resonant dragon's roar, overpowering the cacophony of the birds. The woman exerted strength from her waist, her body spinning sharply in midair. Her wrist tightened, and the sword's edge instantly traced dazzling arcs. The silver-white mask and the sharp blade reflected each other, while her jet-black hair danced in harmony with the black skirt of her shining silver knight armor. The gray sparrows fell like
rain. This scene stunned Tan Jia, Wang Shi, and the others hiding inside the house. Their bullets had long been exhausted and their ranks were severely injured or killed, leaving them in utter despair. They never expected that, at this critical moment, the woman would descend like a savior from the heavens. Her terrifyingly swift movements and extraordinary swordsmanship left no gray sparrow unscathed in her path. Her actions were elegant and fluid, as if she were gracefully dancing amidst the flock. Moments later, the gray sparrows, which had loomed over the wasteland town like dark clouds, were completely eradicated. The woman stood amidst the swirling gray feathers, her wrist turning as she spun the pure silver cross sword and precisely sheathed it. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, unable to believe that the gray sparrows, which had nearly wiped out the wasteland town, lasted only a few seconds against her. "Sir, survived!" Someone in the house shouted excitedly, as if just recovering from the terror of narrowly escaping death. Wang Shi and the others hesitated for a moment before finally stepping out of the house, their faces full of ingratiating smiles as they thanked the woman. They knew that in the presence of such a powerful figure, a house barely capable of resisting the gray sparrows was as fragile as paper. It was better to quickly express their gratitude and respect to the strong. "Thank you, my lady, for saving our lives. We have no way to repay you," Tan Jie said, his large face plastered with a fawning smile. The woman did not respond but instead stood quietly in place, as if lost in thought. "Let's hear it. May I ask if the lady could leave her name?" Wang Shi asked cautiously. "Please don't misunderstand, my lady. We mean no harm. We simply wish to know the name of our savior so we can repay you in the future." "No need to wait for the future, you can repay me now." A cold, youthful voice emerged from beneath the silver-white mask, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The sound was as clear and tranquil as a windless morning lake, pure and undisturbed. Wang Shi and the others were stunned, not expecting the voice beneath the mask to be so young, nor anticipating her to be so direct. Wang Shi quickly smiled and said, "As long as you can use us, feel free to command." The knightly girl extended her hand and said indifferently, "Give me money." Wang Shi and Tan Jie exchanged glances, silently communicating for a moment before hurriedly instructing their underlings to fetch the money. Although they weren't sure how much would be appropriate, their survival experience in the wasteland told them that the more, the better. Money could always be earned again, but if they lost their lives, they would have nothing left. "Sir, all the money is here." Wang Shi cautiously handed over a package, not daring to make any physical contact with the young woman. The young woman took the package and waited lightly, then said indifferently, "Silent court." These 4 words were like a thunderclap, leaving Wang Shi and Tan Jie frozen in place, their expressions filled with shock. Silent court. She was actually someone from the silent court? So, the lady is. Wang Shi was about to flatter her with a few words, but was stunned to realize that the young woman wasn't speaking to him at all. Instead, he glanced sideways and saw Bayi in the distance. Bayi raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "Why are you talking to me? I didn't even ask you anything." The Silent Court is an organization composed of transcendents. "Are you interested in joining?" The girl gazed at Bayi with her light brown eyes and spoke. Bayi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Is recruiting for the Silent Court always this casual? An organization of transcendents, yet instead of recruiting transcendents, you're recruiting me?" He glanced at Liu beside him, suddenly realizing something, and tentatively asked, "Kyan?" A trace of contemplation flashed in the girl's eyes, clearly unfamiliar with the term Kyan. She continued, "I observed you before." Her words stirred a hint of killing intent in Baye's heart as he thought, "Observed me?" Could she have discovered the secret of time suspension? Time suspension was his greatest secret, one he would never allow anyone to uncover. However, the girl's next words dispelled his killing intent. "Although you are not a transcendent, you are a good person. I heard what you said when facing the pack of hyenas earlier." "Ha! Giving me a good person card on our first meeting?" The Silent Court is indeed an organization of transcendents, but it values character more. "We are looking for like-minded individuals." Bayi slightly furrowed his brows. Judging from her words and recalling the girl's actions in saving others, it seemed that the Silent Court was a righteous organization. "In that case, not joining." Bayi decisively refused. He was not someone who selflessly devoted himself to others. Time was already scarce, so how could he waste it on upholding justice? That would be a recipe for disaster. "All right." The girl calmly nodded, her eyes showing no trace of emotion. Her light brown eyes swept over the crowd as she said indifferently, "The aberrant beasts of Black Mountain are rampaging. The hyenas and gray sparrows were just the first wave. This place is no longer safe. If you want to survive, leave now." After speaking, the young girl turned and left, her valiant knight armor gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. The message she left behind made those who had experienced the tragedy feel at a loss. They stared blankly at the corpses and bloodstains scattered everywhere. Of the 800 residents of the Grey Dust Town, only a little over 300 remained after this beast disaster. Watching their once familiar companions fall one by one before their eyes, they didn't even have time to grieve before fear consumed them. Black Mountain, what on earth happened? Could there still be mutated beasts coming out of Black Mountain? What kind of joke is this? Tan Jie said tremblingly. This leader of the Eastern District felt the insignificance and helplessness of life in the face of the mutated beasts. The people from the silent court wouldn't joke about something like this, and someone as strong as her has no need to deceive us. Wang Shi suppressed the shock in his heart and swallowed hard. Grey Dust Town is no longer a place we can stay. The two exchanged a glance, and their minds were already made up. Tanjia, you and I have been at odds for years, with mutual friction but no deep-seated hatred. In this current situation, only by joining forces can we survive longer. What do you think? Wang Shi said in a low voice. Tan Jianing nodded emphatically. He naturally understood this reasoning. What do you plan to do? The aberrant beasts are stirring, and none of the nearby towns are safe. This time we were lucky to have the silent court intervene and save us, but next time we might not be so fortunate. In my opinion, if we want safety, we can only go to Dawn City. Wang Shi's thoughts aligned with Tan Jie's, but Tan Jie said worriedly, Dawn City doesn't accept wastelanders at all. To obtain legal status, you have to pay, and all our money was taken by that woman. Even if it hadn't been taken, it still wouldn't be enough, and as for the people under us, at this point, what are you still fantasizing about? Still hoping to be surrounded by followers when we get to Dawn City? These pawns can only be abandoned. Money isn't an issue. Have you forgotten we still have the forbidden item? Wang Shi said with a cold sneer. When mentioning the forbidden object, a shadow crossed Tan Jia's eyes. Bayi is suspicious. After the battle with the Grey Sparrow, he's still full of energy, not at all like someone who's been drained of vitality. We were all fooled by this kid before. You're just noticing now? This kid has major issues. Not only did he deceive us, but Li Yu also tricked me during the fight just now. I got a glimpse. Li Yu has probably become a transcendent, and the two of them have been secretly working together for a while. What should we do then? Tan Jia was shocked. How can we still seize the forbidden object? Wang Shi, however, was unconcerned. A newly ascended transcendent? It's only been a few days. How strong could he possibly be? If he were truly exceptional, why would he need to collaborate with Bayi in secret? He would have come to seek revenge on me long ago. Moreover, I just saw his face pale as a ghost, clearly suffering from excessive mental exhaustion, so there's really nothing to fear. As for Bayi, I guess he might have achieved the legendary perfect containment. Perfect containment? Tan Jia was stunned, vaguely feeling that the term sounded familiar, as if someone had mentioned it before. However, ever since he injected the genetic serum, his mind had become somewhat sluggish, often forgetting things. Using forbidden items usually comes at a cost, but perfect containment requires no cost, though few can achieve it. Perfect containment is like an elusive legend. No one knows if it's true or not. It's like a gun, you can contain it and use it, but perfect containment means forming an emotional bond with the gun. Who would believe such a thing? But even if Bayi really achieved perfect containment, so what? No matter how powerful Breath of Bones is, it still needs bullets to work. Without bullets, it's just scrap metal. So now is the perfect opportunity. Dawn City needs extraordinary experimental subjects, and an extraordinary individual can fetch a high price. When the time comes, Li Yu will be mine, and the forbidden item will be yours. With this, we can both enter Dawn City. No. Tan Jia's eyes gradually brightened. Despite the looming crisis, as long as the plan went smoothly, they could turn the situation around and become esteemed residents of Dawn City. Let's do it. Later, we'll take people to capture Bayi and the others, and let our subordinates make their final contribution. His sinister gaze discreetly swept over his bewildered subordinates, then turned toward the Eastern District. But he froze instantly. Where are Bayi and Li Yu? No. The King Cobra heard his voice, turned his head, and saw that the two people who had been standing in the east area had already disappeared. Damn, they're trying to escape. Hurry, chase them. Which way did they run? So what? Not sure. Let's do this. Split into two groups to chase them. Block them from the front and back to prevent the two from escaping separately. The King Cobra and his men quickly called their underlings into action. Run quickly, or it'll be too late. Li Yu clutched his right hand, urging the leisurely Bayi as he ran. You can't escape, Bayi said calmly. They have cars, do you? Even if they're just a few old off-road vehicles, four wheels are still faster than two legs. Instead of wasting energy running away, you'd better focus on recovering your strength and preparing for battle. But we can't just wait here to die. My mental energy is depleted, and I can't use extraordinary abilities. You're out of bullets too. What are we supposed to fight with? At that moment, the rumbling sound of wheels came from not far behind them. Li Yu's already pale face turned even whiter. He glanced back and saw an off-road vehicle speeding toward them. Its thick tires crushed the dry dirt road, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. It's over. We're done for. Mom, your son has failed you. Screech. A piercing sound of friction rang out as the tail of the off-road vehicle swung sharply under the force of inertia. The kicked-up dust exploded outward, scattering in all directions, while the ground was gouged with several blackened tire marks. Bayi squinted slightly, looking at Tan Jia and 5 henchmen stepping out of the vehicle. Each held a machete, their expressions fierce and menacing. Their guns were out of bullets too, so they had abandoned them in favor of machetes. machetes. The rusty blades glinted coldly under the sunlight, imbued with magical damage as tetanus blades. Even if the wounds weren't fatal, any injury in this medicine-deprived wasteland was almost a guaranteed death sentence. Looking at the aggressive approach of Tan Jie and his group, Bayi knew that there was no way to resolve this peacefully today. At this moment, Liu had basically lost his ability to fight. Even if he stayed, he would only be a burden, so Bayi didn't plan to let Liu take action. Liu, they're coming for me. You should leave first. Ha, Bayi, I will definitely avenge you. Liu's voice drifted from afar as he sprinted away, leaving a trail of dust on the yellow earth. He practically vanished in a puff of smoke. Bayi, faced with Liu's escape, Bayi didn't blame him. The other party had already risked himself to lend a hand earlier, which was more than enough. Now that Liu felt the situation was hopeless, running away early was only natural. Moreover, during their collaboration, Liu had mentioned that he would help, but if they encountered an insurmountable risk, he wouldn't save Bayi because he still had a mother waiting for him. It's just, did he have to run so fast? Just as Bayi was thinking this, to his surprise, Liu suddenly dashed back in a puff of smoke. Why did you come back again? Bayi asked in astonishment. Liu gasped for breath, but his gaze was unusually resolute. I may be greedy for life and afraid of death, but I'm even more afraid of spending the rest of my life living in regret and self-reproach for abandoning my friends and running away alone. Bayi gave Liu a deep look. At this moment, Liu's face was pale, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind, yet he stood firmly by Baiyi's side, as if he had just undergone an intense inner struggle. Friends? Bayi smiled and patted Liu's trembling shoulder. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't die. Although Liu initially wanted to run away, he eventually turned back, wavering repeatedly between courage and fear. Precisely because of this, his courage seemed all the more precious, didn't it? The fearlessness of the strong is admirable, but the turnaround of the weak is equally moving. When instinct roars in your ear to retreat, courage carves out a path amidst the deafening cries. This is the meaning of courage. Rumble. The roar of an off-road vehicle interrupted Baiyi's thoughts. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw an off-road vehicle driving in from the direction where Liu had just fled. Screech. The vehicle came to an abrupt stop, and Wang Shi, with a face full of a cold sneer, jumped out of the car with a group of his lackeys. He glanced mockingly at Liu and said, Liu, keep running. Ha ha ha. I knew you guys would split up and run, so I blocked your path in advance. Otherwise, you almost got away, kid. Liu's face showed a polite yet awkward smile. Bayi, let me explain. Actually, stop. Saying more would just make it seem impolite. Bayi was seething with anger inside, almost fooled by this kid Liu. He spoke so nicely, but even though I fear death, I fear even more the regret and guilt of abandoning a friend to escape alone. Damn it. Clearly, he was forced back by Wang Shi, yet he pretends to be sacrificing himself for a friend. Deputy Bayi, hand over the forbidden item, and I might spare your life. Tan Jie shouted aggressively, raising the machete in his hand. Bayi, if you want to blame someone, blame your own stupidity. You had the chance to join the silent court, but you rejected it. If you had joined, we wouldn't dare come looking for trouble with you. But unfortunately, you cut off your own path to survival. Wang Shi sneered coldly. With Tan Jie in front and Wang Shi behind, their escape route was completely blocked. It seems you two are quite wary of the silent court? Baiyi's expression remained calm, and he even had the leisure to extract a bit more information. Wang Shi was reluctant to say more, but Tan Jie, confident of his victory, began to boast leisurely. Most people find it hard to resist the pleasure of mocking their enemies when they believe they've already won. A lowly person who got lucky and was chosen by a forbidden item wouldn't know about the silent court, which makes sense. Otherwise, you wouldn't have refused to join. The silent court is an extraordinary organization. Anyone who has come into contact with the extraordinary circles knows about this group. They claim to uphold justice, but in reality, they abuse vigilante justice, slaughtering recklessly across the wasteland in the name of righteousness. Anyone they label as a criminal doesn't live to see the next day. They're just a bunch of lunatics. Who still pursues justice in this day and age? By their standards, everyone on the wasteland deserves to die. All crows under heaven are equally black. Bayi suddenly realized why Tan Jie and the others were so afraid of the silent court. The things they had done in the Grey Dust Town, if that young girl knew about them, they would have likely been judged long ago. Silent court. So it meant the judgment of evil. But why was it called silent? Alright, enough with the nonsense, let's get moving. We can't let Liu, this transcendent, recover, the cautious Wang Shi said impatiently, not wanting any unexpected complications. However, he did not act personally but instead had his subordinates test the waters first. Tan Jie made the same decision. At the signal of the two leaders, more than a dozen underlings, holding rusty machetes, formed a pincer attack formation and slowly advanced toward Bayi and Liu. They couldn't be entirely sure whether Baiyi's gun still had bullets or whether Liu could still activate his transcendent abilities, so every step they took was extremely cautious. Sigh. A long sigh broke the heavy atmosphere in in the scene. Actually, Bayi began to speak slowly, drawing everyone's attention. We got along fairly well before, so there's no need to make this a life and death struggle. I really don't want to waste time killing you all. How about this? If you kneel and beg me, we'll let this matter go. What do you say? Tanjia and the others almost burst out laughing after hearing this. Do you even listen to yourself? Us begging you? Bayi, I used to think you were just pretending to be crazy, but it turns out you're truly insane. Why don't you first figure out who's in control of the situation right now? Tanjia sneered. The younger ones also burst into laughter, as if mocking Bayi's overestimation of his abilities. Bayi paid no attention to their ridicule and said in a very serious tone, really, if you don't kneel and beg me, I hate wasting time the most. Damn it, he's a lunatic. Kill him for me. Tanjia waved his hand, and his underlings immediately swarmed forward. Liu, standing back to back with Bayi, tensed up instantly. Speaking rapidly, he said, I'll handle Wangxi, you take care of Tanjia. Whether we survive or not depends on fate. With that, he let out a roar and charged fiercely toward Wangxi. His trembling right hand swung, and several approaching underlings were instantly sent flying backward, spitting blood as if struck by a heavy hammer. Wangxi, prepare to die. Cold sweat poured down Liu's face as his right hand, as if burdened with 1,000 pounds, struggled to lift. But in the next moment, a faint, cracking sound echoed. Crack, his right hand went limp as if the bones had been removed, hanging weakly and swaying in the wind. Damn it, why does it have to be now? Liu was both furious and panicked. His already severely injured right hand could no longer hold up, and even the previously healed bones had fractured again. Staring at Wangxi, who was just 3 meters away, a mix of anger and despair surged in his heart. He was so close to striking Wangxi just a little more. Damn it. Ha! Liu suddenly froze. He noticed that Wangxi's expression had changed. The man, usually as cold and venomous as a snake, now looked as if he'd seen a ghost. His face was filled with a fear so chilling it was as if he'd fallen into an icy abyss, and his eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets. Could it be that my earlier display of bravery scared him? Liu was overjoyed. It seemed that his extraordinary ability to take down several underlings in an instant had already intimidated Wangxi. With this thought, he slowly straightened his body, enduring the searing pain from his right hand. Trying to sound as disdainful as possible, he said, Wangxi, blocking my path will be the worst decision of your life. That mechanical arm you rely on is nothing before my magic hand. Today, I will use this extraordinary power you bestowed upon me to personally. Excuse me, please move aside. Bayi's voice came from behind Liu, followed by a strong hand slapping down on his shoulder. Hiss! That slap instantly shattered the aura of strength Liu had been pretending to exude, and the sharp pain in his right shoulder almost made him curse out loud. He turned his head, glaring angrily at Bayi. Given the current dangerous situation, he lowered his voice and said, What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to deal with Tan? What the hell? The moment Liu's peripheral vision caught sight of Tanjia and the others, he was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place. In his line of sight, there was no trace of Tanjia and his group, only a ground littered with headless corpses. You. Liu's mouth hung open, but he couldn't manage a single coherent sentence. He was utterly unable to comprehend how, in the brief moment he had turned his head, Tanjia and the others had all died silently, without even a scream. He dumbfoundedly turned his head to look at Wangxi, only to find that Wangxi's expression mirrored his own, if not even more shocked. So, Wangxi hadn't been frightened by him, but by Bayi. What exactly had they witnessed? How had Tanjia died? No one was more qualified to answer this question than Wangxi. In Wangxi's view, Bayi had merely raised the dagger in his hand, and in the next instant, all 6 people, including Tanjia, had their heads severed from their necks, transforming into 6 human fountains. These 6 human fountains even maintained their charging postures. This is impossible. Wangxi suddenly roared like a madman, his eyes bloodshot. What did you do to them? Bayi, holding a blood-stained dagger, brushed past Liu and walked step by step toward Wangxi. Drip, drip, drops of fresh blood fell from the dagger. I clearly gave you all the chance to kneel and beg for mercy. Why didn't you listen? Why did you force me? Bayi's face was as cold as ice, for he had only 1 minute left. This kind of severe waste of time not only failed to give him the thrill of killing enemies but instead filled him with the pain of wasted time and anger. Hey, who's forcing who here? Liu felt his scalp tingle. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, he really wanted to throw in a few sarcastic remarks. At this moment, Wangxi's pupils suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed in horror, You're a transcendent too. This was the only possibility he could think of, to kill Tanjia and the other 6 in an instant without even seeing the move. Such terrifying strength was even more formidable than that girl from the silent court. At least when that girl made her move, one could still see her swinging the blade, but Bayi couldn't see anything, only witness people dying. Say your last words. Bayi stopped in front of King Snake. Looking at the raggedly dressed boy before him, a surge of fear welled up deep within King Snake's heart, so much so that he couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. Thud! The King Cobra fell to its knees,
knees, its voice trembling as it begged for mercy. Spare me, I beg you to give me a way out. I promise to stay as far away as possible. Now you know how to beg for mercy? What were you doing earlier? Bayi kicked King Snake's head, knocking him directly to the ground. The immense force seemed to shake even his alloy skull, leaving King Snake dizzy.
King Snake became even more certain that Bayi was also a transcendent being, as the physical body of a transcendent changes along with the transformation of their mental will.
The child is dead, and now you want to nurse it? The car hit the tree, and now you know to turn? The snot reached your mouth, and now you know to wipe it?
A string of rhymes almost disrupted King Snake's rhythm of kneeling and begging for mercy. He froze for 2 seconds before coming to his senses.
I have money. I'm willing to pay to buy my life.
Bayi cast a suspicious glance at him.
Didn't all your money get taken by the silent court?
King Snake hurriedly shouted, I still have money hidden in my mechanical arm.
Only I know how to open it. As long as you promise to spare my life, I'm willing to give you all the money.
Bayi let out a cold laugh, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes.
If I kill you, the money is mine anyway. You're actually using my money to buy your life from me? Is your brain waterlogged?
Swish! A cold gleam flashed by, and the sharp dagger sliced across the King Snake's neck, blood splattering everywhere. The King Snake's horrified expression hadn't even fully spread across his face before it froze instantly. He never expected Bayi to act so decisively and swiftly, not even giving him a chance to offer money. Bayi naturally wouldn't give the King Snake the opportunity to activate his mechanical arm. He knew the King Snake was insidious and cunning, far smarter than the simple-minded Tanjie, so he didn't want to take any risks. If the King Snake pretended to open the mechanical arm but actually triggered the mechanism on it, catching Bayi off guard, wouldn't that be a disastrous mistake? After killing the King Snake, Bayi immediately crouched down and began cutting. He was worried that the King Snake's mechanical arm might indeed contain money. It wasn't that he was greedy, but he was terrified of poverty. At this moment, he was utterly destitute, unable to produce even a single penny. How do you open this thing? Faced with the bloodstained mechanical arm, Bayi felt at a loss. His dagger couldn't cut through the mechanical arm, and he didn't understand mechanics, making it impossible to access its interior.
Li Zhua, do you know how to open it? Li Yu walked over with a complicated expression. You are also an extraordinary being?
Both afraid of his brother's suffering and his brother driving a Land Rover, this mindset was vividly displayed in him.
Would you believe me if I said no? Bayi retorted. Li Yu clearly didn't believe him, his face showing an expression of do I look like an idiot? What is your extraordinary ability? How did you manage to kill so many people in an instant? Not telling you.
Bayi didn't explain that he wasn't actually an extraordinary being. He really wasn't. He was just an ordinary transmigrator.
The ability to stop time was merely due to the different time flows between the two eras. That's not fair. I thought of you as a friend, and I even told you my extraordinary ability. Ha!
Bayi let out a cold laugh and began to expose his flaws. Although I am greedy for life and afraid of death, I fear even more for the rest of my life. Brother, I was wrong. Stop. Li Yu's face turned slightly red, and he quickly begged for mercy.
Let me help you take a look at the mechanical arm.
The two of them exerted tremendous effort and finally managed to turn the mechanical arm into a pile of scrap metal.
Damn it! Wangshi, you really deserve to die. Even at death's door, you can't say a single honest word.
Bayi cursed furiously. After all that effort, there was no money inside the mechanical arm, only some intricate mechanisms that could be used for ambushes.
Damn it, let's go. What a waste of time.
Bayi kicked the mechanical arm and then turned to get into the off-road vehicle driven by Tanjie.
After Li Yu got in, he started the car. You actually know how to drive?
Li Yu looked surprised. Seeing Bayi skillfully operate the vehicle, he suddenly felt that the other man didn't seem like someone from the wasteland.
What's the big deal? Isn't it just about having hands?
Bayi sneered dismissively, not mentioning that he had barely passed the
second driving test after 3 attempts before crossing over. But why are you driving back? That's not the direction to Dawn City. Obviously, we're heading back to Ash Town. Li Yu froze for a moment. Are you crazy? What are we going back for? To wait for death? Bayi gave him a disdainful glance.
Don't use that brain of yours to question my decisions. It won't be long before night falls, and as a wasteland hunter, I can tell you seriously that the wasteland at night is practically suicide. Bayi's words were indeed true. The danger level of the wasteland at night was 10 times higher than during the day.
Even experienced hunters would never choose to hunt at night.
If they were unfortunate enough to be stranded in the wild, hunters would opt for a concealed and safe place
to hide.
Besides this reason, he wanted to save some time. After all, there was only 1 minute left.
What if they encountered danger in the wilderness?
Although Ash Soil Town was always at risk of attacks by mutated beasts, it was at least temporarily safe and provided a place to stay. Yellow sand swept through the streets of Ash Soil Town, and gray feathers scattered beside hundreds of corpses drifted with the wind.
The road, interwoven
with blood and yellow earth, cracked like a spider web, with a half-rusted soda can wedged in one of the gaps, producing a hollow echo in in the wind.
And sand. Clang, clang, clang. The soda can rolled past Liyu's foot. Gazing at the desolate and empty town before him, he couldn't help but voice a soul-searching question. Where are the people? Why is there not a single person here? Weren't there still so many people in Ash Soil Town?
Despite having endured a catastrophe, Ash Soil Town still had 300 to 400 survivors.
Yet, in just a short hour, everyone was gone. Bayi crouched down to examine the traces on the
ground, and suddenly everything became clear to him. There are many footprints here, along with marks of heavy objects being dragged.
If my guess is correct, the people must have all fled. Fled? Liu asked in astonishment. That's right, Grey Dust Town isn't very big.
Many people heard what that night girl said, and with King Snake and the others directly driving after us, the residents mistakenly thought the commander was fleeing by car.
Naturally, they panicked even more and all ran away. Damn, these people ran so fast. I was hoping to find a doctor to bandage my right hand.
Liu clutched his right hand, grimacing in dissatisfaction. He valued his right hand the most, fearing it might leave some lasting issue that would affect his extraordinary abilities.
No matter how fast they are, they can't be faster than you, right? Liyu's face turned awkward. Can we not bring that up?
Let's go. Let's find a place to settle down first. After a few hours of hard work, the two finally managed to tidy up a relatively sturdy brick house, sealing off the windows and doors. Liu busied himself wrapping a bandage around his right hand, while Bayi stared at the cockroach protein bar in his hand, feeling troubled. Food wasn't an immediate concern, as Liu had previously stolen some supplies from the tavern, including not only alcohol but also cockroach protein bars, just no meat. Liu believed that meat was hard to store and took up space, so he didn't take any. By the time they returned to the tavern, the place had already been looted by the residents. Outside, the ground was littered with mutated beasts known as ash sparrows, and the meat had long been contaminated, making it completely inedible.
What were you thinking? Choosing to take alcohol over meat? Bayi asked discontentedly. Meat can be obtained through hunting, but alcohol? That's a different story. In the wasteland, you can survive without many things, but not without alcohol.
Liu took a delighted swig of the cheap liquor, feeling as though his right hand hurt a little less. Alcohol is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you get. It not only fills your stomach and boosts your courage, but also relieves pain and disinfects wounds.
Where else can you find something this good?
As he spoke, he exhaled a smoke ring. Bayi, with a dark expression, asked, and what about the cigarettes?
Smoking is more expensive than gold. If you want to spend money on it, that's fine. Plus, the pressure of surviving in the wasteland is so
intense, you need something to ease your nerves.
Hey, what are you doing? Beating up a disabled person? Do you even have a conscience? Go smoke somewhere else.
Bayi pushed the annoying Liu aside and continued to stare blankly at the cockroach protein bar. I could tolerate the cockroach protein bar, but only if I had never
tasted meat before. Ah, screw it.
Bayi took a big bite of the pitch-black cockroach antenna-laden protein bar, swallowing it whole without chewing, afraid that he might throw up if he did.
Ugh, Brother Yi, your expression looks like you just ate crap. Ugh, this stuff is worse than crap.
It's stickier, not as sweet as crap, and crap is free, but this costs money.
Is it really that bad?
I eat this stuff every day, and I don't act as dramatic as you. You've only been the deputy commander for a few days, and you've already forgotten your roots.
Liu muttered under his breath. That's because you've never had good food.
Bayi glared at him angrily.
At this moment, he missed the days of the civilized era immensely.
By now, he would have been at the barbecue stall downstairs, drinking beer and enjoying skewers. Liu immediately retorted, back in the day, I dominated the casinos, making more money in a day than you've seen in your entire life.
Have you ever heard of curly noodles? I bet you've never even seen them. Those noodles are twisted and compressed into a hard noodle cake, with patterns more intricate than a sweater.
Boil them in hot water until golden, and they don't turn mushy like regular noodles. Instead,
they're incredibly chewy. Add an egg, and the taste is simply indescribable. This is a delicacy only city folks had the chance to enjoy. Curly noodles? Bayi's expression turned strange. The more he thought about it, the more it sounded like instant noodles. It was instant noodles.
Looking at Liu's enraptured face, Bayi felt a wave of absurdity and dissonance in his heart.
Having not
been in this time for long, his mind was still stuck in the civilized era, and he felt a bit dazed. What he once regarded as junk food, instant noodles, had now become a delicacy that most people in this wasteland had never even seen in their lifetime. Seeing Bayi suddenly fall silent, Liu chuckled and understood that his words had left this inexperienced young man a bit shaken.
What's the matter? Tempted? Don't worry, once we get to Dawn City, I'll treat you to one bowl, with 2 eggs.
Thank you so much, Bayi said sarcastically.
No problem, we're buddies.
Liu patted his chest, striking a bold pose, even though his pockets were emptier than his face.
By the way, why didn't you join the Silent Court earlier?
Judging by Tanjia and the others, the Silent Court seems like a super powerful organization.
And that strong beauty invited you, how could you bear to refuse? You can tell she's beautiful even with a mask on?
Maybe she's wearing it because she's too ugly.
Who in their right mind kind would wear a mask otherwise. Bayi recalled the knightly girl's appearance, her tall and striking figure, and her long, straight black hair cascading to her waist. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. You don't understand, do you? Back in the day, I was quite the star in the world of romance. Even though she wore a mask, I could tell at a glance that she was a beauty. That unique aura is something you can't fake. I can clearly sense that she's interested in you. Otherwise, why would she bypass me, an openly extraordinary person, and choose you instead? Honestly, I feel sorry for you. If you joined, perhaps after spending time together, you could have won her heart. Childish. Bayi couldn't be bothered to entertain Liyu's wild fantasies. In his view, such adolescent male daydreams were utterly immature. Someone like him would never waste precious time on a woman. As a god of the new era, wielding supreme control over time, even though his divine power was currently sealed and he could only extract 1 minute a day, his commanding presence remained undiminished. Hey, you still haven't answered me. Why did you reject her? She's got a strong background, immense power, beauty, and a kind heart. Don't tell me. Liyu's expression gradually turned peculiar, revealing a hint of wariness and suspicion. What the hell are you thinking? Bayi snapped angrily. I can't believe I have to deal with someone as ridiculous as you. You want to know the reason, right? Fine, listen up. The reason I rejected her is simple, 6 words. G-N-N. Liyu froze, blinking in confusion. What does that mean? I don't get it. Didn't you say 6 words? How come it's only 3? Take your time to figure it out. No, don't keep me guessing. What does it mean exactly? Whoosh. Bayi suddenly stood up and walked toward the window. Liyu was startled. Hey, what are you doing? If you don't want to say, fine, but don't resort to violence, huh? He realized Bayi wasn't coming to hit him but was leaning against the window. Outside. Don't speak. There's a car coming. A lot of cars. Bayi listened carefully and heard the rumbling sound of a convoy moving forward. Liyu's expression changed, and he quickly got up to check. However, his overly abrupt movement pulled on his right hand, causing him such pain that his facial features twisted tightly. Yet, he endured it without making a sound, forcing himself to listen. Sure enough, he also heard the sound of vehicles. In the gray dust town, 10 military transport trucks were lined up in a row, each truck bed-packed with armed soldiers, estimated to be no fewer than 100. Surrounding the transport trucks were over 200 dusty wastelanders, resembling a herd of sheep being driven. Bayi looked out through the window and noticed that among the 200 wastelanders, there were quite a few familiar faces. They're the residents of Grey Dust Town. They've returned. The Eye of Apocalypse. The soldiers' uniforms bear the symbol of the Eye of Apocalypse. They're the army of Dawn City. Liu exclaimed in a low voice. Bayi also saw the so-called Eye of Apocalypse, its centerpiece being an eye seemingly imbued with the mysteries of the universe, adorned with star-like patterns. 3 silver-white lightning streaks ran through it. What on earth is going on? Why would the army of Dawn City drive the residents back? You ask me, who should I ask? Bayi responded irritably. He was disgusted by the sudden turn of events and just wanted to quietly accumulate some time. Damn it, can't I even have this little bit of time? Whatever the purpose of these Dawn soldiers' arrival, it certainly wouldn't be anything good. Stop the car. It's already late. We'll rest here tonight and head for Black Mountain tomorrow. A voice came through the intercom in one of the troop transport vehicles, and an officer began issuing orders. The convoy quickly stopped. In the small gray dust town, clearly intending to spend the night there. Bayi and Liu were no ordinary people. Despite the distance, they could barely make out the officer's voice. Black Mountain? They're heading to Black Mountain? Liu's eyes widened in surprise. Black Mountain was now overrun with mutated beasts, and only regular troops dared venture there. What exactly was hidden in Black Mountain? Why was Dawn City repeatedly dispatching soldiers? Could it really be for war? But this 100-man unit had neither heavy weaponry nor supply transports. It didn't look like they were preparing for battle at all. Bayi pondered silently. Though curious, he had no intention of getting involved, as it would be a waste of time. If he had an hour to spare, he might have gone to take a look and perhaps even gain some benefits. But with only a minute to work with, it was wiser to keep a low profile. They're heading to Black Mountain, so why are they bringing these residents along? Could it be? Liu suddenly thought of a possibility and exchanged a knowing glance with Bayi. Both instantly understood what the other was thinking. Cannon fodder. Suicide Squad. The two spoke in unison, though their meanings were the same, their choice of words differed, and even the number of characters was not the same. They're driving a group of defenseless wastelanders toward Black Mountain, clearly intending to use them as trailblazers, Liu said grimly. As a wastelander himself, he deeply resented the behavior of the Dawn soldiers. Bayi nodded. You're right. Black Mountain not only has mutated beasts but also more dangerous mutated plants. Guns and cannons are effective against mutated beasts, but their effectiveness is greatly reduced when facing the widespread mutated plants. So, they want to use human lives to scout the way and find the safest route. Having analyzed this far, he roughly pieced together the cause and effect. This 100-man team was clearly heading to Black Mountain on a mission.
On the way, they encountered fleeing residents from Grey Dust Town and then took control of them, forcing them to act as pawns.
Seeing that night was falling, they decided to stay overnight at the nearest Grey Dust Town. These damn city folks don't even see our wastelanders' lives as lives. Liu cursed under his breath, growing angrier with each word, yet also feeling a trace of helplessness. This rotten world, where the big shots at the top hide in their castles to wage wars, and all the common people have to pay the price for it. A glimmer flashed in Bayi's eyes as Liu's words triggered many thoughts. The previous mutated beast disaster and now the army, all of it ultimately stemmed from the orders of the high-ranking officials. In Dawn City, the residents of Grey Dust Town, though living in hardship, at least had the stability of staying in their homes. But first, mutated beasts came knocking, and now soldiers were driving them toward danger. They hadn't provoked anyone, yet misfortune kept befalling them. In times like these, most people have no control over their fate. Every speck of dust from the era falls on the shoulders of ordinary people like a mountain, Bayi said solemnly. Liu's eyes lit up, and he mulled over the sentence several times, deciding to remember it for future use when bragging to others. Didn't expect you to be quite cultured, unlike me, who can only say unlucky. Shoo, quiet. Bayi's expression shifted as he tilted his head to listen to the movements of the troops. Team 1 and Team 2, take the thermal imaging devices and inspect all the houses to see if there are any survivors in the town. The officer inside the troop transport vehicle issued another command. The officer's words made Liu's face change drastically. He said anxiously, "This is bad. They're going to search. Quick, hide." "It's useless. They have thermal imaging devices." A nervous glint flashed in Bayi's eyes. He had initially planned to hide and wait for the troops to leave, but now it seemed impossible. "What's a thermal imaging device?" Liu asked, looking confused. Thermal imaging devices can detect the heat emitted by the human body even in the dark, so hiding is useless. "What?" Liu suddenly stood up and said angrily, "At this point, we can only fight them. Ye go. With your skills, snatching a car shouldn't be a problem, right? Then we'll drive away to escape." Liu's confidence stemmed from Bayi's extraordinary skills displayed earlier. Bayi glanced at him. "Only when you're in danger do you start calling me bro?" Brother Yi, what you're saying isn't right. I'm not the kind of person who changes sides depending on the situation. Bayi. Outside, the sound of soldiers' footsteps grew closer. "Brother Yi, when do we make a move?" Liu asked seriously. He glanced at his bandaged right hand, a trace of pain flashing in his eyes. Ever since becoming a transcendent, this arm hadn't had a single good day. "Make a move? What move?" Bayi looked surprised. Taking action was completely unrealistic. There was only 1 minute left, which was far from enough to kill over 100 people. Even if they were to act, it would be much safer to wait until after midnight tonight. However, Liu was even more surprised than him and anxiously said, "Brother Yi, this is no time for jokes. If we don't act, are we just going to sit here and wait to die? I don't want to be caught by them and turned into cannon fodder." Sigh. Bayi patted Liu's shoulder in disappointment. "Young people always think about being brave and fighting. How can you live long like that? Do you know the way of survival in the wasteland?" Liu was stunned. What is the way of survival in the wasteland? The so-called way of survival in the wasteland is a philosophy that allows you to live long in the wasteland. Simply put, it's summed up in 16 words. When the enemy is weak, I humiliate. When the enemy is small, I bully. When the enemy is fierce, I surrender. When the enemy is strong, I obey. Hearing this 16-character mantra, Liu was stunned. The enemy is strong. I retreat? You are teachable. Bayi smiled with satisfaction. He had already made up his mind. Wasn't this team meant to be cannon fodder? Then let them be cannon fodder for a while. After all, there were still a few days' journey to Heishan. Once enough time had passed, they could do whatever they wanted. But, Brother Yi, what if the enemy doesn't plan to leave us any way out? Then it's even simpler. The enemy is strong. I die. Bayi said nonchalantly. Liu. Bayi bent down and began smearing dirt from the ground onto his face. Seeing this, Liu quickly followed suit. At that moment, a soldier's cautious shout came from outside the house. "There are 2 people in here." Chaotic footsteps sounded as a large number of soldiers began gathering around the house where Bayi was. Hearing the commotion, Liu appeared somewhat flustered. Bayi, however, remained completely calm. He patted Liu on the shoulder to reassure him and said, "To survive in the wasteland, you must have reverence and humility. Take this to heart. I believe my words have already touched your soul." Then, under Liu's stunned gaze, he strode boldly toward the door, shouting, "Sir, don't shoot. We're on the same side." Bang! The door was violently opened, and over a dozen guns were pointed at Bayi and Liu. "Who are you two? Why are you hiding here?" a soldier asked. "Officer, we are both law-abiding citizens of Grey Soil Town. Earlier, when the Grey Sparrows attacked, my brother and I hid in the room, too scared to come out. Now that we've met officers from Dawn City, it's truly like encountering saviors." Bayi spoke while pulling Liu over and casually pinched Liu's right hand, causing him so much pain that his face turned pale and cold sweat streamed down. The soldier saw Liu's state and, convinced it wasn't an act, finally relaxed his guard slightly. He took took out a walkie-talkie and began to reporting to the officer, 2 wastelanders have been found. Requesting instructions. Check if they are carrying weapons. If there are no issues, let them join the team, came the cold voice from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Yes, sir. 2 soldiers stepped forward and began to search them. Liu kept giving Bayi meaningful looks, as he knew Bayi had forbidden items on him. However, Bayi acted as if he hadn't noticed, letting the soldiers search him. Moments later, the soldiers found nothing and completely let their guard down. You two, come with me. The 2 followed behind the soldiers, heading toward the gathering place of the residents of the Grey Soil Town. On the way, Liu stared at Bayi suspiciously, leaned in, and whispered, Brother Yi, where's your forbidden item? I didn't see you throw it away. The 3 words taboo object were not spoken aloud but expressed through lip movements. Bayi glanced at him without responding. Of course, the taboo object was still on him. As for why it hadn't been found during the search, the reason was simple. When the soldiers searched his jacket, he hid the taboo object in his pants, and when they searched his pants, he moved it back to his jacket. It would be a miracle if they managed to find it. Soon, under the guidance of the soldiers, the 2 arrived at the main troops encampment. At this moment, the soldiers were busy setting up camp and pitching tents, while the residents of the Grey Dust Town were huddled together in an open area, being watched over by several fully armed soldiers. Bayi kept observing his surroundings. Among the soldiers, 2 individuals stood out, a military officer dressed in a high-ranking uniform and a young man carrying a silver metal box half his height on his back. The officer appeared to be in his 30s, with a cold and arrogant expression on his face. Both his legs and arms were mechanical, and the exposed parts shimmered with a mercury-like silver glow. The intricate and sophisticated alloy mechanics were clearly far superior to Wang Shi's mechanical arm. The man carrying the silver box looked much more normal, with a body indistinguishable from an ordinary person, except for his eyes, which were particularly unsettling, hawk-like eyes. His golden brown pupils were so sharp they seemed capable of piercing through the darkness. Bayi glanced at the 2 and roughly deduced their identities. One was a mechanically modified human, and the other a genetically modified individual. Judging by their appearances alone, they were clearly much stronger than Wang Shi and Tan Jie. Reporting to the officer, the 2 wastelanders have been brought here. No weapons were found on them, nor any signs of genetic or mechanical modifications, the soldier reported respectfully. The officer nodded coldly, casually glancing at Bayi and Liu. Seeing the 2 covered in dust, dressed in tattered clothes, and looking no different from other wastelanders, he said nothing more and impatiently waved his hand. Assign them numbers in order and place them in the refugee camp. Afterward, Bayi and Liu each received a simple number tag and were placed among the crowd. The 2 blended seamlessly into the group, looking around at the faces filled with sorrow and numbness before casually finding a secluded spot to sit down. A few nearby wastelanders glanced at them, but seeing their dust-covered appearances that obscured their features, they merely gave them a cursory look before turning away. Bayi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, surprised at how smoothly he had managed to conceal his identity. He had always been willing to assume the worst about human nature. Among so many people, there were bound to be those with ulterior motives who might expose his possession of the taboo object to curry favor with the officer. Thus, he had gone to great lengths to disguise himself. Brother Yi, you're 258, I'm 259. Why did they give us these numbers? Liu examined the number plate in his hand, his face full of confusion. Did I arrive before you? Bayi glanced at him sideways. No, didn't we come together? Liu froze, looking somewhat puzzled. I know you came with me, so why are you asking me? Go ask someone else. After being snapped at, Liu muttered some indistinct curses under his breath and went to talk to someone nearby. Not long after, he returned with a grim expression. The numbers are for grouping 20 people per group, supervising each other. If anyone in the group tries to escape, the entire group will be executed by firing squad. These bastards are too cunning. No one dares to run away now. Bayi nodded thoughtfully. Go ask them why they're capturing so many people. Although he already had a guess in his heart, he wanted to confirm it. Hey, fellow, what do the officers from Dawn City want with us? Liu quietly approached a wastelander and asked. The wastelander's expression was numb, seemingly unwilling to respond. Liu shamelessly asked several times before the man finally muttered. The big shots in the city want to take us to Black Mountain. They say they're short on manpower and want us to scout the way. They also claim that if we succeed, they'll bring us to Dawn City, so we won't have to scrape by on the wasteland anymore. That's great. We can become city dwellers. Liu feigned excitement. The man let out a bitter laugh. That kind of talk might fool kids. Dawn City isn't a place just anyone can go. Even if what the big shots say is true, how many people will survive after going to Black Mountain? After speaking, the man fell silent, his gaze hollow and empty. Liu felt a chill in his heart, so it was true. He then sidled up to Bayi. Brother Yi, what do we do now? Should we find a chance to escape? Why are you running? You need to look at the problem from a different perspective. Bayi would never run. Stepping into the wilderness at night was no
no different from committing suicide. Didn't he see that even this team didn't dare to travel at night? What perspective? Li Yu asked. It seems like we become cannon fodder, but in reality, before we reach Black Mountain, we're under the protection of this team, Bayi explained. Li Yu's eyes lit up. That's true. With mutated beasts running rampant everywhere, nowhere is safe. Staying close to this team at least means we don't have to worry about the mutated beasts. Brother Yi, you're truly a wise man. I'm starting to understand more and more what you said before, that one must live with reverence and humility to survive for a long time. Alright, get some rest. Bayi lay directly on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. Dawn, dawn, dawn. The clock in the central square of Grey Dust Town struck midnight. It was finally time. Bayi, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Without making a sound, he nudged the sleeping Li Yu beside him. Li Yu groggily opened his eyes. What's wrong, Brother Yi? Get ready to act. Bayi's deep voice instantly brought Li Yu to his senses. He asked in shock, wait, Brother Yi, act on what? Kill them all. Ha! Li Yu was dumbfounded, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. Could Bayi be joking? But seeing the fierce glint in his eyes, Li Yu felt it didn't seem like a joke. But, Brother Yi, how are the two of us supposed to take on 100 armed soldiers? Li Yu was instantly speechless, his mind repeatedly echoing the words Bayi had mentioned earlier. The so-called way of survival in the wasteland was the wisdom to live long in this desolate land, summed up in 16 characters. When the enemy is weak, I humiliate. When the enemy is small, I bully. When the enemy is fierce, I submit. When the enemy is strong, I obey. To survive in the wasteland, one must harbor reverence and humility. Brother Yi, my dear brother, this is not the same as what you said before. Li Yu cried with a mournful face, urgently saying, didn't you say people should be humble? What's different? No one understands humility better than me. While being humble, I even conveniently move graves. Bayi responded with a sinister grin. Li Yu was dumbfounded, questioning in his heart, are we even talking about the same word for humility? How did Bayi become a completely different person after just one night's sleep? But what happens after killing them? Li Yu asked. Naturally, we take their car, their guns, and their money, then leave Grey Dust Town at dawn. By then, we can sell the car and guns, and with enough money, we can buy the identity of a resident in Dawn City, Bayi said confidently. Brother Yi, don't act impulsively. That officer and the young man beside him clearly aren't people to mess with. We're not in any danger right now, so why take this risk? Li Yu was so anxious he was nearly in tears. He pleaded earnestly, trying to awaken the small shred of reason left in Bayi. But Bayi interrupted him, what do you know? It may seem like there's no danger now, but their goal is to push us into the pit of Black Mountain, forcing us to die. A man born under heaven and earth cannot be coerced. My mind is made up. In a moment, I'll sneak over and take out those two officers first. Once the camp descends into chaos, you strike immediately. We'll coordinate from inside and out and annihilate them in one fell swoop. After speaking, Bayi gave Li Yu no chance to persuade him further and silently moved toward the dark corners beneath the surrounding houses. Brother Yi, don't act impulsively. Think about the 16-character mantra. Ah, what a sin. Li Yu sighed helplessly. He nervously watched Bayi advancing in the shadows, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart. In the blink of an eye, he realized he could no longer see Bayi's figure. Bayi silently made his way toward the camp area. There were quite a few soldiers on night watch around the perimeter, but they were no match for him. Time seemed to freeze. Buzz. A strange temporal fluctuation enveloped the entire world. Bayi, like a speeding leopard, dashed into the camp. Time resumed. After passing through the outermost soldiers, he immediately restored time without wasting a second. His target was the central tent in the camp area, which he had already observed. The officer and the eagle-eyed man were both inside that tent. As long as he could take out these two, the remaining ordinary soldiers would be easy to deal with. Such a risky move wasn't because Bayi was blinded by the extra minute he had gained, but rather the result of careful consideration. He knew that the Dawn Army had already entered Black Mountain, and once this team joined the main force, his chances of escaping would become significantly harder. Therefore, it was better to strike early. In fact, he could choose to flee. Directly escaping would be simple with his ability to freeze time. But the problem was, where could he get money? Dawn City was extremely strict about checking for stowaways. Even if he managed to sneak in, without official resident status, life in the city would be nearly impossible. And now, with hundreds of guns right in front of him, how could he not seize them? With the help of Time Freeze, Bayi easily avoided all the patrolling soldiers and quickly approached the tent where the officer was located. Mr. Ing, there's a rumor going around outside that the Pangu plan, established before the Great Catastrophe, is hidden in the Black Mountain. Do you think it's true? The officer's deep voice came from inside the tent. In the shadow behind the tent, Bayi paused for a moment. Pangu plan? What kind of plan would be named after Pangu? After all, Pangu was a figure associated with the creation of the world. Wouldn't that imply that once this plan is implemented, it would have world-creating effects? Moreover, the fact that it involved matters from before
before the Great Catastrophe piqued his curiosity. The Great Catastrophe occurred 100 years ago, and he had traveled from 200 years ago. This meant that the civilization of his time had developed for another 100 years after the Great Catastrophe, only to suddenly face an unexplained disaster that led to the collapse of human civilization. After the civilization shattered, the surviving humans spent 100 years rebuilding to form the current era. He was deeply intrigued by the history of these 200 years. Thus, he decided not to rush into action and assassinate them, opting instead to listen to what the two had to say. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask," the young man named Mr. Ing said coldly. "Forget it, I'll just kill them all." Bayi silently drew his dagger. "Mr. Ing, the news has already spread across the entire Baymang. Why bother hiding it from your own people?" the officer said with a smile. Mr. Ing pondered for a moment before finally speaking. "There is a shelter in the Black Mountain that was built before the Great Cataclysm, numbered 189, and the Pango project was implemented within Shelter 189. Just as I thought." The officer's voice carried little emotion, clearly having anticipated this. "It said that the Pango project claimed to be able to create a whole new era after the Great Cataclysm. Is that true?" "It is true. When the Great Cataclysm occurred, humanity established numerous shelters to avoid the disaster. Due to the limited space and resources in the shelters, only the top human elites of the time were allowed entry. These elites planned to emerge from the shelters after the Great Cataclysm had passed and used the Pango project to usher in a new era of human civilization. The key to the Pango project lay in Shelter 189. However, unfortunately, they failed. Now, 100 years have passed since the Great Cataclysm, yet the Pango project has not been implemented, nor have the human elites from the shelter appeared. No one knows what happened to them. All that is known is that those elites are all dead. In the end, it was the ordinary people they abandoned who survived instead. These ordinary people, without the protection of shelters, perished under the pollution of the Great Cataclysm at a rate of 95%. The remaining 5%, however, miraculously adapted to the pollution and rebuilt civilization on the wasteland. Some lucky individuals even discovered buried shelters and obtained fragments of technology from the previous era. Using this technology, they quickly strengthened their own forces and established large cities like Dawn City. At this point, a trace of elusive irony crept into Mr. Ying's tone. "Well, I am quite aware of this. After all, the actual controller of Dawn City, Apocalypse Technology Company, rose to prominence thanks to a surviving shelter." "Mr. Ing, you've said so much, but what exactly is the content of the Pango project?" Mr. Ing was silent for a moment. "I am not clear on the specific content either. I only know that there is a key item in the Pango project, called the Panga USB drive." "The Panga USB drive?" "The Panga USB drive contains all the knowledge of the civilized era. It is the crystallization of human civilization. Because of this, the Pango project has the foundation to create a new world on the wasteland." "The crystallization of human civilization," the officer instinctively exclaimed, his heart surging with waves of shock. He understood what the crystallization of human civilization signified. The reason why the Apocalypse Technology Company, which controlled Dawn City, had become a giant in Beiyang was precisely because its founder discovered a remnant shelter and obtained partial gene editing technology. Just a small portion of gene editing technology was enough to create such a powerful force. If a faction were to master the entirety of human civilization's crystallization, it would only be a matter of time before they ruled the world. "Mr. Ing, you must find this amusing." The officer took a long time to calm his emotions before speaking again, though his tone still betrayed his shock. "With my limited knowledge, I truly cannot imagine how much world-changing technology is contained within the crystallization of human civilization. Gene editing, mechanical armor, artificial intelligence, life engineering, extraordinary evolution, and so on. Whether it's something you can think of or something beyond your imagination, it's all in the Panga USB drive." "Hiss!" The officer drew in a sharp breath. Outside the tent, Bayi hurriedly covered his mouth, almost gasping in shock. "My goodness, so the civilization era I lived in had developed to such an extent by its end? But how could there be extraordinary evolution?" The officer inside the tent was equally puzzled. "Mr. Ing, I can understand the previous points, but what is extraordinary evolution about? Weren't extraordinary individuals only present after the cataclysm? Could it be that there were extraordinary individuals during the civilization era as well?" The emergence of extraordinary individuals indeed occurred after the cataclysm, which destroyed the civilization era in less than 3 years. During the 3 years of turmoil when civilization still existed, extraordinary individuals began to appear, and the people of the civilization era seized this opportunity to study them. In such a short time, they actually unraveled the mystery of the extraordinary and mastered a method for stable awakening. "Hiss!" The officer gasped again. "Are you saying they managed to accomplish in 3 years what we haven't been able to achieve in a century?" In the current era, the awakening of extraordinary individuals remains an unsolved mystery. Otherwise, their numbers wouldn't be so scarce. Mr. Ing shook his head. Actually, it wasn't 3 years, it was 2.5. As soon as the words fell, the tent was momentarily engulfed in silence. Outside the tent, Bayi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A transcendent mystery. He had long covetedly used magical hands. Who wouldn't want such a superpower that only consumed mental energy without taking up time? If he could also become a transcendent being, how much time would that save? He didn't envy genetic editing or mechanical modifications. Such technologies that altered one's physical structure always felt unreliable to him. But transcendent beings were different, they represented evolution on a spiritual level. And besides transcendent evolution, there was life engineering. This was technology that could extend human lifespans. And wouldn't a longer lifespan mean more time? The more Bayi thought about it, the more fervent his heart became. His defiant eyes were filled with unadulterated desire. He despised hypocrites the most. In his view, humans were inherently a collection of desires, and one should face their desires head-on, clearly, understanding what they wanted. There was no shame in that. Now, he wanted the Panga USB drive. The pinnacle of civilization's achievements should rightfully be inherited by someone as civilized as himself. At this thought, Bayi changed his plan. He no longer intended to kill these people but instead decided to head to Black Mountain. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and success comes from taking risks. If he could obtain the Panga USB drive, he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. Although he regarded time as life itself and detested wasting it, that was because, in many cases, the time spent didn't yield proportional rewards. But if he could acquire the Panga USB drive while time was frozen, it wouldn't be a waste at all, it would clearly be a once-and-for-all solution. Rather than taking the risk of going to Black Mountain alone, it would be better to use the army's escort to enter Black Mountain. These people's goal was to have the Wastelanders scout the way in Black Mountain, which meant that until they reached Black Mountain, the Wastelanders would be under the army's protection. As he was calculating his plan, the two people inside the tent began discussing another topic. Mr. Ng is indeed a member of the Zodiac, knowledgeable and well-informed. However, I still have one question. Now that the news about Black Mountain has leaked, all the major factions are heading there, each wanting a share of the pie. Since the Panga USB drive is so important, with your unparalleled sniping skills, why not join the main forces to help the company seize the USB drive? Why are you heading to the Black Mountain cliffs instead? Isn't Shelter 189 located right beneath the Black Mountain itself? The officer voiced the doubt in his heart. Ever since receiving this escort mission, he had been puzzled. Why avoid the shelter and instead head to the Black Mountain cliffs? The shelter is being handled by the company. I am not responsible for seizing the Pango USB drive. I am only responsible for killing. The officer was taken aback. For someone worthy of your personal sniping, there probably aren't many in this world, are there? Hearing such obvious flattery, Mr. Ying's icy tone softened slightly. Everyone loves praise, as long as it hits the right spot. Clearly, Mr. Ng was most proud of his sniping skills. Poof. Mr. Ng let out a cold snort. That's true, there are indeed very few people in this world worthy of me taking action personally, but this assassination target is definitely qualified. He paused for a moment, then coldly uttered a name, Yang Jia. What? The officer was instantly shocked. Are you talking about the tyrant Yang Jia? Of course, it's him. Only he is worthy of me using the Black Jiao M300. Mr. Ng stroked the metal case, a trace of fervor flashing in his eyes. Compared to Mr. Ying's confidence, the officer seemed a bit worried. The tyrant Yang Jia is one of the 10 kings. As such a powerful transcendent being, his mental strength has long surpassed human limits. Any assassination attempt would trigger a psychic warning. I'm afraid. Indeed, if the tyrant Yang Jia, one of the 10 kings, were so easy to kill, he would have already been taken out by other snipers. Then you. Mr. Ng sneered. Not long ago, the tyrant single-handedly destroyed one of the company's satellite cities, earning great renown. Privately, some even rank him as the foremost among the 10 kings. That battle indeed caused significant losses for the company, but it also gave us the opportunity to gather comprehensive data on the tyrant. His psychic warning range extends up to 3 kilometers. If someone fires at him within this range, he will sense the danger the moment the shot is fired. However, if the shot is fired from beyond 3 kilometers, he naturally cannot detect the danger in advance. Firing from beyond 3 kilometers. The officer's face was filled with shock. As someone who had long dealt with firearms, he naturally understood what it meant for a sniper to hit a target accurately from 3 kilometers away. Snipers are already 1 in a million, but to successfully snipe from 3 kilometers is truly 1 in a million of millions. One must consider that bullets are affected by gravity, wind speed, humidity, and various other factors. Initially, the bullet travels in a straight line, but as the distance increases, its trajectory gradually deviates. A sniper must account for all these factors and calculate the bullet's final impact point, a task of unimaginable difficulty. The officer snapped back to his senses and quickly praised, I see, as expected of you. In my opinion, this so-called weakness of the tyrant isn't really a weakness
hyenas at all. Even if other snipers knew about it, they would never be able to hit this top-tier extraordinary individual from 3 kilometers away. Only you could accomplish such a feat. His compliment made Mr. Ing, who rarely smiled, unable to help but smile. Of course, once I deal with the tyrant, obtaining the Panga USB for the company will be a piece of cake. Oh, killing the tyrant can also help the company acquire the Pango USB? The information about the Pango USB has long been leaked. Do you know why no one has been able to get their hands on it yet? The officer's role as the straight man in this exchange made Bayi, who was outside the tent, very satisfied. It was clear he wanted to please Mr. Ing, so he kept flattering him by following his lead. Because of the defense facilities of Vault 189, that level of technology, far ahead of its time, is simply unbreachable. In the entire Baymang, only the tyrant might have a chance to break through Vault 189's defenses, and now the tyrant is already nearing Haishan. The officer's eyes lit up. You mean, after the tyrant breaks through the defensive facilities, you will personally snipe him, allowing the company's people to smoothly enter the shelter and retrieve the USB drive? Exactly. Once the tyrant is dead, who else in Black Mountain could rival the company? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. If Mr. Ing manages to kill one of the 10 kings, the tyrant, his ranking among the 12 zodiac signs will surely rise, perhaps even claiming the top spot among them. Hearing this, Bayi stopped listening. The rest was utterly pointless, filled with flattery and endless compliments spilling from the officer's mouth. It would be a shame if this man didn't pursue a career in comedy. Bayi had already grasped the general outline of Apocalypse Company's plan, nothing more than using the tyrant's strength to eliminate him. Little did they know, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. 10 kings? 12 zodiac signs? All just a pile of trash. Once time stops, they'll all kneel before me. Bayi turned and left, but not before carefully inspecting the ground around him to check for any dry branches or similar objects. Sure enough, he spotted a dry branch that, if stepped on, would undoubtedly trigger the classic eavesdropping trope from movies. Good thing I'm smart enough. He cautiously stepped over the branch and slipped away along the shadow cast by the tent. Along the way, he wasted quite a bit of time successfully avoiding the patrolling soldiers. Among the group of refugees, most had already fallen into a deep sleep, but Liyu's eyes were wide open like copper bells. He nervously and uneasily scanned the area where the soldiers' tents were stationed back and forth. Why hasn't Bayi made his move yet? Could he have failed? That shouldn't be the case. If he failed, there should at least be some commotion. Could it be that he was caught as soon as they met? What if he's being tortured right now and will give me away any moment? The more Liyu thought about it, the more panicked he became, wishing he could just run away immediately. What are you mumbling about? Baye's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Liyu was so startled that he almost cried out. He quickly turned around and, seeing Bayi unharmed, finally let out a sigh of relief. What could I be mumbling about? Of course, I was praying for you, Brother Yi. By the way, Brother Yi, what's the situation? Did you kill the man? A look of surprise appeared on Baye's face. Kill someone? Kill who? What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly do something so reckless? That would be the behavior of a brute. I've always been one to plan before taking action. It seems you'll never learn. The 16-character mantra. How about this? I'll teach you a simpler one, an 8-character mantra. Bully the weak, bow to the strong. This time, make sure to remember it well and don't forget. Liyu. Brother Yi, don't be like this. You're scaring me a little now. If you didn't go kill someone, then what have you been doing all this time? Of course, I was peeing. Did it take you that long to pee? Sigh, my kidney function is just too strong. Sometimes it even troubles me. Alright, let's sleep. Bayi wiped his hand on Liyu's shoulder. He had indeed gone to pee when he just came back. Liyu said furiously, I was just sleeping, and you suddenly said you wanted to kill someone. Now you're telling me to sleep again. How the hell am I supposed to sleep? Bayi, what exactly are you trying to do? Can you make yourself clear? Bayi thought for a moment and felt that Liyu's right hand would still be needed in Black Mountain, so he stated his purpose. I want to go to Black Mountain. What? You're going to commit suicide? You, Bayi, furious, kicked him. I said I'm going to Black Mountain. How did it turn into suicide when it came out of your mouth? Is there a difference? Get lost, I'm going to sleep. Looking at Bayi lying on the ground with his eyes closed, Liyu stood frozen in place for a long time before finally blurting out, I think I understand how you awakened. You must have eaten some poisonous mushrooms that stimulated your nerves, and that's how you became a transcendent. The next day, just as dawn broke, the wastelanders were urged to set off by the army. Among the crowd, Bayi yawned in dissatisfaction, clearly not having slept enough. His temper flared, and thinking about the 30 seconds wasted last night only made him angrier. Rumble. 10 troop transport vehicles roared loudly as the soldiers on board pointed their guns at the crowd, constantly urging them forward. Move faster. Keep up, or you'll die if you fall behind. A group of raggedly dressed people was herded along like sheep by the soldiers. Bayi blended into the crowd, inconspicuously following the flow of people. Soon, the morning passed. The soldiers stopped their vehicles, lit fires, chairs, and prepared meals to enjoy their lunch, while the wastelanders finally had a chance to catch their breath. Having rarely eaten a full meal, and after a long trek, their energy was nearly depleted. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Many people stared eagerly at the food in the soldiers' hands, swallowing their saliva repeatedly. They had originally fled from the food-scarce gray dust town, only to be driven back now, carrying almost no food with them. The soldiers ignored the pleading gazes of these people, chatting boastfully while eating canned food. After finishing most of it, one soldier mischievously threw an empty can into the crowd, instantly causing a scramble. Several wastelanders even fought fiercely to lick the remnants inside the can. Ha ha ha, do these wastelanders look like stray dogs fighting for food in the wild? The soldiers' crude laughter rang out. As city dwellers and members of the direct forces of the Apocalypse Company, their sense of superiority made them see wastelanders as entirely different from themselves. Damn it, this group of lowlifes. Liu bit fiercely into his cockroach protein bar. As a wastelander himself, he naturally couldn't tolerate such behavior. Brother, could you spare me some food? A middle-aged man approached, swallowing hard, his eyes fixed on the cockroach protein bar in Liu's hand. Here you go. Without hesitation, Liu tossed him one, demonstrating his difference from the city dwellers. The middle-aged man took the cockroach protein bar, his eyes lighting up instantly, and devoured it ravenously. Bayi shook his head at the sight, thinking to himself that Liu was still too young. After finishing the bar, the middle-aged man didn't even say thank you but instead stared intently at the tattered sack behind Liu. Brother, do you have more? I'm still hungry. Liu frowned slightly, but before he could respond, several nearby wastelanders swarmed over like locusts, each reaching out their mud-covered hands toward him. Please, just a bite. I haven't eaten in days. Me too, me too. Watching the eager expressions on their faces, Liu remained silent for a moment before taking out a few more cockroach protein bars and distributing them. Unexpectedly, this action was like stirring up a hornet's nest. After finishing the food, the group's eyes lit up, and they excitedly asked for more. More and more wastelanders noticed the situation and began to gather. He has food in his hands. Give me some. I'm starving to death. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. Liu's brows furrowed tightly. Although he had quite a bit of food, it was absolutely not enough to share with so many people. If everyone took a little, he would truly end up starving himself. There's none left. Move aside, he shouted loudly. However, the crowd, upon seeing the food, looked like starving wolves spotting prey, their eyes gleaming with greed. I saw it. The sack behind him is full of food. Hand over the food quickly. None of us have eaten. Are you really going to let us starve to death? Some people couldn't hold back and began trying to snatch Liu's sack. Liu instantly burned with anger. Though injured, he was still an extraordinary individual. With a casual shove, he sent several people sprawling to the ground. Why don't you go ask those soldiers for food instead of coming after me? A tall wastelander said confidently. Nonsense. If the soldiers could give us food, would we still be asking you for it? Hand over the food now, or don't blame us for being rude. You bunch of ingrates. Liu's face turned pale with anger, and his right hand began to ache faintly again. Seeing the crowd growing more agitated, with more people eager to make a move, Bayi, who had just finished eating a cockroach protein bar, slowly stood up. His defiant eyes swept over the crowd, revealing a cold smile. Look at you being so stingy. Everyone just wants a bit of food. Why refuse? Brother Yi, you. Liu stared blankly as Bayi walked to the crowd and picked up the sack. Everyone, if you want food, come get it from me. I'm not as stingy as him, Bayi said with a cheerful smile. The crowd instantly became excited, surging toward Bayi as if they were ready to tear him apart. The tall wastelander used his strong physique to push to the front. Kid, looks like you're pretty generous. Hurry up and hand over the food. Bayi smiled and handed over a cockroach protein bar. No need to rush. We're all from Grey Dust Town, and we should help each other when we're outside. When you're hungry, you naturally need to eat. You don't have food, and I happen to have some, so it's only reasonable for you to eat mine, right? The man quickly reached out to grab the cockroach protein bar, while praising, yes, you're the one who knows how to talk. What's the big deal about eating a bit of your food? It's such a small matter. Let go. The man originally wanted to take the cockroach protein bar, but found that Bayi hadn't let go at all. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Kid, what do you mean by this? However, Bayi appeared even more surprised than him, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Wait, you're really going to eat it? You, ah! A shrill scream pierced the crowd as Bayi casually released his grip. The burly wastelander collapsed to the ground, his right hand twisted at an unnatural angle. The sudden turn of events left everyone else alarmed. Some stared uneasily at the young man before them. I was just joking with you. I didn't think you'd actually dare to eat it. Ah, my hand, you bastard. I'll kill you. Bang! Bayi stomped down on his broken right hand, savoring the man's wretched cries as he pressed harder. Still want to eat? No, no more. Please spare me. The man was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. He just wanted a bite to eat. If you didn't want to give it to him, why resort to violence? A a short-statured wastelander in the crowd said angrily. To hell with you. Bayi suddenly stepped forward, yanking the man out of the crowd with one swift motion. With immense strength, he slammed the man onto the ground as if he were a ragdoll. Ah! Another agonized scream echoed. But it wasn't over yet. Bayi stomped down hard on the man's mouth, forcing the scream back into his throat. A trace of brutality flashed in his defiant eyes. I hate it when people whine behind my back. Scream. Go on, scream again, I dare you. Bang, bang, bang. With each kick, Bayi knocked out the man's teeth, leaving behind a mouthful of mangled flesh and blood. Still want a bite to eat? Why not hit him? I'm beating him, and not just him, I'll beat you too. This scene of brutality and violence shocked those who were ready to make a move. They looked at Bayi, who was committing the violence, with both anger and fear, but no one dared to step forward to help. What are you looking at? A bunch of idiots. Keep staring, and I'll dig out your eyeballs. Get lost. Bayi's fierce and wild gaze swept over the surroundings, exuding an overwhelming sense of wildness and oppression. The crowd quickly retreated, and no one dared to ask for food again. Inside the troop transport vehicle, Mr. Ing and the officer observed the scene with great interest. These are the barbaric and ignorant wastelanders. I really don't understand why the company keeps them around. If you ask me, we should eliminate all the wastelanders to bring back the era of civilization as soon as possible, the officer said with a cold sneer. Mr. Ing responded calmly, even trash has its value. The company's vision is not as narrow as you think. Yes, Mr. Ing is absolutely right. The officer quickly forced a smile. Report, sir. Just now, a wastelander came by, claiming to have important information to report. A soldier hurriedly ran to the car window to report. The officer inside the car frowned slightly and waved impatiently. Get rid of him. How dare a mere wastelander claim to have important news? They get excited for half a day just from spotting a mutated hyena in the wild. The soldier hesitated slightly and said, Sir, he mentioned it's about a forbidden item. The officer's expression changed instantly, his eyes narrowing slightly. He didn't make a hasty decision but instead glanced at Mr. Ing. A hint of interest appeared on Mr. Ying's face as he nodded lightly. Bring him over. Not long after, a timid wastelander was led by a soldier to the car window. Greetings, sir. My name is Wang. He stammered. No one cares what your name is. Quickly, tell me the news about the forbidden item, the officer said with a look of disgust, pulling out a white handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, as if trying to block the scent emanating from the wastelander. If you dare to spout nonsense, I'll shoot you on the spot. The wastelander was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a thud. I wouldn't dare. Every word I say is the truth. Yes, I discovered a forbidden item called Breath of the Bones in the previous Ash Town, and it was obtained by Bayi. I just saw Bayi among the crowd. What? A trace of excitement flashed in the officer's eyes. Are you saying someone in the refugee camp is carrying a forbidden item? Wait, no, everyone was searched before, and no weapons were found. The wastelander quickly explained, Sir, please discern the truth. Everything I said is true. Bayi indeed bonded with the forbidden item. Even if he isn't carrying it now, it must be hidden somewhere. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Mr. Ying's gaze fell on him, the cold glint in his yellow-brown hawk-like eyes sending a chill down one's spine. I didn't mean to hide it. Bayi is one of the two people who joined the refugee camp yesterday. He was covered in dirt, and it was too dark yesterday, so I didn't recognize him. Just now, when he started hitting people, I suddenly found him very familiar. He's the deputy commander of our eastern district. I even worked with him for a few days before. When he was injured, I helped him to get food. At that time, he said he would give me a piece of meat, but in the end, he didn't. Sir, considering that I provided information about the forbidden item, could you give me a piece of meat to eat? This wastelander was clearly so frightened by Mr. Ying's gaze that he lost his composure and began to ramble on about everything he knew. Brother Yi, did I do something wrong? Liu said dejectedly, I just thought he was pitiful. Bayi curled his lips. What? Did your conscience get spat out by a dog? Liu was so angry that he almost choked, first furious, then quickly deflated. Maybe it really is my fault. No, you're not wrong. The fault lies with this era. Liu's heart trembled. He suddenly looked up, gazing at Bayi with gratitude, not expecting the other to be so comforting. Brother Yi, you're right. The fault lies with this era. If it were a civilized era, such things wouldn't happen. If Bayi raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, what nonsense are you talking about? What I mean is, if you want to live well, the first rule is to never admit you're wrong. How could I possibly be wrong? That's mental self-torture, and it's unacceptable. Remember, if you can blame others, blame others. If you can't blame others, then blame the era for being bad. He suddenly realized that during the past few days of knowing Bayi, he had been bombarded with countless twisted principles, and a new rule had taken root in his mind. It's not my fault, it's all the fault of the times. He didn't consider himself a good person, but whenever he thought of Bayi, an inexplicable sense of self-comfort arose in his heart. Brother Yi, I really envy your state of mind. By the way, do you still have any of those poisonous mushrooms you ate before? I'll poison you. Hey, my bad,
my bad, don't hit me. Don't hit my right hand. Liu hurriedly dodged, desperately protecting his right hand, thinking
to himself that he'd rather lose his lifeline than let his right hand get hurt. But Bayi's reputation was well known, kicking the good leg of a cripple was always his style. The two of them tussled for a moment, and suddenly, there was some commotion in the distant army. A military officer and Mr. Ing stepped out of a vehicle, accompanied by a timid-looking wastelander. The moment Bayi saw the wastelander, he let out a sigh. Ah, what's wrong, brother Yi? Liu asked curiously. Get ready to make a move. Ha, again? Bayi did not answer but slowly stood up and walked toward the officer and Mr. Ing. His actions immediately drew everyone's attention. Even the wastelanders who were eating stopped and looked at them nervously. No one knew what was about to happen. They only saw the high-ranking officer approaching the refugee camp, while from the camp, a young man happened to walk out. Officer, it's him, he's Bayi. The wastelander following beside the officer excitedly pointed at Bayi, desperately trying to prove he wasn't lying. Watching Bayi approach, the officer's lips curled into a faint, intrigued smile. This wastelander is rather interesting. Mr. Ing fixed Bayi with a cold, piercing gaze. His yellow-brown hawk-like eyes seemed to see straight through a person's soul. Do you possess a forbidden item? He asked indifferently. Bayi did not deny it. Yes. With that, he directly pulled out the breath of bones from his person. This action instantly heightened the soldier's nerves. Click, click, the sound of countless bullets being chambered echoed as over a dozen soldiers raised their guns, aiming at Bayi. The officer frowned slightly and reprimanded, what are you doing? With Mr. Ing here, do you think a single forbidden item could cause chaos? Lower your weapons. Isn't that right, Mr. Ing? Mr. Ing nodded calmly, his face showing no arrogance, but exuding an innate absolute confidence. In his view, even if this wasteland boy held a forbidden item, it posed no threat to him whatsoever. You won the Wheel of Fate with 6 bullets and contained the breath of bones. Although you're just a wastelander, you do have some courage. The tone of praise unique to those in high positions was vividly displayed in him. It wasn't an act but something ingrained in his nature, a habit. Hurry up and thank Mr. Ing. To receive his praise is a great honor for you, the officer flattered from the side. Bayi did not respond, but in his heart, he was calculating how to eliminate the more than 100 soldiers present in the shortest time possible. Kid, I'm talking to you, you. Ah, it's normal for wastelanders to lack manners. Mr. Ing gently raised his hand, stopping the angry officer. His hawk-like yellow-brown eyes glanced at the breath of bones in Bayi's hand and asked unhurriedly, how powerful is it? No bullets. Bayi raised an eyebrow and casually waved the revolver in his hand. Give him bullets. Mr. Ying's words shocked the soldiers. Give bullets to a wastelander? Aren't they afraid? Although the soldiers were hesitant, after seeing Mr. Ying's calm expression, they couldn't help but be influenced by his confidence, which seemed to have everything under control. Soon, the bullets were handed to Bayi. He didn't stand on ceremony, directly and openly loading them before firing. Bang! The loud gunshot startled both the wastelanders and the soldiers, except for Mr. Ing and the officer, who remained composed. Thud! The wastelander standing next to Mr. Ing, the one who had informed on them, fell to the ground with a massive hole in his chest. His eyes were wide open, dying with a look of disbelief. The wastelanders were shocked by Bayi's audacity. He actually dared to kill someone in front of the officer. Mr. Ing glanced casually at the corpse on the ground, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A snake-class forbidden item. Its power is decent. If you survive the journey to Black Mountain, I might give you the chance to follow me. After saying this, he turned and left, not caring about Bayi's response. Perhaps, in his view, no wastelander would refuse the opportunity to follow him, as it was a great honor. The officer sneered. Kid, you're lucky. He turned and left, with no intention of seizing the forbidden object. It wasn't because he didn't value it, but because he had already learned from an informant about the method of containing the forbidden object. That crude and barbaric method was something he disdained. Moreover, the side effects of using breath of bones were significant, and its only value lay in selling it for money. However, since Mr. Ing had taken an interest in this wasteland boy, he naturally dismissed the idea. Did I say you two could leave? The boy's defiant voice rang out, leaving everyone stunned. Mr. Ing and the officer frowned simultaneously and stopped in their tracks. Bayi casually pointed, breath of bones, at the two of them, the dust and grime unable to conceal the defiance in his eyes. Brother Yi, my dear brother, calm down, Liu urgently whispered from the side. They didn't take your forbidden object, did they? Why bother? Bayi's lips curled into a sinister smile. They didn't take from me, but I want to take from them. Li's right eye widened in astonishment as he stared at the young man before him. This brazen, audacious style left him utterly shocked. Though he couldn't fully comprehend it, he was undeniably shaken. In his view, things could have ended peacefully. After all, they'd already let him go, so why stir up trouble again? Most people would think this way, but Bayi did not. What he saw wasn't peace, but two self-important figures tossing him a bone to lick, expecting him to be grateful for it. And now, they wanted to walk away after showing off in front of him? He had intended to quietly follow the group group to Black Mountain. But, out of nowhere, these two pieces of trash appeared, flaunting their arrogance right in his face. It was so absurd it made him want to laugh. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, who gave you the courage? Kid, I originally thought you were smart, but it seems you ought to be a dead man, Mr. Ing said coldly, the trace of admiration in his eyes now completely gone, replaced by a lofty indifference. Mr. Ing, there's no need to get angry over someone like this. He's just a wastelander blinded by the allure of forbidden items. Leave him to us to handle. Alright, Mr. Ing responded lightly. For someone of his status, dealing with a wastelander was indeed beneath him. The officer stepped forward slowly, casually tilting his head as the sound of metallic gears grinding in his neck echoed clearly. He sneered, Kid, I've seen plenty of foolish people, but someone as stupid as you? This is a first. Do you really think you're invincible just because you have a broken gun? Forbidden items are powerful. Sure, but you still have to hit your target. With your shooting speed, even if I stand here and let you shoot, you wouldn't be able to scratch me. Stop wasting time with him, finish him off quickly and get ready to move. What? Mr. Ying's cold tone suddenly spiked, his body freezing in place. A primal sense of danger blared alarms in his mind, his hair standing on end as a chilling sensation climbed from the base of his spine to the top of his head. The source of it all was the gun barrel pressed against the back of his head, and the young man holding it. There's a limit to how much you can talk to yourself, don't you think, Mr. Ing? Bayi's rebellious voice sounded right next to Mr. Ying's ear. That's impossible. When did you? Mr. Ying's yellow-brown hawk eyes contracted to pinpoints, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't understand how Bayi, who had just been standing in front of him, could suddenly appear behind him. His hawk eyes were known for their exceptional dynamic vision. Even the 10 kings couldn't move faster than he could track. Could this be the legendary instant movement? Let go of Mr. Ing immediately, the officer shouted in fury. Instinctively, he tried to activate his mechanical limbs, but the moment he exerted force, he was horrified to discover that his mechanical arms and legs had all been disconnected. Even more terrifying, his torso was slowly slipping downward. Bang! The officer fell to the ground, left with only his torso and head, while his mechanical limbs clattered to the floor in pieces. What the hell is going on? What did you do to me? The officer's face twisted with fear, city-bred skin now dirted by the dust on the ground. He had never seen anything so bizarre before he could even react, his mechanical limbs had already been dismantled. How did you do that? After a brief moment of panic, Mr. Ing quickly regained his composure. He did not act recklessly but instead looked for an opportunity in secret. Although he was a genetically modified human, his combat abilities in direct confrontation were not strong. At best, he could dodge bullets. The reason he became one of the Zodiac 12 was mainly due to his eagle-eye vision and unparalleled sniping skills. As long as he had enough distance and a sniper rifle, he could even take down the 10 kings. But now, with the breath of bones aiming at his head, no matter how skilled he was, it was difficult to make a move. Tell them to put down their guns. Bayi, hidden behind Mr. Ing, said calmly. Put down your guns, Mr. Ing ordered in a low voice. The tense soldiers around exchanged glances and eventually placed their guns on the ground. Li Zua, time to work, Bayi called out to the crowd. The stunned Liu slowly stepped forward, his shocked eyes never leaving Bayi. What do you want me to do? He asked dumbfoundedly. Why? Seeing his foolish demeanor, Bayi couldn't help but grow angry and directly kicked him, shouting, Go collect the guns. Oh, Li Yu hurriedly began picking up the guns from the ground. After a while, he finally snapped out of his shock, turned to Bayi, and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Yi, you're awesome. Once all the guns were collected by Li Yu, Mr. Ing said in a deep voice, I've done as you asked. Now we can talk. Mr. Ying's words were abruptly interrupted by Bayi's sinister laughter. I tell you to do it, and you just do it? Are you a damn dog? Bang! Breath of Bones roared with a deafening blast, flames and blood bursting simultaneously as a blood-red bullet struck Mr. Ying's right knee with pinpoint accuracy. He let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, his face pale with pain and cold sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. Even so, he gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound. At this moment, it became evident that Mr. Ing, as a genetically modified human, was fundamentally different from ordinary people. If a regular person had taken this shot, their leg would undoubtedly be crippled. However, Mr. Ying's leg only bore a thumb-sized bloody hole. While he couldn't use his right leg temporarily, there was at least a chance for recovery. The soldiers' expressions changed drastically, and they were about to rush forward to seize the gun when Mr. Ing, enduring the pain, raised his hand. Do not act rashly. After stopping the soldiers, he turned his head with difficulty to look at Bayi. You didn't kill me outright, which means there's still room for negotiation between us. I was presumptuous earlier, unaware that there was such a powerful, extraordinary individual hidden in your team. This time, I admit defeat. State your terms, whatever it takes for you to spare me. Now you admit defeat? Isn't it a bit late for you to be giving me chances? Bayi's gaze was defiant and violent, the metallic gun barrel firmly aimed at Mr. Ying's head. I'll give you a chance now too. This wastelander here has never seen one of those high and mighty city lords bow their head in
and apologize. If you kowtow and please me, maybe, just maybe, I'll let you off. Mr. Ying's face turned ashen to the extreme. For him to bow to a wastelander was simply more painful than death. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Bang! Mr. Ying suddenly felt a dizzy spell and collapsed straight to the ground, his yellow-brown hawk-like eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Even in death, he never expected Bayi to act so decisively. You actually killed Mr. Ying, the maggot-like officer cried out in a distorted voice. Bayi shrugged helplessly. Don't blame me for this. He himself said, a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated, so I just fulfilled his wish. The officer's eyes were bloodshot with rage. How dare you? How dare you? Mr. Ying is one of the 12 Zodiac. You killed him. The company won't let you off. Damn it. Bayi walked over and kicked the officer in the face, causing blood to gush from his nose. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he leaned down. How can you be so stupid? Like a pig? Is it because you're used to showing off? You're already at death's door, and you still dare to spout nonsense? Not only will I kill him, but I'll kill you too. The officer woke up as if from a dream, cold sweat streaming down his body. No, you can't kill me. If I die, the company. To hell with your company. Bayi roared in fury, kicking the officer several more times, knocking out his front teeth. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can die now. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything you want. I'm willing to kneel and kowtow to you, the officer screamed indistinctly. Despite having lost all his limbs, he used the strength of his abdomen and neck to repeatedly slam his head against the ground. Ha ha ha. Bayi laughed recklessly, turning to the group of dumbfounded wastelanders and said with a grin, see that? Even the great lord of Dawn City, whom you all fear, will kowtow to wastelanders. Among the hundreds present, not a single person responded. Only the wild, unrestrained laughter of the young man echoed in the wind. Liu looked at the officer who was incessantly kowtowing, then turned to glance at Mr. Ying, who was still operating in his mind, his heart filled with incredulous shock. The rapid development of events felt like a dream. His thoughts were still stuck on the moment Bayi had said he was going to act, but now, the death of this prominent figure before him jolted him awake. Yi, brother Yi, did the big shot really just die like that? Even with the truth right in front of him, he still found it hard to believe. The immense class disparity between city dwellers and wastelanders made it unimaginable to him that such an important person could die so easily before his eyes. Ah, Bayi sighed. Yes, who would have thought that he was still alive right before his death? Liu froze? Relax, his death wasn't without value. Bayi smiled. Mr. Ying's death had provided him with abundant vitality and blood energy. Just Mr. Ying's blood energy alone was equivalent to that of 10 gray sparrows, giving his physical condition another slight boost. Spare me, spare me. The officer continued kowtowing, his face covered in blood, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Bayi glanced at the nearby soldiers who were itching to move, calculating silently. Initially, he had planned to use the army's strength to head to Black Mountain, but now it seemed that directly threatening the officer with a gun to take him there might work just as well. Though the process differed, the result would be the same. Alright, stop kowtowing. I'll give you a chance to live, take me to Black Mountain. The officer was initially ecstatic, then froze. You want to go to Black Mountain? Bayi shot him a cold glance. What? You're unwilling? The officer's heart tightened. No, willing. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and get the car ready to escort this lord to Black Mountain. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to act rashly. The mysterious Mr. Ying had been shot in the head, their own commander dismembered in an instant. Even though they had guns, they didn't believe they could deal with Bayi, this extraordinary figure, especially since they currently didn't even have their weapons ready. Just as they were about to move, suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd of wastelanders. Ah, a snake! A ragged wastelander jumped up as if electrocuted, a pitch-black snake coiled tightly around his left arm. He frantically flailed his arm, but the snake. Bayi frowned deeply, not expecting to encounter another mutated beast so soon. First, it was the hyena, then the gray sparrow, and now the black snake. Just how many mutated beasts were hiding in Black Mountain? Liu, give them the guns and prepare for battle. Liu immediately called the soldiers to fetch the guns. At a time like this, there was no room for internal conflict, they had to deal with the black snake first. Bayi grabbed the officer and said coldly, have your men hunt down the black snake. Yes. The officer nodded repeatedly, like a pecking chicken. At this moment, he understood what needed to be done. Facing someone like Bayi, a fellow human, he could beg for mercy, but against a mutated beast, words were utterly useless. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. The soldiers who received the guns immediately joined the fight. If they didn't fight, they would die anyway. Meanwhile, most of the wastelanders were fleeing. In panic, only a few picked up stones and kept attacking the black snake on the ground, but it was completely futile. Running away only meant dying faster, and stones were no match for the black snake. Ah! Screams echoed one after another. A panicked wastelander ran into a pile of snakes, and dozens of black snakes slithered up his pant legs, climbing steadily up his thighs. The cold temperature of the reptiles made his
his hair stand on end, and goosebumps covered his entire body in an instant. He screamed in terror, jumping and flailing like a monkey, frantically scratching at his own body. A snake was thrown down, and before long, more snakes crawled onto his body. Finally, a black snake climbed up to his neck, its triangular head held high, flicking its scarlet tongue, and then it plunged straight into his mouth. "Woo, woo," he wailed indistinctly, his eyes wide with rage, before his body stiffened and collapsed into the pile of snakes. In an instant, countless black snakes completely engulfed him. Bayi watched this scene, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. It had just taken him 33 seconds to kill Mr. Ing and dismember the officer, and now only 57 seconds remained. 57 seconds, forget about killing the snakes, it might not even be enough to escape. These snakes, estimated to be at least 1,000, spread across the ground like a black carpet. He refused to sit idly by and instead began firing frantically. Several crimson veins grew out from the white bone barrel of breath of the skeleton, piercing fiercely into Bayi's hand holding the gun, continuously extracting his vitality and blood. Bang, bang, bang. Crimson bullets shot out rapidly, their immense power capable of taking down 2 to 3 black snakes with a single shot. If luck was on his side and he hit a densely packed area of snakes, he could even kill 5 with one shot. However, even so, faced with such an overwhelming number of black snakes, it still felt like a drop in the ocean. Damn it, what trash, there's even less vital energy in this than a gray sparrow. Bayi cursed in annoyance, taking advantage of a lull while reloading to glance over at the nearby group of wastelanders. Unarmed and thrown into chaos, almost all the wastelanders were dead, with only a handful still desperately struggling, running crazily toward the soldiers. But even the soldiers were having a hard time. Bullets were awkward to use against the writhing black snakes on the ground, and some soldiers, once the snakes got close, simply abandoned their guns and drew military knives for close combat. Out of everyone present, Liu was by far the most efficient at killing snakes. Gritting his teeth, he swung his bandaged right hand, instantly activating his supernatural ability, Magician's Hand. A 3-meter-long, invisible hand slammed down from above, crushing dozens of black snakes at once and even leaving a deep palm-shaped imprint half an inch into the ground. Bayi's eyes lit up, he hadn't expected Liu to actually be so useful. "Lizua, how much longer can you hold out?" Liu panted heavily. Three. Bayi was overjoyed. 3 minutes is plenty. At Liu's current efficiency, 3 minutes would be enough to wipe out at least 2/3 of the black snakes, making the rest easy to handle. 2. Bayi froze. 1. With a dull thud, Liu's right hand dropped limply, a faint trace of crimson seeping through the white bandages. "Lizua, are you fucking kidding me at a time like this? You think you're funny or something?" Liu forced a weak smile. "Didn't I learn it from you, brother Yi? Can't you learn to be better?" Seeing that Liu was no longer reliable, Bayi turned his gaze to the officer. He thought that since the officer and Mr. Ing dared to lead people to Heishan, they must have a way to deal with the mutated beasts along the way. "Tell me, how about I install a mechanical arm for you now?" The officer let out a bitter laugh. "It's useless. A mechanical arm isn't simply installed, it requires an internal neuron connection device to function as naturally as a real arm. Now that the device has been severed by you, installing it would be pointless." "Damn, then I'll send you to meet Mr. Ing." Bayi grabbed the officer, preparing to throw him into the swarm of snakes. No, there's still a way." Bayi narrowed his eyes slightly and released the officer. "What way?" "My mechanical arm has a self-destruct mechanism. It's designed to take the enemy down with me and prevent them from dismantling the arm to obtain its technology. Although I can't activate the self-destruct mechanism now, as long as the internal structure of the mechanical arm is severely damaged, it will trigger the self-destruct. You just need to shoot the connection point of the mechanical arm with a forbidden item, and it will activate the self-destruct." "Liu, why didn't you say so earlier?" Bayi immediately kicked the officer, nearly knocking the wind out of him. The reason he hadn't mentioned it earlier was that he didn't want to destroy his mechanical arm. A single mechanical arm could cost millions, and with all 4 limbs combined, the cost exceeded tens of millions. He had invested his entire fortune into these mechanical limbs, which had brought him his current status. If he lost the mechanical limbs, he would have no chance to rise again. Moreover, he had initially thought that someone as powerful as Bayi should be able to handle the black snakes with ease, so he hadn't planned to say anything. Now that he was about to be thrown to the snakes, he naturally didn't dare to hide the truth any longer. Bayi picked up a silver-white metallic mechanical arm from the ground and hurled it fiercely toward the densest part of the snake swarm. Then, as the mechanical arm hit the ground, he aimed at the connection point and pulled the trigger sharply. Bang! Nothing happened. The mechanical arm did not self-destruct. "You dare to lie to me!" Bayi was instantly furious and gave the officer another kick. The officer's face turned pale, and he repeated in pain, "Impossible, I really didn't lie to you, there is indeed a self-destruct device inside." Brother Yi, it seems like you missed," Liu reminded softly from the side. Bayi's face instantly darkened. "If you can talk, say something useful." He fired again, bang bang bang, and after 3 shots, he finally hit the target. When the bullet bullet struck the connection of the mechanical arm, a crisp metallic collision sound rang out, followed by boom. It was as if 10 grenades exploded simultaneously, with a massive fireball shooting straight into the sky, instantly toppling hundreds of black snakes. Countless charred half-snake bodies fell from the air. The remaining black snakes seemed terrified by the massive explosion, turning around and fleeing in all directions, disappearing underground in the blink of an eye. The crisis was temporarily averted, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Bayi looked around and found that the wasteland people had been completely wiped out, and more than 30 soldiers had died. The once large team had suddenly dwindled to just over 60 people. The good news was that there were no injured, as those bitten by the black snakes had all succumbed to the venom. At this moment, many soldiers snapped out of their daze and nervously looked at Bayi. Bayi sneered coldly, "What's wrong? Have you all forgotten how Mr. Ring met his end?" The soldiers felt a chill in their hearts, recalling the tragic scene of Mr. Ying's death with his eyes wide open in despair. An officer, desperate to survive, quickly shouted, "Put down your guns. Anyone who dares to defy Lord Bayi will face military punishment." Bayi then began to boost morale. "As long as you escort me to Black Mountain, I'll let you go free." He lied again. Once they reached Black Mountain, everyone would die. If even one of them managed to return alive to Dawn City, he would have to face the army's siege there, as well as the revenge of the so-called 12 Zodiac. After a simple mix of threats and promises, the remaining team set off again. To prevent the soldiers from escaping, Bayi confiscated their guns and blew out all the vehicle tires, leaving only one troop transport for himself to drive. The soldiers, on the other hand, jogged ahead of the vehicle. Their roles had reversed previously. Bayi had been running on the ground while the soldiers rode in the vehicles. Now, it was the other way around. On the troop transport vehicle, Bayi was driving the car while Liu held the officer hostage. "Brother Yi, what's in this box?" Liu curiously examined the silver-white metal box beside the seat. "It was a gift from Mr. Ing. Why don't you open it and see for yourself?" Bayi replied casually, though he already knew what was inside the box, the black Jiao M300 sniper rifle. Click. Liu opened the metal box, and a cold metallic scent mixed with the smell of machine oil rushed out. 8 precision components lay on a black foam pad, emitting a matte sheen. The barrel, like a slumbering black python, coiled in the center. This is a sniper rifle." Liu looked at the black Jiao M300 with excitement. Although he didn't understand sniper rifles, anyone could sense the value of this weapon just from its intricate appearance. "This is Mr. Ying's black Jiao M300, one of the most advanced sniper rifles. Its power can even rival Jiao class forbidden items," the officer whispered from the side. The situation was against him, so naturally, he had to behave better to survive. While driving, Bayi raised an eyebrow. "Jiao level forbidden item?" Previously, Mr. Ring referred to the breath of bones as a Shi level forbidden item, and now there's mention of Jiao level. Could this be the classification of forbidden items? The officer seemed to notice Bayi's confusion and quickly explained, "Forbidden items are divided into 3 levels, Shi, Jiao, and Long. Your revolver is a Shi level forbidden item, while Mr. Ying's black Jiao M300, although not a forbidden item, is comparable in power and rarity to a Jiao level forbidden item, which is why it was named Black Jiao. Then this sniper rifle must be incredibly valuable." Liu's eyes immediately lit up. The value of the black Jiao M300 is beyond monetary measurement because it is not a product of this era. It is a relic from the age of civilization, impossible to mass produce, and is considered a limited edition. It was restored through multiple complex processes. With current technological levels, it is impossible to manufacture a sniper rifle with such precision. Modern sniper rifles have an effective range of only 800 to 1000 meters, while the black Jiao has a terrifying effective range of 4000 meters. Using special supersonic bullets, it can penetrate any bulletproof device. "Enough with the nonsense, just tell me how much it's worth." Liu was clearly uninterested in the details and only cared about the money. The officer paused. "If sold on the black market, it could fetch at least tens of millions." "How much?" Liu's scream nearly pierced Bayi's eardrums. "Keep your voice down. Look at you acting like you've never seen the world. It's just tens of millions, isn't it?" Bayi grumbled as he rubbed his ears in annoyance. Liu's face turned bright red with excitement. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. "Brother Yi, that's tens of millions. If we sell the black Jiao M300, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives." "Wrong, it's me who won't have to worry for the rest of my life." Liu's face instantly darkened, and he quickly tried to flatter him. "Brother Yi, for the sake of all we've been through together, please share a little with your younger brother." "Not even a little." Liu's excitement was extinguished as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He stared at the black Jiao M300 with a face full of disappointment and resentment in his eyes. Bayi, however, drove on indifferently and said casually, "But I never planned to sell it." "Never planned to sell it?" "Yiga, this gun is worth tens of millions. Why not sell it?" "Because it's too conspicuous. There are hardly any sniper rifles like this in the world. If you sell it, wouldn't that be equivalent to telling the whole world that you're the one who killed Mr.
Mr. Ring? Liu was taken aback. But if you don't sell it, what's the difference between this gun and scrap metal? Bayi shot him a sidelong glance. Who said it's scrap metal? Can't I keep it for myself? Liu recalled Bayi's heroic feat of needing 3 shots to hit the connection point of the mechanical arm earlier, and his heart was filled with deep doubt. Completely unconvinced, Bayi's face darkened, and he said angrily, "That was because I ate a cockroach protein bar, my stomach was upset, and I just didn't perform well at the time." Come on, brother Yi, it's one thing to lie to others, but don't lie to yourself too. You damn. Get out of the car and run 1,000 meters away. Let's see if I can shoot off your cowlick with 1 shot. Liu instinctively touched the unruly tuft of hair on his head and quickly smoothed it down, but as soon as his hand left, the cowlick bounced back up again. He hurriedly changed the subject, fearing that Bayi, this lunatic who seemed to have eaten poisonous mushrooms, might actually use him for target practice. Brother Yi, the range of this black Jiao M300 is really impressive. Thinking back, it's still a bit terrifying. Luckily, you dealt with Mr. Ring directly back then, otherwise, facing a sniper 1,000 meters away, we probably wouldn't even know how we died. Bayi understood this reasoning as well. His ability to stop time wasn't omnipotent. Snipers posed a significant challenge to him because it was difficult for him to detect bullets fired from 1,000 meters away. If his reaction wasn't quick enough, his head could end up blown apart. That's why he wanted to keep the black Jiao M300 and train himself to become a sniper. Knowing oneself and the enemy is the key to better handling such situations. Liu continued, snipers, these invisible enemies hiding far away, are the scariest. Brother Yi, what do you think? If a sniper were trying to take me out, should I run in a straight line or an S-shaped pattern? Neither the straight line nor the S-line is useful. My suggestion is to stand still and wait for his conscience to awaken. At night, the sky was pitch black, as if the stars had been wiped away, leaving only the bright moon hanging high. In the camp, numerous soldiers sat cross-legged around several campfires, their faces grim as they stared at the number plates in their hands. That's right, they had been grouped by Bayi, just like when dealing with the wastelanders before 20 people per group, monitoring each other. If one person ran, the entire group would suffer. The officers became the supervisors, and Bayi told them that if one person escaped, a piece of their flesh would be cut off. The terrified officers didn't dare to blink, keeping their eyes fixed on the soldiers. In the troop transport vehicle, Bayi was staring blankly at a golden pocket watch. It was a selfless gift from the officer. 10:28. Why is it still not 12 o'clock? Ever since he gained the ability to stop time, he had been wishing for time to pass faster every day. Currently, the usable time was less than a minute, which made him feel very unaccustomed, especially tonight, as they were camping in the wild. The closer they got to Black Mountain, the sparser the population became. There were no nearby towns to stay in, so they could only camp outdoors. Brother Yi, we won't encounter any more mutated beasts tonight, will we? Liu looked at the pitch-black night where he couldn't see his hand in front of him, feeling deeply uneasy. He was truly terrified of the mutated beasts. In just a few days, they had encountered 3 waves of them and witnessed hundreds of people die before their eyes. If he didn't have nightmares at night, it was only because he was exceptionally brave. Probably not, right? Bayi was also uncertain. Black Mountain isn't a zoo. How could there be so many mutated beasts? Lord Bayi, the officer hesitated. According to the records, during the civilized era, there actually was a wildlife park within the Black Mountain area. Bayi. Moreover, in most cases, shelters often collect various animals to ensure species preservation. So, in the pitch-black wilderness, a long wolf howl echoed. You jinx! Bayi angrily kicked the officer, completely ignoring his pained groans, and leapt off the vehicle. Everyone, grab your weapons and prepare for battle. As everyone knows, wolves are pack animals. Hearing a wolf howl usually means you've already been surrounded by a pack. The soldiers, like startled birds, quickly stood up and scrambled to grab their weapons to face the enemy. In their field of vision, pairs of eerie green beastly eyes gradually emerged from the distant darkness of the wilderness. Bang! A panicked soldier pulled the trigger, and the battle erupted instantly. Those eerie green eyes charged into the range illuminated by the firelight, revealing their true forms. Leading the pack was a gray wolf over 2 meters tall, with sturdy, powerful limbs and claws as sharp as hooks, leaving deep imprints on the ground with a mere step. Their fur was not the uniform color of ordinary wolves but displayed a strange, mottled pattern. Dark gray served as the base, interwoven with stripes of dark red and black, resembling dried blood and the night intertwined. Dozens of gray wolves charged forward like a tidal wave, their eyes filled with bloodlust and hunger. Their powerful limbs trampled the ground, creating a momentum akin to a stampede of thousands of horses. Their speed, combined with the poor visibility of the night, drastically reduced the soldiers' shooting accuracy. In just a moment, the gray wolves were upon them. Screams echoed one after another. Some soldiers were so terrified that they lost their wits, standing frozen in place awaiting death, while others turned and ran. But how could they possibly outrun the 4-legged gray wolves? Bayi kept firing continuously until his magazine was empty, managing to kill only one wolf.
The wolves seemed intelligent, aware of the threat posed by firearms. After killing a soldier, they would immediately pounce on the next target without hesitation, displaying remarkable agility. Especially after their mutation, the gray wolf's speed had increased significantly, leaving behind almost ghostly afterimages in the darkness. At this moment, Bayi felt deeply frustrated with his marksmanship, silently vowing to practice diligently when he had the chance. In truth, it wasn't just him, even the soldiers, who had undergone firearms training, found it difficult to hit the wolves, as their speed was simply too overwhelming. Damn it, I'll have to throw another mechanical arm. He repeated his earlier tactic, tossing a mechanical arm into the wolf pack and then quickly firing. Bang, bang. This time, luck was on his side. His second shot hit the connection point of the mechanical arm. Boom! A massive fireball erupted into the sky, and the deafening explosion sent several gray wolves and a few soldiers flying. The strike proved effective. Beasts are naturally afraid of fire and loud noises, and the explosion of the mechanical arm quickly scared off the remaining gray wolves. Bayi let out a sigh of relief, glad that he hadn't wasted time. After this battle, the number of soldiers had dwindled to just over 50, with more than half of them injured. Brother Yi, why don't we retreat? I don't think it's absolutely necessary to go to Black Mountain. There are other shelters besides this one. Once my right hand heals, we can explore other shelters later. Liu clutched his bandaged right hand, which was faintly bleeding, with lingering fear. He felt that if this continued, his right hand might never recover in this lifetime. Watching the gray wolves gradually disappear into the distance, Bayi's gaze turned grim. Retreat to where? The mutated beasts from Black Mountain have already come out and are roaming nearby. Who can guarantee we won't encounter them if we retreat now? Black Mountain is actually safer. He had already told Liu about the situation at Shelter 189 and planned to make a fortune there. Anything left behind from the civilized era could fetch an astronomical price on the black market. At this moment, Bayi seemed to have thought of something. He grabbed the fallen officer and said coldly, I really want to know now, with your limited strength, what gave you the courage to venture into Black Mountain? Are you hiding some kind of secret weapon? The officer was in utter misery and quickly explained, Sir, it's not that we're weak, it's that you're too strong. There's really no secret weapon. If there were, it would only be Mr. Ing. Isn't the guy with the surname Ing just a sniper? Is he really that strong? Bayi was a bit skeptical. He really couldn't see how powerful Mr. Ing was. All he knew was that the man was quite boastful, casually claiming he would kill the 10 kings. Mr. Ying's close combat skills aren't strong, but his marksmanship is divine. With his gunfighting techniques and sniping skills, he can become the eagle among the 12 zodiac. The outside world evaluates him as both the strongest and the weakest of the 12 zodiac. He's strong in that as long as he creates distance, he can kill any member of the 12 zodiac. But he's weak in that, as long as it's close combat, any member of the 12 zodiac can kill him. Take the gray wolves just now, for example. If Mr. Ing were here, he alone could kill all the gray wolves. Don't be fooled by the gray wolves' speed. In Mr. Ying's eagle eyes, they're as slow as turtles. With just a submachine gun, he could pierce through all the gray wolves' eyeballs within 3 seconds. Bayi was stunned. No way, that jerk is that amazing? He actually uses a submachine gun like a semi-automatic sniper rifle? Wait, something's not right. Since when is there an eagle in the 12 zodiac? The officer froze, clearly not expecting Bayi to focus on such an odd point. He cautiously explained, the 12 zodiac is an organization under Apocalypse Technology Corporation, composed of 12 powerful genetically modified humans. Their names are based on the direction of their genetic modifications, not the traditional zodiac signs. What about gun kata? I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. It seems to be an advanced shooting technique where, at the moment of firing, the high-speed flick of the gun barrel generates centrifugal force, allowing the bullet to curve. Bullets curving. That's not scientific at all. In his previous life, Bayi had also heard of the technique of curving bullets, but it only appeared in movies and TV shows. He never expected it to exist in reality. Glancing at the corpse of the mutated beast gray wolf on the ground, he suddenly felt at ease. Well, mutated beasts themselves aren't scientific, or perhaps they're too scientific, far beyond his understanding of technology. After all, this world even has cyborgs, genetically modified humans, and extraordinary beings. Then what about you? Are you just a useless lackey? The officer smiled apologetically. Compared to you, sir, of course I'm useless. But I do have some uses. For example, my mechanical devices include several powerful weapons that can fire flames, shells, and even switch to a machine gun. Speak quickly. Bayi fell silent. He suddenly realized that if he hadn't killed Mr. Ing at the time, hadn't dismantled the officer's limbs, the journey to Black Mountain would have been a complete sweep. The mutated beasts might be strong, but they wouldn't last a second against heavy firepower like a machine gun. If only he hadn't been so impulsive back then. Stop. No more mental self-torture. Smack. Bayi, furious, slapped the officer again. It's all your damn fault. If you hadn't been showing off earlier, would I have had to kill you? The officer was stunned stunned by the blow, completely unable to understand why Bayi was so furious. He didn't dare to ask and could only smile apologetically and apologize. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, after the gray wolf fled, no mutated beasts appeared. At 1 minute and 57 seconds, Bayi felt capable again. As they continued forward, the outline of Black Mountain gradually appeared in everyone's view. On the distant horizon, the undulating Black Mountain resembled a giant dragon lying across the land. The peak soared into the clouds, and the mountain body displayed a strange dark greenish-black color, as if it had been poisoned. Finally, we've reached Black Mountain, Li Yu said excitedly. Bayi curled his lips, not even close. As the old saying goes, looking at the mountain can tire a horse to death. Brother Yi, as fellow wastelanders, how do you know so many philosophical sayings? This really hits me hard. Li Yu felt a bit dejected. It was one thing to realize his combat skills couldn't compare to Bayi's, but even his understanding of principles fell short. By age, he was a few years older than Bayi and had even spent time in the casinos of several settlements, yet now it felt like all that experience was for nothing. Sometimes I even suspect that, as a transcendent, I'm really quite useless. He sighed. These past few days had indeed been tough. His right hand still hadn't healed, and in battles, he could barely last more than a few seconds, relying almost entirely on Bayi's help. Li Yu's mindset was like that of a lottery winner who struck it rich with 5 million, only to arrive in a big city and tragically discover it was just enough to buy a bathroom in a wealthy neighborhood. Bayi patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Young man, you need to have confidence in yourself. Be more self-assured. Is there even a need to doubt this? Li Yu's face had just shown a touched expression, but after hearing the latter half of the sentence, his face immediately darkened. Listen to that. Is that something a person would say? The group continued forward, and the Black Mountain in their view became increasingly clear. However, after walking for an entire day, they still hadn't entered the Black Mountain's territory, which spoke volumes about the vastness of the mountain. Fortunately, no mutated beasts appeared, perhaps because those in the Black Mountain had already fled. Thus, they passed the day peacefully. When Bayi's accumulated time reached 2 minutes and 57 seconds, they finally arrived within the Black Mountain's territory. As the saying goes, you can't see the true face of Mount Lu because you are in the mountain itself. This phrase applies equally to the towering Black Mountain. From afar, one can see the entirety of the mountain, but upon entering, all that lies before them is a sea of towering trees, as if they were in a primeval forest, with only a corner of the Black Mountain visible. During the era of Cataclysm, it wasn't just animals that mutated, plants did as well. At least in his previous life, Bayi had never seen such magnificent trees. Each one was nearly 100 meters tall, and even the thinnest among them required 5 people to encircle it. Get out of the car, we can't drive on mountain paths, Bayi called out, then promptly stepped out of the vehicle. Considering the potential dangers in the Black Mountain, he distributed firearms to the remaining 50-some soldiers and instructed them to lead the way. The soldiers moved nervously through the jungle, gripping their guns tightly, their gazes involuntarily darting into the depths of the forest, as if fearing that a ferocious mutated beast might emerge at any moment. What made them even more uneasy was Bayi. Behind them, the ragged wasteland youth whose breath of bones was constantly aimed at them. The 50-some soldiers walked ahead, while Bayi, Li Yu, and the officer followed closely behind. The officer's leg had been violently reattached by Bayi. Though it couldn't connect to the neural interface, it could barely function as a prosthetic. He limped along with the group, his bare shoulders devoid of arms. My lord, we've arrived at Black Mountain. Could you spare me? The officer asked cautiously. Bayi's defiant gaze swept over him, causing the officer's heart to tighten. He quickly added, My lord, I have over 1 million in savings at the bank. If you let me go, all the money is yours. Rest assured, I won't inform Apocalypse Corporation. After all, Mr. Ing is already dead, and the company won't spare me either. So I plan to flee far away and live in another city. Bayi ignored his plea, knowing full well that only the dead can keep secrets. He cast a cold glance at the officer before turning his gaze to the soldiers ahead, his pupils suddenly contracting sharply. Stop, he commanded, halting everyone. Immediately, the soldiers turned back in confusion, waiting for Bayi's instructions. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Li Yu approached. Someone's missing. Bayi's expression turned grim. He distinctly remembered there were 52 soldiers, but in the blink of an eye, the number had inexplicably dropped to 51. Someone had vanished silently, and this unknown method weighed heavily on his mind. He did not fear overt enemies. In his view, whether it was the 10 kings, the 8 kings, or powerful mutated beasts, they would inevitably perish in the face of time suspension. What he dreaded most were those mysterious methods, unpredictable and impossible to counter, even with time suspension. Someone's missing? Li Yu's expression shifted slightly. Could they have run off? Bayi shook his head. Though the soldiers are trained, they're ultimately ordinary people. How could they disappear from my sight in an instant? The soldiers also realized someone was suddenly missing from their ranks, their expressions growing increasingly tense. Quiet. People don't just vanish into thin air. Look carefully for any traces around
ground," Bayi ordered. The soldiers quickly began searching, and after a while, one of them exclaimed, "There's a shoe in the grass." Bayi stepped forward and indeed found a bloodstained shoe in the waist-high weeds, a standard military boot of the Dawn Army. "You search the grass," he pointed at the soldier, raising his gun. The soldier's face turned pale, but due to Bayi's terrifying strength, he dared not resist and cautiously walked toward the bushes. Rustle, rustle. The sound of military boots rubbing against the weeds was faint, yet at this moment, it seemed particularly grating. As he ventured deeper, the bloodstains on the ground became increasingly evident, along with drag marks. These traces abruptly ended beneath a large tree. "Sir, the bloodstains stop here," the soldier said tremblingly. "Come back," Bayi responded coldly. The soldier nodded repeatedly and hurriedly jogged back. However, as he approached within 10 meters of the group, he noticed their expressions were unusually strange: shock, fear, bewilderment. His heart tightened, and trembling, he turned to look back, instantly overcome with terror. A thick, green vine resembling a python hung down from the tree, its tip bearing a massive flower bud. At that moment, the bud split open in the middle, revealing jagged petals like the gaping maw of a beast filled with sharp, inward-facing barbs. "Ah!" he screamed in panic, frantically running toward the group, while the thick vine with the carnivorous flower at its tip moved like a living creature, swiftly attacking. "It's a carnivorous flower tree," the officer shouted in shock. "Fire!" Bayi decisively ordered. After a brief moment of chaos, the soldiers raised their guns and began shooting. Bang, bang, bang. The dense bullets mostly missed their target, but the sheer number compensated for the lack of accuracy. When several bullets struck the split-open flower bud, the carnivorous vine let out a roar resembling a wounded beast, and green sap dripped onto the ground, sizzling with corrosive sounds. Seeing this, the soldiers were overjoyed. If bullets could solve the problem, it was no longer a problem. With their confidence restored, the soldiers' aim became more precise. After a few more shots, the carnivorous vine was riddled with holes and finally fell limply to the ground. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Bayi's voice came from afar, "Run now." Everyone was stunned, and then a scene of utter despair unfolded. From the canopy that blocked out the sun, thorny green vines poured down like raindrops, so dense it seemed as though a rain of snakes was falling in the forest. Hundreds of green vines, each tipped with a bloodthirsty man-eating flower, descended mercilessly onto the soldiers' heads, and then swallowed them whole. "Ah!" Screams echoed one after another. Each time a soldier was devoured by a man-eating flower, the green vine would quickly retract, speeding back up to the 100-meter-high canopy, seemingly to digest its prey. At this moment, the guns in their hands seemed utterly powerless. The vine-like man-eating flowers appeared endless. As soon as one was shot down, a dozen more would immediately drop from the canopy. A few quick-witted soldiers realized the massive tree was the key and aimed their guns at its trunk. However, facing this 100-meter-tall giant tree, which would require 10 people to encircle, the bullets were as ineffective as ants gnawing at an elephant. It was completely futile. Bayi, who had already run to a safe distance, witnessed this scene and felt a chill in his heart. So this was Heishan. "Save me, sir, save me." The officer, who had trouble moving, couldn't escape the attack range of the man-eating tree in time. In his panic, he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Bayi immediately rushed over. The officer was overjoyed. My legs, Li Yu." Before he could finish saying thank you, Bayi swiftly detached the officer's legs and then sped away with them in his arms. "Bayi, you bastard, give me back my legs." Watching Bayi's retreating figure, the officer's eyes burned with rage. In the next moment, the shadow of death descended from above, and a bloodthirsty maw swallowed him whole. Bayi and Li Yu possessed physical abilities beyond those of ordinary people. Coupled with a group of cannon fodder distracting the man-eating flower tree's attention, the two narrowly escaped disaster and successfully fled the tree's coverage area. Moments later, all the screams abruptly ceased. Hundreds of vines retracted into the tree canopy, and all the soldiers perished. Yet, there were no corpses on the ground, only pools of blood as evidence that they had once passed through. "Brother Yi," Li Yu swallowed nervously, still shaken. They're all dead. Only the two of us extraordinary ones survived. Don't worry, even as ghosts, they won't let you off the hook." "Ha!" Li Yu's face turned pale instantly. "No, Brother Yi, you're the one who brought them here. Why would they come after me? Because even if they turn into ghosts, they wouldn't dare mess with me, so naturally, they'll come after you." Bayi casually brushed it off, carrying two mechanical legs as he continued forward. Black Mountain was indeed dangerous, but not enough to intimidate him. The Panga USB drive was something he was determined to obtain. If there was a 50% profit, he would be tempted. If there was 100% profit, he would take risks. And the benefits of the Panga USB drive? They were far beyond 100%. It was a temptation of 1 in 10,000. A crystallization of technology from the age of civilization, containing not only methods to become extraordinary but also life engineering to extend one's lifespan. Each piece of technology within it was enough to spark wars among major powers. "Don't come after me, don't come after me," Li Yu muttered repeatedly. "You were already heading
going to Black Mountain. Dying there was inevitable. It has nothing to do with me. Brother Yi, wait for me. Amidst the greenery, the two walked together. If one ignored their cautious expressions and paired it with the primitive scenery of Black Mountain, it really looked like they were out on a hike. Brother Yi, don't stand so close to the tree. I'm scared. Scared of what? This tree is so thin. It's obviously not a Bayi looked up speechlessly, just in time to see a carnivorous plant's vine dangling from the treetop, eyeing him eagerly. Even though it had no eyes, it gave him the eerie feeling of making eye contact. Are you freaking kidding me? Bayi was genuinely impressed. He had originally thought that all man-eating flower trees were as thick and sturdy as the one they had just encountered, so he had deliberately walked closer to the thinner trees along the way. Unexpectedly, he ran into this situation. Again. Brother Yi, run! Liu urgently intervened, swinging his right hand forcefully and directly smashing the man-eating flower vine. Run? These trees clearly have brains and even know how to ambush. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think I'm prey. Bayi had his own suspicions. He believed that these man-eating flower trees likely possessed a predatory instinct similar to that of wild beasts. Beasts are adept at weighing risks and benefits, adhering to the law of the jungle, preying according to the strength of the food chain, and typically avoiding provoking creatures stronger than themselves. Therefore, by demonstrating his strength now, he could avoid unnecessary trouble. Like to eat, huh? Try this mechanical leg. Without hesitation, Bayi threw a mechanical leg next to the large tree. As the leg hit the ground, more and more man-eating flower vines drooped down from the tree canopy. A flash of ferocity crossed his eyes, and his powerful physique erupted in an instant. He deftly dodged several vine attacks, quickly creating distance. His right hand darted to his waist, fingers precisely hooking the grip of his gun. With a forceful pull, the black revolver slid into his palm like a serpent. He raised his right hand, flicked his wrist, and the revolver spun half a circle in his hand, its muzzle locking steadily onto the target. His middle finger moved like lightning, pulling back the chamber with a sharp tug. With a crisp click, the brass-colored bullet slid perfectly into place. Several dark red veins extended from the gun's body, piercing into his palm. Instantly, his right index finger squeezed the trigger. A deafening bang echoed as flames burst forth, the bullet whistling out. Every movement was seamless, as if he had rehearsed it countless times. However, he missed. Bayi's face darkened. He rolled to evade another vine attack and fired again. This time, he finally hit the target. Twirling the gun in his hand, he holstered it at his waist, turned, and walked away, calling out to the stunned Liu nearby. A real man never looks back at explosions. Boom! A massive blaze shot into the sky, the explosion echoing through the mountains and forests. The man-eating flower tree was blasted apart, green sap splattering everywhere, and a large penetrating hole appeared in its trunk. The flames from the explosion ignited the tree trunk, and amidst the raging fire, the man-eating flower tree collapsed with a thunderous crash. At the cost of a leg, Bayi successfully dealt with the man-eating flower tree. In his heart, he silently thanked the unknown officer for his selfless gift. Even until the officer's death, Bayi had never asked for his name, as he believed that the names of the deceased need not be mentioned again. By noon, Bayi and Liu had not encountered any further disturbances from the man-eating flower trees. So, Li Zua, wasn't I right? Hit the man-eating flower trees hard enough and they finally understand who the prey is. Bayi's lips curled into a smug smile. Isn't there a possibility that we simply walked out of the man-eating flower tree's growth range, and that's why? Absolutely impossible, Bayi said firmly. Liu's mouth twitched. Yes, you're always right. Bayi narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flashing within them. Is it because your right hand is almost healed these past 2 days that you're starting to feel capable again? There's nothing, Brother Yi, listen to me, let me explain. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of intense gunfire saved Liu's right hand. His expression changed as he looked toward the east. Gunfire. It must be others who have entered Black Mountain. At this time, anyone coming to Black Mountain must be here for the shelter. Brother Yi, the gunfire is so intense, and there are screams too. These people must have run into some serious trouble. We should stay away. Liu instinctively regarded these people as competitors and wanted to avoid trouble. However, Bayi shook his head, his face full of disappointment. Li Zua, people shouldn't be so selfish. How can we ignore our kind in distress? Liu was stunned. He blinked several times, trying to discern any changes in Bayi. Brother Yi, we don't even know them, and they're our competitors. Why save them? What if we end up getting ourselves killed? Sigh, shallow, too shallow, isn't it? When you're out and about, you need to help each other. You help me, I help you. That's how society can develop harmoniously. This time I helped them, how could they not help me? Seeing Bayi's mischievous smile, Liu suddenly realized, you want them to scout the way for you, just like those soldiers did. A teachable young man. As the old saying goes, those who gain the way have many helpers, those who lose the way have few. Now that I've saved their lives, it's only reasonable for them to use their lives to scout the way for me, isn't it? After all, the destination is the same, shelter 189 deep in Black Mountain, so we're all heading in the same direction. action. Bayi's face was adorned with an innocent smile. His thought process was simple. Black Mountain harbored many unknown dangers, and the slightest mistake could lead to death before he even had the chance to activate time freeze. At such a moment, the importance of having someone scout the way became self-evident. Thus, the two of them stealthily crept toward the source of the gunfire. When they crossed a patch of forest and finally found the origin of the gunshots, they were stunned. Bayi and Liu exchanged glances, and confusion was evident in both their eyes. What on earth are they doing? I'm not sure either. I just got here and saw this group of people fighting with the air. Their behavior was indeed puzzling. In the woods, a dozen or so people dressed in various outfits were wildly firing at the surrounding air, as if they had a grudge against it. Brother Yi, do you think they might have eaten poisonous mushrooms too? Take out the word too. What on earth are these people fighting about? Brother Yi, look at that man wearing the black mask. He seems to be an extraordinary being. Liu whispered in surprise. Bayi looked closely and noticed a man in the crowd wearing a black trench coat and a black mask, standing out conspicuously like a crane among chickens. His posture was upright, arms crossed in front of his chest, in stark contrast to the tense expressions of the others. What was even more peculiar was that the shadow beneath his feet seemed alive, completely detached from his body, standing independently. The eerie shadow waved its hands, and several shadow-formed darts instantly shot into the air. Whoosh! The shadow darts streaked across the sky, and suddenly, a feather drifted down from above. The crowd turned their heads, looking around in all directions. The intense gunfire ceased as well. Moments later, they seemed to confirm there was no danger, and a hint of joy appeared on their faces. A chubby man in his 20s laughed heartily. Mr. Li Xiao truly lives up to his reputation. A top-tier extraordinary being, able to knock a feather off that beast. Looks like the beast has been scared away. The man in the black mask had a trace of cold arrogance in his eyes. Second to, I, Li, have never fought the 10 kings. On what grounds do people judge me inferior to them? The fat man was momentarily stunned, not expecting this statement to hit a nerve. However, he wasn't embarrassed and instead went along with it, saying, Mr. Li is absolutely right. I heard that this time, one of the 10 kings, the tyrant Yang Jia, will also come to Black Mountain. Perhaps we will witness the birth of a new 10 king. The eyes beneath the black mask immediately ignited with fighting spirit. I came here this time precisely for the tyrant. Otherwise, Boss Gao, do you think you could have persuaded me to come? The fat man, known as Boss Gao, nodded helplessly, clearly accustomed to Li Xiao's arrogance. After this battle, the name of the Shadow Man will surely resound across the world. Li Xiao declared proudly. Mr. Li, Boss Gao, this isn't the place to talk. I'm worried that beast might come back. We should leave quickly, urged a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, holding 2 guns. He was unkempt, wearing a worn-out cowboy hat and a gun holster, resembling a bounty hunter. Yes, Brother Li, you're absolutely right. We should hurry and run, Boss Gao echoed repeatedly, beckoning to a young maid nearby. Xiao Kuei, let's go. His over 200-pound body immediately leaped onto the back of a girl less than 1.6 meters tall. The girl, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, remained expressionless, her body completely still, as if she were carrying nothing more than a feather. From behind a distant tree, Liu watched with a puzzled expression. Brother Yi, what are they doing? Why did a feather suddenly fall from the sky, and now they're leaving? That extraordinary person seems really powerful, and that fat guy, how shameless, making a little girl carry him. A string of questions gave Bayi a headache. He couldn't be bothered to respond to Liu and instead focused intently on the feather that had fallen to the ground, feeling a sense of familiarity. The feather was gray-black with black spots and horizontal stripes, its tip a dirty white, forming a unique pattern. He vaguely felt he'd seen it in the animal kingdom before. What could it be? Damn! A headshot! Liu suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, his body trembling involuntarily from shock. Bayi's pupils contracted sharply as he looked toward the team of over a dozen people, only to see one of them suddenly have their head explode without any warning. That beast is back again. Mr. Li, please take action. Screams erupted from the crowd as they once again fired into the air. The shadow behind Li Xiao began to writhe and then rose up. He struck repeatedly, sending out over a dozen eerie, pitch-black shadow darts that wove into a net in the air, spinning rapidly. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously as the shadow darts seemed to be colliding with some kind of creature, sending tiny sparks flying. At this moment, Bayi finally saw their target clearly. They weren't shooting at empty air, they were dealing with a peregrine falcon. Earlier, due to the distance and the falcon's incredible speed, it was impossible to catch sight of it with the naked eye. It had appeared like a streak of black lightning, vanishing in an instant. Now, under the pressure of Li Xiao's shadow darts, the falcon's speed had slowed, allowing its full form to be seen. It's actually a peregrine falcon, Bayi murmured softly. Liu caught a fleeting glimpse of the falcon's shadow and immediately asked, what's a peregrine falcon? Bayi recalled the introduction from the animal world. The peregrine falcon is the second fastest bird in the world, known as the stealth bomber among birds, due to its incredible speed. If it finds something displeasing, it will will swoop down fiercely, often disemboweling its prey before the shadow even appears.
Li Yu listened in stunned silence.
He hadn't read much, so naturally, he didn't know about the existence of peregrine falcons.
Such an exaggerated speed is only ranked second? Then which bird is number one?
Bayi glanced at him and said indifferently, that would naturally be you, my friend, because you only last 3 seconds.
Ha, me?
Li Yu was dumbfounded. It took him 3 seconds to realize he had been subtly mocked, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of
anger.
This is a mutated peregrine falcon, clearly even faster, almost beyond the limits of human vision.
These people are truly dangerous.
Shirano's gaze was fixed on the panicked crowd. Just now, another person had their skull pierced. The speed of the mutated peregrine falcon was so fast that it surpassed bullets, flying past ordinary people's eyes without even forming an image on their retinas. After observing for a moment, he had made up his mind and decided to step in to save these people.
This group was not to be underestimated. The extraordinary individual could manipulate shadows, and the petite maid was no ordinary person either.
Just now, in order to protect the fat man, she had actually withstood a claw strike from the peregrine falcon. Apart from a slight wobble, she seemed unharmed. The middle-aged man wielding dual pistols had excellent marksmanship and knew some gunfighting techniques.
The team also included several genetically
modified individuals, clearly a level above the wild boar Tanjia. The only seemingly ordinary one was the fat man who needed others' protection. This team could hardly be considered weak. If they had encountered the hyenas or gray sparrows from earlier, they would have easily crushed them. However, what they were facing now was the mutated
peregrine falcon.
The falcon itself wasn't particularly strong, but its speed was unparalleled. No matter how powerful one was, it was futile if they couldn't hit the falcon, it would all be in vain. But to Shirano, the peregrine falcon's extreme speed was nothing to worry about.
No matter how fast it was, could it be faster than time? Standing still?
After pondering for a moment, he turned to Li Yu beside him and said, Li Zua, it's time for you to show what you can do.
Ah, me?
Li Yu widened his eyes, full of confusion.
Bayi gave a mysterious smile and whispered a few words in his ear. Li Xiao, can you handle this or not? I spent 2 million to hire you to protect me.
Boss Gao, drenched in cold sweat, shouted anxiously. He had just narrowly escaped death. If it weren't for Xiao Kuei taking the hit for him, he would already be dead. Seeing that Li Xiao was still unable to deal with the peregrine falcon, he could no longer afford to be polite. Li Xiao's face darkened, his eyes darting rapidly, but even so, he could only catch a faint trace of the peregrine falcon's shadow.
How could someone as proud as him admit that knocking off a feather earlier was merely a stroke of luck? Shut up, stop yelling, I'm trying to figure something out. Beads of cold sweat formed on Li Xiao's forehead. He was even contemplating whether to abandon these people and escape on his own. After all, he was destined to become one of the 10 kings. How could he die so humiliatingly at the hands of a mere bird? At that moment, the distant grass suddenly rustled, and the abrupt sound of shoes brushing against weeds echoed. Someone was coming?
Li Xiao and the others felt a surge
of excitement. Anyone daring to appear in Heishan at this hour was certainly no ordinary person. However, when the figure emerged from the grass, their hearts sank.
2 ragged wastelanders slowly stepped out, their appearances extremely peculiar. One carried a mechanical leg on his shoulder, while the other had a dirty bandage wrapped around his right hand and held a bulging sack in his left hand, which seemed to contain a square box and various small items.
2 wastelanders? Why would there be wastelanders here? Could they have been sent to scout the way?
Along the way, they saw many instances of wastelanders being captured to scout the path to Black Mountain. Facing imminent danger, Boss Gao couldn't afford to hesitate and hurriedly shouted toward the 2 figures behind Bai
Yi and his companion, friends behind us, I am Gao Bancheng, son of Gao Shanhe, the president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce.
If you can help me through this crisis today, I will reward you generously in the future. Everyone waited expectantly for a response, but only 2 wastelanders stood there silently, with no sign of the people behind them.
Damn it! Gao Bancheng cursed inwardly. At that moment, the wastelander with a bandaged right hand spoke coldly. How much? Gao Bancheng was stunned. Could it be that these 2 were not just ordinary wastelanders?
It wasn't that he was judging them by their appearance, but even the most indifferent of strong individuals would never dress as raggedly as Bayi and his companion, who were practically on the verge of streaking. Actually, at the beginning, their clothes, though shabby, at least covered their bodies. However, after a series of hardships, including 3 waves of attacks by mutated beasts and an assault by carnivorous flower trees, these already cheap hemp garments became even more tattered and unwearable.
Friend, as long as you can save all of us, name your price. Gao Bancheng shouted anxiously.
A trace of surprise flashed in Bai's eyes. He hadn't expected this seemingly cunning fat man to actually be so righteous,
willing to spend money to save everyone.
Whether it was genuine righteousness or simply being rich and foolish, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity to make an outrageous
demand. Moreover, the fat man claimed to be the son of Gao Shanhe, a name almost everyone in Beimang knew. Gao Shanhe wasn't famous for his strength but for his immense wealth, widely recognized as
the richest man in Beimang. Even Even the wastelanders living in the settlements had heard of him because one of Gao Shanha's businesses was the cockroach protein bars that wastelanders consumed daily. Thinking of this, Bayi subtly gave Li Yu a look. Li Yu immediately caught the signal and mouthed the word 100. Bayi frowned instantly, shook his head slightly, and mouthed the word million. A flash of shock appeared in Li Yu's eyes, as if to say, that much? Bayi responded with a firm gaze, the son of the richest man deserves that much. Li Yu understood immediately and then coldly said to Gao Bancheng, 10,000. Deal. A million without question, huh? 10,000? Gao Bancheng was utterly stunned, even doubting if he had misheard. 10,000? He spent more than that just hosting a meal for guests. Could it be that these two were really just ordinary wastelanders? Only wastelanders would be so inexperienced. Li Zua, you. Bayi was almost furious, his lips moving slightly. Have you never seen money in your life? 10,000? What does a human life mean to you? How can it be so cheap? Li Yu maintained his aloof persona, his lips moving slightly. Injustice, Yi Go. I said 1 million. You shook your head thinking it was too much, then replied with the word 1. Shouldn't I ask for 10,000? I meant 100 million. You can't even tell the difference between 1 and 100 million? Even if you can't tell, can't you read the situation? Bayi shouted angrily. Sorry, Yi Go, I'm colorblind. What color is reading the situation supposed to be? Li Yu asked innocently. You. Bayi almost wanted to kick him twice. If it weren't for the fact that they were acting right now, he wouldn't have been able to hold back. There was absolutely no sense of coordination. If he'd known earlier, he wouldn't have let Li Yu pretend to be a master. His original plan was to have Li Yu disguise himself as a master and then use the ability to stop time to help Li Yu take down the peregrine falcon. This way, he could both conceal the secret of time stopping and reduce his own presence. Although he was a god of the new era, he was well aware of the fragility of his mortal body. Not to mention anything else, even if someone fired a shot at him from behind, he might not be able to activate time-stopping in time. Time-stopping made him invincible in direct confrontations, but he was most afraid of sneak attacks. In direct confrontations, he wouldn't fear even the 10 kings, but a sneak attack from an ordinary person with a gun would be enough to take him down. The group of strangers before him were not weaklings. Traveling with them naturally required extra caution. Therefore, he let Li Yu, the extraordinary one, stand at the front to draw attention, while he secretly provided protection. However, he hadn't expected that Li Yu couldn't even distinguish between 1 and billion. Due to the distance, Gao Bancheng and the others couldn't make out the lip movements between the two, only seeing them discuss the price and then stand motionless, which left their hearts sinking halfway. Li Xiao let out a cold snort. At a time like this, you're still counting on 2 wastelanders? This beast is temporarily restrained by me, but my shadow won't hold for long. In a moment, have your maid carry you on her back and I'll lead you away first. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't die. But afterward, it'll cost extra. Gao Bancheng glanced at the others around him, gritting his teeth in his heart. What about them? Li is only responsible for protecting you alone. The others have nothing to do with me, Li Xiao said coldly, a typical high EQ response. He didn't say he couldn't protect the others but emphasized that his protection target was only one person. Gao Bancheng hesitated even more. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the 2 wastelanders walking straight toward him. He was slightly stunned and, with a desperate mindset, hurriedly shouted, 10,000 is no problem. Deal. Li Yu responded indifferently, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, forming a stark contrast with the tense atmosphere of the group and drawing involuntary glances. As his words fell, under everyone's gaze, Li Yu slowly unwrapped the bandage on his right hand. As the blood-stained bandage unraveled like a snake and fell to the ground, a pale right hand reappeared before their eyes. That hand seemed even a shade whiter than his own complexion, leaving everyone astonished. Hiss! Li Yu took a slight breath of cold air and thought to himself that he had been too strict with himself usually, to the point that not even a drop of blood had been shed. After unsealing himself, he stretched his rusted right hand, walking with the stride of a strong man, leisurely stepping into the attack range of the peregrine falcon. The sound of gunfire and the whistling of darts seemed to offer a rousing cheer for his entrance. Be careful, sir, this beast is incredibly fast. Gao Bancheng, seeing Li Yu acting so recklessly, not even carrying a weapon, couldn't help but feel worried and instinctively warned him. Oh, how fast! Li Yu raised his right hand expressionlessly. Time seemed to freeze in an instant. A massive golden clock face appeared beneath Baiyi's feet. With a light step, the gears of time emitted a faint clicking sound, sending out ripples of golden light. Buzz! A mysterious temporal wave instantly enveloped the entire world. The wind halted among the trees, fallen leaves hovered mid-air, and the bullets and darts that had been whizzing by froze in place. The once living people, as if captured in a still photograph, were plunged into an endless stasis. At the same time, a mutated peregrine falcon, resembling a streak of black lightning, was also trapped in this absolute stillness. Its half-meter long body, black and gray wings pressed tightly against its sides, hung above the crowd like a suspended missile missile, its sharp beak glinting with a metallic chill. In this frozen world, only a ragged wasteland youth moved through the cracks of time. He was the sole being capable of interacting with time itself. Each step he took seemed to shatter a mirror, only for it to reassemble into a seamless stillness behind him. Waiki approached the mutated peregrine falcon, then took a running leap and effortlessly caught it. Looking at the falcon in his hand, which resembled a specimen, he unhesitatingly broke its wings and stuffed it into Li Yu's outstretched magical hand. Done. Waiki quickly returned to his original position, and time resumed. Buzz. The mysterious temporal fluctuations dissipated, and everything seemed as if it had never happened. Everyone's consciousness was still lingering on Li Yu's question. Oh, how fast? The next moment, they saw a dark shadow abruptly freeze in midair, and the intense gunfire ceased instantly with its appearance. Their pupils contracted sharply, as if they had once again fallen into a state of temporal suspension. Staring in shock at the midair scene, they saw the peregrine falcon, tightly gripped by an invisible hand, struggling in agony. Its bird head twisted grotesquely, and sharp screeches echoed through the air. Due to its violent thrashing, several gray-black feathers scattered and fell. How is this possible? Shadow Man Li Xiao was stunned. As someone who had personally fought against the mutated peregrine falcon, he was well aware of its speed, which surpassed the limits of human vision. Its speed was so fast that even his shadow darts couldn't catch up, and those darts were extraordinary creations unaffected by weight and capable of ignoring air resistance. A solemn expression appeared in his eyes as he silently elevated his evaluation of Li Yu to the level of a strong opponent equal to himself. The others, however, did not share Li Xiao's confidence. They were simply astonished, unable to believe that this ragged wastelander could instantly subdue the mutated peregrine falcon. Equally shocked was Li Yu. He raised his right hand, staring blankly at the mutated peregrine falcon in his grasp, and couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is going on? How did the falcon crash into my hand the moment I raised it? Brother Yi only told me to show off a little, but he didn't say to do it this dramatically. At this moment, Li Yu's image suddenly became mysterious and imposing in the eyes of everyone. All they saw was a mutated peregrine falcon, which had cost them so much effort, being effortlessly caught by a wastelander. Instantly, could this wastelander also be an extraordinary being? What is his ability? Telekinetic grasp? I thought it would be faster, but it turns out to be nothing special. Snapping back to his senses, Li Yu hurriedly maintained his aloof persona, his tone laced with 3 parts coldness, 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts mockery, and 1 part disdain. He loosened his right hand, letting the barely alive mutated peregrine falcon fall to the ground. Bang! A crimson bullet shot out with precision, piercing through the falcon's skull, and blood splattered everywhere. Bayi silently put away the breath of bones. This was something he and Li Yu had agreed upon. He would deliver the final blow. After all, it was still a mutated beast, and its vital energy and blood couldn't go to waste. A forbidden item? Everyone's hearts trembled. They hadn't expected these two wastelanders to be so extraordinary. Clearly, they had misjudged them. As fresh vital energy surged into him, Bayi suddenly froze, realizing that the energy provided by the mutated peregrine falcon seemed somewhat off. It was too little. Logically, the peregrine falcon's strength far surpassed all the mutated beasts they had encountered before. Even the hyena king was no match for it. Yet, the energy it provided was only equivalent to that of 10 gray sparrows, comparable to what Mr. Ring had provided earlier. Wait a minute, could it be? Bayi instantly understood. This was the upper limit of the vital energy that Breath of Bones could provide. 10 gray sparrows worth was already the maximum. No matter how powerful the mutated beast killed, the energy it provided would only reach this limit. Breath of Bones was like a bottle, and the mutated beasts were the water source. Whether you filled it from a small stream or an ocean, in the end, it could only hold 1 bottle's worth. No wonder Breath of Bones was merely a snake-level forbidden item. If it could endlessly plunder others' vital energy to nourish its user, it would undoubtedly be classified as a dragon-level existence. Thank you for your assistance, sir. May I ask your esteemed name? Gao Bancheng was the first to recover and hurriedly cupped his hands toward Li Yu as he asked. Li Yu glanced at him indifferently and replied calmly, "Magic hands." Li Yu. Magic hands Li Yu? Everyone's minds raced, but even after searching their memories, they couldn't find any information about magic hands. Logically, such a powerful individual couldn't possibly be unknown. Could he be an outsider? Thank you, Mr. Li, and this young brother here, for saving our lives. By the way, may I ask this young brother's name? Gao Bancheng then turned to Bayi. Bayi. Gao Bancheng quickly said, "I am Gao Bancheng. My father is Gao Shanhe, the president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce." Greetings to Mr. Li and brother Xiaobai. The others also came to their senses and hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The middle-aged man holding 2 pistols said gratefully, "I am Li Badian, also known as Twin Guns, a bounty hunter. Thank you both for saving my life. If you ever need my help in the future, I, Li Badian, will not hesitate and will never charge any fee. I am the Thin Tiger of Hejian, the Quick Gunner, Rattlesnake." The group murmured their names names one after another to express their gratitude. Only Li Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, gazing proudly at Li Yu. With your strength, the fact that you haven't made it into the 10 Kings shows how blind the world truly is. Magician Li Yu, your abilities are remarkable. The future 10 Kings will surely have a place for you. It seems this journey to Black Mountain won't be dull. Li Xiao's words carried a hint of mutual admiration between strong individuals. His cold, aloof gaze pierced through the black mask, landing on Li Yu, as if among this crowd, only Li Yu was worthy of his attention. Li Yu was taken aback, thinking to himself, who are you? Do we know each other? He glanced at Bayi out of the corner of his eye, hoping for some guidance. After all, Bayi had only instructed him to act like an expert but hadn't provided many details, leaving him unsure how to deal with this seemingly powerful, extraordinary individual. At this moment, Bayi was feeling frustrated by the vitality provided by Breath of the Skeleton, and did not notice Li Yu's plea for help. Li Yu felt a chill run down his spine. It was his first time acting as a strong figure. Who could tell him how strong individuals were supposed to converse? After pondering for a moment, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and maintain the persona of a ruthless and taciturn man, coldly saying, who are you? Li Xiao's lips curled into a sharp smile as he proudly replied, Shadowman Li Xiao. Shadowman Li Xiao? Li Yu's heart trembled. He had never heard of this name, and immediately felt bewildered. Having just become a transcendent, he had previously been a wastelander mingling in the lower circles, so naturally, he didn't recognize any famous transcendents. The only ones he knew of were the Silent Court, where the Night Girl resided, and the 10 Kings. He had only heard about the 10 Kings from Bayi. This Shadowman Li Xiao mentioned the 10 Kings, seemingly acknowledging that he too could become one of them. Could it be? Li Yu suddenly realized and immediately responded, so it's one of the 10 Kings in person. Li Xiao's expression froze instantly, his lips trembled, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. The others exchanged glances, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Although Li Xiao's expression was hidden behind the black mask, his eyes flickered unpredictably. After a long, stiff pause, he finally said in a low voice, I'm not. Oh no, this is awkward. Even the 10 Kings were mistaken. Will this ruin the image of a strong figure? Feeling embarrassed, Li Yu had no idea what to say. He could only keep a straight face and respond stiffly with a single "Oh." Oh, what kind of attitude is that? I'm not one of the 10 Kings, and you can't even be bothered to say more than one word? To Li Xiao, Li Yu's reaction seemed like blatant provocation. What did he mean by that? I complimented you by saying you could rank among the 10 Kings, and now you're mocking me? You know full well my name isn't among the 10 Kings, yet you deliberately addressed me as one. Doesn't that imply you're saying I don't even qualify to judge? If Li Yu knew what Li Xiao was thinking, he would definitely feel wronged. He truly hadn't meant to provoke him. After all, it was you who kept bringing up the 10 Kings, even claiming to rank among them. Your tone even carried a hint of disdain for the 10 Kings. With such an air of superiority, it actually makes you seem a bit overconfident. The tension between the two grew increasingly awkward. Suddenly, Gao Bancheng broke the silence with a laugh, pulling out a stack of money. Mr. Li, here's the payment you requested. 10,000 yuan, exactly. It wasn't that he didn't want to give more, but he believed that experts often had peculiarities. Since the other party only asked for 10,000, it was clear they regarded money as mere dirt, so it was best not to offend their taboos. Just as Li Yu was about to reach out to take it, Bayi, standing beside him, suddenly intervened, directly taking the money and smiling as he said, just give it to me. Mr. Li doesn't care for such vulgar things. The corner of Li Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a pang of heartache. Who said I don't like it? I happen to love these vulgar things. He understood that once the money was in Brother Ye's hands, he probably wouldn't even see 100 of it. What a waste of an act. Gao Bancheng nodded repeatedly and respectfully handed over the money. Seeing the money accepted, Gao Bancheng's expression relaxed, and he laughed heartily. Are you two heading to Shelter 189? Li Yu nodded coldly. That's great. We're also heading to Shelter 189. Why don't we travel together? To be honest, our team is also a temporary assembly. Apart from Li Xiao and my maid, Xiao Kuei, the other companions were met along the way. They're all bounty hunters with exceptional skills. Since we share the same destination, I'd like to invite you to join us. We can look out for each other on the road. Meeting is fate, so why not travel together? Moreover, if you find some valuable items from the previous era at the shelter, you'll save the trouble of looking for buyers. No need to look for buyers? Bayi asked with a hint of doubt. Gao Bancheng smiled confidently, because I'm the best buyer. Brother Bai, I'm not bragging, but the prices I offer are absolutely the highest. Do you know why I'm called Bancheng? The white fox glanced at him suspiciously. Could it be, you always do things halfway, leaving everything as a half-finished product, so you're called half-finished? That's right, it's, huh? Gao Bancheng was stunned, so annoyed he almost laughed. If not for considering Li Yu's reputation, he would have argued back properly. Brother Bai, you're joking. I'm called Bancheng because of half a city, not half-finished. The city controlled by the Jinfu Merchant Guild is called Wangwenjing. When I was born, my father gave me half of Wangwenjing, hence the name Gao Bancheng.
Bancheng. After saying this, he smiled politely. Ha ha ha, damn, that's the laugh of a rich man. Upon hearing this laugh, Bayi immediately knew that Gao Bancheng wasn't lying. Someone worth less than $1 billion could never laugh like that. Mr. Li, what do you think? Gao Bancheng asked. Li Yu had already understood Bayi's intentions and naturally did not refuse. He nodded expressionlessly. Seeing Li Yu agree, the group immediately showed joy on their faces. Who wouldn't want a master to accompany them? The group set off happily. With the addition of Li Yu and Bayi, the group's expressions visibly relaxed. Many took the opportunity to get closer to Li Yu. After all, in this wasteland, knowing a strong individual, even exchanging a few words, was something to boast about in taverns later, especially for bounty hunters like Dual Guns Li Baidian. Bounty hunters were a loose organization in the wasteland, specializing in solving various problems for employers who issued tasks, assassinations, hunts, and even serving as mercenaries for major factions. They lived a life on the edge, licking blood off the blade, and spent their days either completing missions or hanging around in taverns. To maintain the image of a strongman, Li Yu remained cold and taciturn throughout the journey, only occasionally whispering a few words to Bayi. He was afraid that speaking too much would expose his lowly status as a wastelander. Far from being annoyed, the group became even more enthusiastic, as if they believed this was exactly how a strongman should behave. This made the shadow man, Li Xiao, who was traveling with them, feel deeply uncomfortable. Before Li Yu appeared, all this attention was something only he enjoyed. But with Li Yu's arrival, everything changed. Even the employer, Gao Bancheng, began addressing Li Yu by name. This made Li Xiao secretly vow, once I defeat the tyrant Yang Jia and ascend as one of the new 10 kings, you'll all be beneath me. He didn't go looking for trouble with Li Yu for two reasons. First, Li Yu wasn't one of the 10 kings, so defeating him would be meaningless. Second, he couldn't bring himself to do it, especially since he had just received help from Li Yu, even though it wasn't help he had actively sought. Brother Yi, that 10,000. At the end of the line, Li Yu slightly moved his lips. 10,000? What 10,000? Mr. Li, why are you starting to talk nonsense? Bayi lied through his teeth with wide open eyes. Brother Yi, my hand is broken, and I still cooperated with your act. You can't even deduct the wages for the disabled. Humph, you still have the nerve to talk. If it weren't for your inability to read the situation, I'd already have 100 million in my hands. It's already good enough that I didn't make you compensate me 100 million. Li Yu was just about to say something else when he saw Gao Bancheng approaching. He quickly shut his mouth and put on a cold and aloof demeanor. Brother Xiaobai, to be so young and already able to contain forbidden items, your future is truly limitless. A smile hung on Gao Bancheng's chubby face. Noticing that Li Yu paid no attention to the people around him, he decided to approach Bayi to strike up a conversation. Bayi wore a fake smile on his face, but his heart was immersed in the pain of losing 100 million. Not as impressive as Boss Gao, who even has a maid carrying him while walking. With those tiny arms and legs, better not let them get crushed. He glanced at the maid, Xiao Kuei, who was carrying Gao Bancheng. This petite girl had never spoken a word, silently carrying Gao Bancheng forward. Her fair and delicate face was as exquisite as a doll. Bayi thought to himself, could it be that she was only killed when Fatty Gao saw her? Li Yu? Gao Bancheng seemed completely oblivious to Bai's sarcasm and continued to speak cheerfully. Brother Bai, you've misunderstood. Although I, Gao Bancheng, have money, I never bully others. What about her? Bayi pointed at the maid, Xiao Kuei. Gao Bancheng smiled faintly. Oh, she's not human. Hiss. Bayi involuntarily drew in a sharp breath, his eyes widening instantly as if he were seeing the fat man before him in a whole new light. Only then did he realize these were truly the words of a capitalist. He had thought his own bottom line was already low enough, but upon meeting Gao Bancheng today, he finally understood that there's always a higher mountain. Brother Xiaobai, take a look. Gao Bancheng's chubby hand reached for Xiaokuei's collar and then pulled it down. Damn, is this something I can see for free? Jumping straight to the inner layer? Shirano hurriedly widened his eyes, eager to see what was happening. But he was stunned. The cold metallic silver light before him almost blinded his eyes. Ah, my eyes. I'm going to get a sty. The shimmering silver metallic shell was exposed to the air, with intricate threads and circular patterns nested layer upon layer. In the fine grooves of those patterns, as Xiao Kuei moved, rippling microlights appeared, as if liquid mercury was flowing beneath her skin. This metallic style lingerie is quite unique. Gao Bancheng was stunned. What the heck is metallic style? Are you out of your mind? Brother Bai, you're joking. This isn't lingerie, it's actually Xiao Kuei's body structure. As you can see, Xiao Kuei is indeed not human but a robot. She's a robot left over from the pre-catastrophe era, discovered in a shelter and later purchased by me. Bayi was secretly shocked. A robot? Such an advanced robot? He increasingly feels the distortion of this world. Clearly, many people can't even afford to eat, yet the wealthy have even acquired bionic robots. By the way, Brother Bai, I noticed your physical condition is quite impressive, and there are no signs of gene injection. Are you practicing qi and blood martial arts, or are you an extraordinary being? Gao Bancheng noticed that Bayi could easily keep up
up with the group without breaking a sweat, his physical fitness clearly surpassing that of ordinary people, which is why he specifically asked him. Qi and blood martial arts? Bayi was not unfamiliar with this term. His previous friendly exchanges with the officer had given him a lot of knowledge, including Qi and blood martial arts. It sounds mysterious, but it's actually quite ordinary. To put it simply, it's about exercising the body in coordination with breathing techniques.
After the cataclysm, the survivors underwent a certain degree of mutation.
Although their appearance remained no different from ordinary people, their bodies developed a biological energy known as vital energy. Research has shown that people before the cataclysm actually also possessed vital energy, but it was hidden within the body and not revealed. The mutation caused by the cataclysm merely activated this vital energy. After years of development, people have continuously studied and utilized vital energy, eventually forming the martial art of vital energy. This is not a martial arts manual from a wuxia novel, but a method of mobilizing the body's energy and blood through specific breathing frequencies, exercising to strengthen them, and ultimately achieving physical qualities beyond those of ordinary people. Even without using the breathing technique, as long as nutrition is sufficient and training is consistent, energy and blood will continue to grow stronger, making the body increasingly powerful.
The breathing technique is merely a tool to enhance efficiency.
The martial art of energy and blood is also known as the martial art of the common people. Anyone can practice it, much like fitness training, but achieving
success requires tremendous effort, and in the end, it still cannot compare to the strength gained from a single injection of genetic modification.
There is a saying that circulates in the wasteland: the poor rely on effort, energy and blood martial arts, while the rich rely on technology, genetic modification, mechanical augmentation.
As for the extraordinary, regardless of wealth or poverty, it all depends on talent and luck.
Bayi pondered for a moment before replying. Qi and blood martial arts. He was not an extraordinary individual, nor had he injected genetic agents or undergone mechanical modifications. He had merely gained some qi and blood through the use of forbidden items, which, strictly speaking, could indeed be considered within the realm of qi and blood martial arts.
Ho ho ho!
Little Bai, you truly are a young hero. The path of the blood qi martial arts is not something an average person can achieve, clearly showing your great ambitions.
Gao Bancheng's high EQ compliment made Bayi glance at him involuntarily.
Could this even be considered praise? It was such a forced compliment. Everyone knew that the blood qi martial arts was usually the path chosen by those with no other options. Most people who practiced it for a lifetime would end up with results inferior to a single injection of genetic
modification.
As the group continued chatting and moving forward, the perilous Black Mountains surprisingly gave off a bit of a spring outing vibe.
Blending into the team,
Bayi increasingly felt that his decision was wise. By now, they had already covered half the journey and were expected to reach the vicinity of Shelter 189 by the next day. Their swift progress was thanks to Gao Bancheng and Li Xiao, among others. Gao Bancheng had a Black Mountain map that he had acquired at great expense, saving them from
taking many detours.
Meanwhile, Li Xiao seemed to be in a strange mood, eager to showcase his strength in front of Li Yu. Along the way, there was no need for anyone else to
act.
Whenever they encountered mutated beasts or plants, he would always charge ahead and kill them with flashy techniques. After each kill, he would glance back at Li Yu. At night, the already quiet Black Mountain fell into complete silence, with only the faint crackling sound of burning firewood.
Bayi sat by the fire,
roasting rabbit meat, his expression relaxed.
We saved quite a bit of time today,
he thought to himself smugly.
2 minutes and 49 seconds. That was the
time he had left. Since joining the team, he hadn't used his time-stopping ability once, relying on others to handle all the crises.
He took out his golden pocket watch and checked it. In 3 more hours, he would gain another minute. Please, let nothing unexpected happen. Don't make me waste any more time.
Let tonight pass peacefully. Bayi prayed as he ate his rabbit meat. And then, nothing unexpected happened. The next morning, the group set off again. Along the way, Bayi felt slightly dazed.
Had they really not encountered any danger?
The mountain forest at night was usually the most dangerous, yet they
hadn't faced any threats.
It felt almost unreal, making him wonder if the rabbit meat he ate was poisoned and causing hallucinations.
Before coming to Black
Mountain, they had encountered mutated beasts almost 3 times a day. During a casual chat with Gao Bancheng, Bayi's doubts were finally answered. The army from Dawn City, after discovering Shelter 189, sent troops to Black Mountain multiple times to clear it out.
Many of the mutated beasts
here were either killed or fled, so the threat level has significantly decreased. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to come here, Gao Bancheng
explained. Bayi nodded.
That explained it.
The previous attacks by mutated beasts on Grey Soil Town were ultimately Dawn City's responsibility.
Then, why haven't we seen any troops from Dawn City along the way? He asked.
Gao Bancheng chuckled. Because most of the troops have been withdrawn. Withdrawn?
Bayi pressed further. Gao Bancheng continued. Mobilizing an army is no simple matter. Just the issue of food alone is enough to give people headaches. Moreover, the dangers of Black Mountain
Mountain aren't limited to the visible mutated beasts. There are also poisonous insects, toxic, miasma, and other unseen threats that are even more deadly.
While Dawn City is powerful, it can't possibly inject all its soldiers with genetic
serums. Even trained soldiers are just ordinary people. They can use guns and ammunition to drive away mutated beasts, but surviving long-term in Black Mountain is another matter.
I've heard that Dawn City has been unable to open the gates of Shelter 189 for a long time.
The commotion they
caused leaked the news, attracting forces from all sides, including extraordinary organizations, bounty hunters, and others, all eager to claim a share of the shelter's resources. Although Dawn City is backed by Apocalypse Technology Corporation and is very powerful, it can't afford to offend
everyone at once.
So, they stopped sealing off Black Mountain and left only a group of elite fighters here, waiting for the right moment to act. Speaking of this, a trace of mockery appeared on Gao Banqing's face. In my opinion, it's obvious that Tianqi Corporation knows they can't open the door to the shelter, so they let all the capable people in Bayi come here, using others'
strength to open the shelter. Once the door is open, that's when Tianqi Corporation bears its fangs.
After all, Heishan is within Tianqi Corporation's sphere of influence. Unless all the major forces tear each other apart and start an all-out war,
who can compete with them in this territory?
Baiyi's eyes flickered slightly. He hadn't expected this wealthy fat man to have some intelligence. This was indeed Tianqi Corporation's plan, something he had already learned from
Mr. Ing.
Back then, Mr. Ing had said that only the tyrant Yang Jie could open Shelter 189, and afterward he would take down Yang Jie.
Since you know Tianqi Corporation's scheme, why are you still wading into these troubled waters?
Gao Banqing chuckled, the fat on his face jiggling as he was jolted on Xiao Kuei's back. Tianqi Corporation's goal is the Pango Project. As for the other things in the shelter, they don't care much about them.
All the major forces have already sent people to Heishan. Do you think they would go to the extent of annihilating everyone over some minor items?
In other words, as long as you don't interfere with the Pango Project, you won't have a direct conflict with Tianqi Corporation.
You seem pretty relaxed about it. Can you really stay calm in the face of the temptation of the Pango Project? Bayi asked. Ha ha ha, what a lousy Pango Project. If you ask me, it's all just rumors. Brother Xiaobai, do you know how many times this so-called Pango Project has surfaced? Gao Banqing's tone was full of disdain.
Bayi was stunned. How many times? Gao Banqing stretched out 5 chubby fingers. 5 times.
What the heck? Baiyi's heart instantly sank halfway. If there was no Pango USB in Heishan, wouldn't all the time he spent before have been wasted? A full 5 times. This thing is simply a huge pit. Vault 112, Vault 134, Vault 181, and 2 others I can't remember.
In short, when these vaults emerged, they all claimed to
contain the Pango Project. And the result? All nonsense. In my opinion, the Pango Project doesn't exist at all.
It's nothing more than the dying fantasy of people from the civilized era. If the rumors were true and the Pango Project really had the power to create heaven and earth, how could the civilized era have perished? The other half of Baiyi's heart also sank. He even felt that Gao Banqing's words made sense. In this shattered era of civilization, it was indeed possible that decision-makers had woven a lie called hope to preserve the
spark of humanity. Wait, even if the Pango Project is fake, the Pango USB should be real, right?
People from the civilized era wouldn't have failed to preserve such precious knowledge.
Phew, there's still a glimmer of hope. There's someone ahead.
Li Badian, who was walking at the front, suddenly lowered his posture and signaled everyone to stay quiet.
Someone?
Bayi followed the group and moved closer. Encountering people in Black Mountain wasn't surprising. After all, they were getting closer to Shelter 189, so it was natural for more people to appear.
It's 2 groups in a standoff, Li Badian said in a low voice.
The experienced bounty hunter pulled out a tactical binocular from somewhere and silently observed. One group has 8 people, dressed uniformly, likely a single bounty hunter team. The other is just one person, a young man carrying 4 swords on his back.
Let me take a look. Bayi reached out for the telescope.
The others were curious as well, but due to Liu's authority, they had to let Bayi
look first.
With the help of the telescope, Bayi quickly saw the 2 groups Li Badian had mentioned. The young man carrying 4 swords was holding a ginseng root in his hand, still covered in fresh soil, clearly just dug up. The other group of 8 was pointing guns at the young man, and the 2 sides seemed to be arguing about something. Bayi roughly deduced from their lip movements that they were fighting over the ginseng.
Brother Bai, let me take a look too. Gao Banqing's face was full of eagerness, like a bystander who loved to join the commotion.
Bai. He handed him the telescope and said to the group, they probably found a ginseng root in the Black Mountain, which led to the dispute. At this moment, Gao Banqing exclaimed, I recognize the man carrying 4 swords, he's the swordbearer Xiaoyi. Li Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint of cold light flashing through them.
The extraordinary individual wanted by the Eastern Continent Federation for 85 million, swordbearer Xiaoyi? Gao Banqing nodded, his expression somewhat excited. No one knew why he was so thrilled. He handed the binoculars to Li Xiao and said, it's him. 85 million.
Li Yu, who had been pretending to be a master, almost lost his composure upon hearing this astronomical figure. If it weren't for Bayi's light cough reminding him, his persona might have collapsed. Bayi was not unfamiliar with the Eastern Continent Federation mentioned by Gao Bancheng. To be precise, anyone living on this wasteland knew about the Eastern Continent Federation. The people living on this continent were the Eastern Continent, and the Eastern Continent Federation was the highest governing body of the Eastern Continent, established jointly by various factions to maintain balance. On the surface, it appeared supreme, but in reality, its management of different regions was quite lax, with major factions ruling independently. As for the bounties, they were a deliberate strategy implemented by the Eastern Continent Federation to divide and control the unruly extraordinary individuals, gene-modified beings, and other powerful entities. Since ancient times, warriors have defied authority with their strength, and in this era of great catastrophe, these extraordinary individuals and gene-modified beings were no exception. To consolidate its rule, the Federation formulated a series of strict regulations targeting such individuals, such as prohibiting the use of extraordinary abilities for profit, forbidding their display in front of ordinary people, and requiring monthly supervision. Violating any of these regulations would result in being placed under a bounty. Once under a bounty, not only would you have to guard against the Federation's pursuit, but you'd also need to be wary of other extraordinary individuals and gene-modified beings trying to claim your life for the reward. Under such mutual distrust, it naturally became difficult for these individuals to unite. Avoiding a bounty was actually quite simple: to join one of the major factions and serve as a lackey for the bigwigs, thereby gaining immunity. Strictly speaking, extraordinary individuals like Li Yu were also considered wanted by the Federation. However, due to his current fame, there was no bounty on him. This was a blatant strategy, a law designed to prevent grassroots extraordinary individuals from growing stronger. Some extraordinary individuals, who were perhaps not in their right minds, even took pride in having high bounties, deliberately challenging those with higher bounties to increase their own. I've been looking for him for a long time. I didn't expect to run into him here in Black Mountain today, Li Xiao said coldly. Do you have a grudge against him? Cao Bancheng looked puzzled. He hadn't heard of anything like that before. Li Xiao put down the binoculars. No grudge. Then you. I just happened to kill a second-generation member of a prominent family, and now there's an 85 million bounty on my head, 20 million higher than mine. Truly, it's a time without heroes, letting the younger generation gain fame. Gao Bancheng. Bayi whispered from the side. See, the lunatic has shown up. Li Xiao, I hired you not to stir up trouble everywhere, Gao Bancheng said anxiously. Don't worry. Li Xiao snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. The tyrant, one of the 10 kings, is about to arrive. A mere swordbearer doesn't interest me in the slightest. Bayi secretly marveled from the side. He noticed that this pretentious Li Xiao only had the 10 kings in his eyes. No one else could catch his attention. He rarely spoke, but whenever he did, it was bound to mention the 10 kings. Boss Gao, what should we do now? Take a detour, or? Li Badian asked. Gao Bancheng smiled broadly. I'm a kind-hearted person who can't stand the sight of blood, so naturally, I must step in to stop this conflict. In the depths of the forest, the swordsman Xiaoyi, dressed in a traditional green robe, faced 8 armed men with a calm expression. Gentlemen, I discovered this century-old ginseng first. I kindly ask you to let it go. You claim you saw it first, so it's yours? I, Black Panther, may have lost one eye, but the new metallic prosthetic eye I got is sharper than a human's. I clearly saw it first, but you snatched it away. A burly man wielding a shotgun said fiercely. One of his eyes was a metallic prosthetic, gleaming with a cold red light. Kid, as long as you hand over the ginseng, we won't have to fight you. Black Panther didn't resort to outright robbery. Unlike Gao Bancheng, he wasn't as experienced and couldn't gauge Xiaoyi's capabilities. He only knew that anyone who could venture into Black Mountain alone was definitely no ordinary person. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't provoke someone like this, but driven by profit, that century-old ginseng was no ordinary herb, it was a mutated medicinal plant. Consuming it could boost vitality and strengthen the body. It was extremely rare on the black market, and worth a fortune. Faced with such obvious gains, coupled with the fact that he had the advantage in numbers and none of his men were weaklings, he naturally felt emboldened to take the risk. Then let's just fight. Xiaoyi rubbed his forehead, a hint of helplessness showing on his handsome face. A trace of ferocity flashed in Black Panther's eyes. The group exchanged glances, loaded their bullets, and were about to open fire when Xiaoyi suddenly shouted, "Wait, now you know fear." Black Panther had just started laughing when, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Clang! A crisp sword hum rang out, and a flash of cold light suddenly flew out from behind Xiaoyi. It was an ancient, masterfully crafted sword, resembling a streak of white silk as it shot toward Black Panther. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone, as the sword was completely unmanned, seemingly equipped with automatic navigation, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Black Panther. Swish! The shotgun in Black Panther's hand snapped in response, breaking into 2 pieces that fell to the the ground with a dull thud. Xiaoyi smiled and gestured with his hand, and the sword flew back into the sheath behind him. Looking at the few people who were frozen in shock, he smiled and said, "Want to keep fighting?" The Black Panther's expression shifted unpredictably. "Despicable. You just said wait a moment, yet you launched a sneak attack. Such a vile act." "Not at all, not at all." Xiaoyi shook his head with a smile. "What I just said, wait a moment, is not the wait a moment you understood. It refers to my sword. The sword's name is Wait a Moment. To hell with you." The Black Panther was burning with rage, feeling utterly mocked. His robust body suddenly surged with power, muscles bulging continuously, and dense black fur sprouted. Wildly, he dropped to all fours, his back arching high, resembling a crouching leopard ready to pounce. At this critical moment, Bayi and the others suddenly appeared on the scene. Gao Banchang jumped down from Xiao Kuei and shouted angrily, "Stop!" The Black Panther, seeing so many people suddenly appear, flashed a trace of vigilance and dread in its eyes and immediately stopped its attack. Xiaoyi also glanced in this direction, smiled faintly, and nodded slightly toward Gao Banchang and the others. Clang! Another treasured sword on Xiaoyi's back instantly unsheathed, transforming into a streak of light that shot forward. "You dare to launch a sneak attack?" The Black Panther's eyes widened in rage. It hadn't expected Xiaoyi to be so shameless, resorting to a sneak attack, but its anger and shock quickly turned into fear as the streak of sword light closed in at an astonishing speed. The shadow of death enveloped its entire body, causing it to freeze momentarily. Gao Bancheng's expression turned grim. He hadn't anticipated Xiaoyi to be so disrespectful. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The sword, which was about to pierce the Black Panther's head, stopped just 5 centimeters away. The Black Panther snapped out of its daze as if waking from a dream, hurriedly retreating several steps, only to find that Xiaoyi had somehow appeared right in front of it, his right hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. "Phew!" Xiaoyi exhaled deeply and said with lingering fear, "That was close. Good thing I made it in time." His words left everyone puzzled, not understanding what he was doing. Xiaoyi turned his head and gave Gao Bancheng a slightly resentful look. "You can't just shout stop recklessly. My sword is named Stop." Gao Bancheng. What kind of weirdo is this? Stop? Who would name their sword that? Bayi was also stunned, wondering why transcendents were always so eccentric. Could it be that awakening through mental stimulation inherently gave them a tendency toward madness? Li Xiao loved to show off. Xiaoyi turned into a sly old fox, and Li Yu was just a complete fool. Was there not a single normal person among them? "Your other 2 swords aren't named Wait and Halt, are they?" Bayi blurted out. Xiaoyi was startled. "How did you know?" Clang! Another sword was drawn from behind him. He hurriedly pressed it down, his face turning bright red, barely managing to suppress it. "Phew! Little brother, you mustn't shout again, it could be deadly." "But you only guessed half right. The sword just now was called Wait a Moment, but the last sword isn't called Stop." Bayi's expression turned strange, and a suspicion arose in his heart. "Then what is it called?" Xiaoyi smiled mysteriously and said slowly, "I'm sorry, Sharano." He was stunned for a moment by those 3 words, then came to his senses and gave Xiaoyi a thumbs up. "Awesome." Xiaoyi accepted it calmly. "Hold on, wait a moment, stop. If the enemy isn't dead after these 3 strikes, then I must have made a mistake. That's why I'm called I was wrong. Not. How much longer are you going to chat?" The Black Panther, who had finally recovered, roared angrily. He felt he was being ignored far too much. Xiaoyi turned his head. "Still want to fight?" Although Black Panther felt apprehensive, he still refused to admit defeat. "Earlier, it was just because you ambushed me. If we really fought, I might not lose. I am a genetically modified individual who has been injected with 3 doses of the serum." "Oh." Xiaoyi feigned a surprised expression. "A strong individual at the 3-dose level, huh? Tis, I'll kill you." "Everyone, please calm down. Give me some face. Let's just let this matter go. We're all here at Black Mountain to seek fortune. There's no need to fight to the death here." Gao Banchang stepped forward, adopting a peacemaker's stance. Black Panther's expression turned hostile. "Give you face? Who do you think you are?" Gao Banchang was not angry and smiled. "I am Gao Banchang." "Gao Banchang? Never heard of it. My father is Gao Shanha." "What? The president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce, the richest man in Baiman, Gao Shanha, is your father?" Black Panther and the others' expressions changed drastically, showing extreme shock. Gao Banchang smiled and nodded, taking out a token made of pure gold. It was engraved with mountains and rivers, clearly crafted by a top-tier artisan, with every detail vividly lifelike. "The Shanha token of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce," Black Panther exclaimed, evidently recognizing its value. "May I ask if you gentlemen could do me a favor?" Gao Banchang repeated his earlier request, but this time, the response was entirely different. Black Panther scrutinized him for a long moment, then paused and said, "Since it's Boss Gao himself, of course, Black Panther, must give you this favor." But he suddenly changed his tone and glared fiercely at Xiaoyi. "He stole my ginseng. How should we settle this? Logically, the ginseng was discovered by both of us, so he should give me half. If this ginseng is cut, its value will greatly decrease. You should stop dreaming about it." "Boss Gao, you'd better not get involved in this matter," Xiaoyi said indifferently. Gao Bancheng smiled faintly. "Why walked straight to the two groups, pulled out a stack of checks and a pen, and began writing with a calm and confident demeanor.
The price of this ginseng is roughly around 1.5 million.
I'll round it up, let's say 2 million. Rip. Gao Banqing tore off 2 checks and handed them separately to Xiaoyi and Black Panther. Both were instantly stunned, their eyes involuntarily falling on the checks in their hands.
Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow slightly. 2 million? Are you also 2 million?
Black Panther was equally astonished.
2 million per person?
They had originally thought Gao Banqing would give each of them 1 million, as that would be a fair split. The two exchanged a glance, then looked at Gao Banqing, who was smiling broadly, and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. I'll pay double the price to buy this ginseng from you two and make friends. How about it? At this moment, they felt it was hard to keep their
eyes open, dazzled by the aura of wealth radiating from Gao Banqing. What does it mean to be extravagantly rich? They finally understood.
As expected of President Gao's son, truly generous.
This friend, Xiaoyi, will definitely make. Me too, Black Panther quickly chimed in.
Taking the mutated ginseng, Gao Banqing turned and walked over to Liu, expressing his gratitude. Previously, I was indebted to Mr. Li for saving my life. I know you don't care for worldly things like money, so I specifically bought this century-old mutated ginseng for you.
Please accept it. Liu stared blankly at the ginseng in front of him, utterly shocked. He actually gave it to me.
Still reeling from the shock of
Banqing purchasing ginseng at double the price, the ginseng was suddenly handed to him? Is this the world of the wealthy?
At this moment, even Bayi was stunned. The power of money was indeed astonishing, but what truly shocked him was Banqing's maneuver. To make friends, a ginseng worth 1.5 million was first rounded up to 2 million, then offered at double the price to satisfy both parties, and finally handed over to Liu so smoothly.
Regarding this, Bayi could only think, this is a friend I must make.
He quickly tucked the ginseng into his arms. Just give it to me, I'll hold on to it for Mr. Li. After showcasing the charm of money, Banqing naturally extended a team invitation to Xiaoyi and the others. Unsurprisingly, both sides agreed without hesitation.
Bowing to money is not the way of the strong.
Li Xiao, who had never regarded the sword-wielder Xiaoyi highly, was even more
disdainful at this moment. Hearing this, Bayi, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, didn't you also take money from Fatty Gao?
Li Xiao cast him a sidelong glance and said coldly, I'm different from them. They're here for money, but my purpose this time is the
tyrant Yang Jia, one of the 10 kings.
Earning a bit of travel expenses along the way is just incidental.
Any problem with that?
To this, Bayi responded with just one word, cool. Talking to you is really unnecessary. Your constant mention of the 10 kings is truly exasperating.
He realized that Li Xiao and Gao
Banqing were indeed a pair. One couldn't stop talking about his father, Gao Shanhe, while the other couldn't stop mentioning the 10 kings.
No wonder the two of them got along so well.
With Xiaoyi and the others joining in, Bayi felt much more at ease. Sometimes, in order to boost his vitality, he even had to rush to use breath of bones, or else there wouldn't be enough mutated beasts to
go around.
Watching Gao Banqing constantly trying to cozy up to everyone, Bayi even suspected that this chubby guy's purpose in coming to Black Mountain wasn't to seek refuge at all, but to recruit people. By noon, the group had safely arrived near the entrance of Shelter 189. Once we pass through this forest, the entrance to Shelter 189 is just ahead, Li Badian said, pulling out a Black Mountain map from who knows where and pointing to a red circle on the map.
Why is there a mountain drawn inside the red circle?
Bayi asked curiously. Li Badian smiled. Brother Xiaobai, you might not know, Vault 189 is located beneath the mountain. I have no idea how people from the old era managed to build a vault in such a place.
We're finally almost there.
Xiaoyi's spirits lifted as he decisively took the lead at the front of the group.
Brother Xiao, are you here because of the rumors about the Pango project? Gao Banqing asked.
Not really. I came to the vault to find a few swords that suit me.
Gao Banqing was taken aback. The technological level of the old era was very advanced, mostly relying on firearms.
If you go to the shelter looking for a sword, I'm afraid. Xiaoyi shook his head slightly and smiled. That's not quite right. I've heard that in the old era, there was a divine sword, its edge like lightning cutting through the red sky, without substance or blade. Anything it touched would dissolve like boiling snow in hot water, and wherever its light reached, armor would melt.
Is there such a divine sword?
Gao Banqing pondered for a moment but couldn't think of a sword that met the description. However, Bayi, standing nearby, was slightly startled. Isn't that just a lightsaber? Xiaoyi was overjoyed. I didn't expect Brother Xiaobai, despite his humble origins, to have such extraordinary insight and even know about the divine sword laser. Bayi's face darkened. There's no need to mention the part about humble origins.
Ah, that's not right.
As the ancients said, humble origins are not a disgrace. The ability to adapt is the true essence of a man. I believe that Brother Xiaobai, a handsome young man and a close friend of Mr. Li, is bound to achieve great things in the future. During this period of traveling together, everyone had come to understand each other's circumstances to some extent, including the incident where the magician Liu instantly captured the mutated peregrine falcon. The laser sword is a high-tech weapon, and it probably doesn't doesn't suit your needs for swordsmanship. Xiaoyi shook his head and said seriously, a lightsaber is still a sword. As long as it's a sword, it can be used by me. He thought to himself, you're not just a conceptual god, are you? So does a supersonic fire sword, an aircraft carrier sword, an interstellar battle sword, or a star-destroying sword also count as swords? Amid the laughter and chatter, the group quickly passed through the forest and arrived at an open area. Wow, so many people, Xiaoyi exclaimed in surprise. This open area actually had hundreds of people. These individuals seemed to be divided into two opposing camps, facing off from the north and south, with a clear path separating them. The southern group was dressed in uniform attire, with the emblem of the Eye of Apocalypse on their chests, clearly identifying them as members of Apocalypse Technology Company. Their numbers were close to 200, and they stood rigidly like spears, exuding an intense aura of hostility. The northern group was larger, numbering around 300. Their clothing varied, their weapons were of all kinds, and they gathered in small clusters, maintaining a sense of vigilance toward one another, resembling a disorganized mob. Bayi paid no attention to these people. Instead, his gaze passed over the crowd and focused on the 189 shelter he had been longing for. It was a massive cave located within the mountain, surrounded by scattered rubble and traces of explosions. There were even over a dozen charred corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. The cave was pitch black, like a black hole devouring sunlight, making it impossible to see inside. These people seemed to be extremely fearful of the cave, not daring to approach it at all, resulting in a vacuum zone within a 100-meter radius of the cave. The group to the south are Apocalypse's Gene Warriors, Gao Bancheng suddenly whispered. Bayi snapped out of his thoughts and turned his gaze toward the Gene Warriors, quickly drawn to a man and a woman among them. The two were surrounded by the Gene Warriors, as if they were the leaders of the group. The man was bare-chested, straddling a massive rock. His bronzestone muscles glistened with an oily sheen under the sunlight. Standing at a towering 2 meters tall, he resembled a small giant. His eyes were not human but rather vertical pupils like those of a beast, resembling a pair of venomous amber stones. The woman was even more striking. Her chest muscles were more exaggerated than the man's. She wore a snakeskin miniskirt and a bandeau top, her slender, fair, and long legs exposed to the air. She had a classic snake spirit face and sat on the man's broad shoulders with a seductive demeanor. Her enchanting eyes glanced at Bayi and the others, her red lips curling slightly. The sword-bearer Xiaoyi and the shadowman Li Xiao. I never expected the two of you, extraordinary individuals with bounties exceeding 10 million, to arrive together. Xiaoyi and Li Xiao are actually so famous? Bayi secretly observed the two, seeing Xiaoyi about to speak, but then Li Xiao stepped forward, standing before the crowd. With his hands behind his back, he proudly said, to recognize Li at a glance shows you're no ordinary person. State your name. His assertiveness drew many gazes, and it was clear he greatly enjoyed being the center of attention. The woman let out a charming laugh, her laughter as lively as blooming flowers. The 12 zodiac signs, silver snake. The 12 zodiac signs? Bayi frowned slightly, his mind drifting to the wildly imaginative Mr. Eagle Ling. He discreetly signaled Liu with a glance. However, Liu completely ignored him, staring fixedly at Silver Snake, his pupils trembling in sync with her movements. Sigh. Bayi sighed deeply, unsure how to even evaluate Liu anymore. Smoking, drinking, gambling, greed, lust, what redeeming qualities did he have? He quietly approached Liu and cleared his throat. Only then did Liu snap out of it, wiping away some drool, his lips slightly parted as he said, "What's up, brother Yi? The Chinese zodiac face-to-face. What do you think about this wave?" Liu swallowed hard. Of course, watch it over and over again. Damn. Bayi was so angry he almost cursed out loud, but fortunately, he held back in time. Can't you be a little more vigilant? He pointed at the tattered sack containing the black Jiao M300. Liu finally regained his composure and hurriedly hid the tattered sack behind him. After hiding it, he froze for a moment, as if realizing something. Did you just curse at me? No. Bayi glanced at him irritably. I meant your mom being happy is better than anything. Liu. In the arena, Li Zhao's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He completely ignored the voluptuous silver snake, his gaze locked firmly on the wild man beneath her. Among the Chinese zodiac, the silver snake and the underworld tiger are always inseparable, known as tiger head, snake tail. It seems you must be the underworld tiger. The burly man referred to as the underworld tiger cast a cold glance at Li Xiao, his eyes filled with disdain. He didn't respond at all, as if he couldn't care less about someone like Li Xiao. Li Xiao's expression instantly darkened. I didn't expect the renowned underworld tiger to be a mute. It seems Tianqi Corporation isn't very reliable when it comes to selecting people. What the heck? Bayi was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, dude, how dare you? That guy has 200 Gene Warriors with him. Who do you think you are? If I had known you'd dare to show off in a situation like this, I wouldn't have teamed up with you. He immediately sensed that the situation was going south and quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. When he finally reached the rear of the group, he realized someone had beaten him to it. Li Zhua, when did you get here? A little earlier than you, Liu replied shyly, scratching his head. On the other other side, Ming Hu had already stood up from the boulder, his entire body surging with energy and blood, exuding a terrifying, tiger-like oppressive aura, the presence of a top predator.
Shadowman Li Xiao, do you want to die? The shadow beneath Li Xiao's feet stood silently, and he responded with a cold sneer. You think you can?
The atmosphere in the field instantly grew tense, and many people showed expressions of eager anticipation for the drama to unfold.
Gao
Bancheng was anxious, sweat beading on his forehead, and he hurriedly stepped forward.
Wait, don't act rashly. Mr. Ming Hu, my father, clang.
Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp sword hum interrupted him.
Gao Bancheng turned around in astonishment and saw Xiaoyi's treasured
sword sweeping over his head, heading straight for Ming Hu. This action was immediately regarded as a declaration of war by Ming Hu and his men, as 200 genetic warriors simultaneously drew their submachine guns and aimed at Gao Bancheng and his group.
Hey, come back! Xiaoyi dashed forward. In a single leap grabbed Chaman, and awkwardly chuckled at everyone, saying, if I said this was a misunderstanding, would you believe me?
The only response he got was 200 dark gun barrels pointed at him.
Gao Bancheng panicked, thinking to himself, what kind of teammates did I find? Mr. Li is so much easier to deal with.
He never says a single unnecessary word.
Wait, where are Mr. Li and brother Xiao Bai? Just as the battle was about to erupt, Gao Bancheng shouted urgently, my father is Gao Shanhe.
A force known as the Way of the Father suddenly spread out, silencing the entire scene. A strange glint flashed in Ming Hu's eyes as he raised his hand to stop his subordinates from pulling the trigger.
And you are?
Gao Bancheng, panting heavily, replied, I am Gao Bancheng, the son of the president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce.
He spoke while fumbling to pull out the Shanhe token. Mr. Ming Hu, this is just a small misunderstanding. My friends here have no intention of opposing Tianqi Corporation. I hope you can do me this favor.
Ming Hu glanced at the Shanhe token, and his expression finally softened. So, you are the son of President Gao.
Our company has many collaborations with your Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, I will honor your request. Lower your guns.
Afterward, he sat back on the boulder without saying another word, as if waiting for something.
However, Li Xiao was dissatisfied and wanted to continue, provoking him, scaring Gao Bancheng into hurriedly stopping him and whispering, Li Xiao, don't forget the purpose of your trip to Black Mountain.
Before killing the 10 kings, I don't mind teaching a lesson to some petty scoundrels. Gao Bancheng wished he could slap Li Xiao, thinking to himself that if the 12 zodiac beasts were considered mere petty figures, then there would be no true strongmen left in this world. His eyes shifted, and a plan formed in his mind that Nether Tiger doesn't even count as one of the 10 kings.
If you act against him, wouldn't that be beneath your dignity?
Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's expression softened slightly, but he still replied coldly, what you said makes sense. I'll let him off today.
Phew!
Gao Bancheng let out a sigh of relief and quickly urged the people behind him, let's go, we're heading north. To the north, there were no fewer than 300 people gathered, outnumbering those from the Tianqi Corporation, but their discipline was lax, and they were divided into countless small groups. These people wore varied clothing, wielded weapons of all kinds, and included bounty hunters, extraordinary organizations, and members of other major forces. The Tianqi Corporation held the home advantage, naturally leading in
both numbers and equipment.
As a result, these individuals from various forces and organizations had to temporarily unite to prevent the Tianqi Corporation from monopolizing the shelter.
Bayi mingled among the crowd, silently observing these people.
Some formed small circles of just a few individuals, while others gathered in groups of dozens. There were even lone figures, such as the night girl from the Silent Court. The second time he saw her, Bayi was not surprised. Clearly, the night girl had come for shelter 189. Perhaps it was due to organizational principles, or maybe it was her personal will that led her to choose to rescue the wasteland towns around Black Mountain.
The night girl leaned against the mountain, seemingly guarding against possible ambushes from behind.
Her jet-black long hair fluttered in the wind, and she held the silver slender cross sword tightly in her arms. She was still dressed as before, with only black and silver colors on her attire. Within a 2-meter radius around her, there was no one else. It seemed everyone knew she was not someone to mess with, and no one dared to approach.
At that moment, the night girl seemed to sense something. Her light brown eyes glanced at Bayi.
Her gaze was calm as water. She merely nodded lightly at Bayi before turning her eyes away.
Bayi, who had been noticed, did not narcissistically think it was because he was too handsome that he caught her attention.
He hadn't washed his face in 3 days, and it was covered in dust, hardly cleaner than the soles of his shoes. He understood that the reason the girl noticed him was entirely due to his actions in the gray wasteland town. Bayi also shifted his gaze, observing the people around him. At that moment, the bushes not far away suddenly rustled, and a man emerged from them. Smiling, he scanned the crowd briefly, before walking into the northern group of people, casually finding a place to sit down. Clearly, he had just arrived as well. This lone man attracted quite a bit of attention, and the reason was simple: he was too conspicuous. He was dressed in a tattered suit, his face painted with clown makeup, and his garish red lips stretched almost to his ears. outdoors. Although there were plenty of people in strange outfits present, some wearing masks, some with beast-like eyes, and even some whose faces were entirely mechanical, there was no one else dressed as a clown. After sitting down, the clown behaved even more bizarrely. Despite having no one around him, he laughed gleefully, constantly talking to the air beside him and occasionally making a few funny faces. Judging by his behavior, he wasn't here at Black Mountain to find a shelter but rather to entertain. People stared at him as if he were a madman, mocking him incessantly, yet he seemed oblivious, continuing to chat and laugh with the air. Fatty Gao, who was that person? Bayi asked curiously. Based on his own summary of the laws of madness among the extraordinary, he felt that this clown man must be very powerful, because the crazier someone is, the stronger they are, and the more abnormal, the greater their strength. Gao Bancheng's expression darkened slightly. He glanced at Liu and decided to swallow his anger. Following the direction Bayi pointed, his face immediately turned serious. Phantom clown, that lunatic actually showed up too? You know him? Bayi pressed on. Gao Bancheng nodded. This is my first time seeing him, but his features are too distinctive to mistake. Is he also an extraordinary? Bayi asked. Probably not, Gao Bancheng replied. Probably? Bayi was surprised. The phantom clown is very strong, but he has never displayed extraordinary powers, nor has he undergone genetic or mechanical modifications, Gao Bancheng explained. Qi and blood martial arts? Bayi asked tentatively. That's right, he has made quite a name for himself in the outside world, relying solely on the martial art of blood and energy. Even genetically modified individuals who have received 3 injections of the serum are no match for him, Gao Bancheng said. Bayi couldn't help but take another look at the phantom clown. He hadn't expected this seemingly frail man to have cultivated the martial art of blood and energy to such a level, using his physical body to rival genetic technology. Then why do you say he probably isn't a transcendent being? Bayi continued to ask. Because he has an invisible girlfriend. Didn't you see him talking to the air the whole time? He's actually communicating with his girlfriend, Gao Bancheng replied. An air girlfriend? Bayi's understanding was once again challenged. Indeed, in the era of the Great Cataclysm, there was no shortage of oddities. To be precise, it's a ghost girlfriend, completely invisible, just like a ghost. That's why everyone calls him the ghost clown. There's even a rumor that his ghost girlfriend might actually exist, which is his extraordinary ability, though it's never been confirmed. However, even if he's not extraordinary, his strength is not to be underestimated. Do you know how much his bounty is? Gao Bancheng asked mysteriously. How much? Bayi asked curiously. 170 million, Gao Bancheng said. What? Doesn't that mean Li Xiao doesn't even come close to a fraction of that? Bayi exclaimed. Li Xiao turned his head, casting a cold glance. Kid, I dare you to say that again. Bayi was completely unafraid of him. What? Can't I state the facts? If you dare, why don't you raise your bounty to 1.7 billion too? Li Xiao was burning with rage, but he didn't lay a hand on Bayi. He seemed to have his own principles, only provoking the strong. Watching the furious Li Xiao, Bayi silently counted down in his heart. 3, 2, 1. 10 kings. The bounty for tyrant Yang Jia is 1.29 billion. Once I defeat him, breaking the 1.5 billion mark is just around the corner. Bayi displayed an expression of utter confidence, having already anticipated what Li Xiao would say. He paid no attention to Li Xiao and instead grew curious about the ghost clown. Quietly approaching, he tried to overhear what the ghost clown was saying to his ghostly girlfriend. Amid the bustling crowd, the clown held an invisible figure with one arm, his movements gentle, a smile on his face as if embracing an ethereal woman. Do you think the scenery of Black Mountain is beautiful? We'll come here often in the future. Once things are settled here, I'll take you to the peak of Black Mountain to watch the sunrise. After speaking, the clown paused briefly, as if listening to his ghostly girlfriend's response. The people around whispered mockingly, a clown who doesn't go to the circus but comes here to join the fun, and even wants to go to the peak of Black Mountain to watch the sunrise. Truly fearless of being eaten by the mutated beasts. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let this lunatic hear you, or he might come over and bite you. Ha ha ha. In this era of information closure and even severance, not everyone was as knowledgeable as Gao Bancheng. As the son of the richest man, the information he was exposed to far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. The phantom clown was not a celebrity, and many people did not recognize him. Even for celebrities, it is difficult to achieve universal recognition. Listening to the crowd's ridicule, the phantom clown still wore a smile, gazing affectionately at the air beside him, his eyes unable to hold anything else. In his vision, it was not air but a young woman in a white pleated dress, with gentle brows and a warm smile. Though her appearance was not outstanding, this 18-year-old woman was in the brightest years of her life, able to accompany her beloved, like a blooming flower, her every expression exuding the captivating charm of youth. Her gaze carried a hint of innocent curiosity and shyness as she unconsciously fiddled with the hem of her white dress, softly asking, "Why are they laughing?" The clown gently brushed Yi's hair aside and replied with a smile, "Because they can't see you." Yi looked up, staring at the colorful clown's face, a smile flickering in her eyes.
surprise. Then why are you laughing? The clown's smile grew even brighter. Because only I can see you. There was a hint of pride and secret delight in his tone, like a little squirrel excited after stealing a pine cone. Hiss! Not far away, Bayi, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly gasped. He couldn't see or hear He only saw the clown confessing his feelings passionately to thin air. The sincerity in those words, intertwined with the eerie act of addressing nothingness, sent a chill down his spine. He quickly distanced himself from the ghostly clown and returned to the group, just in time to see Gao Bancheng chatting with someone else. The two had their arms around each other's shoulders, looking very close. Brother Bao, with so many of you waiting at the cave entrance, why aren't you going in? The man called Brother Bao lowered his voice and said, Boss Gao, I'm only telling you this because you asked. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother. Did you see the dozen or so corpses in front of the cave? Aha, how did they die? Killed by the guards in the cave. There are still guards in the cave? Gao Bancheng pretended to be surprised. Brother Bao clearly enjoyed this reaction. Being able to surprise the son of the richest man greatly satisfied his vanity. Of course, a giant silver-armored figure whose eyes can shoot lasers, terrifying. With so many of us here, are we really unable to handle a single robot? Boss Gao, you mustn't underestimate this robot. It's a war machine from the old era, capable of activating the legendary energy shield. This shield is no joke. We've tried guns, fire, bombs, everything we could think of, and couldn't even leave a scratch. Do you see the 12 Zodiac over there? They've been here for a month and still haven't managed to break through the robot's defenses. So what do we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait? Gao Bancheng showed an anxious expression. Don't worry, Boss Gao. We're not just sitting around, we're resting. Earlier, the Steel Brotherhood and the 12 Zodiac discussed a strategy. Every so often, we launch an attack on the robot. That robot is rigid, its defense mechanism won't activate. Unless someone steps within 100-meter range, we're slowly draining its energy bit by bit. It won't take long before we wear it down. It's been 100 years since it survived from the old era. I refuse to believe its energy is inexhaustible. Gao Bancheng let out a dry laugh. As the son of the richest man, he knew quite a few secrets from the old era, including controlled nuclear fusion. If this robot had an energy device powered by controlled nuclear fusion, then this group of people was simply waiting to die. They wouldn't be able to outlast it. What was that sound? Gao Bancheng was startled by the sudden noise. He was extremely familiar with it, but how could it appear in Heishan? It wasn't just him, most of the people present had heard the sound. Bayi followed the noise with his gaze, which landed on the tent of the Tianqi company to the south. The tent was shaking violently, and the sound was coming from inside, while Silver Snake and Dark Tiger were nowhere to be seen. It was truly surprising. Could they really be that desperate? Bayi was utterly puzzled, yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Were there any normal people left on Heishan? He couldn't stop himself from recalling a saying, which, though somewhat inappropriate at the moment, perfectly encapsulated this trip to Heishan. Heishan, the grand stage. If you're not alive, don't come. Are they always this uninhibited? Gao Bancheng asked in shock. Brother Bao chuckled. No need to be surprised, Boss Gao. Everyone's long used to it. These two always find something to do when they're idle. I've heard that the genetic injections of the 12 Zodiac are different from the ones on the market. They're specially developed by Apocalypse Corporation. While they grant immense combat power, they also come with obvious side effects. For instance, retaining a portion of their animal instincts. After all, wild beasts don't exactly choose the time or place to reproduce. Gao Bancheng could only remain silent in resignation. Half an hour later, the sounds gradually subsided. The fully dressed Nether Tiger emerged from the tent, carrying the flushed Silver Snake in his arms. At this moment, the alluring snake-like beauty appeared even more captivating. Finally out. You've kept this old man waiting long enough. It's already past the agreed time. From the north, a gaunt old man with graying hair approached, followed by over a dozen cybernetic warriors. Brother Bao, who had been chatting with Gao Bancheng, whispered, That's Yi Qianjun, a master of Qi and blood martial arts and an instructor for the Steel Brotherhood. It's said that the 100,000 Iron Guards of the Brotherhood were all trained by him. He's known as the chief instructor of the 100,000 Iron Guards, and they say he is worth 1,000 troops. Moreover, he's one of the few in the Steel Brotherhood who hasn't undergone cybernetic modifications. Gao Bancheng narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, I didn't expect him to show up too. It seems the Steel Brotherhood is determined to claim Black Mountain this time. What a pity they don't have enough manpower. The Dark Tiger grinned at Yi Qianjun. Didn't perform well this time. The Silver Snake glared at him discontentedly, her soft, boneless hand casually grabbing his chest muscles. Yi Qianjun's face instantly darkened. If the Zodiac doesn't want to break into Shelter 189, you can leave now. Ha ha ha, old he, don't get angry. Naturally, we of the Zodiac intend to break into the shelter. Isn't that the very reason everyone came here? The Dark Tiger said with a chuckle, though he wasn't the least bit anxious inside. He knew full well that relying on their group alone, they couldn't possibly exhaust the robot's energy. The company had already tried various methods before,
all ending in failure. To deal with the robots, they would have to wait for the tyrant. Unfortunately, the tyrant was too far away. Even if he had received news of Black Mountain, it would likely take 3 more days for him to arrive. What are you waiting for? Gather your people and get started. Qianjun hunched his body, hands clasped behind his back, and headed toward the cave. Behind him, a dozen fully armed mechanical modifiers followed closely. Seeing him move, the others also stood up cautiously and headed toward the cave, clearly indicating that this group had already reached a mutual agreement. Boss Gao, let's go too. Everyone has agreed to work together to deplete the robot's energy. Anyone who doesn't go will be targeted by everyone. Brother Bao kindly reminded him before joining the main group. Gao Bancheng nodded. In that case, Mr. Li, Brother Xiao, Li Xiao, let's move as well. It's a good opportunity to witness the might of old-era war robots. Everyone naturally agreed. Bayi followed at the very back of the group, filled with curiosity, eager to see just how powerful the robots from the civilized era truly were. When Qianjun, at the very front of the group, stepped within 100 meters of the cave, rumbling sounds echoed from within. It was as if some colossal entity had awakened and was slowly emerging from the cave. Everyone's expressions immediately grew tense. The ground began to tremble, rippling like a miniature earthquake, and even the small stones on the ground bounced incessantly. The next moment, a massive silver figure slowly emerged from the cave. Its bright silver metallic shell flowed like liquid mercury, reflecting a cold, hard light. Every edge and line on its body seemed to have been laser-cut. Standing tall at the cave entrance, towering as high as a 2-story building, the armor on its shoulders was slightly raised, covered with rhomboid heat vents, from which wisps of white steam continuously spewed. This enormous robot from the old era had no facial features. Its face was encased in a silver-white metal mask, with only a pair of crimson glowing eyes exposed. They resembled 2 eternal flames, scanning everything around them. Warning! Warning! Scarlet disease carrier detected. Eliminate immediately. A cold electronic voice emanated from within the robot, and its scarlet glowing eyes began to flicker at high frequency. Attack! Qianjun roared, and the dozen or so mechanical modifiers behind him quickly raised their metallic prosthetics. Accompanied by the sound of gears turning and metal clashing, their mechanical arms rotated, revealing metallic gun barrels resembling Gatling guns. Rat-a-tat-tat. Ghostly blue flames spewed from the gun barrels, instantly weaving into a dense web of firepower that poured onto the robot. However, in the next moment, a ghostly blue light burst from the robot, instantly forming a rhombus-shaped blue energy shield. All the bullets vaporized upon contact with the shield, leaving no trace behind. Everyone, attack together! Minghu roared, and the group responded, joining the battle. Yet no one dared to approach the robot, opting instead to fire their weapons from a distance. Hundreds of people fired simultaneously, unleashing a metal storm that shook the Black Mountain territory. By all accounts, such firepower could easily conquer a small county, yet it failed to bring down the silver-white robot. Bayi pretended to pull out the breath of bones and fired 2 shots. He didn't use his vital energy, so the bullets were ordinary. He didn't believe that a snake-level forbidden item could break through the energy shield, so there was no need to waste his vital energy. Gao Bancheng, likewise, stood by watching the battle. As the son of the wealthiest man, he didn't even bother to pretend, standing directly behind his maid, Xiao Kuei, without even attempting to fire a shot. Hey, Fatty Gao, what was that scarlet disease the robot mentioned earlier? Bayi asked while idly observing. Scarlet disease is a mysterious virus that broke out during the Great Cataclysm. Those mutated beasts are the result of scarlet disease infection, Gao Bancheng shouted in reply, his voice raised to compete with the deafening gunfire. So you're saying that superhumans and vital energy martial arts are also caused by the scarlet disease? Bayi leaned in and shouted into Gao Bancheng's ear. Ouch! Lower your voice. You're about to make me deaf. Gao Bancheng quickly pushed Bayi away. That's right, it's all due to the scarlet disease. When the Great Cataclysm broke out, many people died, but those who survived adapted to the scarlet disease. Their bodies developed vital energy, and those with exceptional talent became superhumans. Bayi's mind stirred. If there are mutated beasts, why don't humans turn into mutated humans? Does infection with the scarlet disease mean either death or adaptation? Gao Bancheng beckoned him closer. When Bayi leaned in, the wealthy heir shouted so loudly that it nearly blew Bayi's mind. There are mutated humans. Keep your voice down, damn it. Bayi, furious, kicked at Fatty Gao, but the kick didn't land. Xiao Kuei, the maid, raised her hand and blocked it effortlessly. Xiao Kuei stared at Bayi with an expressionless face. Her gaze was human-like but devoid of any emotion. Gao Bancheng quickly said a few words to calm Xiao Kuei, and only then did she turn away. Gao Bancheng flashed a smug smile at Bayi. Brother Bai, I'm just an ordinary guy with a bit of money. Since I dared to come to Black Mountain, I naturally have my own backing. So you'd better not lay a hand on me casually. I'm afraid Xiao Kuei might misunderstand. Bayi. Gao Bancheng continued, many years ago, there were indeed mutants, but they were all exterminated by humans long ago. In fact, mutants are very weak weak and can only scare ordinary people. You must understand, the reason humans are powerful is because of their intelligence, not their physical strength. Mutants lack intelligence and only possess brute strength. How could they possibly withstand modern firearms? They aren't even on par with mutant beasts. Bayi was slightly taken aback, recalling the zombie movies he had seen in his previous life. A zombie apocalypse nearly wiped out humanity, but thinking about it now, it seemed unrealistic. Did people really think human firearms were just for show? Do you know the origin of the scarlet disease? And how exactly did the cataclysm come about? Gao Banchang rolled his eyes. Brother Bai, if I knew that, would the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce still have my father as its president? Bayi was silent for a moment. Fair point. As the two conversed, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. Perhaps due to running out of ammunition, Minghu, Inchi, He Qianjun, and others had resorted to hand-to-hand combat with the robots. It wasn't just them. Other renowned powerhouses also stepped forward, such as Li Xiao, Xiaoyi, the Phantom Clown, and the Night Maiden of the Silent Court. The robots were far less agile than these fighters, but their energy shields were incredibly durable. This level of technology, far beyond the current era, still posed a crushing advantage against these extraordinary individuals. Perhaps in the eyes of the crowd, those with supernatural abilities were mysterious and powerful, but in reality, they were still flesh and blood, still carbon-based life forms. No matter if you can breathe fire, spit water, manipulate shadows, or wield swords, as long as you can't withstand a nuclear bomb with your bare body, you still have to bow before technology. However, this battle allowed Bayi to witness the terrifying strength of top-tier powerhouses. Minghu let out a roar, his fist striking out like thunder. The air tore apart under the force of his punch, producing an ear-piercing sonic boom. When his fist slammed into the energy shield, a terrifying white shockwave exploded outward from the point of impact. The surrounding rubble and dead leaves were swept back like a hurricane, and the energy shield trembled violently. The robot within was forced to retreat several steps, its massive metal feet carving deep trenches into the ground. A flicker of shock passed through Baiye's eyes. Earlier, hundreds of people firing their guns couldn't make the robot budge an inch, yet Minghu's single punch managed to push it back. So this was the power of the Zodiac. 12. In that case, Mr. Ing really was too weak. He had been killed by a single shot from Bayi. He must have gotten his position through connections. If Mr. Ing knew what Bayi was thinking, he would probably be so furious he'd jump out of the underworld. After all, he wasn't a combat-type Zodiac, he was actually a sniper. While Minghu was attacking, the others weren't idle either, launching assaults on the robot from different directions. However, aside from Yi Qianjun, none of them could match Minghu's terrifying might. There were indeed differences in strength among the powerhouses, and Minghu was undoubtedly among the very top. No wonder the leaders of the two groups were Minghu and He Qianjun. Careful! He Qianjun suddenly shouted in a low voice. His hunched figure dropped even lower. Whoosh! A streak of red laser sliced through the air above his head, the intense heat making the air itself sizzle with white smoke. Though he dodged the robot's eye laser perfectly, he couldn't escape the terrifying temperature. The scorching heat instantly singed his already sparse hair, leaving it even thinner and more brittle. The three mechanical augmenters behind him weren't so lucky. Even though they saw the incoming laser, they lacked He Qianjuan's agility. Caught off guard, all three were sliced in half at the waist, their mechanical armor as fragile as paper. Left with only half their bodies, they didn't die immediately but instead let out agonized screams as blood gushed like a fountain, pooling rapidly on the ground. The gruesome scene sent more and more people fleeing in terror from the robot, until only He Qianjun and the Zodiac group remained in the fight. They handled themselves with ease. Even if they couldn't break the energy shield, the robot couldn't hurt them either. Bayi watched for a while, but soon grew bored. At first he'd been surprised by their strength, but repetitive combat quickly became monotonous. Real fighting lacked spectacle, it was just simple, direct, and effective killing moves. In short, He Qianjun and the others dodged the lasers easily, counterattacked the robot, dodged again, and repeated the cycle, slowly wearing it down. One thing, however, caught his attention: the energy shield could completely neutralize bullets, yet He Qianjun and the others' fists landed on it without incident. What was going on? He observed carefully, and finally spotted the answer. When He Qianjun and the others attacked, a faint red glow would ripple around them, wrapping their fists and nullifying the shield's damage, leaving them unharmed. This is vital energy? Bayi looked down at his own hand, clenching his fist, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't produce that red glow. Is it because my vital energy is too weak? Or is it because I've never trained in blood energy martial arts and don't know the technique of using vital energy for protection? He realized his knowledge of the supernatural world was still sorely lacking, missing even many basics. Once the Heishan affair was over, he'd have to seriously study up. Why don't they take this chance to enter the cave? Gao Banchang, who was watching nearby, noticed the problem and asked Brother Bao, who had just withdrawn from the fight. That's because there's a huge alloy door inside the cave. There's no way to open it in a short time. If they rushed into that confined space and the robot robot blocked the exit, there'd be nowhere to dodge the lasers, it'd be certain death, Brother Bao explained between gasps. An hour later, He Qianjun lightly tapped the energy shield on the robot's head with the tip of his foot, then performed a backflip, drawing a graceful arc in midair before landing steadily 100 meters away from the cave. The others, as if by prior agreement, also retreated, one after another. The robot's sensing range seemed to be only 100 meters. After everyone had withdrawn, it stood motionless for a long time, its crimson eyes flashing repeatedly, before finally turning and disappearing into the darkness of the cave, returning to silence. Damn, this shell is as tough as ever. Bring me some wine. Minghu returned to the camp, took the wine handed to him by his subordinates, and, with the seductive silver snake in his arms, began drinking heartily. Several empty bottles were scattered at his feet, indicating this wasn't his first round of drinking. After all, they had been stationed at Black Mountain for a full month. The place was desolate and devoid of entertainment, so fighting robots and then returning to camp to drink had almost become a daily routine. Watching this scene, the surrounding bounty hunters couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They had been at Black Mountain for several days, and their food supplies had long been depleted. They had to rely on hunting in the mountain to fill their stomachs, let alone enjoy fine wine. However, the situation was entirely different for the Zodiac 12. Backed by Dawn City and with numerous subordinates, they frequently received food and wine delivered by genetic warriors. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Minghu embraced a beauty, drank fine wine, and indulged in pleasure. This scene made Xiaoyi and the others envious, especially bounty hunters like Li Baidian and Black Panther, who were regulars at taverns. Coming to Black Mountain and not having a single sip of wine was already hard to bear, but it was even worse when they had to watch others drink. Gao Bancheng silently observed everyone's expressions, pondered for a moment, and said, "I'll go see if I can buy some wine from them." "Boss Gao, there's no need to go to such trouble for us. Once things here are settled, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink in the future." Although Xiaoyi said this, his gaze frequently drifted toward Minghu, clearly revealing his love for alcohol. In this post-apocalyptic era, where spiritual fulfillment is scarce, alcohol has long become a solace for many. The harsher the living conditions, the heavier people's reliance on alcohol becomes. While you can't change the harsh reality, you can use alcohol to slightly alter your mood and temporarily escape it all. Ha ha, Gao Bancheng laughed and said, "To be honest with you, back home I used to indulge in drinking and partying every day. Now, just seeing someone drink makes my cravings stir. Even if you all don't drink, I definitely will. This place, Heishan, is unbearably dull. If we don't drink, are we just supposed to sit around staring at each other?" Bayi observed this and silently admired Gao Bancheng's emotional intelligence. This wasn't about him wanting to drink, it was clearly about not wanting to make everyone else feel awkward, so he deliberately shifted the responsibility onto himself. Bayi wasn't the only one who noticed this. Xiaoyi and the others naturally understood as well, and they were all quite moved. Gao Bancheng, with Xiao Kuei in tow, walked over to Minghu, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "Mr. Minghu, I'd like to ask if you could sell me some of your wine. Would that be possible?" Minghu slowly set down his wine glass and said, "Young Master Gao, you're too polite. It's just wine. If you'd like to drink, sit down and join me. Why spend money?" Gao Bancheng shook his head. "Of course, the money will be paid. I still have friends over there who need quite a bit of alcohol." Minghu glanced at Li Xiao and the crowd, then withdrew his gaze and said with a faint smile, "Since when did young Master Gao become friends with bounty hunters and fugitives? Young Master Gao is a man of status and shouldn't casually associate with such unsavory characters, lest it tarnish your reputation." His voice was loud, and his words were blunt. Li Xiao and the others' expressions immediately turned grim. The smile on Gao Bancheng's face gradually faded, and the hand he had been cupping in respect lowered. "Friendship has nothing to do with status. As long as we get along, they are my friends. If Mr. Minghu wants to sell alcohol, then sell me some. If not, there's no need to insult my friends." Minghu, however, laughed, though there was no trace of humor in his eyes. "Not selling." Gao Bancheng was silent for a moment. "Farewell." He quietly walked toward the crowd, while behind him came the faint sound of Silver Snake's coquettish laughter. "Brother Tiger, now you've really offended young Master Gao." Minghu sneered disdainfully. "He's just an illegitimate child. Earlier, I gave him face and spared Li Xiao, which already showed my magnanimity. Now I invite him to drink with me, and not only does he refuse to give me face, but he also wants to buy my wine to give to Li Xiao? Does he really think I, Minghu, am made of clay?" Gao Bancheng's steps faltered, and he paused for a moment. In the end, he said nothing and silently returned to the crowd. Seeing their indignant expressions, he said loudly, "If they won't sell it, so be it. Once we leave Heishan, I'll take everyone to the best hotel in Wanwan capital for a drink." His hearty laughter made the crowd even more silent. A dangerous glint flashed in Baiyi's eyes. He had a relatively favorable impression of Fatty Gao, as he was someone who had fought his way up through sheer ability. Being mocked was one thing, but Minghu not only mocked Fatty Gao but dared to mock everyone? As the future god of the new era, he had kept such a low profile, yet someone still dared to act so brazenly. Minghu of the 12 Zodiac, you've already sealed your fate. Fatty Gao, his voice broke the silence. The ragged wasteland boy wore a dangerous smile on his face. How about you pay, and I'll take care of the dark tiger for you. I'll ask Mr. Li to deal with the dark tiger for you. Everyone was stunned. Their gazes shifted back and forth between Bayi and Liu, not just surprised by Bayi's tone, but also by Liu's strength. To take down the dark tiger of the Zodiac? Are you kidding, man? Are you one of the 10 kings? A trace of emotion flashed in Gao Banqing's eyes, but he still waved his hands repeatedly. No need, no need. Humph. Li Xiao let out a cold snort. This matter started because of me. I will give you an explanation. I'll be back shortly. Hey, it's really not necessary. Gao Banqing hurriedly stopped him. Bayi silently watched from the side and began counting down. No way, mere 12 zodiac signs, even the 10 kings. 3, 2, 1, 10 kings. Li Xiao's words paused, and he looked at Bayi in astonishment, then his face darkened. Are you imitating me? Bayi burst into hearty laughter. So, was my guess accurate or not? Everyone looked at Li Xiao, who was trembling with anger, their expressions turning peculiar. Each of them tightly shut their mouths, afraid they might burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Gao Banqing finally couldn't hold it in, and his laughter triggered a chain reaction, causing everyone to laugh uncontrollably. Along the way, they hadn't been deaf, so they naturally noticed Li Xiao's peculiar way of speaking. They just hadn't dared to mention it. Now that Bayi had pointed it out, the laughter they'd been suppressing all along finally erupted. You all! Li Xiao was so furious that even the black mask on his face seemed to tremble. He felt deeply humiliated. At that moment, Minghu, who was drinking, suddenly paused as he heard their laughter, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Tiger brother, are they mocking you behind your back? Silver Snake said with a laugh, wrapping her arms around Minghu's. Humph, after killing the tyrant, I'll settle accounts with them. I have wine. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Liu reached into the tattered sack behind him and, like performing a magic trick, pulled out 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 10 bottles of wine. The crowd stared blankly at the expressionless Liu. They had all speculated, more or less, about what was inside Liu's sack. After all, something that could make a powerful transcendent carry it all the way must surely be a treasure. But to their surprise, it turned out to be wine. No, what kind of sane person would carry so much wine through Black Mountain? This is low-quality wine mixed with alcohol by the wastelanders. I wonder if you can stomach it. Liu coldly opened a bottle of wine and tilted his head back to gulp it down. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression one of enjoyment, then handed the bottle of wine to Gao Banqing. Gao Banqing was momentarily stunned, looking at the bottle of wine that didn't even have packaging, its glass so cloudy it seemed coated with a layer of scale. Suddenly, he laughed, took the wine from Liu, and without hesitation, took a fierce swig. The fiery liquor burned down his throat, igniting what felt like a blaze in his stomach. Cough, cough. Gao Banqing had never tasted such poor quality wine before, and was immediately choked red-faced, but the laughter in his eyes grew even brighter. It's definitely bad, but this is the most satisfying drink I've ever had. Xiaoyilong chuckled, casually picking up a bottle of the cheap wine. Drinking isn't about the wine itself, but about who you drink with and where. To share a drink with friends in the desolation of Black Mountain, what could be more satisfying? Just now, Gao Banqing had stood up for them in front of the underworld tiger, openly declaring them as friends. Such an act naturally earned their recognition of Gao Banqing. Ton. Xiaoyi directly downed half a bottle in one gulp without any reaction, clearly showcasing the extraordinary physical qualities of a transcendent being. Seemingly influenced by their boldness, more and more people began picking up bottles and raising their glasses to drink together. This group of bounty hunters excelled at drinking and boasting, and once they held up their bottles, a confident aura as if they were back in their element emerged. The conversation instantly flowed, and they started recounting their past experiences. Some even lit fires on the spot, taking out prey they had hunted earlier to roast meat. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and even Li Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of longing. However, he stubbornly maintained his cold and aloof persona, refraining from taking action. He even refused the bottles of alcohol handed to him by others. Bayi chuckled inwardly, his eyes darting as he raised his bottle to clink it against Xiaoyi's, exclaiming loudly, "No wonder you're the sword-bearer. With an 85 million bounty, not only is your reward high, but your drinking capacity surpasses that of ordinary transcendent beings." As soon as the words left his mouth, swish, Bayi only saw a blur before a shadow suddenly squeezed into the crowd, grabbing a bottle and pouring it straight into the mouthpiece of the black mask. But he burst into laughter, clutching his stomach as he laughed and deliberately said, "Li Xiao, take it easy. Leave some for Xiaoyi, his drinking capacity is huge." Li Xiao remained silent, drinking incessantly. The bottle tilted higher and higher, almost pointing to the sky. Xiaoyilong chuckled, raised his own bottle, and began chugging as well. Some onlookers even clapped in amusement. This group of people from all corners of the world drank recklessly and uninhibitedly, their behavior seeming out of place atop the desolate Black Mountain. Their unrestrained laughter drew the attention of many. He Qianjun watched
watched the lively young crowd enjoying their drinks, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his aged eyes. The knightly maiden observed quietly, her gaze not on the alcohol but captivated by the golden roasted meat. She stared for a long time before suddenly scanning her surroundings with alertness. Seeing no one paying attention, she swiftly pulled a piece of chocolate from her pocket and brought it to her lips. However, she failed to eat it, her light brown eyes momentarily stunned as she realized she was still wearing her mask. Once again, she cautiously surveyed the area, then used her left hand to shield her face, slightly lifting the silver-white mask to reveal lips as if stained by rose nectar. Her right hand quickly stuffed the entire piece of chocolate into her mouth. After completing this, the maiden adjusted her mask back into place and leaned quietly against the mountain, as if nothing had happened. Yet, perhaps the chocolate was too large, as she chewed with difficulty, her puffed cheeks causing the silver-white mask to bob up and down with each bite, making her appear particularly comical. The ghostly clown held the invisible E in his arms, a hint of sorrow in his eyes, though his voice was gentle as he said, "It's okay, E. There must be a way to bring you back to life in Black Mountain. Then you'll be able to eat again. You little glutton, I know you haven't eaten in a long time. How about I eat for you and describe the taste? If you don't want to watch, don't be upset, E. I'll just go and kill everyone who's eating, then you won't have to see it, okay? Aya, fine, I won't kill anyone, I won't. Don't cry." He was at a complete loss, comforting the non-existent E like a child. Minghu watched Bayi and the others laughing together, his expression growing increasingly gloomy. Suddenly, the fine wine in his hand seemed to lose all flavor. Oomph! He suddenly hurled the empty wine bottle to the ground. Bang! The sound of shattering glass was especially harsh and jarring, abruptly cutting off the lively chatter among Gao Bancheng and the others. Several people glanced over at Minghu, only to hear him snort coldly, "What a racket! You're ruining my drinking mood." His voice was completely unrestrained, even deliberately loud enough for Gao Bancheng and the others to hear. The originally jubilant crowd seemed as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over a raging fire. The atmosphere instantly fell silent, and their expressions subtly turned awkward. Minghu appeared quite satisfied with their reactions, letting out a cold laugh as he picked up a new bottle of wine, swept a chilly gaze over the group, and then leisurely poured himself a drink. The crowd's faces grew increasingly grim. Gao Bancheng's hand gripping the wine bottle turned slightly pale from exertion, yet he still refrained from acting out, knowing full well that he couldn't afford to provoke the Zodiac, let alone the Tianqi Corporation, especially not on Black Mountain's turf. Nearby, Li Xiao could no longer hold back and was about to rise, but Gao Bancheng firmly restrained him. No one noticed that Baiye's hand had already quietly reached behind Liu, using his fingers to write something on his back. Minghu filled his glass, casually set the bottle down, picked up the glass, and was just about to down it in one gulp when a cold voice suddenly rang out, "If you don't want to drink, then don't." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned in astonishment to look at the speaker. The man sat among Gao Bancheng and the others, dressed in tattered clothes, with his right hand wrapped in thick bandages, resembling a crippled wastelander. Yet it was precisely this wastelander who, under the watchful eyes of all, defied one of the Zodiac, Minghu. Minghu's hand holding the glass paused, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a beast-like, terrifying glint flashed within them. "You." He had just uttered a single word when a sudden change occurred. Bang! The crisp sound of shattering glass echoed from his hand. The sound was faint, yet it caused Minghu's expression to change drastically. The glass in his hand had shattered, fragments, and wine spilled all over him, trickling down his muscular upper body and soaking his pants, leaving a large wet stain. He sprang to his feet as if electrocuted, staring in shock at the expressionless Liu, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. A faint red glow of blood emerged over his robust frame, as if facing a formidable enemy. But Liu paid him no mind, not even sparing him a glance from beginning to end. His bandaged right hand slowly lowered, then he picked up a wine bottle and said calmly to Gao Bancheng and the others, "Drink." Gao Bancheng and the others looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what had happened. They glanced at the indifferent Liu, then at the grim-faced and silent Minghu, feeling an inexplicable sense of shock. Coupled with the shattered wineglass in Minghu's hand, the group vaguely understood something. The astonishment wasn't limited to them. There were no ordinary people present, as ordinary people couldn't enter Shelter 189. Those who could come here were at least formidable individuals with bounties worth millions. Precisely because of this, they were stunned, unable to believe that a powerhouse like Minghu would lose control, crushing a wineglass and even spilling wine all over his pants. Even if Minghu had indeed crushed the glass himself, why did it happen at this exact moment? Why did it happen right after Liu finished speaking, causing the glass to shatter instantly? And in the face of Liu's defiance, Minghu remained silent and truly stopped drinking. What kind of technique was this? Minghu stared intently at Liu, his expression shifting unpredictably. The smile on Inshi's face gradually faded as she looked at the shattered fragments of the wineglass scattered on the ground. A deep sense of dread flashed in her eyes as she murmured, "Judging from the marks on the fragments, the force was slight, just enough to shatter the glass. But how could such a
a minuscule force travel such a long distance? It's almost as if someone broke it at close range. Did you see anything? She had initially thought it might be a small projectile like a pebble, but if it was truly launched by that bandaged man, the distance would make it impossible for the force to be so weak. Moreover, the slow flight speed would have made it noticeable in advance. Minghu shook his head. I didn't see anything. My beastly instincts didn't even give me a warning, nor did I sense any movement in the air. It's as if nothing happened, yet the wine blast shattered anyway. The silver snake grew increasingly terrified. How could one defend against such an eerie and silent extraordinary ability? This time, it was just a shattered wine glass. Who could guarantee the other party couldn't just as easily shatter a skull? The unknown is often the most frightening. Dark Tiger, do not act impulsively. We still don't know the depth of the opponent's abilities, and we have an important mission at hand. We absolutely cannot afford any complications at this moment. If we delay the company's major plans, you know the consequences, the silver snake said. Sternly, Dark Tiger clenched his fists, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. But when he thought of his mission, to wait for the arrival of the tyrant Yang Jie and then hold him off to provide the eagle with a sniping opportunity, he could only reluctantly unclench his fists. Facing such a mysterious and unpredictable enemy, even if he was confident in his ability to win, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get injured. And if he were injured, how could he hold off Yang Jie? Taking a deep breath, he fixed his heavy gaze on Li Yu and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Li Yu took a small sip of the cheap wine and said calmly, "Sleight of hand." Li Yu. Dark Tiger narrowed his eyes slightly, giving Li Yu a long, hard look. "Sleight of hand, Li Yu, I will remember you." With that, he stopped drinking and silently sat down with the silver snake among the 200 genetic warriors. It wasn't just him who remembered. Everyone present etched it into their minds. Though they appeared indifferent, every single one of them was like an antenna, ears perked up, listening intently. They had never heard of the name Sleight of Hand Liu before, but everyone instinctively understood the weight of that name. Someone capable of making Dark Tiger wet his pants yet not dare to retaliate was destined to become a legend in Bayi in the future. What are you all standing around for? Keep playing music and dancing. Bayi laughed as he picked up the bottle and took another swig. He chose not to kill Minghu but instead issued a warning, telling Minghu not to be too reckless. However, this proved futile. Killing Minghu would mean killing In Shi and the 200 genetic warriors, which would not only waste a lot of time but also trigger a chain reaction. In front of everyone, if the Zodiac and the genetic warriors were wiped out, it might scare the others out of their wits. And when Tyrant Yang Jia arrived, how would he react? Too many variables would make it unfavorable for Bayi to obtain the Pangu USB drive. After Bayi's reminder, everyone finally snapped out of it, sneaking a glance at Liu, who was drinking, before picking up their glasses again. The atmosphere gradually recovered. At this moment, Gao Bancheng suddenly raised his bottle with both hands, his expression serious, and said, "Mr. Li, this feast you've treated us to today, I will never forget it for the rest of my life." Liu looked at Gao Bancheng's heartfelt expression, feeling a bit at a loss because he had no idea what had happened. He was merely following Bai's instructions and putting on a small act. Faced with this situation, he paused for a moment before saying in a low voice, "It's all in the wine." Gao Bancheng froze, then looked down at the half-full bottle in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot, raised the bottle, and began drinking directly. Having never tasted such poor-quality wine, he was choked to the point of tears, but he persisted in finishing the entire bottle. After downing it, Gao Bancheng's face turned bright red, his eyes glazed over, yet his smile grew even wider, laughing like a 250-pound man. Oh, he was indeed a 250-pound man. "Mr. Li, I won't say anything else. From today onward, ugh." He performed a projectile vomit, causing everyone to burst into laughter, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Bayi took a big gulp of wine, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. He suddenly felt that the 5 seconds he had just spent were entirely worth it. It turned out that in this world, true value wasn't solely measured by material worth. True value was never written in fame and fortune but etched in the youthful spirit of standing by friends through thick and thin. Perhaps he was merely passing through with this group, and they would go their separate ways in the future, but what did it matter? At least at this moment, atop the Black Mountain's perilous terrain, they were friends raising their glasses together. If anyone dared to ruin his drinking mood today, he would make sure they wouldn't enjoy themselves either. He was, after all, a wild and unrestrained man, living for nothing but the pursuit of joy. Life was meant to be exhilarating, not about winning awards. He firmly believed that the fleeting joy of youth was worth a lifetime of memories. For this moment of joy, what harm was there in wasting 5 seconds? Bayi was carefree, but Li Xiao seemed somewhat distracted. His mind was still echoing with Li Yu's brief 3 sentences. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Drink. Magic. Hand. Li Yu. The more he thought about it, the more restless he felt. That cold demeanor, the disdainful attitude toward Minghu, the calm way he raised his glass, all under the shocked gazes of the crowd. It was no exaggeration to say that this was exactly the image Li only Xiao aspired to have of himself. His complex gaze swept toward Li Yu, filled with jealousy, admiration, and unwillingness. Subconsciously, he straightened his back, unintentionally mimicking Li Yu's coldness, even considering wrapping himself in bandages. After eating and drinking their fill, a new round of attacks began. As if by agreement, the group advanced toward the cave, luring out the robots, and the battle erupted instantly. However, this time, Minghu did not take the lead but instead mingled among the crowd, making simple moves while his vigilant gaze occasionally swept toward Li Yu. Scarlet lasers pierced through the air, sweeping across. Minghu lowered his body and easily dodged, not because his speed surpassed light but because the robot's eyes would suddenly light up as if charging every time they fired lasers. Once the pattern was understood, it became possible to dodge in advance. After evading the laser, he supported himself on the ground with one hand, veins bulging on his arm. Using his hand as a pivot, he twisted his waist and abdomen, then fiercely kicked his right leg like a cannonball against the robot's energy shield, forcing the robot back several steps. Taking advantage of the gap, Minghu quickly got up, his peripheral vision instinctively sweeping toward Li Yu hiding among the crowd. Seeing Li Yu merely watching from afar without making a move, Minghu frowned deeply. He glanced at He Qianjun beside him and found that he too was secretly observing Li Yu. It wasn't just him. All the top fighters daring to engage the robots in close combat were diverting part of their attention to Li Yu. Minghu's heart stirred, naturally understanding what these people were thinking. Because they were all competitors, strong individuals on the same level, they could tolerate the weaker ones staying far away, as they wouldn't be of any use anyway, but they couldn't tolerate someone like Li Yu, a strong fighter, standing apart from the action. Especially since Li Yu's methods were mysterious and unpredictable. If he harbored ill intentions and launched a sneak attack from behind, what then? It was like a dozen scheming individuals fighting on the front lines with guns, while another person with a gun not only refrained from joining the fight but stood far behind them. Everyone would worry whether this person might fire a shot from behind. Thinking of this, Minghu devised a plan. He suddenly turned around and said loudly, "Magic hand Li Yu, with your strength hiding among the crowd without making a move, are you planning to reap the benefits without effort?" This statement subtly placed Li Yu in opposition to the crowd, and many strong fighters cast scrutinizing and wary glances at him. Silver Snake deftly dodged a heavy blow from the robot and laughed coquettishly. "Brother, Li, even a weak woman like me is on the front lines, yet you, a grown man, are hiding in the back?" The increasing number of strange looks made Li Yu stiffen all over. Feeling uneasy, he knew he had become the target of everyone's attention, but he couldn't step forward to fight the robots. With his strength and his severely injured right hand, rushing in recklessly would be a death sentence. He discreetly glanced at Bayi, who gave him a signal. Li Yu inwardly groaned, "Brother Yi, I've already told you I'm colorblind, I can't read signals." Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, he hesitated for a moment before coldly saying, "There's no need to make a move." "Oh?" Minghu's brows furrowed slightly. "What do you mean by this? You want to enter Shelter 189 but refuse to contribute?" He was determined to force Li Yu to make a move, wanting to see Li Yu's extraordinary abilities. With so many people on the same side as him now, he wasn't afraid that Li Yu would dare to do anything outrageous. What to do? What to do? Li Yu's heart was in utter chaos. He had never experienced such a situation before, and the gazes of over a dozen top-tier experts made his scalp tingle. His mind was a complete mess, and he had no idea how to respond. He could only muster the courage to say, "I said, there's no need to make a move." It is well known that people often turn into broken records when they are nervous. Minghu's face instantly darkened. He felt that Li Yu's stiff response was practically ignoring him. A hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the other experts as well, seemingly thinking that Li Yu was too arrogant. What does no need to make a move mean? Do you think the old era robots aren't worth your effort? Then what do we count as? Circus performers? At that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the east. At first, it was very faint, but as time passed, the momentum grew increasingly overwhelming. The sudden noise drew everyone's attention. "What is that sound? Sounds like a train." Bayi, who used to take trains frequently, was very familiar with the sound of trains. Xiao Yi said in astonishment, "Are you kidding? This is the Black Mountain Abyss, where even off-road vehicles struggle to climb. How could there possibly be a train?" Rumble. The roaring sound grew louder and louder until it became deafening, accompanied by the sharp explosion of high-pressure steam breaking through a valve. "Look over there." Someone pointed in terror toward the distant eastern sky. Everyone followed the sound, and they were instantly thunderstruck. In the eastern sky, a coal-black steam train was actually approaching. Gray-black smoke tore through the clouds, and the massive coal-black body resembled a 1,000-meter-long black dragon, winding its way across the heavens and rapidly heading toward Black Mountain. This scene, akin to a divine miracle, left everyone present in awe. Even powerful figures like Minghu and He Qianjun felt their hearts tighten. A 1,000-meter-long steam train, what an enormous behemoth. On ground-level tracks, it might not seem as shocking, but when such a steel monster appeared to defy gravity and float in the sky, the sense of
of awe was simply unimaginable. Bayi's eyes widened as well. Although he had lived through the age of civilization, he had never seen a train flying through the air. Wait, there's actually someone standing on top. As the train approached, Bayi noticed a figure on the locomotive. The silhouette became increasingly clear, and everyone present saw it. Amid the white mist rising from the chimney, a man clad in crimson armor stood firmly atop the train, his arms crossed in front of his chest. The dark golden patterns on his scarlet armor shimmered, and his shoulder plates flared like beast heads. His gaze was cold and disdainful, looking down on the crowd as if he were a god. Tyrant Yang Jie! Li Xiao cried out in shock, his pupils trembling. The man on the wanted poster plastered on the wall was now appearing before him like a deity. He had imagined countless scenarios of meeting the tyrant, fantasized about fighting with all his might to defeat him. Yet at this moment, seeing him stride atop a 1,000-meter steam train spanning the horizon, all those fantasies were mercilessly shattered. Even though they hadn't exchanged blows, even though it was merely a glance. He's one of the 10 kings, the tyrant Yang Jie? Bayi gasped, his heart filled with awe. So this is what the legendary 10 kings are like? His entrance was on a completely different level from the others. The others either wield swords, night girl, shaoi, flaunt girlfriends, phantom clown, fight barehanded, crane Xianjun, or wear colored contacts, Ninghu. But tyrant Yang Jie directly arrives on a flying train. This feels like an adult stepping into a kindergarten. Although Bayi didn't know what extraordinary ability tyrant Yang Jie possessed, the mere fact that he could make a 1,000-meter train fly was enough to show that whatever his power was, it was terrifyingly strong. Previously, when Li Xiao talked about the 10 kings, Bayi had thought that even if they were stronger than Li Xiao, it wouldn't be by an outrageous margin. He hadn't expected to underestimate Li Xiao's courage. You actually always regarded such a person as your goal? Bayi looked at the dazed Li Xiao and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Li Xiao, you really are something. I used to think you were just good at showing off, but now I see I was wrong. Not only are you good at showing off, but you're also incredibly humorous. Your humor has transcended the realm of mere showing off. I think you should change your name in the future. Stop calling yourself Shadowman. Humor Darkman suits you better. Li Xiao didn't hear a single word. He stared intently at Yang Jie, his eyes flashing with a mix of unwillingness, ferocity, and fear. He hated his own incompetence and cowardice. Having always regarded the 10 kings as his goal, he now found himself facing the tyrant, yet he didn't even have the courage to make a move. Yang Jie's fingers lightly tapped the chimney as the steam train suddenly spewed thick white smoke, resembling a black dragon exhaling amidst the clouds. The locomotive abruptly turned and charged toward the clearing where the crowd was gathered. Run! Someone shouted in panic, too flustered to care about. The robots nearby, immediately turning to flee. The others quickly reacted as well, scrambling to escape. Who could withstand the overwhelming force of a train descending from the sky? In an instant, the surrounding crowd vanished, as if the clearing had been emptied specifically for Yang Jie's arrival. Boom! The steam train landed steadily, causing the ground to tremble violently. Even those hiding in the surrounding woods could clearly feel the vibrations. Damn it! How did Yang Jie get here so fast? Minghu growled angrily. Didn't you see? He came by train, of course he's fast, Inchi said, her slender eyes fixed on Yang Jie as he descended from the sky, a peculiar glint in her gaze revealing a hint of longing. The tyrant himself is way more handsome than on the wanted posters. If I could spend just one night with a man like that, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. She gently bit her tender lips, her face slightly flushed. Shut up, you wench! Minghu growled lowly. He was about to say something but suddenly froze, abruptly turning his head to look at Li Yu, who was hidden in the woods. A storm surged in his heart. Li Yu had once coldly said there was no need to take action. At this moment, Minghu finally understood the deeper meaning of Li Yu's words. Damn it! What kind of monster is the magician Li Yu? Could he have already sensed the arrival of the tyrant? This terrifying level of perception even surpasses my instinctive intuition. Everyone present heard Li Yu's words. With the arrival of the tyrant, many people belatedly turned to look at Li Yu, their eyes filled with shock. Brother, what's wrong? She asked with concern. Minghu shook his head, temporarily setting Li Yu aside. The most important thing now was the appearance of the tyrant. I'm fine, it's just that the tyrant's sudden arrival disrupted my plans. His expression changed slightly, revealing a trace of fear. Fortunately, the company sent Eagle out a few days ago. He must have already reached the peak of Black Mountain by now. By the way, have we made contact with Eagle? No, the magnetic field of Black Mountain is very peculiar, possibly related to Shelter 189. With our current communication capabilities, there's no signal at all. But don't worry, Brother Ing is extremely reliable. He values his missions more than his own life and has never failed in all these years. How can I not worry? This mission is different. The target is one of the 10 kings, there can be no mistakes. I originally planned to send someone to connect with Ing Tian, but now that the tyrant has appeared ahead of schedule, there's no time for the handover. Silver Snake chuckled lightly. Brother Ing is different from you. I remember once we were in the middle of a mission position, and the company suddenly issued new orders. He pulled up his pants and left without any hesitation. From that moment, I knew that among the entire zodiac, Brother Ring is the most reliable. Dark Tiger's face turned slightly green, and he muttered in a low voice, "You had a fling with him." Silver Snake quickly reassured, "Oh, come on, we're all colleagues here, no need to be so distant. Besides, I was just playing around with them. You're the one I truly care about." "Them. Keep your voice down. What if the tyrant notices us? The company has a grudge against him." Minghu snorted coldly, "Don't worry, as long as we don't provoke him, he won't make a move against us." Inchi was slightly taken aback. "Why?" "Because Yang Jie is too arrogant. Someone like him only has the desire to attack the other 10 kings. He doesn't even consider the rest of us worth his attention. In his eyes, targeting the weak would only demean himself." Although Minghu said this, he instinctively lowered his voice. After hearing Minghu's words, Inchi's eyes seemed to sparkle like little stars. "Oh no, I think I like him even more now. What should I do?" The Dark Tiger roared in anger. "Now is not the time for you to be in heat. He simply disdains striking at the weak. If you dare to seduce him, he will kill you without hesitation." Outside the cave, on the vast open ground, only Yang Jie stood alone. His domineering gaze swept over the Dark Tiger and others hiding in the forest, a blade-like cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. He knew this trip to Black Mountain was a trap, one specifically set for him by the Tianqi Corporation, yet he still chose to come, because he was the tyrant, one of the 10 kings, and that title alone was enough for him to disregard any trap. "Warning, warning, scarlet disease carrier detected. Eliminate immediately." The cold, electronic voice of the robot rang out, its scarlet eyes flashing as it locked onto Yang Jie. Yang Jie stared indifferently at the robot, standing motionless, without any reaction. The proportions of the two figures were completely mismatched, like a person standing before a skyscraper. Logically, he should have appeared insignificant, but the reality was quite the opposite. Yang Jie's gaze was sharp, his clothing billowing like a battle flag in the wind, and his crimson battle armor gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. Just by standing there, he exuded an aura that was impossible to ignore. That figure, standing with hands behind his back, seemed like a pillar of heaven and earth, naturally majestic, as if even the towering Black Mountain before him was less imposing. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Yang Jie, as if he were the center of the stage, the protagonist of the world. Can Yang Jie handle the robot? Is that even a question? That's the 10 kings. So what if they're the 10 kings? The 10 kings are still human. That robot has an energy shield from the old era, capable of defending against missiles. Didn't you see how even renowned experts like Ming who were helpless against the robot? No matter how strong the tyrant is, can he really stand against everyone combined? The onlookers whispered among themselves. Some were full of confidence in Yang Jie, believing he could definitely handle it, while others thought the situation was precarious. However, the answer to the question was revealed in the next second. The robot charged toward Yang Jie with heavy steps, shaking the ground and kicking up dust. Its eyes began to glow red, preparing to fire lasers. Yang Jie frowned slightly, not because of the robot, but because of the dust that had settled on his crimson battle armor. He lightly brushed the dust off his shoulder plate, his expression indifferent. A weapon of war from the old era? What a feeble creation. His voice was not loud, yet it was enough for everyone to hear. The crowd was stunned. Frail? How could this word be associated with a robot? If this robot could be considered frail, then what did that make them, who had besieged it for days? Just as the laser was about to fire, Yang Jie moved. "Minghu, tyrant, today, you owe me an explanation." He slowly raised his palm, his middle finger and thumb crossing in the air. Snap! A crisp snapping sound echoed. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The scarlet pupils about to fire lasers suddenly exploded with a bang after the snap. Tiny red fragments scattered from the robot's eye sockets. Warning! Warning! Visual system damaged by external force, initiating biological perception mode immediately. The robot emitted a piercing alarm repeatedly. So noisy. Yang Jie coldly raised his palm and clenched the air toward the robot. Instantly, the robot's massive body froze mid-air, as if someone had gripped its throat. As Yang Jie's hand tightened further, the robot's alarm abruptly ceased, and the steel on its body emitted creaking sounds under unbearable pressure, as though an immense force was crushing it. Bang! 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 The hydraulic rods at its joint connections snapped frantically, and countless fine electric sparks burst from its body. With a final deafening explosion, the robot collapsed powerlessly to the ground, its form twisted, resembling nothing more than scrap metal. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Minghu and the others' pupils shrank to needlepoints, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The robot that had blocked them for days was annihilated in a single move by the tyrant Yang Jie. You've got to be kidding. He took down the robot in one move? Is he even human? Why is the energy shield ineffective against him? He seems to have directly attacked the robot's body. Is this the legendary 10 Kings? Countless people couldn't help but exclaim. The scene before their eyes completely exceeded their imagination. They had originally
originally thought that even if Yang Jia could deal with the robot, it would take considerable effort. But the result was a one-hit kill. Bayi was also stunned. What the heck, is the gap between people really this huge? Say something, Li Xiao. He nudged the petrified Li Xiao beside him. Li Xiao. Gao Bancheng couldn't bear to watch any longer and softly comforted. Brother Xiaobai, don't provoke him anymore. Li Xiao, it's actually not that exaggerated. It's just that the tyrant's ability is to control metal, which happens to counter robots, so he can achieve such results. Don't lose heart, the future is still long. Li Xiao finally snapped out of it, and a glimmer of hope reappeared in his previously numb and despairing eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Yes, you're right. It's a matter of ability restraint. Metal abilities are best at dealing with robots, but that doesn't mean they're good at dealing with people. I still have a chance. Gao Bancheng was shocked. Come on, buddy, it's fine to fool others, but don't fool yourself. Even if it's ability restraint, the guy can make a 1,000-meter-long train fly into the sky. How can you not see the gap? Li Xiao, please, don't act recklessly. Control metal? Bayi, standing to the side, seemed deep in thought. So this is the tyrant's ability. No wonder he can make trains fly and instantly destroy robots. No wonder Mr. Ring said that only a tyrant could open the shelter's door. After dealing with the robots, Yang Jia didn't even glance at the crowd and walked straight toward the cave. As he passed the wreckage of the robots, the metallic remains suddenly emitted a piercing screech. Countless metal components floated into the air, reassembled, and once again formed a humanoid shape, following closely behind Yang Jia, clearly under the control of his abilities. Just as he was about to enter the cave, Ming Hu took a deep breath and looked at Yin Shi. Are you ready? Yin Shi nodded obediently. Don't worry, I didn't bring any metal weapons to deal with Yang Jia. Ming Hu's face darkened. Be serious. I'm talking about the ribbon. Ugh, why are you so fierce? I've already prepared the ribbon. Yin Shi pulled out a red ribbon from her chest and began tying up her hair, gathering her loose strands into a ponytail. The red ribbon was long, reaching down to her hips, swaying in the wind like a small whip. Get ready to move, Ming Hu said in a deep voice. He then took a signal gun from one of his subordinates and fired it into the sky. A red flare shot, straight into the heavens, blooming across the firmament. This was the signal for Eagle. Ming Hu and Yin Shi's task was to hold Yang Jia in place, giving Eagle a chance to aim and shoot. Although Yang Jia could control metal, Eagle had already prepared special bullets. The red ribbon served as a reference point for the sniper. Sniping from 3 kilometers away involved numerous variables: gravity, humidity, wind speed, wind direction. Ying Tian couldn't possibly sense the wind speed and direction at Yang Jia's location from 3 kilometers away, but the red ribbon could help him determine it. By observing the ribbon's direction and movement through the scope, he could make the necessary adjustments. Stop! Ming Hu shouted, then suddenly stepped out from the forest, followed by Silver Snake, who had her hair tied in a ponytail, and 200 fierce genetic warriors. Such a bold move did not earn the admiration of the crowd. Instead, everyone stared at them as if they were fools, thinking to themselves, so eager to die? Yang Jia slowly came to a halt and turned around, the massive robot beside him also turning in sync. He lowered his gaze slightly, seemingly puzzled as to why someone dared to stop him. His eyelashes cast a cold, hard shadow on his cheeks, and his gray pupils, like ice-tempered steel, reflected the distant sky with a sharp chill. Under the gaze of these eyes, Ming Hu's steps froze. Despite the 200 genetic warriors standing behind him, his beastly instincts screamed warnings. After hesitating for a moment, he braced himself and stepped forward. Silver Snake's reaction was even more pitiful. Her eyes darted nervously, her face flushed, resembling a shy girl encountering her idol. Tyrant Yang Jia, you destroyed one of the company's satellite cities. Shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? Ming Hu said in a deep voice. Witnessing this scene, Bayi frowned involuntarily, feeling somewhat unable to bear watching. Thinking of the wildly imaginative Mr. Ring, he began to feel embarrassed for Ming Hu. Yang Jia gazed indifferently at the two, his eyes as calm as a still well, either leave or die. The dark tiger's face darkened, finally experiencing the arrogance of the tyrant. So handsome, ah. Silver Snake's eyes were like water, as she slightly puffed out her proud chest toward Yang Jia. Attack! The dark tiger wasted no words, dropping to all fours as his muscles suddenly tensed, propelling his entire body like a cannonball toward Yang Jia. Behind him, 200 gene warriors roared continuously, resembling 200 wild beasts howling. The thunderous sound of their charge was no less imposing than the advance of a massive army. Such a terrifying display of power made even seasoned veterans of renown grow solemn, marveling at the foundation of Dawn City. Among these 200 gene warriors, most had been injected with 2 doses of the gene serum, and a small portion had even received 3 doses, not to mention the leader, the Zodiac's Dark Tiger. Such a lineup was enough to determine the outcome of a battle involving tens of thousands, yet it was now being deployed against a single individual. Faced with such an overwhelming numerical disadvantage, Yang Jia remained indifferent, his right hand slowly withdrawing from its position crossed over his chest. The Dark Tiger's expression changed dramatically, and hand, he abruptly halted his advance. Raising his palm in a stopping gesture, the 200 Jin warriors behind him also came to a halt, their expressions tense and uneasy, not even daring to meet those indifferent eyes. Then, something unexpected happened. The hand Yang Jia had raised did not launch any attack. Instead, it slowly landed on the crimson shoulder armor he wore, gently brushing away the dust on it. The faces of the dark tiger and his men instantly turned extremely grim, and the atmosphere became unbearably awkward. The people watching from a distance displayed peculiar expressions. With just a simple gesture, he managed to halt the advance of the 12 Zodiac warriors and 200 genetic soldiers. His reputation preceded him, shadow swaying under the trees. Was this the terrifying power of the 10 Kings' name? They even felt an illusion, as though it wasn't the Zodiac warriors surrounding the tyrant, but rather the tyrant enveloping everyone. A true king needs no blade, a mere name can summon the might of thousands. Not even the courage to look me in the eye? How boring. Yang Jia shook his head slightly, turned around, and walked directly toward the cave, not sparing them another glance. Ming Hu burned with rage. As one of the 12 Zodiac warriors, though his fame was not as great as the 10 Kings, he was by no means a force to be underestimated. To be treated with such disdain now, how could he not be furious? Kill! Scarlet blood energy burst forth from the gaps between his muscles, igniting his entire body like flames. With a punch, the blood energy surged, forming a ferocious tiger head phantom on his fist. Tiger Fury. The menacing blood energy. Tiger head violently collided with the air, carrying countless streams of scorching white energy as it rushed toward Yang Jia's back. Just as the attack was about to land, a massive shadow flowed like water, instantly enveloping Ming Hu. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed as Ming Hu's fist collided with the robot. The impact created a visible transparent ripple that spread outward. The forest where the crowd hid was swept as if by a level 10 gale. Many trees were snapped in half and leaves scattered everywhere. The robot's steel arm was broken by the punch, falling heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Its intricate internal components had long been destroyed by Yang Jia, rendering it incapable of activating its energy shield. Though it appeared to move freely, it was, in reality, nothing more than Yang Jia's steel puppet. However, the puppet also has its unique advantage, which is its fearlessness of destruction. When a sophisticated robot is damaged, system errors and circuit chaos occur, but the steel puppet does not face such issues. The previously detached mechanical arm, under the pull of some invisible force, reconnected itself to the robot. Ming Hu clenched his teeth. He could smash the robot into scrap metal, but he could not turn the scrap metal into slag. Even if it were reduced to slag, Yang Jia could still restore it. Seeing their leader being held back, 200 genetic warriors suppressed their fear of the tyrant and launched a desperate charge. Rumble! The coal-black steam train seemed to come alive, resembling a ferocious black dragon. Its whistle sounded like a dragon's roar, and the dozens of connected carriages swept across like the tail of a black dragon. Ah! Countless screams and the sound of bones breaking echoed as the steam train, like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, sent the 200 genetic warriors flying. When it was over, only a dozen or so were barely able to stand, while some unlucky ones were reduced to mere blood mist on the spot. Just as Yang Jia was about to enter the cave, a seductive and enchanting figure appeared before him as if teleporting. The silver serpent shyly covered her small mouth with her hand and giggled, "Tyrant brother, I've been admiring you." Bang! A train carriage detached from the steam locomotive, hurtling through the air and slamming Silver Snake away, embedding her into the mountainside along with the carriage. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the combined efforts of the 12 Zodiac warriors and 200 genetic soldiers couldn't stop Yang Jia in his tracks. Li Xiao, who had just felt a sense of accomplishment, instantly felt his heart sink. Li Xiao, I think the 10 Kings are nothing special. He doesn't even dare let Ming Hu and the others get close to him, so he must be physically weak. Now's your chance, throw a dart at him, and maybe you'll make it big, Bayi suggested, offering his advice to Li Xiao. Li Xiao. At this moment, he desperately wanted to shut Bayi's mouth. Clearly, they couldn't even get close to him. If he threw a dart, he'd probably end up as a ghost. He. A delicate laugh came from behind the train carriage embedded in the mountainside. Bang! A terrifying force sent the carriage flying. Silver Snake gracefully stepped out, gently brushing the dust off her body, and said with a smile, "Brother Tyrant, you really don't know how to show pity for the fairer sex." Oh, Yang Jia stopped walking for the first time, his gaze falling on Silver Snake, revealing a hint of interest. The world often says, strong start, weak finish, but it seems the rumors are not credible. Silver Snake's smile grew even more enchanting, her narrow eyes glimmering with a venomous light like that of a snake. "You're too kind, Tyrant brother. Compared to you, I'm still far behind." Yang Jia calmly nodded. Indeed. Silver Snake's smile froze for a moment, then she regained her composure and continued smiling. "Although I can't surpass you, defeating me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy either. Perhaps your strength surpasses the Dark Tiger, but you are far too foolish." Silver Snake frowned slightly. "I'm foolish? Are you actually saying I'm even more foolish than the Dark Tiger?" As she spoke, her fingers casually adjusted the red ribbon on her ponytail.
"Brothering, why haven't you made a move yet?" Yang Jia said
coldly, knowing full well that my ability is to control metal. Yet you still came to see me with metal on you. How is that not utterly foolish? Silver Snake was instantly stunned.
"Metal? I have metal on me?
Impossible, I didn't even bring my signature Silver Snake whip, so where would the metal be? She instinctively looked down at herself, and when her gaze fell on her chest, her face turned deathly pale. She raised her head in disbelief.
The underwire. In response to her, Yang Jia clenched the void. Bang! Bang! Two muffled explosions sounded in front of Silver Snake. Ah! A piercing scream, like
sopranos, erupted from Silver Snake's mouth. Her chest was a bloody mess, with two indistinct blood holes faintly visible. At the moment she suffered the severe injury, a train carriage suddenly soared into the air and slammed fiercely into her delicate body. Silver Snake was sent flying dozens of meters, flesh and blood scattering, bones shattered, and her entire body, along with the carriage, tumbled down the mountain, disappearing from everyone's sight. Minghu's eyes were bloodshot as he desperately endured the robot's attacks, madly charging toward Yang Jia, his fists clenched like hammers, smashing down heavily.
Yang Jia's crimson shoulder armor automatically detached,
silently hovering, and effortlessly blocking Minghu's heavy blows. His eyes were blood red, his punches falling like rain, while the armor on Yang Jia's body detached piece by piece, spinning and fluttering like countless red rose petals, blocking all of Minghu's attacks.
The onlookers in the distance were still immersed in the shock of Silver Snake being instantly defeated. Xiaoyi was utterly confused. What just happened? Did Silver Snake have a bomb on her? How did her chest suddenly explode? Bayi was equally puzzled.
Ultimately, it was Li Beidian, a bounty hunter who had spent years frequenting taverns, who revealed the truth. It's obvious you guys don't understand women.
What do you mean?
Bayi was somewhat unconvinced. He had seen it all, even if it was through a screen.
Do you know that women's undergarments have steel rings? Steel ring? What steel ring? What do you need that for?
Li Beidian glanced around and whispered, steel rings can shape, provide support, and make things appear more upright.
Another day of learning something new. He finally understood why the Silver Snake exploded. It was because Yang Jia controlled the steel ring.
At this thought, he looked down
at himself.
Hiss! He suddenly felt a sharp pain.
Pain? Such pain. Silver Snake, what a tragic end you met.
While the group was explaining, the battle in the field took on a
new development.
The Nether Tiger was actually holding firm against the crimson armor plates, his arms tightly clamping Yang Jia. His body was slashed with several wounds by the plates, and many of the plates were even embedded into his flesh, blood dripping everywhere. However, Yang Jia remained completely unscathed, his expression calm, showing
no signs of strain.
With the strength of the Nether Tiger, even steel could be bent under his grip, yet Yang Jia was unharmed. The remnants of the crimson armor on his body,
bolstered by extraordinary power, completely withstood the Nether Tiger's strength. Moreover, this power was still increasing.
The Nether Tiger's tightly clasped fingers had turned white, emitting the sound of bones cracking under pressure.
Compared to Yang Jia's composure, he appeared utterly disheveled.
Yet, he showed no panic. Instead, he felt
confident of victory.
He firmly believed that Ying Tian, who valued the mission more than his own life, would seize the opportunity he had created and deliver a perfect shot. At this moment, Yang Jia slowly lowered his head, his indifferent gaze falling on the Nether Tiger's ferocious face.
What are you waiting for?
What? Minghu's face changed drastically as an unimaginable, terrifying force erupted from Yang Jia's crimson armor.
Unable to withstand
it any longer, he was sent flying like a cannonball. As he soared through the air, a question lingered in his mind.
Why not shoot? Bang!
Minghu slammed into the mountainside, embedding himself as rocks scattered and fell, completely burying him.
The entire scene
fell silent. Even the combined efforts of two powerful members of the Zodiac failed to leave a single scratch on Yang Jia, unable
to last even 2 minutes. The overwhelming strength of the tyrant left a deep impression on everyone present. After dealing with
the two, Yang Jia calmly walked into the cave, followed closely by a silver robot, as an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere.
Atop Black Mountain, amidst swirling mist, a towering cliff loomed faintly in the distance. A massive rock, shaped like an eagle's beak, jutted out precariously, its moss-covered surface weathered and worn.
On the rock stood an ebony easel, its pristine canvas trembling slightly in the mountain breeze.
Before the easel, a refined
man in white, tall and upright like a pine tree, was engrossed in painting. His canvas did not depict the majestic cliff before him but rather a vivid portrait. Though no one stood in front of him, his eyes seemed to reflect countless figures, which gradually took shape on the canvas under the strokes of his ebony brush. The central figure in the painting was a defiant man clad in crimson armor, standing resolutely at the center, surrounded by enemies, tigers, snakes, and humans alike. Just then, the man in white suddenly lifted his brush and lightly tapped the canvas, forming a droplet of ink resembling a bullet, aimed directly at the painting's protagonist. However, in the next moment, he let out a soft hum, and a playful expression appeared on his face, for the ink droplet had inexplicably vanished into thin air.
What's wrong, painter? A man dressed in a black suit and wearing white gloves suddenly appeared behind the painter. His entire body seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of ink, making him appear blurry and indistinct, except for his face, which was deathly pale, standing out starkly. The painter smiled faintly. I failed. The man in the black suit remained expressionless. After all, the opponent is the tyrant. Failure is only natural. The painter shook his head. I knew the eagle couldn't kill the tyrant. This scene was merely the opening act. A grand performance naturally requires the tyrant's blood to set the stage. Unfortunately, the tyrant didn't bleed, and the eagle is dead. Dead? The man in the black suit spoke with a tone of doubt, though the stiffness on his face made it seem as if the question hadn't come from him. Everyone capable of killing the eagle is gathered at the entrance of shelter 189. The eagle took the back mountain route. Why would it die? The painter gazed at the bottomless cliff, his eyes profound, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that an unexpected character has appeared in this drama. What kind of person? Is it don't know or don't want to say? The painter glanced at him with amusement. The canvas is only so big. How could I possibly capture all of existence? Fate is unpredictable, and my destined decree can only determine part of it. However, who that person is doesn't matter. The tyrant's inevitable demise cannot be altered. Everything is under control. Just wait quietly. After the tyrant Yang Jia had entered the cave for quite some time. What do we do now? Someone asked. The robot guards have already been dealt with by the tyrant, and the alloy gate inside definitely can't stop him. Of course, we should follow him into shelter 189 now. You really dare to go in? You've seen the tyrant's strength. What if people die for wealth, birds perish for food. Now that the treasure mountain is right in front of us, are we really afraid of just one tyrant? Hearing the heated discussion, Bayi joined in the commotion. He shouted aggressively, that's right. As long as we charge together, that tyrant Yang Jia might not be able to kill us all before his mental strength is exhausted. The heated discussion abruptly stopped. Everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. The courage they had painstakingly mustered was completely crushed by Bayi's words. After an awkward silence, someone hesitated and said, the tyrant surely wouldn't care about the odds and ends in the shelter. He can't take everything inside with him anyway. In that case, let him take the lion's share, and we can just pick up the scraps. That shouldn't offend him. Damn it, let's do it. The bold get fed, the timid starve. Several bounty hunters gritted their teeth, stomped their feet, and resolutely stepped out of the woods, heading straight for the cave. This act triggered a domino effect. People might not care about getting rich themselves, but watching others strike it rich was almost more unbearable than death. More and more people began moving toward the cave. What should we do? Gao Bancheng turned around and asked Li Xiao and the others. Li Xiao remained silent, offering no response. The others also appeared hesitant, their gazes unconsciously focusing on Li Yu, clearly regarding this mysterious powerhouse as their backbone. Li Yu was taken aback, thinking to himself, why is everyone looking at me? I'm not planning to go in there. Going in is practically a death sentence. That tyrant is not even human. He wanted to glance at Bayi but didn't dare make it too obvious. While everyone else feared the tyrant, Bayi showed no such fear. On the contrary, Bayi seemed eager to take advantage of the situation behind the tyrant. The cave was a place Bayi was determined to enter. What if there was another secret passage hidden inside? What if the tyrant found the Pangu USB drive and escaped through a secret passage? Or worse, what if the tyrant found the USB drive and flew away on some kind of flying train? Then Bayi would have no chance at all. He knew he had to personally witness the tyrant obtaining the Pangu USB drive and then seize it from him to feel assured. As for why he wouldn't retrieve it himself, isn't it obvious? All the old era people in the shelter were dead. How could there not be dangers inside? Risk-taking was a job for professionals. He was only responsible for reaping the rewards. So, as everyone hesitated, Bayi took a step forward and walked out of the forest. Brother Bai, are you really going? Gao Bancheng exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected the bravest person here to be the weakest. Bayi didn't look back and said calmly, well, since we're here. Everyone was slightly stunned. For some reason, Bayi's words seemed to carry a peculiar power. Yes, since they were already here, why not go in and take a look? Li Yu silently stood up and followed Bayi. He understood in his heart who the real leader was. Seeing Li Yu also follow, the others suddenly felt more confident. Brother Bai is right. Since we're here, not going, it might be something we'd regret for the rest of our lives, Xiaoi said as he quickly followed. We bounty hunters are people who live on the edge, licking blood off the blade. If we can find a few treasures from the old era inside, we could live worry-free for the rest of our lives. Brothers, let's do this, Li Badian said to the other bounty hunters. The bounty hunters stood up one after another, their eyes burning with determination. Li Badian laughed heartily. Brothers, let's make this our last big score. After this, we can retire in peace. They hadn't even set off yet, and he was already setting himself up with a flag. You, Black Panther and the others also responded enthusiastically. Gao Bancheng, seeing everyone's boldness, couldn't help but slap his chest fiercely. I've grown tired of the days of indulgence and debauchery. This time, I came to Black Mountain for two reasons, to make friends and to seek thrills. Since my friends have decided to go in, how can I not? Follow? Xiao Kuei, let's go. He leapt onto Xiao Kuei's petite frame and raised his fist high. At this moment, Li Xiao had yet to make a statement. This proud and ambitious shadow figure seemed to still be immersed in the terror of the tyrant. Don't forget your goal. Why did you come here? He roared inwardly, and in the end, he joined the group. Inside the pitch-black cave, many people took out their lighting devices. As the light illuminated the space like scattered sparks, several exclamations arose from the crowd. The cave was not made of the expected rock but was instead covered with silver alloy on the walls, forming a futuristic silver metal passage. The passage was very long, stretching beyond sight, and it twisted and turned. Bayi and Gao Bancheng followed behind the group, moving forward bit by bit. As they walked, Bayi frowned slightly. Have you noticed that this passage is sloping downward? It is indeed downward. The information I received indicates that Vault 189 was built beneath the mountain, so we are heading down now. Gao Bancheng shrank his head, trying to hide his obese body behind the petite Xiao Kuei, but he was simply too fat, giving off a comical impression of trying to cover up something obvious. The alloy gate has been opened, someone shouted excitedly from the front of the group. At the end of the passage was a violently damaged alloy gate, at least 20 centimeters thick and several meters high, now twisted and embedded into the wall. Beyond the gate was still a long silver metal corridor. As expected of the tyrant, even an alloy gate that explosives couldn't budge was opened by him so easily. Stop wasting time. Move aside and let me in. A one-eyed man wearing an eye patch impatiently rushed through the gate. A few others followed him in, seemingly afraid that any treasures would be snatched up by someone else. However, many chose to stay put and observe, waiting to see what would happen. Everyone had their own thoughts. Those who stayed behind worried about potential dangers beyond the gate, while those who rushed in weren't foolish either. They believed that since the tyrant had already been inside for some time, any dangers would have been dealt with by now. The sooner they went in, the sooner they could find the treasures. Who was right and who was wrong would ultimately be revealed by the outcome. When the one-eyed man had walked about 2 meters into the corridor beyond the gate, a faint blue current suddenly flickered across the silver metal walls, spreading like ripples of water and instantly covering the entire passage, as if some kind of mechanism had been activated. The one-eyed man and his companions' faces changed drastically, sensing that something was amiss. They hurriedly stopped in their tracks, but it was already too late. In the next moment, 3 crimson lasers shot out abruptly from the left wall at incredible speed, heading straight for them. Run! The one-eyed man couldn't even finish the exclamation stuck in his throat before the 3 lasers reached them in an instant. The first laser slashed diagonally through his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Before the excruciating pain could even register, the one-eyed man's collarbone and half of his scapula curled and peeled away like plastic melting under high heat, exposing his still beating heart within his chest cavity. The second laser sliced horizontally across his navel, instantly severing his upper body from his lower body. A stream of fresh blood gushed from the broken spine, but before the droplets could splatter, they were instantly vaporized by the laser. The third laser struck directly at his right hip. His mechanically modified right leg, as fragile as if made of paper, fell powerlessly onto the silver alloy floor. The few people behind the one-eyed man were so terrified that their souls seemed to flee their bodies. After a brief moment of paralysis, they hurriedly turned to run, but the laser was too fast. They had barely turned halfway before being instantly torn into pieces. Thud, thud, chunks of flesh fell to the ground with dull thuds. Death came too swiftly, too brutally. The crowd outside the door froze in shock for several seconds before snapping back to their senses in horror. Those who had hesitated earlier now showed a trace of lingering fear in their eyes, thinking to themselves, just a little more, just a single moment of hesitation, and it truly was the boundary between heaven and hell. Is it a laser passage? Gao Bancheng shouted in horror, his face turning pale. Damn it! There's actually a laser passage here. How did the tyrant get through? Bayi said slowly. It's not surprising that the tyrant could pass through the laser passage. What's truly unexpected is that, even though he can control metal and could easily destroy all the laser emitters, he chose not to. It seems he doesn't want others to enter. He might have no intention of harming others, but he also has no obligation to eliminate dangers for them. What do we do now? Gao Bancheng began to waver. This laser passage was something an ordinary person like him could never get through. Xiaoyi fixed his gaze on the scattered remains and said in a deep voice, I just observed for a moment. These lasers are indeed formidable, but their movement speed isn't beyond what the naked eye can track. If one is agile enough, it might be possible to make it through. He was clearly tempted, confident in his own agility, but he didn't attempt it immediately. After all, he didn't know how many lasers were in the passage or their movement patterns. The best approach would be to wait for someone else to go in first, mapping out all the laser trajectories, to ensure absolute safety. However, how many people would be willing to risk their lives to pave the way for others? Those who would do such a thing are either absolutely confident in their own abilities,
qualities, like the tyrant Yang Jie, or selfless and fearless, willing to take the lead. At this moment, everyone subtly glanced at the instructor of the Brotherhood of Steel, He Qianjun. This elder, known as the chief instructor of the 100,000 Iron Guards, was renowned across Beimang for his mastery of martial arts and vitality. Countless powerful, transcendents and genetically modified beings had met their end at his hands. Even Minghu treated He Qianjun with great respect, a testament to his formidable strength. If anyone had the best chance of passing through the laser corridor, it was undoubtedly He Qianjun. Sensing the gazes of the crowd, He Qianjun's expression remained unchanged. He stood silently, taking no action. Just as the stalemate persisted, an unexpected figure slowly stepped out from the crowd. It was none other than the knightly girl from the Silent Court. This lone girl fearlessly entered the laser corridor, as if she were a magnet, firmly drawing everyone's attention. Her petite black knight boots lightly tapped against the metallic floor, producing faint footsteps. It's the Black Knight of the Silent Court. She's the first to enter the laser corridor, someone whispered in astonishment. The Black Knight is always elusive, the blade of the Silent Court used to punish criminals. It's said that even fugitives with bounties exceeding 1 billion have fallen by her hand. No wonder she dares to go first. The Silent Court. Black Knight? Bayi frowned slightly, thinking the name didn't sound like it belonged to a girl. His impression of this nameless girl remained from the time in the Ash Town, where she had slain hundreds of ash sparrows with a single strike. He had known then that her strength was extraordinary, but now it seemed he had still underestimated her. The knightly maiden moved. Her toes lightly tapped the ground, and her figure slipped into the laser corridor like a ghost. The hem of her black skirt billowed in the airflow, resembling ripples of ink. The laser corridor seemed to sense the intruder, and the lasers instantly struck. The first laser slashed down from an angle above. The maiden, as agile as a black cat, slid close to the ground, the crimson beam grazing the edge of her silver mask. The second laser swept horizontally. She planted her palm on the ground and leaped into the air, tracing a graceful arc as she flipped over the laser. The third laser lit up above her head, nearly splitting her in two, but her composure remained unshaken. Like an elegant dancer in the center of a ballroom, she glided lightly, letting the laser brush past her shoulder. Her clean and decisive evasion of the 3 lasers left many secretly gasping in awe. The maiden's steps did not falter, her speed growing ever swifter. The successive lasers came almost simultaneously, yet she always managed to seize the tiniest gaps and pass through effortlessly. The crowd stared unblinkingly, but their focus was not on the maiden herself, it was on the constantly flickering lasers. 18 lasers. Among them were horizontal, vertical, diagonal beams, and even ones just 20 centimeters above the ground. They frantically memorized the laser trajectories the maiden had probed. By this time, the maiden had reached the edge of the corridor. Just as she was about to leave, an unexpected change occurred. A crimson light suddenly lit up beneath her feet. When everyone thought she was doomed, she seemed to have foreseen it in advance. With a sudden backward leap, she soared into the air, narrowly avoiding the deadly laser. However, it wasn't over yet. The most terrifying scene unfolded. The 18 lasers she had previously dodged all reversed directions simultaneously, shooting toward her back. It's over. She's done for. No one believed the maiden could escape from these 18 lasers, but she defied expectations. In midair, with no leverage, her slender waist twisted sharply. Her black skirt spun like a whirling black rose, dodging the first 8 lasers at an impossible angle. Then, using the scabbard, she lightly tapped the wall, shifting her position once more and narrowly avoiding several more lasers. As she moved from the left wall to the right, her long legs made contact with the surface, as if magnetized, allowing her to run a half CIR, facing the 18th deadly laser. Clang! The pure silver cross sword in the girl's hand suddenly unsheathed, its blade gleaming like a suspended galaxy, precisely meeting the laser. The indestructible laser was instantly reflected off the sword. From a distance, the dazzling red light seemed to illuminate the blade, while also casting a fleeting glow on the silver-white mask that caught everyone's eye. Seizing this moment, the girl once again reached the edge of the passage. This time, she chose a different direction to break through, but lasers, shooting out like bullets, appeared under her feet once more. This time, she was prepared. The pure silver cross sword trembled, precisely deflecting the laser. Then, like a phantom, she darted out of the passage without hesitation, disappearing into its depths. The crowd fell silent, all stunned by the girl's skill. After a long pause, someone murmured, "What material is her sword made of to even block lasers?" Look, He Qianjun is moving too. The previously motionless He Qianjun now stepped into the laser passage, hands clasped behind his back and his posture slightly hunched. Using the Black Knight's exploration as a guide, he had already fully grasped the pattern of the laser passage. Naturally, there was no need to wait any longer. If he didn't hurry, someone else might seize the lead. With those metal contraptions on your backs, you won't make it through the laser passage. Stay outside and assist me, he instructed. Yes, instructor, a dozen mechanical augmenters responded in unison. He Qianjun nodded in satisfaction before confidently entering the passage. passage. Facing the incoming lasers, his demeanor was even more composed and calm than the knightly girl's, and he took even less time. Before long, he reached the edge of the laser passage. However, it was clear to the discerning eye that Yi Qianjuan's shorter time wasn't necessarily due to superior skill compared to the knightly girl, but rather because he had prior knowledge of the laser trajectories. Upon reaching the edge, everyone was curious to see how he would handle the final challenge without the girl's sword. Yet, Yi Qianjun stood still. Slowly, he straightened his back, and his muscles instantly swelled. His previously thin frame transformed into something akin to a small giant. Then, with a sudden burst of power, his figure turned into a series of afterimages. As he leaped past the edge, the sensor-activated laser beneath his feet lit up instantly, firing in less than 0.1 seconds. The laser beam shot out rapidly, but Yi Qianjun was even faster. The laser barely grazed his back as he landed outside the laser passage. Behind him, the 18 lasers belatedly fired, unable to touch him at all. The crowd was stunned, unable to believe that Yi Qianjuan's method of passing relied on a speed faster than the laser's activation. Yi Qianjun seems to be stronger than the Black Knight. Bayi couldn't help but exclaim. Beside him, Xiaoyi shook his head. It's hard to say who would win. The Black Knight isn't slow either, but the final laser is very well hidden, triggered suddenly by sensors. The Black Knight was caught off guard, forced back, and had to face all 18 lasers. Yi Qianjun, on the other hand, had already anticipated the ambush of the final laser and was well prepared, so he handled it with ease. Honestly, even I could make it through. You? Bayi looked at him suspiciously. Hey, as the old saying goes, one who stays near vermilion gets stained red, one who stays near ink gets stained black. Look at you hanging out with Li Xiao, you've even learned how to brag. Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow. Don't believe me? Just watch. With that, he actually started walking straight toward the laser passage. Are you really going? Bayi hurriedly shouted. Wait a second, don't be so impulsive. Xiaoyi turned back and smiled. I didn't expect Brother Bai to care about me so much. Don't worry, if I wasn't absolutely confident, I wouldn't. First, hand over that $2 million check to me for safekeeping, then go ahead. Don't let the laser destroy the check. Xiaoyi paused for a moment. Finally, he left with a dark expression. As he had said, none of the lasers ahead could stop him. Xiaoyi's skills were not weak. Although he wasn't as strong as the Black Knight or Yi Qianjun, he was more than capable of handling the lasers. However, the final laser was not so easy to deal with. The instant sensing laser was incredibly fast. Unlike the other lasers that appeared in advance and slashed like swords, this one was more like a firearm, catching you off guard with a shot when you reached its position. Facing this last laser, Xiaoyi sprinted forward and shouted, "Stop!" This shout of stop left everyone dumbfounded. Stop the laser? Had he lost his mind? But in the next instant, clang, a sword named Stop was unsheathed and shot out. Like a bolt of lightning, Xiaoyi seized the sword's hilt, and like a sword-wielding immortal soaring through the skies, he dashed out of the passage in a flash. Is that even possible? Bayi was stunned, never expecting a sword could be used in such a way. As more successful attempts were made, more and more people couldn't resist trying their luck. However, they clearly overestimated themselves. Some fell after passing 3 or 5 lasers, while others perished at the final one. Yet there were successful cases, such as the Phantom Clown. This clown, hand in hand with his girlfriend, passed through the laser passage as if they were strolling through an amusement park, laughing all the way. Standing at the other end of the passage, he smiled and asked the air beside him, "Was it fun? You're going to play again? Alright then, I really can't say no to you." Then, something astonishing happened. The clown actually pulled his girlfriend back and forth through the laser passage several times until they completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Sometimes, the gap between people is just like this. What seems like a life-or-death laser passage to others is nothing more than an amusement park ride to the clown. The speed he displayed was in no way inferior to Yi Qianjun. Bayi sighed even more deeply, thinking, this really is the grand stage of Heishan. If you don't have the skills, don't come. These people are just ridiculously talented. He nudged Li Xiao and said, "Hey, Mr. Humorous Darts, all these famous and powerful figures have gone in. Can you handle it?" A mere laser passage? For someone like me, Li Xiao, 1 second is more than enough. Li Xiao snorted coldly. See, there you go being humorous again, aren't you? Li Xiao ignored Baiye's mockery and strode toward the laser passage. The shadow beneath his feet stood silently, then suddenly hurled a shadow dart. This dart was intangible and formless, astonishingly passing through the lasers without triggering any reaction. A shadow thread connected the dart to Li Xiao, stretching longer as the distance increased, resembling a black line. The moment the dart crossed the laser passage, the shadow beneath Li Xiao's feet abruptly collided with him, enveloping him instantly. He vanished along the shadow thread. The shadow dart, which had already passed through, suddenly emitted a surge of ink-like shadows without a sound. These shadows then transformed into a human shape, and as the shadows dissipated, Li Xiao's figure emerged. Holy crap! Wait, you're alive too? Bayi was stunned. Meanwhile, outside the cave, over a dozen Jin warriors were struggling to clear the boulders. Suddenly, the pile of rocks
box exploded violently, sending the Gene warriors flying. Amidst the billowing dust, the grim-faced Minghu slowly stepped out. In the forest, several Gene warriors pried open the mangled train carriage and, upon seeing the crushed Silver Snake, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Brutal, this was just too brutal. Silver Snake's alluring face was now twisted and deformed, her chest a bloody mess, and her limbs bent at unnatural angles. She was, without a doubt, dead beyond saving. Let's collect Silver Snake-sama's body, one of the Gene warriors said, gritting his teeth as he pulled Silver Snake out of the pit in the ground. Ha! There's clearly such a long crack on Lord Silver Snake's skull, but where's the brain matter? Has anyone seen Lord Silver Snake's brain matter? Everyone looked around, exchanging puzzled glances. How strange, the skull is cracked, but there's no brain matter. Could it be? The Gene warrior's expression changed drastically. Lord Silver Snake has no brain? Who are you calling brainless? A voice suddenly came from Silver Snake's transformed corpse, startling everyone and causing them to drop the body to the ground. Under their terrified gazes, the crack on Silver Snake's head grew larger and larger, wet hair slowly squeezing out bit by bit. Accompanied by the sound of skin tearing, the body rubbed against the mucus, producing a sizzling noise. Gradually, a pale-skinned beauty's head emerged, followed by slender arms, a torso, long legs, and smooth feet. It was Silver Snake. The naked Silver Snake slowly stood up, and the shed skin instantly dried up and became transparent, resembling a snake shedding its skin. The Gene warriors were dumbfounded, their minds completely blank. Do I look good? Silver Snake boldly displayed herself, a charming smile on her face. Gee, good, you look good, one person stammered, swallowing hard. Silver Snake's smile grew even more enchanting. I'll make sure to tell Tiger Brother every single word you said. That person's face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly knelt to the ground, bowing his head so low that he didn't dare to even glance at her wet little feet. The others also lowered their heads, no longer daring to look directly at her. Please spare me, my lady. I won't look anymore. Then hurry up and take off your clothes and give them to me. Moments later, Dark Tiger and Silver Snake regrouped. How are your injuries? Dark Tiger asked grimly. Silver Snake pulled the oversized clothes up to cover her exposed shoulders. It's nothing serious, just shed a layer of skin. Dark Tiger nodded. Ingtian, that useless fool. I gave him such a perfect opportunity, and he still didn't fire. Silver Snake's lips pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother Ring must have run into trouble, otherwise, he would never have failed to shoot. Boo-hoo! Stop crying. Silver Snake sniffed and said mischievously, jealous? Don't worry, when you die, I promise I'll cry even harder. Dark Tiger flew into a rage. Shut up, you wretch. Ugh, you're so annoying. You scared me. The most urgent matter now is the Panga USB. The original plan was to kill the tyrant, so no one could take the USB from us. Crane Shinjun and his team don't have enough manpower and don't pose a threat, but the plan failed. If we go back like this, the company will never let us off. Without the Type 3 genetic serum, you and I won't last more than a few months. Since death is inevitable, we might as well take a gamble. What do you plan to do? Faced with a life and death situation, even Silver Snake couldn't help but become serious. Of course, enter Shelter 189 and seize the Panga USB before the tyrant does. I've already arranged for someone to notify the company to mobilize reinforcements. As long as we can stall the tyrant, there's still a chance. Mr. Lee, it seems we have no fate with Shelter 189. You don't need to wait for us. Gao Bancheng and the other side. Li Yu's expression stiffened slightly, cursing inwardly. Who the hell is waiting for you? If I could get in, I would have done so already. Gao Bancheng and the others were unaware of Li Yu's thoughts. They were utterly convinced, even blindly believing, that Li Yu could pass through the laser passage. After all, if even Li Xiao could get in, there was no reason Mr. Li couldn't. Absolutely impossible. White Yi, standing nearby, noticed Li Yu's predicament but couldn't think of a good solution for the moment. He couldn't just freeze time and carry Li Yu across, could he? The laser passage was nothing to him, practically a walk in the park, but the problem was, doing so would expose him. Was he supposed to teleport abruptly to the other end of the laser passage in front of everyone? Mr. Li, you really don't need to wait for us. If you don't go in now, you might miss out on the good stuff. Gao Bancheng kept urging, a hint of deep emotion flickering in his eyes. Why wasn't Mr. Li going in? Clearly, he didn't want to leave them behind. Mr. Li was truly a good man. Li Yu's mind raced as he anxiously pondered. What should I do? What should I do? Brother Yi, can't you say something? He discreetly shot White Yi a glance. White Yi immediately understood and was about to change the subject when he suddenly noticed the crowd starting to stir. People parted on their own as Minghu and Silver Snake, leading the remnants of the Gene Warrior squad, strode over with an imposing presence. Minghu was covered in wounds, blood seeping out, but he didn't appear defeated. Instead, he seemed even more ferocious. Silver Snake, on the other hand, was completely unscathed, without a single mark on her. She wore an ill-fitting black uniform, its loose shoulder line hanging below her collarbone, exposing a section of fair neck. Her long legs alternated gracefully under the hem of the uniform, and she was barefoot, with only the strikingly vivid red nail polish resembling a
rows standing out.
These two are still alive? White Yi became even more certain. It must have been Mr. Ring who pulled strings to get them into the zodiac. I knew there was no eagle in the zodiac.
He was killed with one shot.
But look at Minghu and Silver Snake. What kind of state were they in after being attacked?
Yet they're still alive and kicking, especially Silver Snake.
White Yi could hardly believe it.
For a woman, those injuries should have been fatal, yet Silver Snake was
completely unharmed? Wait, not completely unharmed. Why does it seem like she shrunk a bit? Could it be silicone, which helped her avoid a fatal blow?
Minghu and Silver Snake stood before the laser corridor, their eyes flickering with calculation.
It was obvious they weren't blind, seeing everyone
else hesitate, as well as the dozen or so bodies sliced apart by lasers scattered along the passage. They naturally understood what had happened. Minghu grabbed a bounty hunter at random, his broad palm clamping tightly around the man's throat as he demanded, "Repeat everything that happened here, word for word." Faced with Minghu's overwhelming force and the intimidating Gene warriors behind him, no one dared show any anger.
The terrified bounty hunter stammered out a complete account of the laser corridor incident. "I see. You go in."
Minghu immediately hurled the bounty hunter into the laser corridor, watching as he proceeded to test the path.
As expected,
the man died a gruesome death. Minghu then forced others into the corridor as well. After several attempts, he finally figured out the pattern of the lasers, the only cost being a few expendable bounty hunters. He Jun, the Black Knight, and the other top experts had already made it through, leaving Minghu and Silver Snake to claim center stage. Aside from Liu, whom even they didn't dare provoke, they feared no one.
"You all stay here and cover us."
Minghu tossed out the order coldly, then strode into the laser corridor with Silver Snake.
As fighters,
capable of standing against the tyrant, a mere laser corridor was nothing to them. In no time, the two of them disappeared at the far end. The rest of the weaker crowd exchanged awkward glances, the atmosphere growing tense. The laser corridor was like a filter for the strong. No matter how impressive these people's reputations, when the tide receded, you saw who was
truly left standing.
At this moment, Liu felt utterly exposed, as if stripped naked and put on display before everyone.
Countless questioning
glances fell on him, making him squirm with social death-level embarrassment.
Not only were Gao Banchang and the others confused, but even the bystanders couldn't understand. Why was the famous magician Liu, the one even Minghu of the Zodiac wouldn't cross, not entering the laser corridor? "Xiao Bai, come here for a moment."
Liu sighed helplessly and had no choice but to call out to Bayi. He led Bayi to a secluded corner.
Everyone watched, but no one dared to follow and eavesdrop, fearing they might anger Liu. Liu glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby.
And the cave was pitch dark. His expression instantly darkened, and the image of a strong figure collapsed in an instant.
"Brother Yi, what do we do now?"
These freaks all managed to get through the laser passage. Even the humorous dark man survived. But me,
I didn't make it.
Bayi raised an eyebrow slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting.
"You didn't make it? Don't you think, in the entire Black Mountain, you're actually the one who's most alive? You fooled everyone completely."
Liu panicked.
"Brother Yi, this is no time for jokes. Hurry up and think of a solution." "Don't worry, I already have a plan. Not only can I get you through, but I can also get everyone through,"
Bayi said confidently.
"What method?" Liu asked curiously.
"Come closer." Moments later, Liu felt reassured and his confidence surged. The aura of strength around him grew even more pronounced as he walked slowly toward the laser passage with the stride of a powerful
figure.
Wherever he passed, the crowd instinctively stepped aside.
"Mr. Li, are you finally setting off?"
Gao Bancheng exclaimed with joy. "You've wasted too much time waiting for us.
Hurry and take action."
Liu swept his gaze coldly across the crowd and said indifferently, "Whoever wants to pass through the laser passage, raise your hand." Although his voice wasn't particularly loud, it exploded like thunder in everyone's hearts.
People even doubted their ears. What was Mr. Li trying to say? Could it be that he was going to help
them cross the laser passage? But how could that be possible? While everyone was still in shock, Bayi, the little lackey, was the first to raise his hand.
"Me, I want to go through."
Gao Bancheng immediately reacted and raised his hand. "Me too." "Me too." Black Panther and the others raised their hands one after another. It was like a herd mentality, with more and more people raising their hands. Many had peculiar expressions, feeling a trace of the embarrassment akin to being
questioned by a teacher in class.
But the one speaking was Magic Hand Liu. If it had been anyone else, no one would have raised their hand, and it might even have been treated as a joke. Liu nodded coldly. "Xiao Bai, collect the money."
"Got it, Mr. Li."
Bayi casually addressed the bewildered crowd. "Mr. Li is kind-hearted and can't bear to see you leave empty-handed, so he's specially helping you pass through the laser passage. All it takes is a ticket fee of 10,000 per person."
"What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and pay." "Ticket fee? Do you think this is a tourist attraction?"
Everyone was dumbfounded. They had been through storms, blades, and fire, seen all kinds of situations, but never had they encountered a shelter charging an entrance fee.
Could a normal person even come up with such an idea? 10,000 to pass through the laser passage? Who would be foolish enough to pay? pay. Brother Xiaobai, here's a check for 200,000. I've covered everyone's fees. Gao Bancheng pulled a check from his pocket and handed it to Bayi. Everyone. Bayi grinned, took the check, and walked toward the Brotherhood of Steel members with the sack in hand. Facing a dozen tall mechanical augmenters, he boldly extended his blackened hand. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pay. Or do you want to watch Yi Qianjun struggle helplessly in there? A mechanical augmenter hesitated and said, Can Mr. Li really help us get in? Bayi impatiently replied, How would I know? Mr. Li told me to collect the money. If he can't do it, you can go find him. With so many of you, are you really afraid he won't pay up? Li Yu? The mechanical reformer hesitated repeatedly but ultimately chose to take out the money.
10,000 yuan wasn't much to him, and he preferred to trust Li Yu, this mysterious powerhouse, treating it as buying a bit of hope. Watching the sack fill up more and more, Bayi was overjoyed, secretly proud of himself, realizing he was truly a devoted man. In his past life, he was unwaveringly loyal to money, and in this life, it was no different. The truth proved that genuine affection doesn't change with the passage of time. Actually, Bayi wanted to collect more money, but the problem was there was no place to store it. Not everyone carried checks around like Gao Bancheng, most people carried cash. More and more people were paying because 10,000 yuan wasn't a big deal to them. However, some people didn't even want to part with 10,000 yuan, seriously suspecting that Li Yu was taking the opportunity to make a fortune. Little brother, I didn't bring any money with me this time. You see, said a bounty hunter wearing a cowboy hat, grinning sheepishly. Click. The sound of a bullet being loaded echoed as Bayi's pistol was already pressed against his head. No money? No money, and you still dare to come to Black Mountain for a trip? Get lost. The man dared not speak out, afraid of offending Li Yu. Bayi continued, Everyone, listen up. Mr. Li has said that this place doesn't welcome paupers. Those who can't afford the ticket should get lost immediately. If anyone has a problem with that, go talk to Mr. Li. Don't say I didn't warn you. Mr. Li has a bad temper. If you make him unhappy, he'll make sure your whole family is unhappy. Li Yu instantly became the center of attention. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, he secretly lamented in his heart but had no choice but to maintain the image of a strong figure, putting on an air of disdain. Many people were genuinely moved by his act and started handing over money. The man in the cowboy hat forced a stiff smile and said, Little brother, I really didn't bring any money. A trace of defiance flashed in Bayi's eyes, still being stubborn. Huh? Do you believe Mr. Li can make your whole body stiff? No, I wouldn't dare. I suddenly remembered, I picked up 10,000 yuan on my way here. I'll hand it over. Bayi made a round, and the sack was almost full, but there were still a few people who hadn't handed over money. These people truly didn't have any cash on them. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk offending the magician Li Yu over 10,000 yuan. Someone said with a mournful face, I really didn't bring any money, nor did I pick up any. I'm the same. Little brother, can you write an IOU? How about you talk to Mr. Li and see if he can make an exception? Bayi raised an eyebrow. Watch? What watch? The faces of several people stiffened, and they reluctantly took off their watches and handed them over. Those without watches took out some bullets. Bayi nodded in satisfaction, dragging the heavy burlap sack to Li Yu's side. Mr. Li, the ticket money has been collected. Let's begin. The corner of Li Yu's mouth twitched slightly. All right. He walked slowly to the front of the crowd, standing at the entrance of the laser passage, leaving behind a mysterious and unfathomable silhouette. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, this magician slowly began unwrapping the bandage on his right hand. His movements were steady and composed, as if he were unsealing a demon king. The atmosphere unknowingly grew heavy, the darkness in the cave flowing like water, oppressive and stifling. The blood-stained bandage unraveled like a winding snake, falling to the ground, revealing a pale hand to the crowd. Li Yu carefully recalled the might of the tyrant, then clenched his hand in the air toward the laser passage. Time froze in an instant. A massive golden clock enveloped the world, and the flowing time was paused by the hand of a god. Bayi darted forward in a flash, stepping into the laser passage as if walking on flat ground. His method of helping everyone cross the laser passage was simple and straightforward. Destroy the laser passage. Just as he had thought earlier, he couldn't vanish into thin air and cross the laser passage under everyone's gaze without exposing his identity. However, he also lacked the agile skills of the knightly maiden. Since he couldn't solve the problem directly, he decided to eliminate the source of the problem. After careful observation, he discovered that the lasers in the passage were emitted by laser emitters hidden within the silver-white walls. The walls were covered with deep, small holes, making it impossible to destroy the emitters from the side as the walls would block any attack. To destroy them, one would have to face the holes directly, but doing so would inevitably result in being pierced by the lasers. However, none of this posed a problem for Bayi. With time frozen, the lasers were not activated. He pulled out a dagger and directly inserted it into the small holes, effortlessly destroying the laser emitters inside. Following the same method, he dismantled the entire laser passage in just 14 seconds. Everything Bayi did was not just to collect ticket money, nor to expose expose his identity. More importantly, it was to use these people as cover. The entrance to Shelter 189 was already so difficult to access, so there must be even more dangers waiting for him inside. At this moment, the importance of having someone to scout the way became particularly evident. Moreover, he was determined to obtain the Pango USB drive. If only he, Yang Jia, He Qianjun, Ming Hu, and the others entered the shelter, it would surely arouse suspicion when he snatched the USB drive from Yang Jia. By then, the whole world would know that the Pango USB drive was in their hands, and he did not want to attract the pursuit of major forces because of the treasure he carried. Therefore, the more people there were, the easier it would be for him to blend into the chaos. After completing all this, Bayi returned to his original position. There were 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Time resumed its flow. Everyone stared intently at Liyu's right hand. As he made a grasping motion in the void, a series of cracking sounds rang out. Tiny sparks suddenly burst from the small holes housing the laser emitters. On the silver-white wall, a faint blue current flickered, intermittently, as if short-circuited, and finally dimmed completely. Liyu slowly withdrew his hand, and the crowd fell silent. Did it work? Did Mr. Li just destroy the laser passage? How is this possible? He destroyed it with just a wave of his hand? What exactly is his extraordinary ability? Could it be the same as the tyrant's? As expected of the magic hand, it's simply miraculous. Everyone stared in shock at Liyu's right hand. At this moment, Liyu had already picked up the bandage and rewrapped it around his hand. His expression remained cold, as if what he had just done was nothing more than a trivial matter. He turned around, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd, though in reality, he was searching for Bayi. When he saw Bayi give a subtle nod, his heart instantly steadied. He said coldly, "Everyone, please." With that, he took the lead and stepped into the laser passage. His pace was slow, but inwardly, he was uncertain. To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure what Bayi's extraordinary ability truly was. He always felt that Bayi was like an ultimate version of the magic hand. Back when the underworld tiger's wine glass was destroyed, Bayi had used his ultimate magic hand to ruin the glass from a distance. Now, with the laser passage destroyed, it seemed as though Bayi had extended several magic hands at once, simultaneously disabling the laser emitters in an instant. In his mind, Bayi must possess countless infinitely extendable magic hands, faster than his own hand speed, and able to act with just a thought. Liu advanced slowly, fearing that Bayi might have missed a laser emitter. Yet in the eyes of the crowd, Mr. Li's mysterious and unfathomable figure appeared especially imposing. His steps were so calm and unhurried, exuding composure. Finally, he successfully passed through the laser passage without triggering a single beam. Someone in the crowd let out an excited cheer. Mr. Li is incredible. Is this Mr. Li's true strength? In my opinion, neither the 12 Zodiac nor the Silent Court can compare to Mr. Li's magical hands. Exactly, they can only dodge lasers on their own, while Mr. Li can lead everyone through together. The difference is clear. What are you talking about? Those ridiculous 12 Zodiac and Silent Court dare to challenge Mr. Li? In all of Baimang, only the likes of the 10 kings are worthy of being compared to Mr. Li. Listening to these flattering words, Li Yuren felt a wave of anxiety in his heart, thinking, stop praising me. If the tyrant really hears this, I'm doomed. Didn't you say everything was under control? Why are you drawing again? At the peak of Black Mountain, the man in the black suit stared expressionlessly at the fervently sketching artist. The artist wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a wry smile, it's all messed up, completely messed up. Someone outside the script has caused everyone to flood into the shelter. Originally, this scene was only meant for the strong, but with the entry of hundreds of people, countless threads of fate have intertwined, creating a tangled mess that's impossible to unravel. Is it still under control? It is. Of course, it's under control, but it will take more effort. It seems that the person outside the script must be dealt with, or the trajectory of fate might deviate. Everyone successfully passed through the laser passage and cautiously proceeded deeper inside. Before long, they saw rows of magnetic levitation tracks neatly laid on the floor of the passage. Although they were covered in dust and rust, there were no vehicles on them. People from the old era probably used to take vehicles from here to the underground shelter, but it seems the vehicles are gone. We'll have to walk, Gao Banqing explained. The group began running along the tracks. The presence of tracks indicated the need for vehicles, which meant there was still some distance to the shelter. If they didn't hurry, the good stuff might all be snatched up by the nether tigers. After running for quite a while, the group finally saw a scrapped railcar at the end of the tracks, as well as a giant platform-like elevator. However, it seemed this place had experienced a collapse, and most of the elevator was buried, making it completely unusable. There's an emergency exit here, someone shouted, pointing at a small door next to the elevator. A loose LED sign hung on the door, displaying 4 fluorescent green characters, emergency exit. However, due to a broken circuit, the characters had long since dimmed. The small door to the emergency exit had already been violently damaged, with fresh marks clearly indicating it was the work of Yang Jia and his group. The crowd surged into the emergency exit, discovering that the path inside was steep, sloping downward. downward, at almost 30 degrees, and continuously twisting, spiraling downward. As they progressed, they noticed the passage becoming narrower and deeper. Where they had initially walked side by side, they gradually formed a single file line like a long snake.
Could this be going hundreds of meters underground? Someone murmured softly in the darkness. More than that, I think.
We've been walking for so long, it feels like over 1,000 meters.
Look quickly, there's sunlight ahead. Sunlight? How could there be sunlight underground? It must be some kind of lighting equipment, right?
The few people walking at the front moved toward the light and discovered that it was coming from the end of the passage.
Squinting their
eyes to adjust to the brightness, they were stunned when they saw the scene behind the light.
They quickly stepped into the illuminated area. What's inside? The people behind did not enter immediately but shouted loudly.
After a long moment, the shocked voices of those in the light came through.
City. There's a city here, and even a sun. What the hell is this place? Is this still underground? The group exclaimed incoherently.
The people behind, seeing no danger, stepped into the light one after another, followed by bursts of exclamations. Not only is there a sun, but also a sky.
Damn, what's that thing floating in midair with red hair? That thing looks like a rambutan. Its diameter is actually dozens of meters. Bayi was slightly stunned. Rambutan? What the heck?
He knew what a rambutan was, he had even eaten it before.
Rambutan is a tropical fruit, a red spherical shape covered in red hair, hence the name rambutan. It's not cheap either. But the problem is, the largest rambutan is only about the size of a palm. Where did a rambutan with a diameter of dozens of meters come from?
He grew increasingly curious about what the others had seen and hurriedly shoved through the crowd, blocking his way.
Hurry up, move faster. You're going to miss out on the good stuff. If you're late, all the good things will be snatched away by them.
The person he pushed turned around with an angry glare, but upon seeing it was Bayi, immediately gave an awkward smile and dared not act out.
Nowadays, who didn't know that this ragged wasteland boy was under the protection of the legendary Liu, the magician's hand? He was not someone to be easily provoked. After about 2 minutes of squeezing through, Bayi finally stepped into the light.
His vision instantly broadened, as if he had crossed into another world.
Holy crap, so many rambutans.
It turned out those people weren't lying, there really was a hidden city here, with countless rambutans floating in midair. This was a sprawling modern city that stretched beyond the horizon. Tilted and collapsed skyscrapers stood side by side, while the farthest clusters of buildings had crumbled into rolling hills.
Among the ruins, abandoned maglev tracks snaked through.
Like a dead giant python coiled atop the concrete remains.
A viewing tower, hundreds of meters tall, bore the words "Eye of the Universe" and was slanted into a dried-up artificial lake. Its glass curtain walls had completely fallen away, exposing a honeycomb-like metal framework inside.
Above the dome was a blue sky with white clouds, and a sun radiating light and heat. The most striking sight, however, was the rambutans floating in the air above the abandoned city.
Rather than rambutans, they were more accurately described as viruses magnified billions of times.
The massive crimson spheres were covered with densely packed spikes.
These
spikes extended continuously, growing thinner and thinner until their tips were as fine as strands of hair.
These hair-like filaments intertwined,
forming a giant red web that enveloped the entire city.
Everyone was left utterly speechless by the breathtaking scene. Is this Shelter 189? Did people from the old era actually build a city beneath Black Mountain? But what about the sun and the sky?
Libadian exclaimed in shock.
Bayi observed the sky
for a while and realized it wasn't the sky at all, but a massive screen. The blue sky and white clouds were merely images displayed on the screen. Although this technology was astonishing,
he could still accept it. However, the rambutan was something he couldn't comprehend.
Those densely packed, virus-like, enormous scarlet spheres didn't look like products of technology at all.
Could it be that the aesthetic sense of people from the old era had become so distorted?
Perhaps these rambutans were the very reason for the deaths of the people inside the shelter. Bayi stared at the rambutan, and for some reason, a strange illusion arose in his heart, as if the rambutan was staring back at him.
This thing seemed to be alive. Suddenly, an eerie
sensation spread through him, growing stronger the longer he stared.
Bayi's vision began to blur, and he instinctively blinked.
But when he opened his eyes again, the rambutan
had changed.
Countless pale, venomous eyes emerged from the rambutan. More accurately, they were squeezed out, accompanied by thick green mucus and a slick, squelching sound.
1, 2, 3. Countless eyes piled densely together, making his scalp tingle.
Yet, when Bayi blinked again, all the eyes vanished instantly, as if it had all been an illusion.
Was it an illusion?
A faint sense of horror and unease lingered in his heart. He withdrew his gaze and stopped looking, but when his eyes fell on himself, he froze.
A strong sense of unfamiliarity kept assaulting his mind. Is this my body? Why does it feel so foreign?
Bayi stared at his hands. They were clearly his familiar hands, yet they felt strangely alien, as if they had been forcibly attached to him. A sudden surge of irritation and nausea rose within him. He even felt an urge to tear his hands apart, to expose the true self hidden within.
Ah!
A scream like a pig being slaughtered jolted Bayi awake. back. He turned his head abruptly as if waking from a dream, only to find that everyone around him had the same expression of being startled out of a nightmare. The Rambutan was definitely suspicious. Without time to think, he saw Gao Bancheng suddenly fall off Xiao Kuei's back. His chubby hands were frantically tearing at his own body, leaving streaks of blood. It turned out that the scream had come from Gao Bancheng, who, as an ordinary person, had very weak resistance to the Rambutan and had already started to act out. Just as Li Beidian and the others were about to stop Gao Bancheng from harming himself, a golden light suddenly flashed across the fat man's chest and disappeared in an instant. Gao Bancheng snapped out of it, stopped his self-harm, and grimaced as he climbed up from the ground, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Panting heavily, he cursed, "Damn it, I almost met my great-grandmother. This Rambutan is strange, you can't look directly at it." As he spoke, he grabbed the red string around his neck and pulled out an ancient bronze coin. Gao Bancheng kissed the coin several times, still shaken, and said, "What a treasure, saved my life again. Is this a forbidden object?" Bayi's eyes sparkled, almost as if the words were written across his face. Gao Bancheng took a step back. "Brother Xiaobai, don't get any ideas about this, life-buying money. Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. If you don't give it to me, how do you know I can't use it? I'm telling the truth, you simply can't meet the containment conditions for the life-buying money. It's not like I haven't contained forbidden items before. Even the life-risking breath of bones was no big deal. A mere life-buying money. Net worth over 100 million. Bayi choked for a moment, then immediately flew into a rage. Isn't this just bullying the poor? Not only that, but every month I have to offer it a tribute of 1 million. If there's any danger, that's extra, and the greater the danger, the more money it demands. Like just now, I have to offer it 3 million within a month, or it will retaliate. Why are you explaining it in such detail? Do I look like the kind of person who would steal a friend's forbidden item?" Bayi said with a face full of reproach. Gao Bancheng, he. Gao Bancheng's words not only extinguished Bayi's thoughts but also made others who had their eyes on Gao Bancheng completely give up. Everyone desires life-saving taboo items, but to say that using a taboo item requires a $1 billion deposit first. Such trashy taboo items, even dogs wouldn't want them. After this commotion, everyone understood the danger of the red Rambutans and stopped staring at those things. At this moment, Bayi finally understood why an ordinary person like Gao Bancheng dared to venture into Black Mountain. It turned out he had a taboo item for protection. As he was pondering this, he suddenly noticed fewer and fewer people around him. Looking up, he realized that those people had long been impatient to leave the group and had rushed into the city to search for treasures. "Mr. Li, Boss Gao, let's set off too," the fierce and menacing Black Panther urged impatiently. Gao Bancheng glanced at Liu, saw him nod slightly, and then waved his hand decisively. "Let's go." The group marched into the abandoned city cluster. As they approached the city, they discovered that the abandoned buildings were covered with red lines winding like blood vessels. These red lines varied in thickness, with some as thick as octopus tentacles and others as thin as strands of hair. However, they all originated from the same source, the Rambutan floating in mid-air above the city. Not only were the buildings covered, but the ground also had plenty of them, sending chills down everyone's spine. The group carefully avoided the red threads on the ground, constantly scanning the surrounding buildings. A bounty hunter noticed the door of a residential house was open and wanted to go inside, but Li Beidian stopped him. The experienced middle-aged bounty hunter explained, "Shelter 189 is too large. Truly valuable items won't be found in residential houses. Each of us can only carry a limited amount of things, so we can't waste time in places like this. Look at that domed building ahead, there's bound to be plenty of good stuff inside." His words won everyone's approval, and they quickly walked toward the domed building. The building was very peculiar, resembling a half-sphere overturned on the ground. The silver-white alloy walls were in a state of disrepair, and there was an abandoned sign on the ground near the entrance. "Jean, something institute?" Gao Bancheng carefully examined the filthy sign and could make out these 3 characters, but the rest was illegible. His expression lit up with joy. There might be something related to genetic serums inside. After all, the genetic technology of the Cataclysm era originated from the old era. Everyone was overjoyed. Who didn't know the power of genetic technology? The Cataclysm era had only inherited a portion of the old era's genetic technology, yet it had already given rise to countless powerful, genetically modified humans, with the 12 zodiac beasts being among the best. If they could obtain the entirety of the old era's genetic technology, surpassing the 12 zodiac beasts would be a breeze. Don't get too excited too soon. 100 years have passed. Even if there were genetic serums inside, they'd have long expired. Bayi poured cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. His attention wasn't focused on anything related to genetic serums but was instead scanning the depths of the city, trying to spot where Yang Jia and the others might be. Genetic serums were nothing. The Panga USB drive was the real treasure. Unfortunately, ever since Yang Jia and his group entered the shelter, they seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. No, he had to find a way to leave the team. Yang Jia and the others were definitely deeper
cheaper in the city. Panther couldn't wait any longer and strode toward the main gate. He didn't care whether the serums were expired or not. Even if they were, he could still sell them for a hefty price outside. When he reached the gate, however, he hesitated. The gate was covered in countless dark red blood vessels, which seemed alive, writhing slightly. He didn't dare touch them with his hands, fearing he might contract some virus. Instead, he pulled out the gun from his waist and fired several shots at the gate. Flesh and blood splattered, and a few small dents appeared in the recessed parts of the gate, but it was far from being completely destroyed. "Let me handle this." Bayi stepped forward, holding a large-caliber single-shot rifle in his hands. Bayi was secretly surprised and scrutinized Bayi closely. He noticed a tactical backpack on Bai's back and couldn't help but wonder where such a large gun had come from. "Ironback Viper MK-03. Panther exclaimed, "This gun is extremely rare on the black market. I can't believe old Lee managed to get his hands on one." Bayi laughed heartily. "For this trip to Black Mountain, I spent everything I had to get this gun. Although it can only fire single shots and its range isn't very far, its power is immense, comparable to the breath of bones in Brother Xiaobai's hands. Of course, while the power is comparable, it can't match the supernatural nature of a forbidden artifact in other aspects." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. A massive burst of fire erupted, resembling a grenade launcher, instantly blasting the dilapidated door apart. The attached blood vessels turned into a mist of blood scattered everywhere. As the blood mist dissipated, the group quickly rushed into the gene facility, which was in complete disarray. Broken glass, jars, bottles, and various rusty instruments were strewn across the floor. The group searched everywhere like locusts, looking for anything of value. No one noticed that at the shattered doorway, the remnants of the blood vessels were slowly wriggling on the ground, seemingly drawn to each other, gradually gathering together. In midair, a massive red hairy fruit silently floated toward the gene facility, with thousands of red blood vessels hanging from it, tightly connected to the building. Clearly, the blood vessels that had just been shattered originated from this red hairy fruit. Bayi walked forward, stepping on shattered glass, which emitted faint cracking sounds underfoot. He glanced around, his brows furrowing involuntarily. "What's wrong, brother Yi?" Liu asked softly beside him. At this moment, everyone was busy searching for treasures, and no one paid attention to their conversation. "Don't you find it strange?" Liu nodded solemnly. "It is strange. It's one thing for there to be no corpses on the streets, but there aren't even any inside the buildings." Bayi looked at him in surprise. This was the first time the two of them had thought of the same thing. "Brother Yi, please don't look at me with that caring for the mentally challenged expression, okay? I'm a con artist. While I can't claim much else, my observational skills are definitely above average." Liu rolled his eyes. "You're right. Even though a long time has passed, and the people from Shelter 189 might all be dead, there should at least be some corpses left behind. As we've been walking, although the streets are in ruins, there are no corpses anywhere, not even inside the houses. Based on the scale of this city, there should have been at least tens of thousands of people in Shelter 189. So where did all those tens of thousands of corpses go?" Liu thought for a moment. "Could it be I found it first? Let go. This robot is mine." The argument on the second floor interrupted their conversation. Bayi and Liu exchanged a glance and then headed upstairs. Entering a room that resembled a bedroom, they found Black Panther quarreling with a bounty hunter. On the messy bed lay a scantily clad woman. Black Panther was gripping her arm, while the bounty hunter clutched her slender ankle, both vying for possession. "A woman? How could there be a woman here?" Bayi was momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, he immediately noticed something unusual. Although the woman appeared exquisite and lifelike, her eyes were devoid of vitality, and she remained motionless. Looking again at her style of clothing, wasn't this one of those dolls? It seemed that no matter how advanced technology became, humanity's most fundamental desires remained unchanged. "There's no need to fight, you two. There are plenty of robots in the shelter. No need to compete over this one, especially since it's clearly not a combat model." Gao Bancheng stepped in to mediate. Black Panther, however, sneered, "This robot may not be a combat model, but it's even more valuable than one. I've seen similar robots at black market auctions before." The auctioneer called them companion dolls. "Their skin is indistinguishable from a real person's, and their expressions and movements are even more vivid than a human's. Some big shots bid millions just to get one. I found it first." The bounty hunter glared angrily. If he could take on Black Panther, he would have drawn his gun long ago. "So what if you found it first? Treasures belong to the capable." Black Panther showed no intention of letting go. "You have no sense of reason." Bayi shook his head slightly, marveling at the complexities of human nature. Not long ago, they had been drinking and laughing together as friends, but now they were tearing each other apart over personal gain. He wasn't disappointed, though, for he understood that human nature was never purely black or white, but rather a finely tuned shade of self-serving gray. "Fortunately, not everyone is like this." "That's enough." Gao Bancheng took out a check again. "We're all friends. Let's not quarrel over trivial matters. How about this?" Bayi placed a hand on Gao Bancheng's
Bansheng's shoulder. Fatty Gao, you need to understand, not everyone can be a friend, especially those friendships gained by compromising your dignity. Gao Bansheng was stunned, gazing into the boy's calm eyes. After a moment of silence, he put the check away. You're right. Bayi gave Liu a look. Liu silently stepped forward and said coldly, it's a bit noisy. His indifferent voice immediately brought the heated argument to an abrupt halt. Black Panther's expression shifted unpredictably as he looked at Liu with apprehension. The fierce and menacing look on his face was forcibly replaced with a smile. Apologies, Mr. Li, it was my mistake. Boss Gao is right, there are plenty of treasures here, no need to fight over them. Bayi almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Look at that, who says Black Panther is unreasonable? He's quite sensible. Mr. Li, Boss Gao, the 189 shelter is so vast, and our efficiency searching together is really too low. How about we split up and search separately? Black Panther suggested, his eyes flickering. Alright, Liu responded calmly. Farewell, let's go. Black Panther immediately called out to his group of underlings and left swiftly without any hesitation. Gao Bansheng's expression dimmed slightly. He naturally understood why Black Panther and his men had departed. Bayi, however, had no time to concern himself with people like Black Panther. Instead, he began searching the room for other items. Earlier, everyone's attention had been focused on the companion doll, and no one had carefully examined the room. This room was clearly the residence of a high-ranking member of the Genetics Institute. It was spacious and faintly exuded a sense of luxury. Most importantly, this was the only room that contained a companion doll. Soon, he discovered a rusty safe in the wardrobe. What was the password again? Bang! Smoke rose from the muzzle of Breath of Bones, and the password was correct. Inside was a pale green syringe in a decayed experimental logbook. The gunshot attracted everyone's attention, and Li Baidian and the others looked enviously at Bayi. Finding a complete gene drug from the old era was sure to make him rich. Bayi first picked up the syringe and examined it carefully. The pale green liquid inside seemed to have long since deteriorated, becoming murky and filled with floating, fibrous particles, which looked rather disgusting. There was also a blurry label on the side. A toxin. Clear? Bayi muttered, only able to make out these few words. Scarlet virus serum? Gao Bansheng's eyes lit up. This must be the serum for the scarlet virus, likely created by people of the old era during the Great Cataclysm to combat the scarlet disease. How much is this thing worth? Gao Bansheng extended one finger. Bayi exclaimed in surprise, 100 million? Gao Bansheng shook his head slightly. 10 million? He shook his head again. Bayi's expression turned strange. 1 million? Not worth a penny, Gao Bansheng said with a smile. Bayi was furious. Why is it not worth a penny? Since people now coexist with the scarlet disease, those who failed to adapt have long turned into mutants and were nearly wiped out. Perhaps some research institutions would be willing to pay for this expired serum. Bayi reluctantly put the serum away. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. What if he encountered a gullible buyer? He then picked up the experiment logbook, but as soon as he lifted it, the book fell apart, leaving only some black residue in his hand. It was too severely decayed. Bayi rubbed his hands and carefully flipped through the logbook. Mutation, scarlet, origin. Experiment number 34. God, sample, experiment yield, gigantified scarlet, pseudo-human. Experimental group, control group. God forbidden object number. What is all this? God, pseudo-human, God forbidden object, scarlet origin? Bayi was filling in blanks to form sentences. The experiment logbook was so severely decayed that many pages were stuck together. God forbidden object. Gao Bansheng hurriedly squeezed forward, staring intently at the three words God forbidden object. You recognize God forbidden objects? Gao Bansheng nodded solemnly. Most of the terms written here I don't recognize, but God forbidden objects, I've seen them more than once in the intelligence archives of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. Bayi immediately became interested. What is a divine taboo object? Brother Xiaobai, do you know the levels of taboo objects? Snake, Jiao, dragon. That's right. Taboo objects are divided into three levels. From low to high, they are snake-level taboo objects, gel-level taboo objects, and dragon-level taboo objects. As for divine taboo objects, they surpass dragon-level taboo objects. They are so powerful that even deities fear them, hence the name divine taboo objects. A glimmer of light flashed in Bayi's eyes. So, there's a divine taboo object in Vault 189. I'm afraid there's more than one. Gao Bansheng pointed to the handwriting in the experiment log. Look, not only does it mention divine taboo objects more than once, but there are even serial numbers. This suggests there might be multiple. Hey, brother Bai, where are you going? Bayi, already at the stairway, replied without looking back, obviously, to find the divine taboo objects. Brother Bai, slow down. I'm just speculating. Theoretically, it's impossible for all the divine taboo objects to be stored in the same vault. Dun dun dun. What responded to him was Bayi's brisk footsteps. The piercing screams made Bayi pause for a moment. That sound, it's the Black Panther team. Gao Bansheng's face changed drastically, and everyone hurriedly came down from the stairs. Naturally, Bayi was the first to reach the first floor. As soon as he arrived, his peripheral vision swept past the first floor window, and in a fleeting glance, the scene he saw made his eyelid twitch involuntarily. A giant, scarlet rambutan covered in red spikes revealed a corner of itself at the window. Thousands of crimson blood threads hung down, as if a red rain was falling outside. In the torrent of the crimson rain, Black Panther and his men struggled frantically, desperately trying to sever the bindings of the red rain. One of Black Panther's underlings was entangled by the red blood threads, forming a cocoon. Those hair-thin blood threads surged madly into his eye sockets, mouth, nose, and ears, until he was completely engulfed. What the hell is this thing? Gao Bancheng's face turned pale, nearly collapsing onto Xiao Kuei's small but sturdy frame. Bayi frowned slightly, suddenly recalling the fragmented words in the experimental log: mutation, gigantism, scarlet virus. Could the red-haired pill actually be the mutated scarlet virus? Save them quickly! Li Beidian shouted in a low voice, raising the iron spine viper MK-03 and firing a shot through the glass. The powerful force instantly severed countless blood threads, allowing several of Black Panther's underlings to escape in terror. The Black Panther himself, worthy of being a triple-needle genetic powerhouse, had his muscles taut, emitting an inhuman beastly roar from his mouth. He forcibly tore apart the blood threads entwined around his body and broke free. Seeing his underling brutally killed, the Black Panther's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He pulled out the submachine gun from his back and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the crimson virus. "I'll kill you!" Rat-tat-tat. A magazine of bullets was emptied, leaving the surface of the massive crimson virus riddled with dense bullet holes. But in the next second, as it squirmed, the bullet holes instantly healed. Damn it! The Black Panther threw the gun aside, then dropped to all fours, his sharp claws gleaming coldly like eagle talons. As his limbs stomped heavily on the ground, the already decayed surface instantly cracked into a web-like pattern, and a white shockwave mixed with dust rippled outward from him as the center. The Black Panther truly resembled a ferocious leopard. He leaped several meters high, his claws suddenly extending and embedding fiercely into the surface of the crimson virus. With a sudden exertion of force and aided by gravity as he descended, those sharp claws tore straight down, disemboweling the crimson virus from top to bottom. He crouched gracefully on the ground, his gaze fiercely fixed on the heavily damaged crimson virus. Billions of bloodline tentacles twisted and writhed madly, and the originally spherical body began to cave in and deform irregularly. Gurgle, gurgle. Something seemed to be surging inside the crimson virus. The panther slowly stood up, a sinister grin on his face. "Can't even withstand a single strike from me. Humph, just a showpiece." The next moment, bang! The crimson virus burst like a punctured balloon, exploding with a roar. Blood and bloodlines splattered everywhere, and this time, it truly rained red. But the expressions of the crowd changed drastically. When the crimson virus ruptured, they finally saw what was inside this massive sphere. Corpses. Corpses densely stacked together. These corpses seemed to have been kneaded together by a giant hand and then stuffed into the body of the crimson virus. Now, with the virus ruptured, they were all exposed. The corpse sphere plummeted rapidly from the air under the force of gravity, crashing heavily onto the ground. The corpses at the bottom of the sphere were instantly smashed into pools of flesh. It was as if a steak had been thrown onto a plate drenched in sauce. Splat. The succulent, tender meat collided with the sauce, sending juices splattering everywhere. The corpse sphere remained eerily and horrifyingly still on the ground, its height towering significantly above some of the surrounding buildings. So all the bodies from the shelter were inside the crimson virus. Bayi murmured softly. At this moment, the blood mist and blood threads scattered across the sky began to writhe mysteriously, converging madly. In an instant, they transformed into countless miniature versions of the crimson virus, floating mid-air. They resembled a swarm of red dandelions dancing in the wind, bewitching yet eerie. "I have a bad feeling about this. We should hurry." Before Gao Bancheng could finish his sentence, countless corpses on the massive corpse sphere suddenly opened their eyes. Bloodshot eyeballs stared intently at the group, and panic spread instantly. "Run!" Li Beidian shouted loudly, urging everyone to flee. They ran desperately, the sound of limbs scraping and crawling echoing behind them. Gao Bancheng, carried on Xiao Kuei's back, took the opportunity to glance back, and a chill shot straight to his skull. The corpses were struggling to detach themselves from the sphere one by one. Their appearances were no different from humans, except for those crimson eyes filled with a crazed bloodlust. What on earth are these monsters? Are they mutants? But their bodies show no obvious deformities, they still have complete human forms. Gao Bancheng was filled with uncertainty. "Ah, damn it, mutants? What's there to fear? Shoot them!" Black Panther grinned viciously, pulling out the pistol from his waist and firing at the wave of mutants surging toward them. His underlings also raised their submachine guns and joined the fight, their muzzles spitting fire. In an instant, they unleashed a storm of metal, tearing hundreds of mutants to shreds. "Aim for the head. The weak point of the mutated humans is their skull." Li Beidian drew his dual pistols, and the bullets accurately pierced the skulls of the mutated humans, causing them to collapse to the ground. As another mutated human attacked from the side, he swung both hands sharply, and the golden bullets traced two perfect arcs
arcs through the air, bypassing the obstructing buildings and hitting the target. Gun kata. Bayi was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the usually inconspicuously Badian to possess such a remarkable skill. As expected, he was a seasoned bounty hunter. The overwhelming firepower instantly suppressed the army of mutants, but gradually, they realized something was wrong. Those mutants who'd been shot in the head were actually getting back up from the ground. From the gaping, gruesome bullet holes in their skulls, countless thin blood threads writhed and squirmed, and then the wounds stitched themselves closed automatically. How is this possible? Black Panther was shocked and horrified. Aren't mutated humans supposed to be much weaker than ordinary mutated beasts? How can they now even withstand bullets? Furious and alarmed, he abandoned his gun, extended sharp claws from his fingertips, and slashed a diagonal cross in the air with both hands. A mutated human was instantly torn into 8 pieces. The scattered limbs wriggled continuously on the ground, countless blood threads extending from the wounds and intertwining like braided ropes. A few seconds later, the mutated human stood up again, completely unscathed. Black Panther struck again, this time directly chopping the mutated human into hundreds of pieces. The scattered chunks of flesh twitched a few times on the ground before falling completely silent. Although they had successfully dealt with one mutated human, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. These mutated humans were entirely different from what they knew, almost comparable to immortality. But even those powerful mutated beasts never possessed such terrifying regenerative abilities, so how could the weaker mutated humans have them? Shirano narrowed his eyes slightly, and the words he had seen earlier suddenly flashed through his mind. Imitators. They're not aberrants, they're the imitators mentioned in the experimental records. The others in the fierce battle couldn't hear Shirano's words at all, or rather, they had no time to care about what these undead monsters in front of them were. Whether aberrants or imitators, they were all enemies. The sun on the dome began to change color, shifting from incandescent white to a dim yellow, perfectly mimicking a sunset. The afterglow of the sunset dyed the ruins of this abandoned city a dark red, and the shadows it cast grew even darker, just like the gloom in people's hearts. Bang! A scarlet bullet shot out from the breath of bones, and the head of one imitator exploded like a watermelon. This time, it fell to the ground and did not rise again. A glimmer of insight flashed in Shirano's eyes as he faintly grasped a critical blind spot. The fundamental difference between the bullets fired by the breath of bones and ordinary bullets lay in vital energy and blood. Vital energy and blood are the imitator's weakness. Upon hearing this, Black Panther hesitated for a moment before exerting his full strength, channeling the vital energy and blood within his body into his claws. He slashed an imitator to the ground, and sure enough, the blood threads within this imitator no longer appeared. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of joy on his face. Instead, some bounty hunters looked deathly pale, their vitality too weak to release their energy and blood like the Black Panther. In fact, even Bayi couldn't achieve external energy and blood release. The reason he could harm the pseudo-humans was that his breath of bones directly extracted energy and blood. Among those present, only 2 people could release their energy and blood externally, the Black Panther and Badian. As a genetically modified individual at the Three-Needle Realm, the Black Panther's physical strength was extraordinary, and his body was brimming with energy and blood, making external release natural for him. However, Badian was not genetically modified, yet the techniques he displayed were even more powerful than the Black Panther's. The Black Panther could only attach energy and blood to his claws, while Badian could attach it to bullets, creating an effect similar to breath of bones, though not as powerful. These two, along with Bayi, who could barely count as half, were like a drop in the ocean against the army of tens of thousands of pseudo-humans. As the pseudo-human army gradually surrounded them, everyone instinctively turned their gaze to Liu. In desperate times, naturally, they looked to Mr. Li. But at this moment, Mr. Li was more panicked than anyone else. Mr. Li, please act quickly, or we'll all die here. The Black Panther tore apart 2 pseudo-humans and turned around urgently, his face already pale from excessive energy and blood depletion. Yes, Mr. Li, please act quickly, echoed Gao Bancheng, his face equally pale, though his was from fear. Despite the ongoing battle, this wealthy, portly man had not been injured. His robotic maid, Xiao Kuei, had displayed terrifying lethality. With her steel-constructed body, every punch and kick carried unimaginable force, easily sending several pseudo-humans flying. If she had energy and blood, she could undoubtedly carve a bloody path for everyone to escape. Liu felt as if he were being roasted over a fire. At this point, he had no choice but to act. With a wave of his hand, the invisible magical hand suddenly exerted force, sweeping dozens of pseudo-humans into the air. They crashed into the surrounding buildings, buried under falling debris, unable to climb out for the moment. As expected of Mr. Li, the crowd's spirits lifted as they looked at the calm and composed Liu with expressions of reverence. With a single wave, he had sent dozens of pseudo-humans flying. The rest would only take a few more moves. However, Liu was secretly lamenting. That strike had drained him completely, nearly exhausting his mental energy. His head was still spinning.
spinning. Forcing himself to endure the dizziness, he maintained a cold expression and raised his hand again. Suddenly, he let out a muffled groan and clutched his bandaged right hand tightly. Gao Banchang and the others were shocked. "Mr. Li, what's wrong? Of all times, why now?" Li Yu's right hand fell limp, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Bayi immediately stepped in to explain. "Mr. Li suffered a severe injury earlier and cannot act frequently." Gao Banchang and the others instantly felt a chill in their hearts. Only now did they understand why Li Yu always kept his hand bandaged. It turned out he had been injured before. What kind of existence could have injured Mr. Li? Could it have been one of the other 10 kings? Even with severe injuries, Mr. Li could still kill a mutated beast peregrine falcon in one move and intimidate the nether tiger, one of the 12 zodiac beasts. How powerful must Mr. Li have been at his peak? What do we do now? Without Mr. Li, who will deal with the pseudo-human army? The only option now is to flee, Li Badian said gravely. But at that moment, Black Panther suddenly collapsed to his knees in agony. Everyone turned at the sound, instantly struck with horror. At some point, Black Panther's entire body had become covered in rambutan growths. Those tiny crimson viruses had silently clung to him, and now the scarlet spikes on his skin stabbed deep into his flesh, writhing like fleshy buds, furiously burrowing inward. "Ah!" Black Panther howled in pain, clawing desperately at his own body. His sharp claws tore through flesh, exposing raw muscle to the air, and within the muscle fibers, thick blood-red threads writhed like living hairs. Frantically, he tried to pluck the blood threads out, but they wouldn't break. Instead, the more he pulled, the longer they stretched, surpassing the reach of his arm. Help! Help me!" he whimpered, pleading with the others. To their horror, several blood threads suddenly slithered across his eyeballs, covering them in crimson. In an instant, his eyes were completely overrun, turning a solid, bloody red, like someone had sewn them shut with a needle and red thread. His screams cut off sharply as his body twisted and jerked, then slowly rose to its feet. His scarlet gaze locked onto the others, making him indistinguishable from the other pseudo-humans. At the same time, the floating, eyeball-sized scarlet viruses swarmed through the air like mosquitoes, rushing toward the survivors. Everyone was shocked to the core. As if the pseudo-humans weren't already difficult enough to deal with, now these scarlet viruses could transform anyone into a pseudo-human in an instant. There was no defense against it. "Break through!" Bayi shouted, pulling a mechanical leg from a ragged sack and tossing it out, the officer's last remaining limb. As a revolver shot struck the joint, the officer summoned the last of his strength to blow open a path for the group. The bounty hunters also pulled out their last resort grenades, frantically bombing the pursuers behind them. Just when they thought they'd finally escaped, fate played a cruel joke. At the other end of the street, even more pseudo-humans and eyeball-sized scarlet viruses surged forth. Now, 2 waves of pseudo-humans were closing in from both front and rear, and crimson was all that filled the darkened street. It must be that someone else released more pseudo-humans by breaking the scarlet virus containment. Li Baitian's face went pale as he crashed through the window of a nearby house and dove inside without hesitation. The crowd fled in panic, scattering in all directions, imitating Li Baitian as they frantically dashed into the buildings on either side. Faced with so many imposters, even Bayi couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Even with time frozen, he couldn't possibly kill them all. "This way!" Li Yu smashed open a door with a punch and urgently called out to Bayi. The two quickly slipped through the door and, without hesitation, climbed out of a window on the other side of the house, starting to sprint madly. The moment they exited the house, the densely packed crimson virus and imposters filled the room. The inhuman screeches were as sharp as nails scraping a chalkboard, causing intense discomfort. After leaping over several buildings in succession, the screeches behind them finally began to fade. Phew! Li Yu exhaled deeply, speaking with lingering fear. "We almost died. Heishan is really no place for humans. I wonder how Gao Banchang and the others are doing." "Don't worry. Gao Banchang has forbidden items for protection, plus he's so wealthy and has combat-made robots guarding him. He definitely won't die," Bayi replied, panting heavily. "What about the others?" "The others will probably have to rely on luck. But I think Li Badian won't die. This guy has been very low-key all along, yet in critical moments, he shows remarkable strength. He's skilled in gunfu and blood energy martial arts. If it really comes down to a fight, even a Black Panther at the Three-Needle Realm might not be his match." "Brother Yi, what do we do now?" Li Yu asked, feeling a sudden sense of relief. Although pretending to be a silent expert had its perks, it was indeed stifling after a while. "Keep running. The crimson virus and the imposters will definitely spread to the surrounding areas. We need to stay far away from them," Bayi said as he pushed open the window of the house and jumped out. Li Yu nodded and followed closely behind. Bayi quickly ran to another building, preparing to evade the crimson virus and the imposters. The best strategy was to move through the buildings, using them to hinder the enemy's movements. By now, the setting sun had sunk into the ruins of the cityscape, making the entire city seem as though it was soaked in ink, with only the outlines of the wreckage writhing in the darkness. Bang! Bayi kicked open the door. The interior was pitch black, and the dust stirred up by by the fallen door rose into the air, turning into a hazy black mist. He stepped inside, but his footsteps froze instantly. The room was filled with crimson virus. They floated in the air, occupying almost every inch of space. Bayi felt as though he had plunged into a sea of red dandelion flowers. He could even clearly see one of the crimson viruses landing on the tip of his nose, brazenly extending dozens of tiny tentacles and stabbing downward. Damn it! Bayi cursed, angrily, grabbing the crimson virus on his nose and hurling it away. At that moment, the other crimson viruses completely surrounded him. Time seemed to freeze. Brother Yi, watch out! Li Yu shouted urgently from behind. Immediately, the surrounding crimson viruses seemed to be stirred, grabbed, and crushed by an invisible giant hand. A vacuum suddenly cleared around Bayi. Without hesitation, he turned and fled the house. The two of them ran frantically, twisting and turning through the streets, until they found a safe house to hide in. Someone else must have been in that room earlier. That person probably brought the crimson virus into the room, then escaped through the window, leaving the virus trapped inside. Damn it, what bad luck! Bayi cursed a few times. However, the only response he received was silence. Bayi froze for a moment and turned to look at Li Yu. He saw Li Yu clutching his right hand tightly, beads of sweat as large as soybeans forming on his forehead, his face pale as a sheet. Following Li Yu's right hand, Bayi noticed that the previously invisible 3-meter-long magical hand was no longer invisible. Instead, it was now tinged with a crimson hue, as if unevenly sprayed with red paint. Brother Yi, I feel like I'm about to die, Li Yu said with a bitter smile. You've been infected with the crimson virus? Bayi exclaimed in shock. Li Yu shook his head. I didn't come into direct contact with the crimson virus. I only used my magical hand to crush them. I thought it would be fine since the magical hand isn't part of my body, but who would have thought? He lowered his gaze to his magical hand. The crimson color, like red ink spreading on paper, had already dyed the entire magical hand a deep red. This was the first time Li Yu's magical hand had fully manifested. Over 3 meters long, with a massive palm, it resembled the arm of a giant. Bayi's expression was grave. As long as I'm here, you won't die. He took out the crimson virus serum he had found earlier, intending to inject Li Yu with a dose. Although it had long expired, it was the only option left, a desperate attempt to save him. Just as he was about to inject it, Li Yu's hand reached out to stop him. Li Yu's lips had already lost their color, and his voice was weak and trembling. It's useless, Brother Yi. I can feel that the crimson virus hasn't invaded me. Look, where on my body do you see bloodlines? Bayi's hand holding the syringe paused slightly. Li Yu's symptoms were indeed completely different from those of the panther. The virus infected the magic hand, and the magic hand is closely connected to my mental power. The virus has invaded my mind through the magic hand. I'm beyond saving. Then I'll inject the serum into your magic hand. He pushed aside Li Yu's left hand and then stabbed the crimson magic hand with the syringe. Crack! The needle broke. He had forgotten that Li Yu's magic hand was as hard as iron, completely impervious to the needle. Staring at the broken needle, Bayi fell into silence. Li Yu was facing death to save him, even though he hadn't needed anyone's help at all. Yet, Li Yu had still chosen to save him. Li Yu's pale face reflected in his pupils, his body temperature gradually dropping, exuding a coldness that was almost corpse-like. Since his journey through time, the first opponent he had encountered, the first friend he had made, was now about to die in this dark, abandoned corner, and all he could do was watch helplessly. Assuming a person can live to be 60 years old, then their lifetime would roughly consist of 189,216,000 10-second intervals. The wheel of fate. I lost fair and square. Take care. Although I am greedy for life and afraid of death, I fear even more the regret and self-reproach of living the rest of my life knowing I abandoned my friends to escape alone. The words from the past echoed in Bayi's ears, making him slightly dazed. Brother Yi. Li Yu's weak voice interrupted Bayi's thoughts. Before I die, I have one last wish. Bayi took a deep breath. He naturally knew what Li Yu's wish was and solemnly promised, don't worry, I will definitely take care of your mother for you. Li Yu shook his head with difficulty. No, that's not the wish. Bayi was stunned. Not that? Could it be that in Li Yu's heart, there was a wish more important than his mother? What wish? Just tell me, I will definitely fulfill it for you, and I will also take care of your mother. Brother Yi, my mom doesn't need to be taken care of. Bayi frowned slightly. Why? I don't have a mom. Bayi. He stared at Li Yu in astonishment, even doubting if he had misheard. Wait, what do you mean you don't have a mom? Li Yu gave a weak smile. Actually, I lied to you. My mom passed away from illness when I was little. I kept saying otherwise just to survive. Bayi was deeply shocked. What a life. Life? I don't think so. If my mom's spirit is watching over me, knowing that she saved her son so many times, she would definitely be very happy. Li Yu smiled. Silently, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused. He stared blankly at the pitch-black ceiling as his vision blurred. Mom, I miss you. I can finally see you again. Wake up. Bayi hurriedly
unexpectedly shook Li Yu. What is your wish? A trace of clarity returned to Li Yu's eyes. He looked at Bayi, opened his mouth but could no longer make any sound. Suddenly, Bayi felt a light touch on his calf. Turning his head, he saw Li Yu's foot kicking him once, twice, 3 times, before the movement abruptly stopped. Bayi froze for a moment before realizing what had happened, and Li Yu's actions instantly made him laugh. He understood Li Yu's wish to avenge the 3 kicks from before. Back in the dusty town, Li Yu had just become a transcendent. In the middle of the night, he sent me a note asking to meet. At that time, I held him at gunpoint and gave him 3 kicks on the backside. Unexpectedly, Li Yu had remembered it. Until now, Li Zua, your heart is smaller than a needle. Bayi opened his mouth to speak, but the rest of the words never came out. Li Yu had already slowly closed his eyes, his pale face adorned with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Bayi gripped the cold syringe tightly, anger gradually filling his chest. But when his gaze fell on the syringe, he suddenly froze. It seemed he had realized something. He quickly aimed the syringe at Li Yu's crimson magic hand, but this time, instead of injecting, he directly pushed the syringe, letting the murky green liquid drip onto the magic hand. If the crimson virus could penetrate the magic hand, then why couldn't the serum? As the first drop of pale green liquid fell, a miraculous scene unfolded. The crimson substance seemed to encounter its nemesis, as a significant portion was driven away by the green liquid. Although the green liquid was quickly consumed, the crimson color faded considerably. At this moment, Li Yu's chest began to rise and fall slightly. Bayi felt a surge of joy and continued to drip the serum. He didn't use it all at once, understanding that medicine, in excess, could be poisonous. If he accidentally overdosed and ended up killing Li Yu, it would be a huge problem. After using 1/3 of the serum, the crimson on the surface of the magic hand completely faded, but inside, crimson vein-like patterns resembling human blood vessels remained. The serum seemed unable to penetrate the interior of the magic hand. He dripped a few more drops, but the internal crimson veins remained unchanged. Ah! Li Yu suddenly sprang up from the ground, looking around, in terror and gasping for air, appearing both shaken and full of life. Is this the underworld? Damn! Yi, when did you die? Bayi walked over to Li Yu expressionlessly and then, bam, 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 3 kicks. Ouch! Why are you kicking me? It hurts like hell. Wait, dead people can't feel pain. Does this mean I'm alive again? Li Yu looked at his body with delight, and finally, his gaze fell on the magic hand, now filled with crimson veins. This is... He waved his arm, and suddenly, the magic hand extended visibly, growing from 3 meters to 5 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters. He grew increasingly excited. With a thought, the magic hand began to shrink, gradually returning to the size of a normal human arm. It stretches and shrinks at will. My magic hand can now extend and retract freely, and it seems to have become more flexible and tougher. Don't get too excited just yet. The crimson virus still lingers in your magic hand, as evidenced by the bloodlines. While it has mutated your extraordinary ability, I fear there may be side effects, Bayi warned with concern. The joy on Li Yu's face slightly faded as he noticed the densely packed blood vessels in the magic hand, feeling a bit troubled. The greatest function of the magic hand was invisibility, but now, although it had become stronger, it had lost its invisibility function, which felt like a loss outweighing the gain. Let me see if I can conceal the blood vessels, he muttered, gritting his teeth and straining his entire body as if constipated, his face turning red. Finally, the blood vessels inside the magic hand began to contract, with countless tiny branches retracting back to the main trunk. Li Yu exhaled heavily, panting, his eyes filled with delight. This is great, Brother Yi. The blood vessels can retract. It's just that I'm not very skilled yet and can't retract them all at once. But after practicing a few more times, I'm sure I can. His voice of excitement abruptly stopped, his gaze trembling as he stared into Bayi's eyes. Brother Yi, your eyes. A sudden sense of foreboding surged in Bayi's heart. What's wrong with my eyes? Blood threads. There are blood threads in your eyes. Li Yu shouted in panic, his voice even becoming distorted. Damn it! Bayi cursed under his breath, immediately pulling out a dagger and holding it in front of his face to observe. In the clear blade, a blurry reflection of his eyes appeared, and in the whites of his eyes, a blood thread, like a red worm, was wriggling. Seeing this, Bayi did not hesitate for a moment. He raised his finger and fiercely jabbed it into his eyeball. As his finger touched the surface of his eye, he resisted the urge to blink, pinched the wriggling blood thread, and then yanked it out forcefully. A half-meter-long blood thread was pulled out of his eye socket, accompanied by a splash of fresh blood. The vision in Bayi's right eye instantly turned crimson. The intense pain forced him to close his right eye, but he did not stop and continued searching his body. He knew very well that during the earlier attack by the scarlet viruses, they had managed to invade his body. There had been so many of them at the time, even he couldn't keep track of every single virus. He should have noticed something was wrong earlier, but he'd been too focused on saving Li Yu to pay any attention to the abnormality in his own body. You're back! On your back! Li Yu cried out in alarm. Through the torn hole in Bayi's shirt, a scarlet virus was clinging to his
his skin like a leech, countless tiny blood threads burrowing deep.
Let me handle it.
Li Yu's magician's hand instantly shrank to normal size, expertly pinching the scarlet virus before yanking hard. Squelch, the sickening sound of tearing flesh filled the air. Although the scarlet virus was ripped away, dozens of blood threads still connected it to Bayi's back. Fighting off his revulsion, Li Yu kept pulling and stepping back, the threads stretching longer and longer, giving him the eerie sensation that he was tugging on Bayi's blood vessels directly. The resemblance was uncanny. It felt exactly like seizing a section of vein and forcibly tearing it from a human body. With a wet pop, the blood threads finally snapped free from Bayi's back. The wound left behind was already riddled with holes, forming a gaping, bloody crater like someone had stabbed the same spot hundreds of times with a needle.
Brother Yi, are you feeling any better? Li Yu asked with concern.
Bayi gritted his teeth tightly, cold sweat streaming down his face as the intense pain from his wound continuously assaulted his nerves.
It's no use, the virus has been invading for too long.
As soon as Bayi opened his mouth, his throat began to itch, as if countless tiny worms were wriggling.
Inside, those little worms rapidly multiplied, crawling out of his mouth along his tongue.
Bayi bit down hard, the sensation akin to biting through chewy noodles.
Ugh!
He spat a mouthful of bloody saliva and a severed blood thread onto the ground.
Watching the writhing blood thread on the floor, Bayi instinctively felt a wave of nausea.
The thought of his body being filled with these things made him even more disgusted. Fortunately, there was still half a vial of the crimson virus serum left.
Since it had cured Li Yu's magic hand, it should be able to cure him too.
He raised the syringe and forcefully stabbed the broken needle into his arm. As the pale green liquid was injected, the strange sensations in his body immediately subsided significantly, and the blood thread in his mouth gradually retracted into his abdomen. Li Yu watched nervously from the side, wanting to help but unsure of what to do, appearing somewhat at a loss.
Brother Yi, are you feeling any better?
Bayi nodded with difficulty, just about to speak, when his face suddenly turned pale. He clutched his abdomen tightly as waves of excruciating pain
engulfed him. Brother Yi, what's wrong?
Li Yu exclaimed in shock.
Is it because there's not enough serum? I'll go find medicine right now.
Bayi opened his mouth but failed to make any sound. The anxious Li Yu didn't even bother opening the door. He directly rammed into it, falling to the ground along with it.
Ignoring the pain, he immediately got up from the floor, rushed out onto the street, and sprinted wildly in a random direction.
He had no idea where to find the serum, but he dared not stop. At least searching meant hope, while stopping meant nothing. In the pitch-black room, Bayi's frail figure seemed on the verge of being swallowed by the darkness. He could clearly feel the crimson virus gradually infecting his body. The ever-approaching sensation of death was like being trapped in a cold, shrinking iron box, with oxygen slowly being drained away, his eardrums buzzing, and finally, only the pounding of his pulse against his temples remained. The same serum had cured Li Yu but failed to cure him. Perhaps the dosage was insufficient, perhaps it was the dual infection of mind and body, or perhaps it was due to differences in constitution. After all, he wasn't an extraordinary being.
The reasons no longer mattered. What mattered was, to hell with it.
Bayi roared furiously, his dark eyes filled with defiance. He did not fear death, the only thing surging within him was boundless rage.
You want to kill me?
I'll damn well kill you first.
Time froze in an instant.
Buzz, dazzling golden light burst forth. The youth stood atop a gigantic golden clock dial, wild and unyielding like a wounded, dying lone wolf, his gaze fierce and stubborn.
As time halted, the blood threads rampaging through his abdomen likewise fell utterly still.
Expressionless, Bayi raised the dagger and plunged it mercilessly into his own belly. He grunted, cold sweat pouring down his face, but his hand didn't hesitate for even a second. The razor-sharp blade split his abdomen open bit by bit, blood instantly soaking his hand. He tossed the dagger aside, then thrust his right hand directly into the open wound. A sensation of warmth, slipperiness, and stickiness shot from his fingers to his brain, but he barely noticed, the pain flooding his nerves like a tidal wave. He clenched his teeth so hard he nearly shattered them, forcing himself to endure the agony. His right hand groped through his abdomen, finally seizing a clump of blood threads. With a savage yank, he ripped them from his belly and flung them
to the ground.
The act nearly made him faint, but his body felt immediately lighter. He didn't stop. Again and again, he shoved his hand into the wound, pulled out more blood threads, and threw them away, repeating the process relentlessly. Blood pooled at Bayi's feet, forming a spreading crimson puddle.
Normally, not even a superhuman's physique could withstand something so extreme, but he managed to endure.
It wasn't because his body was especially strong, but because the scarlet virus was at work. Those infected by the scarlet virus, these pseudo-humans, possessed a terrifying, near-immortal regenerative power. Now, as Bayi gradually transformed, his recovery wasn't quite as monstrous,
but it far surpassed that of any normal human.
It was this regenerative force that kept him going as he purged the blood threads from his body. A minute later, he collapsed to the ground almost completely drained. The regenerative power brought by the scarlet virus was not a perpetual motion machine. It came at the cost of depleting his vitality. In just this short minute, his vitality had been completely exhausted. exhausted. At this moment, Bayi's face was as pale as paper, yet a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
A mere virus dares to dream of killing a god? I am the god of the new era.
He smiled silently, feeling that the serum in his body had finally reached some sort of balance with the scarlet virus. Previously, the blood threads spawned by the virus were too numerous for the serum to counteract, but as the blood threads were cleared, the serum finally began to take effect.
Damn, the time!
Bayi's smile suddenly froze, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly deactivated the time freeze, finally letting out a sigh of relief.
Damn it, almost wasted time.
He muttered softly, but his vision gradually blurred. After all, he was not superhuman, and the massive blood loss eventually caused him to faint. It was unclear how much time had passed when Bayi was jolted awake by the intense bitterness in his mouth. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was spit repeatedly.
What the hell? So damn bitter, and why is there so much residue in my mouth? Ha, Li Zua, when did you get back?
Li Yu wiped the spit off his face with a look of grievance and complained.
Brother Yi, is this how you treat your savior? Savior? What did you feed me? I fed you 2 million. 2 million? Bayi was stunned. Thinking of the bitter taste in his mouth, he immediately realized mutated ginseng?
He quickly lifted his shirt, revealing 8-pack abs. The once gruesome and bloody wound had somehow healed without him noticing, leaving only a
faint red mark.
He remembered that after exhausting his bloodline, the wound on his abdomen had started to heal. However, due to severe blood loss, the healing had stopped halfway, and he had passed out. It seemed that after Li Yu returned and saw him losing too much blood, he had fed him ginseng.
Not bad, Li Zua, you even knew to give me ginseng, Bayi said cheerfully, taking a deep breath. Guess what? Didn't die after all.
I searched for a long time but couldn't find any serum, so I thought I'd come back to collect your corpse. But then I found you were still breathing, just severely blood deprived.
I figured ginseng might help replenish your blood, so I fed it to you. Didn't expect it to actually save your life. So, tell me, Brother Yi, how are you going to thank me?
Li Yu said with a smug expression.
Thank you?
Bayi shot him a sidelong glance. I would have been fine after a nap, but you wasted a ginseng worth 2 million on me.
I'll remember this debt. Make sure to pay me back 2 million in the future.
Li Yu's face instantly darkened, but then his crafty eyes began to shift slightly. Suddenly, he leaned in mysteriously and said, Brother Yi, can you guess why you were able to eat ginseng even after passing out?
Bayi was initially stunned, then his face turned pale. You. Could it be? That's right, Brother Yi, it's exactly what you're thinking. I chewed a little and fed it to you.
Ugh. Bayi immediately bent over and dry heaved on the ground, suddenly feeling that life seemed meaningless.
Ha ha ha.
Li Yu laughed heartily, just messing with you.
Even if you were willing, I wouldn't be.
You have no idea, when I had just placed the ginseng near your mouth, you acted like a starving ghost reborn, grabbed the ginseng with your eyes closed, and stuffed it into your mouth.
You damn.
Bayi glared angrily. I realize there's not a single truthful word that comes out of your mouth. First, you tricked me with the ginseng, then you pretended to be a filial son to
deceive me.
If it weren't for the fact that you're on your deathbed, I don't think you'd ever plan to tell the truth in this lifetime.
Is there anything else you've lied to me about? Spill it.
Li Yu's smile slowly faded, and he spoke with unusual seriousness.
Actually, there is something I need to confess. Sorry, Brother Yi, I lied to you again just now. The ginseng really was taken with my mouth. I'll kill you.
A moment later, Li Yu was crouched in the corner of the room, sulking with a black eye, drawing circles on the floor with his finger.
After venting
his anger, Bayi picked up the dagger from the ground and lightly drew it across his own arm. Blood immediately welled up and began to trickle down.
Li Yu was startled. Brother Yi, come on, it's not that serious. If you want to apologize, you don't have to hurt yourself. Get lost,
Bayi said without turning his head. He stared at his wound, feeling a tingling itch, as if ants were crawling over it. Then, something miraculous happened. The wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Just as I thought, this mutated
scarlet virus has given me incredible regenerative abilities, and my physical condition seems to have improved significantly as
well. But,
I just hope there are no side effects, Bayi pondered silently.
By the way, Li Zua, how long was I unconscious?
Li Yu was still doodling circles.
About an hour, I think. An hour?
Bayi quickly pulled out his golden pocket watch.
It was already 8:29 p.m.
Damn it, could Yang Jia have already found the Panga USB and
escaped? Stop squatting there.
Let's go, or they'll take all the good stuff. Bayi was desperate to rush out the door, but Li Yu grabbed him firmly.
Brother Yi, we can't go out now.
The outside is full of scarlet virus and imposters.
Going out means certain death, Li Yu said anxiously. I have a way.
Just wait here, I'll be right back. Without time to explain further, Bayi opened the door Li Yu had just repaired and rushed out. The moment he stepped out, he suddenly stopped, as if he had entered another world. Countless crimson viruses, the size of eyeballs, filled the city, resembling a sky full of red dandelions.
He was not
surprised. Hundreds of people had poured into Shelter 189, and faced with the attack of the giant crimson virus, people would certainly not sit idly by. In their counterattack, it was inevitable that the giant crimson virus would rupture, releasing countless pseudo-humans and smaller crimson viruses. There was no time to delay. The longer he waited, the more dangerous it became. If the crimson virus filled the entire city, even he would have to retreat temporarily. Bayi took a deep breath, preparing to activate time freeze to cross the street, but suddenly froze in place. Wait, why aren't these crimson viruses attacking me? He was stunned to find that the countless crimson viruses completely ignored his presence, quietly floating in midair. Could it be? A flash of joy appeared in his eyes. It must be because he had already been infected and cured of the crimson virus, causing his body to mutate and be recognized as one of their own. Brother Yi, wait for me. I'll go with you. We can look out for each other on the way. Liu hurriedly ran over. At this moment, the scarlet viruses floating in the street seemed like insects that had discovered their prey. After eerily pausing for a second, they all swarmed toward Liu. Damn it! Yi Gu, run! Bayi did not run but instead closed the door directly, standing alone in front of it. The scarlet viruses stopped flying in front of him, quietly swirling around his body. Some even landed on his hand, their tiny scarlet tendrils writhing in the wind but not piercing his skin. Just as he thought, Bayi grew increasingly ecstatic. Without the threat of the scarlet viruses, so much time could be saved. But why didn't it work for Liu? Yi Gu, what are you doing? Get in here quickly. Liu's anxious voice came from inside the door. I'm fine. The scarlet viruses seem to mistake me for a mimic. They won't attack me. Liu immediately reacted. Is it because you've already been infected by the virus? But why can't I do it? Could it be because I was infected in my magic hand, not my body? Brother Yi, step aside. Let me try with my magic hand. Bayi slightly shifted his body, and the door was soon opened a crack. Immediately, an invisible large hand with scarlet veins slowly reached out. This time, the scarlet virus indeed did not attack the magic hand. Damn, this is unfair. We were both infected by the virus, both injected with the serum. Why is your whole body fine, while only my hand works? Liu said gloomily. Alright, stop talking nonsense. If you're not going, then get out quickly. I'm not going. If I go, I'll just be a burden. It's better to take this time to get familiar with the mutated magic hand and try to hide the veins as soon as possible. Bayi nodded. He understood that Liu's earlier intention to leave was not out of a desire to find treasure, but rather out of concern for him. Now that he could ignore the scarlet virus, there was no longer any need for Liu to follow. Alright, then just wait here. With that, Bayi suddenly charged into the swarm of viruses. He continuously swung his arms, dispersing the viruses around him one by one, and finally began his exploration. At this moment, the already desolate city seemed even more lifeless. Not a single figure could be seen on the streets, and occasional howls from pseudo-humans echoed from the shadows in the distance. Of the hundreds of people who had entered this city in search of treasure, some had already perished, while others had chosen to hide. He surveyed the city surroundings, a thoughtful expression on his face. Although he did not know the exact location of the Panga USB drive, he speculated that it would not be in a residential area or commercial street, so he headed toward the outskirts of the city. In this abandoned city, Bayi wandered alone. Scarlet dandelions filled the air, drifting like snowflakes, adding an eerie crimson to the century-old city. He stepped over the dusty wreckage of flying cars, his soles crushing the dandelions scattered on the ground. Broken billboards swayed in the air, and red fluff surged like a reverse-flowing river of blood onto the iron bridge. The false moon in the sky cast its glow, as if pinning his shadow firmly onto the asphalt road overgrown with weeds. He seemed like the city's only traveler, moving against the tide of the crimson snowstorm. Still holding on, the man in the black suit asked as he roasted a wild rabbit, glancing at the sweat-drenched painter. Shake, shake, shake. The painter anxiously paced around the canvas. I understand, but this isn't right. From the fate line, this person outside the script was supposed to be a minor character. I manipulated fate to trigger the killing, and he was clearly doomed to die. Yet, he didn't die. Not only did he survive, but his fate line became even stronger. This is simply unscientific. The man in the black suit cast him a sidelong glance. You, an extraordinary being who toys with fate, are talking to me about science? That in itself is unscientific. Painter. He paced for a long time, and suddenly a flash of inspiration lit up his eyes. I understand now. It's a divine taboo for a minor character to change. A doomed fate line without external help. They must have relied on some external force. And something with such immense power must be a divine taboo. Subsequently, the painter's face revealed a thoughtful expression. This is troublesome. With the help of the divine taboo object, Destined might not be able to kill him, unless what? The man in the black suit broke off a golden brown roasted rabbit leg, just about to put it in his mouth, only for the painter to snatch it away first. So delicious. The painter chewed on the rabbit leg, speaking indistinctly. Unless we make him lose the divine taboo object. What an absolutely stunning idea. Thanks to your reminder, I suddenly thought of an even better way to kill the tyrant. What method? The man in the black suit said expressionlessly. We'll quit smoking and drinking right now, go to bed early and get up early, live to be 100 years old, and in 100 years, without lifting lifting a finger, the tyrant will surely die. Painter. Now I finally understand why you deal with the dead all day long, because your mouth can anger the living to death. Only the dead can communicate with you. You're flattering me. If you were to drop dead right now, it would prove your words true. The painter couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. I can't be bothered to argue with you. My method may seem like nonsense, but in reality, it is nonsense. The painter said angrily, in reality, it's actually the simplest and most effective. Any complex scheme ultimately boils down to achieving the goal. That person is protected by a divine artifact. If you want to kill him, naturally, you have to make him lose the divine artifact. Still nonsense. You damn. The painter took a deep breath, constantly reminding himself to maintain composure. A summer insect cannot discuss ice. He no longer paid attention to the man in the black suit but instead focused intently on the canvas, muttering under his breath. His fate line is protected by a divine taboo. Object. A single killing calamity is insufficient to deal with him, so I just need to link his fate with someone destined to die, using the other's calamity to erase him. As he muttered, he sketched on the canvas. Before long, he had outlined a young girl clad in knight's armor, holding a pure silver cross sword. The man in the black suit frowned. Black Knight? If you kill her, aren't you afraid of trouble from the silent court's presiding judge? I am not trying to kill her, rather, she is destined to die here. It would be better to go with the flow, intertwining the fates of the two, and let her fall alongside someone outside the script. What if that person relies on the divine taboo object to help the Black Knight escape the calamity of death? That's exactly why I said to make him lose the divine taboo object. As long as the object is with him, he naturally won't give it up easily. But what if he is no longer himself? What do you mean? The painter smiled faintly. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. With a casual flick, he drew two monkeys laughing wildly on the canvas, as if silently mocking those who watched. Satisfied, he admired his work, a smile playing at his lips as he softly chanted, "How could mere mortals know the fate decreed? In my hands, karma shapes all heaven and earth." Bang! Ah! Ugh! The painter cried out in pain, clutching his stomach and throwing up. The rabbit leg he'd just eaten was now wasted. The man in the black suit silently withdrew his fist. "Gu Huangquan, you lunatic, what's wrong with you? Why did you hit me?" The painter was furious, cursing loudly. Gu Huanquan's face remained expressionless. "You ate my rabbit meat and then insulted me. Of course you deserve to be hit. I was composing a poem." "Yes, you were composing a poem to insult me." After walking for more than 20 minutes, Bayi noticed many corpses of pseudo-humans scattered around. These pseudo-humans seemed to have been cut down by some kind of sharp weapon, all killed in a single strike. Clearly, the opponent had used vital energy and blood, easily shattering the pseudo-humans' energy and blood, leaving them unable to recover. Observing the familiar wounds, the image of the knightly girl surfaced in his mind. These sword marks were very similar to those caused by the pure silver cross sword in her hands. Bayi felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The knightly girl was the first person to break into Shelter 189 after the Tyrant, and it was evident that her goal was also the Pango USB drive. Now that he had found traces of her, it meant he was on the right path. He quickened his pace, following the trail of battle marks as he pressed forward. Suddenly, a hiss from a pseudo-human came from the shadows of a nearby alley. Bayi frowned slightly, and the breath of bones was instantly in his hands, the muzzle aimed at the pitch-black alley. Shortly after, a ferocious figure dashed out of the alley. The moment it saw Bayi, it froze, in an eerie manner. Its blood-covered scarlet eyes stared unblinkingly at Bayi, as if wondering whether this person was one of its kind. "It seems that not only the scarlet virus but also pseudo-humans won't attack me." Bayi silently pondered, wondering what would happen if he attacked it. Bang! A yellow-orange bullet instantly pierced through the pseudo-human's abdomen. Enraged, the pseudo-human's eyes turned even redder as it roared and charged at Bayi. "It seems as long as I don't attack them, they won't bother me." Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a scarlet bullet blew the pseudo-human's head apart. It collapsed powerlessly to the ground, its head left with a gaping hole. Passing through several collapsed high-rise buildings, Bayi's field of vision gradually widened, as if he had entered another part of the city. This area was extremely open, with a few outpost-like structures along the roadside and many abandoned robots lying on the ground. The place resembled an abandoned military stronghold, and the battle scars here were even more pronounced. "This is it." Bayi's eyes gleamed as he crossed the abandoned obstacles and ventured deeper into the area. To his surprise, the scarlet virus here was astonishingly sparse. As he continued deeper, the virus almost completely disappeared, as if there was something in this area that they feared and dared not approach. He didn't know how long he had been walking when he suddenly heard faint sounds of combat. The noise came from a very distant place, so faint that it was barely perceptible where he stood. Following the sound, he pressed forward, and soon, a massive base appeared before him. The base spanned an enormous area, almost a quarter of the city's size, surrounded by a circular alloy wall. Mounted on the wall, every 5 meters, was what appeared to be a Gatling gun. However, judging by their design, these guns were not traditional kinetic weapons. Their streamlined metallic bodies, side-mounted
mounted display screens, and lack of bullet chambers made them look more like the legendary laser weapons.
Fortunately, these weapons were all decommissioned, otherwise, it would have been impossible for an ordinary person to break in. The sound of battle was coming from the base, growing increasingly clear. Bayi could even hear the furious roars of the nether tiger. He circled the perimeter wall and soon found
the location of the main gate.
The ally gate, several centimeters thick, had been violently blasted open, and a rusty sign hung on the nearby wall: experimental base, no entry. The underground space of Shelter 189 was already limited, yet people from the civilized era carved out such a large area to build an experimental base.
This alone shows its importance. If my guess is correct, this must be the core of the Pango project.
Bayi's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered silently. He speculated that since the Pango project was said to be groundbreaking, the experiments conducted here must be all-encompassing.
The pseudo-humans
and the mutated crimson virus encountered earlier were likely part of the Pango project. The people of the civilized era might have been trying to unravel the secrets of the crimson virus or even attempting to control it, but
instead, they ended up creating a mutated version of the virus.
Everyone in the shelter turned into pseudo-humans, which suggested that some accident had occurred, leading to the mutated crimson virus leaking and infecting everyone. He quietly slipped through the gate, moving slowly along the outer wall of the experimental base toward the source of the sound. Carefully, he peeked out, revealing half his head and one eye.
Hiss! Bayi's heart tightened. What on earth was this monster? Another pseudo-human?
On the other side of the experimental base, over a dozen humanoid monsters, each more than 5 meters tall, were attacking the nether tiger and the others. Their muscles were knotted, their bodies covered in bulging veins and rotting flesh. The proportions of their arms far exceeded those of normal humans, and their hands were no longer human but massive claws. Their sharp fingers gleamed coldly, like the scythes of the Grim Reaper. Besides the dozen or so monsters currently fighting, more than 20 bloodied and mangled humanoid creatures lay on the ground, seemingly dead not long ago.
Where was Tyrant Yang Jie? Bayi wondered. He could see the nether tiger, the nightly girl, and even that pretentious Guy Li Shao. All the people who had first passed through the laser corridor were present, except for Yang Jie.
His eyes scanned the area, and when he noticed a large hole in one of the walls of the experimental base, he immediately understood.
The tyrant had already broken through the base.
These monsters could hold off the nether tiger and the others but were unable to stop the tyrant's advance.
However, the tyrant's situation didn't seem optimistic either.
From inside the experimental base came the sounds of intense metal clashes and explosions. The deafening noise made the walls tremble, even from Bayi's distant hiding spot.
Danger! This was way too dangerous.
Bayi wisely decided not to get involved. Watching from a safe distance was good enough. After all, whoever found the Panga USB drive would eventually have to come out of the experimental base, and then he could
simply snatch it. Why take unnecessary risks?
As the old saying goes, a son of great wealth does not sit under a collapsing wall, and a ruler of 10,000 chariots does not tread into peril. All the more so for him, a god of the new era. These damned test subjects, their vitality alone makes them impossible to kill. Minghu smashed the arm of an attacking test subject with a punch, then rushed to Inch's side. The test subject whose arm had been shattered let out a furious roar, and a blazing crimson light surged from its body. Specks of light converged toward the severed arm, and in the next moment, under the crimson glow, the torn muscles, bones, and skin rapidly healed, restoring the arm to its original state in the blink of an eye. The seductive smile on Inch's face vanished as she spoke. The tyrant broke into the experimental base and destroyed the containment devices inside. I never expected it would release so many test subjects.
Who knows what the people of the old era were researching?
Every one of these monsters they created is comparable to extraordinary beings with bounties exceeding 1 billion. Minghu grabbed the attacking arm of a test subject with both hands and, with a forceful motion, flung it away like an ant tossing an elephant.
We can't waste any more time. We must find the Panga USB drive before the tyrant does. Let's go.
He dropped to all fours, his muscles suddenly swelling. Seeing this, Inchi immediately leaped onto his back, her mud-covered feet landing firmly. Minghu charged forward like a rampaging mount, while Inchi struck with ruthless precision. Her pale, slender arms moved like boneless venomous snakes, tearing large chunks of flesh from the test subjects with each attack. Together, they quickly broke through the encirclement and headed straight for the massive hole created by the tyrant, disappearing without a trace.
Humph! 2 deserters.
Qianjun snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Minghu and Inch's actions.
The group had been working together to kill over 20 test
subjects and was on the verge of finishing them all off when the two suddenly fled, leaving the remaining members to bear the full brunt of the pressure. With his silver hair flowing, Qianjun leaped into the air like a sprout shooting up from dry ground. His swift movements allowed him to evade the incoming claws mid-air. Then, with a powerful push of his legs, he began climbing the thick arm of a test subject as if scaling a mountain. Finally, he stomped hard on the creature's head, using the recoil to propel himself toward the large hole in the experimental base's
his wall. Though still 100 meters away and seemingly unable to reach the hole, in the next second, his arms spread wide like a crane's wings. A surge of vitality burst forth from his body, transforming into countless crimson streams of energy that flowed between his outstretched arms. These streams seemed to form a pair of crimson wings, carrying him across the 100-meter gap and landing him precisely at the edge of the hole. Standing at the edge with his hands behind his back, Qianjun cast a cold glance at the others still fighting. This old man will go ahead. Deserters. You three are nothing but deserters, hiding daggers in your smiles, sweet-talking while stabbing in the back, betraying trust, and breaking promises. Xiaoyi cursed furiously. Hold it. Clang. The sword on his back suddenly unsheathed, itself transforming into a streak of light that chased after Qianjun. As the sword passed over his head, Xiaoyi reached out and grabbed the hilt, and in an instant, he was yanked into the air. Xiaoyi had fled as well. This group of deserters. Li Xiao glared at the test subjects charging toward him, his eyes burning with rage. He had always believed that the strong should keep their word. Since they had agreed to join forces against the test subjects, they should honor that promise. Yet, one by one, these people had chosen to flee. Furious, he sent shadow darts flying toward the hole, and with a quick shadow step, Li Xiao decided to escape as well. Shall we go in as well? The ghost clown said to the empty air beside him. Do you want to help that female knight? He glanced at the young knight struggling in battle. The sharp flashes of her sword continuously sliced the surrounding experimental subjects in two, but they kept regenerating as if nothing had happened. However, I don't think she seems to need any help. The ghost clown tilted his head and said. What he said was indeed true. The young knight did not need assistance. She was farther from the cave entrance and couldn't shift her position as easily as Li Xiao. If she wanted to enter the cave, she would have to force her way in. However, instead of charging in recklessly, she quickly ran toward the nearest experimental base wall, with 7 or 8 experimental subjects in hot pursuit. The encirclement tightened, blocking her path completely. The girl remained calm, raised the pure silver cross sword in her hand, and lightly pierced the wall. Clang! The pure silver cross sword instantly sank into the wall without resistance, as if slicing through tofu. Then, the girl wielded the sword to draw a circle. Clang! A heavy circular wall panel fell with a loud noise. She nimbly slipped through the opening, while the experiment subject, with its massive frame, was unable to squeeze through. It could only stretch out its menacing arms, clawing incessantly. Inside the hole, the girl quietly watched as the sharp, giant claws brushed past her, landing just in front of her without even touching the hem of her clothes. The silver-white mask on her face seemed to mock silently, the mere 3 centimeters of distance between them as insurmountable as a chasm. Oh dear, not only does she not need our help, but she even lured the experiment subject away for us. Hold on tight to me, the ghostly clown said, grabbing at the air with one hand while pressing down the torn top hat on his head with the other. He darted forward at an eerie speed, his figure leaving afterimages in the air. Several experiment subjects tried to grab him, but he evaded them all with ease, like a tightrope walker in a circus. Though he seemed to teeter on the edge of falling, he never once lost his balance. The last experimental subject blocked the entrance. The phantom clown, holding slid skillfully under its legs and successfully entered the base. The experimental subject, having lost its target, roared furiously at the sky, and visible sound waves rippled outward, forcing Bayi in the distance to cover his ears. A few clever experimental subjects chased after them, while the remaining 3 foolish ones were still trying to grab the night girl with their hands. Is the show over? Bayi curled his lips. He couldn't see the battle inside the experimental base and could only wait idly in place. In any case, he would never go in. Who knew how many dangers were still inside? He planned to let others go through all the hardships to find the Panga USB drive, and then he would reap the benefits effortlessly. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the commotion from inside the experimental base not only failed to subside but grew even more intense. It sounded as if an entire army was engaged in fierce combat inside, with violent explosions echoing from time to time. Damn, did this group of people break my USB drive? They wouldn't, right? After all, their target is also the USB drive. They couldn't make such a stupid mistake, could they? No, right? Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the wall behind Bayi. Before he could react, his entire body was blown away, buried under countless shattered bricks and stones. Are you kidding me? Bayi crawled out of the rubble, cursing furiously. Do you have any sense of decency? You can't just throw bombs around like that. The hole created by the explosion was pitch black, with no response from anyone, only the continuous sound of explosions. His gaze swept across the scene and landed on a mangled metal box that had been blown apart. It looked like some kind of precision instrument, but he didn't recognize it. He guessed that someone might have struck the metal box during the fight, causing it to crash into the wall and explode. What bad luck. Good thing my body is tough enough, Bayi said, as the wound on his back had already healed. No, this place isn't safe either. I'd better hide farther away. Just as he was about to retreat, the corner of his eye caught a reflective object among the exploded ruins. He quickly turned over the rubble, and when he
he saw the reflective object clearly, he was stunned.
Is this a phone screen?
A rectangular, semi-transparent screen lay quietly among the rubble, its surface covered in cracks. He picked up the screen and examined it closely, only to find intricate circuit boards hidden within the cracks.
It probably isn't a phone screen, it's too thick.
This thickness is more like a phone itself.
Could this be a phone from the era of civilization? Just a simple screen?
Looking at the cracks above, Bayi felt a pang of regret. Before crossing over, he had loved playing with his phone, spending every day immersed in it. After crossing over, he experienced
withdrawal symptoms.
Now, he had finally picked up a high-tech phone, but it was broken. He fiddled with it for a while but couldn't figure out how to turn it on, so he stuffed it into his pocket. Perhaps in the future, he might have the chance to repair it and once again enjoy the fun of using a phone. The appearance of the phone gave him inspiration. Although he couldn't enter the experimental base, he could still scavenge outside. So many explosions had just occurred, and many walls had been blown apart.
Perhaps other valuable items had been blasted out along with the rubble.
Bayi couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the place where everyone had entered. The explosions there had been the most frequent, and the rubble was the most abundant.
Since he had nothing better to do, why not go treasure hunting?
Without hesitation, he started walking in that direction. At this moment, the three intellectually challenged experimental subjects were still digging, seemingly stuck with their arms in the hole, endlessly
excavating.
He didn't pay much attention to the experimental subjects. After all, they were all infected with the scarlet virus, his own kind.
Tap, tap, tap.
Bayi walked briskly, stepping over the rubble as he passed by the three experimental subjects. This immediately caught their attention, and three pairs of scarlet, terrifying eyes stared directly at him.
Hey, you guys busy? I'm just passing through, carry on.
Bayi waved his hand, preparing to bypass the three fools.
But unexpectedly, the
three fools withdrew their hands from the hole, slowly stood up, and their towering 5-meter-tall figures looked down at Bayi from above.
Bayi's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing?
Look closely, we're all buddies.
We're on the same side. Damn it. Three massive shadows charged toward him, and he turned and ran. With intelligence like that, you can't even recognize your own people?
It was unclear whether it was due to low intelligence or because experimental subjects and pseudo-humans simply weren't considered the same kind. Either way, the three fools showed no mercy when they attacked.
Although the three experimental subjects were tall and imposing, their movements were incredibly agile.
They closed in on Bayi in a pincer formation, leaving him with no escape route. His only chance of survival was the cave entrance the group had entered earlier. Without a moment's hesitation, Bayi dashed into the cave, with the three fools hot on his heels. After running for over 10 meters, he encountered a corner. He quickly darted around it, drifting to cut off their line of sight. Then, time froze. In an instant, all was silent, and the only sound echoing between heaven and earth was the boy's heavy breathing. If I could kill you, I would have finished you off today. Bayi cursed angrily, then retraced his steps, directly bypassing the three fools and slipping out of the cave entrance.
Time resumed.
Time began to flow again, and the three fools, still clueless about what had happened, darted around the corner and disappeared. Watching their retreating figures, Bayi felt a tinge of doubt.
Was it just his imagination, or did it seem like the three fools were deliberately trying to force him into the experimental base? Trying to push me into the experimental base to die?
Not a chance, he sneered coldly. In just 5 seconds, the crisis was completely resolved. Bayi cheerfully resumed scavenging for junk. The experimental base was now riddled with holes, with many areas destroyed by young Jia and the others. He didn't venture deep inside but instead rummaged through the rubble on the outskirts. Before long, he had found quite a few items: a leaky metal cup, a broken pen in 2 pieces, the shell of a smart robot, a chair leg, and a scrap version of a fully automatic coffee machine. Cracked. Bayi was completely cracked. He wasted 5 seconds luring away the three fools, only to end up with a pile of junk. This deal was a huge loss for him. Now he had only 2 minutes and 25 seconds left. I just don't believe it that a cutting-edge experimental base would only produce this bit of trash. After some relentless effort, Bayi finally found an item of value, a notebook, half of which had been burned by fire. He carefully opened it, and the bold, thick title made his heart race. Divine Taboo. Number. Containment. Although he couldn't see all the text, he could roughly guess the meaning. This notebook should record the containment conditions for different numbered divine taboo items. Even a snake-level forbidden item like Breath of Bones required containment to be used, let alone divine taboo items, whose containment conditions were likely even more stringent. Flipping through the charred pages of the book. Divine Taboo Object, number 001. Indescribable, unrecordable, uncontainable. Bayi was full of confusion. Although this page was relatively intact, there was a large blank section in the middle with no content at all, ending only with 3 not allowed. This made him want to ask the record keeper what exactly was not allowed. He continued flipping the pages. Divine Taboo Object, number 002. Indescribable, unrecordable, uncontainable. This made Bayi so angry that he wanted to laugh. He thought to himself, if all the content is like this,
then don't bother wasting time recording it, it's completely unnecessary.
He flipped through a few more pages and finally reached Forbidden Object 010, only to find it completely charred, almost illegible.
Damn!
Forbidden Object, number 039, The Forgotten One. Attracted to knowledgeable, complex, and interesting humans.
Feeds on information, memory, knowledge, thoughts, and all non-physical information carriers.
Cannot be attacked, cannot be killed, can be contained, containment conditions. He finally found a relatively complete record, but after reading it, Bayi was even more confused.
039's name is The Forgotten One? A person? This counts as a forbidden object too?
He turned to the next page and saw the illustration for 039, but unfortunately, it was still a charred mess, vaguely resembling a man.
He continued,
flipping through for a while before finally closing the record book. Somewhat useful, but not much, was Bayi's evaluation of the record, as most of the content was damaged. For many divine taboo objects, he only knew their names and numbers, and for some, he only knew their containment
conditions.
He wasn't even sure how far the numbering went, as the later pages were even more severely damaged, with some completely burned away.
Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, startling Bayi.
He quickly looked in the direction of the experimental base, his pupils contracting instantly. The roof of the experimental base had been blown open, leaving a massive hole, with billowing black smoke rising into the sky.
From within the smoke,
a massive hand covered in black scales, resembling a dragon's claw, stretched out from the hole.
Countless fragments of stone flew in all directions, dust and debris
filling the air, as if a rain of stones was falling from the sky. The hand was enormous, with just one hand comparable in size to the experimental subjects.
What kind of monster is this?
Just as he was in shock, countless metal spikes shot out from the large hole, piercing through the black-scaled giant hand.
A loud crash followed,
as if some massive object was colliding. The black-scaled giant hand fell back into the hole, causing the experimental base to collapse even further, and the sounds of the fierce battle grew more
intense. It's Tyrant Yang Jie fighting it.
That ability to control metal was all too familiar to Bayi.
Judging by the commotion,
the owner of the black-scaled giant hand was terrifyingly powerful, able to fight Tyrant Yang Jie to a standstill, which spoke volumes. Bayi felt increasingly fortunate that he hadn't gone inside, it was far too dangerous.
2 minutes and 25 seconds wouldn't have been enough for him to escape alive.
He stood no chance against these monsters, and even activating time stop would be useless, as the opponents seemed practically immortal. He simply didn't have enough time to completely deplete their vitality. Despite his shock, Bayi hadn't forgotten about scavenging. The explosion had just blown out quite a few items.
5 minutes later, as he carried a pile of junk,
he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes lighting up as he stared intently at a pile of rubble not far away.
This is a divine taboo object. Crash!
Bayi threw away all the junk in his arms and rushed toward the pitch-black statue, half buried under rubble. The statue had a very peculiar shape, about the
size of a palm.
Half of its body was buried, leaving only a pitch-black monkey head exposed, grinning eerily.
Divine taboo object 169, twin. Twin what again?
Bayi stopped in front of the statue and hurriedly pulled out his charred notebook to search.
He quickly found entry number 169. Divine taboo object, number 169, twin monkey statue. One body, two beings.
A statue of two monkeys embracing each other.
Soul. Containment difficulty, level D. Twin monkey statue, containment difficulty, level D.
A greedy glint flashed in his eyes, and he hesitated not even for a moment.
The notebook had
recorded that containment difficulty was categorized as levels A, B, C, and D, with anything above level of being uncontainable.
Containment difficulty often also indicated the danger level of the divine taboo object. Not all divine taboo objects were harmless. A level D containment difficulty meant the twin monkey statue posed very little danger. Heaven's gift must not be refused, or misfortune will follow. This object shall be mine.
Bayi did not act directly but picked up a piece of rubble and threw it at the twin monkey statue. The statue showed no reaction. He then dragged over a severed arm from a deceased test subject and tentatively touched the statue a few times, still encountering no danger.
Although the containment difficulty was rated as ding, it was still a divine taboo object, so it was better to remain cautious.
After all, even the breath of bones could drain vitality. After fiddling around for a while, he finally confirmed that the twin monkey statue seemed
harmless. Only then did he cautiously extend a single finger.
As soon as his finger touched it, he quickly withdrew it as if shocked, but still, there was no danger.
So he tried with 2 fingers, then 3 fingers.
Finally, he grabbed the monkey statue with both hands, and nothing happened.
The texture felt no different from an ordinary wooden statue. Wait, why is there only one monkey? Where's the other one? He was utterly stunned.
The image clearly showed the twin monkey statue as two monkeys tightly embracing each other, but the statue in his hand had only one laughing monkey,
arms outstretched as if hugging the air. Blown apart? Can this thing still work? Bayi's heart sank.
Even though he was scavenging, he wasn't actually looking to pick up trash. Clinging to a faint glimmer of hope, he began to carefully examine the single monkey statue. He studied it inside and out for 10 minutes, even counting the number of monkey hairs on it, but still couldn't figure out its purpose. Forget it, having something is better than nothing, he consoled himself, then put the single monkey statue away. What is it? Inside the experimental base, the knightly girl of the silent courtroom was walking through a dimly lit passage, holding a pure silver cross sword. The sword had long been stained red with blood, and with each step she took, crimson droplets fell from its tip, leaving a broken trail of blood on the ground. Around her lay several rats infected with the scarlet virus, their bodies severed in two, twitching slightly. How could there be rats in the experimental base? A trace of solemnity flashed in the knightly girl's light brown eyes. She had previously found the species catalog of Shelter 189, which recorded all the animal species and their genes brought into the shelter by people of the old era. Although rats were listed in the catalog, it was only their genetic material, meaning there shouldn't be any living rats in Shelter 189. While the old era had mastered cloning technology, she felt things couldn't be that simple, as rats served no purpose in the shelter. After all, people of the old era had long stopped using mice for experiments, opting instead for clones. If it were for pets, it should have been hamsters or white mice, not these Blackford disease-ridden rats. Of course, she couldn't rule out the possibility of someone having peculiar tastes. She wasn't being overly sensitive, but seeing the rats reminded her of someone, an extremely dangerous individual. The Zodiac hidden rat. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. The most urgent task now is to find the Panga USB drive. The knightly girl moved quickly through the passage. Time was running out. She had to find the USB drive before the tyrant did, or she would never have another chance. No one could take anything from the tyrant's hands. Fortunately, no one knew the exact location of the USB drive in the experimental base, not even the powerful tyrant, who could only search bit by bit. 5 minutes later, she stopped and fixed her gaze on rows of alloy doors lining the passage. If not for the appearance of these doors, she might have doubted whether she was walking in circles, as the passage's design remained unchanged from start to finish, like a scene copied and pasted countless times. Most of the alloy doors had already been violently destroyed, leaving only two still tightly shut. The knightly girl first inspected the broken doors one by one, finding nothing inside. Then, she approached the closed alloy doors. Although the chances of finding the Panga USB drive here were slim, she decided to take a look since she was already there. Clang! The pure silver cross sword turned into a sharp silver flash, slicing through the alloy door. The room's interior was revealed before her eyes, and she frowned slightly. Behind the door was nothing but a pile of discarded electronics, computers, hard drives, mobile phones, and other devices scattered haphazardly, resembling a storage room for junk. She rummaged through the pile with her sword for a while and, after confirming it was all scrap, immediately moved to the last alloy door. With a single swing of her sword, the door opened, revealing a pitch-black statue of a monkey. The statue was placed on a metal platform, covered by a square transparent glass case. It depicted a monkey with outstretched arms and a wide grin. On the metal platform, an inscription read, "Divine Taboo Object, number 169, Twin Monkey Statue." Divine Taboo Object? A trace of disappointment flashed in the night girl's eyes. While a divine taboo object was indeed precious, it was not her goal. She slowly exited the room, then kicked a piece of rubble. Whoosh! The rubble struck the glass case with pinpoint accuracy, shattering it and hitting the monkey's head. The twin monkey statue fell to the ground, completely unharmed, still showing no signs of any abnormality. The night girl stood in silence for a moment before turning to leave. Shortly after, she returned, carrying an arm she had severed from a previous test subject. She threw the arm onto the twin monkey statue, but there was still no reaction. Re-entering the room, she prodded the statue with her pure silver cross sword. The razor-sharp blade left not the slightest mark on the statue. After a series of tests, she finally picked up the statue with her hand encased in her knight's gauntlet. At that moment, the statue, which had shown no reaction until now, suddenly emitted a cold black light. The grinning monkey's mouth stretched even wider, as if silently mocking her. At last, she had fallen into the trap. The night girl reacted with lightning speed. Almost the instant the black light appeared, she hurled the statue away. However, no matter how fast she was, she could not outrun the light, and she was inevitably struck by it. Meanwhile, outside the experimental base, Bayi, who was scavenging for trash, suddenly felt a chill. What the hell? He quickly pulled out the single monkey statue he carried, only to see an inky black light erupting from it. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw the statue away. Clang! The wooden statue landed on the hard silver-white metal floor with a crisp sound. Bayi froze instantly, blinking in disbelief, wondering if he had eaten some poisonous mushrooms and was hallucinating. Just a second ago, he had been scavenging in an open square, and now he found himself in a sealed room made of silver-white metal. Staring at the monkey statue lying on the cold metal floor, he was stunned for a moment before a flash of joy lit up his eyes. So, 169's ability is instant teleportation when thrown thrown to the ground. Just where the hell did this take me? As soon as the words left his mouth, Bayi suddenly froze, horrified to discover that his voice had changed. Wait, my voice? How? A slightly trembling girl's voice came out of his mouth. What the hell? Damn it. Is this the side effect of using 169 teleportation? The crisp, bright voice of a young girl burst into a string of expletives. Perhaps due to the shock, the tail end of her voice carried a faint, puffed-up tremor, like a little dog wagging its tail in anger. Though she was both furious and panicked, the words she spat out sounded like they were wrapped in fruit candy, sweet, yet tinged with the reckless urgency of someone on the verge of tears. Bayi grew increasingly flustered. At this moment, he truly couldn't hold it together anymore. He hadn't panicked even when he was nearly killed by the crimson virus earlier, but now he was genuinely losing it. He quickly lowered his head to look at his body and froze again. A knight's armor? And why was he holding a pure silver cross sword? The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this the outfit of the knight girl from the Silent Court? Could it be? Two keywords about 169 suddenly flashed through his mind from the sacred relic record. Twin, soul. No way. Bayi dashed madly toward the monkey figurine, snatching it up from the ground. When he took a closer look, his face instantly turned pale. This wasn't the monkey figurine he had picked up. The one he found was hugging to the left, but this one was hugging to the right. Now everything made sense. The twin monkey figurine's ability was soul swapping. The night girl must have picked up the other half, and when both were held simultaneously, the figurine's power was triggered. Monkey bro, please let me switch back. Bayi shook the figurine repeatedly. The monkey figurine laughed silently, showing no reaction. Damn you, stupid monkey. If you don't let me switch back, I'll chop you to pieces with this sword. Bayi, enraged, raised the pure silver cross sword, ready to slash at the figurine. But just as he swung halfway, he was shocked to find the sword in his hand had disappeared. Not only that, but his body also felt lighter. The knight's armor was gone, and the silver-white mask on his face had vanished as well. Did the monkey bro show mercy? Am I back to normal? He quickly felt around his body, only to freeze in place. Something was missing, and something else had been added. When he looked down, his vision went black. A black dress clung to his body, its waistline outlining a slender curve. Two pale, lotus-like calves extended from beneath the hem, with faint shadows cast by the skirt at the hollows of his knees. The shadows resembled tender leaves not yet fully unfurled in late spring or early summer, exuding an unpolished freshness and sweetness. He could even smell the faint fragrance of a young girl, mixed with a scent reminiscent of perfume, though it wasn't quite perfume. It was more like the incense burned by noble families in ancient times, subtle and elegant. Damn you, monkey bro. The girl in the black dress angrily threw the monkey figurine to the ground, stomping on it repeatedly with her small, polished leather princess shoes. Stepping on it while cursing, all kinds of filthy language filled the air. Amid the crisp sound of the heel grinding over the monkey statue, one could faintly hear the hissing sound, squeezed out from between her teeth, like an enraged little beast whose tail had been stepped on. Her ears turned a thin, crescent moon red from anger. Bang! The silver-white metallic floor was stomped into a deep dent by Bayi, startling him. It was only at this moment that he realized the seemingly delicate body of the night girl concealed such immense strength. After venting for a while, he gradually calmed down, mainly because staying angry was pointless. What was done was done. The priority now was to find a way to reverse the soul swap. Now that I'm in the night girl's body, she must have entered mine as well. The Divine Relic Manual mentions that the containment difficulty of number 169 is rated as D, which means switching back shouldn't be too hard. The twin monkey statue, its image shows two monkeys tightly embracing each other. Perhaps if I just piece the two monkey statues together, I can switch back. So, the most important thing right now is to quickly find myself. Bayi picked up the statue and walked out of the room, only to be greeted by a long corridor. Damn it! The black-dressed girl wrinkled her delicate nose and cursed. Which way am I supposed to go? Bayi realized that he didn't have the night girl's prior memories, so he had no idea where he was within the experimental base or how to get out. Holding onto the mindset of trying anything in desperation, he silently prayed that the night girl's body might have a map. He quickly began searching. Hidden within the black dress were several secret pockets. As he rummaged through them, he felt a pile of scattered items. When he pulled them out and took a look, his face instantly changed. What the hell is all this? Why is it all chocolate and fruit candy? There's nothing useful at all. Gulp! Bayi unconsciously swallowed, a craving for candy surging from the girl's body. Eat, 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 all you know is eating. Frustrated, Bayi stuffed a piece of fruit candy into his mouth. Damn! It's strawberry flavored, the one I hate the most. Chewing the candy, he reached into another pocket and surprisingly pulled out a ring and a full-face sun protection mask. As expected, women never forget about sun protection. He put away the mask and began examining the ring. It was an alloy ring engraved with a delicate white dove, wings spread as if ready to take flight. A ring? A forbidden object? Or? Bayi flipped the ring over and immediately noticed the elegant small characters engraved on the inner band, and showdown.
Xiaotong? The night girl's name? What good does knowing her name do me? Why is it always junk that's left behind? Where's the pure silver cross sword? The knight's armor? Why is none of it here? He pondered for a moment and suddenly arrived at an answer.
Perhaps the cross sword and knight's armor weren't physical objects but rather in Xiaotong's extraordinary abilities. Supernatural beings are products of mental aberrations, and all their abilities are closely tied to their psyche.
Since their souls had swapped, and Xiaotong's abilities naturally went with her.
Just like how he still retained the ability to stop time. After all, his ability was intrinsically linked to his soul, stemming from the fact that his soul was out of sync with the current era's timeline. Thus, no matter how his body changed, the ability to stop time remained. Outside the experimental base, and Xiaotong stared blankly at her dirty hands, tattered clothes, and the pile of junk at her feet.
She had no
choice but to accept this harsh reality.
She had become Bayi. Earlier, in an attempt to confirm her identity, she had accidentally touched
a certain part, leaving her unable to recover from the shock. It was her first time encountering such a thing, and the impact was overwhelming. However, what she found hardest to accept was the frailty of this body, so weak that she felt a single finger could take her down. Fortunately, my abilities and combat skills are still intact, barely enough to protect myself.
I must find Bayi as soon as possible. It's too dangerous for him to stay alone in the experimental base. She had a good impression of Bayi.
This young man from the wasteland was willing to fight to the death for the residents of Grey Dust Town.
This belief in protection was strikingly similar to the justice upheld by the Silent Court.
And Xiaotong headed straight for the experimental base. As she took her first step, web-like silver threads climbed up her ankle, weaving a net on her body like moonlight spilling from the bright moon above. With the second step, the silver threads climbed up her calf, blooming into metallic scales at her knees, each reflecting a cold, sharp light. On the third step, a torrent of silver and black surged over her waist and abdomen.
The armor's
contours rose like a tide, black as the base and silver as the plating.
The shoulder armor clicked softly into place, automatically locking together.
On the fourth step, a silver-white faceplate flowed over her face like water, leaving only her eyes shining brightly through the gaps.
At this moment, and Xiaotong slowly extended her right hand and grasped at the void.
A silver light flashed in her hand, as if she were holding countless galaxies in her palm.
The brilliant starlight flowed, and a slender, pure silver cross sword gradually took shape. Without hesitation, the fully armed knight charged alone into the pitch-black cavern. It's done!
The fate lines of the two have intertwined and swapped, both falling into a deadly calamity. The painter smiled faintly, standing
leisurely at the edge of a towering cliff.
The fierce wind stirred his white robe but could not dispel the confident smile on his face.
How did you know that the 189 shelter hid the forbidden artifact, the twin monkey statue? Gu Huanchuan's icy voice sounded from behind the painter. Can you stay away from me?
The painter turned around and said helplessly,
because when I'm standing at the edge of a cliff, I don't want anyone behind me, not even my own parents.
No one forced you to stand at the edge of the cliff. That place was your own choice.
Artistic conception. Do you understand artistic conception?
Standing tall at the edge of a towering cliff, overlooking countless peaks and ridges, watching the flowing clouds surge into rivers beneath your feet, with the sky so close you could reach out and cover it with your hand.
So how do you know there's a twin monkey statue in shelter 189?
The painter was left speechless. He held his forehead with his hand, sighing repeatedly, playing the lute to a cow, playing the lute to a cow.
What exactly are you trying to do?
The painter's face suddenly changed, as Gu Huanquan took another step closer, his expressionless demeanor seemingly forcing him to jump off the cliff.
It was the Shadow Mouse.
The Shadow Mouse told me, he hurriedly shouted, then quickly moved around Gu Huanquan, distancing himself from the edge of the cliff.
Why would the Shadow Mouse know?
The painter returned to his calm and composed demeanor, saying indifferently, do you really think that after Chanchi Corporation discovered Vault 189, they did nothing at all?
So, the Panga USB drive was taken by the Hidden Mouse long ago? Who knows?
The painter shrugged. Anyway, the Hidden Mouse said there was no Panga USB drive inside at all, but rather some extraordinary things.
His plan is to use those things to kill the tyrant. Why must the tyrant be killed?
Heroes are as numerous as fish crossing the river. Although the tyrant is powerful, there are plenty of people stronger than him. The painter's smile gradually faded, his gaze deepened.
The tyrant must die. If he doesn't, the major forces in Baiman will never find peace. Because of his extraordinary abilities?
Extraordinary abilities are only part of the reason. More importantly, it's about who he is. Before him, although there were no shortage of extraordinary individuals who could control metal, only he was called the Metal Tyrant, the king who commands metal. Guns, shells, armored vehicles, power armor, the hot weapons that major powers pride themselves on and use to suppress the extraordinary are nothing but toys in his eyes. If you were one of those powerful figures in charge, could you sleep at night?
Can't he be won over? Won over? Who is Tyrant Yang Jia?
A person like him is born with only two paths, either to reign supreme or to die on the path to reigning supreme.
He will not bow or submit to others. He alone can disrupt the entire balance of Bayi.
If he
joins any faction, that faction will be able to defeat all others and rule all of Beiwang. Gu Huangquan was silent for a moment. What a pity, such a terrifying figure is about to die soon.
The painter smiled faintly. You're wrong, the truly terrifying figure is not the tyrant.
Gu Huangquan,
even someone as strong as the tyrant will die by my hand.
Doesn't that prove the point? Ah!
The painter suddenly screamed in agony, his body curling up like a shrimp as he clutched his stomach tightly.
Gu Huangquan, why did you hit me again? Gu Huangquan withdrew his fist expressionlessly. I don't know why either.
I just couldn't help it when I saw your expression earlier.
There's a dead rat here, sliced by a sword.
This means in Xiaotong passed through here.
If I follow the traces of the battle, I should be able to find the exit quickly. Bayi followed the trail of blood along the dark passageway.
After walking for about 5 minutes, he finally emerged from the corridor into a hall that resembled
a cafeteria.
The hall was covered in dust and cobwebs, with remnants of food that had turned black and rotten. There were 4 doors in the cafeteria, which left.
Bayi puzzled, through which door had Xiaotong entered? He could only examine the marks on each door one by one.
Soon, he noticed that one door had significantly less dust than the others, and there were scratches on the floor left by the door being opened.
He was overjoyed. This must be the door she entered through.
And Xiaotong had once opened this door, causing the dust on it to fall and leaving traces on the ground.
Bang!
Bayi kicked the door open and was about to step inside when his pupils suddenly contracted. In the passageway behind the door, a man dressed in a white suit, wearing a gentleman's hat, and holding a gentleman's cane walked forward at a leisurely pace.
The
man leaned on his cane, his steps composed and elegant, with a faint smile on his lips, resembling a noble inspecting his domain. His handsome appearance, tall stature, and the deep eyes hidden behind a monocle exuded an aura of enchanting mystery. The man stopped a few meters away from Bayi, smiled, and said, "Beautiful lady, is there anything I can do for you?" Bayi narrowed his eyes slightly, his body instinctively tensing as terrifying and boiling blood roared within his frail frame. Compared to being addressed as lady, he was more concerned about the man's identity. Based on his knowledge, there didn't seem to be such a person among those who had intruded into the experimental base. Even at the entrance of Shelter 189, he had never seen this man. Although Bayi hadn't memorized everyone's appearance, the man's striking looks and demeanor were unforgettable at a glance. "Who are you?" Bayi asked. "Nice to meet you. Allow me to formally introduce myself." The man slowly placed his long, fair hand over his chest, a hint of seriousness emerging from his composed smile.
"Greetings, human. I am Bayi." Bayi? A family name? No, wait, isn't that the name of a mythical beast?
Bayi quickly realized that Bayi was a divine beast from ancient mythology, symbolizing wisdom, capable of speaking human language,
understanding all things, and knowing the affairs of gods and spirits, reputed to be all-knowing. "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of kissing the back of your hand?" Bayi asked politely with a smile. Shiro instantly felt goosebumps all over his body. He would rather face a ferocious experimental subject than deal with a man who wanted to kiss his hand. "Go home and kiss yourself." The delicate girl in the black dress grabbed the alloy table beside her. With terrifying strength, she lifted the table that was welded to the ground and hurled it fiercely at Bayi. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. But the problem was, Bayi wasn't human at all. What kind of good person greets others with, "Hello, human"? Shiro was absolutely certain that Bayi was suspicious. Bayi wasn't among the people who entered the experimental base, which meant one thing: Bayi was originally from this base. The people from the civilized era in the base had been dead for 100 years, so what good could Bayi possibly be? Faced with the rapidly incoming alloy table, Bayi continued to smile, standing motionless in place. When the table landed squarely on him, a bizarre scene unfolded. The alloy table passed directly through Baize's body and fell to the ground, producing a loud noise. "Damn it, I've encountered a ghost." Shiro's expression turned serious. Baize chuckled and said, "I am not a ghost. I am merely a lonely soul in pursuit of knowledge, thought, and amusement." Knowledge, thought, amusement. Shiro suddenly recalled a piece of information from the list of forbidden entities. Forbidden entity, code 039, the Forgotten One. Attracted to knowledgeable, complex, and interesting humans. Feeds on information, memory, knowledge, thoughts, and all non-physical information carriers. Cannot attack, cannot be killed, can be contained, containment conditions. You are 039. Baize shrugged. I don't like that title. Humans call incomprehensible things divine taboos, yet arrogantly assign them numbers. Before he could finish speaking, Bayi had already run off. Watching the girl in the black dress gradually disappear into the distance, Baize's lips curled into a roguish smile. He seemed to thoroughly enjoy this kind of chase. Bang! Bayi slammed open a door in the cafeteria and rushed in without looking back. What rotten luck! First, he got tricked by 169, and now, he ran into the even lower numbered 039. What on earth was going on? There was no choice but to run. Clearly, 039 was not something that could be dealt with using conventional means. The Divine Taboo Registry made it very very clear: cannot be attacked, cannot be killed. The alloy table earlier had already proven that point. It was like fighting a ghost. How could you even hit it? Even stopping time wouldn't work. After running for quite a while, Bayi, turning left and right, eventually arrived at a place resembling a laboratory. It was evidence someone had been there before. A few experimental subjects. Corpses lay on the ground, and the surroundings were in complete disarray. I should have shaken him off, right? He glanced back over his shoulder and found that Bayi was not following. Phew. Bayi let out a long sigh of relief, thinking to himself, looks like I wasn't chased. After all, 039 prefers people who are knowledgeable, brilliant thinkers, and interesting. At best, I can only count as interesting. Miss Xiaotong, please don't belittle yourself like this. Bai's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Whoa! Bayi was startled and instinctively swung a punch at the suddenly appearing Bai. However, the punch went right through him without any effect. Bayi immediately turned and ran, but Bai, leaning on his gentleman's cane, followed elegantly behind him. Despite his slow steps, it seemed as if he was teleporting, making it impossible for Bayi to shake him off no matter how fast he ran. Why are you chasing me? Weren't you looking for someone knowledgeable? Bai interrupted with a smile. When it comes to insight and thought, few in this world can compare to Miss Xiaotong. I have no knowledge or thoughts to speak of. In my previous life, I was practically a nobody, barely managing to get into college after repeating a year. If that counts as having knowledge and thoughts. Wait. Bayi suddenly realized that Bai was absolutely right. He came from a civilized era, one of information, explosion, where he could learn about the world without ever leaving his home. He could effortlessly explore the beauty of the world online, experience the wonders of novels spanning 9 heavens and 10 lands, and feel the passions and conflicts in films. He had fought in the land of runes, battled zombies in Raccoon City, been an assassin in the Middle Ages, a cowboy in the West, a gangster in the city, step by step becoming the strongest Shura in Ashina. He had even stormed the heavenly palace and slain gods and Buddhas. Looking back, his footprints spanned across all realms, ancient and modern, domestic and foreign. If this doesn't count as having knowledge and thoughts, then what does? In his own era, this was commonplace, but in the current era of catastrophic upheaval, wasn't this exactly what it meant to have knowledge and thoughts? Think about those wasteland dwellers. Many of them have never even seen the ocean in their entire lives. What is Miss Xiaotong thinking about? Bai's voice rang out again beside him. I can feel your thoughts changing rapidly, sparks flying everywhere. It's truly fascinating. Forgive me, I just couldn't resist. Let me have a little taste, because you smell so delightful. Bai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, his mind trembled as if something had been stripped away, leaving him feeling hollow inside. He turned around and saw Bai standing still, holding a yellow cluster of information in his hand, savoring it with a look of utter bliss. That's my thoughts and memories. Damn it, what did he steal? Bai was both shocked and furious, but in the next moment, his expression turned bizarre. Bai slowly inhaled, and wisps of yellow smoke rose from the information cluster, entering his nostrils. His expression grew increasingly intoxicated as he commented, such refreshing knowledge. Anime, 3D, role-playing. I never expected Miss Xiaotong to be so well-versed in these areas. Shirano. The precious knowledge I had accumulated over many years was mostly stolen by him. It's infuriating. No wonder I felt my mind clearing up earlier. That wretched Bai. Since he took my valuable knowledge, he must also know that I'm not truly in Xiaotong, yet he keeps calling me Miss Xiaotong. What a twisted sense of humor. No, I must escape quickly and not let Bai easily obtain what I've learned. Taking advantage of Bai being absorbed in his appraisal, Shirano sprinted desperately. Before long, he heard the sounds of battle coming from nearby, and his heart leapt with joy. Perfect, he could find someone to block for him. He dashed through the dim corridor and soon saw a familiar figure. Li Xiao. At this moment, Li Xiao looked utterly disheveled, locked in fierce combat with an experimental subject. Clearly, he was no match for it. Although the shadow darts had left numerous wounds on the experimental subject, none were fatal. Humorous dark man, Shirano called out in surprise, but Li Xiao seemed not to hear him and showed no reaction. Hey, did your ears get deafened? He darted to Li Xiao's side and patted him on the shoulder. Yet, Li Xiao still didn't respond, fully focused on dealing with the experimental subject. Even more astonishing was that the experimental subject also seemed oblivious to Shirano's presence, making no move to attack him. Bai's heart sank, faintly sensing a bad premonition. It's useless, Miss Xiaotong. All the prey I set my sights on will fall into the boundary between existence and non-existence, and outsiders won't be able to receive any information about you. Bai's nightmare-like voice rang out again. He had already finished devouring the yellow information cluster and was chasing after them once more. Unwilling to accept defeat, Bai unhesitatingly kicked Li Xiao. The unsuspecting Li Xiao fell to the ground in an awkward manner, yet still did not cast his gaze toward him. Instead, he launched a fierce attack on the test subject. Cognitive self-repair? Bai was secretly astonished. What should I taste this time? Bai suddenly appeared in front of Bai, his slender fingers
stroking his chin, as if troubled over the dinner menu.
Time stands still.
Buzz. A massive golden clock face emerged beneath Bayi's feet, and the Bayi in front of him froze like a statue. The playful and troubled expression on its face instantly solidified.
I'll make you eat this.
Bayi roared angrily, then threw a fierce punch at Bayi's face. He wanted to test whether he could hit Bayi in a state of frozen time, but the result was still a failure. His soft little fist passed through Bayi's face, as if striking nothing but air. Helpless, he had no choice but to run away. After running a great distance, he finally released the time freeze, leaning against a wall to slowly calm his emotions.
Damn 039.
This thing ignores any attack and can directly devour a person's thoughts. I have no idea how the people at the shelter managed to contain this monster. Miss Showdown, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not very ladylike, you know. Upon hearing this voice, Bayi's face
darkened.
He turned his head and saw Bayi 3 meters away, leaning against the wall with a cheerful smile, mimicking his posture.
How did you know I was here? Bayi couldn't help but ask.
Bayi smiled faintly and turned to patiently explain to the girl in the black dress. The fragrance emanating from your thoughts is like the gentle drizzle of a spring day,
lingering softly in the air.
Even if separated by mountains and rivers, it precisely captures my sense of smell, irresistibly drawing me to pursue it.
Truly, utterly enchanting.
Bayi felt deeply uncomfortable upon hearing this, so disgusted that he was at a loss for words. Although he knew the other was referring to thoughts, this manner of speaking made his hair stand on end.
Miss Showdown, I didn't expect you to possess an ability similar to teleportation.
It truly surprises me even more.
Speaking of which, I must thank you for letting me out. It's because of that I could experience your fascinating thoughts.
Hearing this, Bayi was so angry that she wanted to curse and shout on, thinking, isn't this your mess, and yet I'm the one taking the blame?
Shall we continue, Miss Showdown?
Bayi slowly walked toward Bayi.
Time freeze. Whoosh.
Bayi once again sprinted away at full speed. As he ran, he searched for traces on the ground, silently pondering in his heart where the tyrant Yang Jia might be. In his view, if there was anyone in the entire experimental base who could deal with 039, it would undoubtedly be the tyrant, one of the 10 kings. Even if the tyrant couldn't handle 039, his experience, knowledge, and mindset as one of the 10 kings might at least attract 039's attention. Finding Yang Jia wasn't difficult. One only needed to observe where there had been significant changes to metal, leaving behind the most obvious battle scars. That would surely be a place the tyrant had been. After running for some time, Bayi finally found traces of twisted metal. He immediately lifted the time freeze and continued sprinting along the metal trail.
After turning a corner, he came across the corpse of a massive monster.
The creature's body was covered in pitch-black scales, and its head resembled that of a giant crocodile.
Even in death, the terrifying aura it exuded was still enough to send chills down one's spine.
Bayi instantly recognized the monster. It was the same one that had previously pierced through the base's roof, extending its black-scaled hand. At that time, the tyrant had been locked in fierce combat with this black-scaled monster. Now, seeing the monster's corpse, it was likely that the tyrant wasn't far away.
Why hasn't Bayi caught up yet?
As he ran, Bayi felt something was off. He had already lifted the time freeze, so logically, Bayi should have appeared quickly, just like before. Could it be that the distance was too great and Bayi couldn't catch the scent of his fragrance? Or was he deliberately playing hide-and-seek for fun? Bayi was anxious. Too much time had been wasted during the escape earlier, and now only 1 minute and 26 seconds remained. If Bayi couldn't be dealt with soon, death was inevitable. Where on earth was the tyrant?
Tyrant?
As Bayi passed through a corridor, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a crimson figure standing tall in one of the large laboratories on either side.
The
laboratory seemed to have undergone a violent storm, severely damaged, while the crimson figure stood with its back to Bayi, motionless at the center of the chaos.
Is this the self-discipline of the strong?
Maintaining such a pretentious stance even without an audience.
Bayi couldn't be bothered to complain. All he wanted now was to know if the tyrant could see him.
Hey,
Yang Jia!
The girl in the black dress called out sweetly.
However, the tyrant remained unmoved, not even turning his head, like a statue.
Bayi's heart instantly sank halfway. Could it be that even the tyrant couldn't overcome the influence of 039? He originally thought that 039 hadn't caught up after such a long time because the tyrant was here, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Bayi felt unwilling in his heart, quickly stepped forward and cautiously patted Yang Jia's crimson shoulder armor.
Suddenly, Yang Jia turned his head.
Bayi's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that he had noticed him? However, just as the joy began to rise, it was instantly doused. Like a bucket of cold water as Yang Jia fully turned around. His blood-teared eyes stared straight at him, expressionless, like a corpse.
What the hell?
Bayi was instantly struck by a chill. It wasn't that he was scared by Yang Jia, but rather, an ominous premonition surged in his heart.
The tyrant's strength was well known,
but to see him in such a wretched state now, did it mean? He instinctively looked in the direction the tyrant had been staring earlier, and was immediately struck as if by lightning. On the silver-white lab table lay a black gold box, box, which had been violently opened, exposing the object inside. The moment Bayi saw the object in the box, his consciousness felt as though it had been thrown into a meat grinder, instantly shattered into pieces. Countless sharp whispers pierced into his brain, as if tiny worms were crawling inside. The strangest part was that, although he clearly saw the object in the box, the memory that should have formed in his mind completely vanished. The sense of dissonance was overwhelming. His eyes had seen it, yet from this perspective, what he saw was not the girl's fair hands, but something far more fundamental. What appeared to be smooth, flawless skin was, in reality, a thick carpet woven from multicolored fungal hyphae, writhing like tentacles, crawling with countless tiny organisms. Bayi couldn't help but gag. His cognition had been forcibly elevated to an unspeakable realm by the crimson eyeball, as if a god's perspective had been implanted in his mind. Humans cannot comprehend the perspective of a god, but if you imagine a cockroach suddenly understanding what it means to be human after seeing one, that's what it felt like. Looking back on its former life, the once beloved garbage heap, it would now only make the cockroach retch. He looked at his own body, the belly infested with countless wriggling worm eggs, filthy antennae sprouting from his head, and his mouth chewing on the corpse of one of his own kind. To a cockroach, all this seemed perfectly normal and even beautiful, but through human eyes, it was unbearable, even despairing. Damn it! Time stop should have cut off the crimson eyeball's pollution. Have I already been contaminated? Bayi clutched his head, the girl's delicate face steadily twisting with horror. He could faintly hear the whispers of an evil god at his ear. He couldn't understand the strange syllables, but their meaning seeped into his mind. The evil god seemed to be telling him, now that you've seen the filth at the core of humanity, only faith in me can bring you salvation. The evil god's voice was hauntingly beautiful, a promise of hope and redemption, a feeling only those who have experienced it can comprehend. To outsiders, the god's murmurs sounded sinister and evil, but once you truly understood, you'd see it wasn't an evil god, but a benevolent one, striving to save you, to pull you out of your cockroach shell and restore your humanity. The gap between cognition and reality grew wider and wider. Bayi fought the urge to become human again, warning himself over and over that it was all false. If he couldn't overcome this cognitive corruption, he might never live as a human again. He'd become a monster. A monster? No, that's not a monster. That is the true human. If only I have faith in it, I can become truly human. Do you want to crawl through this disgusting world like a cockroach, or accept the guidance of God and live as a real person? God asks for nothing in return, so selfless, so loving. When it sees a soul trapped in a cockroach's body, it wants to help you up. All you have to do is believe, to take the hand that offers hope. If it were you, what would you choose? Facing this tilted psychological battlefield, at first Bayi kept telling himself it was all fake, not to believe the lies. Yet the disgust from his senses, and the longing for a better future, felt all too real. In the face of ironclad facts, he simply could not convince himself otherwise. The human mind is a strange thing. Sometimes, reason is useless. It's like watching a horror movie. You know it's not real, but you still feel scared, unless you're wearing a yellow Taoist robe, holding a coin sword, and have thick, straight eyebrows. Actually, if you think about it, being a god isn't so bad after all. Bayi's pain-twisted face suddenly showed a hint of mockery. He'd found an answer. Since the crimson eyeball twisted reality by changing cognition, the only way to convince himself was to rely on reality. Find something advantageous and build psychological superiority. For Bayi, that reality was time stop. He looked at the crimson eyeball frozen by his own time stop, and his grin grew more and more savage. I can stop time, can you? You're nothing but a pathetic eyeball, only fit to be locked in a box. Don't embarrass yourself by coming out. After that tirade, Bayi instantly felt a surge of clarity. Elevating yourself and belittling your enemy is the best way to build psychological advantage, and that was his specialty. If he wanted to completely break free from the crimson eyeball's influence, he'd have to go to extremes. When people are ruthless, they can even deceive themselves. You can't even control time. How dare you call yourself a god? If you're a god, then what am I? You want me to worship you? What a joke. I'm the god of the new era. With every word, Bayi's eyes grew brighter, and he even started to believe it himself. If you think about it, it's true. If I can control time, why shouldn't I be a god? If I'm not, how could a mere eyeball be? Against the crimson eyeball, all willpower seemed fragile, except for that wild, godlike arrogance that had become Bayi's only anchor. And you know what? Being a god feels pretty damn good. The more he laughed, the more rebellious he became, his gaze shifting from wariness to disdain, as if looking at a pathetic little nothing. If his cognition had been twisted to an inhuman extreme before, now, through self-correction, he'd simply swung to another, extreme arrogance. Fuck! Who gave you permission to look directly at this god? Staring at the crimson eyeball that dared to gaze right back, Bayi, fully immersed in his role, suddenly felt his divine majesty insulted. Bang! Enraged, he smashed his fist into the crimson eyeball. As his strike landed, he felt the shackles of perception snap and fall away. However, the scarlet eyeball and the black gold box remained completely unharmed. Instead, the metal counter that held them was
was flung away. The black gold box containing the scarlet eyeball snapped shut with a click under the immense impact and then fell to the ground. As the black gold box closed, all the effects emanating from the scarlet eyeball were instantly cut off. Bayi's mind immediately cleared, fully recovering, yet he was still immersed in the godhood lie he had woven. But when he realized there were only 59 seconds left, this so-called god of time instantly fell from his pedestal, his face turning anxious and pale. Time, release. Quickly release. As time resumed its flow, Bayi finally let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the tyrant Yang Jia, who stood like a statue, and immediately ran over to pick up the black gold box. Ha! Why can't I lift it? The black gold box on the ground seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds. No matter how much strength Bayi exerted, the box remained completely immovable. How is this possible? He was well aware of Infiltrating's strength, practically a superhuman with monstrous power, capable of bending steel bars with a single punch. How could she fail to lift a black gold box? If the box were truly that heavy, it would have left a crater upon hitting the ground. The Eye of Ashes cannot be lifted with mere physical strength. It requires mental power. A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Bayi. It was the tyrant. Hearing the tyrant's voice, Bayi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. As expected of one of the 10 kings, the tyrant had noticed him. He was nothing like that clownish dagger man. Bayi turned to look at the tyrant and asked, "What is the Eye of Ashes?" The moment the girl in the black dress turned her head, Yang Jia was slightly startled. A figure buried deep in his memories involuntarily surfaced, and time seemed to slow at that moment. But after a brief pause, his gaze returned to its icy coldness. He stared at the girl in the black dress, making Bayi's heart shiver, before slowly saying, "Are you the Black Knight? As a female transcendent, your strength, appearance, and temperament are all top-notch. Even I couldn't escape the control of the Eye of Ashes, yet you managed to do so. Truly remarkable. So, what exactly is the Eye of Ashes?" Bayi had no time for idle chatter. He just wanted to know what this thing was and what it did. Yang Jia narrowed his eyes slightly. "No one has ever dared to speak to me like that. However, considering you saved me once, I can tell you." Hearing the first half of the sentence, Bayi almost thought Yang Jia was about to say something absurd like, "Woman, you've successfully caught my attention. There are many legends about the Eye of Ashes. Some say it is the eye of a god, others claim it belongs to the first person infected by the Crimson virus, and there are even rumors that it is a forbidden divine artifact. There are countless theories, believe whichever you like." That's as good as saying nothing. Bayi curled his lips. "Tyrant, you admitted I saved your life once, right? Shouldn't you repay me?" Faced with the bold demand of the girl in the black dress, Yang Jia's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise. He had never encountered a woman like this before. The women he had met in the past either admired him, hated him, or feared him. Only this woman before him treated him with such nonchalance, even outright disregard. "How do you want me to repay you? There's someone in this experimental base who's my enemy. Take care of him for me." "All right, aren't you going to ask who the enemy is?" "It doesn't matter who it is," Yang Jia replied indifferently. TSK. Humorous dark man, take notes, this is what effective posturing looks like. Seeing how agreeable the tyrant was, Bayi began to push his luck. "One more thing, have you found the Panga USB drive?" "No." "Alright, then when you do find it, hand it over to me. Got it? That way, we'll be even." "Understood," Yang Jia answered without hesitation. Bayi was taken aback. Who the hell said Yang Jia was a tyrant? Look how easygoing he is, and he even knows how to repay kindness. He's practically a saint. Rumors really do mislead people. However, Yang Jia's next words shattered his illusion completely. "As long as you become my woman, I can share the Panga USB drive with you." Bayi? Wait a minute. What the hell did you just say? "Be my woman," Yang Jia said coldly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Are you out of your mind? Is this how you repay someone? This is biting the hand that feeds you. I'm not negotiating with you. Whether you agree or not, it's already decided." Bayi. He was so angry he laughed. Who the hell said Yang Jia was a good person? While fuming, his curiosity grew. What kind of girl was this in Showdown? In the experimental base, he had only encountered two men, one named Bayi and the other Yang Jia, and both of them seemed to have taken an interest in Showdown. Too bad there wasn't a mirror around, otherwise, he'd love to see for himself what kind of stunning beauty in Showdown was. If not, maybe he could just take a leak later and catch a glimpse of his reflection. Miss Showdown seems to be in some trouble. "Do you need my help?" A gentle, jade-like voice suddenly rang out. Bayi's face darkened as he thought, damn it, here comes another one. Are we about to witness two men fighting over one woman? What a disaster. Once 169 switches back, the first thing I'll do is tear. Yang Jia looked in the direction of the voice and saw an elegant man approaching. He was dressed in a white suit, wearing a gentleman's hat, and holding a gentleman's cane. It was Bayi. "Yang Jia, hurry up and kill this idiot for me," the girl in the black dress shouted angrily, pointing at Bayi. However, Yang Jia remained motionless, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he regained clarity, his brows furrowing tightly. "That woman is gone? Interesting. I already know your identity, you can't can't escape. With that, Yang Jia walked straight toward the black gold box containing the Eye of Calamity.
He made a grasping motion in the air, and the silver-white alloy on the ground immediately began to writhe and sink.
The black gold box also sank deeper into the ground along with the metal's depression. He intended to seal the Eye of Calamity deep underground. Seeing this scene, Bayi's heart sank.
He had thought the tyrant might notice him and perhaps deal with Bayi, but it turned out to be completely futile. Miss Xiaotong, this man named Yang Jia may be powerful, but that is only relative to humans.
And I am not human. If you think you can use his strength to deal with me, it's simply unrealistic, because in my eyes, humans cannot attack something that doesn't exist.
Watching Bayi smile as he walked toward him, Bayi clenched his fists tightly, anxiety surging in his heart. He had only 59 seconds left, which was far from enough to allow him to run far.
Judging
by Bai's displayed abilities, even if he escaped the experimental base, the other party could catch up in an instant.
Damn it! How did people in the civilized era manage to contain something like this? Bayi took a deep breath.
This time, he did not choose to run but forced himself to think calmly. Using force against Bayi was useless, only wit could prevail.
Carefully thinking, what could possibly deal with Bayi?
Bayi slowly stopped in front of the girl in the black dress, smiling gentlemanly as he said, Miss Xiaotong, the way you think is becoming more and more enchanting.
Please allow me the rudeness of savoring your taste.
Bayi seemed oblivious, still deep in thought. 039 feeds on thoughts, knowledge, and memories, and cannot be attacked, as if it doesn't exist in reality.
The things it consumes are intangible and elusive. To attack it, could it be necessary to use thoughts, knowledge, and memories, these intangible things?
But these are precisely its
food. Wait, who says food can't kill? Just like steamed buns are food for humans, how could one use steamed buns to kill someone? It's simple, either make someone choke,
or overeat on steamed buns, or use a large number of steamed buns to crush someone to death.
Even water droplets can wear through stone. Who says steamed buns can't kill? But how could one find so many steamed buns?
As he pondered, Bayi smiled and extended his hand, slowly reaching toward Bayi.
Time stop. Bayi immediately
activated time stop and continued thinking.
59, 58, 57, 56.
Time ticked away, but what was slipping away wasn't just time, it was his life.
Time is life. He carefully recalled every detail after switching bodies, the scenes rewinding in his mind like a movie.
Bayi had said that Xiaotong had released him, yet he repaid her kindness with betrayal, intending to consume her.
How was this any different from Yang Jia? Weren't they the same kind of people?
Focus, keep thinking.
Suddenly, Bayi had an idea. Since Bayi wasn't a physical entity but could still be imprisoned, didn't that mean the place where he was confined had a way to restrain him? He desperately
tried to recall the place where he had encountered Bayi before.
That's it.
Those rows of alloy doors, 169, had been locked inside one of them at the time.
The alloy doors were used to contain
forbidden divine objects, and among the many rooms, only two had been slashed open by Xiaotong's sword. One contained 169, and the other stored numerous electronic devices like computers
and phones.
This meant that the room filled with electronic devices was where Bayi had been imprisoned.
But why would Bai's cell contain so many electronic devices? Could it be?
Bayi suddenly raised his head. He had finally thought of a way to deal with Bayi. In this world, it's not only humans who possess memory and knowledge. Computers, phones, and hard drives can also store vast
amounts of information, far exceeding the capacity of the human brain. Where were the computers and phones? He searched the laboratory relentlessly and finally found an abandoned computer. Although he wasn't entirely confident, he had no choice but to try. Grabbing the discarded computer, he hurled it directly at Bayi. Bang!
The computer struck Bayi forcefully, and this time, it didn't pass through him.
Bayi
seemed to transform into a virtual being, with strange ripples appearing on his body.
It worked!
Bayi was overjoyed and quickly raised the computer again to strike once more. However, this time, it passed right
through. Ha! It stopped working? Could it be that the information inside the computer collided with Bayi's and neutralized each other? Without a moment's hesitation, Bayi turned and fled. He had to find other storage devices.
The moment of frozen time had been lifted, leaving only the final 10 seconds. As he ran, Bayi couldn't help but glance back and was surprised to see Bayi standing stiffly in place, with
crystalline blue ripples spreading across his body like water waves.
Countless tiny crystalline blue light particles scattered from Bayi's body, dissipating into the air once they moved half a meter away. At this moment, Bayi turned his head rigidly like a robot, the gentle smile on his face completely gone, replaced by a cold, corpse-like expression. He spoke slowly, enunciating each word. You can't escape.
Run?
Just wait until I find more hard drives, then I'll show you what I'm capable of. Bayi's expression was defiant and arrogant, a sinister grin spreading across his
face as he made a throat-slitting gesture at his neck.
In truth, this was merely a figment of his imagination. In reality, he appeared somewhat disheveled.
The girl in
the black dress tilted her chin slightly, the corners of her rose-like lips curving into a bold arc, her light brown eyes gleaming gleaming with unrestrained brilliance. She extended her slender hand, gently brushing it across her fair neck, her hair swaying lightly with the motion, exuding a playful charm. The lethality was off the charts. Hard drives, hard drives, hard drives. Bayi dashed like the wind, while Xiaodong's terrifying physical prowess was on full display, leaving streaks of afterimages in the air. He chose not to return to the room where Bayi was being held. Although there were many electronic devices inside, the information had likely been mostly depleted. He needed new hard drives. Roar! As he turned a corner, he was met head-on by three grotesque and terrifying experimental subjects. If he were alone, facing these three experiments, his only option would be to activate time freeze and flee. But at this moment, the one confronting the experimental subjects was none other than the Black Knight, and Xiaotong. I don't have time to waste with you. The girl in the black dress suddenly narrowed her sharp gaze, taking a slight step back. The muscles on her fair and delicate calves tensed, and her feet, wrapped in black princess shoes, suddenly exerted force. The soles of her shoes scraped against the ground with a faint sound, and she shot forward like an arrow, leaving the bowstring, transforming into a dark shadow as she charged toward the three experimental subjects. Bang! The sound of air exploding echoed instantly, wisps of white smoke swirling around the girl in the black dress as she dashed forward. Her skirt fluttered like the wings of an ink butterfly, her figure darting through the air like a night falcon slicing through the forest. The grotesque claws of the three experimental subjects seemed to move in slow motion in Bayi's eyes. He leaped, dodging the attack of the first experimental subject. Then, with a light tap of his toes against the wall, his body shifted sideways in an uncanny manner, successfully evading the second subject. Faced with the third experimental subject, whose attack was unavoidable, a surge of energy coursed through his body, and he suddenly ascended higher in mid-air. The claws grazed just beneath his feet. At that moment, he plummeted downward, landing lightly on the bloodied, fleshy arm of the experimental subject. Tap, tap, tap. His footsteps alternated as he climbed directly along the arm to the grotesque head of the experimental subject. With a powerful stomp, the subject staggered and fell, while Bayi slid several meters away, making a clean getaway. So this is the combination of chi and blood martial arts with the physique of a transcendent being? Bayi was astonished, feeling as though a low-level character had suddenly logged into a max-level account. He couldn't help but wonder how Xiaotong had achieved such mastery, excelling in both chi and blood martial arts and the path of transcendence. The combination of the two had earned her the title of the Black Knight. For ordinary people, achieving such success on a single path was already a mark of genius, but Xiaotong had managed to excel in both, a feat of unimaginable difficulty. After leaving the passage, Bayi finally saw a glimmer of hope. After so much bad luck, my fortune is finally turning around. Staring at the office area ahead, filled with hundreds of workstations, his eyes lit up with excitement. Computers! Computers everywhere! Just like the phone he had picked up earlier, these computers had no mainframes, only pale blue liquid metal screens. Some were damaged, but most were still intact, albeit covered in a thick layer of dust. He rushed toward the office area, but suddenly, familiar footsteps echoed from behind. Bayi's expression darkened as he realized that idiot Bayi had caught up. Without looking back, he leaped, dodging the hand reaching for him from behind, and landed steadily on a desk. Without hesitation, he grabbed one of the pale blue liquid metal screens from the desk. His slender hands were stained black with dust as he swung his arms and hurled the screen fiercely behind him. You like chasing, huh? Let's see how you like this. The screen spun like a flying disc, hurtling toward Bayi. However, Bayi merely flickered and instantly appeared in front of Bayi. Bang! The screen crashed heavily onto the hard ground, shattering into pieces. Bayi stared at Bayi with an expressionless face before suddenly thrusting his hand through Bayi's abdomen. Strangely, the hand seemed intangible, causing no harm to his physical body but piercing directly into his soul. A bone-chilling cold erupted from Bayi's soul, as if his thoughts and consciousness were about to freeze solid. If it had been the old him, this strike might have left his mind in a complete standstill. But after undergoing the baptism of the Eye of Calamity, he felt a subtle, indescribable change within himself. This change had made his soul slightly different from that of an ordinary human, granting him a resistance to such soul-targeting attacks. At the critical moment, Bayi mobilized his nearly stagnant consciousness and decisively activated Time Stop. Buzz! As a massive golden clock face emerged beneath his feet, the dazzling golden light burst forth. Faced with the mighty power of time, Bayi was completely frozen, motionless like an ice sculpture. Bayi abruptly retreated, pulling his hand out from Bayi's soul. His abdomen glimmered with some crystalline light points, seemingly similar to the yellow information cluster that had been extracted earlier. He felt his stiff thoughts instantly recover and hurriedly patted his abdomen, trying to push the crystalline light points back in. However, it was to no avail. Apart from leaving several dirty handprints on the little black dress, he couldn't touch the light points at all. Shirano's face turned grim. This time, the memory he lost was of his sleepless nights studying foreign languages. Everyone knows the importance of mastering foreign languages, but with Bayi's extraction, yet another language language had been studied in vain. A flame of anger rose steadily in his heart. He panted heavily, but his eyes were filled with an endless ferocity.
Want to kill me? You're not qualified.
Bayi grabbed a display screen with both hands, swung it in a wide arc, and smashed it down hard on Baize's head.
Bang!
Baize's skull shattered on impact, exploding into countless tiny crystalline blue light particles, which also, frozen midair by the power of time, stopped hovering around his neck. Bayi knew that once time resumed, Baize would freeze up just like a computer crashing after an information overload. There was no need to waste another second. His obsession with time was carved into his very bones.
Even in the midst of danger, he never forgot to cherish every moment.
As time stopped, released, the crystalline blue particles around Baize's neck slowly began to coalesce, gradually reforming into the shape of a head.
Bang!
Another vicious swing of the display screen. The newly formed head was instantly smashed apart again.
Ha ha ha!
Baiye's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he couldn't help but sneer.
Aren't you so impressive? Show me how impressive you can be again. Bang! Bang! Bang!
One screen after another smashed towards Baize, hitting him so hard that he started seeing double, his body continuously disintegrating into
crystalline blue light particles. Laugh. Keep laughing. Weren't you laughing so happily before? Why aren't you laughing now? Born without a sense of humor? Bang! 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 Bang!
Baize's entire body was shattered, leaving a faintly visible humanoid figure composed of crystalline blue light particles.
Bayi stopped, raising an eyebrow. Dead? Bayi, you can't kill me.
Baize's cold voice emerged from the crystalline blue light particles.
Baiye's lips curled into a sinister smile. Now you finally know to call me Bayi?
He knew deep down that Baize couldn't be killed, otherwise, people from the civilized era would have already done it.
What were you doing earlier? Aren't you fond of pretending to be a gentleman? Keep pretending. Wearing a suit and tie. Do you really think you're human?
Baize's voice grew even colder.
The shock of information can only trap me for a moment. Once I recover, it will be your death sentence. Kick. You really think I'm that easy to scare?
Baiye's gaze was wild and fierce, a cruel grin twisting his lips.
You don't even look human and you want to intimidate me? Do you really think you're up to it?
Even if you recover, it won't make a damn difference.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bayi kept smashing Baize with the display screen, relentless, until every computer in the office area was reduced to rubble. Only then did he finally stop, still not fully satisfied. At this point, Baize had completely lost all sign of life. The crystalline blue motes could no longer keep their human shape and slowly dispersed into the air like drifting smoke. Bayi spat at the glimmering blue particles, then strode away, content. He'd only taken a couple of steps when he suddenly realized something, his expression turning vexed.
Shit, I forgot I'm in Xiaoton's body right now. Did I just do him a favor?
At the peak of the Black Mountain, the painter was so anxious that he circled around the canvas.
It's over, completely over. What happened? Gu Huangquan asked expressionlessly.
The painter suddenly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot.
He pointed at his hair and said, "Do you see this? I see it, white hair. So what?"
The artist's face darkened, and with a sobbing tone, said, "I really suffered a major setback. Who could have thought that person was so powerful, not only breaking the Black Knight's death calamity but also solving the tyrant's death calamity along with it? How could this happen? Isn't your fate fixation always infallible?" The artist, tugging at his white hair, said, "Fate has always been dual-sided. Good luck and bad luck are like the two sides of a coin, always existing simultaneously.
I can manipulate fate to a certain extent to trigger various death calamities, but there is no such thing as an absolute death calamity. At most, it's a 9 deaths and 1 life situation, and that sliver of life cannot be erased."
Gu Huangquan frowned slightly. "What does that mean? I told you to read more books regularly, but you just wouldn't listen. The meaning is simple. Suppose I increase your bad luck, causing you to be bitten by a venomous snake in the wild. Theoretically, you'd be doomed. But the peculiarity of fate lies in this: while your bad luck increases, your good luck also rises, akin to a rebound after hitting rock bottom. At that moment, as long as you carefully search your surroundings, you'll have a chance to find an antidote."
An antidote within 3 steps? The artist nodded. That's roughly the idea.
As the saying goes, heaven never seals off all exits.
If even heaven is like this, then how much more so for me? So, you're saying the person you calculated for found the antidote left by fate during 2 near-death crises?
Exactly. Ouch. The painter let out a miserable cry, holding a small tuft of black hair in his hand, and said tearfully, "I pulled the wrong one." Looking at the black hair in his hand, the more he looked, the sadder he became. With a sobbing tone, he said, "2 consecutive backlashes of fate, I've lost at least 5 years of my lifespan."
Gu Huangquan was silent for a moment. "I'm afraid it's more than 5 years.
Ha! The painter was stunned. "You previously made an exorbitant demand from Tianqi Corporation, asking for so many benefits, but ended up messing things up."
I doubt Tianqi Corporation will let you live past tomorrow. Artist, thank you for your consolation. The heart I've been holding onto has completely died.
You're welcome.
When you die, I'll take care of your body for you.
The artist laughed in anger. "You don't need to worry about that. Although my combat strength is not as
as good as the tyrants. It's not so easy for the Apocalypse Corporation to kill me. Apocalypse may not be able to kill you, but the person you're scheming against definitely can. Hearing this, the anger on the artist's face slowly faded, replaced by a chilling gloom as cold as a deep pool. An aura that sent shivers down the spine spread from him. Suddenly, the fierce wind that had been howling around the cliff edge came to an eerie halt. He said in a deep voice, "There's something wrong with this person. He is definitely not a nobody." The sliver of hope left by fate is not so easily found. I suspect that his faint destiny line might very well be a disguise. Gu Huanchuan's eyes flickered slightly. You mean, a terrifyingly powerful expert deliberately disguised themselves and quietly infiltrated Black Mountain? Is it one of the other 10 kings? The painter solemnly shook his head. I don't know who it is, but it shouldn't be one of the other 10 kings, otherwise I would definitely recognize them. Since they can disguise their own fate line so subtly and deceive me, this person must have extraordinary expertise in the realm of fate, and is very likely from beyond Baiman. Gu Huanquan nodded. It's possible. After all, the eastern continent is so vast, I wouldn't be surprised by the emergence of such a powerful figure. What do you plan to do next? Come closer. Gu Huanquan frowned slightly. There are only the two of us here. Are you afraid someone might overhear? What I mean is, come over here and help me pluck out these white hairs first. If someone else sees them, where will I put my face? Gu Huanquan. Exit. Exit. Bayi, who was sprinting wildly through the experimental base, finally saw hope. The cold moonlight poured through the large hole. Everyone had entered earlier, spilling onto the silvery alloy floor like liquid mercury. He couldn't understand why, but ever since dealing with Bayi, his luck seemed to have improved. In the midst of his frantic run, he actually found a way out. I can finally leave this cursed place. Bayi's face lit up with joy. He didn't know how long it would take for Bayi to recover, so the farther he could get before then, the better. Bayi's persistence surpassed even the tyrant Yang Jia. Yang Jia, after all, was human and could be dealt with using time-stopping techniques, but Bayi was immortal and indestructible, immune to both attacks and defenses. Even more terrifying was his ability to teleport instantly. He was simply too monstrous. And to think that such a creature, designated as number 039, had 38 even more horrifying divine taboo entities preceding him. Who would want to stay in this experimental base? Bayi finally understood why the person who compiled the list of forbidden divine objects didn't record items numbered 001 to 010. It turned out they weren't being deliberately mysterious. These forbidden divine objects were simply too bizarre, existing beyond the bounds of reason. Merely documenting them might trigger disasters. As he sprinted toward the exit, he contemplated his next steps. First, he definitely needed to swap bodies back with Infiltrating. Second, he would wait for the tyrant to find the Panga USB drive. This arduous task was better left to the tyrant, especially since he only had 5 seconds left. Using those final 5 seconds to locate the Panga USB drive in the experimental base and escape unscathed would require an incredible amount of luck and skill. Bayi preferred taking advantage of ready-made opportunities rather than risking danger. Once he obtained the Panga USB drive, even if Bayi recovered, he wouldn't be afraid. In terms of stored information, the Panga USB drive was undoubtedly unparalleled. Known as the crystallization of the civilized era, it surely contained the achievements of an entire era's civilization, along with secrets about forbidden divine objects and the Great Catastrophe. Perhaps it even held the method for imprisoning Object 039. Otherwise, how had the people in the shelter managed to imprison Bayi? Even if it didn't, it could still be used directly as a weapon against Bayi. To sum up, the plan boiled down to 3 simple steps: swap bodies with Infiltrating, steal Yang Jia's USB drive, and eliminate Bayi. Whoosh! A girl in a black dress leapt out of the cave entrance, her lithe figure tracing a perfect arc in the moonlight. Her little black dress fluttered gracefully, and though she wore safety shorts, there was no risk of exposure. Bayi landed steadily, and immediately scanned his surroundings, his expression changing in an instant. Where's Infiltrating? The empty plaza was littered with the corpses of numerous experimental subjects, but not a single living person was in sight. Damn it! He suddenly realized that, given Infiltrating's bold personality, could she have gone inside to look for him? In other words, he had narrowly escaped death while Infiltrating had charged in, and the two had perfectly missed each other. Why couldn't you just stay put instead of running around? Don't you know you're supposed to wait in place if you get lost? Bayi instinctively shifted the blame, pinning it all on Infiltrating. After all, he was the type who never took the fall. No matter who was at fault, it was never him. At this moment, Bayi found himself in a dilemma. Should he stay in the safety of the plaza and wait, or re-enter the experimental base to search for Infiltrating? The experimental base was vast, comparable to a small county, and its interior was a maze of complex terrain. Searching for someone in such an environment was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, if he chose to wait in place, he worried that Infiltrating might end up getting herself killed while carrying his body. If his body died, wouldn't that mean he'd be stuck as a woman for the rest of his life? After a moment of hesitation,
nothing. He decided to wait in place for a while before going back in to search. After all, it was already 11:15 p.m. What's this? It's so hot. Bayi froze, feeling something heating up against his thigh. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a white dove ring, the very ring engraved with Xiaodong's name. The white dove ring lay quietly in Baiyi's palm, emitting a faint white glow and growing increasingly hot to the touch. What's going on? Could this thing be a bomb? Just as Bayi was about to throw the ring away, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from beyond the plaza. Showdown! Bayi abruptly looked up, only to see Li Beidian sprinting into the plaza and stopping in front of him. Dual gun Li Beidian? Baiyi's expression remained calm, but a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. This seasoned bounty hunter had previously traveled with him, Fatty Gao, and the others, but they had been separated when the scarlet virus broke out. Bayi hadn't expected to encounter him here. Li Beidian clearly knew Xiaotong and had come specifically to find her. Could Li Beidian also be a member of the Silent Court? Bayi keenly noticed that Li Beidian was holding a white dove ring in his hand as well. Xiaotong, why did you come out? Could it be that the Pangu USB drive has already been destroyed by you? Li Beidian asked in surprise, his tone suggesting a close familiarity with Xiaotong. This short sentence made Bayi pause slightly. Destroy the Pangu USB drive. Was that the Silent Court's goal? They weren't here to seize it but to destroy it. What lunacy! No, I encountered some danger inside, and my mental energy was severely depleted, so I came out first. Bayi didn't know how Xiaotong usually spoke, so he could only imitate her tone from the first time she met Li Beidian. Li Beidian lowered his gaze, concealing the flicker of emotion in his eyes, and smiled calmly, as long as you're okay. By the way, where's your knight? Has your mental energy been so drained that you can't even maintain knight? Bayi nodded calmly without speaking. It seems the situation inside is indeed dangerous. I didn't expect even you, Xiaotong, to be unable to handle it. I have some potions here to restore mental energy. Take one and drink it first. As he spoke, Li Beidian reached into his pocket to retrieve a potion. If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly, Bayi suddenly said. Li Beidian's hand froze mid-motion, and he quickly stepped back, putting several meters of distance between them. With a flip of his hand, two pistols instantly appeared. You're not Xiaotong. Who are you? Li Beidian asked in a low voice, his eyes flashing with vigilance. Witnessing Li Beidian's reaction, Bayi wasn't surprised. From the moment Li Beidian mentioned knight, Bayi knew he had been exposed. Family, don't forget to vote for Feng Xiu and Buyu every day. If you don't know where to vote, you can search for Pinnacle Character Creator. If you can't find it, you can scan the QR code in the Have Your Say section, or scroll down from the Tomato homepage. It's not far below the recommendation list. Knight must be in Xiaotong's extraordinary ability. And Xiaotong had never revealed her true face, whether in Black Mountain or Grey Soil Town, indicating her intent to hide her identity. To this end, she even went so far as to continuously deplete her mental energy to maintain knight. The same was true for Li Beidian. Although he was a member of the Silent Court, he disguised himself as a bounty hunter and even acted separately from Xiaotong. This showed that concealing their identities was clearly a rule of the Silent Court. After all, as an organization that enforces justice, they had made too many enemies, which was understandable. However, the real Xiaotong, even if unable to maintain the innate state, would surely use other means to cover her face, like the full-face sunblock mask in her pocket. Bayi had previously thought the mask was just a sun protection tool, but now he realized it was meant to conceal her face in case of unexpected situations. If he had put on the mask before meeting Li Beidian, the latter probably wouldn't have suspected so easily, but now it was too late. Still, being exposed might be better. Bayi had no intention of being a spy. What he needed now was allies. I'm indeed not Xiaotong, but I advise you not to shoot, because this body truly belongs to Xiaotong, Bayi explained. Li Beidian still didn't lower his guard. What do you mean? Sigh. Bayi let out a sigh, thinking to himself that he really didn't want anyone to know about this dark history unless absolutely necessary. I am Bayi. Li Beidian was stunned. Who is Bayi? Bayi's face darkened. Xiao Bai. Li Beidian was instantly shocked. You're Xiao Bai, brother? How is that possible? Bayi impatiently recounted the details of their journey together, which finally convinced Li Beidian. However, the two guns still weren't lowered. Even if you're Xiao Bai, brother, what about Xiaotong? Why do you look like Xiaotong? Because of the divine taboo item, the twin monkey statue. Bayi took out the twin monkey statue. See this? It's this thing. Earlier, I was scavenging for trash outside the base, and Xiaotong picked up the other half inside the base. As a result, our souls swapped. Then why are you outside? And Xiaotong? Of course, I ran out myself. And Xiaotong went inside to look for me, and we missed each other. Stop asking so many questions. Does your Silent Court have any methods like soul communication or mental linkage? Hurry up and contact her, get her out. If she doesn't come out soon, I'm afraid she'll get me killed in there. Li Beidian seemed to realize the urgency of the situation. He put away one gun, but the muzzle of the other still pointed at Bayi. The silent court doesn't have such methods. We can only confirm each other's location using the white dove ring in your hand. Now that the ring is with you, I can't contact Shouton. Bayi's face turned grim. Then what are you standing around for? Come with me to find her. Libadian shook his head. No need to go through all that trouble. Just call her out directly, won't that work? Call? Bayi's eyes widened in surprise. Are you a tenor? In such a big place, you're actually going to shout. What the? Before he could finish speaking, Libadian waved his hand toward the empty space nearby. Instantly, a half-human tall sound system appeared out of thin air, equipped with a microphone. Isn't this? Are you Doryman? Bayi was utterly stunned. Earlier, when he saw Libadian pull out the Iron Spine Viper MK-03, he had already been suspicious. Where did such a massive gun come from? Now he finally understood. Libadian was also an extraordinary being. Doryman? Libadian gave Bayi a puzzled look. Bai, brother, don't randomly give people nicknames. My ability is not Doryman. Since you've already seen it, there's no need for me to hide it anymore. I suppose you've already guessed it. That's right, my extraordinary ability is creation from the void. Bayi blurted out. Cough, cough. Libadian choked, almost unable to catch his breath. What nonsense is that? If I could create things from the void, why would I still be a bounty hunter? My extraordinary ability is alternate space, a space that can store items. Oh, Bayi immediately lost interest. This ability was way too lame. Wasn't it just like those storage rings commonly seen in cultivation novels? What kind of expression is that? Libadian's face darkened as he angrily said, my extraordinary ability may not have offensive power, but at least it's very convenient. I can store a lot of weapons and ammunition, turning myself into a walking arsenal. Plus, I can store plenty of food and drinks, so I won't starve no matter where I go. Most importantly, I can steal things without anyone noticing. Libadian turned on the stereo, picked up the microphone, brought it close to his mouth, took a deep breath, and looked serious. His stance was comparable to a karaoke king at a KTV. Bayi quickly covered his ears, and just as he thought Libadian was about to call out to Xiaotong, he unexpectedly turned his head and asked, does Xiaotong know you? Bayi found it a bit strange but still nodded. Yes, he had met Xiaotong before in the small town of Grey Dust. At that time, she had even spied on him and invited him to join the silent court. That's good. Libadian took another deep breath, and then, Bai is here. A deafening sound erupted from the speakers, and Bayi could even see visible sound waves rippling through the air. The terrifying sound waves swept in all directions, and for a moment, the sounds of battle and explosions in the experimental base eerily paused, completely overshadowed by the four words, Bai is here. Bayi's head buzzed. Why are you calling me Bayi? Meanwhile, in the experimental base, Li Xiao, who was being relentlessly pursued by experimental subjects, froze in place, the massive sound making his eardrums ache. Bai? That sharp-tongued kid is here too? Fine, let him come, but why make such a flashy announcement? I already thought that kid was crazy before, and now it seems I was right. Truly a promising candidate to become a transcendent. In another area, the blood-soaked Ming Hu and Yin Shi were frantically searching for anything that might resemble the Pangda USB drive, only to be startled by the shout of Bai is here. Bai? Who's Bai? No idea, but judging by the name, it should be a cute girl, right? Hee. Yin Shi giggled coquettishly. In the containment area of the forbidden object, a man covered entirely in armor was grappling with the experimental subject. Facing the sharp claws of the experimental subject, his movements appeared somewhat uncoordinated, as if he was still unfamiliar with this body. Bang! The armored man was struck by the sharp claws and was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall. Blood trickled down the silver-white mask. If not for the armor shielding him, this blow might have torn him in half. This body is still too weak. Such strong regenerative power. And Xiaotong was astonished to discover that this frail body contained an unimaginable ability to recover. That strike had clearly injured his internal organs, yet within moments, the wounds began to heal. Bai is here. A sudden wail of ghostly cries and wolf howls rang out, and Xiaotong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It's Uncle Li's voice. Bai? It's Bayi. Bai is here. Bai is here. Libadian shouted until his throat was hoarse. He flipped his palm, pulled out a bottle of wine, and began pouring it into his mouth. He casually tossed the microphone to Bayi. Brother Bai, you shout a couple of times. I've smoked too much. My throat's not in good shape. Your throat's not in good shape? Bayi curled his lips, took the microphone, paused, and said, with such a loud sound, and Xiaotong must have heard it long ago, if she's still not coming out, she might be in danger. No, I have to go save myself. Xiaotong, is that you, Xiaotong? Libadian suddenly put down the bottle and exclaimed in surprise. Bayi turned toward the voice and immediately broke into a delighted expression. I finally came out. A figure completely clad in black and silver armor slowly emerged from the large hole, holding a pure silver cross sword. The armor was speckled with traces of blood, resembling a knight returning triumphantly. It's me, Uncle Li. Bayi's calm voice sounded from beneath the silver-white mask. It really
really is you, Xiaotong. Only you, this stubborn girl, would be so persistent. How many times have I told you, call me brotherly, not uncle. Calling me uncle makes me feel old. Li Beidian quickly stepped forward. At this moment, the silver-white mask on Xiaotong's face slowly turned into fine silver-gray particles, dissipating with the wind, revealing a dirty yet undeniably handsome face. Those eyes were like obsidian washed by mountain springs, astonishingly clear, and even the dust clinging to his eyelashes couldn't hide the spark of stars flickering in the depths of his gaze. And Xiaotong looked at Bayi, and their eyes met, a peculiar light flickering in both their gazes. It was evident that this was the first time both of them were observing themselves from the perspective of an onlooker. Bayi's expression turned slightly strange, as if he were experiencing the illusion of looking into a mirror. To be honest, he looked a bit more handsome than when looking in the mirror. And Xiaotong examined her body, and when her gaze fell on the several dirty handprints on the black dress, her eyes narrowed. Bayi was also examining his body. He suddenly noticed that there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which made him nervous. He had no idea what Xiaotong had done in the experimental base. Don't tell me she caused some internal injuries? Getting injured is a minor issue. What he fears most is that Xiaotong might have also encountered some bizarre forbidden artifact. If it leaves any aftereffects, that would truly be disastrous. The two, noticing something amiss, almost simultaneously shouted, "What did you do to my body?" X2. The two were stunned for a moment, then Xiaotong's gaze turned icy, and Baye's anger surged. And Xiaotong pointed at the dirty handprint on her black dress. "What's with the handprint on my dress?" Shirano pointed at the dried blood at the corner of her mouth. "What's with the blood at the corner of my mouth?" The atmosphere gradually turned strange, as light brown eyes locked tightly with obsidian-like pupils, neither willing to back down. And Xiaotong was not someone who got angry easily, as long as no one crossed her bottom line. But the handprints on the black dress proved that Shirano had crossed her bottom line more than once. Why were there no handprints anywhere else, but so many in that particular spot? She could almost imagine what Bayi had done to her. Handprints? Bayi was slightly stunned. He looked down and only then noticed a few handprints on the skirt. At the time, he had been patting too hastily. Originally, he was aiming for the abdomen, but the range accidentally expanded a bit. He realized he had been misunderstood, but before he could speak, a sharp sword light came straight at him. Bayi nimbly retreated, easily dodging the flash of the sword. He shouted, "You've taken over my body, and now you're trying to attack me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he instinctively felt something was off. Why did that sound so weird? And Xiaotong remained silent, her expression cold and resolute, determined to cut down the one who had defiled her. Bayi dodged with ease, feeling as if he were being chased by a child. He even had the leisure to tease, "And Xiaotong, you'd better think this through. Right now, you're not cutting me, you're cutting yourself." And Xiaotong stopped in her tracks. She seemed even angrier, her face icy as she raised her sword and pointed it at herself. "Speak, what exactly did you do to me? Otherwise, don't blame me for doing something to your body." Bayi was infuriated by Xiaotong's move. He immediately grabbed his own neck, squeezing until his face flushed red. "If you dare to harm yourself with the sword, believe it or not, I'll strangle myself right away." The two faced off, ready to draw their swords. Li Beidian, watching from the side, felt his scalp tingle, finding the scene in front of him inexplicably bizarre. "Both of you, don't rush to harm yourselves. The priority is to switch back first." "Not switching," Bayi immediately objected. "If I switch back now, this crazy woman will definitely kill me on the spot, unless you make her swear." And Xiaotong gripped the pure silver cross sword tightly and said coldly, "You defiled my purity. Even if I die, I will kill you." "Who the hell defiled your purity? How dare you slander me? Do you think I even have that capability right now? Then what about the handprint?" Li Beidian felt a headache coming on and quickly ran between the two. "Both of you, please don't argue. There must be some misunderstanding here. Let's sit down and talk this through slowly. If we keep this stalemate and the twin monkey statue has a time limit, what if you can't switch back for the rest of your lives?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on both their faces changed slightly. Neither of them wanted to stay in their current bodies forever. Under Li Baitian's mediation, the two finally began to communicate calmly, albeit reluctantly. A moment later, after Bayi and Xiaotong each recounted their experiences at the experimental base, both of them finally felt relieved. Shirano, so it was an internal injury caused by the test subject. As long as it's not a divine taboo, it's fine. And Xiaotong, so it was to retrieve lost fragments of memory. As long as it's not lifting my skirt, it's fine. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, the two still couldn't get along. One blamed the other for injuring their body, while the other blamed them for smearing them. Afterward, the three of them started staring at each other. "By the way, how do we switch it back?" Li Beidian looked at the two halves of the twin monkey statue in their hands, feeling troubled. "Try putting the two monkeys together," and Xiaotong suggested. She took the monkey statue from Baye's hand and began aligning them. The two laughing monkeys, which were embracing each other, finally came together. "Did it switch back?" Li Beidian asked nervously. Shirano and Xiaotong exchanged glances and shook their heads at the same time. "No." X2. "Hee, you two are quite
in sync. Li Badian chuckled awkwardly, only to be met with two sharp blade-like glares. He forced a smile. Let's think of another way. Brother Shirano, you mentioned earlier that you found a list of divine taboo items, and it recorded information about the twin monkey statue, right? Does it also include the containment method? Shirano extended his hand directly to Xiaotong, and Xiaotong glanced at him. What? The divine taboo object register, of course. I picked it up, so it must be on you. Bayi looked disgusted, thinking to himself how this crazy woman could be so clueless. It's not on me, and Xiaotong said calmly. Ha, where is it then? Bayi's eyes widened. You brought too many things. There's no way I can carry a pile of junk to the research base, so I threw them all away. What did you say? What do you mean by junk? You barbaric woman. Do you even know that those are the crystallization of technology from the civilized era? The torch of humanity's exploration of the unknown, the beacon illuminating the misty universe, the pinnacle of innovation beyond imagination. Baye's endless stream of words made Li Baitian's head spin. He quickly interrupted. Getting our bodies back is the priority. No one comes here anyway, so it definitely won't get lost. I'll go pick it up. Before long, he returned with a pile of junk in his arms. Crash! Debris was thrown at the feet of the two. Shirano rummaged through it for a moment and finally found the scorched registry of forbidden artifacts. He turned to the page with the twin monkey statue and pointed. See, this is all there is for 169. The containment method was burned long ago, and it only states the containment difficulty is level D. Li Badian and Xiaotong looked for a long time but ultimately couldn't find a solution. The three of them stared at each other again. If it really doesn't work, let's leave Black Mountain first and go back to the Silent Court to find the chief judge. He must have a way. Li Baitian's proposal was unanimously opposed by the other two. No way. X2. Bayi glared fiercely at Xiaotong. Why does this woman always mimic what I say? He absolutely couldn't leave Black Mountain right now because he hadn't obtained the Panga USB drive yet. Without the Panga USB drive, who would deal with Bai Zhe? He had already completely offended Bai Zhe. Only by obtaining the Panga USB drive could he find a way to contain Bai Zhe, just like the people in the shelter who locked Bai Zhe up. Otherwise, sooner or later, Bai Zhe would come seeking revenge. At the very least, it can be used as a weapon. Otherwise, where would we find so many computers after leaving Black Mountain? Uncle Li, we can't go back now. We must destroy the Panga USB drive before Yang Jie finds it, or it will be too late, and Xiaotong said calmly. And Xiaotong, this crazy woman, is determined to kill me. She's even thinking about destroying the Panga USB drive. The Panga USB drive is the crystallization of wisdom from the civilized era. Why does your silent court insist on destroying it? Bayi asked, and Xiaotong and Li Badian exchanged a glance. The two were silent for a moment before Xiaotong finally said, because the Panga USB drive will destroy all of humanity. Bayi raised an eyebrow. Why? Do you know how the great catastrophe happened? Could it be related to the Panga USB drive? And Xiaotong shook her head. To be precise, it has to do with technology. In the era of civilization, human technology had developed to unimaginable levels, but the human heart is an endless pit of desire. No matter how advanced technology becomes, it cannot fill that void. Nima. So they began to explore some forbidden fields, attempting to achieve transcendence. Transcendence? Bayi was somewhat puzzled. What on earth is transcendence? Transcending the mundane, entering higher dimensions, thereby attaining immortality and uncovering the origins and secrets of everything in the world. Isn't this just dimensional ascension? Bayi instantly realized humans are three-dimensional beings, restricted by three-dimensional rules, naturally subject to birth, aging, sickness, and death. But if one ascends to the fourth dimension, it's a different story. The third dimension consists of length, width, and height, while the fourth dimension adds a time dimension. Becoming a four-dimensional being means transcending time. In their eyes, time is no longer something intangible but exists as tangibly as length, width, and height. They are not bound by time and naturally achieve immortality. Li Badian and Xiaotong cast astonished glances, not expecting this wasteland youth to articulate such profound theories. The Arbiter mentioned something similar before, but I didn't expect you, Brother Xiaobai, to understand this as well, Li Badian said in surprise. What kind of person is the presiding judge? They know just as much as I do. Bayi spoke without a hint of modesty, and Xiaotong calmly said, the presiding judge is the founder of the Silent Court and also one of the 10 kings. The 10 kings? Another 10 king. No wonder the Silent Court is so arrogant, daring to act on behalf of heaven, killing heinous criminals everywhere. Turns out they have the 10 kings as their backing. Then what? Researching the forbidden field led to the catastrophe? The specific details have long been lost in the river of history, but that's essentially it. The endless research and exploration of the forbidden field by people of the old era caused the catastrophe. Now you understand why we must destroy the Panga USB drive, right? Bayi nodded. I understand. Since the Panga USB drive is the crystallization of wisdom from the old era, it must contain research on the forbidden field. You're worried that this research might fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, causing immeasurable disasters, so you want to destroy it. Sigh. Bayi let out a sigh and said earnestly, I'm not trying to criticize you, but your silent court is indeed a bit extreme. The problem doesn't lie in the research outcomes of the forbidden field, but in human nature. It's like someone committing murder with a gun. You can't place the blame on the gun, can you? So if you truly want to uphold justice and maintain world peace, you should kill all the people, not destroy all the guns. After all, if the guns are gone, people can make more. Only when the people are gone will they truly be gone. And showdown. Li Badian. Ahem. Li Badian coughed tactically. Let's not discuss carrying out justice for now. Let's first talk about how you two can switch back. Brother Xiaobai, I see you're eloquent and knowledgeable. Do you happen to have any good ideas? Exactly. Bayi frowned deeply, rubbing his chin as he began to think. Don't touch my face, and Xiaotong said expressionlessly. Alright, then I'll touch my own. After saying that, Bayi directly reached out toward Xiaotong's face. And Xiaotong, the pure silver cross sword sprang out of its sheath. Li Badian hurriedly pressed down on the sword hilt and said anxiously, I really can't deal with you two. Can you stop messing around? Whatever it is, let's talk about it after we switch back. I've thought of a solution. Bayi's shocking words instantly drew the attention of the other two. Li Badian asked eagerly, what solution? Bayi deliberately stroked his chin and said, the containment difficulty of 169 is level D, which means the method should be very simple. Based on my years of experience, the answer might just be in the literal meaning. What exactly is the solution, Brother Xiaobai? Stop keeping us in suspense. Literal meaning, it's so obvious. Look at the serial number of the twin monkey statue. Clang. Li Badian was stunned and murmured, serial number? 1, 6. Ha! Li Badian's expression changed drastically. He quickly pulled Bayi aside, frantically winking, and whispered, Brother Xiaobai, no. Brother Bai, you're my brother. You can't joke about this. If Xiaotong finds out what it means, she'll definitely go all out against you. And Xiaotong frowned deeply on the side, but a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. What are you talking about? What does 169 even mean? Li Badian turned his head and let out an awkward laugh. And nothing. Brother Bai is just joking. Bayi said in surprise, Oldly, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm asking you to look at the words after the number. Li Badian froze for a moment and looked at that line of text. Divine forbidden object, number 169, twin monkey statue, one body, two beings, a statue of two monkeys embracing each other, soul, containment difficulty level D. Twin monkey statue, one body, two beings, what's wrong with this phrase? Further down, a statue of two monkeys embracing each other. Shirano suddenly clapped his hands. That's it, the two monkeys hugging each other. Earlier, and Xiaotong and I touched the separated monkey statues at the same time, which caused the soul swap. Now the two monkeys are together, but in Xiaotong and I are not. It is known that the condition for the soul swap is that both people and monkeys are separated. So, the condition for the soul to return to its place should be that both people and monkeys are united. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Badian was taken aback. It did sound somewhat reasonable. Brother Shirano did show some cleverness, but when his gaze fell on the two of them, he found himself in a dilemma. Having these two imitate the hugging monkey statues might be. However, things did not develop as Li Badian had imagined. Bayi and Xiaotong stood up at the same time and walked toward each other, stopping face to face, so close they could even feel each other's breath. Wouldn't even let me touch you earlier, and now you're all bold? Bayi mocked. And Xiaotong's expression remained calm. What's wrong with me hugging myself? Bayi was slightly stunned. Makes sense. Smack. The two embraced each other without the slightest hesitation, and at this moment, it was hard to tell who was taking advantage of whom. The strange feeling of the hug made both of them a bit uncomfortable, their bodies slightly stiff, resembling clumsy robots trying to complete a task. However, in Li Baitian's eyes, this scene was filtered, and what he saw was the moonlight, like a silver ribbon, cascaded down, transforming this desolate land into a silver-white dreamscape. The handsome young knight held the delicate girl in the black dress in his arms. Her cheek rested against his warm chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. The gentle moonlight bathed their embracing figures, and even the evening breeze quietly came to a halt, leaving only the intertwining of their breaths. In this moment, time seemed to pause for them, serene and beautiful. After 5 seconds, Bayi and Xiaotong's expressions turned grim because they still hadn't switched back. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that I guessed wrong? At this moment, Xiaotong said, maybe we should laugh. Laugh? Bayi glanced at the monkeys hugging each other with wide grins. Makes sense. Jia jia jia. The girl in the black dress grinned and laughed, her expression strange and stiff. Your laugh is so ugly, Xiaotong said with a grin as well. Had ha. What does my ugly laugh have to do with me? It's because you're ugly. I think your laugh looks very beautiful, extremely beautiful, no wonder it's my face. But this time, Xiaotong was genuinely amused, both angry and laughing. Don't just laugh. The monkey statue has its faces pressed together, tilting its heads to look in one direction. You two, press your faces together and look at me, Li Badian shouted at the two. The two, realizing belatedly, reluctantly pressed their faces together, then grinned at Li Badian, looking indescribably comical. The sound of the camera camera's shutter clicked. Li Beidian looked at the freshly taken photo with satisfaction, a maternal smile spreading across his face. Not bad at all. Two figures rushed over swiftly, giving Li Beidian a fright. Old Li, you're actually taking photos? Hurry up and delete them. Uncle Li. Bayi and Infiltrating both glared at Li Beidian with dissatisfaction, but the next second, the three of them were stunned. Bayi looked at the black dress girl, as beautiful as a moonlit elf, then lowered his head to look at his own tattered clothes, and couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Changed back? Crack. And Xiaotong felt the same, her light brown eyes shimmering with brilliance as she kept examining her body, feeling that vast and familiar power she hadn't felt in a long time. Then, she reached out her hand and repeatedly patted her skirt, and after a few pats, those dirty handprints were gone. Bayi immediately turned his gaze to the twin monkey statue, anger rising from his heart and courage fueling his fury. Whoosh, whoosh. He directly drew Breath of the Bones and started shooting at the twin monkey statue. Monkey brat, messing with me, huh? Bang bang bang. The scarlet bullets hit the twin monkey statue with precision, but the statue remained unscathed. Instead, the ricocheting bullets forced Li Beidian and Xiaotong to keep dodging. Brother Bai, calm down. Divine taboo artifacts aren't that easy to damage. Only then did Bayi stop, though still fuming. Of course, he knew divine taboo artifacts weren't easy to damage, which was precisely why he fired. Simply to vent his anger, this period of life was regarded by him as an extraordinary humiliation. Not only had he turned into a woman, but the most crucial thing was that it wasted so much time. After going in once, he came out with only 5 seconds left. His heart was practically bleeding. Just as he was furious, the corner of his eye caught sight of Li Beidian and Xiaotong whispering to each other, occasionally glancing at him. Bayi narrowed his eyes slightly. Could these two bastards be planning to kill the donkey after the grinding is done? Because of this accident, he learned the identities of the two and also found out about their mission to destroy the Pango USB drive. At this point, killing them to silence them seemed quite reasonable. Damn it, wasting time again. Although only 5 seconds remained, he was not flustered at all. 5 seconds was more than enough to kill the two of them. What are you two conspiring about? Why not speak louder so I can hear too? Bayi's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. Li Beidian laughed heartily. There's nothing I can't let Brother Xiaobai know. We were discussing how to deal with you, since you've learned part of the silent court secrets. Alright, so you're not even bothering to hide it anymore, huh? Plotting loudly right in front of me? Li Beidian said in surprise. Inviting you to join the silent court isn't something shady. Xiaotong told me about your heroic actions protecting the residents in Grey Soil Town. We've traveled together for a while, so I have some understanding of what kind of person you are. Although your words can be sharp, at least you're not a bad person, which meets the criteria for joining the silent court. Bayi was startled. You want me to join the silent court? And Xiaotong calmly nodded. The best way to keep a secret is naturally to become one of us. Then what if I say I don't agree? Are you two going to make a move against me? And Xiaotong's delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. The silent court does not kill the innocent, we only kill the wicked. Such principles? Bayi was somewhat skeptical. He was used to having no principles or bottom line, and now suddenly encountering two people who adhered to their principles in the wasteland felt a bit unfamiliar. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But since you're not one of us, let's handle this officially. The twin monkey statue has half belonging to me. Either you pay to buy my half, or I pay to buy yours. 100 million. Bayi directly made an outrageous demand. Li Beidian couldn't stand it anymore. Brother Bai, you can't treat us like we're Gao Bancheng. If you really don't want to sell, you can completely join the silent court. Then, you can use it freely, and joining the silent court won't bring you any disadvantages. The presiding judge is one of the 10 kings, and there are quite a few extraordinary individuals within the organization. With such support, most troubles in the Baimang region can be resolved for you, and all you need to do is carry out justice with us. Initially, Bayi was somewhat tempted, but after hearing the last 4 words Li Beidian said, he instantly lost interest. Carry out justice? How much time would that waste? In the eyes of the silent court, they are carrying out justice, but in the eyes of outsiders, the silent court is just an extremist organization. At least others kill for profit or revenge. As for the silent court, they don't seek profit, only take lives. They shout words like justice and peace, then rush in and kill you, leaving you with no place to argue. Dangerous, too dangerous. Today they dare to punish the wicked, but wouldn't they dare to act as heaven's enforcers and overthrow the federal government tomorrow? Better forget it. I'm naturally kind-hearted and most avoid creating unnecessary killings. I don't even dare to kill a chicken on ordinary days, let alone punish the wicked. Bayi declined politely. However, Li Beidian didn't believe a single word he said. Earlier, while drinking, he was shouting about wanting to kill the nether tiger. Then, at the laser passage, just because someone said they didn't have ticket money, he pulled out a gun and pointed it at their head. Is this what you call inherently kind-hearted? Brother Xiaobai, do you have any concerns? Not much, really. I'm just used to being lazy and don't like being controlled. If your silent court can pay me a salary without making me work, then I might consider joining. Li Beidian. By the way, Bayi suddenly thought of a question he had always wanted to ask. Why does the silent court include the word silent? It feels strange. Li Beidian opened his mouth, just thinking about how to explain, when in Xiaotong's calm voice sounded from the side. Judgment requires no words, death is the verdict. This is the silent court. Bayi raised an eyebrow, silently pondering this sentence. Judgment requires no words, death is the verdict. What a strong sense of killing intent. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but your silent court is indeed a bit extreme. Doesn't this sentence translate to killing you without a second thought? And Xiaotong glanced at Bayi expressionlessly, then turned and walked toward the experimental base. Oldly, what is she going to do? She's not planning to destroy the Pange USB drive, is she? Of course. The soul swap with you delayed her time. Now that it's reversed, she naturally has to continue her mission. Not just her, I have to go too. Brother Xiaobai, since you don't plan to join the silent court, don't get involved in this mess. It's too dangerous inside. As for the twin monkey statue, you hold on to it for now. We'll talk about it after we get out of Black Mountain, if we manage to survive. After saying this, Li Beidian also headed toward the experimental base. Clearly, he didn't have much confidence in destroying the Pango USB drive before the tyrant got to it. Bayi was immediately displeased. He was determined to get the Pange USB drive, yet they wanted to destroy it? Wait, he called out to Xiaotong and Li Beidian. The two turned around, their faces showing confusion. Brother Xiaobai, have you changed your mind? I advise you not to go in. Bayi slowly took out breath of the skeleton, his expression gradually turning stern. Although he thought Xiaotong and Li Beidian might manage to destroy the Pange USB drive, he was unwilling to take even the slightest risk. If these two don't listen to reason, then don't blame. The earth-shaking roar tore through the sky, and a mushroom cloud of dust, wrapped in scorching heat waves, shot up into the heavens. In the shocked gazes of the three, the steel base that once stood firm on the ground instantly exploded and collapsed, turning into a pile of ruins. The shockwave from the explosion slammed into the earth like a giant hammer, countless burning fragments trailing long tongues of fire streaked across the sky, resembling a close-range meteor shower. Run quickly! Li Baitian's expression changed drastically as he called out to the two to hurry and escape. Bang! 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 Shattered metal and concrete whistled through the air, and Bayi turned and ran without the slightest hesitation. Initially, he was running at the front, but as he kept running, he ended up at the back. In terms of physical fitness, he couldn't compare to Li Beidian and Xiaotong, the two extraordinary individuals who had trained in Qi and blood martial arts. At this moment, several sharp whistling sounds came from behind Bayi, accompanied by scorching heat. His expression changed, and without turning around, he knew that fragments of various buildings caused by the explosion were hurtling toward him. This kind of all-encompassing attack, like a rain of flowers, was impossible for him to evade. Although his recovery ability now far exceeded that of ordinary people, he was ultimately not an immortal like a pseudo-human. Boom! Such an attack would be difficult for even a puppet to survive, as their recovery each time also consumes vitality, and they will die once their vitality is exhausted. At the critical moment of life and death, Bayi could no longer afford to save time. The clear sound of a dragon's roar suddenly echoed, and Xiaotong, clad in silver-white armor, charged to Bayi's side like a knight from a fairy tale. The pure silver crossed sword in her hand transformed into countless sword shadows, instantly shattering the incoming debris from the building. Immediately afterward, Bayi felt his body lighten as his feet left the ground. He stared in astonishment at Xiaotong, who was carrying him while sprinting. The girl's profile flickered in the light of the explosions, her lips tightly pressed together, and her willow leaf-shaped brows slightly furrowed due to her tense expression. The firelight was reflected in her light brown eyes, like dancing flames, resolute yet beautiful, but Bayi had no time to appreciate it. He only felt his ribs aching, almost crushed by Xiaotong's grip, and the opponent's hard armor was equally pressing against him painfully. Oh no, he was saved by beauty like a hero. After running out of the area, the three finally stopped, their gazes heavy as they looked toward the experimental base engulfed in flames. No one knows why the experimental base exploded, nor does anyone know what exactly happened inside. Can you put me down first? Bayi knocked on Xiaotong's armor with his knuckles. Clang! And Xiaotong glanced at him and then let go of her hand. Bayi rubbed his ribs, hissing in pain. When he lifted his clothes to take a look, damn it, they were all bruised. Can't you be gentler? Sorry, and Xiaotong said calmly. Bayi was stunned, his eyes slightly widened. Did I mishear? This crazy woman actually apologized? It must be the explosion sound being too loud, damaging my eardrums. And Xiaotong continued, I didn't expect you to be so fragile. Sharano. He felt like his psyche had taken a heavy blow. A dignified god of the new era, not only had he been saved by a woman, but now she even thought he was too fragile. The fierce wind stirred up by the explosion swept past, but it couldn't blow away the desolation on Sharano's face. That year, at 18, Black Mountain Shelter, standing like a lackey. Damn it. Brother Xiaobai, thanks to you for stopping us, otherwise Xiaotong and I might have been in danger. Thank you. Li Beidian grabbed Baiye's hand, his face full of gratitude. Bayi let out a dry laugh twice. It's nothing, no need to thank me. By the way, how did you know there was going to be an explosion? Brother Xiaobai, could your
extraordinary ability be predicting the future? Just a coincidence, just a coincidence.
Actually, I stopped you earlier to ask how much salary the silent court pays per month and whether there's a year-end bonus.
And Showdown's eyes suddenly sharpened. Someone's running out.
Bayi turned toward the sound and saw the humorous Dartman transform into a shadow and dart out swiftly. Upon landing, he started coughing up blood, his body tattered and in a pitiful state. He finally believed now that Li Xiao had some real skills. How did he even survive this? Following closely behind were Xiaoyi, who was flung by a sword, He Qianjun, flying like a crane, Silver Snake, riding on the Nether Tiger, and the Ghost Clown, holding an invisible princess in his arms. Only the tyrant was nowhere to be seen.
Hey, humor Dartman, what happened inside? Bayi quickly shouted to Li Xiao not far away. He wasn't concerned about the explosion itself but worried that the Pango USB might have been destroyed in it.
Li Xiao, panting heavily, looked up with an expression of extreme urgency and terror, shouting, "Run, run quickly!
The tyrant has gone mad."
Before the words were finished, Li Xiao immediately threw a dart, transformed into a shadow, and fled far away, as if a ghost were chasing him. Equally terrified were Minghu, He Qianjun, and others.
These people didn't even glance at Bayi and the others, desperately fleeing from the experimental base. "Brother Xiaobai, brotherly, what are you doing here? Hurry and run with me."
In the end, Xiaoyi proved to be a bit more loyal, swiftly flying over with a long sword in hand, then tossing two swords to Li Beidian and Bayi. He did not give it to Wen Xiaotong because he knew the strength of the Black Knight and realized there was no need for his help.
Bayi took the long sword. What exactly happened inside? Xiaoyi looked anxious and uneasy, his face covered in blood. "No time to explain, quickly take the sword." "Wait, hold on, I was wrong."
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bayi was directly yanked away by "I'm sorry," turning into a streak of light and speeding off into the distance. The fierce wind made it impossible for him to open his eyes, leaving him wanting to curse.
What kind of situation is this? He had always thought that sword flight would be cool, but when actually flying, he didn't feel the same way. This is not swordsmanship at all, it's clearly the sword controlling the person. Just as they were rapidly retreating, a furious voice suddenly erupted from the ruins of the experimental base. Who took the Panga USB drive?
Yang Jie's voice, filled with anger and murderous intent, soared into the sky like a cloud of smoke from an explosion, enveloping everyone above. The crowd turned back in shock, only to see countless building ruins defying gravity and slowly rising into the air.
Looking around, they were densely packed, blotting out the sky and sun.
Amidst these ruins and debris, a crimson figure emerged like a king stepping out of the abyss, gradually entering everyone's view.
It was none other than the tyrant Yang Jie.
At this moment, Yang Jie seemed like a completely different person. The air pressure around him dropped to freezing point, the shadows beneath his brow. Bones were as deep as if carved by a blade, and his pitch-black eyes resembled sharp blades forged from cold steel, coldly slicing through the crowd. He took a step forward, and countless tiny metal fragments immediately gathered beneath his feet to form a staircase, like a ladder to the heavens, carrying him step by step toward the sky. When he reached the heavens, the grating sound of metal grinding and compressing filled the air, and the silver-white metallic debris from the explosion at the experimental base converged in the sky, astonishingly assembling into a 1,000-meter-long silver-white dragon. The dragon lowered its head, allowing Yang Jie to step onto its skull, then carried him as it flew toward the crowd. Seeing this scene, Li Xiao and the others ran even faster. Anyone could tell that Yang Jie was now furious to the extreme. As someone who had once destroyed a city single-handedly, his rage was enough to ignite the entire Shelter 189.
However, someone was even angrier than him, and that was Bayi. "My Panga USB drive was taken? Who the hell did this?"
Bayi, who had long regarded the Panga USB drive as something already in his grasp, suddenly heard such news, which made him very angry. A shadow that covered the sky like a cloud of death loomed over the earth. At this moment, the crowd had already fled into the city. They looked up in horror, their souls seemingly leaving their bodies in an instant. Under the bright moon hanging high in the sky, Yang Jie approached riding a dragon, his eyes as cold as blades gazing down at the crowd. The group, including the Dark Tiger, stopped in their tracks because no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun Yang Jie in flight. Since escape was impossible, they could only prepare to fight. But just as they assumed their combat stances, they were shocked to discover that the dragon-shaped shadow hovering above them flowed past like water, vanishing in an instant.
The tyrant left. Could it be that he already knows who took the Panga USB and went after that person? No!
Someone suddenly exclaimed, looking in the direction of the silver dragon's flight with eyes wide in shock.
"He's not leaving. He's going to block the exit." Everyone was instantly horrified. At this moment, they finally understood what the tyrant intended to do.
The tyrant was not planning to let them go but was determined to block everyone with his own strength. In their line of sight, beneath the high-hanging bright moon, the silver dragon tore through the night sky. Its pieced-together metallic body shimmered with starlight, and its 1,000-meter-long form cascaded like a river of stars. A streak of crimson on the dragon's head resembled solidified flames. A man and a dragon swept across the ruined city, exuding an oppressive aura that rendered the world deathly silent. The hundreds of survivors hiding in the
city also noticed this scene.
They didn't know what had happened, they only knew that the tyrant was furious, and the consequences would be severe.
Suddenly, this is bad. No one can leave now.
Xiaoyi's face turned extremely grim as he controlled the commands, wait a moment, hold on, my mistake, and slowly came to a stop. As soon as he stopped, the crimson virus, spreading like blood-red dandelions, swarmed through the city. From the distant shadows, several low growls of the pseudo-humans echoed intermittently. Seeing this, everyone could only temporarily take shelter in a nearby abandoned building, using the walls to block the invasion of the scarlet virus.
Inside the room, Bayi asked the most pressing question, who exactly took the Panga USB drive?
Xiaoyi said solemnly, I don't know either. No one has seen the Panga USB drive at all, only the enraged tyrant.
He seemed to have been deceived and concluded that someone stole the Panga USB drive. Li Beidian frowned slightly. How did he determine that?
The news of the Panga USB drive appearing in the world isn't new. Perhaps this time, like before, it's just a rumor. Maybe there's no Panga USB drive in Shelter 189 at all.
Do you see the black obelisk in the tyrant's hand?
Xiaoyi pointed through the window at the tyrant in the sky. Bayi focused his gaze and saw the figure clad in crimson armor holding a black obelisk over half a meter tall. Its appearance was peculiar, and the material was indiscernible.
I don't know what that is,
but judging by the tyrant's behavior, that obelisk should be the carrier for the Panga USB drive. He found the carrier but didn't find the Panga USB drive, so he concluded that someone must have taken it. The true face hidden beneath the silver-white mask, and Xiaodong's eyes flickered slightly. It's the hidden rat.
The hidden rat? Are you talking about the hidden rat, one of the 12 zodiac animals?
Xiaoyi's expression shifted slightly. Why do you say that? I saw rats infected with the mutated scarlet virus at the experimental base, but there shouldn't have been any rats there. I thought it was a coincidence before, but now it seems that the hidden rat might have taken the Panga USB drive.
Of course, that's assuming none of you have secretly kept the Panga USB drive.
Xiaoyi smiled bitterly and said, after hearing what you said just now, I was thinking of telling the tyrant that someone else took the USB drive.
But if even you suspect us, the tyrant will definitely not believe it. Bayi remains silent on the side. Playing werewolf now? Who exactly took the Panga USB drive?
He pondered for a moment and felt that Xiaodong's guess was still the most reliable. The tyrant clearly knows a lot of secrets about the Panga USB drive, and with his own formidable strength theoretically speaking.
Among those who entered the experimental base, the tyrant is definitely the most likely to have obtained the Panga USB drive. Moreover, it was also the tyrant who first entered Shelter 189.
Even if others obtained it, they wouldn't survive against the tyrant.
Unless someone had taken the Panga USB drive before the tyrant entered, and that person was the hidden rat, one of the 12 zodiac signs.
It must be noted that before Shelter 189 emerged, Apocalypse Corporation had occupied the shelter for over a month.
Would such a colossal entity really be completely thwarted by the shelter's defensive facilities without any means to overcome them?
Combining it with the previous mission of the Eagles to assassinate the tyrant, these scattered clues gradually pieced together into a complete puzzle in Bayi's mind.
Perhaps. What is that? This entire trip to Black Mountain from beginning to end was a trap set to kill the tyrant.
Apocalypse had already obtained the USB drive but deliberately released the information to lure the tyrant into the trap. The tyrant's abilities were a threat to all major forces. Because the major powers can stand firm in the wasteland, they have always relied not on the extraordinary, but on firearms. However, the only thing that puzzled Bayi was that the Apocalypse's killing scheme seemed too crude.
Relying on just one eagle? Aren't they worried about the possibility of the eagle encountering an accident or failing to kill the tyrant? Is there no plan B?
At the experimental base, the tyrant was almost killed by the Eye of Ash. If it weren't for my appearance, the tyrant would have died long ago.
Could this also be part of the Apocalypse's plan? But how could they ensure that the tyrant would definitely encounter the Eye of Ash? There are too many uncertainties.
Bayi felt that the most crucial piece of his puzzle was still missing.
Just as he was pondering, the tyrant's indifferent, godlike voice echoed from the heavens. The Panga USB is missing.
I no longer care who took it, but whoever it is, hand it over now and I may spare your life. If not, everyone here will die with you. The frost-laden voice reverberated over the city, and the terrifying pressure from the 10 kings seemed to lower the air pressure by several degrees. The people hidden in various corners of the city all had extremely grim expressions at this moment.
Even though their numbers far exceeded Yang Jia, no one dared to ignore the threat of the tyrant. Everyone knows that the tyrant's word is law. If he says he will kill everyone, then he will definitely kill everyone. Who on earth is so reckless as to dare provoke the tyrant? Damn it!
Whoever it is, just step forward yourself and stop dragging us down. The people in hiding kept cursing, but unexpectedly, the tyrant added another sentence at this moment.
Except for the Black Knight. Just 5 simple words left everyone dumbfounded. Wait, what does that mean? Except for the Black Knight? You want to kill everyone, except the Black Knight?
In the dimly lit room, several shocked and puzzled gazes focused on Xiaotong.
Miss Black Knight, are you very familiar with the tyrant? Could you perhaps put in a good good word for us? Xiaoyi hesitated as he spoke. Li Beidian was utterly stunned. He had no idea when in Xiaotong and the tyrant had become acquainted. Could it have been at the experimental base where they met, and the tyrant fell in love with Xiaotong at first sight? Had Xiaotong's charm reached the point where even wearing a mask could captivate the tyrant? And Xiaotong remained silent, her light brown eyes staring fixedly at Bayi. Bayi nonchalantly averted his gaze. Don't look at me, I don't know anything. Who would have thought the tyrant could be so devoted? Xiaoyi cautiously glanced out the window. Do you think, if we tell the tyrant that the hidden rat might have taken the Panga USB drive, he would let us go? He would kill everyone, then head to Dawn City to find the hidden rat. Bayi walked over, patted Xiaoyi on the shoulder, and comforted him. With his comfort, Xiaoyi's face turned even paler. At this moment, Bayi seemed to recall something and turned back to Xiaotong, saying, "Oh, except for the Black Knight." As soon as he finished speaking, he clearly saw faint veins appear on Xiaotong's hand holding the pure silver cross sword. He paid no attention and instead took out a golden pocket watch, glanced at the time, 23:23. The tyrant's voice fell silent, and for a long time, no one stepped forward. Some even thought, at worst, they could just keep dragging it out. So what if the tyrant blocked the exit? Could he block it forever? But the next moment, they no longer thought that way, because the tyrant made his move. The entire city shook violently, as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. What happened? It's the tyrant. The tyrant is destroying the city. Countless people were scared out of their wits. At this moment, they finally understood why the 10 kings were called the 10 kings. In the past, when they bragged in taverns, they never felt the gap between themselves and the 10 kings was so vast. Tyrants are humans, they are also humans. Tyrants are extraordinary beings, and there are extraordinary beings among them as well. How much difference can there be? It was only after they witnessed it firsthand that they understood why the 10 kings are called the 10 kings, and realized that the gap between people can be far greater than the gap between humans and dogs. The most typical example is the humorous dark man Li Xiao. He had always thought this way: even if the tyrant is stronger than him, how much stronger could they be? If he gave it his all, there might still be a chance of victory. But now, Li Xiao, like a wild dog with broken legs, hides alone in a corner, his gaze horrified and even vacant as he watches the tyrant standing tall in the heavens, performing miracles. The tyrant Yang Jia had an indifferent expression as he extended his palm toward the city below, grasping the void. Several buildings, dozens of meters tall, seemed to suffer an invisible pressure, crazily collapsing inward and compressing, turning into ruins in an instant. The dust that was stirred up shot into the sky, forming a massive sandstorm. Yet the tyrant continued. His mental power seemed endless, striking repeatedly without showing any signs of fatigue. Under his command, the entire city began to collapse from the outermost edges, with solid buildings crumbling like a child's block castle, shattering at the slightest touch. Dust and ruins formed a massive encircling barrier, continuously squeezing the space for survival. It was then that people finally realized the tyrant's plan. He intended to destroy the entire city and use the rubble to construct a massive cage, imprisoning everyone inside. Rumble. Panic set in among the people. Faced with city-destroying extraordinary power, few could remain calm. We can't stay in the building anymore. Run quickly. Someone was scared out of their wits and dashed out of the building like a madman, intending to flee the city and escape the tyrant. What's going on? But in just an instant, several buildings collapsed before his eyes, piling up and overlapping to form a wall dozens of meters high, completely blocking the way. More and more people were forced out, as the surrounding building ruins surged inward like waves, with the encirclement shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Powerhouses like Minghu and Heqianjun still attempted to escape the encirclement with their formidable strength, but ended up receiving special attention from the tyrant. The scales of the 1,000-meter silver dragon above the sky trembled, falling like rain. Countless tiny fragments of silver metal shot toward Minghu and the others. Their expressions were extremely grave, their blood and energy surging throughout their bodies. A crimson glow formed a protective blood shield on their surface. Although it blocked the first wave of attacks, their blood and energy were rapidly depleting, making it impossible to withstand the endless silver rain. Driven into a corner, they were also forced into the encirclement. Many began to get injured, as the steel bars, furniture, bed frames, and even all metal objects in the surrounding building ruins seemed to be imbued with a divine spirit, relentlessly attacking everyone. Pleas for mercy, screams of agony, and curses echoed like a symphony of hell above the ruins. Boom! The only area seemingly untouched by the attacks was the one where Shirano and the others were located. There's no need to elaborate on the reason. And Xiaodong's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. If it weren't inappropriate at the moment, she would definitely ask Bayi what he had done with her body. Bayi had no time to pay attention to the crazy woman's gaze. A trace of seriousness appeared on his face. Trouble. The trouble he referred to wasn't the tyrant as powerful as a deity, but Baizhe, who could recover at any moment. Originally, his plan was to snatch the Panga USB drive from the tyrant, and then he could deal with Baizhe. But now the Panga USB drive is nowhere to be found, and the exit has been sealed off with metal by the tyrant. If Baizhe were to come knocking at this moment, wouldn't it be over?
He glanced at the only exit in the distance, where countless metal debris piled up like a mountain, completely blocking the way out. Even with the ability to freeze time, he couldn't escape.
Damn it!
Bayi's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he stared intently at the scarlet figure above the sky.
Tyrant, you have already chosen the path to your demise.
The best option now was to kill the tyrant and get out of shelter 189 as quickly as possible.
Time stop, 5 seconds remaining.
If he could get close, killing the tyrant wouldn't be all that difficult. The problem was, the damn tyrant could fly.
Come down here if you dare. As a result, Yang Jia really came down.
When everyone was confined to the central area, the 1,000-meter silver dragon in the sky slowly descended, eventually coiling its tail on the ground. Yang Jia stood at the dragon's head, coldly gazing at the crowd. At this moment, no one had time to fear Yang Jia, because the red-haired creatures had arrived. Without the buildings as barriers, the red-haired creatures swarmed in. However, the previous collapse of the city also affected the Rambutans, with many buried under the ruins. Currently, only a small portion has appeared. Although everyone finds it troublesome, they can barely cope. The only good news is probably that the imposters didn't come. When the buildings collapsed, they were mostly buried. Yang Jia was naturally attacked by Rambutans as well, but the Rambutans besieging him were far fewer than the metal fragments around him.
He didn't even need to take action, as countless metal fragments automatically blocked the Rambutans.
Mr. Xiao, Old Li, Brother Xiao Bai. A delighted voice from Gao Banchang came from the crowd. Immediately afterward, Gao Banchang, Xiao Kuei, Li Xiao, and several bounty hunters who had been drinking earlier hurriedly ran over while dodging the red Rambutans.
It's so great to see you all again,
Gao Banchang exclaimed with delight, sporting a black eye. Bayi glanced at them and noticed that the once 20-member team had dwindled to just a few people. There was no need to elaborate on their fate, it must have been utterly tragic. He wasn't surprised that Gao Banchang had survived.
As the son of the wealthiest man, equipped with the old-era robot Xiao Kuei and the gel level
forbidden item, life-buying money, for protection, Gao Banchang was practically untouchable.
No matter who else perished, Gao Banchang wouldn't.
The only thing that surprised him was, what was with the look of utter disdain on Xiao Kuei's face.
Fatty Gao, your maid, why does she seem a bit different? This time, you're actually not riding her?
As soon as these words were spoken, Gao Banchang's expression changed drastically, and he quickly looked at Xiao Kuei beside him. Xiao Kuei's face showed even more disdain. Who would want to let this fatso ride them?
Ah, Bayi was stunned. The robot spoke. Ah, what? I've always been able to talk, I just didn't want to before.
Xiao Kuei's small hand suddenly waved, and a fierce gust of wind swept up, blowing away several incoming scarlet viruses. Gao Banchang hurriedly said, Brother Xiao Bai, say less. Xiao Kuei is different from before. She was infected by the scarlet virus while protecting me, and then she turned into this.
Her temper isn't good, and when she gets angry, she even hits me. He pointed to his black eye, his face full of a bitter smile.
Bayi became even more astonished. Is the mutated scarlet virus really a virus?
It can infectly use magic hand and even robots? This is definitely not as simple as a virus.
By the way, Brother Bai, weren't you with Mr. Li?
Where is Mr. Li? Gao Banchang anxiously looked around.
Mr. Li is his pillar of support. Now that his pillar is absent, how can he feel at ease? I'm here. From a corner of the ruins behind the crowd, Li Yu's calm voice sounded. Following the voice, the crowd turned to see Mr. Li, the magician, slowly emerging from the window of a collapsed house. That's great, Mr. Li, you're safe too. The crowd's spirits lifted. Bayi glanced at Li Yu suspiciously, strongly suspecting that Li Yu hadn't just arrived but had been hiding in the ruins all along.
Damn, Li Yu is still cunning.
While everyone else was surrounded in the center of this ruin, he managed to find a gap in the debris and hid inside. I'll say it one last time, hand over the Panga USB.
Yang Jia's indifferent voice dominated the scene, instantly freezing the atmosphere. Tyrant,
you were the first to enter the core laboratory. How could we possibly have the Panga USB? The heavily injured Ming who roared angrily. He had already been injured in the previous battle with the tyrant, then killed numerous experimental subjects in the lab base, and even endured the explosion of the base. His injuries were extremely severe, and if he didn't receive treatment soon, his life would be in danger. Tyrant, we, the Brotherhood of Steel, have come here for the Panga USB drive, but it's clear that Vault 189 doesn't have it at all. Just like the previous times, it's nothing but a rumor, He Qianjun said gravely. His condition was also poor, with the front of his shirt completely soaked in blood. The Brotherhood of Steel has no intention of being your enemy. Please clear a path and let us leave. He Qianjun wanted to use the name of the Brotherhood of Steel to intimidate the tyrant, but he underestimated the tyrant's domineering nature. The tyrant spoke coldly, whether you have the Panga USB or not is irrelevant. What matters is, when I demand it, you must hand it over. Right now, you have only two choices, give up the USB, or give up your lives. His overbearing words made everyone's faces change slightly. They all understood that, in his fury, the tyrant wouldn't show mercy to anyone. Ming Hu was silent for a moment, then his face twisted with rage as he shouted, everyone. The tyrant never
never intended to let any of us walk away alive. Today, it's either the tyrant dies or we do. Let's fight him with everything we've got. Count me in.
He Qianjun walked out of the crowd with a grim expression, followed by more than a dozen injured cyborgs.
That's right, fight him to the end.
So what if he's one of the 10 kings?
If he wants to kill me, he'd better ask my gun if it agrees first.
Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone these people who have been driven to the brink. Every one of them who has survived until now is a powerhouse, with a bounty exceeding 1,000,000, renowned figures in the outside world. Such individuals never lack the courage to fight back in desperate situations.
The crowd instantly became furious.
In fact, the wisest approach for the tyrant would be to divide the people and defeat them one by one, which would require little effort. But he utterly disdained using such tactics, simply because he was Yang Jia, one of the 10 kings, the tyrant. Facing the crowd ready to fight to the death, Yang Jia's expression remained unchanged. From beginning to end, he never regarded these people as worth his attention. Kill! Minghu roared loudly, launching the charge first. Silver Snake, Crane Qianjun, and others followed closely behind. At this moment, no one would let Minghu take the lead to exhaust
the tyrant's strength.
These powerful figures were no fools. Trying to play tricks against the tyrant was tantamount to suicide. Their only chance of victory was to go all out and attack together, perhaps succeeding in defeating the tyrant. At this moment, regardless of strength, everyone took action, and the surging crowd charged toward the tyrant. But the tyrant merely bent his finger slightly and tapped the 1,000-meter silver dragon beneath him with his knuckle. In an instant, the silver dragon swung its tail, and countless sounds of metal friction echoed. Under the sweep of the massive dragon tail, hundreds of meters long, the charge of the crowd came to a complete halt. Over a dozen unlucky ones who failed to dodge were struck by the tail and turned into a mist of blood on the spot. Only Minghu and his companions managed to get close to the silver dragon, but what awaited them was a storm of metal fragments. They were firmly restrained by the metal fragments, while the tyrant stood atop the 100-meter-high dragon head not far away, arms crossed over his chest, coldly watching their desperate struggle. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, with the crimson virus adding to the turmoil.
Some people didn't die at the hands of the tyrant,
but were instead successfully ambushed by the crimson virus, countless blood threads rooting into their bodies and spreading wildly.
Before long, several pseudo-humans were born, and they began indiscriminately attacking everyone.
Amid the chaos, Bayi, taking advantage of the confusion, glanced at the time, 23:40.
Only 20 minutes left.
He planned to wait 20 minutes. Taking down the tyrant in 5 seconds was too risky. Not only would he have to charge through nearly a kilometer of the metal-restricted zone, but he would also need to climb along the massive body of the silver dragon to reach the tyrant.
There simply wasn't enough time.
In fact, he had another option, which was to switch accounts, to use Infiltrating's account.
With Infiltrating's abilities, the 5-second time freeze should be enough to kill the tyrant.
But this was a last resort.
Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't switch accounts, as it might expose the time freeze ability. Why is it that Infiltrating couldn't defeat the tyrant, but as soon as you take over, you can instantly kill the tyrant? Even a fool would know there's something fishy here.
So he decided to wait a little longer, pinning his hopes on Minghu and the others to hold on for another 20 minutes. At this moment, Bayi's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of another person who was also slacking off.
The humorous dark man, Li Xiao.
At this moment, Li Xiao seemed as if he had been scared stiff, standing motionless in place, his gaze horrified and dazed as he looked at the tyrant descending like a god, his body trembling uncontrollably. After trembling for a while, it was as if he suddenly remembered something. His face twisted in ferocity for a moment, then he threw a few shadow darts at the tyrant from 800 miles away, only to continue trembling afterward. Around him were several corpses, disfigured beyond recognition by metal piercings. Bayi held his forehead with his hand, completely unprepared for Li Xiao to be so useless. Despite being the loudest one earlier, at the critical moment, he turned out to be the most cowardly. Li Xiao's bounty could reach 65 million, which means he is definitely not weak, and even stronger than most of the people present.
Yet, such an extremely arrogant powerhouse doesn't even have the courage to step forward.
Sometimes, arrogance and inferiority are separated by a fine line.
Often, those who are extremely inferior will become extremely arrogant after achieving success.
Bayi understands Li Xiao's current mindset very well. It's like the story of Yi Gong loving dragons. He talks about dragons every day, but when faced with a real dragon, he is terrified. If the enemy he faced were one of the other 10 kings instead of the tyrant, Li Xiao might have the courage to fight desperately.
But when it comes
to the tyrant, the one he has always regarded as his target to chase, the moment the gap becomes too vast, his mentality collapses instantly. Nowadays, the pitiful Li Xiao can only hide behind the crowd, trembling.
But how could Bayi let him have his way? Hurry up and go buy me some time. Humorous dark man,
Bayi shouted, causing a ripple in Li Xiao's dazed gaze.
Do you want to be a coward for a lifetime, or a hero for a moment?
Li Xiao's heart trembled,
and he instinctively clenched his fists. Shame, fear, resentment, and struggle intertwined on his face.
Your retreat now will become a thorn lodged in your heart in the future. Even if you manage to to survive today by sheer luck. For the rest of your life, on countless sleepless nights, today's nightmare will resurface one by one. You will see yourself curled up in the shadow of cowardice, listening to the voice within repeatedly questioning, "Why didn't you even have the courage to try once back then?" Li Xiao trembled even more, as if a certain flame was rising in his eyes. Bayi was delighted to see this. The motivational quotes he had read in his past life hadn't gone to waste. He immediately intensified his efforts. Don't let fear seal away your power. If you don't take action now, you'll regret it in the future. When gray hairs creep up your temples and you look back on your life, you'll see the dazzling version of yourself that you could have been, but was trapped in place by cowardice. Do you want to wake up every night in a cold sweat, cursing yourself as a failure? Li Xiao suddenly raised his head, a surge of emotions overwhelming him. He knew it was called unwillingness. "I am not a worthless person," he shouted angrily, as if cheering himself on, while the shadow beneath his feet surged like a tide. "If you're not worthless, then what are you? The tyrant is right in front of you. The goal you've been chasing is within reach, yet you hesitate to move forward. Have you forgotten your ambition?" A towering rage and unwillingness surged from Li Xiao's chest straight to his head. His eyes were instantly covered with dense blood vessels, his expression ferocious. He felt as if something was about to gush out from within him, just one step away, like a volcano suppressed to the extreme, clearly on the verge of eruption, yet its crater was blocked by a massive boulder. This suffocating and unwilling feeling made it impossible for him to breathe, as if his chest was about to explode. Li Xiao suddenly let out a frenzied roar, unleashing the emotions suppressed to the extreme. He directed the loudest shout toward the scarlet figure high above the dragon's head, unreachable and distant. "Not for a moment dare I forget." Li Xiao transformed into a shadow, charging at young Jia like a frenzied beast. Countless shadows emerged from his body, resembling a torrent made of darkness, surging through the crowd with unstoppable momentum. The closer he got to the tyrant, the fiercer the flames in his eyes burned. Muttering like a madman, "My ambition, my goal, my dream, even if I die, I want to die on the path of chasing my dream." "What the hell?" Bayi exclaimed. "Is this chicken soup that strong? I told you all transcendents are lunatics, and I was right." Yang Jia, who was being besieged by the crowd, frowned slightly. Li Xiao's sudden shout caught his attention, though he had no idea what was happening. He only knew that some lunatic was shouting about ambition and dreams before charging straight at him. The next moment, Li Xiao leaped forward, crossing his arms in front of his chest to form a cross, then suddenly flung his hands outward. Countless shadow darts shot out in all directions, their momentum overwhelming. Faced with such an attack, Yang Jia merely waved his hand casually. From the silver dragon, countless silvery white metals fell, converging into a massive silvery white gate that effortlessly blocked all of Li Xiao's attacks. Li Xiao wanted to strike again, but the silvery white gate came roaring toward him and slammed directly into his body. Li Xiao flew back along with the door, crashing heavily onto the ground with a loud noise. Bayi, who witnessed the entire scene, was dumbfounded. Li Xiao charged in. Li Xiao made a move. Li Xiao died. He quickly took out his golden pocket watch and glanced at it. Damn, Li Xiao only took 3 seconds. Cao Banchang, who was hiding in the crowd, hurried over and, with great effort, managed to lift the metal door off Li Xiao, revealing the barely breathing Li Xiao underneath. Li Xiao trembled as he reached out his hand toward Cao Banchang. Cao Banchang grabbed his hand, thinking Li Xiao wanted him to help him up, but just as he was halfway up, he heard Li Xiao's trembling voice whisper in his ear, Tell Bayi, I'm not useless." Buzz. After saying this, his head tilted and he fainted. Cao Banchang was startled and shook him repeatedly. Only after discovering that Li Xiao was still breathing did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the tyrant, who had been under siege all along, showed a clear look of impatience on his face. Perhaps it was because Li Xiao had gotten under his skin, but he was about to get serious. He clenched his hand in the void toward the surrounding abandoned buildings, and those structures immediately began to collapse violently. In the next moment, countless steel bars flew out from the buildings, filling the sky behind him. Whoosh! The rust-covered steel bars wove into an impenetrable dome, with the fractured ends reflecting a cold light. The sharp tips trembled slightly with the flutter of his eyelashes, like deadly arrows guided by invisible threads. The tyrant waved his hand lightly, and catastrophe descended upon the group. Minghu and the others were on high alert, desperately dodging and knocking away the falling steel bars, but there were simply too many to evade. Damn it! Minghu's face grew increasingly pale, blood loss making his head spin with dizziness. If I hadn't been injured so many times already, there's no way I wouldn't even be able to get close. In a moment of distraction, Minghu's right arm was pierced by a steel bar. He let out a muffled groan, unable to tend to the wound in time. Dozens of steel bars whistled toward him, but with his impaired mobility, he could no longer evade. Exerting all his strength, he managed to deflect over a dozen steel bars, yet his body was still pierced by the remaining ones. The protective shield of vital energy and blood surrounding his body had already shattered due to excessive depletion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Minghu! Inchi cried out in alarm, rushing swiftly toward Minghu. Don't worry about me, hurry. Before he could say the word escape, Minghu froze completely, because the silver snake wasn't there to save him but was using his body as a shield. Bang! The silver silver snake hid behind Minghu, lifting his body with both hands, then quickly retreated. The incoming steel rods all pierced into Minghu's body. His expression turned furious and ferocious. "You wretch, ah!" Accompanied by the final scream, the nether tiger, pierced by steel rods like a porcupine, fell completely silent, dying with its eyes wide open. The silver snake finally managed to escape from the vicinity of the tyrant. Looking at the tragically dead nether tiger, she wept sorrowfully. "Brother tiger, you sacrificed your life to save me. Rest assured, I will live on well, carrying your share of life too." Nether tiger. After a rain of steel rods, many were dead or injured. They were forced to the edge of the cage, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at the tyrant atop the silver dragon. Some terrified people even directly knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Spare me, Lord Tyrant, please spare me. I really don't have the Panga USB drive. Don't kill me. Lord Tyrant, my hometown is also in Fuguang City. We are fellow townsmen." In the face of their pleas, Yang Jia remained indifferent, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, as if he were gazing at ants. He raised his palm lightly, and the steel bars embedded in the ground trembled violently, yanked out by an invisible force. They soared into the air once more, like countless Damocles swords suspended in midair, pointing directly at the crowd. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in horror. With tens of thousands of steel bars empowered by the tyrant's strength, how many among them could possibly survive? The courage they had painstakingly mustered to face the tyrant dissipated completely in the face of absolute power. Only fear spread like a tidal wave, almost suffocating them, making it hard to breathe. "I'll give you one last minute to consider. Hand over the Panga USB drive, and my promise still stands. Otherwise, death." Yang Jia gazed indifferently at the crowd, like a deity holding the power of life and death. Bayi seriously suspected that Yang Jia was forcing everyone to hand it over themselves simply because he was too lazy to search the corpses. 15 minutes left. This useless group of underworld tigers only managed to delay for 5 minutes. He would only be able to recover his divine power for 1 minute after 15 minutes, but the tyrant simply didn't give him that much time. If he didn't deal with the tyrant soon, he feared he would meet the same tragic end as everyone else in Shelter 189. But how could he defeat the tyrant in just 5 seconds? He was currently at least a kilometer away from the tyrant. To get close, he would not only have to cross that kilometer within 5 seconds but also climb the 100-meter-tall silver dragon. Only then could he reach the tyrant on the dragon's head and kill it. 5 seconds to accomplish all of this, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "Damn it, do I have to change accounts?" Bayi silently walked to Xiaodong's side. The knightly young woman had a solemn expression, her breathing slightly uneven, clearly showing that the earlier battle had taken a toll on her. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Bayi approaching, a hint of doubt flashing in her gaze. Before she could speak, she heard Bayi say in a low voice, "I have a plan to slay the tyrant." And Xiaotong was stunned. "What plan?" "Actually, I am also a transcendent. My transcendent ability is fleeting glimmers, thousandfold symphony in an instant." Bayi made up on the spot. "And Xiaotong? Simply put, I can enhance speed. However, this requires a very strong physique, otherwise, it's impossible to withstand the burden brought by the speed. Your physique happens to allow me to unleash the fleeting glimmers, thousandfold symphony in an instant, to its fullest potential. At that time, with extreme speed, I will be able to break through the metal surrounding Yang Jia. In other words, my ability combined with your body can slay the tyrant." To cover up the time freeze, Bayi was spouting nonsense, as the concept of time freeze is too shocking. However, if it's framed as an increase in speed, it becomes much easier to accept. As for when the time freeze activates and a person suddenly disappears, that can only mean your eyesight isn't good enough to keep up with my speed. And Xiaotong said expressionlessly, "But what you just mentioned was clearly fleeting glimmers, instant thousandfold symphony." Bayi, slip of the tongue. "Don't mind these details, just tell me whether you agree or not." "Agree." And Xiaotong responded so decisively that Bayi even felt she was teasing him. And Xiaotong explained, "First, you are a good person." "Damn, handing out good person cards endlessly, huh? Second, I don't think you would joke around with your own life. Third, I'm not surprised that you're an extraordinary individual. I even suspected it for a while. Otherwise, you couldn't have crossed the city alone to reach the experimental base." Bayi raised an eyebrow, surprised at how perceptive Xiaotong was. Time was running out. Since Xiaotong agreed, he didn't waste any more time. He immediately took out the twin monkey figurines, kept one half for himself, and handed the other half to Xiaotong. The two tightly held the monkey figurines, locking eyes as they waited. The result? Nothing happened. Bayi was stunned. Was the posture wrong? Why couldn't it be changed? He realized that the twin monkey statue might still have a usage mechanism he was unaware of. "It's over." Bayi suddenly felt uneasy. Without Xiaotong's body, how could he counter the tyrant? "Damn you monkeys. What on earth are these two dead monkeys made of? Why are they sometimes effective and sometimes not?" He originally had an evil plan for eternal life using the twin monkey statues, but now that's gone bankrupt too. At this moment, Xiaotong handed over the other half of the monkey statue. She remained remained silent, showing no sign of frustration over the failed exchange. Those light brown eyes fixed tightly on Yang Jie, silently adjusting the turbulent energy within her body. It was clear that they were ready to fight to the death. Bayi looked at the twin monkey statue in his hand, knowing that his final path had been blocked. If he had enough time, he could study the mechanism for using the twin monkey statue, but unfortunately, there was no if. How could he delay the final 14 minutes? He glanced at the crowd. Even the strongest, such as Yi Qianjun and others, were injured, their faces filled with apprehension, not daring to step forward. The nether tiger had been turned into a pincushion, while the silver snake was holding the nether tiger and crying. Li Xiao had passed out. Only In Xiaotong remained completely unharmed, clearly receiving special attention from the tyrant. But being unharmed was of no use, as In Xiaotong's strength was far from enough to stop the tyrant. At this moment, Yang Jie spoke. 1 minute is up. Since you can't hand it over, then die. His palms slowly pressed down, and the steel bars hovering above everyone's heads began to tremble. Gao Bancheng panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, my father is Gao Shanhe." This shout startled everyone, even Yang Jie furrowed his brows. However, Yang Jie merely frowned slightly and then continued pressing down with one hand. Gao Bancheng's face turned pale. "It's over, even my father Gao Shanhe won't be of any use." Just as everyone was in despair, Bayi had already silently walked to Li Zhao's side, preparing to take off his mask and put it on himself. His thought was simple: since there's no way to retreat, then just go for it. What? Take life and death lightly, and fight if you disagree. This time, he didn't choose to let Li Yu stand at the forefront while he hid behind the scenes. Because 5 seconds were simply not enough, he had to find a way to buy time and personally get close to the tyrant to deliver a decisive blow. For him, facing death head-on was a very peculiar feeling. When the countdown to death sounded, adrenaline surged through Bayi's body like boiling lava, making him tremble with excitement. In those bright black eyes, a wildfire burned that even death couldn't extinguish. It was the madness of tearing open a path to life despite knowing death was inevitable, the defiance of trampling life and death underfoot. 5 seconds? Then 5 seconds it is. Even the 10 kings will be slain for you to see. At that moment, a silver-white figure stepped forward. When everyone avoided Yang Jie like the plague, and Xiaotong, clad in knight's armor, stepped out of the crowd with a sword in hand. The slender pure silver cross sword carved a long mark on the ground, like a dragon-slaying warrior facing the dragon in a fairy tale. No one expected that this black knight from the silent court would be so courageous. Yang Jie's hand immediately stopped. He gazed indifferently at In Xiaotong without saying a word. And Xiaotong raised the pure silver cross sword, its blade pointing directly at the tyrant. The cold moonlight reflected off the pure silver blade. The corner of Yang Jie's mouth curled into a cold smile. When it came to this woman, he always had plenty of patience. He wanted to see what this intriguing woman was planning to do. And Xiaotong was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. The one who took the Panga USB drive should be the shadow rat. Let them go. Oh, Yang Jie sneered with a smile. He didn't ask In Xiaotong about the basis for identifying the hidden rat. He only asked one question. Why? Because of the sword in my hand. Yang Jie laughed again. This was probably the time he had laughed the most. Woman, you are no match for me. And Xiaotong calmly nodded. I am indeed no match for you, but I have my own methods. What methods? The next second, and Xiaotong's actions left everyone stunned. She slowly raised the pure silver cross sword and then placed it against her own neck. Yang Jie's smile suddenly disappeared. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flickered in his gaze. Although I don't know why you keep holding back against me, that no longer matters. What matters is, I know you don't want me to die. The knightly girl said so. Woman, are you using my indulgence towards you to threaten me? Ha ha. Yang Jie laughed angrily, but it seems you've forgotten one thing. A tyrant never fears any threat. His hand clenched fiercely in the direction of In Xiaotong, and countless steel bars instantly fell like rain. Before In Xiaotong could react, a steel bar suddenly flew out from the ruins beside her, launching a sneak attack from the side. A crisp clash of metal rang out as the pure silver cross sword on In Xiaotong's neck was struck by the steel bar, nearly slipping from her grasp. A resolute glint flashed in the girl's eyes as she raised the pure silver cross sword and swung it toward herself once more, but it was too late. Dozens of spear-like rods fell, grazing her armor. Steel bars fell at her arms, legs, and almost every movable joint, pinning her body firmly in place without causing any harm to In Xiaotong. At this moment, she resembled a puppet nailed to a wooden board by countless nails. She wanted to keep struggling, but Yang Jie exerted force again, and the grating sound of twisting metal echoed. The steel bars restraining her body instantly came to life, like twisted, winding ropes, binding her tightly. Let me go. And Xiaotong struggled continuously, her terrifying energy and blood soaking through the armor, yet she still couldn't break free from Yang Jie's grip. Yang Jie waved his hand, and In Xiaotong was directly lifted by the steel bars, landing on the dragon's head. Clang! Watch quietly. After restricting In Xiaotong's movements, Yang Jie no longer paid attention to her and instead turned his gaze to the crowd. Just as he was about to manipulate the steel bars to kill everyone, a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes, because another person unexpectedly stepped out from the crowd, but this time it was a man.
black hair, black clothes, black eyes, and a black mask. This person said nothing, walked out of the crowd alone, and headed straight toward the tyrant. There was no unnecessary sound as he stepped forward, yet the faint crunch of his soles against the gravel felt like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. The blood-colored dandelions drifting in the sky fell past him, as if in fear, making no attempt to attack him. This strange sight left everyone astonished, as if someone were walking through a snowstorm, yet not a single snowflake landed on them. Moreover, even the frenzied imposters, upon seeing him, did not launch any attacks but stood frozen in place. How is this possible? The mutated scarlet virus dares to attack even the tyrant, but it doesn't dare to attack him. Who exactly is he? Black Mask? Is it Shadowman Li Xiao? No, it's not Li Xiao. Although this person's attire is very similar to Li Xiao's, the physique is different. He's taller and slimmer than Li Xiao. Gao Bansheng immediately recognized that this person wasn't Li Xiao. After all, Li Xiao was still unconscious, and the physique didn't match. But why does this person's clothing style and black mask look exactly the same as Li Xiao's? He suspiciously turned his head and looked toward the place where Li Xiao was unconscious, his eyes almost popping out. A stripped naked man curled up on the ground, wearing only underwear, was unconscious. Perhaps feeling the cold, he frowned tightly and instinctively curled into a ball to keep warm. Although Gao Bansheng had never seen Li Xiao's true face, he immediately recognized that the one lying on the ground was the real Li Xiao. He subconsciously looked at Li Xiao's face and was instantly stunned. Li Xiao was actually not bad looking, but there was a bluish-black birthmark on the right side of his face, almost covering half of it. Clang! So this is the reason why Li Xiao always wore a mask? He suddenly understood why Li Xiao had developed such a personality. The congenital birthmark had caused Li Xiao to feel inferior for a long time, and after becoming a transcendent, this inferiority transformed into extreme arrogance. Bang bang bang! Wait, Li Xiao is here, so who is the person wearing the black mask? Everyone in the crowd had their eyes drawn to the man in the black mask. They didn't know what he was going to do, but when people are in desperate situations, they always cling to a sliver of hope. What if this man could defeat the tyrant? What if the man in the black mask was, of course, Bayi? The burning gazes of the hundreds of people behind him, along with Yang Jie's indifferent stare, made the corners of his mouth curl into a faint smile. He suddenly found himself somewhat enjoying this feeling of dancing on the edge of a blade. There are still 11 minutes left until 12 o'clock, and he will use these last 11 minutes to perform a spectacular act on the edge of a blade. The first act of the show, creating mystery. Whether it's putting on a black mask or using the unique trait of the mutated scarlet virus that doesn't harm him, it's all to make everyone instinctively believe that he is a mysterious powerhouse. Judging people by their appearance is human nature. If he were to appear as a wasteland boy, his deterrent power would be greatly diminished. Of course, he had other considerations as well. If he truly killed the tyrant, his name would undoubtedly spread far and wide. Fame often brings trouble and wastes time. The ability to stop time for 1 minute is like a venomous snake with deadly poison. Given the right conditions, he could kill any large beast, but likewise, any large beast could kill him. As a venomous snake, the best way to attack is to hide oneself, striking a fatal blow from the shadows. It can be imagined that once the tyrant is killed, his bounty will exceed 1 billion, and countless dangers will swarm in. No matter how strong the tyrant is, what difference does it make? Isn't there still someone who wants to kill him? Mr. Ying's sniper rifle is the best example. Perhaps the tyrant can defend against the sniper rifle, but he truly cannot withstand it. What surprised Bayi a little was that Li Xiao's black mask turned out to be a forbidden item. Jiao-level forbidden item, black nether enigmatic mask. When he put it on, he immediately knew the name of the forbidden object. The forbidden object is a living entity. Although it cannot speak, it can actually communicate. It's just like your pet dog. You don't understand its barking, but when you see it anxiously scratching at the door and spinning in circles, you know it wants to go outside to relieve itself. Bayi temporarily didn't know the containment conditions, but the faint longing for his skin emanating from the black abyss mask gave him some clues. He ignored the forbidden object and walked silently toward the tyrant, solely to get closer to the tyrant and save a bit of time. Seeing Bayi able to make the mutated crimson virus and the pseudo-humans hide, the amusement in the tyrant's eyes grew even stronger. Interesting. Not only are you not running away, but you even dare to walk toward me? He slowly raised his hand, and the steel beams in the sky were ready to strike. Bayi stopped in his tracks. He was now 700 meters away from the tyrant, but he knew he couldn't take another step, or the tyrant would surely strike immediately. Act 2, seizing the initiative. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Bayi stood still, recalling the feeling of proclaiming himself a god when facing the eyes of calamity. He stood with his hands behind his back, the cool night breeze lifting the hem of his robe, casting a flickering shadow at his feet. The edges of the black mask glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, with only a pair of jet black eyes piercing through the shadows, calmly gazing at the tyrant. Suddenly, a calm and deep voice came from beneath the black mask. The Pange USB drive is not something you can meddle with. I can give you a chance to leave now. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was stunned. They even doubted their own ears.
years. This tone, calm yet tinged with indifference, was like the pity of a superior being toward the weak. But he was facing the tyrant Yang Jie. Give Yang Jie a chance? Give one of the 10 kings, the tyrant, a chance to leave? The amusement in Yang Jie's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. So, you're the one who took the Pange USB drive? So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Bayi's gaze met Yang Jie's icy stare in midair. The two locked eyes, one cold and domineering, the other calm and indifferent. In short, neither of them took the other seriously. Yang Jie's lips curled into a sharp, blade-like smile. It's been many years since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Interesting. I don't kill nameless people. State your name. Bayi's lips curved into a slight arc. He knew that part of the plan had already succeeded. The tyrant had taken the bait. Someone like the tyrant would only be interested in other strong individuals, and only the strong would qualify to converse with him. For this, Bayi had even prepared to effortlessly dodge the tyrant's attack within 2 seconds, just to reinforce his persona as a strong individual. However, the tyrant was clearly even more arrogant than expected, exuding absolute confidence in his own strength and control over everything. This is the difference between people. If Liu were in the tyrant's position, Bayi was certain that upon seeing a figure suspected to be a mysterious powerhouse, Liu would definitely strike without hesitation. If he couldn't take them down in one blow, he would turn and run. Dealing with different powerhouses requires implementing different strategies based on their personalities. As for dealing with the tyrant, it's actually very simple, just be more arrogant than him. Bayi spoke again, his tone calm and steady. You're not worthy to know my identity. In an instant, Yang Jie's aura shifted dramatically. Killing intent surged in his eyes, and a mountain-like pressure swept over the room, making everyone tense up, cold sweat breaking out across their bodies. Bayi felt a faint prickling sensation on his skin, his entire being enveloped by the tyrant's almost tangible murderous intent. It was as if the slightest movement would see him decapitated in the next instant. Yet the curve at the corner of his mouth only grew wider. Act 3, using power to intimidate. But we just met at the experimental base. Have you forgotten so quickly? Yang Jie, who was just about to make a move, frowned slightly. He was certain he had never met the person in front of him. Bayi smiled faintly but then said something shocking. That's true. When we met at the experimental base, I didn't want to reveal my existence, so I deliberately erased your memory. That's right, he borrowed Divine Taboo Object 039, by Zay's power. Everyone was shocked, erasing the tyrant's memory. If what this person said was true, what kind of terrifying method could that be? Yang Jie frowned deeper and deeper. Erase my memory? Only to hear Bayi continue. I thought that with your strength, you might have noticed some of my tricks, but I didn't expect. Can't even notice the anomaly in your memory? Tyrant. Yang Jie. In an instant, Yang Jie's pupils suddenly contracted into needle-like shapes. Just now, he had frantically searched his memories using his immense mental power, and the result? He was shocked to discover that there was indeed a problem with his memory. Some of it was missing. If losing memory was already shocking enough, what was even more astonishing was that until the mysterious figure pointed it out, he hadn't even realized he had lost any memory at all. What kind of trick is this? He was both shocked and furious, his solemn eyes fixed intently on Bayi, as if trying to pierce through the black mask to see the true face. What did you do to my memory? Yang Jie demanded in a low voice. His words were tantamount to admitting Bayi's claim. Chen Jun and the others were utterly shocked, staring at Bayi's back in sheer terror, their scalps tingling. What this mysterious person said turned out to be true. He really erased the tyrant's memory, and the most terrifying part was that the tyrant only realized it after being reminded. How is this possible? When did such a terrifying powerhouse appear in Baimang? Is it one of the other 10 kings? No, it's not. None of the 10 kings have the ability to erase memories, and even if someone did, it would be absolutely impossible to erase the memory of the tyrant, who is also one of the 10 kings. Above the silver dragon, and Xiaoton, entangled in steel bars, was equally shocked, though her shock was mixed with a trace of doubt. Why did the mysterious person look somewhat familiar? It was perfectly normal for her to be familiar with Bayi. After all, no one knew Bayi's body better than she did. She had even touched it herself. She understood Bayi, just as Bayi also understood her. Have you finally noticed? A calm voice came from beneath the black mask of Bayi. Don't worry, I only erased the memory of our meeting. I didn't tamper with your memories in any other way. He admitted there was an element of gambling in his actions, but he had bet correctly. When he was previously targeted by Bai Zai, only the tyrant could sense his presence. After Bai Zai caught up, the tyrant could also see Bai Zai, though he was later influenced by Bai Zai at close range. Thus, Bai Yi speculated that someone as strong as the tyrant, once far away from Bai Zai, should be able to detect anomalies in their memory upon reviewing it. Yang Jie stared intently at the man in black. As one of the 10 kings, he naturally wouldn't be intimidated by Bai Yi's few words, even if the other party had indeed used some method to erase his memory. Perhaps he couldn't defend against such a bizarre method, but he could deal with the person who used it. Playing tricks and almost forgot. Bai Yi suddenly changed his tone. It seems I left a little something in your memory
memory by accident. I've devoured so many memories over the past century that I often forget things. Don't take it personally. Yang Jia frowned deeply. Too many memories devoured over the past century? Often forgetful? Such methods have never been heard of within the northern Mang territory, could it be? What? You are from Vault 189. Seeing Yang Jia successfully misled, Bayi knew the fourth act, misdirection, was complete. Bayi smiled faintly. Who I am is not important. What matters is, who are you? Who am I? Yang Jia inexplicably felt a chill named the more you think, the scarier it gets. Memory is the most important component of a person. It is no exaggeration to say that who you are is determined by your past experiences, and it is memory that carries these experiences. When a person is born and given a name, it does not mean that you are that person, because there are many people with the same name, and even some who look similar. So, as a completely independent individual with a complete personality, how do you distinguish yourself from others? Nature relies on different experiences and memories. But when a person's memory is altered, are you still truly yourself? What did you do? Yang Jia's tone grew increasingly icy. Act 5, luring the enemy into the trap. Let Yang Jia fall into the trap of his own memories. To provoke the tyrant's suspicion and fear, the altered memory must not be something trivial. For example, if dinner was clearly kung pao chicken, it cannot be changed to fish-flavored shredded pork. It must be a crucial memory. For this, Bayi already had an answer. He recalled his first meeting with Yang Jia under the identity of Infiltrating. At that time, the expression in Yang Jia's eyes was not one of amazement or lust, but rather, like the surface of a lake struck by sudden rain, rippling violently, his gaze filled with incredulous hope. But upon seeing clearly, it was as if a candle had been snuffed out, leaving only thick melancholy and hollow despair. At that time, Bayi found it strange. With Yang Jia's capabilities, what kind of woman couldn't he get? No matter how beautiful and Xiaotong was, it shouldn't have made Yang Jia act like a brainless domineering CEO. Looking back now, Yang Jia was probably seeing the shadow of his former white moonlight in Xiaotong. Given Yang Jia's domineering nature, if this white moonlight were still alive, he wouldn't be so melancholic. Even if she were married, Yang Jia would surely snatch her back. So, it can be inferred that the white moonlight must have passed away. After pondering for a moment, Bayi said casually, I saw a woman in your memory, a woman who has long since passed away, a woman who bears some resemblance to the Black Knight. Hearing this, Yang Jia was shaken to his core. Bullseye, an old, buried name uncontrollably surfaced in Yang Jia's mind. She was the most important person in his memory, and at the same time, the one he least wanted to recall. His knuckles tightened subconsciously, memories washing over the scabbed wounds like a tide, exposing the softest and most fragile flesh from the torn scars. What did you do to her? Bloodshot veins appeared in Yang Jia's eyes, his expression furious and ferocious. Faced with Yang Jia's anger, Bayi remained completely unflustered, as he had already gained full control of the situation. I don't like plain stories, so I specially rewrote the ending for you and her. Calm words, like stones thrown into the surface of a lake, caused Yang Jia's thoughts to ripple. Change the ending, change the ending. Memories surged like a tide. A familiar figure suddenly flashed through his mind. It was his teacher, an assassin who always wore a cold expression. It was the teacher who raised him, along with more than a dozen other orphans like him. Many of them he could no longer remember because they had all died. The teacher was a member of an assassin organization, and adopting orphans was merely a way to cultivate fresh blood for the organization. Yet even so, Yang Jia always deeply respected the teacher in his heart, even considering him as his own father, until one day, after he had grown up, the image of this father completely shattered. Life in the assassin organization was brutal, so brutal that out of more than a dozen children, only he and Tang Duo survived. At the age of 18, the teacher held a graduation banquet for him and Tang Duo, signifying that they could become true assassins and independently complete organizational tasks. Yang Jia clearly remembered that day. The graduation banquet was very simple, held at their training base. The teacher prepared two signature dishes, stir-fried shredded potatoes with meat and vinegar sautéed cabbage, along with a pound of white liquor bought from outside. It was his first time drinking alcohol because the teacher had said that assassins must always keep their minds clear. However, today was their graduation day, so an exception could be made. That day, Yang Jia got drunk after just one glass of liquor, but he was very happy because he had finally grown up, could leave the teacher's supervision, and be with Tang Duo. Killers are not only forbidden to drink but also forbidden to feel emotions. The teacher said that killers cannot have feelings. If they do, their hands will tremble when holding a gun. So he had always suppressed the emotions in his heart, but after this day, he could finally stop suppressing them. Perhaps it was his naturally superior physical condition, or maybe the dose of sedative in the wine was insufficient, but in a half-conscious state, he heard Tang Duo's cries and the teacher's voice. This time, however, the teacher's voice was no longer indifferent but filled with desire. The teacher was instructing Tang Duo, teaching her the final lesson before she graduated. The teacher said that the easiest place for a female assassin to successfully carry out a kill is always in bed, so you must learn all the techniques to lure men into bed. And so, the teacher imparted everything to Tang Duo, while he
Bayi, in a dazed sleep, felt as if he were trapped in a nightmare. That was truly a very, very long nightmare. Later, he woke up from his dream, and Tang Duo seemed like a completely different person. Before, no matter how brutal the training she endured, she would always smile and comfort her companions, saying that everything would get better when they grew up. When they grew up, Tang Duo did grow up, but she grew up to be utterly unrecognizable. She became the most outstanding assassin in the organization, always completing her missions. But clearly, her skills weren't even as good as mine. Since then, Yang Jie fell in love with drinking, until one day, the teacher died, killed by Tang Duo. That night, Tang Duo and he drank a lot of wine, without saying a single word to each other. The next day, Tang Duo also died, killed by him. Tang Duo said, "I don't want to die at the hands of those people in the organization. I hope the one who ends my life is you." Tang Duo's death brought about his awakening, giving rise to a ruthless and violent tyrant, renowned across the world, Yang Jie. The mysterious person's words plunged Yang Jie into memories of the past, the most important memories of his life. Yet now, the mysterious person claimed to have tampered with these crucial memories. Anger instantly filled his chest. But alongside his anger, Yang Jie felt a trace of inexplicable fear. It wasn't fear of the mysterious person's methods, but fear that the hatred was fake. Deep down, an unrealistic fantasy even emerged in his heart. Could it be that my current memories are fake? Has the teacher actually always been good to both me and Tang Duo? Maybe the teacher died while carrying out a mission, and Tang Duo too. That's right, we were raised by the teacher. How could the teacher ever harm us? The mysterious person said they didn't like plain stories, so the teacher and Tang Duo dying during a mission would be too plain for him. So, he added more drama to my memory. Perhaps the real ending is that they completed a life and death mission together, a mission that caused him to lose the two people closest to him, but also led to his awakening. If that were true, how wonderful it would be. At least, the teacher and Tang Duo never turned against each other. Until the moment of their deaths, they were happy, they were family. Humans are such pitiful and ridiculous creatures. Even someone as powerful as the tyrant Yang Jie is no exception. When faced with an unbearable truth, people instinctively use trembling and humble delusions to numb themselves as much as possible, even if those delusions sound utterly ridiculous. Yang Jie lost his composure. This was the second time he had done so since Tang Duo's death. The first time was when he saw the true face of the Black Knight. That woman bore a 3/10 resemblance to Tang Duo, and just that slight resemblance was enough to throw him into disarray. He thought he had frozen his heart well, but when the figure buried deep in his memory surged to the forefront, the warmth and pain in his heart could only be stopped by death. What is the true ending in my memory? Yang Jie's voice carried a hint of trembling. At this moment, he desperately wanted to hear the answer he had always fantasized about from Bayi. He did not doubt Baiyi's words, because part of his memory had indeed been erased before. This proved that the mysterious person truly possessed the means to manipulate memories, and the mysterious person had mentioned that Tang Duo bore some resemblance to the Black Knight. Tang Duo has been dead for many years. Besides in his memory, where else can she be seen? He was also unwilling to doubt it, and even fervently hoped that what the mysterious person said was true. Under the black mask, Bayi frowned slightly. What did the tyrant recall? What kind of flashback could be so intense? Although he had almost perfectly utilized all the information, he still couldn't guess the story buried deep in the tyrant's heart. Why does it feel like there's a hint of anticipation in the tyrant's tone? Could it be that having one's memory altered is something worth looking forward to? On second thought, Bayi probably guessed Yang Jie's thoughts. What kind of person would hope their memories were fake? It must be someone with a past they can't bear to look back on, someone with tragic memories. He didn't know what kind of unbearable memories Yang Jie had, so he could only say things that could be broadly applicable. For example, does the ending really matter? Memories can be false, but love is real. Yang Jie trembled all over, as if an indescribable light flickered in his eyes. This was the answer he had always been seeking. No matter what had happened, it had all faded away with the wind, and it no longer truly mattered. The important thing is, everything can be fake, but his love for Tang Duo was real. At this moment, Baiyi's universal formula was actively applied by Yang Jie. Yang Jie, who had obtained the answer, suddenly laughed, no longer a cold smile, but a long-lost ease, as if he had shed the heavy shackles on his body. You're right, memories can be fake, but love is real. He seemed to have undergone some kind of transcendence, as terrifying and abyss-like spiritual power burst forth from his body. The metals of the entire city seemed to sense the presence of a monarch, trembling incessantly and emitting sharp explosions. A symphony of metals resounded. It was as if witnessing a tyrant ascending step by step to the metal throne, witnessing his coronation as king. Fog grass. Fog grass. No sudden breakthroughs. Ha! Bayi was stunned, almost losing his composure. He had originally planned to pop champagne at halftime, going straight to the final act, no more pretending. I'm laying it all out. I am the god of the new era. After all the calculations, who would have thought it would unfold like this? Bro, are you seriously the chosen one? You figured it out this quickly? Just a couple of persuasive words about love and emotions, and then you suddenly had a breakthrough? You're making me look like a villain here. Bayi never expected that his attempt to make up some nonsense to buy time would end up aiding the enemy. It wasn't even midnight yet, and the tyrant had already broken through. Who could he complain to about this? I've always said that transcendents are all lunatics. Li Xiao went all out after drinking 2 bowls of poisonous chicken soup, and the tyrant broke through after hearing just a couple of words of nonsense. These lunatics really can't handle any provocation. Everyone present felt the terrifying power of the tyrant growing even stronger. Their gazes were filled with utter shock. They couldn't even handle the tyrant before, and now, after just a few words, he had become even more powerful. Shirano no longer enjoys the feeling of dancing on the knife's edge, because he feels the tyrant is holding the knife and stabbing it into him. Why isn't it 12 o'clock yet? At this point, he can only continue pretending. Standing in the center with his hands behind his back, Shirano let out a light laugh. Now, you've finally piqued a bit of my interest. The crowd was in an uproar. From the mysterious person's words, it was intentional. Intentionally giving Yang Jie pointers. Was it because the previous Yang Jie was too weak and not worth making a move against? Who exactly is this black-masked person, capable of making Yang Jie break through with just one sentence? Disdaining the tyrant for being weak, deliberately offering guidance to aid the enemy, this is the demeanor of a top-tier expert. Yang Jie's gaze was as calm as water, with the previous emotional fluctuations seemingly completely gone. He had once again transformed into a tyrant reigning over the world. Although I don't know who you are, your words have indeed helped me. As repayment, I will give it my all. In Yang Jie's view, the greatest respect for a strong opponent is to fight with all one's might, holding the determination to kill them. Any hesitation, holding back, or pity is an insult to the strong. Remember to vote for Feng Xiu and Buyu. Don't be like Bayi who forgets his roots, abandoning old love for new affection. You've truly mastered the art of repaying kindness with enmity. Bayi was so furious his teeth were grinding. It was the same when saving Yang Jie at the experimental base before, and now again when guiding Yang Jie to breakthrough. How could someone possibly lose their conscience to such an extent? Bayi wanted to grumble a bit more and chat casually with the tyrant, but after the breakthrough, the tyrant's fighting spirit was clearly surging, and he actually made a move directly. Blade prison. Yang Jie's 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and the surrounding metal instantly disintegrated. Steel bars, iron fragments, and metal shards floated in midair. Under the shroud of immense spiritual power, they transformed into a 100-meter-tall silver tornado spinning at high speed. Countless tiny metal blades sliced through the air, emitting a piercing screech. Wherever they passed, buildings collapsed, and rubble turned to dust. A terrifying silver metallic storm, carrying the breath of death, swept toward Bayi. This was the first time Yang Jie had used a technique he developed based on his extraordinary abilities since the battle at Black Mountain. Even when faced with a group siege before, he had only performed basic metal manipulation for simple offense and defense. This showed how much he valued Bayi. However, Bayi did not want this kind of attention. The silver metallic storm kept magnifying in his eyes, the fine metallic sharpness cutting into him with piercing pain. He didn't check the time. He knew it hadn't passed because the time within his soul hadn't increased. He had never felt time move so slowly. Bayi was now in a state of panic, but in the eyes of others, it was a completely different scene. Facing the blade prison storm capable of tearing everything apart, this mysterious figure still stood with his hands behind his back. The fierce wind made his robes flutter wildly, yet it couldn't dispel the aura of a supreme powerhouse who looked down upon the world. The mysterious figure, who seemed insignificant like an ant before the 100-meter storm, now appeared to be the opposite in everyone's eyes. Brilliant golden light rose from beneath Bayi's feet. Regarded by everyone as an unparalleled powerhouse, he quickly ran out of the blade prison's range, then stood tall and proud with his hands behind his back, maintaining the demeanor of a strong figure, all within 2 seconds. Now, he only had 3 seconds left. He didn't use the remaining time to rush forward and kill Yang Jie, as it simply wasn't enough. Instead, he could only stall for a little longer, waiting for 12 o'clock to arrive. Time resumed. Yang Jie's eyes suddenly narrowed, staring intently at the empty space on the other side. That calm and unhurried figure was reflected in his eyes. A jet-black robe, thick as ink, swayed with the wind. Facing the blade prison, not even the hem of the robe was stained. Such incredible speed. Is it teleportation? With his strength, he still couldn't see how the opponent avoided the blade prison. He Qianjun and the others were even more clueless. They only saw that when the earth-shattering blade prison struck, the mysterious figure vanished into thin air and reappeared on the other side. Its power is decent, but what's the use if it can't hit the target? Bayi, like an elder sparring with a junior, not only showed no urgency to make a move but even began to comment. Those unaware might think he is terrifyingly strong, but only he knows that he is merely stalling for time. However, Yang Jie seemed to have his fighting spirit ignited. Without wasting a word, he struck again. He clasped his hands together and shouted in a low voice, "Iron Stream Heavenly Puppet." Bayi instantly became highly alert. Facing such a formidable opponent, he feared that a single misstep could lead to his instant defeat. But the next second, he noticed something was wrong because Yang Jie did not attack. Under the control of the vast mental power, the ground suddenly trembled, and all the metal objects objects within 100 meters emitted a humming resonance. Lampposts twisted into liquid silver streams, car steel plates peeled off like paper, and even the metallic dust suspended in the air was drawn by an invisible force, forming a silvery gray whirlwind.
Nima! A ghostly blue arc burst forth from Yang Jie's body. It was not lightning but the manifestation of his extraordinary ability. Under the influence of the arc, all the metals, including the silver dragon beneath his feet, began to disintegrate. Thousands of metal particles swirled madly around him as the core, sketching the outline of a metallic skeleton in the air. Is this transforming into a humanoid Gundam?
Bayi realized this was trouble. It must be that Yang Jie had noticed his elusive abilities, so instead of attacking rashly, he chose to first create an absolute defense to prevent Bayi from suddenly sneaking up behind him. As expected of a 10-king level powerhouse, he knows how to use his brain in battle. Gears and steel beams automatically interlocked amidst the roaring noise, with liquid metal cascading like a waterfall to fill the gaps. Endless azure currents flickered across the surface of the armor, and as the massive metallic head finally closed its eyes, a 100-meter-tall steel colossus thundered to the ground.
The entire city seemed to tremble beneath its feet. This was the tyrant's ultimate move, Ironstream Titan.
The fact that the tyrant could become one of the 10 kings is, of course, not without reason.
Even the 12 zodiac beasts know.
They can use a sniper rifle to launch a long-range attack on his vulnerable flesh, so there's no way he wouldn't know it himself. Thus, he developed the Ironstream Celestial Puppet, capable of perfectly defending himself.
An iron colossus that combines offense and defense. Now, standing before Bayi are one bad piece of news and an even worse one. The bad news is that after his continuous posturing, the time still hasn't freaking arrived. The worst news is that even if it does, it's completely useless, because Yang Jie is entirely wrapped in a torrent of steel. Facing such a steel monster, even with an extra minute of stillness, he still wouldn't be able to kill Yang Jie's true body inside the 100-meter steel giant. Time freeze. Buzz. Even Mr. Ying's Black Jiao M300 wouldn't work.
First of all, firing a gun in a time-stopped state is useless. The bullet would be frozen the moment it leaves the barrel. Secondly, that gun simply cannot break through the defense of the Ironstream Heavenly Puppet, because the Ironstream Heavenly Puppet is made of alloy from the experimental base, an alloy from the previous era.
It can't be like this. How can a battle go like this? Shouldn't it be you testing me with one move? I test you with one move, then you keep showing off and underestimating me, only to be instantly killed by me in one strike?
No, where's that unique arrogance of the 10 kings you had earlier?
You're one of the 10 kings, and you're still defending?
The onlookers were stunned. They had thought Yang Jie was strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this strong. If Yang Jie had used Blade Prison and the Ironstream Heavenly Puppet from the start, they would have been completely wiped out long ago. However, when they saw that mysterious figure in the black robe on the field, they felt relieved.
This mysterious powerhouse will surely win, right? Casually altering Yang Jie's memories, helping Yang Jie break through with just a word, how could such a terrifyingly strong individual possibly lose? They watched Bayi's enigmatic and profound back with great anticipation, placing all their hopes for survival on him. What else could Bayi do?
Pretend to be strong. Even if you cry, finish pretending.
A light chuckle came from beneath the black mask. This farce should be about over.
Farce? Bayi's words made Yang Jie, inside the Iron Flow Sky Puppet, suddenly feel a sense of crisis.
Let Qianjun and the others be dumbfounded. The tyrant displayed such terrifying power, yet in his eyes, was it merely a farce?
I admit your methods are mysterious, far surpassing all the extraordinary individuals I've encountered, but defeating me might not be that easy.
Yang Jie's solemn voice echoed from within the steel colossus.
It's evident how well Bayi played his role, even making the tyrant wary. However, what the tyrant said was different from what Bayi imagined.
In this situation, shouldn't he at least say, I, the tyrant Yang Jie, am willing to call you the strongest? Alright, since you won't say it, I will. Tyrant Yang Jie, in this era, you are undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the times. I am willing to call you the strongest.
Bayi's calm voice carried a trace of relief, like an elder seeing a promising younger generation.
Broken.
But, he suddenly changed the topic, with a mix of relief and a hint of regret. But it is merely confined to the present era.
The limitations of the times have bound you, preventing you from witnessing the true scenery at the absolute pinnacle. The absolute pinnacle? That really does sound exciting.
Within the Iron Flow Heavenly Puppet, there was not the slightest trace of fear in Yang Jie's eyes. Instead, he felt a long-lost surge of boiling blood, the kind of fervent fighting spirit he had when facing formidable enemies before becoming one of the 10 kings. His rise to the rank of the 10 kings was never through sheer force, but through countless victories of the weak over the strong, carved out step by step. At this moment, faced with the immense pressure brought by the mysterious figure, his long-cooled blood began to boil once again. Yang Jie was already fired up, while Bayi was still pretending. Not bad, such fighting spirit.
I hope the current you can entertain me a little longer. Today, time's up.
Feeling the ripples of time surging within his soul, the speechless Bayi immediately changed his tone.
Today, I can give you a chance to say your last words.
Bayi's gaze suddenly turned sharp. He strolled leisurely toward the steel steel colossus, his steps unhurried. The tiny figure confronting the massive entity exuded an awe-inspiring strength and calmness. However, the corner of his eye glanced at Xiaotong, who was tied up nearby. Even though time had resumed, he was still stalling. Every extra step he could take was worth it, saving the effort of approaching after activating time freeze. After all, time is life, and those who waste time will eventually be wasted by time. The tyrant left no last words. His answer was the iron fist descending from the heavens. Suddenly, the colossal iron giant moved. Each step it took was enough to make the earth tremble and the mountains shake. The already devastated ground was trampled into deep cracks. The deafening roar of the iron giant reverberated, carrying an all-out momentum as it launched its final charge toward Bayi, the mysterious powerhouse of the old era. The air was abruptly torn apart. High above, 100 meters in the sky, the iron giant's right arm rose with a thunderous motion, its mechanical joints bursting with dazzling blue currents. Countless steel fists forged from molten metal descended from the sky, shattering the clouds and plunging downward with thunderous force. Like a skyscraper crashing down from the heavens, carrying millions of tons of impact, it created visible whirlwinds in its wake, tearing the air into sonic boom clouds with an awe-inspiring momentum. Before the giant fist even landed, the wind pressure had already swept the surrounding dust into spirals within dozens of yards. Everyone's eyes widened in terror as they frantically fled from the tyrant, fearing death from the shockwaves. Some hid in the gaps of the ruins, while others desperately climbed over the debris. The eardrum-shattering roar echoed through the heavens and earth, the ground crazily caving in under the immense pressure, with cracked patterns spreading out like a spider web from the point of impact. The bottomless fissures extended all the way to the feet of the crowd, who scrambled to evade, terrified of accidentally falling into the crevices. Smoke mixed with scorching metal vapor shot straight into the sky, forming a mushroom cloud that blotted out the sun. Everyone was utterly shocked, staring blankly at the billowing smoke and clouds. And Bayi, who was at the very center of the storm, disappeared. He abruptly vanished from everyone's sight, as if he had never existed. No one knew where he went, they only saw the iron fist crash to the ground. Time stands still. White Wildheart roared madly within. The god who had endured for so long finally unleashed his majestic divine power without reservation. Golden patterns, like living creatures, frantically spread from the ground beneath his feet, transforming into a massive golden dial with a diameter of 100 meters. Brilliant golden light shot up into the sky, as if a blazing sun had risen from the earth. The sound of 12 gears interlocking announced the striking of the midnight bell, and time completely froze at this moment. In an instant, the world fell into dead silence. The sky filled with blood-red dandelions, the panicked crowd, the 100-meter-tall steel colossus, everything was completely locked into the vortex formed by the golden light that filled the heavens. The once clamorous battlefield instantly turned into a silent gallery of statues, with only the boys' ink-black clothing fluttering in the wind, becoming the sole movement in this frozen spacetime. At the moment when time stood still, the mysterious and powerful figure in everyone's eyes began to move. He broke into a mad dash, like a sprinter nearing the finish line in a race. Whoosh! Bayi darted under the feet of the steel colossus, rushing straight to the statue like Xiaotong. The girl's frozen expression resembled a butterfly sealed in amber, with a few stray strands of hair clinging to her face like ink marks frozen in time. Slightly parted lips revealed the girl's inner shock. Looking at Xiaotong bound by steel bars, Bayi said nothing and directly reached out to grab, hand it over. The pure silver cross sword in Xiaotong's hand was snatched away by him. Now the tyrant is hiding inside the iron colossus, and the only means to break through the defense is the pure silver cross sword. Bayi clearly remembers how the pure silver cross sword sliced through the alloy outer wall of the experimental base. Logically speaking, the pure silver cross sword is a manifestation of Xiaotong's extraordinary ability, requiring continuous mental power to sustain it. Otherwise, it would dissipate into nothingness. However, in a state of time suspension, this trouble is avoided. With the artifact in hand, Bayi didn't hesitate for a moment and turned to charge at the steel colossus. His target was the head of the steel colossus. When Yang Jia had just unleashed the Iron Stream heavenly puppet, he saw clearly that Yang Jia's true body was hidden within the head. Now, he only needed to climb the steel colossus to strike down the tyrant with his sword. Rumble! Anyone who has tried rock climbing knows how exhausting it is to climb a 100-meter peak barehanded. If a mountain peak isn't vivid enough, then switching to a skyscraper makes it much more intuitive. Bayi's small figure hung on the leg of the steel colossus, like a thigh accessory. His entire body exerted force as he continuously climbed upward, resembling an extreme sports enthusiast challenging a 100-meter skyscraper with bare hands. Fortunately, his physical fitness had been enhanced by the breath of bones and the mutated scarlet virus, far surpassing the limits of normal humans. It wasn't particularly noticeable on Black Mountain, where strong individuals gathered, but if placed in the wasteland, he could easily manage and lead a settlement on his own. As time ticked away second by second, Bayi's heart began to bleed. Boom! Only those who are truly pressed for time to solve a problem will realize just how ridiculously fast time flies. This feeling is like being in an exam with only 10 minutes left, and you still haven't written the final essay. Under the frozen gazes of the crowd, this mysterious mysterious powerhouse, feared even by tyrants, climbed step by step onto the head of the steel colossus in a completely ungraceful manner. Although the posture was inelegant, the speed was absolutely swift. Fortunately, no one saw it, otherwise Bayi would really have no face to meet people in the future. Amidst heavy panting, Bayi's eyes revealed a fierce glint as he resolutely swung his sword. The steel colossus's head was sliced open under the pure silver cross sword, as if cutting through tofu. The tyrant shall die. Ha! Shiro was momentarily stunned. Inside the metallic skull, there was actually a smaller metallic skull. The smaller metallic skull was cut open, and inside was an even smaller metallic skull. Are you kidding me, tyrant? Playing nesting dolls with me, huh? Feeling time slipping away rapidly, the furious Shiro swung his sword with determination, peeling away layer by layer like an onion, uncovering his heart. When he peeled off the last layer, he finally saw that scarlet figure in the deepest part. At this moment, Yang Jia was completely enveloped by a layer of scarlet blood energy, tightly wrapped. Bayi was so amused that he laughed out loud. So many layers of steel protection weren't enough, and there was even blood energy shielding? Now he finally understood why the 10 kings were called the 10 kings. Even the seemingly arrogant and self-centered tyrant, once he gets serious, is cautious to an astonishing degree. His previous overconfidence was merely because he had never encountered an opponent worthy of his full effort. Tyrant Yang Jia, truly a remarkable figure. Bayi did not hesitate in the slightest and struck decisively. His well-defined fingers suddenly gripped the pure silver cross sword tightly. The sharp blade sliced through the air, cutting through the tyrant's protective aura and his throat. Just like the concept of a tyrant, the greatest respect for a strong person is to fight with all your might, with the determination to kill the opponent. Any hesitation, holding back, or mercy is an insult to the strong. Feeling the slight resistance coming from the pure silver cross sword, Bayi was slightly stunned. He realized that the tyrant was definitely not as physically fragile as the legends claimed. On the contrary, the tyrant's physique was very strong. The pure silver cross sword showed no resistance even against steel, yet when slashing at the tyrant in his blood energy shield, there was a slight resistance, which was simply unbelievable. People always assumed the tyrant's weakness was his fragile body, but little did they know, it was because no one could break through his extraordinary abilities to force him to rely on his formidable physique. His physique was completely overshadowed by the brilliance emitted from his powerful extraordinary abilities. From this, it seems that even if he hadn't dealt with Mr. Ring himself, Mr. Ring still wouldn't have been able to kill the tyrant. At most, he can only injure him. At this thought, Bayi couldn't help but feel relieved. Mr. Ring, although it seems like I killed you, in reality, I actually saved your life. Otherwise, if you had really fired that shot, you would have faced the wrath of the tyrant, and death would have been certain. Thanks to me killing you in advance, it's equivalent to saving you from the tyrant in a roundabout way. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Another good deed done, how wonderful. While feeling comforted, Bayi also felt a trace of relief. Fortunately, he had borrowed in Xiaotong's pure silver cross sword. Without this indestructible divine weapon, with his strength, he wouldn't have been able to slay the tyrant, not to mention even breaking through its protective blood aura. Perhaps Mr. Ying's sniper rifle could do it. Firing point blank might work, but the sniper rifle is too heavy, and carrying it would waste an unknown amount of time. After dealing with the tyrant, Bayi did not leave immediately but grabbed the black obelisk from the tyrant's arms. Although the black obelisk wasn't the Panga USB, as the carrier of the Panga USB, it was at least somewhat useful. There was no reason not to take it. But the moment he touched the black obelisk, a shocking change occurred. This is... Bayi's eyes widened in horror, as if he had witnessed an utterly unbelievable scene. Due to time constraints, he didn't have time to think carefully and hurriedly slid down from the steel colossus. He slid so fast that when he landed, Bayi even twisted his ankle. Limping, he walked over to Xiaotong, shoved the pure silver cross sword into her hand, and then quickly returned to his original spot to strike a pose. Whoosh! He urgently dusted off the dirt on his body, tidied his hair, straightened his back, and stood with his hands behind him. Swish, swish, swish. Time resumes. From everyone's perspective, everything Bayi did not exist within their timeline. They only saw the iron colossus strike with its fist, the ground shatter, dust and smoke rise, and the mysterious strong figure vanish without a trace. As the smoke and dust settled, the massive body of the iron colossus emerged, still maintaining its posture of punching the ground, half kneeling. Swish, swish, swish. And in front of it, the black-robed figure stood with hands behind their back, as if accepting the kneeling gesture. What on earth happened? The tyrant? Why isn't the tyrant moving? Could it be that the mysterious expert won? But we didn't even see him make a move. Countless questions flashed through everyone's minds. At this moment, the figure standing with hands behind his back in the center of the scene slowly said, "Is this all you've got?" Tyrant Yang Jia. As his words fell, a scene that would be etched into everyone's memory for a lifetime unfolded before their eyes. The iron stream sky puppet, shimmering with a silvery white glow under the moonlight informed by the tyrant's extraordinary power, began to crumble. Clatter, clatter. Countless metal fragments burst forth like a rain of stars. A silver-white
metallic waterfall cascading from 100 meters high. Under the moonlight's refraction, it shimmered with a cold, flowing brilliance, intertwining with the rising dust to form an eerie mist. Collapsing along with it were the spirits of the crowd in the invincible name of the 10 Kings. A massive silver-white metallic head rolled down, stopping at Bayi's feet, and atop that head lay the barely breathing tyrant, Yang Jia. Yang Jia's face was as pale as paper, a nearly severed wound at his neck gushing blood like a spring. The blood soaked his scarlet armor, making it appear even more crimson. His gaze began to blur, growing hollow and cold, with Bayi's figure reflected in his eyes. So this is what it means to stand at the very pinnacle of the world. I've witnessed it. Ha 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 ha. This tyrant, who dominated the world, was laughing before his death. Before dying, he used the last of his strength to turn his head, and the figure of Xiaotong entered his sight. Moonlight flowed through his dim pupils, and in a daze, the sound of cicadas from the training ground pierced through over a decade of time, echoing in his ears. That summer, Tang Duo wore a crooked ponytail, sweat sliding down her jawline into the collar of her training uniform, yet she stubbornly shoved the last bottle of water into his hands. Yang Jia, your shooting test rank last again, idiot. Come on, shoot, I'll teach you. Yang Jia felt a slight itch on the tip of his nose, caused by Tang Duo's hair brushing past as she turned. He took the still warm gun and looked up again, only to see Tang Duo covered in blood after killing the teacher. Tang Duo held his hand, her pale face devoid of a smile, only indifference. Come on, shoot, I taught you how. Amid the roar of bullets, the tyrant's life came to an end. Yang Jia's life also came to an end. If it weren't for the invasion of the scarlet virus, He Qianjun and the others would probably still be immersed in the shock of the tyrant's death. Someone being able to kill the tyrant is already a shocking matter, but what shocked them even more was that, until the tyrant's death, they hadn't seen clearly how the tyrant was killed. Are we really incapable of even seeing how the mysterious person made their move? Ouch. Among everyone present, perhaps only Xiaotong was closest to the truth of the matter. She was equally shocked, but after the shock, she looked at the pure silver cross sword in her hand with confusion. The trace of warmth coming from the hilt, was it an illusion? At this moment, Bayi turned around, and the black metal mask on his face came into view of everyone. Clearly, there was no terrifying aura about him, yet it scared everyone so much that they forgot to breathe. I don't like crowds. After a long time, a calm voice emanated from beneath the black mask, like a divine decree, startling everyone awake. In the end, it was the older He Qianjun who understood the situation. He quickly bowed and cautiously said, "Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. We will leave immediately." The others also quickly reacted, repeatedly assuring that they would leave at once. Some, in a more exaggerated display, even knelt on the ground, expressing their gratitude with tears and sobs, proclaiming their eternal indebtedness. Some are genuinely grateful, while others just want to show off and get closer to the mysterious strong figure. Amid the crowd's endless thanks, the mysterious figure in the black robe silently disappeared from the spot. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Someone wanted to say something but was firmly held back by their companion. "Let's go. Didn't you hear what that lord said? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Many people hurriedly rushed toward the exit blocked by metal debris, frantically clawing at the debris, fearing that even a second's delay might anger the mysterious powerhouse. Some others had flickering eyes, and as they passed Yang Jia's corpse, greed surfaced in their gaze. They clearly remembered that Yang Jia had brought a black obelisk out of the experimental base. Even if it wasn't as valuable as the Pangu USB drive, it was certainly a treasure. But after glancing around, they didn't see the black obelisk. Bang! Several people exchanged glances, feeling a chill in their hearts and an inexplicable sense of fear. It must have been that lord who took the black obelisk. At the thought of anything related to that lord, they scrambled toward the exit in terror. "Brother Yi, where did you go just now? Why didn't I see you?" Liu looked at Bayi beside him with a puzzled expression. He vaguely remembered that Bayi seemed to have disappeared at the very beginning. As for what happened later, the scene was so shocking and intense that he hadn't paid attention anymore. Now seeing Bayi reappear, he finally remembered this issue. "To pee. You can still pee at a time like this?" Bayi casually wiped his hand on Liu's shoulder, causing him to feel a wave of disgust. Amidst the laughter and commotion, Bayi's eyes flickered with a strange light. He lowered his head to look at himself. His clothes were tattered, with parts of his chest still exposed, appearing no different from before. But he knew it was different. That black obelisk had merged into his body. What on earth was that thing? Thinking back to everything he saw when killing Yang Jia, he still found it unbelievable. He had clearly been in a state of time stop, but the moment he touched the black obelisk, something bizarre occurred. The black obelisk melted rapidly, like a candle set aflame, dissolving into a pool of inky black substance. Then, the black substance began to surge and churn, and countless branches grew out from within. Bang! In an instant, it transformed into a towering black tree, its branches seemingly extending infinitely, covering the sky and sun, stretching into the void. At that moment, everywhere Bayi's eyes could see was this towering black tree. Quiet, as silent as death. He was startled. The feeling was akin to being the only person able to move in a frozen moment of time, only to suddenly see another lively,
heavy, bouncing person, bringing a faint sense of eerie horror. What surprised him even more was yet to come. This towering black tree seemed capable of infinite growth, like the Big Bang of the universe. When staring at it, the retinas seemed to suddenly be torn into countless fragments. Although the human eye could only see one side of the black tree, Bayi saw all its sides, even every branch. The black tree was constantly changing, like a shattered black galaxy, breaking, reorganizing, and breaking again. Its surface simultaneously displayed both complete and fragmented states, two mutually contradictory conditions. Moreover, every instance of its growth defied the logic of growth. Branches extending to the left would inexplicably appear on the right, mysterious and unfathomable. Looking at the infinitely growing black tree, Bayi even had an absurd thought: if it continued to grow like this, it might eventually envelop the entire world. As a result, with a single thought, the black water that covered the sky instantly contracted, transforming back into a pool of black substance, and then merged into his body through his palm. At that time, he didn't have time to think deeply because there wasn't much time left. After that, he descended from the steel colossus and began striking poses. After intimidating everyone, he once again used time freeze, pocketed the black nether mask, casually tossed Li Xiao's clothes into some ruins, and returned to the crowd. He couldn't possibly waste time dressing Li Xiao again. After all, Li Xiao was an extraordinary being and wouldn't get cold so easily. "Brother Yi, let's hurry up and go too." Li Yu's urging voice interrupted Baiyi's contemplation. Bayi looked up and saw that the metal debris blocking the exit had already been cleared away with everyone's combined effort. One by one, they ran out as if fleeing for their lives. Cao Bancheng also carried Li Xiao on his back, running step by step, while Xiao Kuei crossed her arms in front of her chest, tilted her head up, and urged him from behind, occasionally giving him a kick. Freed from Yang Jie's restraining abilities, and Xiao Tong also untied the steel bars on her body and walked toward the outside world. Bayi followed the group as they left, moving through the dark passage. He seemed distracted, still thinking about the black substance, that towering black tree capable of infinite growth in a time-stopped world. His intuition told him that the black substance was something very important, possibly even more important than the Pango USB drive. Well, actually, intuition wasn't necessary. Even a fool could see that the black substance was very important. After a long while, a sliver of silvery moonlight entered Baiyi's field of vision, and only then did he snap out of it, realizing he had already left Shelter 189 and returned to the outside world. A silver moon hung high above the black mountain, not perfectly round, and it even seemed less beautiful than the moon inside Shelter 189, but it had the advantage of being real. He, Qian Jun and the others descended the mountain without looking back, each of them fleeing Black Mountain. Because they were still immersed in the lingering might of Bayi, and because Bayi had said he didn't like crowds, they didn't know how far the mysterious person wanted them to go. They only knew the farther, the better. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. These powerful figures from all over Baimang, with their intricate and complex affiliations, would surely relay the news of such a major event at Black Mountain back to their respective forces. It is imaginable that by tomorrow, the news of the mysterious person instantly killing the tyrant Yang Jie, suspected of possessing the Panga USB, will rise like the sun the next day over the land of Baimang. The sky of Baimang is about to change. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly echoed through the passage of Shelter 189. Countless surging flames erupted from the entrance of the passage, scaring everyone into retreating repeatedly. Why did it suddenly explode? Amid the horrified gazes of the crowd, a silver flash tore through the flames, and in Xiaodong's figure suddenly burst forth. That suit of silver-white knight armor, under the reflection of the flames, resembled a knight breaking free from the inferno, stepping through rolling heat waves, returning to the mortal world. Baiyi's gaze shifted slightly. Looking at In Xiaodong's figure, he roughly guessed what had happened. It was likely that In Xiaotong, worried about the mutated scarlet virus escaping from Shelter 189 and endangering the world, had destroyed the entrance. Bayi was not surprised. This was In Xiaotong's way of doing things. The night girl has been upholding justice in her own way from the beginning, whether it was saving people in the Ash Town, threatening the tyrant with her life to release everyone in Vault 189, or blowing up the entrance now. Sealing the entrance wasn't an idea unique to In Xiaotong. In fact, many others had thought of it, such as Silver Snake and other genetically modified humans. Dawn City, the closest to Black Mountain, is their territory. If the scarlet virus invades, they would be the first to suffer. However, Silver Snake did not blow up the entrance. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they didn't dare. In their hearts, the mysterious figure is suspected to be a remnant of the old era, possibly someone from Vault 189. Blowing up the entrance is akin to blowing up their front door, isn't it? Who would dare? And Xiaotong would. Even at the risk of offending the mysterious figure, she is determined to stop the mutated scarlet virus from harming the world. After the explosion at the entrance, and Xiaotong left, venturing alone into the dense forest, disappearing without a trace. Mr. Li, Brother Xiao, Old Li, Brother Xiao Bai, do any of you have plans? If not, I, Yi Gao, would like to host a banquet for everyone. After all, we've shared life and death experiences together. Carrying Li Xiao on his back, Gao Bancheng looked at the group, full of anticipation. Xiaoyi laughed heartily and said, said, "Boss Gao, your generous invitation is hard to refuse. To be honest, after witnessing the battle between the mysterious figure and the tyrant, I still feel my heart racing and urgently need a drink to calm my nerves." This Li Baidian from the silent court seemed to have his own plans. Instead of leaving with Infiltrating, he smiled and said, "Drinking is great, we must drink." Gao Bancheng was overjoyed and quickly looked at Bayi and Liu. "I wonder if Mr. Li and brother Xiao Bai." "Drinking is no problem," Bayi agreed readily. He had endured enough hard days in the gray soil town, he wanted indulgence. He wanted to forget his roots. "Just, where are we going to drink? Don't tell me we're heading to your Wanwan capital? How far is Heishan from Wanwan capital?" Gao Bancheng smiled and shook his head. "If you all want to go to Wanwan capital, I would naturally be more than happy to welcome you, but Wanwan capital is too far away. You need to take a train from Dawn City to get there. I plan for us to first head to the nearest Dawn City to settle down and have a good drink." "All right," Bayi nodded. The Ashland town was already a lost cause, and he had no place to stay anyway, so going to Dawn City was perfectly fine. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten that in Xiaotong had mentioned the possibility of the Pangu USB drive being in the hands of the Zodiac's hidden rat. Liu saw Bayi agree, so he accepted Gao Bancheng's invitation to the banquet. Gao Bancheng was overjoyed, but his expression soon turned gloomy. "Yesterday, we drank together at Black Mountain, how carefree and delightful it was, but now only a few of us remain, sigh." "Ha!" He suddenly looked surprised and turned to glance at Li Xiao behind him. It turned out that Li Xiao had woken up. "Where is this? Ah, so cold." Li Xiao opened his eyes, feeling intense pain all over his body, as if his bones were shattered. Not only that, but he also felt extremely cold. The cold wind hit his skin directly, as if he wasn't wearing any clothes. Gao Bancheng, with a peculiar expression, put Li Xiao down. "We've already left shelter 189. We're still in Black Mountain, preparing to descend." "Left?" Li Xiao was initially stunned, then his expression turned ecstatic. "Does that mean the tyrant has already been taken care of by my shadow darts?" "Everyone." "Oh no, his brain must have been injured. What kind of look is that? Could it be that I?" Li Xiao's peripheral vision caught sight of his bare chest, and his words abruptly stopped. His eyes widened sharply as he stared at his body in disbelief. He then reached out to touch the black mask on his face, only to find nothing there. Shame, panic, and astonishment, an array of complex emotions flashed across his face like a changing mask. At this moment, his state perfectly demonstrated what it means to wish the ground would open up and swallow him whole. "What's going on?" Li Xiao wanted to escape, but his pride wouldn't allow him to run away, as that would make him look even more disgraceful. Li Xiao's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Everyone. A group of people surrounded a naked man, looking at each other in confusion. They knew Li Xiao was pretending to faint, and Li Xiao also knew that they knew he was pretending to faint, yet he still chose to feign unconsciousness poorly, because this was the best way he could think of to deal with the awkwardness at the moment. After a long silence, Gao Bancheng awkwardly said, "I'll carry him." "Let me do it." Xiao Yi volunteered. After all, he was an extraordinary being. Although he was injured, his physique was still stronger than that of ordinary people. "Then I'll put some clothes on him." Li Baidian pulled out a piece of clothing from who knows where, providing Li Xiao with the final bit of modesty. In such a strange and stifled atmosphere, the group gradually made their way out of Black Mountain. After walking for a while, Gao Bancheng sidled up to Bai Yi and whispered, "Brother Bai, I see now that I misjudged you earlier." Bai Yi looked at him suspiciously. "I thought you had a sharp tongue and a dark heart, but I didn't expect you to actually know how to save Li Xiao's face just now and refrain from mocking him." Bai Yi. It wasn't that he didn't want to mock, but he forgot, because all his attention was focused on the black substance. For the black substance, it would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. After a trip to Montenegro, he ended up with two extra things on him. One was a mutated scarlet virus, and the other was the black substance. He felt that if this continued, he might stop being human. The mutated scarlet virus wasn't too bad, at least it brought him superhuman recovery abilities. But what about the black substance? Ever since the black substance entered his body, he hadn't felt the slightest change, as if everything he had seen before was just an illusion. Why is it that Yang Jia is fine holding the black substance, but when I touched it, it directly merged into my body? Bai Yi pondered for a long time and finally came to the conclusion, it must be because I'm more handsome than Yang Jia. Why on earth is this happening? The black substance isn't harmful to the body, is it? He suddenly realized that all of this might be related to the time freeze, as he had touched the black substance while time was frozen. The black substance, however, ignored the time freeze and transformed into a towering black tree. This meant that unraveling the mystery of the black substance might only be possible in a state of time freeze. At this thought, he felt as if 100 claws were scratching his heart, leaving him restless and itching with curiosity. After the battle with Yang Jia, his time was almost up again, leaving only 3 seconds. At this moment, he definitely couldn't waste time exploring the secrets of the black substance, he could only wait. The peak of Black Mountain. The painter stared dumbfounded at the canvas before him. The scarlet figure that had been painted on it had already disappeared. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, looked at the canvas again, then rubbed and looked again, repeating the process until tears came out. I didn't expect your relationship with the tyrant to be so good. He died, and you still cried? Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly from the side. I'm really curious now. How much did Apocalypse Corporation pay you to take on the task of killing your beloved friends and family? The painter wiped away a tear, his eyes red and swollen, and said seriously, this is no time for jokes. The tyrant is dead. Yes, I saw them disappear from the canvas. Gu Huangquan nodded. It wasn't me. Gu Huangquan remained silent. After a long while, he asked, is it someone outside the script? The painter nodded solemnly. Do you know what this means? It means you can confidently go to Apocalypse Company to collect the final payment. The painter immediately flew into a rage. What do you know? Money, money, money. You're like a hand reaching out from the coffin, desperate for money. Who the hell would dare to collect this money now? Do you even realize this means that Baimang has produced an extraordinary figure, someone capable of changing the entire landscape of Baimang? The heavens are about to shift. Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly, whether the heavens shift or not is none of my concern. All I know is that we need to run, as far as possible, before he discovers us. That person can not only continuously disrupt your hit determination, but also kill the tyrant. We can't afford to mess with someone like that. After saying this, Gu Huangquan turned around and ran, without a trace of reluctance for his friend in his eyes. The painter panicked. Hey, wait for me. The two, one after the other, disappeared from the spot in an instant, like a breeze through the forest. Faintly, the sound of two people talking could be heard in the wind. Gu Huangquan, you're going the wrong way. That's the road to shelter 189. Then why are you going there? I'm going to collect the tyrant's corpse. Shelter 189. This magnificent underground city complex, a remnant of the old era, stood for a century and has finally reached its end today. It was destroyed by a tyrant, reduced to endless ruins, and it also became the burial ground of the tyrant Yang Jia. The waning moon hangs like a hook, its cold silver glow pouring through the shattered clouds, draping the ruins of the devastated city in a veil of silvery white. Amid the crumbling walls and broken remnants, a body clad in crimson armor lies silently on the icy ground, fragments of the armor scattered like blood-red roses. Moonlight gently caresses the man's paper-pale face, tracing the sharp contours of his features. His hollow eyes no longer hold the sharpness and intensity they once did. Yang Jia lies there alone, his gaze unfocused, yet a gentle smile lingers at the corner of his lips. That was the tyrant's only remaining tenderness, a tenderness reserved solely for Tang Duo. His chest had long ceased to rise and fall, and the wound on his neck silently spoke of the passing of life. Amidst the ruins surrounding him, specks of crimson virus emerged from the debris, slowly rising into the air. Gradually, above the ruins, blood-red dandelions drifted across the sky. They rubbed against the air, producing a faint rustling sound, a sound so subtle yet distinctly audible in this desolate city, like a sweeping red snowstorm. It seems as if the entire world is holding a final funeral for this body. Who says the heavens are inhospitable? The endless snowstorm bids farewell to one person. Slowly, the blood-red dandelions appear to be drawn by the blood flowing from Yang Jia, gathering bit by bit toward his corpse. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers. Wait! Tiny crimson tendrils took root on Yang Jia's corpse, countless blood threads intertwining within him to form a dense web. Soon, the blood threads emerged from the severed neck, knitting the wound together as if weaving a sweater. Yang Jia was completely covered by the blood-red dandelion, his pale skin blending with the crimson of the dandelion in stark contrast. Suddenly, one of his fingers trembled silently. The dead must not be desecrated. A cold and deep voice suddenly echoed. A man dressed in a black suit and wearing white gloves slowly walked to Yang Jia's side. The hand clad in pristine white gloves waved gently, and an invisible yet immense force transformed into a breeze, brushing over Yang Jia's corpse. In an instant, the scarlet virus clinging to Yang Jia was completely eradicated. The man crouched down, his fingertips lightly touching the scarlet armor. The next moment, a dull hum suddenly emanated from the ground. Cracks spread out like a spider web from beneath the corpse, and the dark purple soil churned as if boiling. A black coffin broke through the earth, enveloping Yang Jia's corpse within. The surface of the black coffin shimmered with a ghostly light, its texture stained with dark brown blood, exuding a strong aura of decay and death. Ah! The man sighed deeply. No matter how high your rank among the 10 kings, no matter how extraordinary your strength, in the end, aren't you still destined to curl up inside this 8-foot-3-inch coffin? The most impartial thing in this world is death. He lightly tapped the black coffin, and the soil beneath it silently churned, resembling a swamp, causing the black coffin to sink deeper and deeper until it was completely buried underground. The man shook his head, turned around, and walked away. His thin figure was stretched long by the moonlight. He sighed softly. Black wood as a coffin to lock the soul's remains. The yellow springs as soil to calm the spirit's platform. The mysterious patterns carve the contract of life and death. Blood draws the soul, and the soul comes on its own. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause sounded. Good poem, good poem.
Gu Huangquan, I didn't expect you could write poetry. The painter appeared out of nowhere, winking and smirking as he said, come on, how much did you pay for it? Ugh, I know. Gu Huangquan silently withdrew his fist, looking at the painter who was bent over retching, and said calmly, I just don't like showing off as much as you do. And, not only can I write poetry, but I can also throw punches. The painter glared angrily. Do you really think I can't beat you? I just don't bother to fight. Believe it or not, I could kill you with a single stroke of my brush. Gu Huangquan turned his head, staring at him expressionlessly, making him feel uneasy. The painter's expression changed slightly. He let out an awkward laugh and began to change the subject. The mutated scarlet virus has emerged. Disaster is about to strike. Who knows how many people will die this time? Someone like you would actually care about this? What do you mean by someone like me? If everyone dies, where am I supposed to eat, drink, and enjoy a sauna? That's true. Family, don't forget to vote for Feng Xiu and Buyu. You can find the voting portal by searching for Pinnacle Role Producer. My car is parked at the foot of the mountain. Let's spend the night in the car today and head to Dawn City early tomorrow morning, Gao Banqing said, panting heavily. As the saying goes, it's easy to climb up but hard to climb down. He was just an ordinary person, and on top of that, overweight. After walking for half a day, he was already drenched in sweat. He cautiously glanced at Xiao Kuei, who was standing with her arms crossed, and deeply missed the days when she used to carry him on her back. Fatty, why are you staring at me with those wide eyes? Xiao Kuei looked at him with disdain, her expression tinged with impatience. Gao Bancheng was startled and quickly explained, what do you mean I? Although I am a gentle, adorable, naturally beautiful little maid, I only do what a maid is supposed to do. Don't think that just because you spent money to bring me home, you can do those inappropriate things to me. Half the city is stunned. Big sis, you're covered in alloy. How am I being excessive? Xiao Kuei, you've misunderstood. I just wanted to. Even thinking about it is not allowed. Thinking about it is a crime. Xiao Kuei instantly flared up like a bristling kitten, aggressively saying, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to drag me to a deserted place, tie me up, and then ruthlessly. Gao Bancheng hurriedly covered Xiao Kuei's mouth in fright. He glanced at the crowd, only to see everyone looking at him with strange expressions. He was extremely embarrassed and repeatedly explained, everyone, don't listen to Xiao Kuei's nonsense. She's been infected by the scarlet virus in her brain. Gao Bancheng jumped up as if electrocuted, gasping continuously, my foot. You really stepped on it. My foot is made of flesh. Xiao Kuei glared angrily, her pink-white cheeks puffed up like a little steamed bun. Humph. Did you enjoy being stepped on? Gao Bancheng. Cool. Being stepped on by Xiao Kuei's alloy foot feels no different than having a hammer smash your foot. Everyone looked at this farce with strange expressions. The crimson virus was truly amazing, completely transforming the once taciturn robot made into a different person. Bayi's thoughts were different from the others. He strongly suspected that the crimson virus had restored Xiao Kuei's factory settings, and that Xiao Kuei's owner from the old era might have specifically programmed this kind of personality. It's just that as time went by, most of Sunflower's functions had already been damaged, but now they've been repaired by the scarlet virus. Hiss, people from the old era really knew how to play. Let's hurry and leave. Black Mountain is ultimately not safe, Bayi urged. Actually, what he meant by not safe wasn't the mutated beasts on Black Mountain, but Bai Zhe, who might recover at any moment. Indeed, Xiaoyi, who was carrying the pretending to be unconsciously Xiao, agreed. The next moment, roar. In the dark forest, several beastly roars suddenly echoed. Bai's face darkened. Ever since coming to Black Mountain, he realized he might have the potential to jinx things. He looked in the direction of the sound and couldn't help but twitch his eyelid. What kind of mutated beast is this? Why does it look like a ghost? In the distance, on a tree, two humanoid creatures with ghastly pale faces and bodies seemingly draped in black robes stood silently, staring intently at the group. It's the mutated monk-faced monkeys. Li Badian flipped his palm, and two guns appeared in his hands. He looked at the shadow on the tree and, without the slightest hesitation, fired instantly. Bang! Bang! Two bullets traced an arc through the air, skillfully bypassing the forest trees and hitting the monkey's brain with precision. Soon, two humanoid creatures with white faces and black fur all over their bodies fell from the tree. Bayi frowned slightly. Reminded by Li Badian, he recalled seeing this type of monkey in short videos in his previous life. Monk-faced monkeys. Bang! Although they are monkeys, they look like freaking ghosts. At night, monk-faced monkeys resemble people wearing white masks, extremely terrifying and creepy. In reality, though, stump-tailed macaques were considered among the more docile monkeys. Of course, no matter how gentle a monkey was, once it became an aberrant beast, it would turn extremely aggressive. Li Badian put away his gun. That's settled. He suddenly froze. The two aberrant stump-tailed macaques, their skulls blown wide open, were silently rising to their feet. From the gaping holes in their heads, countless blood threads intertwined, quickly filling the cavities and restoring their heads. Mutated scarlet virus. Everyone was instantly shocked. At Shelter 189, they had witnessed the horror of the mutated scarlet virus. Anyone infected almost possessed an immortal body with no fatal weaknesses and would only
die when their vital energy and blood were completely depleted.
Damn it!
The mutated scarlet virus still leaked out.
Didn't the Black Knight destroy the entrance? Bayi said gravely.
It must have escaped earlier when the entrance wasn't sealed, Bayi said in a deep voice. At the very beginning, the entrance remained open until it was later blocked by Yang Jia, giving the scarlet virus ample time to reach the outside world. This is trouble.
No one understands the terror of the mutated scarlet virus better than Bayi.
100 years ago, the scarlet virus was one of the culprits behind the Great Catastrophe. Now, a century later, the mutated scarlet virus has emerged.
Could humanity be facing another great catastrophe?
Unfortunately, even though they know the mutated scarlet virus has leaked, there's nothing they can do.
With Black Mountain being so vast, how could they possibly eliminate all the infected and destroy all traces of the virus?
Let me do it. Bayi pulled out Breath of the Skeleton. Bang bang.
2 crimson bullets shot out accompanied by a thunderous roar.
This time, he didn't miss, as the 2 monk-faced monkeys were still in the recovery phase, essentially making them stationary targets. The vitality of the monk-faced monkeys was instantly extinguished by the blood energy attached to the bullets. At the same time, 2 streams of blood energy were fed back to Bayi.
I can only say it's better than nothing.
Ever since he was infected with the mutated scarlet virus, gaining powerful regenerative abilities and enhanced physique, the vitality provided by Breath of Bones has been of increasingly little help to him.
After all, it is a serpent-level forbidden item. Even dragon-level forbidden items cannot infinitely enhance the user's strength, let alone the lowest-level serpent ones. Perhaps divine forbidden items might be possible.
So far, he has only encountered 2 divine taboo objects. Whether it's 039 by Zay or 169 twin monkey statue, both are eerily powerful to an unreasonable degree.
By Zay needs no further explanation. Even someone as strong as the tyrant cannot avoid its influence.
169 seems to lack offensive capabilities, but it is equally impossible to guard against. And Xiaotong, whose strength is definitely not weak, was still swapped into another body without any resistance, which speaks volumes. If taboo objects are powerful weapons, then divine taboo objects are more like rule-based weapons. Under the rules, no matter how strong you are, you must obediently comply. Speaking of taboo items, Bayi suddenly thought of the second taboo item he picked up in the wild.
Gel-level taboo item, Black Nether Mask. He still doesn't know how to contain it yet. Hey, humorous dark man, shouldn't you wake up by now?
Bayi leaned over to Li Xiao and poked him. Li Xiao kept his eyes tightly shut, still pretending to be unconscious. Xiaoyi said with a strange expression, "Brother Xiao Bai, Li Xiao hasn't recovered yet. Just let him stay unconscious a little longer."
Bayi smiled faintly and exaggerated on purpose. Not recovered yet?
You all underestimate the strength of the humorous dark man. He is the man who retreated after battling the 10 kings. Not only that, but that mysterious expert is clearly connected to him. Otherwise, why would the mysterious expert take no one's mask but Li Xiao's?
In the coma, Li Xiao's ears twitched slightly, clearly indicating he heard it.
Xiaoyi thought for a moment, is it possible that others don't have masks? So,
Baiyi's face darkened, doesn't the Black Knight also have a mask?
Then is it possible that it's because the Black Knight is a woman, and her mask is more delicate?
You damn!
Bayi took a deep breath. No matter what, Li Xiao has indeed gained the favor of a mysterious strong figure. It can be imagined that after tomorrow, the name of the humorous dark man will resound throughout the world.
Cough, cough.
Suddenly, the sound of coughing rang out. Li Xiao slowly opened his eyes and, with poor acting skills, said, "Where is this?" Daiki Shirono. He knows exactly how to handle Li Xiao. "We're about to leave Black Mountain soon, and you've finally woken up. Quickly, tell us about your connection with the mysterious expert. After all, among us, you're the only one who's had contact with him.
When he took your mask, did you see his true face? Everyone. What mysterious expert? What are you talking about? I don't understand."
Li Xiao got off Xiaoyi's back with a face full of confusion, as if he truly didn't know.
In fact, he knew everything.
During the journey while he pretended to be unconscious, the topic everyone discussed the most was the mysterious expert slaying the tyrant. He heard it all. Bayi wanted to extract the containment conditions of the Black Nether Mask from Li Xiao's mouth, so he had to cooperate with his act. He succinctly explained the course of events to Li Xiao. Li Xiao suddenly realized, so it was that senior who took action. Baiyi's eyes widened sharply. "Bro, what the heck are you talking about?" Li Xiao had no idea what Bayi was thinking. He only felt that Bayi was in shock. Not only Bayi was shocked, but others also turned their gazes toward him.
"Li Xiao, do you know that mysterious powerhouse?" Gao Bancheng exclaimed.
Li Xiao nodded solemnly, his eyes revealing a look of reminiscence. "It was one night 5 years ago. I remember the moon that night wasn't full, as if it had been bitten by the legendary celestial dog, leaving only a crescent. At that time, I had just awakened not long ago. An extraordinary organization, seeing my exceptional talent, insisted that I join them.
I was used to my freedom and didn't agree.
Those people flew into a rage and said that with my talent, I was destined to become a top extraordinary individual in the future.
If such a genius couldn't be used by the organization, then they would have to destroy me."
He
wanted to give Li Xiao a thumbs up. What a talent. An absolute talent. Even if you're not an extraordinary individual, just relying on your storytelling ability, you wouldn't starve as a novelist. And then, Gao Banchang urged. Sharano. Bayi was stunned. You actually believe this? Li Xiao thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, as it slowly mended his severely damaged self-esteem. They sent a total of 18 transcendents to hunt me down. Unfortunately, I had just awakened and was outnumbered. After killing 10 transcendents, my mental energy was severely depleted, and I fell into a disadvantage. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. They weren't fools. 18 transcendents against 1, and you still managed to take down 10? Come on, even the 10 kings didn't have such combat power when they first awakened. If you're going to brag, at least make it believable. After finishing his story, Li Xiao also felt that he might have exaggerated a bit, so he quickly moved past that part. Just as I was on the brink of death, that mysterious expert appeared. Dressed entirely in black like ink, with a black mask on his face, he stood atop the roof, his figure merging with the bright moon. The moment he appeared, the world fell into a deathly silence, as if time itself had stopped. Bayi almost couldn't hold it in. If I weren't the one involved, I might have actually believed it. And then, Gao Banchang was truly the perfect sidekick. No wonder Li Xiao was willing to hang out with him. Then, Li Xiao's voice suddenly rose sharply. With just one glance, the mysterious strongman instantly wiped out the 18 transcendents who were chasing me. Bayi couldn't bear to listen anymore. Didn't you say you killed 10 of the 18? Li Xiao glared at him. Don't interrupt. What I mean is, the mysterious strongman not only wiped out the living but also erased the corpses of those transcendents as well. Later, I asked him why he saved me. He said, young man, I see you are exceptionally gifted. I can't bear to see you perish here. Without you, the future world would lose much of its brilliance. I asked him who he was. He said, only when you become one of the 10 kings will you be qualified to know my name. Strive to grow stronger. I have been lonely at the peak for far too long. Gao Banchang suddenly exclaimed, so this is the reason you've always wanted to become one of the 10 kings. Li Xiao nodded forcefully. Although he doesn't need me to repay him, I've always kept this kindness in my heart. Once I become one of the 10 kings, I will find him to repay the favor. Numb. Bayi was completely numb. Are you two brothers performing a double act? He couldn't bear to listen anymore. His embarrassed toes started digging into the ground. According to what you mean, the black mask originally belonged to the mysterious strongman, and it wasn't something he stole from you? Li Xiao immediately became angry. What are you saying? How could such a powerful figure steal my belongings? The black mask was originally given to me by him. He thought I was young and impulsive, with a sharp edge, so he gave me the forbidden item, black nether mask, which can conceal one's aura, hoping I could grow steadily. He said that once I had enough strength to protect myself, he would take back the black nether mask. Gao Banchang suddenly understood. So this time the mysterious strong figure appeared to retrieve the black nether mask from you, but ended up discovering you were in danger, so he killed the tyrant and saved you? Li Xiao's ears turned slightly red, his gaze flickering as he said, that's not entirely accurate. The mysterious strong figure is kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see the tyrant slaughtering innocents, so he stepped in to help. Of course, saving me was part of the reason as well. Today, Bayi finally understood the true meaning of the saying, when you're away from home, your identity is what you make of it. It has to be you, the humorous dart thrower. He couldn't bear to listen any longer and quickly asked, since the black nether mask belongs to that mysterious powerhouse, it must be very powerful. It can't possibly only have the ability to conceal one's aura, right? Li Xiao nodded. You're right. The black nether mask does indeed have other abilities, but I'm not entirely sure, as it can only be used after containment. You didn't contain it? Are the containment conditions very harsh? The containment conditions aren't considered harsh. You just need to cut off your own skin and offer it as a sacrifice to it. How the hell is that not harsh? Noticing Bayi's gaze, Li Xiao cleared his throat. Such a trivial matter is naturally nothing to me. It's not because I'm afraid of pain that I haven't contained it, but because I respect that mysterious powerhouse. It's their possession. How could I claim it as my own? That's why I haven't contained it. Hearing this, Bayi turned and walked away from Li Xiao, putting as much distance between them as possible. He really couldn't stand another word. If anyone wanted to listen, they were welcome to it. The others continued forward, half listening to Li Xiao boast and brag. Meanwhile, Bayi was lost in thought. Flaying faces? No wonder whenever he put on the black nether trickster mask, he could feel its hunger for skin. Doesn't this mean that, after containing it, I'll have to give up my own face? After talking about the benefits, what about the drawbacks? It seems there are no drawbacks. For others, losing face is equivalent to disfigurement, but for Bayi, it doesn't matter at all. With his super recovery ability, even if his skin is removed, it will recover in no time. However, he can't remove it now, otherwise, even a fool would know that he is the mysterious powerhouse. After a long time, everyone finally found the vehicles mentioned by Gao Banchang at the foot of the mountain. There were a total of 6 modified off-road vehicles, belonging to Gao Banchang and the people who traveled with him. However, most of those people had died, side, leaving the vehicles plentiful. Out of respect for Liu, everyone specifically allocated a separate vehicle for him and Bayi. Originally, Gao Banchang and the others planned to rest in the vehicles for the night before setting off. However, after seeing the monk-faced monkeys infected with the scarlet virus, everyone felt it was unsafe and decided to travel through the night. The wasteland at night is indeed very dangerous, but with Mr. Li, Li Xiao, Xiaoyi, Li Baidian, and others around, any danger can be handled. The convoy set off in grand style toward Dawn City. On the vehicle, Liu, seeing no one around, completely dropped his strong facade and slouched lazily against the seat. Brother Yi, we hit the jackpot on this trip to Black Mountain. He grabbed his ever-present tattered sack and started pulling out money. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. A total of 1.25 million, and some people didn't bring cash, so they gave watches and gold. All this money combined is enough for us to live it up in Dawn City. Bayi glanced at him. Thank you. Liu was stunned. Thank me for what? Thank you for being happy for me. What are you talking about? I earned all this money. Later, take 10,000 yuan from it as a hardship fee. Liu's face fell. Brother Yi, you can't treat me like this. At least I gave you ginseng while you were unconscious. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. Forget about the 10,000 yuan. Now you still owe me 1.99 million. Liu, ha! Bayi drove absent-mindedly, the Black Mountain in the rearview mirror appearing especially eerie at night, like a giant beast of fear lurking on the earth. Finally, he was leaving this cursed place. This trip to the Black Mountain had been pure torment for him, and the worst part was entering in Xiaodong's body. Thankfully, he had managed to switch back. The most crucial thing is that after suffering so much, he still couldn't find the Panga USB drive, and instead, there was some unknown black substance in his body. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the more irritated he felt. On top of that, the quality of this lousy car was really poor, with the engine generating a lot of heat, making the interior extremely stuffy. He wanted to open the window for ventilation, but he couldn't. On the wasteland at night, countless unidentified mutated insects were flying around. If bitten by one, it would be quite the ordeal. Damn, it's so hot. Li Zua, use your magic hands to fan me. Brother Yi, that's a bit insulting. My magic hands. Alright, I'll fan. My magic hands are indeed for fanning. Seeing Bayi raise his fist, Liu immediately gave in and started fanning with his magic hands. Brother Yi, hang in there a little longer. Once we reach Dawn City, life will get better. Bayi responded perfunctorily. Liu, on the other hand, became animated. Let me tell you, Brother Yi, when city folks feel hot, they don't even need to use fans. They have this thing called air something? Right, air conditioning. This thing can blow cold air. Looking at you, I can tell you don't believe me. Brother Yi, although you're very strong, you ultimately don't have as much experience as I do. Hehe, I'm not trying to show off. Do you know my second uncle? A proper city dweller. If he hadn't passed away early, I would have gone to the city to rely on him long ago. When I was little, I went to the city once to visit my second uncle. It was summer, and the temperature outside must have been over 40 degrees. I thought I'd stand at the door to catch some breeze, but my second uncle insisted I go inside. I told him, it's so stuffy inside, it's much cooler outside, but he insisted I go in. I couldn't argue with him, so I went inside. Oh, guess what happened? Hehe, what happened? Liu gave a mysterious smile. After I went inside, I was shivering from the cold. My second uncle said it was the air conditioner blowing cold air. That was the first time I saw an air conditioner. It looked like a metal box hanging on the wall. There was an opening on it, a vent blowing cold air out with a whooshing sound. Brother Yi, have you ever seen a metal box that can blow cold air? Really, I'm not exaggerating. That night, I slept under a quilt because it was so cold. Really? I don't believe it. Bayi suddenly thought that teasing this fool Liu was actually quite fun. Liu immediately widened his eyes and said anxiously, it's true, Brother Yi. I swear on my magic hand, if there's even one lie in what I said, may my magic hand never work again in this lifetime. You'd better be talking about your magic hand. In a temporary stronghold, the blood-soaked He Qianjun, supported by his subordinates, sat down in front of a communication device. He Lao, your injuries are too severe. You should bandage them first before reporting, a subordinate said worriedly. He Qianjun waved his hand. The mysterious figure has appeared and instantly killed the tyrant, one of the 10 kings. This news is too important and must be reported to the leader immediately without any delay. The subordinates couldn't resist and quickly adjusted the communication equipment, then handed the microphone to He Qianjun. Before long, a deep male voice came through the microphone. Speak. He Qianjun's expression turned serious. Leader, it's me. He Lao, how is the situation in Heishan? The tyrant is dead. In He Qianjun's mind, the scene of the mysterious figure instantly killing Yang Jia flashed uncontrollably, and his voice involuntarily carried a trace of horror. On the other end of the phone, there seemed to be no surprise. The voice was very calm. Got it. The Tianqi Corporation harbors deep hatred for the tyrant. This time, the leak of information about Vault 189 is riddled with oddities, clearly targeting the tyrant. Presumably, the tyrant has also noticed it, but being proud by nature, he would definitely go even knowing it's a trap.
trap. Rather than saying the tyrant died at the hands of the Apocalypse Corporation, it would be more accurate to say he died of arrogance. A hint of mockery surfaced in the leader's voice, though it was unclear whether he was mocking Yang Jie's arrogance or the Apocalypse Corporation's despicability. This leader of the Brotherhood of Steel, though thousands of miles away, managed to deduce most of the Apocalypse Corporation's plan against the tyrant with just a few words. However, He Qianjuan's expression became slightly strange. What does it mean to have all the answers correct but all the processes wrong? He had finally witnessed it. The leader had guessed that the tyrant would die, but the process was completely off by a mile. Leader, the tyrant wasn't killed by the Apocalypse Corporation. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. After a moment, the leader seemed to have adjusted his mindset and said calmly, "It seems that Apocalypse has enlisted the help of the other 10 kings." Interesting. The Apocalypse Corporation, which has always regarded the extraordinary as heretics and viewed genetic evolution as humanity's ultimate evolutionary path, ends up relying on the power of the extraordinary after all. Which of the 10 kings did they invite? He Qianjuan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He glanced at the subordinate beside him out of the corner of his eye, thinking that he couldn't let the leader continue speculating, or it would greatly affect his authority. After all, the leader has always been portrayed as someone who strategizes within the command tent and secures victory from 1,000 miles away. It wasn't the other 10 kings, nor was it the Apocalypse Corporation. Someone else killed the tyrant. Leader. This time, the silence on the other end of the phone lasted even longer. Who is it? This time, the leader got smarter and didn't guess. He Qianjun straightened his body slightly and solemnly recounted the matter of the mysterious person. Silence, a deathly silence. The silence was so profound that He Qianjun even thought the leader had already hung up. Leader, I'm here. A ripple appeared in the leader's calm voice, just like the unrest in his heart. He took a deep breath. Are you sure the mysterious person defeated Yang Jie in one move, and with so many of you present, not a single one saw how the mysterious person made their move? He Qianjun nodded solemnly. I'm sure. As soon as the words were spoken, a voice on the other end of the phone shouted into the distance, "Send out the notice, convene an emergency meeting immediately, all deputy commanders must attend." Leader, what is the agenda? The Brotherhood of Steel survival. He Qianjun was startled. Leader, that's too serious. He Lao, a person suspected of possessing the Pango USB drive, with combat powers surpassing the 10 kings, possibly someone from the old era. When all these conditions come together, do you know what that means? What does it mean? The leader said in a deep voice, I've always been thinking, since the people of the old era set up the Pango plan, there must have been a leader to execute the plan. This person bore the mission of creating a new era. Could they be an ordinary person? The old era mastered genetic modification technology, mechanical transformation technology, extraordinary awakening technology, and life engineering technology. Could these technologies not be enough to create a powerhouse far beyond the pinnacle of the era? He Qianjun was instantly horrified, his eyes widening uncontrollably. You mean, the mysterious person is the executor of the Pango plan? The leader was silent for a moment. There is too little information, and his appearance is too coincidental. It just happens to be the Pango USB drive. It just happens to be Shelter 189, and his strength is just so overwhelming. When everything comes together, it's hard for me to imagine any place other than the old era that could produce such a powerful individual. Beep beep beep. A busy tone came from the other end of the phone. He Qianjun was so shocked that he became numb, not even noticing when his subordinate took the phone away. If what the leader said is true, what does the appearance of that mysterious person signify? Is he here to overthrow the era of catastrophe and usher in a new era for humanity? Will old forces like the Brotherhood of Steel, lingering on the wasteland, be mercilessly crushed and swept away by the relentless tide of history? If Bayi could hear the words of the Brotherhood of Steel's leader, he would probably be deeply moved. What does it mean for the process to be completely wrong, but the result entirely correct? The leader of the Brotherhood of Steel demonstrated twice, and he actually guessed right. Bayi truly came from the era of civilization, which they referred to as the old era. In the dark of night, hundreds of modified camouflage off-road vehicles sped through the wilderness, resembling a torrent of steel. Soon, they encountered another small convoy. In the lead vehicle of the small convoy, a long-haired lowly, standing less than 1.5 meters tall, opened the car door. She tried to step out, only to realize her feet couldn't reach the ground, so she had no choice but to jump down from the car. Several bright headlights shone on the little girl, illuminating her pure yet alluring, snake-like face. At that moment, a group of men dressed in advanced combat suits stepped down from the large convoy's vehicles. The leading middle-aged officer frowned immediately upon seeing the little girl. Who are you? Where are Lord Dark Tiger and Lord Silver Snake? The little girl rolled her eyes and said in a childish voice, I am Silver Snake. The middle-aged officer was startled and quickly took a closer look, indeed noticing that the little girl bore a striking resemblance to Silver Snake, like a lowly version of her. He quickly saluted. Forgive me, Lord Silver Snake, I failed to recognize you at first. The Silver Snake waved her hand. You can't be blamed for this.
I was injured twice by the tyrant and had to shed my skin twice. I'm almost shrinking into a child. Lord Silver Snake, why haven't we seen Lord Nether Tiger?
At the mention of Nether Tiger, Silver Snake's eyes immediately turned red and tears rolled down like broken strings of jade beads. Her sobbing appearance, combined with her petite figure, made her look like a little girl whose doll had been taken away.
Brother Tiger, he was killed by the tyrant while saving me. The middle-aged officer's expression was filled with shock. Lord Dark Tiger, what about the tyrant? Tyrant brother is dead too, boo-hoo. The middle-aged officer's mouth twitched instantly.
If he dared, he would have cursed out loud.
Brother, anyone handsome is your brother. If you love brothers so much, you shouldn't be called Silver Snake. You should change your name to Mother Hen. Silver Snake seemed to have thought of something, wiped her tears with her small hand, and said in a deep voice, do you have a communication device? Quick, I have important intelligence to report to the board.
The middle-aged officer hurriedly invited Silver Snake into the car and opened the communication device for her. The moment the communication device connected, Silver Snake's expression turned serious.
Chairman, is the tyrant dead?
An elderly voice came from the other end of the phone. A slightly coughing laugh sounded, and the chairman laughed as if a burden had been lifted from his mind. It's just that it wasn't me or the underworld tiger who killed him, and the underworld tiger is dead.
The eagle should be dead too.
The chairman laughed and said, no matter, as long as the tyrant is dead.
So what if the zodiac is completely wiped out?
The company can cultivate you all, and it can naturally cultivate a new zodiac. A cold glint flashed in Silver Snake's eyes, but he respectfully said, the chairman doesn't seem surprised at all that the tyrant died at someone else's hands.
Could it be that the man in the black mask was sent by you?
The chairman laughed again and said, the company would naturally not place all its hopes on you. The 12 Zodiac members are merely a cover for the real trump card. Previously, I was afraid you might leak the information, so I didn't tell you.
Dead.
That's right, the company did indeed hire someone else. Wait a moment. The voice on the other end of the phone was suddenly startled. What did you just say?
Black mask? What black mask?
Silver Snake replied calmly, the mysterious expert who took down the tyrant in one move.
Clang!
A loud crash of something falling came through the receiver, causing Silver Snake to frown and move the receiver slightly away from his ear. Immediately followed by the sound of fumbling, the chairman picked up the phone again.
Chairman, what's wrong? Wasn't the man in the black mask sent by you?
No. The chairman's voice was mixed with heavy breathing, the shocking news making his aged body struggle to catch his breath. The person I sent doesn't wear a black mask, nor could they possibly defeat the tyrant in one move.
Quickly, explain in detail what exactly happened.
Silver Snake recounted in detail what had happened in Black Mountain. Then, the sound of a ventilator could already be heard on the other end of the phone. Countless chaotic voices arose, and it seemed a medical team had arrived.
Get out of my way, I'm fine, the chairman roared angrily, then continued shouting, quickly notify the Eastern Continent Federation to issue a warrant for the mysterious person who killed the tyrant. This person not only possesses extraordinary strength but also took the Pango USB drive from Black Mountain. Extremely dangerous. The Federation must prepare to respond immediately. The Silver Snake narrowed its eyes slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing through its slender pupils. Chairman, is the Panga USB drive really with the mysterious person? I saw the shadow mouse at the experimental base in Vault 189. Silence, the chairman barked sharply, then ordered the people around him, everyone, leave. After a long pause, he spoke slowly, Silver Snake, remember this, no matter what you saw, from today onward, the Panga USB drive can only be with the mysterious person. If anyone asks, this is the answer you must give. You personally saw the mysterious person take the Panga USB drive and kill the tyrant. The Silver Snake laughed softly, understood. You old immortal, it was indeed you who took the Panga USB. I suspect your original plan was to kill the tyrant, then fake the tyrant's disappearance, and publicly declare that the tyrant stole the Panga USB and went into hiding. Now that the plan has failed, you want to shift the world's attention to the mysterious figure, trying to buy time to study the Panga USB and extend your own life, don't you? By the way, Chairman, I have one more thing to report.
There is a mutated scarlet virus in Shelter 189, which seems to have already leaked to the outside world.
I'm worried that if the virus spreads, it might threaten Dawn City.
This is not something you need to worry about, I have my own plans. The chairman perfunctorily said a few words and then hung up the phone. After the call ended, the smile on Silver Snake's face slowly faded, leaving only an icy chill. Since the chairman had already obtained the Panga USB drive, he must naturally know about the mutated scarlet virus.
Yet now, he doesn't seem worried at all. Does he have a countermeasure?
No, if the scarlet virus were so easy to deal with, there wouldn't have been a great catastrophe. This old immortal didn't have a countermeasure, he simply never planned to respond. That's right, no matter how troublesome the mutated scarlet virus is, it still takes time to spread, and although the imposters are hard to deal with, they aren't invincible. After all, he holds a high position of power, and no matter how many commoners die or get injured, it won't affect him. Instead, the approaching end of his life is his real concern. By the evening of the next day, the group who had been running frantically finally saw Dawn City. At this moment, moment, as the sun sets in the west, a magnificent city stands proudly amidst the orange-red afterglow. Countless clusters of buildings stretch endlessly, with a massive circular city wall winding and sprawling, covered with defensive structures. As dusk deepens, Dawnlight City emerges faintly in the shadows, resembling a dormant giant beast radiating an awe-inspiring majesty while exuding a touch of apocalyptic desolation. Upon seeing this fortress of civilization standing tall in the wasteland, Bayi couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. As the last civilized man of the cataclysmic era, he had finally encountered civilization once more. His definition of civilization was very simple: eating barbecue, drinking beer, steaming in a sauna, singing karaoke, and playing games. Soon, the convoy stopped at the entrance of Dawn City, where they were subjected to inspection by armed soldiers. At this moment, the importance of Gao Bancheng became evident. The wealthy fat man casually threw out an ID, scaring the soldiers so much that they didn't even dare to inspect and directly let them pass. Bayi entered Dawn City full of anticipation, and then, the scenery before his eyes was like a basin of ice water, drenching him to the core. Rust-colored winds carried sand and gravel across the cracked asphalt road, making the faded billboards creak and rattle. In the distance, towering factories stood with thick, lofty chimneys, spewing black smoke that stained the sky a leaden gray. On the streets, emaciated pedestrians were everywhere, their expressions numb and lifeless. This is supposed to be Dawn City, and they dare to call this Dawn? Looking at rows of low, shabby houses, Bayi cursed loudly. With this level of construction, it's not even as good as our village. Brother Yi, this isn't Dawn City, it's a satellite city, Liu, sitting in the passenger seat, explained. Satellite city? There are 10 satellite cities surrounding Dawnlight City. My second uncle said that satellite cities are like satellites in the sky, meant to protect Dawnlight City. Are you sure it's protection? Bayi glanced out of the car window at the sallow, emaciated people, and the garbage scattered across the streets. Liu sighed. In the beginning, the satellite cities held relatively high status, but as the alien beasts were repeatedly defeated by humanity's advanced weaponry, the satellite cities lost their original purpose. A large number of heavily polluting factories were relocated to the satellite cities, followed naturally by workers and their families. Later, some criminals who committed crimes in Dawn City would also flee to the satellite city to hide, as well as those who couldn't make a living in Dawn City and ended up as homeless people, being driven to the satellite city. Over time, the satellite city deteriorated more and more, while Dawn City became increasingly prosperous. This was because all the negative elements were eliminated from Dawn City. Now, the people of the satellite city are called Lower City people, while the people of Dawn City are referred to as Upper City people. Lower City people are not allowed to enter Dawn City. Bayi pondered, surprised at how strict the hierarchical system was during the post-catastrophe era. The satellite city system practically forced the people here to be classified as lower-class citizens. So, the people in the lower city are really miserable. They seem to live in the city, but in reality, they endure the lowest level of treatment, working hard every day to feed Dawn City like bloodsuckers. Liu shook his head. The people in the lower city aren't the most miserable. The most miserable are wastelanders like us. At least the people in the lower city don't have to worry about their safety. Living there means they won't be attacked by mutated beasts or raided by wasteland marauders. As long as they work hard, they don't have to eat cockroach protein bars every meal and might even have a chance to eat synthetic meat. Bayi had just felt sorry for the people in the lower city, but after Liu's reminder, he almost forgot that he was the most miserable one. Wastelanders are the lowest tier of the era, even worse off than the people in the lower city. Damn, I'm so miserable. About an hour later, the sun had completely set, and as night fell, the convoy finally arrived at the real Dawn City. Bayi was stunned with just one glance. Is this freaking a city of an era? After witnessing the desolation of the satellite city, he had long since stopped holding any expectations for Dawn City, but the result? A torrent of neon surged under the night sky, with giant advertisement screens covering the entire exterior walls of buildings. On the screens, young girls dressed in cool outfits, styled like digital girl groups, danced energetically. The streets flickered amidst the neon frenzy, as if plunged into an endless electronic psychedelic show. The pedestrians on the road resembled living performance art installations, with sharp studs adorning their leather trench coats. Beneath torn fishnet stockings, mechanical prosthetics were spray-painted in gradients of fluorescent orange and cobalt blue. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dawn City. Gao Bancheng parked the car in front of a luxurious hotel. Colorful neon lights flickered on the plump man's body as he laughed heartily, offering everyone a sincere and enthusiastic welcome. Under Gao Bancheng's guidance, the group stepped into the hotel named Floating Gold Pavilion. In the resplendent hall, it seemed a party was underway, with gentlemen in suits and ties and ladies in elegant evening gowns everywhere. The waiters were dressed in meticulously tailored black tailcoats, their white shirts crisp as frost and snow, carrying trays and drinks as they moved through the crowd. This made Bayi and the others feel as if they had traveled through time and arrived in a world called high society. Liu glanced at the guest's attire, then looked down at his own tattered clothes, involuntarily shrinking back. The inferiority complex of a wastelander was ingrained in his very bones. Bayi, on the other hand, was completely different. This wastelander, dressed in even more tattered clothes, had a defiant and excited look in his eyes, his aggressive gaze sweeping back and forth. Not bad, barely worthy of hosting this god. Feeling inferior was impossible for him. Ever since encountering the Eye of Calamity, his mental state had only improved. The attire of their group seemed completely out of place here, drawing the attention of many. Even the son of the richest man, Gao Bansheng, was no exception. To conveniently visit Heishan, he naturally couldn't wear a suit and tie but instead donned functional combat attire. Soon, a man who looked like a butler approached, smiling warmly as he bowed to Gao Bansheng. "Young Master Gao, it is an honor to have you here. Please forgive me for not welcoming you sooner." Gao Bansheng impatiently waved his hand. "Prepare room number 1. I want to host my friends." The butler smiled faintly. "Room number 1 of the Fujin Pavilion is always reserved for you. Distinguished guests, please follow me." Gao Bansheng turned around and smiled at everyone, saying, "Let's make do with a meal here today. When we return to my Wanguan capital, I'll treat everyone to something better." Make do? Even Xiaoyi and the others, who had seen quite a bit of the world, couldn't help but secretly click their tongues. This was the kind of statement that only Gao Bansheng could say without sounding like he was bragging. Everyone followed the steward forward, and the deeper they went, the more they were amazed by the splendor of the Fujin Pavilion. Dawnlight City and the Satellite City truly feel like two different worlds. Bayi didn't care about the decor, he genuinely wanted a good meal. Cockroach protein bars had long been his sworn enemy, something he utterly despised. As he walked through, he keenly noticed that almost all the guests in the hall were discussing the same topic. A heinous criminal like the tyrant is finally dead. Serves him right. The freight train I spent a fortune on hadn't even transported much cargo before it was hijacked by the tyrant not long ago. I suffered heavy losses. I was even planning to offer a hefty reward to take the tyrant's life. Well, now I can save that money. A bald middle-aged man chuckled while holding a glass of red wine. Bayi couldn't help but glance at him twice. "So, the tyrant's train was provided by you, huh? It seems Dawn City is full of tough guys. Buying the tyrant's life? The way you brag is seriously impressive. I don't even know who the mysterious person who killed the tyrant is, otherwise, I would definitely thank him properly." Speaking of this mysterious person, I heard the Federation has already started offering a bounty for him, and it's not a small amount. Not just not small, his bounty is currently the highest in Baiman. It's making me not even want to do business anymore. If I could catch the mysterious person, why would I need to do business? Stop calling him the mysterious person. Haven't you seen the latest news? The Federation's wanted notice already mentions the mysterious person's nickname. What is it called? Bayi was slightly stunned. Damn, being wanted was one thing, but giving free names too? He still wanted to listen for himself, but someone came over to toast them, conveniently interrupting. Soon, under the butler's guidance, everyone took their seats in room number 1. Unlike the luxury outside, room number 1 is very elegant, exuding an antique charm. Inside, there is a half-human-height bronze censer, from which wisps of blue smoke rise, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Deeper inside, there is a screen, behind which a graceful woman can be faintly seen sitting elegantly and playing the zither. On the wall directly facing the dining table, there is a plasma TV playing a news program. Damn rich people. After everyone took their seats, one by one, exquisite and elegant dishes that looked far from filling were served, and they weren't brought by the same waiter, but by rows of young women in cheongsams, lined up to serve. Then these young women, with charming smiles, introduced the names of the dishes, their ingredients, and places of origin. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyi and the others couldn't help but sit upright, as if this was the proper way to sit in such a setting. Bayi, however, couldn't care less. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. As the young woman introduced each dish, he ate each one. The plates were huge, but the portions were tiny. With one swipe of his chopsticks, he practically cleared the plate. "Brother Xiaobai, leave some for us. We haven't eaten all day either," Xiaoyi said anxiously. After a tough battle, he was already so hungry that his chest was practically sticking to his back. Seeing Bayi eating alone, he couldn't care about his image anymore and hurriedly joined in to grab some food. "Skip the introductions, just bring everything out quickly. Damn it, I've lost at least 10 pounds on this trip. I need to make up for it." Gao Bansheng laughed as he rolled up his sleeves and started devouring the food as well. After a couple of bites, he felt unsatisfied. The portions were too small. On normal days when he wasn't hungry, it was fine since the appeal was in the delicacy. But now, starving as he was, a plate of food felt like nothing. "Bring me some steamed buns, I'll just eat with those." The young woman was stunned. "Young Master Gao, there are no steamed buns at the floating gold pavilion. For main courses, we have black truffle risotto, gold leaf sea urchin sushi, low temperature abalone rice." Gao Bansheng said unhappily, "Can't you go buy some?" "Alright, young Master Gao, I'll go buy them right away." Gao Bansheng turned to the crowd and asked, "Does anyone want to eat other main courses?" Li Baidian, noodles. Xiaoyi, scallion pancake. Li Yu, cornbread. Bayi, cockroach protein bar. Ha! Everyone was stunned and turned their astonishment
astonished gazes toward Bayi. Bayi wiped his mouth and said nonchalantly, "Don't get me wrong, even dogs wouldn't eat that stuff. I just wanted to put it aside and look at it. This is called remembering the bitterness to appreciate the sweetness. The food at the floating gold pavilion is all bland and tasteless, no flavor at all. But if you put a cockroach protein bar next to it, even a pile of crap would taste sweet and delicious." But, ha ha ha. Brother Xiaobai's perspective is truly different from the ordinary. Amid everyone's laughter, the invisible restraint typical of high-end venues seemed to have been completely shattered. As they ate and drank, it felt as if they had returned to the days of sitting on the ground in Heishan, drinking cheap liquor with abandon. Black Mountain and the floating gold pavilion didn't seem any different. It was still the same group of people, still eating and drinking. Soon, noodles, scallion pancakes, cornbread, and cockroach protein bars were all served. Bayi held the cockroach protein bar under his nose, took a sharp sniff, and immediately ate 3 more bowls of rice. Now, we interrupt with an urgent news bulletin. Shirano paused his eating motion, raised his head, and immediately saw a massive wanted poster filling the screen. Everyone was startled by him and curiously looked toward the screen. 2 billion? Li Xiao shot up from his seat, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the string of zeros on the screen. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if he had been deeply shocked. Muttering to himself, the highest bounty among the 10 kings is just over 1.4 billion, the highest bounty in the history of Baiman the First. Even in his dreams, he never dared to imagine such a high bounty. At most, he dreamed of 1.5 billion, surpassing all the 10 kings to become the leader of the 10 kings. And now, suddenly, a 2 billion bounty appears. A fiery light burst forth in his eyes, as if he had seen a new goal. "To be honest, I think 2 billion is a bit low." "That mysterious expert managed to instantly kill the tyrant," Xiaoyi said slowly as he came to his senses. Bayi gave Xiaoyi a thumbs up in his heart. "This little brother really has a good eye." Gao Bancheng explained, "After all, it's the first bounty. If the mysterious expert appears again in the future, the reward will probably skyrocket." "Wait, we can't call them a mysterious expert anymore. Look, the wanted notice has a name. Black King." The wanted notice displayed bold red letters. Black King. Damn. Bounty, 2.096 billion. Extremely heinous, dead or alive. Above the bounty, there is also a hand-drawn portrait. The bright moon hung high, its cold light piercing through the clouds, dyeing the ruins a silvery gray. A figure clad in ink-black robes stood with hands behind their back atop the ruins, the shadow trailing behind entangled with twisted steel bars. A metallic black mask concealed the face, leaving only a pair of deep black eyes reflecting the moonlight. Before this figure, a 100-meter-tall steel colossus knelt on the ground, as if in reverence to a deity. White raised an eyebrow. "Who drew this? Who drew this? They must get an extra drumstick." Does the name really have to be so literal? Is there really no other word? Just because I'm dressed in black, you call me the Black King? Look quickly, there are words at the bottom. It seems to be an introduction to the Black King's deeds. Gao Bancheng exclaimed, instinctively reading it aloud. At Vault 189, killed the tyrant Yang Jia, released the mutated scarlet virus, stole the Panga USB drive, and attempted to overthrow the existing civilization order. Heinous crimes. F*******. Bayi almost cursed out loud. Except for the first point, none of the others had anything to do with him. Are you just going to pin every piece of crap on me? The mutated scarlet virus was released by me? The Panga USB drive? I've never even seen it. And overthrowing the order of civilization? Why don't you just write that I want to destroy the world and annihilate all of humanity? Gao Bancheng continued reading. Suspected remnants of the old era's fireseed, executor of the Pango project. In light of the strength displayed by the Black King in killing the tyrant Yang Jia, the Federation has decided, after research, to remove the tyrant from the list of the 10 most wanted criminals of Baiwang. The Black King is newly added as the top of the 10 most wanted criminals of Baiwang. Hiss. Gao Bancheng suddenly drew a sharp breath. The top of the 10 kings. The mysterious Black King has become the top of the 10 kings? The rankings of the 10 kings have always been unordered, but unexpectedly, the Black King has emerged out of nowhere and directly taken the top position. Oof. Li Xiao snorted coldly, with senior Black King's strength. Comparing him to the 10 kings is practically elevating the 10 kings. This humorous dart thrower seemed to have glimpsed a broader world and began aligning himself with the Black King in his words, now viewing the 10 kings as insignificant nobodies. Bayi held his forehead with his hand. He could almost imagine that from now on, the humorous dart thrower would no longer be talking about the 10 kings all the time, but instead would be mentioning the Black King at every turn. He finally understood. It turned out that the so-called 10 kings were the 10 most wanted extraordinary criminals in Baiwang, the 10 most heinous individuals. The extraordinary community had given these 10 people the title of the 10 kings, as the Federation would never refer to wanted criminals as kings. Seeing this wanted notice, he could sense the sinister intentions of the Federation. What leader of the 10 kings? It's obviously deliberate. Who are the 10 kings? Judging by the tyrant Yang Jia, one can guess a thing or two. These 10 top-tier extraordinaries are not ones to live under others. Rule.
Originally, there was no ranking among them, but now suddenly there's a leader of the 10 kings.
How would the other 10 kings feel about that?
He doesn't know about the others, but he knows that if the tyrant were still alive, with his personality, waking up one day to see the news announcing of leader of the 10 kings, he would definitely go straight to confront them without a second thought.
It's a setup, a blatant setup.
Bayi now increasingly felt that his earlier action of stripping Li Xiao was very wise. If his true appearance were exposed in front of everyone, the consequences would be unimaginable, and no amount of time would be enough for him to waste. Everyone fell into a brief silence due to the news about the Black King. After a long while, Gao Bancheng broke the silence. He stood up and said with a smile, "No matter what Senior Black King has done, the fact that we survived this time is entirely thanks to him. Everyone, I propose we raise a glass together to honor Senior Black King.
What do you think?"
His suggestion was met with unanimous approval.
Xiaoyi raised his glass and stood up. Boss Gao is right. Without Senior Black King, we wouldn't have made it back alive from Black Mountain. A toast to the Black King, to the Black King, to our benefactor.
Bayi was a bit speechless, not expecting so many people to toast him from afar.
He's in no mood to drink now. Such a huge blame fell from the sky. Who can he reason with?
Brother Bai, let's drink together.
Gao Bancheng noticed Bayi hadn't raised his glass and couldn't help urging him. Sigh. Bayi sighed inwardly. What kind of move is toasting yourself?
Forget it, stop thinking about it, there's no time to feel upset. Next up is the remnant fire of the old era, the releaser of the mutated scarlet virus, the subverter of orderly civilization, the master of time, the holder of the Panga USB drive, the executor of the Panga plan, the last civilized
person in the world, with a bounty as high as 2.96 billion, the #1 on the Beimeng bounty list in history, the one who instantly killed the tyrant Yang Jie, ranked first among the 10 kings, the Black King Bayi. The Black King Bayi rose resolutely, raising his wine glass high.
Everyone reached out to clink glasses, wine splashed, and the aroma of wine filled the air. Shirano shouted loudly, "To the Black King." Gulp gulp gulp. After everyone finished their drink, they noticed the news was still playing, and this time it was about someone else's bounty.
Silent Court. Black Knight. Bounty 450 million. Heinous crimes. Dead or alive. Phantom Clown. Bounty 390 million. Extremely heinous. Life or death irrelevant. Magic Hand. Li Yu. Bounty 330 million. Extremely heinous. Life or death irrelevant. Mr. Li, there's a bounty on you. Gao Bancheng exclaimed in surprise.
Li Yu, who had been indulging in fine wine, looked up in astonishment, then froze as if struck by lightning. On the wanted poster was a wastelander with a cold expression, standing under a smoke-shrouded setting sun. His tattered robes fluttered in the wind as he lowered his gaze, unwrapping a blood-stained bandage from his right hand. Seeing himself on television, Li Yu was instantly paralyzed. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Why are there so many zeros? It's over, completely over, I'm doomed. Just thinking about the countless zeros hanging over his head, he didn't even dare to close his eyes now, fearing that several bounty hunters or the federal enforcement team might suddenly spring out from the shadows and chop off his head.
No, why? I clearly didn't do anything. I just went to Black Mountain, that's all.
He hurriedly looked at his charges. Participants in the Black Mountain incident. Charges: destruction of old era relics, public extortion of over 100 people, obstruction of federal investigators, violation of Articles 125, 167, 221 of the Federal Extraordinary Management Act.
Li Yu wanted to curse after reading it. When did I ever destroy old era relics? Ever since I entered Shelter 189, I've been hiding in a room studying the Magic Hand.
The one who destroyed the shelter was Yang Jie, and the one who committed public extortion was Brother Yi.
Wait, what does obstruction of federal investigators even mean? Who is the federal investigator? Could it be Minghu? Is it because of breaking Minghu's wine glass?
Truly worthy of Mr. Li.
Gao Bancheng praised. The bounty has actually exceeded 300 million. Too low. Xiaoyi shook his head. With Mr. Li's strength, how could it be only 300 million? Mr. Li scared off too. Members of the Zodiac and 200 genetic warriors with just one sentence.
This should start at 500 million at least. Li Yu said nothing, just kept drinking to calm his nerves.
He also cast a resentful glance at Bayi.
Bayi wasn't colorblind, he understood the meaning in Li Yu's eyes. The general idea was, Brother Yi,
you've really done me in. My bounty has also surpassed 100 million? Xiaoyi said in surprise. He saw himself. Swordsman. Xiaoyi. Bounty, 110 million. Heinous crimes, life or death irrelevant.
Seeing his bounty surpass 100 million, Xiaoyi appeared very calm, showing little reaction. On the other hand, Li Xiao beside him grew nervous and excited, like a student anxiously awaiting exam results, staring unblinkingly at the screen. After several wanted notices flashed by, he finally saw himself. Then, as if all his strength had been drained, he collapsed into his seat, even spilling the wine in his hand. Shadow Man. Li Xiao. Bounty, 95 million. Grievous crimes, dead or alive, 9,005. Why is it only a mere 9,005? Even Xiaoyi has surpassed 100 200 million, but I haven't.
This is impossible. Fueled by the alcohol, Li Xiao roared angrily, I am the man who fought the tyrant and retreated in defeat. This is rigged. It must be rigged.
They had only ever heard of people bribing federal staff to lower their bounties, but never of anyone actively trying to increase their bounty.
By the way, I've always been curious about something. Is the strength of transcendence really determined by their bounties? Are there no other levels?
Bayi asked, voicing his doubts. Gao Bancheng explained, there really isn't a clear hierarchy because there's no quantifiable measure to assess combat power. For example, if a superhuman who can turn invisible fights against a superhuman who controls fire, the fire-controlling superhuman can instantly burn down a building, while the invisible superhuman can only turn invisible.
Who do you think would win in a real fight?
Bayi raised an eyebrow, understanding Gao Bancheng's point. If nothing unexpected happens, it would definitely be the one who turns invisible.
Gao Bancheng nodded,
exactly, which is why no data on paper can fully summarize the strength of a transcendent. Only by actually fighting can one determine who is truly stronger or weaker, and bounties can serve as a reference for strength.
They are the danger levels assessed by the Federation based on the actual combat performance of transcendence.
The stronger the individual, the higher the bounty naturally.
Of course, there are times when the reputation doesn't match the reality.
For example, a transcendent might not be very strong, but if they've committed too many heinous crimes, their bounty will also increase.
Can't the rating be based on mental power values? Gao Bancheng couldn't help but laugh. Spiritual power is invisible and intangible, yet it truly exists. It's just like damn love, you can't measure it.
It's like when your girlfriend asks, how much do you love me?
Can you really give her an exact number?
Bayi's mouth twitched, and such a scene unconsciously surfaced in his mind.
Woman, how much do you love me? Everyone. Man, I love you 98.5. Woman, why not 100? Man, because I have 1.5 words.
Bayi was indeed a bit speechless now, overwhelmed by Gao Panzi's love theory. It clearly sounded absurd at first, but upon closer thought, it actually made some damn sense.
Can love be quantified?
From this perspective, relying on the bounty seems the most reliable. The bounty is akin to a combat power index. After the battle at Black Mountain, he roughly formed a judgment on the strength of the extraordinary, the genetically modified, and the mechanically modified. 1 million serves as a threshold. On Black Mountain, a bounty of 1 million is just cannon fodder. Of course, this is limited to Black Mountain, as moments when so many strong individuals gather are rare. Like Tan Jie and Wang Shi, they probably don't even reach 1 million, just a few 100,000 at best. Then there are those in the tens of millions range, like the Black Panther at the Three Needle Realm. He remembered that during a drinking session, Black Panther bragged about his bounty being over 20 million. However, Bayi felt there was some exaggeration, as Black Panther wasn't alone and had quite a few underlings. His actual worth was probably just over 10 million.
And then there's the humorous Dark Man.
He felt the Federation's rating of Li Xiao was quite accurate, typical of someone who was better than some, but not as good as others. He could dominate in the tens of millions range but would struggle against those in the hundreds of millions range. It's not that he can't win, but it depends on the ability suppression situation. The swordsman Xiaoyi, although he seems unreliable, his strength is definitely at the billion level. During the battle with Black Panther back then, if he hadn't held back, he could have killed Black Panther with a single strike. When strength reaches the billion level, the differences become quite significant. Minghu, Inchi, and Xiaodong, He Qianjun, Ghost Clown, these individuals are all between 1 billion and 10 billion. But if he were to rank them, the top choice would definitely be Ghost Clown. Although Ghost Clown has the least presence, never interacts with others, and even has a lower bounty than in Xiaotong, this person is absolutely not simple. The most direct proof is that even when fighting the tyrant, this guy was still holding his girlfriend's hand. In the end, Minghu died, but he didn't. So, the weakest among this group is Minghu, of course, excluding the Black Knight. Without the tyrant holding back, the Black Knight would probably have died as early as Minghu. As the person who knows in Xiaodong's body the best, he admits that in Xiaotong is indeed very strong, but still not strong enough.
At least not as strong as Minghu.
After all, Minghu is someone who survived being hit by a train and faced the tyrant twice, seriously injured the first time and only died the second time. As for in Xiaotong, she was subdued by the tyrant in just one move. Even though there was an element of a sneak attack, it couldn't hide in Xiaotong's inherent weakness. In terms of physical fitness, and Xiaotong is the weakest among these people.
Half of her strength lies in the night.
However, she is also the youngest among them, with a promising future ahead. Above that is the level of breaking 10 billion, such as the tyrant Yang Jia and the other 10 kings.
Finally, there is the Black King Bayi, who has surpassed 20 billion.
At this moment, Bayi suddenly somewhat understood the humor Dark Man's obsession with bounties. You know what, really, having a high bounty is actually quite thrilling.
Brother Bai, what about your bounty? Gao Bancheng's surprised question interrupted Baiyi's secret delight. Bayi was stunned. My bounty? Didn't my bounty already come out?
He glanced at the television, and his face immediately darkened. On the wanted poster was a disheveled, raggedly dressed teenager, sneakily hiding behind the crowd and taking pot shots shots at a massive silver-white robot. Black gun. Xiao Bai. Bounty 10100000. Not far from the wrong path. Surrender early. Suspected of possessing snake-level forbidden items. Suspected to be an ordinary person. Charge: assisting the magician Liu in openly extorting money. Damn. Bayi cursed angrily. My breath of bones is clearly white, yet they call me Black Gun? Anyone who doesn't know would think I'm despicable, always shooting sneak attacks from behind. Gao Bancheng suppressed his laughter. Brother Xiaobai, the wanted notice wasn't wrong. I remember the two of us hiding behind the crowd, and you were using a black gun. Bayi was stunned for a moment. He remembered that at the time, in order to conserve his health points, he hadn't activated Breath of the Skeleton, so it hadn't transformed into the form of a bone gun but remained an ordinary black revolver. Baiyi's face darkened slightly. I can tolerate the black gun, but what the hell is Xiaobai? Do I not have a name? Ha ha ha. Gao Bancheng burst out laughing. Maybe it's because everyone calls you Brother Xiaobai, and then those people you extorted heard it, so when they provided clues to the Federation, they referred to you as Xiaobai. But you don't need to worry. The wanted poster shows a dirty and unrecognizable face, so you can walk freely on the streets without anyone recognizing you as Black Gun. Xiaobai. Li Xiao, who had been relentlessly mocked by Bayi, seized the rare opportunity to add fuel to the fire on the side, a bounty of 1.01 million. I bet that 1 million is all for Breath of the Skeleton. After eating and drinking their fill, Gao Bancheng arranged rooms for everyone, making it convenient for them to bathe, rest, and then proceed to the second half. Back in the room, Bayi discovered 3 new sets of clothes laid out on the bed. It was evident that Gao Bancheng had specially prepared them. Shirano glanced at the time, 11:34. Less than half an hour remained before he could gain an extra minute, which was crucial for someone with only 3 seconds left. 3 seconds really didn't feel secure. Even sleeping at night was uneasy. He went to the bathroom, filled the tub with water, and sprinkled a few rose petals for himself. A boy's sense of ritual was a must. Until the clear water turned black, he finally stepped out of the bathroom and changed into new clothes. Walking to the mirror, the rising steam formed a misty pattern on the surface. Bayi casually wiped a half-clear window with his palm and began to admire himself in the mirror with satisfaction. Droplets of water slid from the tips of his hair onto his collarbone. The pure black shirt was exquisite and well-fitted, though it seemed a bit too formal. Bayi frowned slightly, first rolling up his sleeves, then unbuttoning the first button to reveal his collarbone, as cold and smooth as jade. Looking at the vibrant and unrestrained colors of the youth in the mirror, he finally nodded in satisfaction. It's just that the colors of the clothes aren't bright enough. The clothes sent by Gao Bancheng were all in versatile colors like black, white, and gray, but Bayi preferred bright colors, as vibrant and passionate as the energy of youth. Bayi's soul rippled like water waves, creating layers of ripples. He looked delighted, knowing that another minute had been credited, so he couldn't wait to cast time stop. Bayi. After obtaining the black obelisk, he had endured for an entire day, eager to find out what the black obelisk truly was. Now with enough time, he could finally delve into the secrets of the black obelisk. As the enormous golden dial emerged, everything fell into silence. Black matter, come out quickly. Come on, don't be shy. Bayi urged several times, but there was no response from the black matter within his body. He took a deep breath, his mind highly focused, constantly recalling the black substance in his thoughts. Suddenly, his consciousness experienced a wave of fluctuation. In the absolutely still time, it seemed as though endless black substance, like boiling black water, was slowly surging out from Bayi's body. They grew wildly, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a towering black tree. The towering black tree seems illusory, its branches penetrating the hotel building without causing any damage. Like the Big Bang of the universe, endlessly expanding, growing, and extending. A trace of joy flashed in Bayi's eyes. His guess was indeed correct. The black substance only reveals its mystical properties when time is at a standstill. Buzz. What exactly is the black substance that can grow freely in a state of frozen time? Shirano focused his thoughts on the black substance, and in an instant, his consciousness seemed to be suddenly pulled out of his body by invisible threads, plunging into a chaotic halo. All senses disintegrated and reassembled in an instant, and space no longer extended according to familiar three-dimensional rules. The walls of the world dissolved like thin gauze, and the previously intangible and formless time flowed like liquid metal. The boundaries between past and future collapsed with a roar, simultaneously unfolding before Shirano's eyes. At this moment, he seemed to be immersed in the river of time, with countless intricate timelines intertwining and flashing wildly before his eyes. Success! High-dimensional matter has been created. Bayi saw more than a dozen researchers in white lab coats gathered in the laboratory, their faces filled with ecstasy. The ring-shaped quantum lamp emitted a cold blue light, illuminating the several-meter-high nanoglass curtain wall. Within the wall, the surface of a constantly twisting black substance suddenly blossomed with nebula-like patterns. The detection instruments in the laboratory emitted a piercing buzz, while a waterfall of data frantically cascaded across the holographic screen. Those wildly jumping fluorescent green numbers were rewriting the boundaries of human understanding. Bayi was slightly stunned. This is, people from the civil
civilized era studying black matter? 100 years ago. Wait, where is my body?
He suddenly realized that he was not in the laboratory but was instead observing the entire scene from a godlike perspective.
This is undoubtedly a great experiment that will rewrite human history. With high-dimensional matter, human civilization will ascend to a new energy level, potentially unlocking the mysteries of time and achieving true immortality.
An elderly man with graying hair stared obsessively at the ever-changing black substance. Dr. Chin, we've conducted energy tests on the high-dimensional matter and discovered that its energy never depletes.
This is simply incredible.
Even the sun has a day when it will extinguish, yet its energy seems infinite, already embodying the concepts of time and infinity to some extent.
A middle-aged researcher spoke with equal fervor. Dr. Chin, why don't you name the high-dimensional matter? After all, you led this great experiment.
Dr. Chin did not decline but pondered for a moment. The world's ecosystem is now on the verge of collapse, and high-dimensional matter represents infinite
possibilities.
Humanity can rely on it to create an entirely new world, which reminds me of Pangu, the mythical figure who created heaven and earth.
How about we call it Pangu matter? Crack!
The scene before Bayi shattered like a mirror. His eyes flickered as he gazed at the constantly flashing timelines of all things before him, murmuring to himself, a Pangu substance that embodies the concepts of time and infinity, and can even grant immortality. Oh my, this is the true core of the Pangu project. The Pangu USB is merely a carrier of knowledge, while the Pangu substance is the true force capable of splitting heaven and earth. The scene before him continued to flicker rapidly, but most of it remained unclear. Gradually, he discovered a pattern. Only the timeline strongly associated with himself and Pangu's matter could reveal glimpses of the truth. Soon, he saw his own figure in the images. In the Grey Dust Town, a defiant young man wielded the breath of bones to complete the wheel of fate.
Liu wept bitterly before the king snake. Commander, I don't want to die. Please spare me.
My mother is still waiting for me to return. I'm her only son.
Ha ha ha.
That idiot Wangshi, I knew all psychos have this kind of taste. He lived another day, feels great.
A fierce battle with the hyena pack. Let go of me. I must have a life and death duel with the hyena king.
Behind us, the smoke from 10,000 homes still lingers, and
the cries of children still echo in our ears.
Today, the weapons in our hands are the final barrier protecting this earthly warmth. Looking at the passionate young man on the screen, Bayi couldn't help but cover his eyes, his ears slightly red. Then, he unexpectedly saw the night girl in Shoutong hidden in the woods, silently watching his former self.
Bayi suddenly realized in his heart,
no wonder in Shoutong always said he was a good person. It turned out she had been there back then. The images flashed faster and faster, and everything he had experienced in the past was now presented one by one from a god's perspective. Suddenly, an image flashed by. Bayi was stunned at first, then burst into a tirade of curses.
Damn old Wang.
He had just seen old Wang from the Grey Dust Town's tire tavern secretly spitting into the food while cooking. He also saw old Tan and Wang Shi conspiring. Old Tan had called over 2 female companions for the night, while Wang Shi had called over 3. Saw Mr. Ing take out the cool photo of the silver snake in the tent. Saw the imaginative Mr. Ing, before his death, quietly place his hand on the gun at his waist. However, his own shot was so sudden that Mr. Ing didn't have time to draw his gun. The middle-aged officer traveling with Mr. Ing secretly instructed his subordinates to call for help using an encrypted phone, but there was no signal at Black Mountain. The images of these deceased people suddenly became vivid in Baye's mind. People always think they are the protagonists, believing the world revolves around them, unaware that in places unseen by the protagonist, those supporting characters also have their own lives. The scene continues to advance toward Black Mountain, and Shoutong took off her shoes and socks, dipping her jade-white feet into the stream. Her feet, like playful fish, alternated in the flowing water, splashing up crystal-clear droplets. With her mask removed, she took a piece of chocolate from her pocket and placed it in her mouth. The coolness of the stream and the sweetness of the chocolate spread simultaneously, making her eyes curve into crescent moons. Bayi never expected that this stern and unsmiling righteous knight would have such a side. Beneath the thick silver-white armor lay the romantic heart of a young girl. What followed was a fierce battle between the dark tiger and the silver snake. One was as fierce as a tiger, the other as flexible as a snake. The one as fierce as a tiger was the silver snake. Above the vast sky, Yang Jia sat alone on the locomotive, with the setting sun overhead, staring blankly at the pocket watch in his hand. Inside the pocket watch was a torn corner of a photo, its origin unknown. It was of a girl with a ponytail, smiling gently, bearing a slight resemblance to Shoutong.
The tyrant truly is a hopeless romantic. Wait a minute, who are these two?
At the peak of Black Mountain, the painter stood firmly on the edge of the cliff, commanding with vigor. On the canvas was vividly depicted the scene of Yang Jia battling with the others. Bayi watched for a while and immediately sneered. Well, no wonder I've been so unlucky since I arrived at Black Mountain.
Turns out it's you two bastards causing trouble. He secretly memorized their appearances, planning to kill these two bastards if he encountered them in the future. Bayi didn't dare to keep watching.
Time was running out. He thought only a few seconds had passed, but it turned out to be dozens of seconds. Time Time flies when you're immersed in peeking into others' privacy.
He only has 40 seconds left. Damn it! What's the use of knowing the name of the black substance? No matter how powerful it is, I can't use it.
Bayi felt secretly frustrated. He had no idea how to use the black substance, experiencing a sense of helplessness akin to a eunuch facing a stunning beauty. Perhaps the Pango USB drive is the key to using Panga substance. Otherwise, why would people from the old era store these two items together?
This also means that the Pango USB drive is far more than just a simple tool for storing knowledge. Damn it, these past few seconds were a complete waste. Something's off. Very off.
Bayi suddenly realized that the time stored within his soul seemed somewhat different. This description might not be entirely accurate. It's not that time itself is different, but rather the way he perceives time has changed. If time were an obscure and difficult advanced mathematics book, then Bayi before was just an elementary school student who had only learned addition and subtraction within 100. But just now, as his consciousness entered the Panga substance and stepped into the forbidden realm of time, witnessing the convergence and birth of countless timelines, he grasped more mysteries about time. Although still somewhat confused, at least he now understands what XY means. He felt that he had probably advanced to the level of a middle school student, barely able to comprehend this advanced mathematics book of time. So, looking at the time stored in his soul from his current perspective, he immediately had a different feeling. He vaguely realized that the wondrous use of time seemed to go beyond just stopping time. The power of time came from the asynchrony between his soul and the era, so he would gain an extra minute each day to freely use. However, he had previously only used it simply to stop time. The time within his soul was like a paintbrush, while the time of the world was like a canvas. He can paint on the canvas with a brush, which is essentially using his own time to leverage the world's time, but this involves the issue of painting skills. Some can use a brush to create a masterpiece like Along the River during the Qingming festival, while others can only draw a simple sketch of a little turtle. Obviously, Bayi could only draw little turtles before.
Buzz. Time resumed. This wondrous journey through time was equivalent to allowing him to observe and learn at a master-level art exhibition.
Although he couldn't reach the level of a master, at least he now knew how to color the little turtle.
Shirano's spirit trembled with excitement, and his whole being became energized. I can use other time-based abilities now?
He couldn't wait to experiment, but as soon as he remembered there were only 40 seconds left, his eyebrows immediately knitted together, his face full of hesitation. Inside his sauna room where white steam was rising, the originally relaxed painter suddenly stood up, his expression changing drastically. Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly, "Don't let that thing of yours dangle in front of me, I might get a sty." The painter ignored Gu Huanquan's teasing and said anxiously, "My fate line has connected with that person outside the script. He noticed me."
Gu Huangquan frowned. The person outside the script? Are you talking about the Black King?
Yes,
it's the Black King. But we already left Black Mountain long ago. How did he notice you?
The painter's face turned pale. How would I know? But fate tells me that my calamities are increasing. The Black King is watching me. He wants to kill me. Run, I have to run, there's no way I can stay here. I didn't believe at first that he was someone who survived from the old era, the executor of the Pango project, but now it's obvious, he definitely is. This guy is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The painter bolted from the sauna like a madman, not caring at all about the still-stunned Gu Huangquan. Gu Huangquan snapped back to his senses and shouted, "Your clothes." After a moment, the two disheveled figures dashed away.
"Where do you plan to run to?"
"Of course, as far as possible," the painter replied without turning his head.
"Can we escape?"
"The Black King seems to possess teleportation abilities and has already set his sights on us. Although we don't know how far he can teleport, with such a skill, catching up to us is only a matter of time." The painter suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression dark and uncertain. "You're right, we can't run around like headless chickens. We can't outrun the Black King. We must find a way to delay his advance."
"How do we delay him?"
Gu Huangquan frowned deeply. Who in this world could hold back such a powerful being? Perhaps someone could, but definitely not in Beiwan. The painter did not answer but instead pulled out his brush and canvas, beginning to paint furiously. However, this time, he did not depict any figures.
Countless intricate and tangled lines intertwined, resembling a child's scribbles. "Ha ha ha, I told you I am the god of the new era."
In the hotel room, Bayi looked at the slowly moving second hand of the clock on the wall and laughed wildly toward the sky. In the end, he couldn't resist using his newly acquired, shallow understanding of time to manipulate it.
And then, the world slowed down.
A massive golden dial beneath his feet revealed a yellow hourglass filled with golden sand. The golden sand, symbolizing time, trickled down bit by bit from the hourglass. Strangely, the sand in the upper part of the hourglass did not decrease at all, nor did the sand in the lower part increase. The yellow hourglass was the manifestation of his new ability, and the flow rate of the sand represented the flow rate of time. And his new ability is altering the flow of time. To be precise, it is to slow down the flow of time. With his current understanding of time, he can only slow it down but cannot accelerate it. Moreover, he can only slow it down to 0.5x speed. In Bayi's perspective, the world seemed like a video being played at 0.5x speed. Everything became incredibly slow, except for his own flow of time, which remained unchanged. In other words, it was equivalent to his speed doubling out of thin air. The whole world's speed has halved, except for me. Bayi grinned and said. Although 0.5x speed sounds far less impressive than time standing still, it was enough to excite him. As the old saying goes, the first step is always the hardest. Now that he could slow down the flow of time, one day he might be able to speed it up. Who knows, he might even turn the hourglass of time upside down and make time flow backward. He gazed down at the pedestrians on the street below through the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Watching the pedestrians move forward one by one at a turtle's pace felt inexplicably amusing. Almost time to lift the 0.5x speed. Ah, having plenty of time is just great. Bayi snapped his fingers, and the flow of time instantly returned to normal. The reason he said he had plenty of time wasn't because he'd eaten a poisonous mushroom, but because he truly had plenty of time. The time consumed by using time freeze and 0.5x speed is completely different. In a time freeze state, 1 minute can only be used as 1 minute, but in a 0.5x speed state, 1 minute can be used as 20 minutes. Only by further reducing the flow of time will more time be consumed. With his limited understanding of time, Bayi initially grasped the mystery of time deceleration. The slower the flow of time, the closer it is to a stationary state, and the consumption ratio of time approaches 1:1. At 0.5x speed, 1 minute can be used as 20 minutes, with a ratio of 1:20. At 0.25x speed, 1 minute equals 10 minutes, with a ratio of 1:10. At 0.125x speed, 1 minute can only be used as 5 minutes, with a ratio of 1:5. Time is completely still. 1 minute is 1 minute, at a ratio of 1:1. This is just like running. The energy consumed by sprinting at full speed is definitely different from that consumed by walking. Sprinting for 1 minute leaves you exhausted, but walking for an hour is no problem. Damn, now I really will end up with that ridiculous flowing light with thousandfold sonata nonsense. Bayi was slightly stunned, suddenly realizing that his earlier casual nonsense had come true. No, this name is ridiculous. I need to come up with a name befitting a god. Tyrant Yang Jia even knows how to name his metal controlling abilities. One is Blade Prison, and the other is Iron Stream Heavenly Puppet. A time-based ability definitely needs a badass name. After pondering for a moment, Bayi came up with one. Time Flow Variations 0.5x speed. The flow of time represents the speed of time's passage, while variations give a rhythmic sense to its changes, symbolizing the flexibility of time's flow like the rhythm of music. Genius. Bayi clapped his hands, praising himself, as expected of me. Life is like a journey against the current. When no one notices, you must encourage yourself even more. In this regard, Bayi did very well, though perhaps just a little too well. Time deceleration has a new name, so what about time stoppage? How about eternal etching? Smack! Etching dynamic time into static eternity. Bayi increasingly felt like a genius, so he went ahead and named the golden dial and the golden hourglass as well. Clock of time. Hourglass of time. Dong dong dong. Mr. Bai, sorry to disturb you. Young Master Gao invites you to the first basement level. A gentle voice of a female attendant sounded outside the room. Shirano instantly perked up. Was something exciting finally about to happen? He immediately followed the waitress to the basement level. As soon as he arrived, deafeningly intense music hit him head-on. In the dimly lit dance floor, crimson and eerie blue beams crisscrossed and sliced through the dome, fragmenting the dance floor into interwoven patches of light and shadow. In the interplay of light and shadow, countless men and women swayed their bodies freely. Perfume and cigarette smoke mingled into a hazy mist, their bodies trembling, connecting, and parting with the heavy bass. Each time darkness engulfed the room, it felt like a brief descent into chaos. When the lights suddenly flared, those slightly tilted chins and entwined waists were instantly bathed in a layer of enchanting brilliance. Mr. Bai, young Master Gao is waiting for you in the private room. The waiter smiled as he led Bayi to the private room. Gao Banshang, Li Xiao, and the others were all present. Everyone was momentarily stunned upon seeing Bayi arrive. Is this Brother Bai? Who would have thought Brother Bai is so handsome? The ladies are in for a treat later, ha. After Bayi took his seat, Gao Banshang clapped his hands, and a row of young women dressed in purple cheongsams, all strikingly beautiful, walked in from outside. Brother Xiao Bai, you're the youngest here, so you choose first. Choose what? Of course, choose someone to pour the wine. The service at Fujin Pavilion is impeccable. How could they let the guests pour their own wine? Gao Bansheng said with a laugh. Bayi glanced around and had to admit that the purple hue was indeed quite charming. Long hair is nice. Gao Bansheng looked around and noticed that quite a few had long hair. He couldn't help but ask, which one with long hair are you talking about? Bayi raised an eyebrow. What I mean is, they're all nice. Gao Bansheng was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Didn't you hear what my little brother Bai said? All those with long hair, come over here. Soon, everyone began to drink heartily. After a few rounds, the red-faced and tipsy Gao Fatty asked the crowd, what plans do you all have for the future? Bayi smiled. He had long seen through Gao Bansheng's intentions. This time, the other party came to Heishan not for the Pango USB drive, but to recruit people. It's not easy to have so many experts gathered together. This is definitely the best opportunity to recruit. Fatty Gao, are you planning to recruit us? Ha ha ha. Gao Bancheng laughed and said, Brother Xiaobai, you're straightforward, so I'll be direct too. Although I, Gao Bancheng, have money, I'm just an ordinary person, and also an illegitimate child. Now that my father, Gao Shanha, is still alive, I naturally have no worries about food and clothing, but I must think about my future. This trip to Heishan, though fraught with risks, has allowed me to form life and death bonds with all of you. What kind of person I, Gao Bancheng, am, I believe everyone can see clearly. I am not trying to recruit, but sincerely treating all of you as friends. I have money, you have strength. If we join forces, we will surely achieve great things in the future. What do you all think? Gao Bancheng laid everything out in the open, his words carrying a tone of sincerity, just as he had consistently shown along the way. He made friends by spending money and showing genuine intentions. If he gained true friends, he was happy. If not, it was just a financial loss, which he could afford anyway. The crowd was visibly tempted, but still hesitant. Indeed, they valued Gao Bancheng's character and wealth, but they didn't want to spend the rest of their lives confined to Wanguanjing. After my battle with the tyrant, I gained many insights and planned to temper myself further. Li Xiao shared his intentions, which were straightforward. He did not plan to limit himself to Wanguanjing. Moreover, what he said was indeed true. Ever since being pua'd by Bayi, he had overcome his inner demons, and his mental strength had risen to a new level. Gao Bancheng laughed and said, Li Xiao, you've misunderstood me. I'm not asking you to be my bodyguard, staying by my side 24 hours a day. I said, we're friends. You can train yourself anytime you want, but you still need a place to settle down, right? If you don't mind, I'll arrange an estate for you in Wanguanjing. Whenever you're tired, you can rest at the estate. If you need any training materials, just let me know. Isn't friendship all about mutual support? When it comes to money, I'll help you out. And if one day I get bullied, Li Xiao suddenly let out a cold snort. I want to see who dares to bully a friend of mine. Faced with such generous conditions, Li Xiao instantly changed his mind. He added, I have no problem going back to Wanguan capital with you, but let me make one thing clear in advance. I will never officially join the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. Alright. Gao Bancheng chuckled inwardly, instantly seeing through Li Xiao's thoughts. Bayi frowned slightly and asked Li Beidian beside him, what does Li Xiao mean by this? Li Beidian laughed and said, Brother Bai, you still don't know much about the Federation's bounty system. Wild transcendents are subject to bounties, but once they join the major forces under the Federation, the bounty gets cancelled. Don't forget to vote for Feng Xiu and Buyu, family. Bayi was stunned. Damn, so Li Xiao doesn't want his bounty to be cancelled, which is why he nominally doesn't join the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. What a genius. What on earth does the humorous dart thrower think about every day in that head of his? At this moment, Gao Bancheng looked at Xiaoyi again. Brother Xiao, I know you want to find the divine sword, laser, but your efficiency alone is ultimately limited. I can mobilize the intelligence system of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce to help you search. Xiaoyi immediately raised his glass and said, Boss Gao, your generosity is admirable. I'll drink it all. You can take your time. Gulp gulp gulp. Bayi was dumbfounded. He had thought that although Xiaoyi was a bit scheming, he at least had some of the spirit of an ancient chivalrous hero and usually spoke in a refined manner. Unexpectedly, even with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, you didn't hold back at all and directly bowed down before capital. At this moment, Bayi felt his thigh being poked. He glanced slightly to the side and found that Li Yu was discreetly giving him a signal. Fortunately, Bayi wasn't colorblind and understood Li Yu's signal. He knew that this was Li Yu seeking his opinion. Bayi thought for a moment and had an answer. His target was the Pango USB drive. Whether it was to deal with Bai Zhe, become a transcendent, or control the Pango material, the Pango USB drive was something he was determined to obtain. Currently, the Pango USB drive is suspected to be in the hands of the Apocalypse Corporation, which means staying in Dawn City is the only chance to investigate the whereabouts of the Pango USB drive. So, he chose. Fatty Gao, I'm also going to Wanguanjing. Ha ha ha, you're most welcome. When you arrive at Wanguanjing, treat it like your own home. By the way, have you made a decision, Mr. Li? Li Yu saw that Bayi had already agreed, so he nodded as well. In the end, everyone agreed to go to Wanguanjing, except for Li Beidian. The reason given by this bounty hunter was also very simple. His family and friends were all here, and he had passed the age of youthful vigor, unwilling to be far from his hometown. Gao Bancheng tried to persuade him a few times, but seeing Li Baiqian's firm attitude, he no longer insisted. Everyone resumed drinking together, and the atmosphere became even more lively. Originally, everyone thought that after this gathering, they would go their separate ways, but unexpectedly, they all had a common destination, Wanguanjing. In this world, it's rare to meet a group of good friends, so it's naturally something to be happy about. Bayi took the drink handed over by the purple-haired girl and downed it in one gulp. Children make choices, adults want it all. The reason he decided to go to Wanguanjing wasn't to give up the Pango USB drive, but because the two don't conflict at all. He went to Wanguanjing as a friend, and upon arrival, he could get a house for free and leave whenever he wanted. This also means that he could
enjoy a month in Wangwinjing first, and after accumulating enough time, return to Shuguang City to look for the Panga USB drive. Even if the Panga USB drive is in the hands of Tianqi Corporation, so what? Their goal isn't to destroy the Panga USB drive, so just let them use it for now. Once enough time is accumulated, he'll directly transform into the Black King and snatch it. The most important thing is that Wanwan capital is safe. In Dawnlight City, being unfamiliar with the place, accidents are inevitable. But it's different in Wanwan capital, that's Fatty Gao's territory. What can't be handled there? Bayi couldn't help but praise his own cleverness, then started drinking merrily with the Purple Sisters. While drinking, he glanced at Li Beidian out of the corner of his eye. He had been wondering about the reason why Li Beidian hadn't left yet. Could it be that he was still thinking about persuading him to join the Silent Court? But seeing Li Beidian with women on both sides, grinning so wide it almost reached his ears, he suddenly felt that this guy was simply here to freeload. TSK. Li Beidian and Xiao Tong are both members of the Silent Court, but the difference between them is just too vast. Does the Silent Court really recruit people based on their character? Little handsome guy, you just drank her wine, but you haven't had mine yet. If you keep this up, I'll be heartbroken. Then will you cry? Bayi asks. When I cry, it's really fierce. The kind that can't be comforted no matter what. At this moment, Bayi really wanted in Xiaotong to see what a truly cute, soft, and sweet girl looked like, instead of someone wielding a sword and chopping people all day. It's just that this purple-clad girl wears too much makeup, completely incomparable to Xiaotong's natural beauty, like a lotus emerging from water. In Shuguang City, inside a villa in Mashan Garden, two girls were holding hands and talking. Xiaotong, do you know how much I missed you during this month you were home for vacation? After you left, I didn't even have anyone to talk to, Lu Yao said, shaking in Xiaotong's hand coquettishly. And Xiaotong helplessly looked at the girl in front of her who was a size smaller than herself. Xiaolu, can you stop shaking for a moment? I won't. You were gone for so long, and now that you're back, you didn't even bring me a gift. Lu Yao pouted, pretending to be upset, but her shiny almond-shaped eyes were filled with joy. She stood on tiptoe in her plush slippers, like a fluffy kitten clinging to Xiaotong's arm, staring at her without blinking. Long eyelashes fluttering like a butterfly about to take flight. Xiaotong, why do I feel like you've lost weight again this past month since you came home? And your face looks haggard too. And Xiaotong was slightly startled. Haggard? She recalled her actions during this period, mostly running around the wastelands, traveling between major wasteland settlements to slay mutated beasts, braving the elements in Black Mountain, venturing into Shelter 189, and battling the tyrant. It seems like there hasn't been a moment of rest. Was the journey too exhausting? Let me tell you a good method. Taking a hot bath can relieve fatigue. The butler told me this. Once, I got tired from shopping, so I tried it, and after the bath, I felt completely refreshed. Lu Yao happily shared her method for relieving fatigue, as if revealing a little-known secret. However, what she didn't know was that, for ordinary people, this was just common sense. Only a young lady like her, who has never been tired, would find it novel. Alright, I'll go take a shower first, then chat with you later. And Xiaotong had long wanted to take a shower. The battle at Black Mountain had drained too much of her energy. She originally planned to shower and rest at home, but unexpectedly, Lu Yao came looking for her. She wasn't surprised by this, as Lu Yao had specifically bought a villa nearby so she could go to school with her every day. Lu Yao's father is one of the directors of the Tianqi Corporation. Naturally, Lu Yao has plenty of bodyguards around her. It was surely Lu Yao who had instructed the bodyguards to notify her as soon as they saw her return. And Xiaotong walked toward the bathroom, but behind her came the sound of sneaky footsteps. She turned her head, her light brown eyes gazing at the guilty-looking Lu Yao. Lu Yao was startled by her sudden turn, and after regaining her composure, she used her lace-trimmed sleeve to rub the back of Xiaotong's hand. Let's bathe together. A soft voice wrapped in honey-like sweetness, with large eyes shimmering with anticipation. And Xiaotong helplessly nodded. Her friend was great in every way, except for being a bit too clingy. Lu Yao, born into a prominent family, was never short of friends wearing false masks. If she were a little less clever, it wouldn't matter, but she was born smart, able to discern sincerity from pretense, yet unwilling to wear a mask like everyone else. In the end, all she could gain was a loneliness that set her apart. So, she regarded in Xiaotong, her only friend, as a treasure. Lu Yao immediately beamed with joy, hugging in Xiaotong like a koala and clinging to her. Just like that, little dear and Xiaotong walked into the bathroom together. Steaming heat rose from the bathtub, and the milky white mist seeped through the gaps in the marble floor, enveloping the entire bathroom in a hazy, warm veil. Rose, jasmine, and peony petals floated on the amber-colored water, making the figures of the two girls faintly visible. Fine droplets of water clung to Lu Yao's eyelashes as she stared unblinkingly at Xiaotong across from her. Wow, Xiaotong, how do you usually take care of yourself? Your figure is amazing. I wish I had long legs like yours. Standing at 1.6 meters tall, Lu Yao envied in Xiaotong's legs the most. And Xiaotong removed the petal stuck to her collarbone. If you eat less snacks, you might actually grow taller. Lu Yao pouted and said, it's not like you eat any less. It's so annoying. saying, "You eat so many candies every day and never gain weight. I really wonder where all that goes." And Xiaotong wasn't someone who could eat without gaining weight. It was just that her daily training regimen was quite intense. Without consuming some high-calorie foods, she wouldn't get enough nutrition. But she couldn't tell Lu Yao, because in Lu Yao's heart, she had always seen her as just an ordinary girl, not the fearsome black knight who made others tremble. "Let me see, where did you hide the meat?" Lu Yao said with a mischievous smile. The two young girls began to play around in the bathroom, and for a moment, the white mist grew even thicker. The soft lighting was shattered by the mist, refracting into delicate halos on the water's surface, as if a pool of stars had been scattered into the curling white smoke. The silver bell laughter of the two girls drifted with the water vapor past the intricately carved windows, floating toward the bright and clear moon in the sky. After playing around for a while, Lu Yao was a little out of breath. She was just an ordinary person, and soaking in hot water made her tire quickly. "What's wrong?" And Xiaodong's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, not understanding why Lu Yao sighed. This young lady's mood always changed so quickly. Lu Yao sighed and said, "My Xiaotong is such a beautiful girl. I wonder which lousy man will get lucky with her in the future." Humph. And Xiaotong couldn't help but laugh. Getting married? That was something she had never thought about. Because she never planned to marry. There are too many injustices in this world, too much ugliness. She only wants to use her limited life to change this era. Even if just a little, it would still be worth it. Some things always need someone to do them. I never thought about getting married. A trace of melancholy appeared in Lu Yao's eyes, but she smiled and said, "What girl doesn't get married? Just like me, in the future, I definitely won't be able to avoid a political marriage with other factions. I just hope that when the time comes, I can marry a man who's at least pleasing to the eye." And Xiaotong fell silent. She was an extraordinary being, the Black Knight of the Silent Court, capable of controlling her own destiny, but Lu Yao was not. Lu Yao's life trajectory seemed to have been predetermined. The girl's emotions came and went quickly. Soon, Lu Yao mischievously smiled and asked, "Xiaotong, do you have a boy you like?" And Xiaotong shook her head. "No, really? Have you ever had a boyfriend before? Have you ever held hands with a boy? You haven't even held hands, so you definitely haven't hugged either." And Xiaotong was about to say no, but suddenly paused. Hug? The image of that wasteland boy unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Did that count as a hug? Probably not. Hugging oneself can't really count, can it? Lu Yao exclaimed. "You hesitated. My pure little Tong actually hesitated. You wouldn't really be with." "No." And Xiaotong instinctively denied. Lu Yao leaned in directly, hugged in Xiaotong, and pretended to be jealous, saying, "I don't believe you. Tell me quickly. Who did you hug? Did he hug you like this?" And Xiaotong was slightly dazed because she and Bayi had indeed hugged like this. In an instant, and Xiaotong's vision blurred, and the smoke-filled bathroom unexpectedly turned into a karaoke room. She saw Gao Banchang, Li Baidian, Xiaoyi, and others, as well as the purple-haired girl beside her on both sides. "Ha! Hey, brother Bai, I didn't expect that not only is your surname Bai, but your skin is also so fair." "Really? Let me take a look too." The purple-haired girls tugged at Xiaotong's collar, and Xiaotong's expression instantly turned cold, completely regaining her composure as her hands firmly grasped the approaching hands. "Ouch, brother Bai, you're hurting me." And Xiaotong stood up without saying a word. She lowered her head and looked at her tall and slender figure, her expression faintly turning unpleasant. The souls have swapped again. Wasn't it already undone? Why does it have to be at this moment? Brother Xiao Bai, off to the restroom again? At such a young age, your kidneys aren't holding up, huh? Li Baidian, his face flushed from drinking, teased. But when he saw the familiar cold glint in Baiye's eyes, he shivered instantly, as if he had returned to last year during a mission, when he and Xiaotong were tasked with eliminating a gang. To gather intelligence on the gang, he deliberately risked his life, sacrificed his charm, and penetrated deep into the gang's entertainment venue. After exhausting all efforts, he finally discovered the whereabouts of the gang leader. However, before they could take action, he saw Xiaotong expressionlessly carrying the gang leader's head over to him, saying the mission was complete. No, that incident left him with a psychological shadow, and for a long time, he didn't dare to go to entertainment venues to gather intelligence. No, now, he saw that look in the eyes again. What the heck? Where are your clothes? Bayi was shocked and instantly wide awake. He hadn't expected the floating gold pavilion to be so liberal. Wait, why does this woman seem unfamiliar? When did they change people? Does the floating gold pavilion have someone this beautiful? Hey, where the hell is my clothes? Bayi suddenly stood up, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. His eyes went blank for a moment, dazzled. At this moment, he already knew what had happened. Damn you, monkey bro, you messed with me again, you dead monkey. Xiaotong, what's wrong? Don't scare me, please. Lu Yao quickly stood up and grabbed Baiye's arm with concern. No, don't stand up. Whoa, did you remove your ribs? How is your waist so slim? Xiaotong, are you okay? What nonsense are you talking about? Why is your face so red? Oh no, you're bleeding from your nose. After a long time, the crystal chandelier poured out a warm golden glow, casting a soft radiance over the Baroque-style living room. On the vintage and exquisite carved
carpet, two women wrapped in silk robes leaned against the deep brown sofa. The woman on the left wore an ivory-embroidered orchid robe, her damp hair casually tied up, with crystal-clear water droplets still clinging to the ends, holding a gilded teacup in her hand. The woman on the right is wrapped in a smoky purple bathrobe, half curled up, with slender ankles exposed at the hem of the robe. Her toes are tensely clenched, seemingly a bit flustered. A few strands of loose hair cling to her cheeks, her fair skin tinged with a post-bath pink. The only unsightly detail is the two wads of tissue stuffed in her nostrils. The air is filled with the mist and fragrance of a post-bath atmosphere. Showdown, your constitution is really too weak, even worse than mine. Look at me, I've soaked for so long without feeling dizzy or getting a nosebleed. Drink some water. Lu Yao handed the gilded teacup to Bayi. Bayi took a tactical sip of water, his mind racing. Just now, he had used the excuse of being dizzy from soaking to muddle through with this unnamed woman. But what next? What should he do then? His thoughts are a bit chaotic right now, mainly because he was just hit by two consecutive shocks, one from Infiltrating, and the other from the woman in front of him. Under the impact of two mental attacks, even a god of the new era needs time to recover. But to be fair, so what? As expected, the direct impact from reality can never be fully felt through a screen. Putting aside humanity, purely from an artistic perspective, it can be considered a flawless masterpiece. Ah, you're having a nosebleed again. Should I call the private doctor over? Lu Yao was a bit flustered. This young lady, born with a silver spoon in her mouth, rarely saw blood. The most she had seen was probably when her pet puppy bit her finger, and she cried for a long time over it. Later, her father, in order to comfort her, specially sent the puppy to a professional dog trainer for 2 days. From then on, the puppy never bit her again. It's just that what confused her was that the puppy in her memory clearly had a little white tip on its tail, but it was gone when it came back. Her father said the dog trainer thought it was unsightly and trimmed it. No need, I'm just a bit muddled. I'll be fine after a rest. Bayi leaned against the sofa, which was exceptionally soft. The girl seemed to sink into it, enveloped by the sofa. Lu Yao nodded. Then shall I light an incense stick for you? Incense? Although it's summer now and it's indeed time to light mosquito coils, what does that have to do with my dizziness? Wouldn't lighting mosquito coils make me feel even dizzier? Bayi, unclear about the situation, did not speak casually and only nodded slightly. Lu Yao did not immediately get up but curled her foot to hook the fluffy pink slippers by the edge of the sofa. Even though the carpet was very clean, her petite feet carefully avoided it until they slipped into the slippers. Only then did she stand up. Tap tap tap. The girl walked in heavy plush slippers, as if her feet were wrapped in two pink cotton balls. Her steps were slow and clumsy, and with each step the thick soles would detach from her rounded feet and thud against the floor. Taking advantage of the girl's absence, Bayi's mind began to race. He first scanned the surroundings: a dazzling crystal chandelier, cream-colored marble walls inlaid with carvings, and dark walnut flooring that gleamed with a warm luster. Floor-to-ceiling windows were adorned with chiffon curtains and dark red velvet drapes. The living room also featured a vintage record player, with every detail exuding elegance and luxury. Where the hell is this? And Xiaotong's home? The Black Knight, who usually robs the rich to help the poor, turns out to be a little rich lady herself. She must be robbing others' wealth to alleviate her own poverty. What exactly is the usage mechanism of Divine Taboo Object 169? Why was it clearly undone, yet now it's swapped again? Bayi is really annoyed with the monkey right now. When dealing with the tyrant earlier, if 169 had put in some effort, he could have directly possessed in Showdown. There would have been no need to rack his brains to delay time. He could have instantly taken down the tyrant. Damn it, can't switch at the critical moment. I was just having a deep conversation about life and ideals with the purple sister, and you freaking switched me over. Moreover, this time the exchange doesn't even require each person to hold half of 169. It's worth noting that the complete 169 is with him. Let's study the mechanism of use after switching back. Bayi stood up, intending to go to the floating gold pavilion to find in Xiaotong, but just as he was about to move, he suddenly froze in place. He remembered the last time at the experimental base, when he went out to look for In Xiaotong, but In Xiaotong went in to look for him instead. This woman has no concept of staying put and waiting when lost. If I go to the floating gold pavilion now, will we miss each other again like last time? Probably not, right? This woman, and Xiaotong, should have learned her lesson after what happened last time, right? Should have? Now, Bayi was in a dilemma because he had no way of guessing whether In Xiaotong would come looking for him. Even as a god of the new era, it's still hard to figure out a woman's thoughts. If only there were a phone, he could make a call. But after the Great Catastrophe, most of the technological advancements in communication networks had collapsed, leaving only a few specially processed communication devices still functional. The Great Cataclysm not only changed living beings but also subtly altered some physical laws. At this moment, he suddenly caught a whiff of a faint and elegant fragrance, which traveled through the tissue in his nostrils. Achoo! Bayi felt an itch in his nose and couldn't help but sneeze, causing two blood-stained tissues to fall to the ground. Xiaotong, you're not having a nosebleed anymore? Lu Yao hopped over cheerfully. Bayi watched watched with his heart pounding nervously. Stop jumping, or the little white rabbit will escape from the cage. What scent is this? Lu Yao paused, pointing to the bronze incense burner on the table behind her. Your favorite, spring message in the snow. Spring message in the snow? Bayi glanced at the bronze incense burner. Wisps of smoke were slowly rising from its mouth, then dispersing into the air. He remembered that the first time he swapped bodies with Infiltrating, he had smelled this fragrance on her. It didn't resemble perfume but was more like the incense used by ancient nobles. So this incense is called spring message in the snow? Damn, and Infiltrating has already been marinated by snow spring scent. Infiltrating, sit down and rest a bit more. I feel like you're not fully recovered yet. You can't even smell the snow spring scent, and that's your favorite fragrance. You said it yourself, lighting it can calm your mind whenever you're feeling unsettled. I'm much better now. I couldn't smell it earlier because I had tissues stuffed in my nose. How could I not recognize snow spring scent? Bayi casually made something up, his gaze constantly sizing up Lu Yao, trying to guess her identity. And Xiaotong's close friend? Could she be someone from the silent court? Doesn't seem like it. Her delicate appearance doesn't resemble that of a transcendent being. She looks more like a pampered young lady. Lu Yao walked over and took Bayi's hand, and the two returned to the sofa. It's good that you're feeling better. You really scared me just now. The way you looked at me was so strange, as if you had become a different person. He. Bayi responded with a perfunctory laugh. Well, she had indeed become a different person. Voting. Lu Yao continued. I don't know why, but just now when you were staring at me, I felt so uncomfortable, like a man had seen me completely. Ahem. Bayi hurriedly interrupted, afraid she might figure out the truth as she kept talking. You should go dry your hair first. Keeping it wet for too long will make you sick. I'm still a bit dizzy. Let me rest a little longer. With a mix of coaxing and persuading, Bayi finally managed to get Lu Yao into the bathroom. He paced back and forth barefoot on the carpet. Should he stay here and wait, or go to the floating gold pavilion? Forget it, better to wait here. With Xiaotong's fierce personality, she definitely won't have the patience and will come looking for me. And Xiaotong, who was at the floating gold pavilion, was also pondering the same question. Xiaotong, why don't you go find Bayi and switch back? A half-soberly Bayi felt a headache coming on, his peripheral vision occasionally glancing toward the private room. Oh, dear ancestor, please leave already. It's rare for a rich fool to treat me to such a high-end place, and you staying here like this, what's the point? And Xiaotong pondered and said, with Bayi's restless personality, I think he might come looking for me. If I leave now, there's a high chance we'll miss each other. Li Baitian's face turned bitter as he looked at Gao Banchang and the others in the private room, drinking and laughing heartily. He felt like there was a cat scratching at his heart. Xiaotong, have you ever thought that, given the level of tacit understanding between you two, there's a possibility that both of you are waiting in place? Wouldn't that mean neither of you ends up meeting the other? A hint of confusion flashed in Xiaotong's eyes. Uncle Li, where did you get the idea that we have any tacit understanding? We've only met a few times. Li Baitian let out a dry laugh. Is there even a need to look? By the way, I have an idea. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly took out the white dove ring from his pocket and handed it over. Xiaotong, take my white dove ring and go find Bayi. The rings can sense each other, so you two won't miss each other. And Xiaotong fell silent and did not take the ring, because Bayi did not carry the white dove ring on her, not even any clothes. To avoid revealing her identity, she had always kept the white dove ring hidden. Moreover, the hiding place was extremely secretive, making it impossible for others to find. After hesitating for a moment, and Xiaotong eventually left, she simply couldn't wait any longer, as she and Xiaolu were taking a bath. The thought of a man suddenly joining them made her emotions surge uncontrollably. Shame, anger, panic? It seems that no adjective can describe it, because the person who invented adjectives never imagined in their lifetime that such absurd and outrageous things could happen, so naturally, there are no accurate corresponding words. Bayi wouldn't do anything to Xiaolu, right? Bayi wouldn't do anything to me, right? And Xiaotong had always thought Bayi was a good person, but when she appeared at the Fujin pavilion and saw the purple-haired girl, she realized that Bayi and Uncle Li were birds of a feather. At this thought, her heart grew even more restless. Why hasn't she come yet? Her best friend will finish blow-drying her hair soon. Bayi anxiously scratched his head, only to grab his damp, smooth hair. Oh no, could Xiaotong really be foolishly waiting in place? She's been staying with Gao Banchang, Liu, and the others all along. It's too easy for them to notice something's off. If they find out, where will I put the face of the new era's god? No, I have to find her. This embarrassing history must not be revealed to anyone. Bayi ultimately couldn't hold back his impatience and decided to set out to find Xiaotong. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly froze, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. What about you? That's right, the white dove ring. Previously, Li Baitian used the white dove ring to sense my location. Although Xiaotong is a bit rigid when it comes to justice, she's not a foolish beauty. She should be able to think of asking Li Baitian for the white dove ring to locate me. So now, as long as I take the white dove ring to find her, I definitely won't miss her. He rushed into the room in a hurry and started searching. After a bout of rummaging through boxes and cabinets, he gave up. Where is it hidden?
button. Bayi was frustrated. He simply couldn't find the white dove ring. This villa was too big, and finding a tiny ring here was unrealistic, especially since Infiltrating would definitely hide it very carefully to prevent her identity from being exposed. Forget it, I won't look for it anymore. He hurriedly walked toward the door, his hand, shimmering with a mother-of-pearl-like luster, just touched the doorknob but then paused. He looked down and saw the smoky purple silk robe, as thin as a layer of gauze, with the breeze slipping in through the collar. I'd better change first. I can't go out wearing this thing. If Infiltrating finds out, she'll definitely go crazy again. He walked into the bedroom and headed straight for the wardrobe. He yanked open the carved cabinet door, and the colorful dresses under the light almost blinded him. Why are they all dresses? The chiffon hems cascaded like layers of clouds, as if all the colors of spring had been embroidered into the fabric. A pale pink gauze dress as fluffy as cherry blossoms, a goose yellow suspender dress adorned with strawberry buttons, a dark green velvet long dress cascading like the waters of a midnight lake. The wooden hanger was slightly bent under the weight, and a faint fragrance of spring and the snow wafted through the air. He snapped. Bayi truly snapped. It was one thing to wear a dress passively before, but now they actually wanted him to actively put on a dress. Even a dog wouldn't. Hiss, it's quite smooth, even more comfortable than the clothes Gao Bancheng gave me. The clothes Gao Bancheng gave were proper shirts, which naturally couldn't compare to the softness of a dress. A dark red long dress covered her legs, with the hem draping down to her ankles. Bayi deliberately chose the longest one, which also resembled pants the most. Who on earth designed this thing? With the buttons at the back, who the heck can fasten it? After exhausting all his strength, Bayi finally managed to put on the clothes by himself. To prevent any wardrobe malfunctions, he thoughtfully put safety shorts on Infiltrating. Although his memory isn't great and he often forgets things, he is not an ungrateful person. After all, Infiltrating had saved him twice. Even though he didn't need saving, Infiltrating did help him save quite a bit of time. Let this friendship be repaid with safety shorts. That's decided. Next was putting on socks and shoes. He picked a pair of plain, lightweight black silk socks from a pile of flashy ones. These socks are so small. Are girls' feet really this tiny? Bayi muttered as he slipped the socks onto his feet, noticing that Infiltrating's feet were indeed petite, with cherry pink nail polish on her toenails. Then she casually put on a pair of black princess shoes and ran outside. I suddenly remembered something important. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon. He didn't care whether Infiltrating's best friend heard him or not, shouted toward the bathroom, and dashed off. A figure in a dark red long dress sped away like the wind, resembling flickering flames, with long black hair flowing like an ink-colored ribbon. Have you confirmed the target's location? Confirmed. The target is currently in Villa 7 of Building A at Moshan Garden. She seems to be visiting her classmate from Chiming Academy, and Infiltrating. Are they the only two there? Yes, I checked. And Infiltrating lives alone without any servants. However, Lu Yao has quite a few bodyguards, some of whom are genetically modified, stationed around the villa. In that case, wait until I arrive before taking action, and remember not to alert anyone. In the greenery near Infiltrating's home, a large tree responded softly through a walkie-talkie. Yes, it was indeed a tree speaking. But if you looked closely, you would notice that the surface of the tree seemed to faintly bear human facial features and limbs. The big tree was just about to hang up when he suddenly froze. A figure in a dark red long dress came rushing out of the villa's main door. The figure in the dark red long dress had just taken 2 steps when she abruptly stopped, coming to a complete halt, and began looking around, her eyes filled with confusion. Why is this neighborhood so big? Where the hell am I supposed to go? Infiltrating, wait for me. Where are you going so late at night? Lu Yao's anxious voice came from upstairs, accompanied by the rustling sound of putting on clothes. Today, Infiltrating behaved too abnormally, making her feel unfamiliar while also unable to stop worrying. She thought it must be that Infiltrating had an argument with the adults at home during this period, which was the most serious thing she could imagine. The figure in the dark red long dress heard Lu Yao's call, turned around, and ran without saying a word. He did not unleash the terrifying power contained in Infiltrating's body, as it was in the neighborhood, where there were many people and prying eyes, so he only displayed a speed slightly faster than that of an average person. In the dark forest, the big tree witnessed the scene and quickly spoke into the walkie-talkie. Sir, don't hang up yet. And Infiltrating has left. She's running so fast, just like a damn red-clothed ghost. A puzzled voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. What red-clothed ghost? How fast can an ordinary female student run? Be clear. The big tree quickly replied, faster than an average person, but still a bit slower than typical genetically modified individuals. She must have practiced Qi and blood martial arts. What's so surprising about that? The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie carried a hint of anger. Anyone can practice Qi and blood martial arts. Not to mention that Chiming Academy even has courses specifically teaching it. That's not it, sir. Mainly, she had her hair all disheveled, with liquid constantly dripping from it. She was wearing a red dress, and her running posture was really strange, sometimes like a man, sometimes like a woman. Her movements were extremely uncoordinated. She really looked like a damn ghost. The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie was silent for a moment. After this mission, make sure
to get an injection of the gene stabilizer. It seems your chameleon gene is starting to affect your brain. Big tree. If Xiaotong is gone, just leave her be.
Our target is Lu Yunxiao's daughter, Lu Yao. One less person means one less problem. Master, Lu Yao has also come out.
It seems like she's going to chase after Xiaotong.
This is troublesome. Your ability to blend into the environment is least likely to be noticed when you're stationary. If you go to track her, it's inevitable that Lu Yao's bodyguards will notice. Master, Lu Yao has gone back.
2 bodyguards came out and stopped her.
It seems they don't want her to leave Moshan Courtyard so late.
That's just perfect. These bodyguards have actually done something good. Moshan Courtyard is located in a wealthy district, and the security has always been excellent.
It's quite normal that they don't want Lu Yao to leave here.
After all, that old guy Lu Yunxiao has always been very strict with his daughter.
Sir, Lu Yao has come out again. She seems to disagree and insists on leaving. Walkie-talkie. Whoosh. Along, are you messing with me?
Arlong, who had blended into the forest, panicked. Sir, how would I dare to fool you?
Lu Yao.
Lu Yao went back again. The bodyguard pulled out his phone to threaten her. It looks like he's going to call her father. Beep beep beep. The other end of the walkie-talkie hung up directly.
Driver, to Fujin Pavilion. Bayi hailed a taxi and set off. Driver, to Moxianjuan.
And Xiaotong hailed a taxi and set off.
Yes, my lord.
On the wide street, the traffic flowed like a weaving tapestry, and the car lights formed a river of moving light. 2 taxis, carrying a young man and a young woman respectively, passed each other on this neon-lit street.
Soon, Moxianjuan arrived.
After Xiaotong got out of the car, she headed straight for her home. But as she approached the area, she suddenly slowed her steps, her brows furrowing tightly.
Something's wrong, it's too quiet.
It was summer, and the greenery in Moshan Garden was excellent, yet now there was no sound of rustling leaves or cicadas. A faint trace of a bloody smell wafted into her nose.
And Xiaotong's expression changed slightly, and, night, activated instantly.
A web of countless intertwined silver threads wound around her, transforming into a silver-white knight's armor. She rushed into the villa courtyard, the metallic scent of blood hitting her face. What met her eyes were several corpses lying in pools of blood. There were blade marks across the throats of each corpse. These bodies looked familiar, she'd seen them several times before. They were Lu Yao's bodyguards, all quite strong, each of them gene-modified with 3 injections of the gene serum. But there were no signs of resistance or struggle at the scene. This could only mean the killer struck with incredible speed, slitting their throats in a surprise attack and finishing them off in an instant.
Miss Lu Yao, it's no use screaming until your throat is raw.
This place has already been sealed by the cage of silence, no sound can escape from here. In the living room, Lu Yao, dressed in sportswear, looked panicked, her already fair face now completely devoid of color. She screamed as she grabbed any nearby objects and continuously threw them at the black-robed figure who was closing in step by step. The figure, whose face was obscured by the black robe covering his entire body, paid no attention to the flying objects. Each time an object was about to touch him, he would abruptly vanish as if the frame had frozen, only to reappear closer to Lu Yao. Behind the black-robed man were several fully armed men dressed in black special operations uniforms and wearing gas masks, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Sir, stop playing around, we should get going. Along, wearing a gas mask, reminded. A chilling laugh came from beneath the black robe.
Don't you all find this very amusing?
Watching such a little beauty panic and cry out helplessly, oh, look, her eyes are all red, she's about to burst into tears.
The black-robed man's twisted sense of humor left his subordinates speechless. You stay away. My father is a director at Tianqi Corporation.
If you dare to hurt me, he will never let you go.
Lu Yao threatened the man in the black robe with a trembling voice.
Unfortunately, her tear-streaked face carried no deterrent effect, resembling a little dog whose tail had been stepped on, with a hint of childishness even in her fierce whimpers.
Of course, I know your father is Lu Yunxiao.
Why else would I capture you? The man in the black robe slowly extended his claw-like hand toward Lu Yao. That hand, wrapped in a black leather glove, appeared to her no different from a demon's claw reaching out from hell. She screamed and squeezed her eyes shut, her hands flailing wildly.
Oh, so you're trying to fan all the air away and suffocate me to death, huh?
What a vicious little trick, the man in black sneered darkly, reaching out to seize Lu Yao's struggling hands. Lu Yao grew even more frightened and finally broke down in tears. In this moment, she wished more than anything for a knight from a storybook to appear, someone who would burst onto the scene with courage and shout, "Let go of that girl." Immediately, wielding a sharp sword, he slew the villain and saved himself. Unfortunately, she knew it was impossible. Only as a child would she take the stories in novels seriously, but now that she had grown up, she knew those stories were all fake. Clang! The clear and resonant sound of a sword rang out, and Xiaotong, dressed in knight's armor, appeared, but she did not, like the knights in storybooks, foolishly shout, "Let go of that girl" first. Instead, she launched a sneak attack directly. Only a fool would warn the enemy before making a move, and Xiaotong only pursues justice, not foolishness. What the? Ah! A 10-centimeter long gash appeared on Aaron's arm. He quickly raised the gun in his hand, wildly aiming at the unexpected intruder before him. The others also opened open fire one after another. Countless tongues of flame spewed forth as metal bullets whizzed through the air, and Xiaotong did not dodge, because she knew Bayi couldn't avoid it. Instead, she used the knight's armor on her body and the pure silver cross sword to protect herself. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks burst out in several small flashes from her body. The bullets couldn't penetrate the armor, but the powerful impact kept pushing her back. Lu Yao instinctively opened her eyes, a hint of surprise flashing through them. The knight had really appeared. The man in the black robe turned his head, a flash of shock crossing his eyes. Knight's armor, a pure silver cross sword. You are the Black Knight. As soon as the words Black Knight were spoken, the subordinates who had been firing their guns froze momentarily, then immediately retreated frantically, nervously gathering around their boss. In the land of Baimang, who doesn't know the name of the Black Knight? The Black Knight's fame comes half from the silent court and half from his formidable strength. Especially recently, after the Black Mountain incident, the Black Knight's bounty has skyrocketed again, reaching an astonishing 450 million. The man in the black robe looked grim. Trouble, he actually ran into the Black Knight here. Damn it! The moment that iconic outfit appeared, he began to feel the urge to retreat. Sir, something's not right. He shouldn't be the Black Knight. His vitality value is only 69. Along suddenly exclaimed. Through the tactical gas mask on his face, a pair of heavy metal glasses faintly appeared, with glowing green numbers flickering on the lenses. The man in the black robe was startled. 69? Along quickly pointed to his eyes. Sir, it's absolutely true. The vitality value detector shows the number 69. His vitality value is even lower than mine. How could he possibly be the Black Knight? The man in the black robe narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning in Xiaotong repeatedly. Recalling in Xiaotong's earlier clumsiness when facing bullets, a cold smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. A poor imitator of the Black Knight? Or are you the real Black Knight, with the 450 million bounty actually arranged by the Silent Court? He knew that the presiding judge of the Silent Court was one of the 10 kings, and it would be effortless for them to arrange a 450 million bounty for the Black Knight. Ah! And Xiaotong did not answer the black-robed man's question but struck directly. The pure silver cross sword slashed out fiercely, and wherever the blade reached, the air emitted a faint tremor. This sword strike, whether in force, angle, or technique, was perfect to the extreme, yet the man in the black robe couldn't help but sneer. His figure vanished like a phantom from where he stood, suddenly appearing in front of Xiaotong. His right hand lightly lifted and precisely struck Xiaotong's wrist. The immense force directly caused the pure silver cross sword to slip from her grip, spinning several times in mid-air before embedding itself upside down into the luxurious leather sofa. Too slow, the man in the black robe sneered. Beneath the black hood, two ghostly glimmers of light pierced through the shadows, mockingly staring at Xiaotong. Amber-colored pupils contracted into sharp vertical slits, with a strange golden-red intertwined glow flowing within. They were actually a pair of vertical pupils resembling those of a feline. The moment she saw these eyes, Xiaotong's heart suddenly sank. A wanted poster she had seen before surfaced in her mind. Genetic modifier, cat's eye, bounty of 1.73 billion. Possesses extremely high agility and speed, having escaped federal sieges multiple times by leveraging speed advantages. Such a formidable individual, even if her true form were present, it wouldn't necessarily be easy to take him down. It's not that she can't win, but once Cat's Eye is determined to flee, it's very difficult to keep him. Bang bang bang. The destructive power of Cat's Eye is not strong, but its speed is extremely troublesome. You are Cat's Eye. The man in the black robe chuckled softly. I didn't expect a weakling with a blood vitality value of only 69 to actually recognize me. The next second, his voice suddenly turned icy. Since you've heard my name, you should know that I hate the name Cat's Eye the most. That group of people in the Federation are terrible at naming things. They have no sense of aesthetics at all. They saw that I had a pair of cat-like eyes and, without my permission, printed the unpleasant nickname Cat Eyes on the wanted poster. If Bayi were here, he would certainly agree with Cat Eyes. He was called the Black King simply because he wore all black and donned a black mask. Remember my true name, so that when you reach the underworld and the King of Hell asks, you won't be clueless about who killed you. My true name is the pure silver cross sword, which had somehow appeared in Xiaotong's hand, pierced diagonally into the left rib of the man in the black robe. She has always been a person of few words but ruthless actions. The angle of the sword's blade was pressed tightly against the ribcage. If this strike landed, the long sword would follow the ribcage all the way up, ultimately piercing the heart with force. The idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Take it. The pure silver cross sword stabbed straight into the air, while Cat's Eye had already appeared behind Xiaotong. He raised his hand, his gloved palm gripping her neck tightly. He lifted Xiaotong up. Thanks to the protection of the knight's armor, she did not suffer any substantial harm, but her movements were restricted. She deliberately grabbed Cat's Eye's hand with both of hers, pretending to struggle, while the corner of her eye glanced toward Lu Yao by the window. At this moment, Lu Yao tightly gripped the curtain, nervously and anxiously watching the knight who had been subdued. You're not really the Black Knight, are you? Cat Eyes teased. I originally thought you were a fan of the Black Knight, custom made an identical outfit, and were imitating the Black Knight to carry out justice. But just now, I clearly saw the cross sword embedded in the sofa turn into silver gray and disappear, only to reappear in your hand. Such extraordinary abilities are exactly the same as the Black Knight's.
But I clearly remember that the Black Knight should be a woman. Could it be that you, like me, are using a voice changer? You're right, I am the Black Knight. From beneath the silver-white mask came in Xiaotong's calm voice. Cat's Eye was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected in Xiaotong to admit it. He wasn't even sure, he had just been testing the waters. But why is the Black Knight so weak? Taking advantage of his momentary daze, and Xiaotong moved. She instantly deactivated Knight, the silver-white knight armor dissolving into a flurry of silver stardust, while she swiftly dropped like a cicada shedding its shell. Immediately, her feet stomped hard on the ground, and her whole body lunged forward like an agile leopard, heading straight for Lu Yao. Her target was Lu Yao, and the window behind her. The howling wind echoed in Lu Yao's ears. Her eyes widened unconsciously as she stared blankly at the young man who had shed the knight's armor. Even with formidable enemies surrounding him, the young man's face showed no trace of panic. His disheveled hair flew wildly, but his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Caught off guard, the man in black beside Lu Yao tried to fire his gun, but the young man seemed to have anticipated the trajectory of the shot. The scorching bullets carved white streaks through the air, narrowly grazing past his body. Lu Yao stared blankly at the young man, drawing closer and closer. His figure gradually enlarged in her eyes, and time seemed to slow down. It wasn't until in Xiaotong's arms wrapped tightly around Lu Yao's waist that Lu Yao snapped out of her daze. The next moment, she felt her body being lifted and spun uncontrollably. Holding Lu Yao in her arms, and Xiaotong suddenly twisted her body, using Bayi's body to smash into the window. Crash. The window shattered on impact. Countless shards of glass flashed before Lu Yao's eyes, glittering under the light like a dazzling river of stars. She was completely unharmed, as that broad chest shielded her from everything. The two leaped out of the window, their bodies plummeting rapidly under the force of gravity. However, at that moment, a teasing voice sounded behind in Xiaotong, too slow. Immediately, and Xiaotong felt a tremendous force on her arm, and the two who had originally jumped out of the window were unexpectedly pulled back by Cat Eye with one hand. Cat's Eye casually flicked her hand, and the two were directly flung into the living room in a backward flying posture. Clang! And Xiaotong firmly held Lu Yao in his arms. To reduce the impact, he deliberately rolled a few times on the ground, only stopping when he hit the sofa. Kid, if you want to play the hero saving the beauty, you're not qualified. Boss, how should we deal with this kid? A fierce glint flashed in Along's eyes as he pointed the muzzle of his gun at Xiaotong. Cat's Eye smiled faintly. Of course, we'll take him together. Didn't you hear him say he's the Black Knight? By then, we can use him to trade with the Federation for the bounty. A Black Knight worth over 400 million, jackpot. But, is this Black Knight real? He seems way too weak. These days, how many people fake bounties? Some mentally unstable extraordinaries treat bounties like their lifeline, racking their brains to provoke the strong. Have you forgotten the example of Shadowman Li Xiao? That lunatic once went to the tyrant's hometown, Floating Light City, to provoke him, claiming he wanted to challenge the tyrant. It just so happened the tyrant wasn't home, so he started spouting nonsense, saying things like a king doesn't meet another king and that the tyrant was avoiding him out of fear. As a result, his bounty instantly increased by 10 million. In my opinion, this Black Knight is probably not much different from Li Xiao. He might even be the Silent Court's chief judge's own son. His father might have killed several billion-level powerhouses and attributed the deeds to him to build his reputation. While the group chatted recklessly, no one noticed that Xiaotong discreetly placed her hand on a section of the floor covered by the shadow beneath the sofa. What did you say? And Xiaotong just left not long ago? Bayi was furious. He knew this woman was restless and would never learn to stay put when lost in wait in place. The non-stick pan attribute started to show its power again. Li Badian looked at the furious girl in the red dress in front of him and felt a headache. He had just sent one away, and now another one showed up. I haven't even finished my drink yet. Brother Xiao Bai, how about you wait here for her? Wait for what? Where's the white dove ring? Let me use it. The girl in the red dress extended her fair hand. Yes, the white dove ring. If you have the ring, you'll definitely find her. With Xiaotong's cleverness, she will surely take the white dove ring with her after returning home. Bayi set off with the white dove ring. He walked out of the Fujin pavilion and stood by the roadside, trying to hail a taxi, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any cars. Looking at the dazzling vehicles coming and going on the street, he suddenly realized that those who came to this place basically didn't take taxis, they all had their own drivers. That's why no taxis were willing to come to the Fujin pavilion. Beep beep. A flashy fiery red convertible sports car stopped in front of Bayi. The wind stirred up by the car lifted the hem of a dark red long dress, revealing glimpses of fair, slender legs beneath. Hey beauty, want to take a ride in my sports car? A young man with dyed red hair and sunken eyes whistled from the driver's seat. Looking at the young girl in the red dress, a trace of undisguised amazement flashed in his eyes. Bayi said nothing and directly opened the car door and got in. Such a straightforward and decisive move left the red-haired man dumbfounded. responded. So proactive? She must have been captivated by my charm. To Moshyang Garden. The red-haired man raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile as he said, Miss, you better hold on tight. I drive very aggressively. The red-haired man slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the red convertible sports car shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. He glanced at the girl in the red dress out of the corner of his eye, hoping to see a panicked expression on her face, but all he saw was calmness. Interesting, he chuckled inwardly. Hey beautiful, are you alone? Bayi turned to look at the red-haired man. Are you alone too? The red-haired man quickly nodded excitedly, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, but the next second, he froze, because he noticed that the woman in the red dress had a smile even more wicked than his. The red convertible sports car parked next to the trash can started up again, its sleek body driving past the trash can. A trash can with 2 legs was revealed. Bayi whistled as he drove the sports car, glancing at the trash can gradually fading into the distance through the rearview mirror. TSK, when you're out and about, boys must take care to protect themselves. It's best to travel in pairs and never let strangers into your car casually. After driving for a while, Bayi was finally nearing Moshan Garden, and as the distance closed, his white dove ring reacted, starting to heat up slightly. But as he continued toward Moshan Garden, he strangely discovered that the heat from the white dove ring was gradually diminishing. A red convertible was parked by the roadside, with 2 dark skid marks carved into the ground. And Xiaotong left Moshan Garden? Bayi frowned slightly. That's not right. Since she left Moshan Garden wearing the white dove ring, why didn't she come to find me? I can sense her, so she must be able to sense me too. Bayi turned the car around and chased in the direction indicated by the white dove ring. In the end, he discovered that Xiaotong was actually getting farther and farther away from him. Damn it, isn't Xiaotong avoiding me? This woman wants to take over my body. Directly flooring the accelerator, the red convertible sports car sped down the street like a streak of red lightning, in an abandoned factory in the suburbs. And Xiaotong and Lu Yao were tied to a steel pillar in the factory with specially made ropes. Inside the factory, there were also more than a dozen men in black, as well as Cat's Eye. A3. Big Joker. Along slammed the 2 jokers onto the table. What the heck, are you crazy? I played a 3, and you used Big Joker? The man in black across the table was dumbfounded. Along chuckled, I bomb more, what can you do about it? 4 twos. He bombed again, then immediately played a straight, clearing all the cards in his hand. The 2 men in black playing cards with him angrily threw their cards down and pointed at him, shouting, you're cheating. Along raised an eyebrow. You shuffled and dealt the cards, how could I cheat? Valuing the astonished looks of his companions, he secretly felt delighted. He indeed hadn't cheated, he just didn't know what was going on today. His luck was unbelievably good, so much so that he could win even with his eyes closed while playing the cards he drew. Bang! They were playing cards, while Cat's Eye walked over to Xiaotong and Lu Yao. He looked at the 2 with a teasing gaze, then extended his hand toward Lu Yao. Lu Yao visibly panicked, her legs flailing wildly on the ground. She wanted to escape but was firmly bound by the rope. You, what are you doing? Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Boom! Little beauty, you look so good when you scream, hee. Cat's Eye's hand kept moving closer to Lu Yao's chest, then gave a fierce tug. Lu Yao cried out in pain, a red mark appearing on her fair neck from being strangled, and the Cat's Eye also withdrew its hand, a sparkling diamond necklace quietly lying in its palm. Along, stop playing around. Take this necklace and deliver a message to Lu Yunxiao. Got it, sir. Along ran over cheerfully, respectfully taking the diamond necklace. He turned around and left. After taking just 2 steps, as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned back again and reached out toward the peephole. Sir, where's the letter? That's wonderful. A moment later, those amber vertical pupils turned cold, and he said angrily, can't you write the letter yourself? Along was stunned and scratched his head. Write what? Pig brain. Cat Eye jabbed Along's head several times with her finger, making Along step back several paces before she finally stopped. I told you to inject the gene stabilizer on time, but you damn well didn't listen. Do I even need to tell you what to write? Along covered his head and said pitifully, you do. You damn. Cat Eye directly kicked Along, knocking him to the ground. Sizzle. He said coldly, just write that Lu Yao is in my hands. If you don't want your daughter to die, exchange her for the formula of the type 3 genetic drug developed by Tianqi Corporation. Oh, got it. Following the instructions, Along scurried off to write the letter. Sigh, genetic drugs have caused so much harm. If only we had the type 3 genetic drug. Cat Eye lamented to himself. Are you from the zoo? And Xiaotong, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Although she phrased it as a question, her tone was full of certainty. The cat's eyes turned back, and a hint of amusement flickered in the amber vertical pupils hidden beneath the black robe. Why are you so certain? Boom! And Xiaotong's calm gaze met those vertical pupils directly. Even though she had already become a prisoner, there was no trace of panic in her. You are all genetic modifiers. Judging by the intensity, the injections should be type 2 genetic agents that are unavailable on the market. To possess so many type 2 genetic agents and dare to kidnap the daughter of the Apocalypse Corporation's director to exchange for
for Type 3 genetic agents.
The only thing I can think of is the zoo.
Clap, clap, clap. The hands wrapped in black leather gloves clapped lightly.
Impressive insight. I'm starting to believe more and more that you really are the true Black Knight. By the way, you wouldn't happen to be the Silent Court's judge's own son, would you? Your old man is paving the way for you, isn't he? Planning for you to take over the Silent Court after he dies?
Faced with Cat's Eye's teasing, and Xiaotong remained silent. Cat's Eye's praise meant she had guessed correctly, but precisely because she was right, she realized the situation was becoming increasingly tricky.
Everyone knows, when it comes to genetic modification technology, who's the best. Beimao Dawn looked to Tianqi.
The gene modification technology of Apocalypse Corporation is unique, and its developed Type 3 gene serum is the miracle drug that all gene modifiers dream of. The Zodiac members all inject Type 3 gene serum, and it can be said that the strength of the Zodiac is inseparable from the Type 3 gene serum. In the field of gene modification technology, apart from the top-tier Apocalypse Corporation, the second place goes to the zoo. The zoo is not a literal zoo but a powerful faction composed of countless gene modifiers. So powerful that even a giant like Apocalypse Corporation would fear them, not only because of the zoo's vast influence and large numbers, but also because the zoo director is one of the 10 kings.
His level of terror is no less than that of the tyrant Yang Jia. If the tyrant is the king of metal, then the director is the king of beasts.
Since its establishment, the zoo has been at odds with Apocalypse Corporation, sending countless spies solely to obtain the formula for the Type 3 genetic potion. So when Xiaotong saw Cat's Eye bringing so many genetically modified individuals and daring to kidnap Lu Yao to extort Type 3 genetic medicine, she was certain that the zoo was behind Cat's Eye.
Only people from the zoo could freely inject Type 2 genetic medicine.
Currently, only Type 1 genetic medicine is available on the market, and the vast majority of genetically modified individuals have also injected Type 1.
Only major powers or extraordinary organizations have the capability to obtain Type 2. As for Type 3, it is exclusive to Apocalypse and is never circulated externally. Master, the letter is ready.
Along walked over with the letter. Cat's Eye took the letter and glanced at it, a look of disdain immediately appearing on his face. You wrote the wrong G in gene.
It's the G from basic, not the G from machine, understand? Master, I'll fix it right away.
Along's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing his lack of education had caused trouble.
Fix it, my foot. A ransom letter with corrections all over it. Are you trying to make Lu Yunxiao laugh to death? Rewrite it. Yes, I'll rewrite it right away.
A moment later, Along came back with a new letter.
Are you an idiot?
The Lu in Lu Yunxiao is the Lu from deer, not the Lu from road.
You can't even get the target of the extortion right. This makes us look very unprofessional. Rewrite it.
Why yes, sir, I'll rewrite it right away.
After a while, what should I say to you? The address? The transaction address. Do you want Lu Yunxiao to burn the formula and give it to me?
On the other side, Lu Yao, who was tied to a pillar, whispered sneakily into Xiaotong's ear.
Don't worry, my father will definitely come to save us.
And Xiaotong did not respond. She was not as naive as Lu Yao. Lu Yunxiao is indeed a director of Tianqi Corporation, but distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. The likes of Cat Eye may seem unreliable, but each of them is actually a genetically modified individual injected with Type 2 gene medication. Even Along, who is constantly reprimanded, has quite impressive skills, with a bounty of over 15 million. This group from the zoo has clearly been lurking in Dawn City for quite some time.
Their actions are professional and swift, though their cultural level is somewhat lacking.
This abandoned factory is very hidden, carefully chosen by Cat's Eye and others, and concealed by the forbidden object, Cage of Silence. Even Lu Yunxiao would not be able to find this place in a short time.
Rather than counting on Lu Yunxiao, it would be better to count on.
A strange glint flashed in Xiaotong's eyes as she quietly clenched the white dove ring in her palm.
The heat emanating from the ring was growing stronger.
Earlier, she had been yanked out of the window by Cat's Eye, rolling several times on the ground with Lu Yao in her arms. It seemed like it was to dissipate the force, but in reality, it was to adjust the landing point. So she let herself fall beside the sofa, because her white dove ring was hidden in a secret compartment under the sofa. She believed that with Bayi's intelligence, after coming up empty-handed at the floating gold pavilion, he would definitely go to Libadian to get the white dove ring. As long as Bayi found this place and she switched back to her body, she could completely resolve this crisis. After revising it 18 times, Along finally received Cat Eye's approval, letting out a long sigh of relief before going to deliver the letter. When he left the abandoned factory, the chameleon's ability began to take effect, and his entire body blended completely into the darkness, as if vanishing into thin air without a trace. At this moment, a teasing gaze from Cat's Eye was cast over. Next comes the boring waiting, but I hate boredom the most.
Luckily, there's a little beauty here, hee.
He stepped toward Xiaotong and Lu Yao, letting out a sinister laugh.
Lu Yao's face instantly turned pale.
Although she had been pampered since childhood, she wasn't a fool who knew nothing.
She couldn't even begin to imagine what was about to happen next.
Her two small legs frantically kicked at the ground, trying to move away from Cat's Eye, but the rope tightly bound her to the steel pillar. Other than her delicate skin being rubbed red, her efforts were completely futile. Instead, it only further fueled the evil fire in Cat's Eye's heart. I advise you not to do this, and Xiaotong's calm voice rang out. Oh, and I advise you not to say that, Cat's Eye replied with an amused smile, staring straight at her. And Xiaotong said calmly, although Lu Yunxiao loves his daughter, he values his power even more. Lu Yao has always been regarded by him as a tool for marriage alliances. If you defile her, Lu Yao will lose her original value, and whether you can still obtain the Type 3 genetic agent will be uncertain. Seeing the unknown young man beside her helping her, the panicked Lu Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of gratitude. Ha! Who said I want to defile her? A finger wrapped in a black glove gently lifted in Xiaotong's chin, and Xiaotong was instantly stunned. Lu Yao, who was beside her, widened her eyes. Hey, handsome, come and play with your big sister for a while. The cat-eyed woman lifted the black hood from her head, letting her chestnut-brown curly hair cascade like a waterfall. A face that was both alluring and slightly languid came into Xiaotong's view. There was even a tear-shaped mole at the corner of her left eye, like the finishing touch on a masterpiece. Instead of detracting from her beauty, it added an extra layer of charm. Cat's Eye removed the voice changer from her mouth. Her peach blossom eyes, which even looked at dogs with affection, swept back and forth across Xiaotong's face. Her eyes rippled like waves, as if covered with a thin layer of mist, and Xiaotong's face turned cold. She hadn't expected Cat's Eye to be a woman, and even less expected that the person Cat's Eye wanted to defile wasn't Lu Yao. But, oh, why the long face? Could it be that you don't think your big sister is beautiful? Cat's Eye took off her black gloves, revealing a pair of slender, fair hands. Those hands are like the pink pads on a kitten's paws, soft and boneless. Gently stroking Bayi's face, then slowly moving downward, fingertips gliding over the sharp lines of his Adam's apple and collarbone. Don't touch him, Lu Yao shouted anxiously, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson from the rush of blood. Oh, getting worked up? The cat-eyed person teased with a smirk. Is he your little lover? Makes sense, otherwise why would he show up at your door late at night? What you want is the genetic potion. As long as you let him go, I am willing to cooperate with you and get the genetic potion from my father, Lu Yao said anxiously. Perhaps out of kindness, gratitude, or some other indescribable emotion, she simply could not accept seeing this young knight being defiled by Cat's Eye right in front of her. Ha ha ha, this expression. I love seeing this look of having something precious taken away, heartbroken, angry, powerless, it's just so wonderful. Cat's Eye laughed excitedly. A hint of madness flickered in her enchanting eyes, and Xiaotong's heart sank. She knew this was a common ailment of genetic modifiers. If extraordinary individuals are all mentally ill, then genetic modifiers are all beasts. The mental state of extraordinary individuals differs from ordinary people. They are prone to extreme bias and cannot be provoked. Genetic modifiers harbor the beastly nature of animals and are sometimes controlled by animal instincts. On the Black Mountain, the silver snake and the dark tiger could do such a thing in public, which speaks volumes. As everyone knows, beasts in heat don't care about the occasion. The hand resting on her chest continued to slide downward, making Xiaotong's hair stand on end. A faint silver glow began to gather in her right hand. Just as she was about to form a pure silver cross sword, she suddenly felt her body loosen. The cat eyes had actually untied her ropes. Come on, handsome boy, let's play a game. This game is called hide and seek. Cat Eyes smiled as she pulled a black lace strip from her pocket and then wrapped it over her eyes. She actually intended to catch Xiaotong with her eyes closed, just like an ancient foolish emperor, deliberately blindfolding himself to catch his beloved concubine in the grand hall. And Xiaotong's face darkened, and a silver glow flickered in her hand as a pure silver cross sword instantly took shape. She held the sword in a reverse grip and thrust it toward Cat's Eye's chest. Cat's Eye's lithe and supple body was like that of a real cat, dodging the incoming strike with just a slight twist. It seemed Xiaotong had anticipated the dodge, so the thrust was merely a feint. Midway through the strike, the long sword abruptly changed direction and slashed horizontally. Not bad combat experience, but too slow. And Xiaotong only felt a blur before her eyes, and the figure of Cat's Eye had vanished. Then, the blade sank, and a foot clad in small black leather boots lightly landed on the pure silver cross sword, laughing mockingly. And Xiaotong changed her move again, swiftly retracting the long sword, ready to attack once more. I'm playing hide and seek with you, not asking you to fight me. It's your turn to run, but make sure I don't catch you, or else, hee hee. A tremendous force erupted from Xiaotong's chest, sending her flying backward like a cannonball and crashing into the steel pillar of the factory. The steel pillar, which required two people to encircle, was actually dented with a deep pit. And Xiaotong struggled to get up, blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. Before she could steady herself, those jet black eyes suddenly contracted. The warm breath of Cat's Eye sprayed onto her face, and crimson nails lifted her chin. Did sister catch you so easily? Under Xiaotong's horrified gaze, Cat's Eye's moist lips parted slightly, and a scarlet tongue slowly extended, like a snake flicking its tongue, licking the bloodstains at the corner of the young boy's mouth. The air suddenly tore apart with a sharp whistling sound, and a tremendous force struck Cat's Eye's slender waist. That delicate willow waist, barely enough to hold with one hand, deformed and bent at an astonishing speed until it curved into a lobster shape. Chestnut-colored long hair exploded into a brown firework in the air, and the charm and allure on Cat's Eye's face had no time to fully transform into shock before her entire body flew backward like an arrow released from a bow. Cat's Eye was like a bowling ball hitting the pins, crashing violently into several abandoned machines in the center of the factory. The already dilapidated machines instantly fell apart, scattering countless parts that buried her. Eerie silence. Everything happened so suddenly that even when the Cat's Eye was sent flying, everyone had yet to react. Whether it was the bound Lu Yao or the dozen black-clad men who had been watching the scene unfold, all were now staring in shock at the red-dressed girl who had somehow appeared in front of Xiaotong. The red-dressed girl had a cold expression, with one foot planted firmly on the ground like a steel nail, while the other was raised at a 90-degree angle, suspended in midair. A pleated skirt woven from dark red silk fluttered between the girl's legs, resembling a blooming red spider lily. The arc of the skirt's spread was akin to an ancient fan splashed with crimson ink. "Who are you?" A dozen men in black reacted, pulling out their guns and pointing them at Bayi. Their hands holding the weapons trembled slightly, refraining from acting rashly. Several others rushed toward the wreckage of machine parts, intending to rescue the buried Cat's Eye. "Xiaotong!" Lu Yao exclaimed in shock. And Xiaotong's sudden appearance had left her utterly stunned, but what shocked her even more was the kick that had just sent the peephole flying. Bayi slowly retracted his leg, not even sparing Lu Yao a glance. His gaze fell coldly on Xiaotong, who was occupying his body. His expression was icy, and upon noticing the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth, a surge of anger shot straight to his head. Someone actually dared to injure his body while he was away, and they had almost defiled his body as well. The more Bayi thought about it, the angrier he got. "Try it while I'm still here, I dare you. That kick won't kill Cat's Eye. Hurry, there's no time, hold on to me." And Xiaotong took 2 steps and 3 strides and came to stand in front of Bayi. Then, under Lu Yao's shocked gaze, the two embraced each other as if no one else was around. Like a knight heroically appearing in a storybook, tightly embracing her best friend right in front of her. Lu Yao was unaware of the situation between the two. What she saw on the surface was her best friend and Xiaotong suddenly appearing and kicking away Cat's Eye. Afterward, she completely ignored her and went straight to hugging the knightly young man. At this moment, she felt inexplicably aggrieved, as if she had been betrayed twice. "Can you handle these people?" Bayi asked, his face close to Xiaotong's. And Xiaotong spoke rapidly, "Others are fine, but Cat Eye is too fast. I can't hold her back. Now's not the time to talk about this, smile quickly." She forced a stiff smile, but the smile on Bayi's face slowly faded away. Under Xiaotong's puzzled gaze, Bayi released his embrace, then turned to face the dozen or so black-clad figures who looked ready for battle. A wicked, sinister smile curved on his exquisitely beautiful face. "If you can't hold her back, then I will. Those who dare to disrespect the gods of the new era shall apologize with their lives." When facing someone who harms his body, even Bayi, the slave of time, can't help but waste a little time. The people in Xiaotong cannot keep, he can. Because temporal variation, 0.5x speed. Temporal variation once activated, his speed will surge by 2-fold. To be precise, it is in Xiaotong's body speed that will surge by 2-fold. For Bayi himself, a 2-fold speed increase wouldn't mean much in a battle of this level, but it's a completely different story when it comes to Xiaotong. It's like Bayi's assets being 100 yuan, and after doubling, they become 200 yuan. Bang! And Xiaotong's assets amount to 10 billion, which doubled to become 20 billion. Both multiplied by 2, but Bayi only earned 100, while Xiaotong earned 1 billion. That's the difference. The red-dressed girl's lips curved into a strange arc, her rows of pale teeth glinting coldly in the factory's shadows. The crooked smile resembled the cracked mouth of a doll. Bayi slowly clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking like frying beans. Step by step, he walked toward the dozen men in black, his neck tilting slightly from side to side. The sound of cracking joints mixed with a suppressed and sinister low laugh escaped his throat. "Tomorrow will be busy, so I'm writing an extra chapter today and posting tomorrow's content in advance. TLDR, 2 updates tomorrow. Shoot him now," one of the men in black shouted in panic. Bang! In the next moment, a dozen pistols erupted in flames, countless golden bullets shot out, and the sound of gunfire roared. Bayi gently raised his hand, his movements seeming to leave behind afterimages. When the man in black emptied his magazine, Bayi's hand also came to a stop. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he slowly opened his palms, clang clang clang. Boom! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Quiet! Dozens of bullets fell from those fair hands. Metal eggshells scattered across the ground reflected his casual sneer. In the face of true power, firearms are nothing more than children's toys. A trace of fascination flashed in Bayi's eyes. The power contained within Xiaotong's body intoxicated him. It was a force different from the stillness of time, not as mysterious or supreme as time. Instead, it was incredibly simple and brutal. "Master, her vitality value has exceeded 10,000. A man in black wearing vitality detection glasses shouted tremblingly. The glowing green numbers on the lens jumped wildly. 19,800. Everyone was instantly shocked, vitality exceeding 10,000. On this wasteland wasteland, anyone whose vitality exceeds 10,000 is a major figure with a bounty of over 1,000,000,000. Who exactly is this seemingly delicate girl, and Xiaotong? When the cold number 19,800 flashed through everyone's minds, they were horrified to realize that fear had unknowingly filled their bodies, making even the slightest movement of a finger feel incredibly stiff. From the ruins where Cat's Eye was located, a teeth-grinding sound of twisting steel suddenly erupted. The next moment, with a deafening roar, the ruins exploded as if triggered by a bomb. Countless fragments of stone and rusty machine parts scattered and splashed in all directions, while smoke and dust surged skyward. In the swirling dust, a graceful and slender figure elegantly stepped out. It was Cat's Eye. Amber-colored vertical pupils locked onto Bayi, and the alluring corners of her mouth revealed a blade-like cold smile. "Little sister, ambushing isn't the way of the strong." Bayi turned her head to look, the sneer at the corner of her mouth tinged with mockery. "Oh, so an attack you can't handle is called an ambush? I've learned something new." A dangerous cold light flashed in Cat Eye's pupils. She slowly extended her hands, and the metallic cold light on her slender fingers quickly turned into elongated nails. "What a sharp-tongued little girl. Wait until I tear your mouth apart, and we'll see if you're still so stubborn." Bayi looked full of disdain. "Was it you who hurt her? Ha ha." Cat Eye glanced at Xiaotong and laughed. "Little handsome guy, your luck with women isn't bad. These two pretty little girls care so much about you that even I, your sister, am getting jealous." And Xiaotong's face was as dark as water, and she whispered in Bayi's ear, "Switch back quickly. Even if you use my body, without night, you're no match for her." Having been through countless battles, she knew very well that in a confrontation, unless one side's strength and speed completely overwhelmed the opponent, experience and technique would always matter. But when both sides' stats are similar, it comes down to whose experience is richer and whose combat skills are more refined. Cat Eye's speed, even she found it troublesome. Only by relying on her extensive experience and skills to predict its attack trajectory, combined with Knight's defense, could she fight and win. However, it would be impossible to stop a Cat Eye determined to escape. Speaking, and Xiaotong hugged him again. Cat's Eye saw this scene and laughed angrily. "Hugging each other during a fight? Showing off your love in front of me? Don't you know the saying, showing off love leads to a quick death?" As soon as the words fell, Cat's Eye's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The sharp claws gleaming with a cold light appeared before Bayi as if piercing through space. The intentions of the Cat's Eye could not be more malicious. This claw was clearly aimed at Bayi's face, intending to disfigure him, or more precisely, to disfigure in Xiaotong's face. And Xiaotong was startled and instantly activated Night, her arm covered in silver-white armor reaching out to block the cat's claw. But she was too slow. Just as she raised her hand, the cat's claw had already reached Bayi's face, its sharp nails less than 2 centimeters away from that beautiful face. Temporal variation, 0.5x speed. Buzz. When the mysterious time fluctuation enveloped the world, the speed of the cat's eyes, which almost surpassed the limits of human retinal capture, suddenly slowed down. Bayi gave a contemptuous smile and, in a flash, appeared behind Cat Eyes. Cat Eyes only saw a blur before the girl in the red dress vanished from sight. The next instant, the hairs on the back of her neck stood up, a sharp sense of danger stabbed into her like needles. Bang! A black princess shoe slammed into her back. The terrifying force of 19,800 erupted all at once, not a hint of technique, just pure, savage brutality. Of course, it was mainly because Bayi didn't know any techniques to begin with. Cat's Eye was once again sent flying. This time, she directly smashed through the factory wall, leaving a large hole and falling into the darkness outside. And Xiaotong, cradled in Bayi's arms, was utterly shocked. The speed just now had completely surpassed the limits she could achieve when controlling her own body. She suddenly recalled the extraordinary ability Bayi had mentioned earlier. This is the luminescent shadow symphony. Lost in the intoxication of power, Bayi was stunned. Liu Guan? What nonsense is this? Could it be that she hurt her head? The extraordinary ability he had once casually made up, he himself had almost forgotten. If he were to say it again, he might not even be able to repeat it correctly, yet unexpectedly, and Xiaotong still remembered. Master! Protect the master! Kill her! A dozen or so men in black shouted in shock and fury, each of them beginning to transform. They tossed aside their firearms as their muscles and fur grew wildly, ripping through their clothes with a tearing sound. Ryup. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen humanoid beasts dropped to all fours and charged straight at Bayi. Bayi raised his eyebrows. What kind of monsters and demons are these? Leopard, wolf, gorilla, hyena, bear. These men in black all displayed varying degrees of animal characteristics. Xiaotong, watch out. Tied to the pillar, Luya shouted anxiously, her face pale with fright, yet she still didn't forget to warn her best friend. A sinister smile appeared on Bayi's lips. To deal with this trash, he couldn't even be bothered to activate temporal variations. The fastest cheetah was the first to charge at him. Its sturdy claws tore through the air, producing faint wisps of white smoke. Facing the onslaught of claws, Bayi held in Xiaotong in one arm while slowly raising the other, extending a single finger. Clang! The blade-like claws were actually stopped by that slender, fair finger, as if striking steel, unable to advance an inch. The leopard's expression changed drastically
sarcastically, staring in utter shock at Bayi and the finger glowing with a scarlet light. So this is what it feels like to have chi and blood protecting the body? He. It's simply marvelous. A low, sinister laugh escaped Bayi's mouth. The thrill of overwhelming his opponent made him unable to stop, completely immersed in it. He hated evenly matched battles. He just loved domination. And Shouton, nestled in Bayi's arms, looked at his so-called chi and blood protection with some reluctance to watch. It lacked any technique whatsoever, merely a lump of chi and blood covering his fingers, both scattered and extremely wasteful. The leopard was so frightened by the sinister girl before him that his heart skipped a beat. He urgently changed his move, his hands forming a hugging motion as his claws fiercely slashed toward the girl's neck. At that moment, a palm, like a butterfly weaving through flowers, unexpectedly appeared at the leopard's neck, moving faster than his attack and then, gripped tightly. Ugh! The leopard's movements came to an abrupt halt, his neck instantly twisted and deformed. The blood, unable to flow, accumulated in his face, causing it to flush red. The eyeballs were filled with bloodshot veins, almost about to pop out. His entire body was lifted into the air by Bayi, his hands desperately prying at that slender, fair hand, but it was like trying to bend steel with bare hands, completely immovable. The rest of the people were so terrified by the horrifying blood energy emanating from Bayi that they didn't dare to step forward, feeling an overwhelming sense of facing death itself. Bayi lifted the leopard in front of him and softly asked, "For someone as weak as you, what gives you the courage to stand before me?" The leopard could not answer. The intense suffocation made his blood almost freeze, and the strength in his body rapidly drained away, his eyes faintly turning white. Suddenly, Bayi released his hand. The leopard's body fell straight down, and just as it was about to hit the ground, Bayi's hand clenched into a fist. Terrifying energy and blood converged on his fist, and a dazzling crimson light burst forth. A punch was thrown. The leopard's chest instantly caved in, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones cracking, and the heart protected by those bones burst on impact. Boom! His eyes bulged, and blood gushed from his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. His body was uncontrollably flung backward, crashing into an abandoned machine. With a tilt of his neck, he fell silent. Such a terrifying strike left the others trembling with fear, staring in shock at the red-dressed girl holding the knightly boy. Shirano's move of embracing the enemy to kill can be called a quintessential example of violent aesthetics. What an intoxicating power. The smile of the girl in the red dress grew increasingly sinister and grotesque, like a witch stepping out of a terrifying nursery rhyme. "You dare to kill my people." A voice filled with hostility echoed through the abandoned factory. Covered in dust and with disheveled hair, Cat-Eye stepped in through the large hole in the factory wall. She took a step forward, and her once smooth earlobes grew fine fur, gradually elongating and standing upright, transforming into fluffy cat ears. The fabric of her clothes stretched behind her as a slender black cat tail tore through, swaying nimbly. With each step closer, those amber-colored pupils gradually narrowed into sharp vertical slits, the corners of the mouth slightly lifted to reveal two sharp canine teeth. The steps became increasingly soft and light, completely transforming into an elegant yet dangerous feline posture. Bayi's eyes were half closed, his gaze rebellious as he looked at Cat's-Eye approaching him step by step, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Not only do you not run away, but you even dare to walk toward me? Interesting." Cat's-Eye's gaze turned cold. This contemptuous attitude filled her with murderous intent. Instead, and Shouton, who was in Bayi's arms, froze for a moment. Why did these words sound so familiar? "Stop holding on to me. You'll only slow down my moves," Bayi said in a low voice near in Xiaotong's ear. She silently let go of her hands and quietly walked over to Lu Yao, helping her untie the ropes. Lu Yao looked at the unfamiliar young knight with a complicated expression and hesitated before saying, "You and Xiaotong are." "And Xiaotong, friend." And Xiaotong answered without hesitation. "Oh." Lu Yao pressed her lips tightly and responded weakly, "Between men and women, how could there be friends who hug each other right away?" "Then why does Xiaotong seem like a completely different person? Her smile is so scary, and she's so amazing." And Xiaotong was silent for a moment, then finally squeezed out 4 words, "Split personality." "Ah!" Lu Yao's eyes widened instantly, looking incredulously at the girl in the red dress confronting the Cat's-Eye, feeling utterly baffled. Jia. "Woman, I hope you can entertain me a little longer." The girl in the red dress laughed maniacally toward the sky. "Lu Yao, it really is split personality." The cat's eyes narrowed slightly, but the corners of its mouth curved into a faint smile as it said, "Your strength is indeed formidable, but when facing my complete form, the power you take pride in is nothing more than this. Little girl, have you decided how you want to die?" Bayi grinned and said word by word, "Am I charming?" With a small mouth opening, the air filled with the fragrance of flowers and birdsong, and with a small hand pointing, it all began with Mom. Cat's eyes froze on the spot, their brain momentarily unable to process. "Wait, during the part where the strong deliver harsh words, why are you being so vulgar?" After cursing that sentence, Bayi immediately felt refreshed. As expected, the tyrant's pretentious style doesn't suit him. The simple and crude approach is still the best. When facing enemies, of course, you should extend the warmest greetings. It's already a life and death situation, so why bother saving face for the enemy? Lu Yao, who had just been
tongue-tied, was instantly dumbfounded, her small mouth slightly open, and her eyes wide as saucers. Ah, Shotong, why are you swearing? Die. Cat's Eye felt her dignity had been gravely insulted, and a few blood streaks surfaced in her amber vertical pupils. The air was suddenly torn apart as she vanished from her spot, her figure transforming into a black-gray streak of light, leaving afterimages in the air. That speed was simply at its peak. However, she did not attack Bayi but instead began circling around. Inside the abandoned factory, her cat-like eyes darted swiftly like ghostly shadows, and for a moment, the afterimages she left behind seemed to fill the entire factory. The dust lingering in the factory was stirred into spirals by the gusts she created. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The laughter of her cat-like eyes echoed from all directions. Countless afterimages seemed to laugh simultaneously, making it impossible to distinguish which was her true form. 19,800 health points are indeed terrifyingly high, several thousand more than mine. Unfortunately, battles aren't about comparing numbers. The one with the higher health points doesn't necessarily win. I injected myself with 5 doses of Type 2 serum, perfectly inheriting the reflexes and agility of a cat, and enhanced them dozens of times. With speed beyond the limits, I have slain countless opponents whose health points were higher than mine, and you will be no exception. Ah! Before Cat's Eye could finish her sentence, she felt a sharp pain on her scalp. A hand had precisely grabbed her hair, abruptly halting her high-speed sprint. Horrified, he looked at the girl in the red dress who was grabbing his hair. This is impossible. How can you catch me? What the hell are you babbling about? Just lie down already. Bayi impatiently yanked hard, causing Cat Eye to let out a miserable scream and crash to the ground headfirst. Of course, when he spoke, he had turned off time flow variations, prioritizing efficiency. Don't forget to vote for Feng Xiu and Buyu. Cat's Eye clutched her head and screamed miserably. A large patch of hair was missing from the top of her scalp, making her look bald. Bayi let go of his hand, and a large clump of chestnut-brown long hair fell from his grasp. Cat's Eye's eyes were filled with rage. Whether for a cat or a woman, they both regard their hair as extremely important. I'll kill you. Ah! The razor-sharp cat claws fiercely slashed toward Bayi's calf, wrapped in a crimson aura of blood and energy, a power far beyond that of the likes of the leopard. Even Xiaotong herself wouldn't dare to block this claw head-on with her blood energy protection, because although Cat Eye's blood energy wasn't as strong as hers, it had also surpassed 10,000. With the added power of the cat claws, it was impossible to defend against without using Night. And Bayi? He didn't need to defend at all. With 0.5x speed activated, Cat Eye's movements appeared as slow as a turtle in his eyes. The girl in the red dress stood firmly on one foot, her right foot stretched into a sharp, straight line, then lifted high at a perfect 180-degree angle. The dark red hem of her dress stretched taut with her movement, like a suddenly unfurled dark red folding fan. In the next moment, that folding fan snapped shut abruptly. A black princess shoe suddenly landed on Cat Eye's face, and that delicate, alluring face instantly twisted and deformed as her head collided with the cement ground, which shattered on impact. Her head sank into the ground like a crushed fruit, chestnut-colored hair mixed with blood spreading across the surface. Due to the sudden and immense force, Cat Eye's originally attacking claws abruptly straightened, lifted, and then went limp, falling powerlessly to the ground. The movement was so exaggerated that Xiaotong, standing nearby, caught sight of her own long, straight legs. Her expression turned faintly unpleasant, and she also noticed her black safety shorts. Bang! For a moment, her expression became even more unpleasant. Wearing safety shorts was good, but the problem was that Bayi was the one who put them on her. The purpose of safety shorts is to prevent exposure and stop men from seeing anything. But if a man is the one who puts them on you, what's the point? Milord, let go of Milord quickly. A dozen black-clad men charged at Bayi with eyes blazing, fearless in the face of death. Bayi, stepping on the head of the cat-eyed man, tilted his head slightly. The moonlight happened to stream through the factory window, illuminating half of his profile. The shadow cast by his eyelashes concealed the defiance in his eyes, leaving only a pale neck and the faintly rising curve of a smile at the corner of his lips. That smile was casual, yet it resembled an ice shard laced with poison. His lips curved upward in a subtle arc, carrying undisguised mockery and disdain, as if he were not looking at charging enemies but at ants about to be crushed. His figure suddenly vanished from where he stood, transforming into a crimson blur as he rushed toward the black-clad men. The men in black were taken aback, their claws flailing wildly as if they wanted to tear Bayi to pieces. But they were too weak, at most at a level of tens of millions, completely outmatched by Bayi, who was in the hundreds of millions. Bayi didn't even need to activate 0.5x speed, nor did he require any specific techniques. With a casual tug, the black bear's arm was ripped off at the root, blood gushing out. With a swing of his right leg, the air suddenly exploded, wisps of white smoke coiling around his leg as he directly kicked the gorilla's head to pieces. Like a watermelon hitting the ground, it shattered into pieces, with juice splattering everywhere. Jia jia jia. Bayi laughed wildly as he moved with bold and sweeping gestures, looking at the fearful expressions of the crowd. Why are you so weak? Why can't you bring me a bit more joy? As he spoke, he swung his fists, and 2 vibrant lives were instantly extinguished. The remaining few were terrified to the core, and Lu Yao covered her eyes with with her hands in fear, not daring to look. Bang! Stop! A loud shout erupted not far behind Bayi. He was gripping the hair of two men in black with each hand, watching them struggle desperately, only to have his amusement interrupted by the shout. Boom! Boom! He turned around, dragging the two with him. Covered in blood, Cat's Eye struggled to stand up from the ground. Her amber vertical pupils were filled with overwhelming rage, but upon seeing the bodies of her companions on the ground, a trace of sorrow inevitably surfaced in her eyes. Let them go. Your real opponent is— No, don't. Cat Eye's expression changed drastically. She reached out, trying to stop him, but her arm dropped limply as if her bones had been pulled out. In her pupils, the scene reflected was that of the girl in the red dress, her hands covered in blood, and the two corpses she held. The corpses' deaths were gruesome, their skulls deformed and shattered, killed by a heavy impact. And the object used to smash them was, in fact, another person's head. That's right before Cat Eye's eyes, Bayi had grabbed the two by the head and smashed them together with a loud crack. In an instant, the two heads caved in, bone and flesh mingling in a grotesque union. Jia. That look, heartbreak, rage, helplessness. It's absolutely exquisite. Bayi grinned savagely, a blood-red gleam flickering in his light brown eyes. It was the sign of his blood boiling. The next second, his smile suddenly faded, but the disdain in his eyes grew even stronger. This is the look you should have when facing me. As soon as the words fell, Bayi raised his hand and struck, mainly without a knife, instantly killing two more people. The amber vertical pupils of the cat's eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of despair-colored gray. Master, run. Don't worry about— A man in black had just started shouting when a pale hand abruptly grasped his face. His long, slender fingers sliced through the man's gaze like blades, dividing his hope into 5 equal portions of despair. With just a bit of pressure from Bayi, the black-clad man's cheekbones gave a cracking sound, followed by a shrill, agonized scream. So loyal, aren't you? Bayi sneered. But all you can do is watch them die, one by one, right in front of you. And there's nothing you can do about it. And shout on. You'll die a horrible death. Cat Eye screamed hysterically, the outburst so absurd even Bayi couldn't help but laugh. And Xiaodong's miserable end has nothing to do with me, the god of the new era. How pathetic. When you're weak, your anger is nothing more than a joke to the strong. You're someone with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, and yet you don't understand such a simple truth? And shout on. You wicked woman, I'll fight you to the death. Cat's Eye's eyes were bloodshot, almost oozing blood. She dropped to all fours without any regard for her image, her slender waist arched like a bristling cat. Immediately, she turned into a black shadow and charged toward Bayi. Bayi smiled faintly, just about to help Cat Eye break free, but unexpectedly, the next second, Cat Eye suddenly changed direction midway, as if sliding sideways, and shot out of the abandoned factory's door in a flash. Bayi, who had just raised his hand, froze in place, staring at Cat Eye's rapidly retreating figure, blinking in confusion. Looking at in Xiaodong's gaze, Bayi coughed tactically and chuckled. This world truly has countless heroes. And Xiaotong, are we just going to let her escape like that? The corner of Bayi's mouth curved into a mocking smile. Let her run 100 meters first, outside the factory. The bright moon hangs high, its cold light spilling over the forest, with the leaves cutting the moonlight into tiny fragments of silver. Cat-like eyes dart through the woods, the fragmented moonlight flowing over her disheveled figure like water. Behind her, the gate of the abandoned factory looms dark and hollow, resembling a gaping, bloodthirsty maw. From time to time, screams echo from within, making her scalp tingle and sending shivers down her spine. Damn and Xiaotong, who on earth is this crazy woman? She felt that tonight was simply too dramatic. When the Black Knight appeared, she thought it was over, but who would have expected the renowned Black Knight to be just for show? When in Xiaotong appeared, she thought it was just another one coming to deliver themselves, but who would have thought that this seemingly delicate girl would be so twisted? Not only was her strength abnormal, but her personality was even more so. Cat's Eye even suspected that in Xiaotong had injected the Type 3 genetic serum, which was why she possessed more beastly wildness than herself, a Type 2. After running so far, and Xiaotong probably won't chase after me, right? Today's incident must be reported to the director immediately, so the director can send someone. Suddenly, Cat's Eye's thoughts froze abruptly, along with the blood in her entire body and her sprinting steps. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned her head to the side. A woman's hand was quietly resting on her shoulder. That hand was slender yet not frail, each finger carried a perfect curve, the nails were trimmed round and clean, exuding a faint pink hue. In an instant, her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. She suddenly turned around, and a face was smiling just inches away. The cold moonlight shone on that face, making the skin appear even paler, so pale it was almost transparent, showing no trace of blood. Suddenly, that face slightly parted its lips and teeth, a sinister smile at the corner of its mouth. Got you. A woman's scream pierced the night sky, followed by a frantic, clumsy escape, rolling and crawling. Cat Eye ran while looking back in terror. The girl in the red dress stood alone in place, her hair disheveled, a strange smile on her face. One hand moved mechanically, as if waving goodbye. Cat Eye ran faster and faster, her whole body feeling like water about to boil dry in a pot, wisps of white smoke rising. Too slow. The girl's voice, like a devil's whisper, sounded in her ear. ear. In the corner of her eye, the face of the girl in the red dress entered her vision, her entire face. The girl in the red dress was actually running sideways, yet she could still keep up with her speed. The cold sweat on Cat Eye's forehead, which had dried from the chilly wind, began to form again. She clenched her teeth tightly, saying nothing as she fled with all her might. "Ah, let's play a game, shall we? The game's name is hide and seek," Bayi whispered with a laugh near her ear. Cat Eye's pupils suddenly contracted, and emotions of terror, absurdity, and despair surged through her heart. This is her favorite game to play. Every time she deals with enemies, the feline genes within her take over, making her unable to resist. Toying with her opponents, just like a cat catching a mouse, not in a hurry to eat it, but playing with it until it dies before finally eating. But now, she found herself in another game of cat and mouse. Only this time, she was no longer the cat but the mouse. She truly felt the despair of being the mouse. Squeak! The sound of shoe soles scraping against the ground echoed, carrying a sharp and urgent dragging noise. The cat's eyes braked abruptly, fixed in place. She looked at Bayi, who had also stopped, in terror, and trembled as she said, "You can't kill me. If I die, the director won't let you off." "Oh, the director?" Bayi smirked playfully. "Which kindergarten's director are you talking about?" Cat's Eye hurriedly said, "It's the zoo. The zoo director. He's one of the 10 kings. The mere 10 kings. The mere zoo director, a worthless nobody, dares to try to intimidate me?" Bayi suddenly remembered that he was the leader of the 10 kings and almost insulted himself in the process, so he quickly corrected his words. Cat's Eye's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe that someone in this world would dare to insult the director like this. She said in disbelief, "The director is one of the 10 kings. You. TCH, I'm still the damn leader of the 10 kings. Maniac. You crazy woman." Cat's Eye cursed furiously. "You have no idea how powerful the 10 kings are, no idea how terrifying the director is." Bayi almost burst out laughing. No one understood the power of the 10 kings better than he did, because he had even killed one of them. "Alright, stop yelling." He impatiently dug at his ear. And Showdown's ears were quite clean. He didn't dig out anything. "Talking about your director all the time. Does your director even know who I am?" Cat Eye shouted angrily, "You may be strong, but with your level of power, you're not worthy of our director's attention." TCH. Bayi sneered, "Exactly. If your director doesn't even know who I am, then after I kill you, who will he seek revenge against?" Cat Eye's anger froze, his eyes widened, staring blankly at Bayi, momentarily at a loss for words. She actually couldn't find any reason to refute. You. Stop stammering. "My name is Infiltrating. When you get to the underworld and King Yen Luo asks, just say it was Infiltrating who killed you." A surge of violent energy rose from Bayi's body. A sinister grin, ruthless and destructive, flashed across his face as he threw a punch. Under the enhancement of temporal variations, at 0.5x speed, this punch reached the pinnacle of speed, like a scarlet meteor fiercely smashing into Cat's Eye's head. After the sound of an explosion, a headless delicate body fell straight to the ground. Bayi shook his hand to fling off the bloodstains, then extended his demonic claws toward Cat's Eye's delicate body. After rummaging for a while, he sighed as he looked at the few hundred bills and several emeralds in his hand. "Why not drop some equipment? You've already broken $1 billion in bounty, yet you can't even drop a single forbidden item. Could it be that your bounty was increased through connections?" Boom! In a dark corner of the forest, Alone, who had completely merged with the tree, was desperately covering his mouth, as if this was the only way to stop his fear from spilling out. He stared in terror at the woman in the red dress caressing the corpse of his master. Her stunningly beautiful face was already stained with blood, resembling a perfectly crafted doll painted with red lacquer, exuding a strange sense of beauty. Bang! Xiaotong will be okay, right? Lu Yao hid half of her body behind Xiaotong, speaking timidly. "Impossible." And Xiaotong's gaze passed through the factory gate, falling into the darkness outside. She knew Bayi wouldn't be in trouble. The Radiant Shadows Symphony was simply too powerful. There was a time when she thought this overly flamboyant name for a supernatural ability was something Bayi had made up. Now, it seemed her own perspective had been too narrow. Who would have thought there truly existed such a supernatural ability that disregarded individual differences and exponentially enhanced speed? It's just that Bayi is too weak right now to showcase the true power of Fleeting Shadows' thousandfold symphony. Using his own body to perform it today against Cat's Eye, who excels in speed, was like a cat playing with a mouse. If he possessed such speed himself, combined with the defense and attack power of a knight, no one below the 10 kings could stand against him. "Thank you for saving me today. Could you tell me your name?" Lu Yao asked, lowering her head and biting her lip. "Bayi," and Xiaotong replied with a complicated look in her eyes. She was pondering how to explain today's events to Lu Yao. If she didn't explain it well, the identity of the Black Knight might be exposed, which would be detrimental to her upcoming mission. "White Yi." Lu Yao murmured the name twice. She raised her head, clenched her small fists, and smiled. "Thank you, White Yi. My name is Lu Yao. Lu as in plum blossom deer. You can call me little deer." Looking at the adorable little deer who barely reached her chest, and Xiaotong smiled faintly. She was just about to pat her soft hair as she used to, but suddenly froze. Staring at her slender,
well-defined right hand, she discreetly lowered it.
Lu Yao noticed in Xiaotong's movement, her ears turning slightly red as her gaze quickly shifted elsewhere.
Ah, Xiaotong is back, she exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise.
Seeing White Ye's blood-stained long dress, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes as she hurried forward.
Xiaotong, are you alright? You're not hurt, are you? Which personality are you right now? Do you still remember me?
Xiaolu's mouth chattered on, making Bayi frown, just as he was about to say something. At that moment, Xiaotong came over and grabbed his hand. Then Xiaotong turned to Xiaolu and said, I have something to discuss with Xiaotong.
Can you wait for us a moment?
Lu Yao glanced at the corpses scattered all around, her face a little pale, but she still managed to smile.
Then please be quick, okay? I'm a little bit scared to be here alone.
And Xiaotong nodded, then immediately pulled Bayi and walked out of the factory gate.
The two disappeared into the darkness.
Lu Yao stood uneasily in place, occasionally turning her head to glance at the corpses, only to quickly avert her gaze in fright. But looking away made her even more scared, as if afraid that the corpses might suddenly stand up if she wasn't watching. She wavered back and forth between looking and not looking, her little head shaking like a rattledrum, turning one way for a moment, then the other. It was only because she was young and had a healthy neck, otherwise, she might have ended up giving herself a neck problem. She might have been too scared, or perhaps curious. She stood there for a while before finally tiptoeing to the doorway, gripping the edges of the door with both hands, and peeking out with half her little head to look into the depths of the forest.
Ah! Lu Yao almost cried out.
If she hadn't quickly covered her mouth, she might have startled the couple embracing in the forest.
Follow me.
The night was too dark, and she was just an ordinary person. With her eyesight, she could only make out the serene forest bathed in moonlight, where a young knight and a girl in a red dress were tightly embracing. Their faces were pressed closely together, and under the silhouette of the tree's shade, it looked as if they were kissing. The moonlight falling on them seemed to soften, and the breeze flowing by appeared tender. They kissed.
Xiaotong and Xiaobai kissed.
Peeping Lu Yao covered her mouth tightly, her eyelashes trembling lightly. In her bright eyes, there was shyness, a hint of loss, and also blessings. In the woods, Bayi and Xiaotong, who had kissed, were laughing and chatting. The two hugged tightly, their faces pressed together, and the smiles on their faces were more peculiar than the other, as if forced out.
What exactly did you do? Why did we suddenly switch?
Bayi directly took the initiative, regardless of whether it was his fault.
What I did, don't you already know?
And Xiaotong said calmly, her cold voice carrying an inexplicable chill.
Bayi instantly flew into a rage. Do you think I wanted to bathe for you? I hate bathing the most. What I mean is, what else did you do besides bathing? Didn't do anything.
And Xiaotong said calmly, not mentioning at all that she accidentally hugged Xiaolu while playing around.
What about you? What else did you do besides drinking? Bayi chuckled and said, nothing, just drinking. Really?
And Xiaotong said expressionlessly, then why, when I went over, were you holding?
Nonsense. I read the spring and autumn annals.
If you keep talking nonsense, be careful. I might sue you for defamation.
But you, why was that girl named Lu Yao?
I think we should be more honest with each other, otherwise we'll never break the curse of the twin monkey statue, and Xiaotong interrupted. In the end, the two reluctantly confessed what had happened before the exchange. Of course, Bayi didn't mention that he thought of Xiaotong while drinking with the girl in purple, and Xiaotong didn't mention that she thought of Bayi while hugging Lu Yao.
The two tacitly kept it a secret, neither willing to admit it.
After a moment, they both discovered the blind spot at the same time.
And Xiaotong, it's a hug. Bayi, it's water.
The two, having switched back to their bodies, looked at each other in silence.
And Xiaotong broke the silence first. What does it have to do with water?
Bathwater is water, and alcohol is also water.
But one is for use, and the other is for drinking. How can they be the same? Bayi pouted. Maybe you drank some bathwater while taking a shower?
And Xiaotong said expressionlessly, I don't have the habit of drinking my own bathwater.
After speaking, she no longer paid attention to Bayi.
After all, Bayi's extraordinary talent was quite good, so communicating with him could be challenging at times. The hug should be the condition for triggering the curse, and it has to be a simultaneous hug, since the twin monkey statue depicts two monkeys embracing each other.
Bayi felt a bit of a headache. Even if hugging is the trigger condition, what is the condition to completely lift the curse? People can't go their whole lives without hugging, right? It's too early to talk about this now.
Whether hugging is the trigger condition still needs to be tested.
Let's discuss these things tomorrow. Lu Yao's father is one of the directors of Tianqi Corporation. We can't stay here any longer.
After a long time, Xiaotong returned, but Bayi was nowhere to be seen.
Xiaotong.
Lu Yao quickly stepped forward, wanting to grab Xiaotong's hand, but hesitated just as she reached out. A faint smile appeared on Xiaotong's face as she gently held Lu Yao's hand.
Don't worry, it's all over. Xiaotong, you've changed back? Lu Yao exclaimed in surprise.
And Xiaotong nodded.
That's great. Although your second personality is really cool, it's just a bit too scary. This version of you is definitely the best. Lu Yao paused, then asked softly, Xiaotong, are you an extraordinary being? Faced with Lu Yao's question, Xiaotong was not surprised. An ordinary female student suddenly displaying such immense power would naturally lead to suspicion conditions of being an extraordinary individual. That's right, I am an extraordinary individual. My extraordinary ability is twin soul-splitting limit break duet. As you've seen, it manifests as a second personality. Take it. So amazing. Lu Yao's small fists clenched tightly, her eyes seemingly sparkling with little stars. She didn't understand extraordinary abilities, she just felt that the name alone sounded incredibly impressive. She was momentarily at a loss for words. The inspiration for this name actually came from Bayi's Fleeting Shadows, Thousandfold Symphony. Although the name was a bit flamboyant, it was perfect for fooling those who didn't understand the extraordinary. Lu Yao's identity was sensitive. Her father was Lu Yunxiao, one of the directors of the Tianqi Corporation. If she couldn't deceive Lu Yao, her identity would definitely be exposed. No wonder I felt like you were a completely different person when we were bathing earlier. So it's a second personality, huh? Lu Yao seemed to have thought of something, and her small face suddenly turned red. In a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, she said, your second personality, it wouldn't happen to be a boy, would it? No. And Xiaoton lied decisively. But I always feel like the second personality is also a girl, just with a somewhat twisted character. You saw it just now, she's extremely violent, even a bit perverse. Sometimes I can't control when she appears. So, Xiaolu, if you see my second personality again, make sure to stay far away. Alright, I'll listen to Xiaotong. While speaking, Lu Yao's eyes kept glancing toward the factory gate. He left, and Xiaotong said calmly. And Xiaotong. Lu Yao's gaze flickered. He was injured earlier, and it's so dark. Will he be okay walking alone? He's extraordinary too. He'll be fine. Lu Yao was silent for a moment. Xiaotong, the boy you mentioned hugging you before, that's Bayi, right? And Xiaotong was stunned and didn't know how to respond, so she could only nod. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. After all, she and Bayi had just hugged in front of everyone. Even though it was technically her hugging herself, who would believe that if she said it? Lu Yao bit her lip lightly, hesitating before asking, then what is your relationship? Our pure little Xiaotong has learned to lie, huh? I clearly see it's a boyfriend. Lu Yao pouted discontentedly and started shaking in Xiaotong's hand again. Xiaotong, you're hiding such a big thing from me. What, are you afraid I'll steal your boyfriend? She joked with a smile. And Xiaotong didn't answer but instead gazed at Lu Yao in front of her. That calm look made Lu Yao inexplicably feel a bit guilty, and the shaking gradually slowed down. Xiaolu, I hope you can keep today's matter a secret. No problem, Lu Yao said quickly, her tone rapid. She inexplicably felt a sense of relief in her heart, but immediately worried that Xiaotong might notice her unusual behavior, so she hurriedly explained. You and Bayi are both transcendents, and the Federation has always been hunting transcendents. I won't expose your identities. Besides, you saved me. I, Lu Yao, am not someone who betrays friends or acts ungratefully. When my father asks, I'll just say I don't know anything. At the time, my eyes were covered, and then I heard the sounds of battle. After that, Cat Eye and the others were all dead, and it was a mysterious person who saved me. And Xiaotong also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Yao agreed, otherwise, she really wouldn't have known what to do. Thank you, little dear. Lu Yao laughed, her big eyes curving into crescent moons. What's there to thank me for? Did you forget what I told you before? Friend. She grabbed in Xiaotong's hand and shook it again, happily saying, little dear and Xiaotong will be best friends for life. Yes, best friends for life. And Xiaotong nodded seriously, but a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She was not worried about Lu Yao, she trusted her friend. What she was concerned about was Along, who had gone to deliver the message. Along, who possessed chameleon genes, was hard to detect once he hid, even for her. A long time had passed, but Along still hadn't returned. Apart from Along, another thing that troubled her was the twin monkey statue. As long as this matter remained unresolved, it would always be a hidden danger. Today's unexpected exchange almost led to a disaster. If she hadn't swapped with Bayi, she would definitely have slept with Xiaolu tonight. Even if Cat's Eye attacked, she could have handled it. Instead of being kidnapped and having to rely on Bayi's rescue, tonight seemed to be a close call without real danger, but in reality, it was a life and death situation. Just a little misstep. If she hadn't retrieved the white dove ring hidden under the sofa, both she and Lu Yao would have died. She would die even more miserably than Lu Yao, defiled by Cat's Eye before her death. Bayi returned to Fujin Pavilion feeling frustrated because Gao Bancheng and the others had already left, and there was no one in the private room from before. Frustrated, he returned to his own room, took out the twin monkey statue, and started cursing. There was no other way. The twin monkey statue was ultimately a divine taboo object. Even the pure silver cross sword couldn't damage it, so he could only curse. You monkey. Just because of you, I wasted another 2 seconds today. How many 2 seconds does a person have in a lifetime? Actually, he could have finished the fight in just 1 second, but that feeling of having victory in the bag was truly intoxicating. As someone who, when about to win a game, deliberately avoids destroying the crystal, it was really hard for him to resist throwing in a couple of taunts. Time can be saved up again, but if Cat's Eye dies, it's truly dead. You can't exactly taunt a corpse, can you? Fortunately, even though he wasted an extra second himself, he could totally
totally blame it on 169. Cursed at the monkey for half an hour, feeling a bit dry in the mouth, and only then stopped reluctantly. After taking a sip of water, Bayi heavily flopped onto the bed, tossing the twin monkey statue aside. Damn it, I can't go to Wanwanjing for now, my manner. Tomorrow is the day when Fatty Gao and the others set off. He was originally planning to go and enjoy life with them, but now he can't go. He's afraid that just as he's enjoying himself, another swap might happen, and that would be truly awkward. Moreover, by then he would be far away in Wanwanjing, while in Shoutong would be in Shuguan City. The two of them wouldn't be able to contact each other. If they wanted to switch bodies, who would go looking for whom? At the entrance of Fujin Pavilion, Brother Xiaobai, are you really not coming with us to Wanwanjing? Gao Bancheng asked in surprise. He couldn't understand why Bayi had changed his mind overnight. Could it be that they hadn't treated him well enough yesterday? Bayi shook his head. It's not about not going, it's about going later, going better, going efficiently, and letting those in need go first. Gao Bancheng, so are you going or not? Of course I'm going. My grand estate. I mean, my friends are all waiting for me, so of course I have to go. It's just that I won't go right now, but a few days later. I still have some matters to handle in Dawn City. What is so important? Do you need help? This is something no one else can help with. Only I can handle it myself. Gao Bancheng showed a peculiar expression. A woman's matter? The next day, Bayi was instantly surprised. Gao Fatty, is this smart? He could even guess that? He nodded doubtfully. Who would have thought? Gao Bancheng added. Is it a very beautiful woman? Bayi nodded again. A woman with long hair, long legs, and very young? Whoa! Bayi was stunned. Wait, can you really read minds? Gao Bancheng held back a laugh and pointed behind Bayi. Bayi turned his head to look, and his face instantly darkened. Amid the bustling crowd on the opposite street, a tall, straight-haired girl stood gracefully. The warm wind lifted the corner of her red skirt as the girl slowly stepped out from the light and shadow of the building by the street. Her features seemed meticulously sculpted, her pupils a calm light brown. Her eyelashes were long, yet barely fluttered, as she quietly gazed ahead. It was none other than In Xiaotong. Why is this crazy woman here? Hello everyone, my name is In Xiaotong, and I am Bayi's girlfriend. And Xiaotong stood naturally beside Bayi, holding onto his arm. Everyone looked surprised. No one knew where Bayi had suddenly found such a beautiful girlfriend. After all, this guy had just arrived in Dawn City yesterday. No wonder Bayi disappeared halfway through the drinking session. Turns out he wasn't interested in those purple-haired girls and went out to find himself a partner. Gao Bancheng gave Bayi a thumbs up. With In Xiaotong's assistance, Gao Bancheng and the others stopped trying to dissuade him. After all, since ancient times, even heroes have struggled to resist the charms of beauty. Bayi, being young and full of vigor, indulging in a tender embrace seemed perfectly normal. Only Bayi himself knew that this was no tender embrace at all. As a god of the new era, how could he possibly be tempted by beauty? He had been kidnapped by beauty instead. Unlucky, truly unlucky. He had thought that after leaving Black Mountain, his luck would turn around, but as soon as he arrived in Dawn City, it started all over again. Just as Gao Bancheng and the others were about to leave, Liu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. I have something I want to say to Bayi alone. Magician Liu made such a request, and everyone naturally gave the two of them space. When Bayi and Liu reached a secluded spot, Liu's strong persona instantly collapsed. He grabbed Bayi's hand and wailed, Brother Yi, you can't forget your friends for the sake of a woman. You can't leave me behind. Bayi pulled his hand back with a look of disdain. I'm not refusing to go to Wanwanjing. I'm just going a few days later. I don't believe you. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. How could you bear to leave her and come to Wanwanjing? Brother Yi, just come with us. You absolutely can't give up your career for a woman. When we establish a foundation in Wanwanjing, what kind of beauty won't we be able to find? Bayi grew increasingly impatient. Do I look like someone who gets tempted by beauty? I already said, we'll go in a few days. Now get lost. You are, Brother Yi. Yesterday, you called for the purple-dressed girl the most. Brother Yi, the most important thing for you right now is to calm down. You've been bewitched by her. How much affection can there be in just one night? Love at first sight is just being driven by lust. Awesome. Liyu's speech grew faster and faster, and he even began pounding his chest. Brother Yi, I'm begging you, let her go. Don't ruin that girl, okay? She's still young, still a student. She can't handle you. Alright, so you're finally speaking your mind, huh? Bayi angrily kicked Liu. This bastard wasn't reluctant to part with him. He clearly couldn't stand seeing him find a partner. In the end, Liu left Dawn City with a face full of resentment, accompanied by Gao Bancheng and the others. Only Bayi and Xiaotong and Li Baitian remained. Li Baitian's shocked gaze swept back and forth between Bayi and In Xiaotong. You two, last night, couldn't have. No. X2. The two spoke in unison. He held his forehead with his hand, his eyes revealing a sorrow as if his precious cabbage had been ravaged by a pig. Xiaotong, uncle has watched you grow up all these years. You're a stubborn child, and once you set your mind on something, you never turn back. Since you and Xiaobai, nephew Xiaobai are mutually in love. And Xiaotong informed Li Baitian about what happened last night, finally clearing up the the misunderstanding? Li Baitian's face turned extremely grim. You killed the people from the zoo? And a genetically modified person named Along escaped? And Xiaotong nodded. Li Baitian said gravely, this is bad. The zoo director is one of the 10 kings, and he is known for bearing grudges. You killed his people, and he definitely won't let this go easily. Brother Xiaobai, it was the right decision not to leave with Gao Bansheng. Offending the director, only Dawn City can still be considered relatively safe. Because the Apocalypse Corporation and the zoo are mortal enemies, staying in the territory of your enemy's enemy shouldn't be much of a problem. Bayi waved his hand, unconcerned. I don't care about that damn director, I just want to quickly lift the curse of the twin monkey statue. Li Baitian was both angry and amused. He was angry that Bayi was so indifferent about his own life, and amused by Bayi's youthful arrogance, daring to disregard even the director. Brother Bai, it's one thing to say this to us, but don't ever say it outside. In this northern Mang territory, even the most arrogant transcendents wouldn't dare openly insult the 10 kings. Li Baitian, you're talking so big, anyone who doesn't know better would think you're the leader of the 10 kings. Bayi chuckled, I am. Old Li, Uncle Li. Li Baitian turned his head speechlessly and whispered to Wen Xiaotong beside him, I think Brother Xiaobai has quite the extraordinary talent. Since you guys can't find a way to break the curse for now, why not take this time to teach him the method for extraordinary awakening? Although no method can guarantee a 100% success rate for extraordinary awakening, it mainly depends on personal talent. I have a feeling that with Brother Xiaobai's mental state, extraordinary talent, giving it a try will definitely bring some surprises. He had no idea that Bayi possessed the extraordinary ability of flowing light, fleeting shadows, thousandfold symphony, and merely assumed Bayi had trained in Qi and blood martial arts. The three of them were not far apart, and Bayi, no longer a frail ordinary person, naturally overheard Li Baitian and in Xiaotong's whispered conversation. At first, he was quite pleased, thinking that Li Baitian had a good eye for talent and was praising his aptitude. But the more he listened, the more something felt off. So having extraordinary talent wasn't actually a compliment? Extraordinary talent equals a propensity for being mentally unstable? Bayi's face darkened, and he said angrily, your extraordinary talent is just fine. Your extraordinary talent is unparalleled throughout history, 1 in 10,000. You have the bearing of one of the 10 kings. Li Baitian was at a loss for words, choking for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. What a filthy insult. The three of them discussed for a while longer, and eventually, Li Baitian also left. He needed to report this matter to the presiding judge of the silent court, as it concerned the principal, one of the 10 kings, and could not be taken lightly. In the end, only in Xiaotong and Bayi were left staring at each other. Let's go. And Xiaotong turned and left. Shopping. Bayi raised an eyebrow. You really plan to be my girlfriend, huh? And Xiaotong turned around, the hem of her red long dress swaying with the motion, revealing 2 slender ankles. She looked at Bayi calmly and said, when I hugged myself, Lu Yao saw it. She assumed we were in a romantic relationship, and since she lives in Moshan Garden, we'll inevitably interact in the future. For convenience, let's temporarily define our relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. Then why go shopping? I hate wasting time, even with a girlfriend. The priority right now is figuring out how to lift the curse. Shopping is precisely to lift the curse. Bayi looked at the neon sign in front of him, a cut to the heart, and said speechlessly, so cutting your hair can lift the curse? And Xiaotong walked into the barbershop without looking back. No, I just want a haircut. After all, I've been wandering outside for a month, and my hair needs some care. Bayi was even more speechless. He really wanted to open up in Xiaotong's head to see what kind of thought process was inside. Is this really the time to get a haircut? You already have long hair. Is it even necessary to trim it? Besides, you're a black knight. A powerhouse like you going to a barbershop for a haircut, this just feels so out of place. As a model of beauty, strength, and tragedy, maybe not so tragic. Not only does she have the 10 kings as her mentors, but she's also a rich lady. Bayi turned and left. He wouldn't waste time here with Xiaotong. He needed to go buy some essential survival supplies. The two met at the agreed location, and Xiaotong looked at Bayi, who was carrying a giant burlap sack, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Where to? Shirano looked at Xiaotong, who hadn't changed at all, with equal astonishment. Didn't you go to get a haircut? Where did you cut it? And Xiaotong pointed at her hair. Isn't it obvious enough for you to notice? The girl stood gracefully, her princess-cut bangs neatly draped on both sides of her cheeks, with the ends barely reaching above her collarbone, accentuating her slender yet soft jawline. The neck was stretched straight, like the sharp edges of an ice sculpture. Even the outstretched fingers exuded a sense of aloofness, with the fingertips glowing a cold white. Bayi shook his head. Can't tell. Half an hour later, and Xiaotong said expressionlessly, what did you buy? Bayi smiled mysteriously. Hard drives, a whole bag full of hard drives. In order to deal with Baizhe, who could wake up at any time, he spent nearly $1 million on hard drives and various electronic devices capable of storing data. Most of the money Black Mountain earned was spent, but he didn't feel distressed. Money is important, but ultimately not as important as time. Without hard drives, he could only waste time running around. The only thing that annoyed annoyed him was that the hard drives and electronic devices in Dawn City were completely inferior to those in Shelter 189, more expensive and with less storage capacity.
1 hour later. Let's go and verify the conditions for triggering the curse. And Xiaotong turned and walked toward the street.
Watching her departing figure, Bayi wondered what method this Black Knight of the Silent Court could possibly have to verify the triggering conditions of the twin monkey statue. Moments later, and Xiaotong entered a shopping mall and bought a set of men's clothing. When she came out again, she had transformed into a thin man wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hat.
So mysterious? Could it be a place like a transcendent underground gathering or a black market?
At this thought, Bayi felt a bit excited. Such places often mean an abundance of treasures, and if there were any decent forbidden items, he could take them without anyone noticing.
The most convenient use of time stopping isn't for killing, but for borrowing items. He followed in Xiaotong all the way, and the two arrived at a street full of charm.
The street was crooked and stretched endlessly, with colorful signs hanging on the shops on both sides, most of them in pink. Unexpectedly, the extraordinary gathering was hidden in such a place, truly a case of great concealment within the bustling city. Bayi glanced at the bored women in the shops and nodded affirmatively.
Some women noticed the arrival of the two, their eyes lighting up slightly, surprised to have business during broad daylight.
A heavily made-up woman hurriedly walked out of the shop, laughing coquettishly. "Hey, handsome guys, come in and have some fun." And Xiaotong stopped in her tracks and turned to walk toward the woman.
"Oh, is this about exchanging secret codes?"
Bayi quickly followed, as he needed to remember the code for future visits to the Transcendent Gathering to restock.
"How much?"
And Xiaotong's deliberately hoarse voice came through the black mask, adding a touch of heaviness. The woman immediately beamed with joy. "We have all price ranges, 198, 298, 398. And Xiaotong interrupted, "The cheapest one for me and one for him."
Upon hearing the cheapest, the woman's enthusiasm diminished slightly. "Follow me inside. You go to the left, he goes to the right."
And Xiaotong shook her head. "The two of us will share one room."
The woman looked displeased. "That won't do. If you two take turns, wouldn't that mean you're paying for one but enjoying two?
Our shop would be at a loss.
You'll have to pay extra."
Bayi clicked his tongue repeatedly as he listened.
"No wonder it's the secret code for a transcendent gathering, it's really twisted. No extra charge. If your shop is unwilling to take us, then we'll go to another one."
The woman hesitated a little. It was broad daylight, and there was no business anyway. Since she had nothing else to do, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Soon, the two of them entered the same dimly lit room.
Not long after, two heavily made-up women came in.
The foundation on their faces was almost thicker than the soles of shoes, making Bayi frown deeply.
"No, is this the Transcendence Gathering? These two can't possibly be the hosts, right? Hey, handsome guys, which one of us do you choose?"
And Xiaotong stepped forward, pulled away the woman on the left, and gave Bayi a look. Bayi furrowed his brows tightly and pulled over the woman on the right. "Hug," and Xiaotong said, then directly hugged the woman.
This left Bayi dumbfounded.
He completely understood now. There was no extraordinary gathering. They had come here to conduct a hugging experiment.
Even if you want to experiment, can't you find someone of higher quality? Gods have dignity too. Hee, handsome boy, your friend has already started and you're still shy?
The woman Bayi chose gave a charming smile and pulled him into an embrace.
"Don't move, just stay like this." And Xiaotong stopped the two women from making further moves.
The atmosphere in the room was a bit strange.
The two women hadn't expected to encounter such an innocent pair today. Were they here to experience the feeling of love?
After a moment, and Xiaotong let go and shook her head slightly at Bayi. Bayi also released his hold, his brows furrowed. It seemed that hugging wasn't the condition to trigger the exchange.
So, what exactly was the condition? Hey, you two handsome guys, why are you leaving before it even starts?" Seeing the two about to leave, the two women were dumbfounded. "I'm done," and Xiaotong walked away without looking back. Bayi stood there in a daze, stunned. "You're really something."
He really wanted to ask in Xiaotong if she even understood what that sentence meant. The two women were dumbfounded. Watching in Xiaotong leave, their surprised, astonished, and bewildered gazes fell on Bayi. For a moment, Bayi felt immense pressure.
I'm done too."
The gods of the new era fled in panic. The two walked briskly out of the bustling street without looking back, the whispers of those women still echoing in their ears.
Bayi awkwardly scratched his foot.
He glanced at Xiaotong, only to find that although her expression was calm, her ears were slightly red. "It seems that a hug isn't a necessary condition," and Xiaotong said calmly while removing her disguise.
"Indeed," Bayi echoed with a serious expression.
The two of them looked so serious and solemn, as if they were studying a profound topic. "But yesterday's swap clearly happened because we hugged at the same time.
Could it be that some necessary condition was still missing?
Before the swap, you..."
As she spoke, Xiaotong's suspicious gaze had already turned toward Bayi. Bayi's reaction was lightning fast. Realizing something was off, he immediately took the initiative. "Before the swap, did you do something else?" And Xiaotong was stunned for a moment and fell into slight silence.
"Whoa." After a while, she slowly said, "It seems that both you and I have guessed that condition."
Bayi stopped being pretentious as well. Since the the words are already on the tip of our tongues, why not just say it? You go first. Let's say it together. The next moment, the two spoke at the same time. And Xiaotong, miss you. Bayi, drink. And Xiaotong immediately shot Bayi a murderous glare. Her ears turned even redder in anger. Whoosh. Bayi pretended not to notice and quickly changed the subject. So, you have to think about the other person while hugging, huh? Were you not thinking about me just now? So, I was. And Xiaotong stared at him intently, her face expressionless. Well, that's really strange. Why didn't it work then? Were you not thinking? You are standing right next to me. Do I even need to think? Did you think about it or not? And Xiaotong stepped closer to Bayi, her flawless face just inches away, her warm breath brushing against his face. Bayi touched his nose, which felt a little itchy from her breath. I did. Only then did Xiaotong step back. An embrace combined with mutual thoughts is also wrong. Could it be related to time? She turned her head away and murmured to herself, her drooping strands of hair covering her profile. Then let's try again tonight. In Xiaotong's villa. Achoo! Bayi sneezed, discontentedly rubbing his nose as he looked at Xiaotong, who was lighting incense in silk pajamas nearby. Alright, can you stop burning the spring message in the snow? If you like the scent, you can use perfume. Burning incense all the time makes the house feel like a temple. Burning incense is for calming the mind. In a calm state, the effects of meditation are enhanced. And Xiaotong gently placed spring message in the snow into the incense burner, her light brown eyes watching the wisps of smoke rise and diffuse into the air. Meditation? Meditation can increase mental strength. Although the process is very slow, it has the advantage of being stable. Unfortunately, most extraordinary individuals find it difficult to meditate calmly. They often resort to killing, fighting, indulgence, and other methods to stimulate their minds and thereby enhance their power. Although this method is fast, it has too many drawbacks. When it came to the extraordinary, Bayi immediately perked up. Having witnessed Liu transform from an ordinary person into an extraordinary being, he had often wondered whether he himself could become extraordinary. What exactly are extraordinary abilities? Once you become extraordinary, how much time could you save? Can extraordinary beings only awaken on their own? Is it possible to continuously increase mental strength through meditation and then become extraordinary? Bayi asked while greedily inhaling the fragrance lingering in the air. After lighting the incense, Xiaotong walked over to the sofa and sat down. As she approached, the fragrance in the air grew stronger. As far as I know, transcendents can only awaken on their own. Meditation cannot help someone become a transcendent because the key to becoming one is not the strength of mental power, but mental aberration. It's like a glass of water. Even if it becomes 2 glasses, it still cannot change the soft nature of water. Mental aberration, however, is like turning water into ice. And Xiaotong held the gilded teacup in both hands, brought it to her lips, and gently blew on it. The rich red tea swirled into tiny eddies. Meanwhile, Bayi was still inhaling, so much so that Xiaotong's hair strands slightly lifted. Whether it worked or not, he was determined to boost his mental strength first. Night fell. Extraordinary abilities ultimately rely on mental strength as their foundation. He refused to believe that an increase in mental strength couldn't lead to a qualitative change, awakening him as an extraordinary being. Inhaling like that won't work. Spring's message in the snow isn't some magical elixir. It's just a traditional incense blend passed down from ancient times, meant to aid meditation, not something that boosts mental strength just by inhaling it. Then let's start meditating. A hint of doubt flashed in Xiaotong's eyes. Weren't you in a hurry to break the curse before? Why are you planning to meditate now? Bayi shrugged. We've tried every method we could think of in this one day, and none of them worked. I'm too lazy to keep trying. Might as well learn how to improve my strength first. You're planning to give up? So you're ready to accept the fact that you've become a girl? And Xiaotong took a light sip of tea and said softly, cough, cough. Bayi almost choked and lost his breath. He angrily said, what do you mean by accepting the fact of becoming a girl? I just thought of a better way, so we don't waste time here. Panga USB drive. And Xiaotong slowly put down her teacup, her eyes slightly shifting. You're right. The Panga USB drive must contain information about the divine taboo. As long as we get the Panga USB drive, we can completely lift the curse. Oh, Bayi looked at her in surprise. Weren't you always shouting about destroying the Panga USB drive for the sake of all humanity? Now you're not planning to destroy it? It doesn't conflict. I can lift the curse first and then destroy it. Bayi was stunned. He had always thought that Xiaotong was the kind of person who believed in absolute justice, a fanatic who couldn't tolerate even a speck of sand in her eyes. Since she had determined that the Panga USB drive was forbidden and evil, Bayi was certain that, for the sake of justice, Xiaotong would never read its contents. Just like a zealot burning the scriptures of an opposing sect, they would never glance at those filthy words. Don't look at me with that expression. Not everyone who upholds justice is a rigid, rule-bound old-fashioned person. In my view, justice that doesn't know how to adapt is not true goodness. Then do you have any news about the Panga USB? Bayi didn't care about Xiaotong's sense of justice, he just wanted the Panga USB. Alone in Dawn City, unfamiliar
familiar with the place, finding the Panga USB was as hard as climbing to the heavens. Searching for something in an entire city was no longer a problem that could be solved by time stopping.
If he had the help of the Silent Court, things would be much simpler.
As for the Silent Court wanting to destroy the Panga USB, sorry, they could take it up with his time-stopping ability when the time came. And Xiaotong had no idea what Bayi was thinking and simply assumed he was also trying to lift the curse.
She exclaimed in surprise, "The news about the Panga USB drive is known to everyone, you didn't know?" Bayi was stunned. Known to everyone? Since when? How is that possible? After Tianqi Corporation got the Panga USB drive, they would definitely try their best to keep it hidden. How could it become common knowledge? That's just absurd. And Xiaotong was even more surprised. You were there at the time. Ah. Bayi's expression became strange. You wouldn't be trying to say, Black King? What methods? Yes, nowadays everyone knows the Panga USB is in the hands of the Black King.
Unfortunately, the Black King is too mysterious. No one knows his true identity, nor does anyone
know where he is. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter.
With his terrifying strength, I can hardly imagine anyone being able to snatch the Panga USB from the Black King.
Black King Bayi. Ahem.
Black King Bayi coughed tactically twice. I think the Panga USB might not be in the hands of the Black King Sr., but rather in Apocalypse Corporation.
Didn't you suspect one of the Zodiac, the hidden rat, before?
And Xiaotong explained, I did suspect the Shadow Mouse before, but if the Black King really is someone from Shelter 189, someone from the old era, how could a mere Shadow Mouse possibly steal the Panga USB drive right under his nose? Bayi now felt like he had shot himself in the foot and was a bit tempted to curse.
Damn it, wouldn't I know if the Black King had the Panga USB drive or not?
But he couldn't directly claim to be the Black King, mainly because no one would believe him even if he said so. Who would believe that a wastelander with a blood value of only 69 could be the remnant of the old era, the releaser of the mutated scarlet virus, the subverter of orderly civilization, the master of time, the holder of the Panga USB drive, the
executor of the Panga plan, the last civilized person in the world, the one with a bounty of 2.096 billion, the highest bounty in Beiyang's history, the one who instantly killed the tyrant Yang Jia, and the leader of the 10 kings, the Black King?
After pondering for a moment, Bayi bluffed, the Black King is too mysterious. Everything known so far is merely speculation by the Federation.
I actually think the Panga USB drive is in the hands of the Apocalypse Corporation.
It's very simple, because the Shadow Rat is still alive. So far, Apocalypse has only reported the deaths of the Eagle and the Nether Tiger, but the Shadow Rat
is still alive. If the Black King were truly from Shelter 189 and had always lived there, how could the Shadow Rat steal the Panga USB drive and still survive?
And Xiaotong hesitated and nodded, feeling it made some sense. Bayi quickly struck while the iron was hot, and think about it, with Senior Black King's strength, if he were really stationed at Shelter 189, how could the shelter have ended up in such a state? A mere mutated scarlet virus would be nothing for Senior Black King to destroy with a single hand. And Xiaotong showed a thoughtful expression. Indeed,
Bayi let out a sigh of relief,
finally managing to convince her.
So, it's very likely that the Panga USB drive is at Tianqi Corporation.
I think we should focus our efforts in the direction of
Tianqi. You've been undercover in Dawn City for so long. Where do you think Tianqi Corporation would hide the Panga USB drive?
And Xiaotong pondered and said, if it really is at Tianqi, then I can roughly guess where it might be.
Bayi's eyes lit up.
Where? I was undercover in Dawn City all this time to investigate organ trafficking. Tianqi Corporation, in order to research genetic serums, has been conducting inhumane human experiments in secret, which involves a large amount of organ and live body trafficking.
Can you stop rambling and get straight to the point? He urged impatiently. This man has two major strengths. First, he always looks forward and is not bound by the shackles of the past, forgetting his roots.
Second, he maintains a fresh and broad enthusiasm for the world. Because his love is so expansive, he is unwilling to spend too much time on one thing, impatient. And Xiaotong glanced at him expressionlessly, then succinctly said, Core Laboratory. What Core Laboratory? Make it clear, will you? And Xiaotong said nothing and turned around to take a shower. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom, and Bayi anxiously paced in circles at the bathroom door.
Didn't you just shower yesterday? At least explain yourself first.
Bayi knocked on the door forcefully, silently complaining in his heart about how petty this woman was.
Clearly pretending to be a girlfriend, yet acting more imposing than a real one. Even speaking a little louder or showing a hint of impatience is unacceptable.
There was no response from Xiaotong in the bathroom, only a graceful silhouette on the bathroom door, softly and hazily outlined by the steam. The curves of her shoulders and back gently rose and fell with the motion of her arms scooping water.
Why?
Occasionally, she raised her hand to brush through her hair, or the arc created when she turned, all veiled by a layer of mist. Seeing the silhouette on the door, Bayi's knocking gradually slowed, and he couldn't help but recall the scene he had witnessed yesterday. The next moment, two exclamations of surprise rang out simultaneously from inside and outside the bathroom.
Outside the bathroom, and Xiaotong broke down.
Even in the face of life and death crises, she She had never been as flustered as she was at this moment. Seeing the panicked figure at the door, she hurriedly reached out to turn the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. It had been locked from the inside. Although Bayi had already seen it before, there was no way she would take a bath without locking the door. Damn it, I've been testing it all day and it never changed. Why did it suddenly change now? Bayi, stop showering and open the door, quick. And Xiaotong pounded on the door anxiously. A soaking wet Bayi came out from inside. I told you it was just water, but you didn't believe me. See, the moment you take a shower, it changes. Don't talk, hold me. And Xiaotong grabbed Bayi and hugged him. A moment later, the two switched back. Before switching back, and Xiaotong was mostly anxious, but after switching back, the anxiety took on a different tone. She could no longer convince herself by saying she was hugging herself, because the reality was that the fully switched back Bayi was holding her, who had just finished bathing. Embarrassment, shyness, and anger seemed to be mixed with a hint of something else. Even though she was the fearsome Black Knight, when it came to matters between men and women, she was no different from other girls. Bang bang bang. Setting aside all her identities, she was, after all, just a schoolgirl. And Xiaotong hurriedly pushed Bayi away, and the knight activated instantly. The silver-white armor enveloped the entire body, and the silver-white mask concealed the face that had turned completely red. Even though Bayi's gaze was entirely blocked, she still felt uneasy all over, her heart pounding wildly. This time was different from the last. At least last time, the two were far apart when changing, but this time, it was only separated by a door. Compared to in Xiaotong's flustered state, Bayi was much calmer. After all, it wasn't the first time, and he was already experienced. Damn. His thoughts are now more focused on the exchange mechanism. The sudden swap just now made him vaguely grasp the key point. It's not about bathing. He had bathed in the floating gold pavilion before, and even for quite a long time. Recalling the sudden thrill just now, he abruptly raised his head. I might know. Bayi froze. His voice was actually coming from in Xiaotong's mouth, and his perspective had shifted as well. Changed again. No, that's not right. I clearly didn't. Crack. He stared in astonishment at in Xiaotong, who was occupying his body. It was her. So it turns out it can be switched unilaterally. Then what was the real reason for the last swap? Was it because he drank with the purple-haired girl, or because in Xiaotong was hugging and cuddling with Lu Yao while bathing? It must be in Xiaotong. The non-stick pan attribute continues to exert its power, and Xiaotong stared blankly at the silver-white figure in front of her. Under her gaze, the silver-white armor disintegrated inch by inch, turning into a sky full of silver gray. Recalling the inexplicable flutter she felt about Bayi during her last bath, and this time, she seemed to vaguely understand what the mechanism of the exchange was. 10 minutes later, the tranquil snow and spring was reignited. The two who had switched back sat on the sofa, neither saying a word. They both understood the trigger conditions of the exchange mechanism, but tacitly chose not to speak of it. An awkward and subtle atmosphere flowed between the two. The Pangu USB drive might be in the core laboratory, and Xiaotong broke the silence, seamlessly continuing the previous topic. Her expression was calm, showing no trace of her earlier embarrassment. Where is the core laboratory? Bayi immediately perked up. He wasn't pretending, he genuinely wanted to know. That's what I've been investigating, but I still haven't found it. The core laboratory is the most highly classified facility in Dawn City, and also the place where Type 3 serums are developed. So, I suspect the Panga USB drive would be kept there. But only the directors of the Tianqi Corporation know about the core laboratory. A faint glimmer flashed in Bayi's eyes. That's simple, then let's kidnap a Tianqi director. And Xiaotong was stunned. Do you know how difficult it is to kidnap a Tianqi director on Tianqi Corporation's turf? In Beiwan, apart from the 10 kings possibly being able to do it, no one else stands a chance. And even for the 10 kings, it's only a possibility. Over the centuries since the Great Cataclysm, the 10 kings have changed time and again, but the Tianqi Corporation has always remained. Bayi didn't find it particularly difficult, he just felt distressed. The thought of wasting a lot of time made him uncomfortable. Wait, since he had mastered the method of switching, wouldn't it save a lot of time if he used in Xiaotong's body to do this? He looked at in Xiaotong with a burning gaze, his eyes revealing the longing of a level 10 newbie for a max-level character. And Xiaotong instinctively avoided that intense gaze. Even with your ability in my body, it would still be very difficult to succeed, because this isn't about killing someone, but about kidnapping a living person. How would you know if you don't try? Bayi dismissed it lightly, and Xiaotong only knew about the fleeting brilliance of the thousandfold symphony, but she didn't know he also had an even stronger time-stopping ability. And Xiaotong shook her head. I'm very aware of the strength of the Apocalypse Corporation. If I were the one performing the fleeting brilliance of the thousandfold symphony, there might be a slight chance of success, but if it's you, definitely not. Unfortunately, only your soul combined with my body can achieve that kind of extreme speed. What do you mean by definitely not? Bayi raised an eyebrow, displeased. How many techniques of the blood chi martial arts do you know? What techniques? Circle, armor, feather, spear, ultimate. What kind of nonsense is this? Bayi was slightly stunned. Although he was a god of the new era and the leader of the 10 kings, beings, he truly didn't understand the poor ghost martial arts. His only understanding of the poor ghost martial arts was that it involved strengthening the body and enhancing vitality through training. I thought it would be similar to fitness in my previous life, but I didn't expect there to be so many techniques. And Xiaotong sighed lightly. The so-called circle refers to coordinating a specific breathing method to mobilize the circulation of qi and blood throughout the body's meridians. This is used to cultivate qi and blood and strengthen the physique. Circle is the foundation of the martial art of qi and blood, and because it forms a complete cycle, it is called circle. Bayi quickly made the connection and responded, armor must be the protection of the body by qi and blood, right? His deepest impression of the protection of the body by qi and blood came from the dark tiger, silver snake, and even the tyrant, all of whom had used it. And Xiaotong nodded, that's right, armor is the protection of vital energy and blood, stimulating it to form a defense similar to armor outside the body. Feather is a light body technique using the enhancement of vital energy and blood to make the body as light as a feather. Lance is a technique of projecting vital energy and blood outward, allowing it to be fired like bullets, or even stronger like cannonballs, and it can also be used to enhance weapons. Concealment is the isolation of one's aura. The glasses worn by Cat's Eye and the others earlier were instruments for detecting vital energy and blood levels, capable of probing a person's vital energy and blood. If one masters concealment, they can hide their vital energy and blood levels to that of an ordinary person, only exposing them during combat or moments of intense emotional agitation. Hearing this, Bayi instantly recalled the moment during the battle with Cat's Eye when a man in black exclaimed 19,800. At that time, he was wondering how Xiaotong, with such a high health value, could disguise herself as an ordinary female student in Dawn City. Now he understood it was because of absolute. You must fully master these techniques to unleash the power contained within my body. Only then might there be a slim chance of kidnapping the Apocalypse chairman. Or, there's a second method, which is simpler and safer, but I'm afraid you might not be willing. Bayi immediately had a bad feeling. You wouldn't want me to use my charm to seduce Liu Yao, the daughter of the Apocalypse board director, would you? And Xiaotong's eyes narrowed. How could I possibly ask you to do such a thing? Xiao Lu is my best friend, and I would never do anything to betray a friend. Then what is the second method? Very simple. Become a candidate for the 12 Zodiac. In the Battle of Black Mountain, the 12 Zodiac suffered heavy losses. The eagle was killed by an unknown assailant, and the dark tiger also perished, losing 2 key members in succession. The Apocalypse Corporation is currently preparing to select new members for the 12 Zodiac, and naturally, the candidates will be chosen from the pool of Zodiac candidates. Becoming a member of the 12 Zodiac is very difficult, but becoming a candidate is relatively easier. Once you become a candidate, you'll be taken to the core laboratory to be injected with the Type 3 genetic serum. Stop right there. What kind of trash genetic serum is that? Not even a dog would take it. Bayi decisively refused. How could he possibly inject something like that? Silver Snake, Dark Tiger, Cat's Eye, are any of them normal people? These are all beings that dare to reproduce in public. In contrast, while the extraordinary have excellent mental states, they are ultimately still within the realm of humans. A lunatic or a beast, if it were you, which would you choose? Search for Pinnacle Character Creator to vote for Fong Xiu and Bu Yu. Please vote. And Xiaotong nodded. Although injecting Type 3 genetic agents grants immense power, it will ultimately be influenced by beastly instincts. Unless someone has an extremely resilient spirit and a strong sense of identity as a human, it's very difficult to suppress the beastly nature. Upon hearing this, Bayi suddenly felt a bit tempted. There was no need for cultivation, just an injection could grant immense power, with the only side effect being beastly instincts. He felt this was no big deal, as he had an unwavering recognition of his identity as a god of the new era. If he could overcome the Calamity Ember's gaze, how could he not suppress mere beastly instincts? Probably, right? Can becoming a genetic modifier still awaken extraordinary abilities? And Xiaotong was a bit surprised. You're already an extraordinary being, why are you still concerned about this? You're not worried that the genetic serum will nullify your extraordinary abilities, are you? Don't worry, it won't. Although extraordinary beings who inject genetic serums are rare, they do exist. As for whether becoming a genetic modifier can awaken extraordinary abilities, it is possible, but very difficult. Such people are 1 in 10,000. Why? Bayi was a bit puzzled. Why doesn't it work the other way around? Because the animalistic nature in the genes affects a person's spirit. The key to an extraordinary person's awakening lies in spiritual mutation. However, once animalistic nature is added, it's like introducing impurities, making the mutation process exponentially harder. That's why only extraordinary individuals inject genetic agents, and very few genetic modifiers become extraordinary. Bayi instantly felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't awakened until now and had long begun to suspect that he might not be mentally ill. If I inject the genetic agent again, I can forget about becoming extraordinary in this lifetime. What do you mean? Wait a minute, why does the person injecting the genetic agent have to be me? Why don't you go be the Zodiac candidate instead? Bayi Yi seriously suspected that Xiaotong had ulterior motives, deliberately assigning the most dangerous task to him, and Xiaotong seemed to guess what he was thinking and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Perhaps even she hadn't realized it herself, but after these few candid encounters, her interactions with Bayi had become less restrained and formal, carrying a certain casualness, as if the barrier between them had been broken and she had decided to just go with the flow. The brightness unique to a young girl inadvertently revealed itself. If I could pass the zodiac substitute selection, I would have gone long ago. You saw it too. My blood vitality value is too high, and during the selection, there will be physical and genetic testing. It would definitely expose me. But you're different. Your blood vitality value is only 69, so it won't raise suspicion. Heh, so you're saying I should be happy about that, right? Bayi said with a forced smile. Indeed, and Xiaotong nodded. Bayi couldn't be bothered to argue with Xiaotong. Suddenly, he thought of a question. Even if you can't pass the selection for the zodiac candidates, you can still inject the genetic serum to enhance your strength. Why haven't you done it? He was now more concerned about Xiaotong's strength than she was herself. After all, Xiaotong was like his second account, so naturally, the stronger, the better. Also, why is it that none of the extraordinary individuals I saw on Black Mountain, including the tyrant, had injected it? That's why I said you might not be willing. And Xiaotong paused for a moment and continued. Not all transcendents can enhance their strength after injecting the gene potion. It might even lead to a significant decrease in power. A significant decrease in power? Take my knight, for example. A knight is a unique identity for humans. My armor and longsword are tailored to the human body. Once beastified, knight becomes constrained and awkward. Beasts are better at using claws and fangs rather than armor and long swords. But your fleeting shadows and thousandfold symphony is different. Speaking of this, and Xiaotong took a breath, possibly because saying this long name in one go was too exhausting. Your ability is to enhance speed, unrestricted by form. After becoming a genetic modifier, your physique will be strengthened, allowing you to better unleash the power of glimmer. So you don't need to worry about issues of ability conflict. The only thing you need to be concerned about is the purity of your mental strength. This is also the reason why most extraordinary individuals are unwilling to inject genetic agents to enhance their power. I just mentioned that people who have not become transcendents will be influenced by beastly instincts when injecting genetic agents, making awakening more difficult. Similarly, those who have become transcendents will also be affected by beastly instincts after injecting genetic agents, greatly increasing the difficulty of breaking through their mental power. You just mentioned the tyrant. Do you think giving the tyrant the physique of another tiger would enhance his strength? Bayi thought about it and realized it probably wouldn't be of much use. With the tyrant's strength, he could completely crush enemies with his metal abilities. If he encountered an enemy that even his metal abilities couldn't overpower, having the physique of another tiger wouldn't change the outcome of the battle. It seems you figured it out. For the tyrant, injecting genetic agents wouldn't significantly enhance his strength. Instead, it would add obstacles to his path of transcendence, making it not worthwhile. Only those extraordinary individuals who see no hope of breaking through choose to take a different path by injecting genetic agents, sacrificing their future prospects in exchange for immediate power. I've told you the pros and cons. Are you planning to take a risk with my body to try and kidnap the Apocalypse Director, or will you choose the safer route by injecting the Type 3 genetic agent and becoming a Zodiac candidate? The choice is yours. The Silent Court never forces anyone. And Xiaotong calmly gazed at Bayi, waiting for his decision. Bayi also rolled his eyes. Your Silent Court doesn't force others, huh? You guys just go straight to killing people. Although he was complaining in his heart, he still began to think carefully. The beastly nature in the genetic potion would affect the awakening and breakthroughs of transcendence. While it wouldn't completely block the path, it would significantly increase the difficulty. He had already gone through several life and death crises without awakening as a transcendent. If the difficulty were increased further, would there still be any hope for him in this lifetime? Of course, as a god of the new era, how could he fear a little difficulty? He simply didn't want to take shortcuts by using drugs. He preferred hard work and perseverance. Even dogs don't inject genetic drugs. Better to start by learning the techniques of meditation and chi blood martial arts. Bayi gritted his teeth and rejected the temptation to grow stronger through drugs. He planned to take some time to settle down first. It was rare to have a master like Xiaotong teaching him personally, so he might as well use the learning process to accumulate some time. After saving up for a month, switching accounts to Xiaotong and kidnapping an Apocalypse board member would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Alright, then let's meditate first. It's late at night, and intense exercise will affect sleep. We'll learn chi and blood martial arts tomorrow. And Xiaotong took off her slippers, revealing her slender and well-proportioned feet, with a reddish hue on the soles from the hot water. She sat cross-legged, placing her hands on her knees, and gave Bayi a meaningful look. Bayi frowned slightly. Do we really have to sit in meditation? The posture is not fixed, as long as your whole body is relaxed. You should have said so earlier. Bayi immediately slouched into a Guyu-style reclined, sprawling on the sofa. And Xiaodong's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, somewhat speechless. You're too relaxed like this. It's easy to fall asleep while meditating. Bayi waved his hand. That's impossible. Let's just get started. Who? And Xiaotong took a deep breath to adjust her breathing, her modestly developed chest rising and falling slightly. Follow my breathing rhythm. Bayi, lounging lazily, stared unblinkingly at Xiaodong's slightly parted lips and her heaving chest. Gradually, their breathing rhythms began to synchronize. Now close your eyes and feel the scent of spring in the snow with your heart. This will help you quickly enter a meditative state. Bayi closed his eyes upon hearing this, focusing his senses on his nose. The fragrance of the spring's message in the snow permeated his nostrils, and Xiaodong's calm voice drifted over. The scent of spring's message in the snow is not intense, like the first breath of air after pushing open a snow-covered window, carrying the coolness of ice shards. Imagine stepping out of your house into a snow-covered world, suddenly spotting a splash of crimson in the snow as the fragrance of plum blossoms wafts toward you, bringing warmth and vitality. At first, it is the crispness of snow mingled with the cold fragrance of plum blossoms, like red plums blooming amidst the pristine white snow, chilling yet breathtaking. Gently inhaling, it is the vibrant vitality of spring trees, the stirring of spring buds breaking through the soil and the revival of all things. Finally, the lingering scent of sandalwood is like the tranquil moments under the warm spring sun. Snore, snore, snore. A sudden snore abruptly shattered the beautiful imagery Xiaotong had been painting. She opened her eyes, her sharp gaze fixed on Bayi. Bayi seemed to sense the killing intent and opened his eyes blankly. Go on, why did you stop? What did I just say? And Xiaotong gritted her teeth, her voice sounding like it was squeezed out from between them. Just snow, plum blossoms, sandalwood. And Xiaotong was startled. She blinked, somewhat surprised. Is this a unique skill of boys? How can he still hear me talking while asleep? Then did you smell it? Bayi shook his head. You're exaggerating too much. I just smelled a fragrance, and it was quite pleasant. Nothing else? And Xiaotong understood for the first time what it meant to play the lute to a cow. She had only shared the spring message in the snow with two people, Lu Yao and Bayi. When sharing it with Lu Yao, she immediately grasped the essence of the mood upon smelling it. Forget it, don't bother smelling it. Just start directly. Whether you can enter a meditative state depends on yourself. Bayi curled his lips. This should have been the case from the start. What nonsense about smelling the spring message in the snow? He didn't believe that smelling a fragrance could reveal plum blossoms in the snow. He slowly closed his eyes, and Xiaotong's calm voice flowed into his ears like spring water. Press your tongue against the roof of your mouth. Focus your attention on your breathing. Feel the flow of air in and out, and imagine your consciousness sinking, gradually reaching the deepest part of your body. A light begins to appear before your eyes, initially a faint red glow. Use your mind to chase it, and the light becomes increasingly bright, its color deepening until it turns crimson. At this point, you will feel a slight sense of resistance, as if a membrane is blocking you. Hold your spirit and guard your heart. Concentrate your thoughts to pass through that membrane, and you will reach the space of your mind. The more Bayi listened, the sleepier he felt. After a whole day of running around, he still hadn't had a proper rest. Now, as soon as he closed his eyes, drowsiness swept over him. Half asleep and half awake, a glimmer of light appeared before his eyes. In an instant, he became slightly more alert. The sensation was quite peculiar. His eyes were clearly closed, and everything was pitch black, yet there was a beam of light in the darkness before him. Wait, why is it white light? Bayi did not stop but instead focused his thoughts deeper into the white light. The white light grew brighter and a slight sense of resistance emerged. Following the method taught by Xiaotong, he concentrated his thoughts and soon crossed over, his mind entering a vast expanse of white space. A faint buzzing sound echoed by his ears, as if it were an auditory illusion. In the center of the mental space, Bayi saw a massive golden clock face and a golden hourglass floating above it. This is my spiritual space? So the clock of time and the hourglass of time are hidden here. Wait, why isn't the Pangu matter here? He thought for a moment and felt that the Pangu matter should be within the physical body. After all, unlike the clock of time and the hourglass of time, which lack physical form, the Pangu matter truly exists in the material world. Bayi's gaze then moved past the clock of time and the hourglass of time, surveying the entire spiritual space. When his gaze swept to the corner of the mind space, he couldn't help but freeze. This is... He widened his eyes, only to see in the corner of the mind space, an eye without an S shrinking in the corner, its surface covered with worm-like protruding blood vessels, and the cloudy lens exuding an eerie gray mist. What the hell? Damn eye of extinction. How the hell did you get in here? That's it. At this moment, the ember eye had completely lost its initial mystique and instead appeared pitiful, not daring to approach the central position and desperately squeezing toward the edges. As Bayi's mind fluctuated violently, his consciousness receded from the mental space like a tide, and the white light before his eyes completely dissipated. He opened his eyes, his expression somewhat grim. Anyone would feel upset if they suddenly had so many messy things added to them. He was wondering whether the Eye of Ashes in the mental space truly existed or was something like a projection. He had been tainted by the Eye of Ashes, so perhaps it left a mark in the mental space at that time. After all, he had personally witnessed the Eye of Ashes ashes being sealed underground by the tyrant. Failed? And Xiaotong had a look of just as I expected. Bayi snapped back to reality and said disdainfully, how could it possibly fail? So, did you see the scarlet mental space? Seeing Bayi successfully complete the meditation, and Xiaotong was equally unsurprised, as she had also entered a meditative state instantly back then. Gifted extraordinaries are just like this. Bayi was slightly startled, realizing that his mental space seemed to be different from others. He couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. After all, who wouldn't want to be special and unique? Could it be that I am truly a one-in-a-million genius, so even my mental space is unique? He did not make a fuss but instead asked tentatively, why is the mental space scarlet? Buzz. And Xiaotong explained, because of the scarlet sickness brought by the catastrophe. This sickness not only polluted the body, giving people vitality and blood, but also tainted the mind, which is why the mental space turned scarlet. Are there any other colors? Seeing in Xiaotong answer so decisively, Bayi couldn't help but ask again, are you sure? Maybe you just haven't seen it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There is indeed a color I haven't seen, but that color couldn't possibly exist in this world. Bayi's heart instantly leaped with joy. So I am a genius that doesn't exist in this world. What color? White. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Before Bayi could feel happy, he heard in Xiaotong continue, that was before the great cataclysm, the color of the mental space of people from the old era. Because it wasn't contaminated by the scarlet disease, it was white. Bayi's face stiffened. You mean, all the people of the old era were white? Buzz. And Xiaotong nodded. Yes, all of them were white. Bayi's heart sank halfway. He was no longer an extraordinary novice and naturally understood the principles of extraordinary awakening. In the era of civilization, people subjected to mental stress would only develop mental illnesses. But in the era of the great catastrophe, people subjected to mental stress would become extraordinary beings. The reason for this difference is the scarlet disease. Doesn't that mean that people in the civilized era can never become extraordinary beings? And Xiaotong gave Bayi a surprised look. Of course, if the soul isn't infected by the scarlet disease, no matter how much you stimulate it, you'll only turn into a lunatic and can never become an extraordinary being. Bayi felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Isn't this just like being a muggle? So it turns out I'm a useless nobody in this world. But wasn't I infected by the mutated scarlet virus? And even gained super recovery abilities. Could it be that only my body was infected? Just like how Li Zuo was only infected with the magic hand? Or is it related to the serum injection? He asked unwillingly, but I heard there were extraordinary individuals even in the civilized era. That was after the outbreak of the great cataclysm, when civilization had not yet completely collapsed. Some people were infected with the scarlet disease, and that's how extraordinary individuals came to be. Bayi let out a slight sigh of relief. There was still hope. Living in the era of the great cataclysm, he would eventually be mentally polluted. How long does it take for the mind to be infected with the scarlet disease? And Xiaotong frowned slightly. She felt that Bayi's questions were utterly meaningless. In this day and age, who hasn't been infected with the scarlet disease? Still, she patiently replied, if it was during the initial outbreak of the catastrophe, a person's mind would be completely infected a few days after coming into contact with the scarlet virus. What about now? No, now. The outbreak period was over 100 years ago. If you get infected with the scarlet disease now, it would probably take at least several decades, right? Sev, Errol, Dec, AIDS. Bayi was shattered, completely shattered. I am certain. Along with it, a youthful heart full of aspirations for the extraordinary and hope for the future was also broken. Why do you look so pale? Bayi suddenly raised his head, his eyes blazing as he said, I thought about it carefully. Using your body to kidnap the chairman of Tianqi is still too risky. I don't mind putting myself in danger, but mainly, I'm a kind-hearted person and don't want to implicate others. So let's go with injecting the type 3 genetic agent. And Xiaodong's eyes widened slightly, and Baiyi's previous confident words kept echoing in her mind. Gene serums are something even dogs wouldn't inject. But didn't you say earlier that even dogs? You must have misheard. There's no way I said that. There are so many people in the world who inject gene serums, are they all dogs? Moreover, the path of genetic modification has existed for so many years and remains enduringly popular, so there must be a reason for its existence. You can't discriminate against it just because it relies on external forces to take shortcuts, Bayi advised with righteous conviction. Silent for 2 seconds, he finally squeezed out 3 words, go to sleep. She seemed utterly unable to tolerate the shamelessness of the young man before her, put on her slippers, and turned to leave. Now Bayi also lives in this villa, not because he was unwilling to spend money renting a place, but because Xiaotong was worried he couldn't handle the zoo's retaliation on his own, and in case another exchange occurred, they could promptly switch back. So, she let him stay here. Although this knightly girl always wore a cold and taciturn expression, the warmth in her heart was like the blazing sun of midsummer, silently warming the indifference of the world. Anyone who came close could feel the scorching heat hidden beneath the icy exterior. Boom! In the spacious living room, only Bayi was left alone. He was sighing and beating his chest in frustration. Once, Once, he had been so proud of being the last civilized person, but now he felt equally miserable. It wasn't that he wanted to forget his roots, but reality had forced him to. This damned era, it discriminates against civilized people. Why can't civilized people from the civilized world become transcendents? Isn't this just bullying civilized people? The path to becoming a transcendent is completely blocked. Now, only 3 paths lie before him. 1. The martial arts of the poor. 2. Genetic modification. 3. Mechanical modification. Even a dog wouldn't choose mechanical modification, so it's immediately ruled out. Then only the path of the poor martial arts and genetic modification remains. Moreover, these 2 paths are not in conflict, they even complement each other. After genetic modification, one's vitality will be enhanced, allowing for better cultivation of the poor martial arts. Take the likes of the dark tiger and silver snake among the 12 zodiac beasts, aren't they all products of dual cultivation and genetic modification and the poor martial arts? Unable to follow the path of the 10 kings, Bayi can now only take the path of the 12 zodiac beasts to grow stronger. Having experienced the wonders of Xiaodong's body, he yearned even more for power, as only with power could he save more time. He hadn't completely given up on the extraordinary but placed his hopes on the Pango USB drive. Relying on self-awakening was now impossible. Perhaps there was still a slim chance within the Pango USB drive. As for the claim that injecting the genetic serum would make extraordinary awakening more difficult, it was already as hard as climbing to the heavens for him, so it wouldn't make much of a difference. And so, at this thought, Bayi regained his confidence and set a 3-step plan for himself. Step 1. Learn the poor ghost martial arts from Xiaodong. Step 2. Inject the type 3 gene serum. Step 3. Use the Pango USB to become a transcendent. He wants it all. As a god of the new era, he will take a 3-pronged approach, reaching the pinnacle of all 3 paths. By then, there will likely be no one in the world capable of wasting his time. And Xiaodong. Creak. And Xiaodong's door opened. The door was only half open, revealing her slender half-figure. Bayi looked at her. What? And Xiaodong was silent for a moment. I heard that boys do some strange things at night. Of course, whatever you do is your business, but don't involve me, to avoid triggering the curse. After saying that, bang, the door slammed shut with lightning speed. And Xiaodong. What the hell? Do you take me for? Bayi instantly flew into a rage, jumped up from the sofa, and pointed at the door, cursing furiously. He felt his dignity had been insulted. Even if you're beautiful, have fair skin, and long legs, you still can't falsely accuse someone out of nowhere. You still have the nerve to blame me? These last few swaps were all your fault. I'm telling you, don't have any improper thoughts about me when you're sleeping tonight. Bang! Bayi slammed the door shut and went to sleep. The sky was just beginning to brighten when a light but persistent knocking woke Bayi from his deep sleep. And Xiaodong, what kind of madness are you up to so early in the morning? He angrily opened the door, and at the entrance, and Xiaodong, dressed in light gray yoga attire, withdrew her hand from knocking and calmly said, "It's time to train. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Do you know that I've only slept for 3 hours since yesterday?" And Xiaodong calmly nodded. "I know. Starting today, you can only sleep 3 hours a day." Ha! Bayi's eyes widened suddenly. He couldn't understand how a 37-degree mouth could say such cold words. Didn't we change the plan to kidnap the chairman of Apocalypse and decide to inject the genetic agent? Is it really necessary to push this hard? Precisely because you decided to inject the genetic agent, you need to train even harder. The selection for the Zodiac candidates will begin in half a month, and the minimum requirement for injecting the 3 genetic agent is a blood vitality value of over 100. Without reaching 100, your physique won't be strong enough to handle the 3 genetic agent. At that point, genetic collapse and death will occur. Actually, the safest threshold is 200, but time is too tight, and 200 is unrealistic. In addition to meeting the blood vitality requirement, candidates must also undergo life and death trials. Only the strongest among them can be selected as Zodiac candidates. So dangerous? Bayi immediately felt uneasy. He wasn't worried about the life and death trial, but he was concerned about genetic collapse. Wouldn't that mean even activating time freeze would be useless? It's dangerous for ordinary people, but for you, it's nothing. As long as your vitality value reaches 100, with your extraordinary recovery ability, you can definitely endure the injection of the 3-gene serum. As for the life and death trial, I'll gather specific intel through Lu Yao and then conduct targeted training. Although your foundation is weaker than other candidates, you are an extraordinary individual. With your fleeting shadows, thousandfold echo technique, even if you can't claim first place, getting selected shouldn't be a problem. When Bayi heard this, he realized that not putting in effort was not an option. He had initially thought that injecting the genetic serum was the most convenient way to become stronger, a method that required no effort at all. However, it turned out that there were still thresholds for injecting the genetic serum. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. If anyone could inject the type 3 genetic serum, how could there only be 12 members of the Zodiac? How many injections of the type 3 genetic serum are needed to reach the level of the Zodiac? And Xiaodong extended her pale 5 fingers. 5 injections can can reach the level of the 12 zodiac signs, and the upper limit for gene drug injections is also 5.
This thing has a limit?
Bayi already looked down on gene drugs, and now upon hearing there's a limit, he despised them even more.
No wonder Tyrant Yang Jie doesn't inject gene drugs. After injection, this thing doesn't significantly enhance his strength and instead hinders the path to transcendence.
And Xiaotong shook her head. You can't compare everything to the 10 kings. The entire Beimang has only produced 10 kings.
In fact, the 12
zodiac signs, who have injected 5 doses of type 3 gene drugs, are absolute powerhouses anywhere as long as they don't encounter the 10 kings.
Alright, let's not waste time. Today, we'll first learn the basics of Qi and blood martial arts, circle.
A moment later, and Xiaotong brought Bayi to the wardrobe in her bedroom. The wardrobe doors opened with a bang, revealing the colorful dresses inside. Seeing these dresses, Bayi's expression turned slightly strange. He glanced at the light gray yoga outfit and Xiaotong was wearing.
The next morning, where did you hide the yoga clothes before? I always thought you only had dresses.
And Xiaotong leaned forward, her upper body diving into the wardrobe filled with dresses. Her waistline stretched taut, and she slightly stood on tiptoe, her hips wrapped in gray yoga pants forming a smooth, rounded curve.
While feeling around the inside of the wardrobe, she replied, I have 2 wardrobes. This one is specifically for dresses. Bayi's face darkened. Ultimately, it was the misfortune of poverty.
In his sparse world, a wardrobe should only be one. After all, there weren't that many clothes to store.
Accompanied by the faint sound of gears turning, a crack suddenly appeared on the inside of the wardrobe. Then, the wardrobe opened like an automatic door, revealing a pitch-black passage leading underground. This is my underground base for daily training. Follow me.
The two entered the passage one after the other, and Xiaotong's underground base was enormous, about the size of a football field. It was equipped with numerous exaggerated fitness equipment, such as giant dumbbells with a diameter of 2 meters, as well as various cold weapons and firearms. The moment he saw the dumbbell, Bayi found it really hard to imagine how Xiaotong, with her thin little arms, managed to lift a dumbbell bigger than herself.
Is this the mystery of vital energy and blood?
At this moment, Xiaotong turned around, her red lips slightly parted. Hit me.
Ha! Starting off with something this intense?
Bayi's eyes scanned Xiaotong up and down, trying to figure out where to start. The first step in cultivating, circle, is to first sense the flow of qi and blood.
When a person engages in intense physical activity,
the qi and blood surge, making it easiest to feel them. Combat, in particular, is the most effective way to stir the qi and blood.
Bayi raised an eyebrow.
Actually, there's another way that's even more effective than combat in stirring one's qi and blood, and that is whoosh. And Xiaotong's figure suddenly vanished from where she stood. At the same time, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air erupted to Bayi's left. He raised his hand to block, and when that slender palm touched his arm, a surge of immense power suddenly erupted. Bayi's body was directly forced to move several steps sideways before he could completely dispel that force.
He shouted angrily, "Didn't you tell me to hit you?"
And Xiaotong said nothing, only continuing to make her move. The sound of bodies colliding echoed continuously in the underground base. Facing in Xiaotong's attacks, Bayi, who lacked combat skills, could only keep defending.
5 minutes later, Bayi's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and his breathing was rapid. However, his gaze became sharper. The intense battle made the blood and energy in his body roar. And Xiaotong stopped, sat cross-legged, and said, "Remember this feeling. Now follow my breathing rhythm to meditate and try to control the flow of qi and blood in your body." Bayi nodded slightly, staring intently at Xiaotong's mouth and nose, imitating her breathing rhythm. Bang! Sink your qi to the dantian, embrace your heart and guard your spirit. Imagine a flame burning in your dantian, and focus your mind on that flame.
Bayi followed her instructions, but what Xiaotong described seemed too mystical.
Imagine a flame burning in the dantian. Can such a thing really be imagined? The scene is easy to imagine, but it feels like it won't fool anyone. He was unable to get into the right state for a long time.
Don't rush, getting started is the hardest part.
Most people usually need 3 days to find the right feeling. Bayi's breath hitched. 3 days? You mean I have to sit here meditating for 3 days, wasting 3 whole days? Crack!
And Xiaotong was a bit surprised. For some reason, she always felt that when Bayi mentioned the words wasting time, there seemed to be a sense of gritted teeth. Recalling all her past interactions with Bayi, she suddenly realized that Bayi seemed to have a deep obsession with time, as if someone wasting his time was akin to taking his life. She thought for a moment and said, "For someone with talent, it might take just a day, or even less. If you don't want to waste time, then find the feeling as soon as possible." Bayi seemed to be provoked, his expression tensed, and he closed his eyes. Between each breath, the scent of spring in the snow from Xiaotong's body seeped into his nostrils. Even though his body was in an unsettled state after intense movement, his heart quickly calmed down.
The flame in his dantian was suddenly ignited, and Xiaotong's mouth slightly opened. So fast? Instantly ignited?
She stared blankly at Bayi, who had entered a meditative state, and suddenly felt that Bayi wasn't entirely without merits. Although he loved to curse, was arrogant, and extremely shameless, he definitely cherished time more than most people. And Xiaotong is also someone who hates hates wasting time. She always believes that people should use their limited time to do more meaningful things, so that they won't have regrets when they die. Now guide that flame to spread along the tendons and bones. Under Xiaodong's guidance, the flame within Bayi's body first spread along the tendons and bones with a subtle scorching sensation. Suddenly, the flame exploded, like a spring flood breaking through a frozen river, emitting a muffled roar within the meridians. Each pulse struck so hard that the temples throbbed intensely. With scorching force washing over the limbs and bones, it felt as if countless small snakes were slithering through the meridians, sometimes converging into a surging torrent, other times dispersing into a fine network. With each breath, it seemed possible to hear the roar of qi and blood rushing through the throat, transforming into a long, resonant tremor as it sank into the dantian, cycling repeatedly until it formed an irregular circle around the body. Congratulations, you have already mastered the basic circle of qi and blood martial arts. Bayi opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. That simple? Bang bang bang. Isn't it said that the qi and blood martial path is something anyone can practice? But your performance is indeed impressive. I'm curious, why are you so obsessed with not wasting time? And Xiaotong asked with a hint of doubt. How can this be called an obsession? Life is so limited, time cannot be wasted, and any behavior that wastes time is shameful. And Xiaotong was taken aback. You're right. Then let's continue. Since you've initially mastered circle, the next step is to try using circle during training. When you can keep circle running continuously in any state, you'll have fully mastered it. The fastest way to increase qi and blood is to use circle while exercising. Sitting still to cultivate is the slowest. Come, I'll teach you a set of moves. As she spoke, and Xiaotong began to throw punches. The movements were very simple, without any flair, but these simple actions could engage the muscles of the entire body. Bayi started to imitate her, but as soon as he moved, the trajectory of the circle-S operation immediately shifted and broke. Failing is normal. Just practice a few more times. It's like eating. Meditating to cultivate the circle is like sitting down to eat, while cultivating the circle during movement is like eating while running. Not only do you eat slowly, but you're also more likely to choke. Bayi was dumbfounded and chuckled. Your analogy is quite peculiar. My master told me this. He said that any profound cultivation principle can actually be traced back to life itself. The presiding judge of the silent court? Having a good master is truly a blessing. And Xiaotong, being so young yet possessing such strength, owes much of it not only to her extraordinary talent but also to her 10 Kings master. This time, don't be afraid to waste time, because cultivating circle in motion cannot be rushed. It must be done step by step, or else it will cause your qi and blood to lose control, recklessly rushing through your meridians and resulting in internal injuries. No need to bother with all that. I've already mastered it. Bayi punched fiercely, his qi and blood surging like a galloping herd of horses, to the point where a faint crimson glow could be seen on his skin. Stop immediately. And Xiaotong exclaimed anxiously, you'll hurt yourself if you keep this up. The corner of Bayi's mouth curved into a smile. Getting hurt is exactly the point. His face suddenly turned red, as if a surge of blood rushed to his face, but he still did not stop his actions. And Xiaotong had just reached out to stop him but froze in surprise, because Bayi's complexion instantly returned to normal. A strange look flashed in her eyes. Your injuries have healed? Boom! She remembered that when she had used Bayi's body before, she had been shocked once by that terrifying recovery ability. I didn't expect this recovery ability could be used in the cultivation of circle. Bayi smiled and said, you're right, a dynamic circle is like running while eating. It's easy to choke. But if I'm not afraid of choking, or even don't need to chew, then cultivating it becomes much simpler. And Xiaotong was even more surprised. She knew that since the Great Catastrophe, everyone had undergone some degree of mutation, some of which were positive, while others were negative. Bayi had never cultivated, yet possessed such terrifying recovery ability. It was clearly the result of mutation, which could also be called an extraordinary talent. Just like her, except her talent lies not in recovery but in cultivation. Next, should I practice armor, feather, spear? Those techniques can only be practiced after your qi and blood values surpass 100. For the next half month, just keep cultivating circle. If you only sleep 3 hours a day, you might reach 100 before the selection. What? Bayi was stunned. I mastered circle in an instant, and I still need to cultivate for so long to surpass 100? Of course, the growth of vitality and blood is the hardest to achieve through shortcuts. It's like fitness. Only through rigorous training and perseverance can results be achieved. Wait, my breath of bones can plunder vitality and blood, so why not? It's useless. I've used your body before, so I understand your physical condition very well. Actually, with the help of breath of bones, your vitality and blood should have surpassed 100 long ago. However, since you don't practice cultivation, that vitality and blood remain hidden within your body, unactivated. If you continue using breath of bones to increase vitality and blood now, you'll only lose control over your own vitality and blood. If you can't master your body proficiently, even if your vitality and blood surpass 100, it will be difficult to endure the injection of type 3 genetic medicine. Sigh. Bayi let out a sigh. Why must one cultivate to become stronger?
Isn't there a way to grow stronger just by lying down? Stop dreaming and start cultivating. All the strong ones have gone through this. As long as you work hard on cultivation, your mastery of circle will become more proficient and your cultivation speed will increase over time. Listening to Xiaotong babbling incessantly with her little mouth, Baiye's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked over with a burning gaze. How much slower is my cultivation speed compared to yours? Being stared at with such intense eyes, and Xiaotong was clearly a little uncomfortable. 3 times less, I guess. Bayi chuckled, his gaze toward Xiaotong growing even more fervent, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. What are you trying to do? And Xiaotong felt a bad premonition rising in her heart. I just thought of a brilliant shortcut. No, a training method. You don't mean to make me cultivate for you, do you? No way. Absolutely not. And Xiaotong shook her head repeatedly, and as she recalled the scenes from their previous swaps, a blush crept up her ears. Yes, Xiaotong, you can't be so selfish. Bayi placed a hand on Xiaotong's shoulder, causing the girl's body to stiffen slightly. He righteously tried to persuade her. Do you think I'm trying to slack off? Actually, I am. You are. Too shallow, isn't it? Think carefully. Isn't it true that the stronger my abilities are, the easier it will be to pass the zodiac substitute selection, and the lower the risk of injecting the genetic drug? Yes, but there's no but about it. If you want to obtain the Panga USB to lift the curse, you should train for me. With your mastery and proficiency in controlling vitality, you can definitely help me reach 200 within half a month. And what about you? I train while you lie around? Nonsense. I can meditate, and I can also experience the skills of a max-level character in advance, which means using your body to perform advanced techniques like armor, feather, and spear. You lay the foundation for me, I practice the advanced techniques, and then we switch back seamlessly. It's practically perfect. And Xiaotong hesitated, unable to deny that Bayi had an extraordinary talent for unconventional ideas. What he said made a lot of sense. This was definitely the fastest way to improve their strength. However, the thought of Bayi occupying her body for an extended period made her feel strange and completely uneasy. Xiaotong, you wouldn't want me to fail the assessment because my vitality doesn't meet the standard and ultimately miss out on getting the Panga USB drive, would you? Bayi coaxed her softly by her ear, like a devil whispering temptations to lead a girl astray. In the end, and Xiaotong still compromised, but she made one condition. While she was cultivating, Bayi had to stay by her side and was not allowed to leave on his own, to prevent him from doing anything strange with her body. Then, let's switch, and Xiaotong turned her head away and said softly. Seeing her agree, Bayi immediately became excited. I'm simply a genius. Within Xiaotong is such a perfect tool to help him cultivate, wouldn't his vitality grow at an incredible speed? Alright, let's switch, Bayi said excitedly. But immediately after, the two stared at each other awkwardly, and the atmosphere became inexplicably tense. How to change? This serious question was placed before the two of them. It was your suggestion, you do the changing. And Xiaotong bit her lip tightly. Me? How do I change? Just change out of thin air like this? Or maybe you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And Xiaotong shouted angrily, like a little kitten with its fur bristling. If you don't cooperate like this, how are we supposed to find the core lab and get the Panga USB? Bayi knew how to handle Xiaotong, just as he knew how to handle Li Xiao. In a low and serious tone, he said, do you realize that every extra day the Panga USB stays in Tianqi's hands, the more forbidden knowledge they gain? If this delay continues, once Tianqi Corporation fully masters Pangu, then all of humanity might. And Xiaotong's face immediately changed. She bit her lip tightly, clenched her hands, and an intense internal struggle played out in her mind, like a young girl in her prime being cornered by delinquent youths. What do you need me to do to cooperate? After saying this, the young girl immediately lowered her head, afraid that her blushing cheeks might be seen. Bayi approached step by step, leaning down and whispering in a deep voice next to Xiaotong's ear. It's very simple, as long as you. The warm breath brushed against the girl's ear, sending an electric-like sensation coursing through her body. She instinctively closed her eyes, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. If it were possible to close her ears, she would have done so, fearing she might hear something too outrageous. The sound of a zipper being undone echoed, and Xiaotong's entire body stiffened. Just open your eyes and look at me. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she opened her eyes, only to see Bayi had already taken off his shirt, revealing his well-built upper body. The muscles beneath his fair skin resembled streams thawing in early spring, carrying a subtle yet captivating rhythm. Fine beads of sweat slid down from the jawline, falling into the hollow of the collarbone like a sparkling star. I refuse to believe your eyes are empty. Bayi lightly lifted Xiaotong's chin, a mischievous and aggressive smile playing at the corner of his lips. The perspective shifts. The girl in gray yoga clothes laughed heartily. How about it? Once I use my handsome man strategy, there's no way you can. White Yi, you bastard. And Xiaotong punched White Yi hard in the stomach. White Yi was stunned at first, then laughed even more shamelessly. Hee hee, it doesn't hurt. The 69 health points naturally cannot shake 19,800. And Xiaotong remained silent, simply throwing punches relentlessly. Exquisite combat skills were displayed one after another, while the weak health
health within roared wildly. Bayi dodged and shifted with ease, effortlessly deflecting all attacks thanks to his superior stats. In the face of absolute power, any technique seems flashy and superficial. He carefully controlled the surging energy and blood within his body, fearing it might harm himself, and Xiaotong fought more and more fiercely, with a crimson glow emanating from her body, faintly about to break through. Only when the energy and blood surpass 100 can it surface on the body, forming the embryonic stage of armor. Seeing her cultivating so diligently, Bayi nodded in satisfaction. Truly worthy of being my perfect tool. He also began cultivating seriously, attempting to mobilize the qi and blood within his body to condense a crimson armor on his surface. Time always flies during diligent cultivation, and Xiaotong was practically a cultivation fanatic, chasing Bayi and sparring with him for an entire day, from morning till night, until her strength was completely exhausted before stopping. She stood in place, panting heavily, her whole body already drenched in sweat. With a cold expression, she said to Bayi, "Carry me." The two embraced each other and switched back. Hiss! The moment they switched back, Bayi gasped sharply, his eyes rolling back. He felt his legs go weak, stars dancing before his eyes, and he collapsed directly to the ground. The muscle pain and exhaustion spreading throughout his body overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. And Xiaotong, "You crazy woman, don't you know what it means to be tired? Tickets, tickets, tickets." Super loud. Bayi never expected that this woman, and Xiaotong, could endure so much. Her body had already been pushed to its limits, and even with pseudo-human recovery abilities, she couldn't hold on anymore. Yet, she kept going purely on willpower. If it had been an ordinary person's body, they would have already died suddenly by now. A refreshed Xiaotong glanced down at Bayi, who had collapsed at her feet, from above. "Sizzle! It was you who asked me to help you train." "You?" Bayi was just about to curse, but before he could open his mouth, his head tilted, and he fell asleep instantly. And Xiaotong's expression changed, and she quickly squatted down, placing her hand under Bayi's nose. Only after confirming he was still alive did she breathe a sigh of relief. She carried Bayi in a princess carry back to the villa, tossed him onto the bed, and then went to take a shower. Bayi woke up groggily, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaotong standing by the bed like a damn ghost. Holy crap! He was startled and reflexively swung at Xiaotong, and Xiaotong lightly raised her hand and blocked the punch. She released Bayi's hand, adjusted the black-framed glasses on her face, and said calmly, "Not bad, your vitality value increased by 5 points." In an instant. 5 points? Are those vitality value detection glasses? Only then did Bayi notice that Xiaotong was wearing glasses today, with her hair tied up in a ponytail. The curved arms of the glasses rested gently behind her ears, and the small nose pads perched on her nose left faint marks, adding a touch of meekness and quiet elegance. "Let's go, continue training." Bang! Recalling how he had fallen asleep as soon as he hit the bed yesterday, Bayi's face turned pale. "Training is fine, but can you take it a bit easier?" "No." And Xiaotong turned and walked away, her ponytail swinging half a circle with her movement, as if it were silk. Following behind Bayi, he watched the ponytail bouncing with each step, and really wanted to give it a tug. Bang bang bang. But he was afraid that Xiaotong would beat him to death later. When they arrived at the underground training base, Bayi was just about to ask why there was a change today, but to his surprise, Xiaotong directly took off her pants. She raised her hands to grab the elastic bands on both sides of her sweatpants and gently pulled them down. The loose sweatpants slid silently down her long legs. *T. Bayi was just about to take a good look, but his view was blocked by the black sports shorts inside. No way, even guarded after being seen? The edge of the black sports shorts was snugly stuck at the base of the thighs, neat and refreshing. Below that were the completely exposed fair legs, with smooth and even lines. The skin glowed delicately under the light. Rip! And Xiaotong took off her top as well, revealing a black sports camisole underneath. It was called a camisole, but it looked more like an oversized bandeau. Her slender waist had skin as white as mutton fat jade, appearing delicate yet exuding a sense of firm strength. Shallow abs formed two symmetrical arcs, extending downward along her waistline. Looking at that slender waist with defined abs, Bayi had an urge to press his ear against her stomach and listen to the sound of food moving through her intestines. She glanced at Bayi, saw that the exchange hadn't happened yet, then bent down and continued to untie her shoelaces, slipping off her sneakers and socks, revealing a pair of delicate and graceful feet. The arch of her foot was smooth, like a shallow crescent moon, her ankles slender, and her skin was fair with a faint pink hue, resembling meticulously polished jade. The perspective suddenly shifted, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of Xiaotong's lips. She felt delighted, as if avenging the teasing she endured yesterday. Today's training was the same as yesterday's, starting with ambiguity and ending with the boy exhausted and collapsing like a puddle of mud. A week later, Bayi's blood and energy value finally surpassed 100. The progress was undeniably fast. While part of it was due to Xiaotong's power leveling, it was more because Bayi's body, infected by the mutated scarlet virus, contained potential far beyond that of normal humans. In the underground training base, the shirtless young man was drenched in sweat, his fists pounding the sandbag like raindrops. The dull thuds echoed through the his spacious base. As the final straight punch was thrown, his muscles tensed and the lines of his shoulders and back resembled a fully drawn bow. A crimson glow surged across his body, clinging to him like a thin layer of armor. At the moment his fist made contact with the punching bag, a muffled sound echoed, not the usual dull thud, but a sharp noise that seemed to tear through the air. The punching bag abruptly arched backward, and the iron chain at the ceiling hook emitted a piercing screech. In the next instant, the entire punching bag was sent flying by the sheer force, the chain snapping instantly, and it hurtled like a boulder, crashing into the opposite wall with a roar. At the same time, the armor on the young man shattered with a crack. Phew! Bayi gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. The next day. So this is what it feels like to have a chi and blood value surpass 100? My week of hard training was worth it. It was my week of hard training, and Xiaotong said expressionlessly from the side. White Yi raised an eyebrow. You're using my body to cultivate, so essentially, it's still me working hard to cultivate. So, the achievements you have today are all thanks to your own hard work? Of course. And Xiaotong, log in. After spending this time together, and Xiaotong had long grown accustomed to White Yi's nonsense and understood what login meant. However, she shook her head. Starting today, I can no longer help you cultivate. Bayi's face fell. Without a substitute to train for him, how could he rank up? After finally finding a top-tier substitute, how could he let it go? Xiaotong, your sense of responsibility needs improvement. Panga USB drive. And Xiaotong directly interrupted Bayi's PUA and explained, the school term has already started. I need to go to school. School? You're already a Black Knight. What the heck are you going to school for? Don't tell me you're into that whole Dragon King returns or Immortal Lord reincarnated and goes to college trope? What nonsense. I'm a student, so of course I have to go to school. Besides, right now, going to school is the only way I can see Lu Yao. Ever since she was kidnapped last time, Lu Yao was taken away by her father and isn't allowed to live in Mashan Courtyard anymore. Bayi was momentarily stunned. A small figure flashed through his mind, a girl with a petite frame but disproportionately large eyes and chest. You're going to her to gather information about the Zodiac candidate selection? And Xiaotong nodded. Besides gathering information, I also need her help to get you a spot. The slots for the Zodiac candidate selection have long been allocated. You're not even a resident of Dawn City, so unless an Apocalypse board member helps, you won't get a spot. Bayi wasn't surprised. The Type 3 gene serum was Apocalypse Corporation's treasure, and naturally, not just anyone could get the chance to be injected with it. Without pulling strings, there was no way in. Your vitality has already exceeded 100, and both Armor and Feather have preliminarily mastered their techniques. The remaining time is for practice. Only by fully controlling your own body can you unleash your full combat power. This cannot be achieved through power leveling. You must work hard on your own. Alright, I get it. You're so naggy all the time. Go to your school already. Seeing that Xiaotong couldn't power level for him, Bayi immediately revealed his true nature, adhering to the principle of using people when needed and discarding them when not. And Xiaotong shot him a fierce glare before heading off to school with her backpack. After Xiaotong left, Bayi began training alone. Although he usually appeared carefree, he worked harder than most when it was time to put in effort, because only by striving to become stronger can time be saved. During the week Xiaotong was playing on his behalf, he seemed to be slacking off, but in reality, he was far from idle, constantly using Xiaotong's body to train in Armor and Feather. Ordinary people need a year to master Armor and Feather, but he only took a week, as if he were cheating. His cheat is in Xiaotong. With the support of 19,800 vitality, he can recklessly waste vitality while cultivating. It's like a normal adult with sound mind needing less than a year to complete what takes an elementary school student 6 years to learn. Compared to the fragile Armor, Bayi has made significant progress in cultivating Feather. He loves Feather, which can increase speed too much. When fighting the tyrant earlier, if he had known Feather, there would have been no need to waste a whole minute. 30 seconds would have been enough. In 30 seconds, he could have rushed to the tyrant and finished him off. Several hours later, Bayi returned to the villa, dragging his exhausted body, but the joy on his face never faded. It wasn't because he had made any groundbreaking progress in the chi and blood martial arts, but rather, time. 7 minutes and 38 seconds. This astronomical figure made his eyes dizzy, and he even smiled while unconscious every day. Since he transmigrated, his time had never exceeded 5 minutes. Now, suddenly having such a fortune, he felt like he was walking on air. 7 minutes and 38 seconds are enough for him to kill 15 tyrants. 7 minutes and 38 seconds. I really want to go out and have some fun. Bayi sighed, slumped on the sofa. He had been cooped up in Xiaotong's house for a week, truly achieving the feat of not stepping out of the front door or the back door. It's not that he didn't want to go out, but he was afraid of wasting time. He always felt that he had the legendary trouble-prone constitution, where going out inevitably led to troublesome situations, and then time would be wasted. Whether in Black Mountain or Dawn City, troubles keep emerging. So much so that after being in Dawn City for a week, he still doesn't know what the city looks like. Damn it, could there be a painter pulling the strings behind the scenes? Bayi suddenly sprang up from the sofa, his eyes flashing with ferocity. He strongly suspected that the painter was causing trouble, just like during the Black Mountain trip, although he had no evidence. However, evidence doesn't matter to him. Once suspicion arises, the crime is established. Whether or not he's a painter, he just insists on believing it. Bastard, don't let me run into you. If I do, watch how I deal with you. The more Bayi thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Cat's eye kidnapped Liu Yao, of all times. Why during the moment when Infiltrating and he were swapping places? If it weren't for Infiltrating's quick thinking in obtaining the white dove ring, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Aaron's timing was quite coincidental. If he had finished writing the ransom note earlier and delivered it, he could have come back to face his fate. Or if he had finished it a bit later, it just so happened that when he arrived, Aaron would not have been there. This luck is unbelievably good. Abnormal Paradise is an abandoned city left behind from an old era. The once towering skyscrapers have long fallen into ruin, with several towering trees growing wildly inside, breaking through the walls. The bustling commercial street is covered with green vines. It seems as if endless mutated plants are growing and spreading throughout the city, turning the abnormal paradise into a forbidden zone for humans. However, this place is a paradise for mutated beasts. They have replaced the former humans, thriving and reproducing in this abandoned city. They attack any humans who dare to enter the abnormal paradise, except the genetic modifiers of the zoo. Because the absolute ruler of the aberrant paradise is none other than one of the 10 kings, the director. No one knows his real name. He seems to have deliberately erased his past name. Since the force he created is called the zoo, people refer to him as the director. Some people find the name zoo quite ridiculous, even lacking in grandeur, but the director never thinks so. He is determined to single-handedly confine all aberrant beasts and genetic modifiers in the world, creating a distorted paradise. He wanted to tell the world that the true king of all beasts was never the tiger or the lion, but the zookeeper who managed the zoo humans. On this day, an uninvited guest arrived at the abnormal paradise. A man dressed in white, holding a paintbrush and carrying a canvas on his back. The painter stood in the center of the city as tens of thousands of mutated beasts surged out from the abandoned buildings, surrounding him from all directions like a black torrent. Those mutated beasts stopped 3 meters away from the painter, emitting threatening growls from their mouths. Foul-smelling saliva continuously dripped from the gaps between their sharp teeth, yet they did not charge forward. On several tall buildings not far away, figures dressed in black suits stood tall. Their eyes were cold and beastly as they looked down at the painter from above. The terrifying aura emanating from them was even more frightening than that of the mutated beasts. Faced with such a terrifying scene, the painter's face showed no trace of panic. He smiled faintly and said, "Director, is this how you welcome your guests?" Ah choo. He sneezed at an inopportune moment, his expression puzzled. Is it that Gu Huangquan is bad-mouthing me behind my back? At this moment, an exceptionally tall man slowly stepped out from the shadows atop the high-rise rooftop. When the man appeared, the figures dressed in black suits all knelt on one knee, and even the tens of thousands of mutated beasts whimpered and lowered their heads, beasts bowing in submission. The tall man quickly reached the edge of the rooftop, but he did not stop. Instead, he leapt off the 100-meter-high building, plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. A violent roar erupted, and the ground was instantly smashed into a deep pit, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading densely in all directions. In that deep pit, a man in a black suit stood silently. The dust that splashed around did not settle on him at all, as if it deliberately avoided him. The painter narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the man hailed as one of the 10 kings, the zoo director. The director's figure was extremely tall, standing over 2 meters. The bulging muscles on his body stretched the suit to its limits, with the buttons on his chest almost ready to burst under the strain. His gaze was cold and aggressive, his lips pressed into a straight line. Though he wore a proper suit, he resembled a beast cloaked in human skin, exuding the aura of a top predator. Painter. The director spoke coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion, carrying only an icy tone. The painter smiled faintly. After all these years, you still love wearing suits. Is it to constantly remind yourself that you're human and not a beast? To let this symbol of propriety become the last thin layer of paper wrapping your wild nature? The director ignored the painter's mockery and said coldly, "What are you here for? Ah, you really are distant." The painter's smile deepened, but his gaze grew increasingly sharp. Is this how you treat your savior? Son, long. An unimaginable surge of violent energy shot skyward, shattering the clouds that had obscured the sun. Golden light pierced down like sharp swords, illuminating a cold, curious face. Tens of thousands of mutated beasts roared in unison, barely restraining themselves from charging forward to tear the painter to pieces, as they could feel their king's wrath. I told you not to mention that name again. A voice suppressed with icy killing intent squeezed out from the director's throat, as his veiny hand tugged at the tie around his neck. Even though I'm wearing a suit and haven't fought anyone in a long time, if you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. The painter waved his hand with a smile. Don't be impulsive, Sanglong. Can't I just stop mentioning the name Sanglong in the future? For the sake of the times I helped you before, forgive me one more time, Sanglong? The director's suit jacket suddenly tore apart, revealing a body covered in ferocious scars. scars. His physique was so perfect it resembled a man-made sculpture, exuding the rawest violence and impulse of masculinity. He threw a punch, his raging energy and blood transforming into a fist imprint, directly blasting the painter's body apart. Strangely, there was no splatter of blood, only ink scattered all over the ground. The next second, the ink silently surged, rising like a fountain, gradually coalescing into a human figure. "Alright, no more jokes. This time, I'm here to help you," the painter said with a smile. The director withdrew his fist, took the new suit handed over by his subordinate, and said coldly, "Do you know who among the 10 kings I least want to see? Who is it? It's so hard to guess, huh? Many years ago, the first time I met you, you said you came to help me. And what happened? If I hadn't awakened as a transcendent being on the brink of death, I would have died from genetic collapse back then." The painter awkwardly rubbed his nose. "You can't put it that way. You were the leader of the former 12 Zodiac, the strongest weapon created by the Apocalypse Corporation, Azure Dragon. I couldn't bear to see a strong person like you being treated like a dog by the Apocalypse Corporation, summoned and ordered around, and used as a guinea pig for various experiments every day. So I just wanted to help you break free from their control. Although there was a small unexpected incident during the process, without my meddling, would you have been able to awaken your extraordinary abilities and become one of the 10 kings? I would," the director said firmly. "Without your help, I would have awakened even earlier, lived a better life, and wouldn't have been left with so many aftereffects." Painter, what's past is past. Let's not bring it up again. This time is different from the last. I'm truly here to help you take revenge on the Apocalypse Corporation. The director sneered. "What? Is it because you took the money but failed to kill the tyrant, and now Apocalypse wants a refund? Not wanting to return the money, so you deal with the employer, truly your usual style." The painter's expression stiffened, and he chuckled dryly. "You misunderstand me too deeply, and I don't care to explain. This time, I've come to tell you that the best opportunity to destroy Apocalypse Corporation has arrived." The director just stared at him coldly, without responding. The painter had no choice but to continue. "The Panga USB drive is in Apocalypse's hands." The director narrowed his eyes slightly. "Did the Apocalypse Corporation kill the Black King?" The painter was a bit speechless. The beast's thinking was just so simple and straightforward, without any twists. If the Apocalypse Corporation could kill the Black King, he wouldn't have had to flee. Well, no. The news about the Panga USB drive being in the Black King's hands is fake. It was deliberately spread by the Apocalypse Corporation to confuse the public and buy time to crack the USB drive. So as long as you spread this news, all the major forces will inevitably target the Apocalypse Corporation. No one would want to see them crack the USB drive and dominate alone. Boom! The director's lips curled into a sneer. "Since you already know this news, why don't you spread it yourself? Why insist on having me do it? Because you're the director, one of the 10 kings. Your words carry weight. If the news is spread by you personally, the world will believe it. You are also one of the 10 kings." The painter froze slightly, his expression a bit awkward, and even his voice dropped a few notches. "You know, with my credibility, it's hard for me to even borrow $10,000 from the bank." "Ha ha ha." The director suddenly burst into laughter. "At least you have some self-awareness. But even if the news you mentioned is true, how could the major forces act against the Apocalypse Corporation based on a mere rumor? This won't shake Apocalypse at all." The painter organized his thoughts and began to persuade. "Let me break it down for you slowly. Right now is absolutely the best time for you to attack the Apocalypse Corporation. First, the mutated Scarlet virus is rampant on Black Mountain and has now affected Dawn City. The Apocalypse Corporation will inevitably have to deploy forces to deal with it. This is the first advantage. Second, 2 members of the Zodiac have died, and it will be difficult to replace them in the short term. This is the second advantage. Third, the chairman of Tianqi has little time left to live, and the board members are wavering. This is the third victory. Fourth, the matter of the Panga USB drive is bound to affect the nerves of various forces. At that time, countless spies and agents will be lurking within Tianqi, waiting for an opportunity to act. This is the fourth victory. Fifth, the dragon among the 12 Zodiac signs has always lacked a suitable candidate in top-tier combat power. Who can stop you? This is the fifth victory. You have 5 victories, while Tianqi has none. This is the sixth victory. With such successive victories, how can you not achieve total triumph? Boom! Are you done talking? The director said coldly. The painter nodded. I'm done. Then you can get lost. As the words fell, the director donned his suit and turned to leave. The surrounding aberrant beasts swarmed in, tearing the painter into a pool of ink on the ground. In a forest outside the distorted paradise, the painter cursed furiously. Sizzle! That damn Sanglong, so rude and uncivilized. Even in a suit, he doesn't look like a proper person. Gu Huangquan, standing nearby with a blank expression, said, the fact that he let you speak is already quite polite. The painter was enraged. Gu Huangquan, you're even ruder than Sanglong. Ugh. Before he could finish speaking, a fist had already landed on his stomach. Gu Huangquan calmly withdrew his fist and said coolly, next time you talk to me, you'd better use an ink clone as well. It's safer. The painter braced himself against a tree with one hand and and clutched his stomach with the other. Though he grimaced in pain, he managed a mysterious smile.
Heh, how do you know I'm not an ink clone right now?
Gu Huanquan frowned slightly, formed a fist with his right hand, and prepared to smash the painter's head open to see whether he was a clone or not. Frightened, the painter stepped back repeatedly. I find you to be overly serious.
I was just joking. Gu Huanquan couldn't be bothered to respond and asked, is it done? Definitely done. The only goal of Cunlong's existence is revenge.
Over the years, he's been raising mutated beasts and training genetic modifiers, all for the day he can completely destroy the Apocalypse Corporation. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is right in front of him. Even without my persuasion, he would definitely take action. With him taking action, he can somewhat restrain the Black King.
Mentioning the Black King, a shadow crossed the painter's eyes.
These days, he couldn't eat or sleep well, fearing that the Black King would come for him the moment he opened his eyes.
So why did you go looking for Cunlong? Just to humiliate yourself in person? Those who know.
Qiming Academy is the highest institution in Dawnlight City, serving as the cradle for cultivating talent for the Apocalypse Corporation. The academy is divided into two branches, the Liberal Arts branch and the Martial Arts branch. The Liberal Arts branch focuses on subjects such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, business, and management.
Outstanding students can join the Apocalypse Corporation as soon as they graduate.
The Martial Arts branch focuses on firearms, combat, and military command.
Outstanding students can join the Gene Troops or law enforcement departments upon graduation.
In Dawnlight City, the Apocalypse Corporation is akin to the heavens, the sole authority. For the residents of Dawnlight City, securing a job at the Apocalypse Corporation is nothing short of ascending to the pinnacle of success. Therefore, in Qiming Academy, there are prodigies among commoners and second-generation elites from the upper echelons of Tianqi, but there are no ordinary people without either background or talent.
So what?
Carrying her backpack, and Xiaotong stepped into the school gates she had been away from for a long time.
Walking through the picturesque campus, she kept
her gaze straight ahead, her steps light, weaving through the scenery. Her youthful face, untouched by makeup, still drew countless students' attention. As she admired the scenery, she herself became the most beautiful sight in the eyes of the students.
Xiaotong.
In the spacious and bright classroom, Lu Yao, who had already taken her seat, immediately noticed in Xiaotong entering the room and happily waved her small hand. And Xiaotong smiled faintly, as if the classroom became a bit brighter. The male students who had been chatting idly unconsciously lowered their voices. She walked over to Lu Yao, and the two sat together, whispering to each other. Long time no see, Xiaolu. Lu Yao held in Xiaotong's hand coquettishly. Xiaotong, I missed you so much I could almost die.
My father hasn't let me go out at all recently.
The few times I did go out, I had to be accompanied by a whole group of bodyguards.
Now, even coming to school, I have bodyguards following me.
Speaking, she pointed to the back door of the classroom.
A young man in a suit, with a stern expression and wearing sunglasses, stood upright like a pine tree. Below his left cheekbone, a dark tattoo extended down to his jawline.
The pattern was unclear, with only a few sharp strokes, resembling an unsheathed blade that disrupted the neatness of the suit, adding an air of sharpness instead. He stood there silently, the surrounding atmosphere heavy, and none of the students dared to approach. And Xiaodong's eyes flickered slightly. She could vaguely sense the oppressive aura emanating from the young man. His strength was probably already over 100 million. After all, he was a bodyguard sent by the board of Tianqi. She wasn't surprised by such strength. If the board of Tianqi didn't have a few experts with power exceeding 100 million by their side, they would have died countless times already.
Is this your new bodyguard? Lu Yao nodded gloomily. His name is Yang Yusen. Apparently, he's some kind of fifth seat candidate for the 12th Zodiac. I'm so sick of him. He keeps calling me miss all day long, forbidding me from doing this or going there. He's like a wooden block. 12 Zodiac reserve 5 seats.
And Xiaotong knew very well what this meant. It meant that Yang Yusen was a first-tier genetic modifier just below the 12th Zodiac.
What are you thinking about, Xiaotong? Lu Yao blinked her big eyes curiously, feeling that in Xiaotong seemed a bit distracted.
And Xiaotong smiled faintly. I was thinking that his name is a bit strange. It sounds like a girl's name. Lu Yao chuckled and leaned in to whisper. It does sound like a girl's name. I asked him about it before, and he said he's the third child
in his family.
The first two are older brothers, so his parents wanted a girl. They even consulted a doctor who said it would be a girl. Then they bought a bunch of baby girl clothes and even picked out the name Yang Yusen in advance. But when he was born, he turned out to be a boy. It really gave his parents a headache, huh? And Xiaotong didn't find it particularly funny, but seeing Lu Yao laugh so happily, she couldn't help but laugh alone. Lu Yao continued. I asked him, did you grow up wearing girls' clothes? After all, your parents couldn't just throw away the baby girl clothes they bought, right? He stammered and couldn't say a word. I teased him a bit more, and guess what? He actually blushed. I always thought bodyguards had those zombie-like faces, all expressionless. And Xiaotong watched the animated Lu Yao with amusement, as lively as a little deer hopping by a stream. Faced with such a little deer, if she weren't a girl herself, she might have blushed too. She glanced at Yang Yusen out of the corner of her eye and noticed he was pretending to be very busy. As everyone knows, people tend to act busy when they're embarrassed. It was obvious he had heard what Lu Yao said, and Xiaotong's heart stirred, and she asked, "Your bodyguard is quite interesting.
Is there anything else?"
Yes, yes.
Do you know why he always wears sunglasses?
Because he doesn't dare to look me in the eye. As soon as I glance at him, he starts avoiding my gaze. Out of the corner of Xiaotong's eye, she noticed Yang Yusin, pretending to be very busy, had already awkwardly walked out of the classroom to patrol outside. Seeing Yang Yusin leave, Lu Yao suddenly lowered her voice and asked with a slightly unnatural tone, is Bayi's injury better?
Painter. And Xiaotong was stunned for a moment.
She suddenly realized that the reason Lu Yao said these words was actually the same as her own intention, which was to get Yang Yusin to leave.
Much better. Lu Yao let out a sigh of relief.
That's good. After speaking, she seemed to fear that Xiaotong might notice her unusual behavior and explained somewhat nervously, "After all, he got injured saving me.
If he needs any medication for recovery, he can let me know."
And Xiaotong was stunned. She had been wondering how to bring it up with Lu Yao, but unexpectedly, Lu Yao mentioned it first. After organizing her thoughts, she said, "He does need some medication."
"What kind of medication?"
"As long as it's available at Tianqi Corporation, I can get it," Lu Yao said excitedly, patting her chest in assurance.
"Type 3 genetic agent."
"Ha?" Lu Yao was stunned and stammered. "This might be a bit difficult to get. Besides, type 3 genetic agents don't seem to heal injuries, right?" After a week of Bayi's influence, and Xiaotong had become adept at lying effortlessly. "His injuries have already healed.
The main reason for wanting the type 3 genetic agent is to enhance his strength.
You know, last time he tried to save you, but then, that incident made him realize the importance of strength, so now he only sleeps 3 hours a day, desperately training hard. Every night, he trains until he passes out before stopping to rest. How can this be? His body won't be able to take it." Lu Yao's voice instinctively rose, and she quickly covered her mouth to lower her tone.
"He saved me, and I'm already very grateful.
Please tell him not to blame himself. It's because cats I had the advantage in numbers, and he was outnumbered.
It's perfectly normal not to be able to win.
Besides, he's still young. In the future, he'll definitely become a big figure like the Zodiac 12. Looking at the worried Lu Yao, and Xiaotong felt a bit guilty, but in order to destroy the Panga USB drive and for the sake of justice in her heart, she had no choice but to adapt.
He is now just a few injections of type 3 genetic medicine away from the 12 zodiac signs.